Chapter 1. The dreaded 996. At precisely 8 o'clock in the evening, the city was poised to embrace the vibrant nightlife. Yet, Lan Wenbo found himself seated at his desk, laboring over a data report for tomorrow's meeting on his computer. Finally done. This cursed 996, this should be the moment when I, the prince of the nightlife, am reveling in the festivities, yet here I am, stuck preparing this ridiculous report. Lan Wenbo sighed, stretching lazily and murmuring in discontent. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone pierced the air. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from his close friend, Away. Once connected, the cacophony of DJ mixes and raucous cheers erupted through the line. Lambwa, are you ready? The venue is already buzzing, and we're just waiting for you to take the stage. Away had taken to calling him Lambwa since their friendship began, a name that carried a certain swagger, leaving Lan Wenbo with no choice but to accept it. Away owned the bar where Lan Wenbo often performed, and he had garnered quite a reputation for his energetic mic skills, albeit he had never intended for it to become his main profession. However, ever since the management enforced the 996 work schedule, he found himself burdened with endless overtime, leaving him contemplating a resignation to pursue a full-time career in performance. All right, you'll be there in 5 minutes, Lan Wenbo exclaimed before ending the call. He quickly gathered his briefcase and prepared to leave the office. As he stepped outside, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped him, followed by the blaring of fire alarms. Suddenly, a torrent of flames erupted from the adjacent office on the same floor. Lan Wenbo bolted, his mind racing. Who could be so reckless? Though I've often fantasized about setting this wretched 996 company ablaze, it was merely talk. I certainly lacked the courage to act on it. I must escape. Help! Help! The desperate cries of a woman halted his frantic flight. The sound emanated from the burning office next door. Initially intent on fleeing, Lan Wenbo reconsidered. After all, saving a life is more noble than building a towering pagoda. Perhaps he could even encounter a dramatic twist of fate, where a beautiful maiden would offer her gratitude. He rushed to a water cooler, hoisted a bucket of water, and drenched himself from head to toe before sprinting into the neighboring office. There, he discerned a woman sprawled on the floor, crying for help. Without hesitation, he scooped her up and made for the exit. Just as they neared safety, an explosion erupted behind him, the force akin to an unseen hand shoving him violently, causing him to lose his balance and drop the woman. In an instant, he was propelled skyward, his head hurtling towards the large glass windows of the skyscraper. With a resounding crash, Lan Wenbo was ejected from the window, plummeting from the 42nd floor. As he gazed back at the receding building, he lamented, "What a loss. I never even caught a glimpse of that woman's face. What a tremendous waste. All this overtime is to blame. Damn this dreadful 996. And with that, darkness enveloped him as consciousness slipped away. Chapter 2. Has Dragon cheated? Lan Wenbo felt a sudden jolt and slowly opened his eyes. What in the world? Before him were 2 rows of pristine white teeth, and in sheer fright, he quickly shut his eyes again. Am I dead? Have I arrived in hell? It is said that the demons in hell love to devour humans. As he pondered this chaotic thought, a sudden burst of laughter broke through the haze. Lan Wenbo opened his eyes to see a middle-aged man wearing a dog-head hat, grinning widely and playfully urging him to call him Grandpa. Wait a minute, this scene feels off. Why does he look so familiar? It struck him like a bolt from the blue. This man is undoubtedly Monkey D. Garp, the marine hero from One Piece. Lan Wenbo scrutinized Garp, noticing him making silly faces to amuse him. As a young man from the 21st century, how could he be entertained by such juvenile antics, even ones that a 5-year-old would dismiss? With a disdainful glance at Garp, he chose to ignore him. Garp, slightly bewildered, quickly realized that he had indeed caught a contemptuous look from his own grandson. He was suddenly conflicted. Being scorned by an infant felt absurd. Lan Wenbo, unwilling to engage with Garp, was suddenly struck by a dreadful realization. By all that is sacred, I have traversed into the world of One Piece, a realm where everyone can attain extraordinary powers. Though I have always admired the charming aesthetics of One Piece, I never wish to be thrust into a world where life is so expendable. Help! Wait a moment. Before me stands a being who could potentially challenge the world government and confront the 4 emperors of the New World. That in retrospect, this might not be so perilous after all. Yet, I cannot continuously rely on him. Garp is notoriously unreliable. After all, he once tossed his grandson Luffy into an abyss, dangling him from a balloon under the guise of training. The only reason Luffy survived was due to his protagonist, Aura. If it were anyone else, they would surely meet their demise. I must strengthen myself so that no one can threaten my life in this world. A resolve to grow stronger ignited within him. An epiphany struck him. Garp wants me to call him Grandpa. Could it be that I have taken on Luffy's form? Am I now Luffy, the one who was thrown into the abyss and suspended from a balloon? Lan Wenbo was drenched in cold sweat at the thought. He opened his eyes, disregarding Garp, who was still mulling over the disdain he received from his grandson, and began to survey his surroundings. He noticed a small figure sleeping soundly beside him. Slowly, he crawled over to inspect whether it truly was Luffy.at that moment. Garp lifted his head and saw Lan Wenbo crawling toward Luffy. He burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha! Lanboa, you truly are my grandson. Do you want to play with your brother Luffy? Once you both grow a bit more, you will undoubtedly become the strongest Marines." Ha ha ha! Lan Wenbo finally felt a sense of relief, thankfully. He was not Luffy. But wait, does Luffy have a brother? Or is it me? Could it be that Garp's son, Dragon, has had an affair, and I am the illegitimate child? Chapter 3. Monkey D. at Lanboa at long last. Rambo has spent some time unraveling the enigma of his lineage indeed. He is the son of a dragon, the beloved grandson of Garp, and by a mere 3 minutes. The younger brother of Monkey D. Luffy, known as Monkey D. Rambo, although he remains perplexed about becoming the biological brother of the Pirate King, Rambo, the Prince of Nightlife, has cultivated a nonchalant disposition over the years, adept at adapting to circumstances. However, the pressing concern now lies in how to navigate a world rife with piracy. Presently, this realm is dominated by 3 formidable factions: the Navy, the Pirates, and the Revolutionary Army. He must choose an appropriate alliance. The Monkey family is undeniably illustrious, no matter which faction he aligns with. His prospects for thriving are exceedingly bright. Why, you ask? His father is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and by simply clinging to his father's coattails, he can embody the ideals of a modern youth from the 21st century. Marxism, the thoughts of Chairman Mao, or the theories of Deng Xiaoping. Any of these could easily earn him a position as a strategist within the Revolutionary Army. Is there truly any fear of not surviving? It would be a jest. As for the Navy, it goes without saying that with such a formidable grandfather in their ranks, the potential for success is immense, at the very least. Following in the footsteps of his brother Luffy, the Pirate King, would be exhilarating. Glancing at Luffy, who is still deep in slumber, Rambo reflects on Luffy's reckless nature, which raises doubts about reliability. Were it not for the divine aura bestowed upon him by Oda Sensei, one could surmise that anyone else would have perished by the first episode. Lost in thought, Rambo succumbed to slumber, for he is but an infant, and his current duties consist solely of eating and sleeping. Thus, Rambo and Luffy spent an entire month aboard Garp's ship. One fateful day, as the vessel docked, Garp descended with his 2 grandsons. Approaching Garp was a young man with a lazy demeanor, adorned with a white cloak and long, flowing hair, crowned by an eye patch. Rambo immediately recognized him as Kazan, his features unmistakable. Garp Sensei, you have returned. You must seek out Admiral Sengoku at once. He has requested your presence, Kazan urged. Garp, with his grandsons in his embrace, excitedly replied, Come, Kazan. Behold my 2 grandsons. Do they not bear a striking resemblance to me? I shall ensure they grow to become the strongest Navy officers. Ha ha. Kazan, casting a glance at the 2 youngsters, felt a glimmer of nostalgia, having endured many pranks at Garp's hands. He thought to himself, I shall become their mentor, though I cannot rival Garp. Perhaps I can take my revenge through his grandchildren. Rambo could never have anticipated the depths of Kazan's cunning. Yet, seeing the gleam in Kazan's eyes directed at him, it was clear that his intentions were not entirely benevolent. Kazan addressed Garp, saying, Garp Sensei, how about I take on the role of their teacher? I guarantee I will train them to become the mightiest Navy officers. Garp shot a sidelong glance at Kazan, responding, with your indolent demeanor, I think not that I shall personally instruct them, or perhaps entrust them to Zifa, who has trained all 3 of you with great potential for greatness. I have full confidence in him. Without hesitation, Kazan strode forward, and upon hearing this, he promptly followed suit. Come on, teacher, you must trust me, he murmured, persistently trailing behind Garp. Chapter 4. Lumbo's Decision. Upon entering Admiral Kong's office, they found a considerable gathering. Garp, cradling his 2 grandsons, plopped down onto the sofa with a hearty laugh, amusing the children with playful antics. Sengoku furrowed his brow and scolded, Damn it, Garp, must you be so unrefined? You don't even greet the Admiral. Kong, accustomed to Garp's demeanor, waved his hand dismissively, assuring Sengoku that all was well. Observing the 2 children in Garp's embrace, he smiled and remarked, These must be your grandsons, right? Garp, upon hearing mention of his grandsons, instantly lit up, exclaiming, Indeed, my 2 eldest grandsons, they shall undoubtedly become the mightiest of the Navy, ha ha ha. Kong casually added, Let us hope they do not aspire to be like Dorak. Regretting his Words Kong realized the deep-seated pain they stirred within Garp like a tea that moment. Garp sat with a despondent expression, his gaze fixed vacantly upon the table, and the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. At this juncture, Saru took the sleeping Luffy from Garp's arms, chuckling, "Hee, this little fellow is truly adorable, far more charming than Garp was in his youth." Zephyr then rose, taking the wide-eyed Lumbo into his own arms, grinning as he proposed, "Garp, how about I take this little one under my wing? I assure you, I will train him to become the strongest Navy officer." Lumbo finally scrutinized Zephyr with earnestness. The man bore striking purple hair, resembling steel, needles sprouting from his head, adorned with sunglasses and exuding an air of righteousness, his robust arms cradling Lumbo. Lumbo regarded this tragic figure before him with a sense of melancholy. Zephyr, known to the world as the admiral who does not kill, had never taken a life, even sparing the most heinous of pirates upon their capture. Yet, after suffering the loss of his students to a pirate's attack that severed one of his arms, he developed an intense loathing for pirates, resorting to killing upon sight. Following a certain incident, he defected from the Navy, seizing Dwayne Rock with the intent of annihilating the world, only to be slain by his own pupil, Kizaru. He stands as one of the most tragically poignant figures within the realm of piracy. Upon hearing Zephyr's words, Garp laughed heartily, stating, "Excellent Zephyr, I trust you to train them into the strongest Navy officers." Yet, despite his laughter, the glimmer of sadness in Garp's eyes did not escape Lumbo's keen observation. Lumbo pondered, although Garp appeared frivolous and unreliable, he had once led his son into the Navy, only for him to defect and become the most wanted and despised criminal by the world government. Were it not for Garp's extraordinary strength and the unwavering support of his friends, this incident alone would have been enough to bring him to ruin. As for his grandson Luffy, Garp initially intended to raise him with care for a few years, guiding him to become a proud Navy officer, only to have him ensnared by Shanks' persuasion, incessantly proclaiming his desire to become the Pirate King. It is evident that Garp harbors a sense of sorrow within the matter of Dorag has become an everlasting ache in his heart. However, paternal love is as steadfast as a mountain, and Garp unwaveringly supports his son in pursuing his desires, never intentionally opposing the path chosen by his descendants. Reflecting on this, Lumbo ultimately resolves the direction he wishes to take in life. Indeed, Lumbo has set his sights on the Navy, aspiring to fulfill his grandfather's ambitions and become the mightiest of naval officers. As he gazes at Zifa, who cradles him, he yearns to alter Zifa's fate, wishing to assist the admiral who dedicated his life to the Navy, only to meet a tragic end. Zifa, observing the little one who gazes up at him with admiration, compassion, and determination, feels a profound sense of respect. Who is he but an admiral? He has never witnessed such empathy directed towards him. Especially from an infant, this is nothing short of extraordinary. He perceives that this child is remarkable and silently resolves to nurture him to the best of his ability whenever the opportunity arises. Chapter 5. The Path of Balance. Thus, amidst animated discussions about Garp's two grandsons, Garp gradually becomes invigorated, casting aside his earlier discontent. He proposes an evening filled with fireworks and merriment, inviting everyone to celebrate together, primarily to showcase his grandsons. The gathering readily agrees, and Garp, cradling his two grandchildren, prepares to step outside. As he reaches the threshold, Garp abruptly halts and declares to everyone, "At 8 p.m. tonight, let us commence our bonfire celebration in my garden, and do not forget the gifts for my grandsons." A moment of silence ensues, followed by hearty laughter. Sengoku, with a teasing tone, exclaims, "I knew it. This rascal wouldn't invite us. Without a purpose, he seeks gifts." "Very well, we understand." With a smile, Garp exits, and at the doorway, Kazan steps forward, following Garp while cheerfully saying, "As expected from you, Teacher Garp. Once again, you've declined the Admiral's position, something many would dream of." He gazes at Garp with reverence. Garp responds with a hearty laugh. "What's the good in being an admiral? There's no freedom in it at all. Look at me now, wandering the world and spending time with my grandsons who would want that thankless role. But Kazan, you are still young and capable. You can take my place as admiral when I step aside. Ha ha ha." Kazan, having spent ample time with Garp, lazily retorts, "If you don't care for it, then I certainly won't pursue. I am quite content as I am, leisurely riding my bicycle, basking in the sun, and indulging in lazy afternoons. I have no desire for that position." Kapu, leading the way abruptly, halted and solemnly addressed Kazan. "Kazan, you possess that capability. You must shoulder that responsibility." Before his demise, Roger heralded the dawn of the grand age of piracy, and recently, a multitude of pirates has emerged across the seas. Should these individuals venture into the Grand Line, particularly the New World, they would incessantly supply fresh blood to the ranks of the pirates. The Navy must have formidable admirals capable of standing firm against the pirates of the New World to maintain the equilibrium between the Navy and the pirates. Should this balance be disrupted, the consequences would be dire. Kazan gazed at Kapu in bewilderment, seemingly struggling to comprehend. Kapu continued, "Consider the ramifications. If the Navy grows weak, the pirates will become brazen, committing heinous acts of arson, murder, and plunder, causing untold suffering to the populace. Conversely, if the pirates falter, they would scatter, operating clandestinely to amass strength. While their actions may not be overtly audacious, they would intensify their efforts to evade capture. Unless the entire populace is armed, eradicating pirates entirely remains a distant dream. Ultimately, it is the common people who will bear the brunt of the suffering. The New World serves as a haven for pirates, each aspiring to carve out their own domain and establish their own renown. However, the New World has its own order, dictated by strength. If you possess power, you may act with impunity. If you lack it, it is wise to remain in the shadows and refrain from overextending. Currently, there are 4 most formidable pirates in the New World. One is the legendary Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, who has spent a lifetime engaging with Sengoku. The second is Charlotte Linlin, who is said to be preparing to establish a nation of her own. The third is Kaido of the Beasts, who commands a legion of Zoan fruit users. The final one is Shanks, a crew member of the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger, who is rumored to have gathered a crew and swiftly secured a foothold in the New World. Consequently, whispers of these 4 pirates being referred to as the 4 emperors have begun to circulate. Therefore, Kazan, we can utilize these 4 pirate crews to impose order upon the others, effectively employing pirates to govern pirates. Kazan gradually comprehended this notion, while the ever-attentive Lumbo also began to grasp it. Previously, he had pondered why the Navy did not simply amass strength to establish checkpoints at the entrances and exits of the Grand Line, preventing pirates from entering the New World, thereby keeping them contained. However, Chapter 6, the Bonfire Party revealed the answer. It turned out that blocking was less effective than guiding. After all, there are so many pirates in this world. If they are continually suppressed, their desperation will only drive them to become more reckless. At that point, the Navy would lack the manpower to contain them. Kazan, particularly in light of Roger's final words before his demise, has inspired an increasing number of individuals to pursue a life of piracy. The Navy requires formidable forces to balance the current situation. I am acutely aware of your capabilities. So if you are appointed as an admiral, you must not refuse, you must accept. Understood? Karp's tone took on a more serious note, as he genuinely worried that Kazan's laid-back nature might mirror his own reluctance to assume the role of admiral. It was rare for Kazan to witness Karp's stern demeanor. He nodded earnestly, replying, "I understand, Sensei." Kazan then cheerfully inquired, "Sensei, since you can see through this situation, why do you not wish to take on the role of admiral?" Upon hearing this, Karp fell into contemplation and softly replied, "I am different from you. I belong to the D lineage." Kazan, upon hearing this, lowered his head in deep thought. Simultaneously, Limbo secretly pondered the mysteries surrounding the D lineage. At that moment, Karp glanced at Kazan, who was still lost in thought, and addressed him, "Kazan, I will be hosting a bonfire party tonight, so remember to come early. And do not forget the gifts for my 2 grandsons." "Yes, Sensei," Kazan replied promptly. Karp, cradling his 2 grandsons, made his way toward his residence. Behind Marine Ford lies the residential area, where rows of apartments serve as homes for the Navy headquarters soldiers. As a high-ranking officer, Karp enjoys the privilege of his own standalone villa. As the door swung open, Garp placed his 2 grandsons upon the sofa. At that moment, Luffy had also roused from slumber, his eyes wide with innocent wonder as he surveyed his surroundings. Garp chuckled at his 2 grandsons, exclaiming, "Ha, you're both awake. Play for a while. I shall prepare some milk for you." Shortly thereafter, Garp returned with 2 enormous bottles, each comparable in size to a 2.5-liter soda bottle. He deftly inserted 1 bottle into each of the little ones' mouths, who eagerly began to suckle. In no time at all, they had drained their bottles, leaving Garp to ponder whether it was a trait of the monkey family to possess hearty appetites. Regardless, Limbo felt particularly ravenous, and after finishing a whole bottle of milk, he barely felt satisfied. Turning to glance at Luffy, he noted, "Oh, this fellow has fallen asleep again." With a sigh, Lumbo lamented his foolish brother. As he pondered how to enhance his strength in the future, whether to specialize in martial arts, persuade Garp to procure a devil fruit, or pursue swordsmanship, Wenbo remained steadfast in his belief that martial arts were foundational. He was resolute in the conviction that mastering martial arts could indeed elevate one to the pinnacle of the world. The most compelling example of this was the man before him, a being capable of using mountains as training tools, smashing them to dust with each powerful punch. What an exhilarating thought. Nevertheless, Wenbo harbored a deep affinity for swordsmanship, the romantic notion of a flask of wine, a gallant steed, and a sword, traversing the world with valor, resonated with every man's chivalric spirit. Soon, Wenbo resolved that swordsmanship and martial arts could coexist harmoniously, allowing for balanced development. As for the devil fruit, he would consider it should the opportunity arise, but he would not force matters. He would remain adaptable and content. Lost in thought, Wenbo soon succumbed to sleep once more, his infantile body demanding rest despite his desires. When Wenbo awoke again, he found himself amid a gathering in the backyard. Surrounded by several notable figures, Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Zifa, Marine Chief Crane, and Vice Admiral Kazan, among others he had already encountered, as well as the unmistakable figures of Borsellino and Sakazuki. The latter two, with their distinctly striking appearances, were easily recognizable to Wenbo. Other attendees sparked a flicker of recognition. He recalled elements from the world of One Piece, though their names escaped him. However, he could not miss the presence of a lovely young woman seated beside Crane, her long, alluring legs accentuated by a blade at her waist. Wenbo immediately identified her as Ji Yuan, while the man beside her, whose face bore an uncanny resemblance to Borsellino's, was clearly Tashigi, unable to resist leaning closer to her. It was evident that Garp's influence was considerable, as he had summoned nearly the entire future command structure of the Navy. As everyone settled around the bonfire, surrounded by copious amounts of food, Garp boisterously declared, "Today, I have organized this bonfire gathering to introduce my adorable grandsons to all of you. Please, present your gifts." Chapter 7. The Gathering. The crowd's expressions darkened, with Sengoku rubbing his forehead, contemplating how only this rascal could so bluntly address the matter of gifts. However, those present were familiar with Garp's character, and thus, they took it in stride, promptly retrieving their offerings. Baby formula, infant clothing, wooden knives, wooden guns, and various toys for children. Kapu glanced at the array of items, all meant for little ones. A hint of discontent crossed his face, prompting Sengoku, who knew his best friend well, to present his gift, a large box. Without waiting for Sengoku to hand it over, Kapu snatched it away, and upon opening it, a wide smile spread across his face as he beheld a treasure trove of delightful treats, an abundance of donuts, snow cakes, and rice crackers. Ha ha ha. These snacks should be sufficient for me to break a record. The crowd could hardly contain their annoyance, realizing they had been summoned merely to indulge Kapu's cravings. Clearing his throat, Kapu regained his composure and announced, "The feast shall commence. Please, do not hold back." With that, everyone eagerly dug into the generous portions of meat and fruit laid before them. Those who enjoyed libations lifted their cups, engaging in a lively exchange of toasts, the atmosphere brimming with joy. In truth, it was rare for such a large gathering to come together for merriment and bonding. Kapu's presence was the catalyst. Pondering the possibility of organizing similar gatherings in the future to strengthen their camaraderie, observed the festivities. Meanwhile, the others relished the food and drink, with Kazara being the most boisterous, challenging Zephyr to a drinking contest. The dynamics were well known. Zephyr was Kazara's mentor, often chastising him for focusing too much on the development of his powers while neglecting physical training. Kazaru, perpetually indifferent, only exacerbated Zephyr's frustrations, leading to a spirited contest between them at the table. The rest of the group paid them no mind, allowing them to indulge in their revelry. Suddenly, a loud cry pierced the air as Luffy awoke, his wails drawing everyone's attention. The room fell silent as they turned to him, and Tsukuyomi remarked, "The child must be hungry. Tsukuyomi, please prepare some milk for them." "Of course, sister," Tsukuyomi replied before heading off to fetch the milk. At that moment, Tsukuyomi turned to Kapu and inquired, "Kapu, have the twins had their joijo yet?" Kapu looked perplexed, unsure of what joijo entailed. Recognizing his confusion, Tsukuyomi explained, "It's a tradition where, at a few months old, we present various items before the child and let them choose, which may reveal their future inclinations." Intrigued, Kapu expressed his curiosity about what his precious grandsons would select. Just then, Tsukuyomi returned with 2 bottles of prepared milk, which soothed Luffy, halting his cries. As the group busied themselves preparing for the joijo, a cloth was spread on the ground, featuring a knife, a gun, a pair of boxing gloves, a pen, and even a devil fruit. Kapu placed the two little ones before the array of items, inviting them to choose. With eager anticipation in the air, Luffy and Rambo began to crawl toward the assortment, and to everyone's surprise, they did not stop, continuing to move forward. Lumbo clumsily approached a wine barrel, fumbling with the seal atop it. After much effort, he finally managed to pry it open and eagerly plunged his little head into the barrel, gulping down the wine with fervor. In no time, the contents of the barrel had dwindled to a mere few drops. Lumbo, in a tipsy stupor, let out a hearty belch and turned his gaze to the side where Luffy sat in front of a large piece of ham, desperately trying to take a bite. However, his tiny stature and the absence of teeth rendered him unable to consume the meat, prompting him to burst into tears in frustration. Lumbo cast a disdainful glance at Luffy, muttering, "Oh, my foolish brother." The onlookers around them were momentarily petrified, bewildered by the sight of such a diminutive infant indulging in wine and meat. And upon glancing at Carp beside them, they realized that indeed, there was not a single normal member in the monkey family. Chapter 8. A night at the tavern. 3 years swiftly passed, and Lumbo and Luffy had both turned 3. Following their traditional coming-of-age ceremony, Carp took them away from the Navy headquarters. With the onset of the era of great pirates, Carp found it increasingly difficult to care for them, ultimately deciding to leave them in his hometown of East Blue, Windmill Village, under the watchful eye of an old friend, the village chief. Lumbo and Luffy soon made many acquaintances and integrated seamlessly with the villagers. Their favorite haunt became the village's sole tavern, a lively establishment known as the Festive Bar, owned by a gentle girl with green hair named Makino. Lumbo and Luffy arrived once more at the tavern, where Luffy exclaimed, "Sister Makino, we are here." The establishment was filled with the villagers of Windmill Village, who were no strangers to these two young lads. They playfully teased Luffy, "Luffy, you've grown taller again. Surely, you will become incredibly strong." "Really?" Luffy responded, his face lighting up with delight. "Just kidding." They laughed heartily, and the merriment echoed around them. With a look of indignation, Luffy shouted, "I will definitely become immensely powerful." Yes, you will become strong, but first, you must surpass your brother in height." They chortled, further inciting Luffy's irritation. Ever since they discovered that Lumbo was taller than Luffy by half a head, they frequently made light of Luffy's stature. Observing Luffy's escalating frustration, Lumbo reassured him, "Come now, Luffy, they are merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. In the future, you will undoubtedly surpass me in height." As Lumbo engaged in conversation with the villagers, greeting his uncles and brothers, the warmth of the community enveloped him. His polite demeanor and maturity beyond his years endeared him to everyone, who often regarded him as an adult. Just then, Makino emerged, quickly discerning the source of Luffy's displeasure. He had undoubtedly been teased by the villagers. "Luffy, don't be upset. I'll cut you some roasted meat," she offered. Instantly, Luffy perked up, seizing a knife and fork. He shouted, "Meat, meat, meat. I want to eat meat." Lumbo approached Makino and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, sister." Makino cherished the two brothers. The lively elder and the composed younger one filled her tavern with joy. Before long, the roasted meat was served, accompanied by a bottle of milk for Luffy and a bottle of wine for Lumbo. When Lumbo first visited the tavern and asked for wine, Makino was taken aback. After all, what business did a child have with alcohol? Yet, the persistent antics of the brothers led her to reluctantly pour him a bowl. To everyone's amusement, Lumbo downed it in a few gulps. The villagers, entertained, called Lumbo over to join them, and despite Makino's attempts to intervene, she could not stop the raucous scene. 2 hours later, Lumbo had managed to intoxicate the entire tavern, leaving no one daring to drink with him thereafter. When the villagers witnessed Makino handing Lumbo a bottle of wine, they merely shrugged it off as commonplace. After their meal, the brothers took on their chores with clear roles. One washed dishes while the other swept the floor. Initially, Makino had prohibited the children from doing such tasks, but their sincerity softened her resolve. Upon completing their duties, the brothers were about to rest when a commotion at the door caught their attention. They turned to see a tall figure entering. Their grandfather, Garp, with a broad grin plastered on his face. "My precious grandsons, have you missed your old man?" he exclaimed, approaching them with a playful gesture that left Lumbo and Luffy wincing from the impact of his affectionate headbutts. At that moment, the village chief arrived, scolding, "You rascal Garp. What do you think you're doing?" Garp chuckled, scratching his head, revealing that even the fearless Garp had individuals he respected, most likely a result of the chief's guidance during his youth. After chatting for a while, Garp took the two boys by the hand and led them out of the tavern, announcing, "Now that you're both 3 years old, I shall take you to find your brother." Chapter 9. Lumbo's aspiration is Garp, Lumbo, and Luffy stepped out of the tavern. They walked towards the sea. The three of them silhouetted against the setting sun. They settled on the beach, gazing out at the boundless ocean, enveloped in a tranquil silence. Even Luffy, usually so exuberant, refrained from making noise at this moment. Lumbo shattered the tranquility, exclaiming, "The sea is truly magnificent, an endless source of wonder. Indeed, it is beautiful. Whether it is tumultuous or serene, each aspect captivates the heart. Both navies and pirates aspire to conquer these waters. Yet how many have succumbed to the tides of this era?" In that moment, Garp resembled a sage, seemingly perceptive of all, as he spoke these words. While the world regards Garp as unreliable, it does not imply that he is a fool devoid of intellect. Could one truly maintain their position as a rear admiral for so long without cunning? If he lacked wit and merely wielded strength, he would have been vanquished long ago. With this thought in mind, Limbo gazed upon the vast ocean, suddenly filled with ambition. This sea shall be mine to conquer. I shall ascend to the pinnacle of this world. Just then, a wave crashed, drenching the three of them. Garp paid no heed to their wet clothes. Momentarily taken aback by Lumbo's declaration, his mind swirling with contemplation. Meanwhile, a soaked Luffy shouted, "Lumbo, what are you yelling about? Look, you've summoned a wave." Ignoring Luffy's outburst, Lumbo turned to Garp and declared, "Grandfather, I aspire to be a just marine, to put an end to the age of pirates and establish a new order in this world." Garp's eyes widened in surprise. Lumbo's words struck him with greater impact than his previous statements, though he recognized his grandson's exceptional intelligence, capable of conversing like an adult. The gravity of Lumbo's ambition evoked a genuine belief in his potential to realize it. "Grandfather, I have contemplated my future path. I intend to study swordsmanship." Lumbo refrained from expressing that the journey of a swordsman is a noble pursuit. He understood that mastery in either swordsmanship or the powers of a devil fruit could stand independently at their peak. Nonetheless, he acknowledged that all forms of attack are fundamentally rooted in physical prowess. Thus, he would prioritize martial arts while also practicing the way of the sword. As for the devil fruit, it would be advantageous if one suited him, but he would not force the issue. Upon hearing Lumbo's resolve, Garp understood that his grandson was not merely caught in a moment of whimsy. He was indeed prepared for this path. Yet, Garp pondered, why choose to be a marine? "Isn't that precisely what you wish for, grandfather?" Lumbo responded, "As members of the monkey family, we must strive for excellence in all endeavors. My father is the leader of the revolutionary army, my brother Luffy aspires to be the pirate king, and I, no matter the circumstances, must become the supreme marine. Even if I lack the ambition to become the fleet admiral, I can still aim to be the world's strongest." With this thought, Lumbo glanced at Luffy and continued, "Grandfather, I shall fulfill your wish to become a marine. As for Luffy, he shall choose his own path." Garp felt a blend of pride and sorrow upon hearing these words. Though he never interfered with his descendants' aspirations, the shadows of Dragon's choices weighed heavily upon him. He had envisioned a legacy of inherited duty. Yet his son had defected from the Marines to lead a revolution against the world government, a reality that filled him with melancholy. The choice made by Suanzi brought him immense comfort. "Lumbo, do you intend to return with me to the naval headquarters for training? Or shall we defer that for another couple of years?" Initially, Garp had planned to wait 2 years, bringing Luffy and Limbo to Dayton's place to grow alongside Ace before taking them to the naval headquarters for training. However, upon hearing Limbo's words, Garp recognized Lumbo's resolute nature and inquired about his intentions. "Grandfather, I wish to go to Frostmoon Village." Garp was taken aback. He was unsure how Lumbo had learned of Frostmoon Village and what his purpose there might be. Noticing Garp's expression, Lumbo smiled and explained, "I heard from the villagers that there is a dojo in Frostmoon Village dedicated to the way of the sword. I wish to study there." In truth, Lumbo's desire to attend the dojo was also fueled by a longing to save Kuina. Having arrived in this world, he was determined to prevent tragedies he despised from unfolding, seeking to alter the fates of both Zephyr and Kuina. Chapter 10, Parting Do You Know Gungshiro? Garp queried. He is indeed a formidable swordsman. Garp's awareness of Gungshiro stemmed from his son, Dracul. Despite Dracul's betrayal of the Navy, Garp often discreetly sought news about him. On one occasion, he learned that Dracul had appeared at the dojo in Frostmoon Village, which prompted Garp to take note of its master, Gungshiro. He discovered that Gungshiro was an exceptionally skilled swordsman, yet he had never committed any heinous acts, leading Garp to lose interest in further scrutiny. "Lumbo, have you met your father?" Upon hearing Garp's question, Limbo was momentarily stunned but quickly grasped that Garp likely believed Dracul had sent him to learn from Gungshiro. He shook his head and replied, "No, Karp, upon hearing this, refrained from pressing further, understanding that Lumbo would not deceive him. When do you plan to go to Frost Moon Village? Karp inquired. When you return to headquarters, please take me to Frost Moon Village, Lumbo requested. Karp nodded in acknowledgement. An interval of silence ensued until a sound of snoring pierced the air. Karp and Lumbo turned to find Luffy sprawled on the beach, fast asleep. Karp shook his head. Hoisting Luffy onto his back as he guided Lumbo back, their silhouettes cast against the setting sun. Karp spent several delightful days with his grandsons. One evening, as the three were dining, a naval officer rushed in to report an urgent military matter that required Karp's return to the naval headquarters. Karp felt a twinge of frustration, lamenting the limited time he had to enjoy with the two little ones. Addressing the naval officer, he replied, "Very well, I understand. Please instruct the lieutenant to procure supplies. We shall depart promptly in 2 hours." Rambo understood that his departure was imminent, while Luffy, seemingly indifferent, was wholeheartedly gnawing on his piece of meat. He had long grown accustomed to his grandfather's routine of returning every few months, staying for a few days before departing again. After finishing their meal and engaging in some play, Karp glanced at the time and decided it was time to head towards his warship, accompanied by Rambo and Luffy. Upon reaching the port, a naval officer approached Karp and saluted, reporting, "Admiral, the supplies have been replenished and we are ready to set sail." Karp nodded and strode directly towards the ship, with Rambo following closely behind. Sensing something amiss, Luffy quickly pulled Rambo aside, exclaiming, "Rambo, Grandpa is leaving. Why are you following him?" Observing the situation, Karp prepared to speak, but Rambo raised his hand to indicate he wished to converse with Luffy, prompting Karp to remain silent. Rambo led Luffy to a slightly more secluded spot and, with a heavy heart, said, "Luffy, I must leave. I am off to learn new skills and to grow stronger than Grandpa. I want to protect you, Grandpa, and everyone I hold dear." Luffy suddenly burst into tears. Although he did not fully grasp Rambo's words, he understood that Rambo was leaving him. The bond between the two brothers, inseparable since childhood, was as thick as blood and impossible to sever. The mere thought of Rambo's departure overwhelmed him with sorrow. Rambo hastily comforted Luffy, saying, "Luffy, listen to me. You will soon encounter someone intriguing. He has red hair and wears a straw hat. He will guide you on your future path. No matter what, Luffy, choose the road you love and follow it relentlessly. But at the same time, you must train even harder. When you grow strong enough, we shall reunite. I certainly do not wish for the day when I might defeat you with a single punch, for you are my brother." Realizing the inevitability of the situation, Luffy choked back his tears and vowed, "I will become incredibly strong. We will meet again soon. When we do, I will protect you." Extending his hand, Luffy made a pact with Rambo, saying, "Let us promise that when we see each other again, we will both be immensely powerful." With that, Rambo and Luffy clasped hands in a solemn agreement. Chapter 11. Apprenticeship. On the deck of the ship, Rambo and Karp observed Luffy, who struggled to hold back his tears. Although Luffy was slightly older than Rambo, in terms of emotional maturity, Rambo felt a significant 2-year advantage, having always regarded Luffy as a younger brother to care for. In this moment, Rambo found himself wishing he could spend another 2 years with Luffy before embarking on his journey to master the sword. Yet, he understood that even after 2 years, separation would be inevitable. He believed that enduring a brief pain was preferable to a prolonged one, especially as he felt an urgent desire to grow stronger. Only through strength could he alter Zephyr's fate and protect Luffy, allowing him the freedom to pursue his own desires. As the warship sailed farther away, Rambo caught a glimpse of Luffy still standing on the beach, watching them. With a heavy heart, he turned and retreated into the cabin. Karp, sensing Rambo's melancholy, allowed him to be alone. After spending a day aboard the ship, Karp sought out Rambo the next afternoon, announcing that they were nearing Frost Moon Village and preparing to disembark. "I will take you to the One Heart Dojo," he said. Rambo nodded in agreement. Soon, Karp led Rambo off the warship, inquiring for directions to the One Heart Dojo, and they made their way there. "Rambo, are you truly not considering returning to headquarters with me? There are numerous swordsmanship masters there who could teach you, such as Ghost Spider, Doberman, and Borsalino, all of whom are exceptionally skilled," Karp suggested. "Grandfather, I prefer the One Heart Dojo. At my age, I do not wish to receive special treatment due to your influence." The true reason, which he left unspoken, was to save Kuina. Seeing Rambo's resolve, Karp refrained from further argument. They soon arrived at the entrance of the One Heart Dojo. Rambo prepared to knock when the door suddenly swung open, revealing a lovely girl with short hair. Rambo instantly recognized her as Kuina. My father informed me that a distinguished guest would be arriving today, and I was asked to welcome you, she said. Rambo was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood that it must be due to his observation haki, nodding in acknowledgement. Thank you, he replied, following Karp into the dojo. Upon entering, they observed a group practicing swordsmanship with wooden swords. At that moment, a kind-faced man wearing glasses and a kimono approached them. Rambo knew this must be Gungshiro. He addressed Karp. It is an honor to have Vice Admiral Karp visit our humble abode. What brings you here? Karp replied. I have come today with a request for the dojo master, and I hope you will grant it. Let us discuss this inside. Kuina, please prepare some tea. Gungshiro instructed. Yes, father, Kuina responded as she went to prepare. Karp and Rambo followed Gungshiro into the reception room, kneeling on the tatami mats. Kuina soon returned with 3 cups of tea, and Rambo expressed his gratitude. After taking a sip, Karp stated, I have come to entrust my grandson to you, master. For his sword training. Gungshiro appeared taken aback and asked, Vice Admiral Karp, with so many talented individuals in the Navy, why not seek a teacher among them? Karp glanced at Rambo, signaling him to explain himself. Lumbo stood up, bowed respectfully to Kayashiro, and said, I am Monkey D. Lumbo, honored to meet you, esteemed master. I have long admired the exceptional swordsmanship and formidable strength of Kayashiro from the One Heart Dojo in Frost Moon Village, which I heard about while in Windmill Village. My passion for the way of the sword led me to persuade my grandfather to bring me here, hoping to train under your guidance. I sincerely wish for your approval. Kayashiro paused, taken aback by the clarity and coherence of a 3-year-old's words, which were indeed rare. This demonstrated the child's remarkable insight. From the moment Lumbo entered, he carried himself with an air of maturity and understanding, devoid of the curiosity and mischief typical of a child his age. It was no wonder that those who encountered Lumbo were astonished by his maturity. Kayashiro quickly regained his composure and smiled at Karp, saying, Vice Admiral Karp, you have truly brought me an extraordinary disciple. This implied Kayashiro's acceptance of Lumbo as a student, which brought Lumbo immense joy. He bowed again and said, Disciple pays respects to the master. Observing Lumbo, Kayashiro felt a sense of delight, while Karp chuckled heartily, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. I trust the dojo will be in your capable hands. Grandfather, let me see you off, Lumbo said as he followed Karp outside. Kayashiro then turned to Kuina and said, Kuina, please accompany Vice Admiral Karp as well, and then return with Lumbo. Kuina responded affirmatively and followed the grandfather and grandson out. Chapter 12. The realm of swordsmanship. Kuina hurried a few steps to catch up with Lumbo, and said, Hello, my name is Kuina. Hello, I am Monkey D, Lumbo. I look forward to your guidance, he replied. How old are you? She inquired. I am 3, Lumbo answered. Oh, then I am your elder sister. I heard you are from Windmill Village. Is it far from Frost Moon Village? Is there anything fun to do there? It takes just a day by boat to reach there. And it's quite interesting. I also have an older brother named Luffy. He is quite an amusing person. I can introduce you to him later. I envy you for being able to travel such a distance by boat at such a young age. I have never been on a boat. Don't worry. I will have my own warship in the future, and I can take you out for adventures, Limbo said with a grin. Then it's settled. You must take me out to play in the future. At this moment, Kuina was not so aloof. She held Lumbo's hand and asked him various questions, resembling an inquisitive child. Thus, Limbo and Kuina conversed animatedly. Karp observed the 2 youngsters exchanging words, feeling a sense of contentment. He was pleased that Lumbo had found a kindred spirit, ensuring that he would not feel lonely during his years in Frostmoon Village. A subtle smile crept onto Karp's lips as he thought about this. Soon they arrived at the port, where Karp said, Well then, Lumbo, I must take my leave. Remember, while training, do not push yourself too hard. It is essential to relax when necessary, understand? In the pursuit of swordsmanship, one must also pay attention to physical conditioning. You know that martial arts are fundamental. Here, take this. When you are ready, use this transponder snail to call me, and I will come to escort you back to headquarters. As he spoke, he retrieved a telephone worm from his pocket. Indeed, the telephone worm in this world is a fascinating creature. It requires no connection lines, merely needs to be nurtured to prevent its demise, and it facilitates normal communication. Furthermore, the telephone worm automatically manifests the appearance of the other party. Rambo accepted the diminutive telephone worm, which was quite adorable, roughly the size of his palm. He understood that, if cared for like a pet, it would gradually grow larger. Very well, grandfather, I comprehend. I shall take my leave now. Do take care of yourself, Rambo nodded. Together with Guena, he watched the naval ship of Carp until it vanished from sight before slowly turning and returning to the One Heart dojo. Upon entering the living room, he encountered Gung Shiro, who was kneeling before the tea table. Rambo knelt opposite him, poured some tea, and then quietly sat in anticipation. Gung Shiro took a sip of tea and remarked lightly, "Admiral Carp has departed." Rambo nodded in acknowledgement. "Rambo, although I am uncertain as to why you selected me as your mentor, since I have accepted you, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to your instruction. Let me first elucidate the realms of swordsmanship. The first realm, iron cutting, which entails achieving the capacity to sever steel with an ordinary iron sword. The second realm, domineering cut, which involves the ability to inflict harm on an opponent whose aura matches your own using a standard iron sword. The third realm, diamond cutting, wherein one can sever diamond. Currently, diamond is recognized as the hardest substance known, and reaching this level signifies entry into the elite tier of swordsmanship, where one's contemporaries are few. The fourth realm, all-encompassing cut, a state where nothing can withstand a single strike, representing the pinnacle of swordsmanship in this world. This is the ultimate aspiration of every swordsman. The renowned blades of this world can be broadly categorized: the good fast blades, which number 50, the great fast blades, totaling 21, and the supreme great fast blades, which comprise 12. Any of these esteemed swords can easily attain the capacity for iron cutting, particularly the supreme great fast blades, which enable a practitioner of a lower realm to challenge those of a higher caliber. These blades are coveted companions for every swordsman. It is intriguing that while these esteemed weapons are referred to as swords, those who wield them are known as swordsmen or swordmasters. At this juncture, Gung Shiro paused to allow Rambo time for comprehension and reflection. He recognized that although Rambo possessed an adult's intellect, he was still merely a 3-year-old child, and thus required time to digest this wealth of information. Meanwhile, Rambo pondered Gung Shiro's words, considering the enigmatic nature of his mentor within the pirate realm and what level he might currently occupy. After some contemplation, he refrained from voicing his inquiries, knowing that Gung Shiro might not divulge such details. However, he suspected his mentor had either reached the diamond-cutting realm or was nearing it. Chapter 13. One Heart-style Rambo lifted his head and addressed Gung Siling. "Master, I comprehend." Gung Siling was once again astonished. He had not anticipated that Rambo would grasp it so swiftly. He had never shared these insights with Guena, knowing it was still too early for her. Planning to wait a couple of years before broaching the subject, Gung Siling, lost in thought, seemed to arrive at a resolution. Suddenly, with a serious demeanor, he spoke to Rambo. "Rambo, do you wish to inherit my swordsmanship, to formally become my disciple, my sole heir in this art?" Rambo steadied himself and knelt before Gung Siling. "Disciple pays respects to the master." Gung Siling nodded with a smile. "Excellent. Rambo, you are currently my foremost disciple in the Yisan school. Indeed, we belong to the Yisan lineage. In this world, numerous sword styles exist. Yet the most flourishing swordsmanship can be found in the land of Wa within the New World, where diverse schools thrive and compete. You may have the opportunity to witness this in the future. Now, let us discuss our Yisan school. The essence of Yisan lies in the concept of heart. We do not adhere to fixed techniques. All swordplay is derived from personal insight. As the saying goes, there is no mightiest sword, only the sword that suits oneself best. Our focus is on cultivating the mind and honing the fundamentals. The higher the mental training, the greater the insights one can attain, allowing one to observe the world and its beings from a place of tranquility. Simultaneously, only with a solid foundation can one readily transform insights into practical application. Gung Silang's words struck Rambo like a thunderclap. Reminiscent of the often-cited principle of the natural way from his previous life, he was astonished to find that the Yisan school in this world resonated so harmoniously with Taoist philosophy. Rambo inquired, "Master, how does one train the mind?" Gung Siling produced a book from his robe and placed it before Rambo, saying, "Take this book. It will elucidate everything for you." Lumbo, cradling a book, bowed slightly as he exited, returning to the room that Guena had arranged for him. As he opened the book, he began to read. The opening page inscribed with the words, "In the pathless forest, there is often charm. On the deserted shore, myriad surprises await." Where to seek the land of bliss? To listen to the melody of the waves, one must immerse in the sea. The voice of all beings flows in accordance with nature. To attune oneself to all things, one must merge with nature. Lumbo was once again astounded. The ability to hear the voice of all things requires a rare and extraordinary talent. If the conqueror's haki is said to be 1 in a million, then the capacity to perceive the voice of all beings is an existence that may be 1 in 100,000 or even a million. Yet, this book possesses the potential to cultivate the skill of listening to the sounds of all things. Lumbo continued to peruse the pages, discovering a discourse on the art of exercise. In the initial stages, it was suggested to immerse oneself in the gentle whispers of the breeze and the soft patter of rain, accompanied by the melodious chorus of flowers and birds, as well as the delicate hum of insects. In the intermediate phase, one was advised to attune their ears to the thunderous roar of landslides and the electrifying crackle of thunder. Ultimately, the advanced stage called for a retreat into a realm devoid of sound, a world of utter silence. Upon reading this, Lumbo felt a wave of despondency wash over him. As a denizen of the 21st century, he understood that the only true silence could be found in a vacuum or beyond the atmospheric confines of space, a notion that seemed utterly implausible. Thus, he realized that achieving such a state was beyond his grasp. Rambo could not help but feel a twinge of distress when suddenly an epiphany struck him: the silent fruit. Indeed, he could consume the silent fruit and then enter the realm it conjured. This revelation invigorated him, and as he perused the entirety of the book, he recognized its profound worth. He would not trade it for 10 devil fruits. Without hesitation, Gung Shiro bestowed this invaluable treasure upon him, warming Rambo's heart. The world now had one more soul in need of protection. No, two, for there was also Kuina. He silently resolved that as long as he existed, Kuina would never perish. At that moment, Kuina knocked at the door, calling him to dinner. Rambo followed her to the dining hall, and after they finished their meal, she tidied up the dishes. Rambo solemnly presented the book to Gung Shiro, saying, "Master, I have completed the reading. I intend to commence my training tomorrow morning." Gung Shiro nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 14. Training. The following day, before dawn had barely brushed the horizon, Rambo arose. After refreshing himself, he donned his clothes and stepped outside. Meandering through the small grove towards the seashore, he walked slowly, the woods enveloped in tranquil silence, occasionally broken by the distant calls of birds, most of whom had yet to awaken. As he ambled, he listened intently until he reached the shore, where he sat cross-legged. Before him lay the majestic expanse of the ocean, the gentle sea breeze caressing his face, stirring slight waves that lapped softly against the sand before retreating. Rambo closed his eyes, savoring the touch of the wind, accompanied by the delicate sounds of the waves and the birds. Gradually, the chorus of chirping intensified, signaling that the little birds had roused. He opened his eyes to behold the sun, half illuminated and descending slowly from the horizon where sky and sea converged. Though Rambo had witnessed sunrises in his past life, he had never experienced one by the sea. He had never truly felt the wonder and grandeur of nature until now. As he gazed at the breathtaking scene, listening to the symphony of waves and birds, he became entranced, emptying his mind to embrace the beauty before him. Unbeknownst to him, during this moment of revelation, his state of mind was rapidly elevating. It wasn't until the sun hung high in the sky, gradually radiating warmth, that Rambo awakened from his reverie. Feeling a newfound warmth enveloping him, as if he were brimming with strength, he realized that although his physical power had not increased, his mastery over it had significantly improved through the exercise of his mind. An ordinary person might be able to lift 200 pounds at their peak. Yet he could only manage 140 pounds. This was the essence of power control. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of confidence, the foundation upon which every formidable warrior builds their indomitable spirit. Lumbo rose to his feet and started walking back. Just as he reached the doorway, he spotted Guena preparing to head out. Concerned by Lumbo's absence from the room, she decided to search for him, fearing something might have happened. With a serious expression, Guena exclaimed, "Lumbo, where have you been? You're still just a child. What would you do if you got lost in such an unfamiliar place?" Understanding her concern, Lumbo replied, "Oh, I just woke up to see the sunrise. It was truly beautiful. How about we go together tomorrow?" Being a child herself, Guena's curiosity was piqued, and she eagerly nodded, saying, "All right, it's a promise then." Afterward, Guena took Limbo to have breakfast. As Yang Shiro observed Limbo entering with Guena, his eyes narrowed. While Guena failed to notice Limbo's transformation, Yang Shiro perceived it clearly. The progress in his mindset had accelerated remarkably. He had anticipated significant changes after the first training session, but Limbo's pace surpassed his expectations, prompting him to nod and say, "So you've been training hard." Before Limbo could respond, Guena interjected. Limbo actually went to the beach alone to watch the sunrise. Noting the resentment on Guena's face, Yang Shiro chuckled. "Then you should accompany Limbo to see it tomorrow." Guena's spirits lifted at this, as Yang Shiro, while desiring a boy to inherit his legacy, still held a deep affection for her. Had Zaro not appeared in the original tale and had Guena survived, it would have been her inheriting Yang Shiro's teachings. After finishing breakfast, Yang Shiro presented Limbo with a wooden sword, explaining the fundamental movements: thrust, chop, point, sweep, hook, hang, draw, and break. Your task is to repeat these 9 movements 10,000 times, one at a time. Start with the thrust, and only proceed to the chop once you've completed it. After you finish all, I will instruct you on the next training, he said. Yes, master, Lumbo replied. Yang Shiro led Lumbo to a training area, halting before a target marked with a red center, insisting that Lumbo must strike the red star each time. Lumbo understood, and at first, he hit the target 10 times in a row, then 20. However, by the time he reached 50 thrusts, his aim began to falter. Shaking his head to refocus, he continued. When he reached 500 thrusts, Lumbo's vision blurred, and he fainted. Yang Shiro lifted Lumbo into his arms. He had recognized Lumbo's limits when he had reached 300 thrusts, understanding that he was merely a 3-year-old child. Upon collapsing after 500 thrusts, Yang Shiro looked down at the unconscious Lumbo with satisfaction, nodding in approval, and carried him back to his room. Chapter 15. 3 years. A few hours later, Lumbo gradually regained consciousness. Realizing he was in his room, he quickly got up. Yang Shiro had asked Guena to rouse him for a meal. Upon entering the dining area and seeing Yang Shiro, Lumbo bowed and said, I'm sorry, master, for disappointing you. I will strive to do better in the future. Gung Siren waved his hand, gesturing for Lumbo to sit down and partake in the meal. Perhaps due to the morning's exertions, Lumbo consumed an extraordinary amount, devouring nearly half the spread before him, leaving Guena utterly astonished. The appetites of the monkey family were no laughing matter. Gung Siren himself ate sparingly, indulging only in a few cups of wine, while Lumbo's eyes fixated intently on the wine bottle. The habit cultivated in Windmill Village dictated that a little wine was preferable during meals. Observing Lumbo's eager expression, Gung Siren chuckled inwardly, surprised to discover that his apprentice had a penchant for alcohol. He poured a modest cup for Lumbo, mindful of his youth and cautious not to let him drink too much. Lumbo raised the cup and downed it in one gulp, smacking his lips as if craving more. Gung Siren found the scene quite amusing and was about to pour him another cup when Guena stood up. Father, why give Lumbo wine when he is still just a child? Lumbo interjected, I have a good tolerance for alcohol. Could I have just a little more? Guena, noticing Lumbo's pitiful pleading, relented with a nod. All right, but only a tiny bit more. Upon hearing the news, Lumbo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without waiting for Gung Silang to pour him a drink, he seized the wine jug and drank it directly, finishing it in one go. Perhaps due to having eaten too much earlier, Lumbo let out a hearty belch. Guena quickly snatched the empty jug away, her expression a mix of anger and concern. She was upset that Lumbo had disregarded her warnings and anxious about the prospect of him getting drunk. Gung Silang, observing Lumbo's antics, could not help but shake his head, finding the situation somewhat amusing. After indulging in food and drink, Lumbo grabbed his wooden sword and returned to the spot where he had practiced earlier that morning, diligently honing his thrusting techniques. Guena watched him with keen interest, relieved to see that he had not overindulged. She cast a sideways glance at her father, which made Gung Silang shiver slightly, sensing an influx of unspoken resentment. Perhaps Lumbo's early arrival had fulfilled Gung Silang's hopes for a legacy in swordsmanship, thus lowering his expectations of Guena. Unlike in her previous life, Guena no longer felt burdened by the notion that being a girl precluded her from inheriting her father's sword style. Instead, they interacted like a typical father and daughter, enjoying each other's company. By the afternoon, Lumbo had executed over 100 thrusts, far surpassing his morning session, and despite feeling utterly exhausted and gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, he was filled with elation at his progress. After dinner, he made his way slowly back to the seaside, where he sat cross-legged, watching the sun gradually descend and disappear below the horizon. The evening breeze was somewhat stronger, stirring up waves that were considerably more vigorous than those of the morning, their sounds resonating more loudly. Soon, the chorus of chirping insects from the nearby woods blended with the crashing waves and rustling wind, creating nature's most exquisite symphony that cleansed Lumbo's spirit. As dawn broke the next day, Lumbo rose early, remembering his promise to Guena to take her to see the sunrise. He knocked on her door, and after a brief wait, a neatly dressed Guena joined him as they walked to the beach. They sat cross-legged on the sand, quietly absorbing the beauty of nature together. Thus, Limbo made it a daily ritual to visit the seaside at dawn and dusk, listening to the sounds of nature, while dedicating his days to mastering the fundamentals of swordsmanship. Eventually, with Gung Silang's approval, Guena began her own training in the Eastern style of swordsmanship. And so, 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 17. The training continues. Zoro listened to Limbo's words, momentarily taken aback. Guena, with a slight smile, seemed to grasp the situation, having spent the most time with Limbo and becoming quite familiar with him. She patted Zoro on the shoulder and cheerfully said, "Welcome aboard. Of course, to become the world's greatest swordsman, you must defeat him first, and then me, too. By the way, how old are you?" 7, Zoro replied. "Then you are 1 year younger than me, and Limbo is also 1 year younger than you." Zoro was taken aback, surprised to learn that the one who had defeated him was actually his junior by a year. No way, I must strengthen myself. Motivated by the desire to surpass Limbo, Zoro eagerly joined his training group. Thus, under Limbo's leadership, the group immersed themselves in the path of self-improvement, experiencing both the pain and joy of rigorous training. Rambo's training has transcended the simplistic morning and evening meditations, as well as the daytime sword practice. After conversing with Gung Siro, he has begun to incorporate physical conditioning into his regimen. One may wonder why Gung Siro had not previously encouraged Rambo to strengthen his physique. Surely he understands that the foundation of all strength lies in one's physical condition. Indeed, he was aware, but at that time Rambo was merely 3 years old, still too fragile to endure daily physical exertion. Even so, Gung Siro's prescribed regimen for Rambo consisted of the most rudimentary exercises, such as running and skipping rope. The swordsmanship training has also evolved beyond solely practicing the 9 fundamental sword techniques. It now entails the seamless integration of these techniques, thrusts, slashes, and hooks, into a cohesive flow, achieving the level where the sword moves in harmony with the hand with the body, and the body with the heart. Ultimately, the sword emanates from the heart, ushering one into the realm of mastery. The following morning, Rambo arose early with Guena and Zoro. They commenced their day with a lap around the village. Midway through their run, Rambo turned back to offer encouragement to his companions, only to be taken aback to find Guena alone. Zoro was nowhere to be seen. Rambo smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten that this green-haired fellow was notoriously directionally challenged, always prone to losing his way. Nevertheless, it was of little concern, as Zoro typically ran in the opposite direction, and as long as he continued forward, they were bound to cross paths. After informing Guena, the two continued their run, eventually encountering a breathless Zoro approaching from the opposite direction. As anticipated, they had indeed found him. Zoro, looking bewildered, pointed an accusatory finger at Rambo, exclaiming, "How could you leave me behind? That's downright cruel." Rambo shot him a sidelong glance, contemplating that were he to point out Zoro's navigational ineptitude, the latter would undoubtedly refuse to acknowledge it. Guena interjected, directing her ire at Zoro. "You, Zoro, the hopeless navigator, managed to run the wrong way. And yet you blame us." Zoro, unwavering, insisted that Rambo and Guena had abandoned him. Ultimately, Guena found herself at a loss for words due to her exasperation. Rambo, unfazed by Zoro's indignation, settled cross-legged by the seaside, gazing at the breathtaking sunrise as he began to cultivate his mental state. Guena joined him in this tranquil practice. Zoro, feeling ignored, also sat down, clearly having been entrusted with the task of mental cultivation by Rambo. The 3 youthful figures sat silently, facing the rising sun, absorbing the beauty of nature. After a considerable period, they opened their eyes and gradually returned to the dojo. Rambo, wielding a wooden sword, approached the target, which had seen countless replacements over the 3 years due to relentless wear and tear. Guena and Zoro also engaged in their practice, occasionally sparring, with Zoro invariably emerging with bruises. This brought back memories of Rambo's own initial 2 years, where daily sword practice was often accompanied by sparring sessions with Guena, resulting in similar injuries for him. As time progressed, Rambo gradually mastered his rhythm and reached parity with Guena in skill. Until a year ago, having mastered each of the 9 sword techniques to perfection, Limbo realized that Guena was no longer his match, and thus, they ceased their sparring. Chapter 18. The ancient phoenix tree. With Zoro's addition to their ranks, the trio trained with fervor. Occasionally, Guena and Zoro would engage in light-hearted banter, and Limbo, observing from the sidelines, found their dynamic quite amusing, reminiscent of a cherished pairing from his past. Limbo had once wished for the strikingly similar Das Bones to be with Guena, yet now, with himself present, He vowed to prevent any misfortunes from befalling her. He also thought of Zephyr, determined to alter the fates of these two individuals. Clenching his fist with resolve, he felt invigorated by this newfound purpose, propelling Zoro and Kuina into even more fervent training sessions. One day, as per their routine, the trio commenced their morning run. Unsurprisingly, Zoro vanished midway. And after spending time together, both Limbo and Kuina had grown accustomed to his habitual disorientation. They invariably encountered him ahead. Limbo continued running alongside Kuina. However, after a considerable wait, they still had not spotted Zoro. Limbo encouraged Kuina to persist in her training while he ventured onward in search of their companion. But despite his efforts, Zoro remained elusive. Anxiety began to creep into Limbo's mind as he pressed forward, calling out Zoro's name. Eventually, he arrived at a fork in the path, and without much thought, he chose one of the smaller trails to continue his journey. It wasn't long before he sensed something amiss. He gazed around at the towering trees, each with a diameter of 3 to 4 meters and standing at least 15 meters high, and he realized he had never before encountered this place. During his 3 years in Frost Moon Village, he may not have traversed the entire island, but he had explored a significant portion of it. The unfamiliar surroundings struck him with a sense of unease, and only then did he comprehend that he was lost. Most troubling was the fact that he could no longer retrace his steps. While shouting his companion's name, he had paid little attention to his surroundings. With no other option, Limbo decided to proceed with the notion that the earth is round, believing that by navigating through the woods, he would eventually find something recognizable. Steeling himself, he advanced. When suddenly, a rustling in the grass caught his attention. Startled, he turned to see a wild wolf emerge from the underbrush, lunging directly at him. In a moment of instinctive reflex, he rolled on the ground, narrowly avoiding the wolf's attack. Years of training had honed his mental fortitude. After a brief moment of panic, Limbo quickly regained his composure. He assessed the wolf, which stood over 2 meters tall, its jaws agape to reveal sharp teeth. Its robust limbs showcased powerful muscles, and its razor-sharp claws seemed capable of tearing through anything. Rambo understood that he must not act impulsively. The moment he stirred, the ravenous wolf would indiscriminately pounce upon him. Its intended prey. His stillness did not equate to the wolf's inactivity. It gradually approached its meal. Rambo watched the creature with a serene demeanor, perceiving not a fearsome demon capable of rending him apart, but rather akin to observing a playful puppy. Such was the transformation of his mindset. He cautiously shifted his body, leaning against a sturdy tree, adjusting his breath, and calmly assessing the wolf's impending assault. At that moment, the wolf coiled its hind legs, and Rambo swiftly sidestepped. The wolf, predictably, collided with the tree, leaving a significant dent in its bark, while leaves cascaded to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Rambo dashed deeper into the woods. Aware that he bore no weapon, he recognized that his bare hands were utterly inadequate against the wolf's prowess. After running for a while, the wild wolf regained its senses, astonished to find itself outsmarted by mere prey. Enraged, the wolf pursued Rambo with fervor. To Rambo's surprise, he spotted a sycamore tree ahead. This tree was notably shorter than its counterparts, standing at merely 3 meters tall and measuring approximately half a meter in diameter, making it seem quite diminutive in comparison. The tree was entirely devoid of leaves, yet curiously, the surrounding towering trees appeared to act as sentinels, vigilantly guarding this solitary specimen. Rambo gradually approached the sycamore tree when he suddenly heard a rustling behind him. Turning his head, he saw the wild wolf pursuing him. Quickening his pace, Rambo prepared to climb the sycamore. Once he ascended, he glanced back at the wolf, which stood at a distance, fixated on him but seemingly hesitant to advance, as if it were a forbidden zone. After a moment of scrutiny, the wolf turned and departed. Rambo let out a sigh of relief, settling on the tree and examining it closely. Chapter 19. Fruit and blade. He caressed the branches, the rough bark grazing his fingers. To his astonishment, he discovered a fissure approximately a meter long on the trunk, indicating that the tree was nearing its end. Rambo surmised that it would soon perish completely. As he inspected the branches, his eyes suddenly widened. Having focused solely on the wolf moments earlier, he had overlooked the fact that a fruit was hanging from the sycamore. Limbo scrutinized the fruit before him, firmly convinced that it was a devil fruit. In this world, devil fruits are readily distinguishable. Their defining characteristic lies in the striking patterns that encircle them, setting them apart from ordinary fruits. With a delicate tap of his right foot against a branch, he deftly seized the devil fruit, standing alone in midair. He examined the fruit in his hand with meticulous attention. Its curved shape resembled that of a banana, adorned with beautiful flame-like red patterns. Strangely, he felt a wave of warmth emanating from the fruit, intensifying his sense of its extraordinary nature. Devil fruits are generally categorized into three main types: paramecia, zoan, and logia. The logia type is hailed as the most formidable, as its users can transform into elements. In the first half of the Grand Line, barring extreme misfortune or encountering formidable foes, one can navigate with relative ease. Paramecia, on the other hand, is rife with uncertainties. At times, it can be astonishingly powerful, even delving into the realms of time and space. The abilities of Enel and Whitebeard exemplify this, though it seems Enel has yet to fully harness the potential of his powers. Zoan fruits, in contrast, offer a broad spectrum of transformations, enabling the consumer to adopt a hybrid beast form or ascend to complete beastification. The enhancements to physical prowess provided by Zoan fruits are substantial, with ancient varieties being particularly potent and rare. Moreover, the mythical Zoan type stands as the most coveted, surpassing even the rarity of logia fruits. Lumbo gazed intently at the fruit in his hand, pondering its nature. Suddenly, a resounding explosion startled him from his contemplation of the devil fruit. He looked up to find that the source of the disturbance was the towering sycamore tree, its trunk marred by numerous fissures that rapidly spread, accompanied by a cacophony of cracking sounds. As the cracks encompassed the entire tree, it erupted with a thunderous blast, the shockwave nearly toppling Limbo. He waved away the dust that clouded his vision. Despite his 3 years of rigorous training, even his steadfast composure was shaken by the cataclysm before him. The once majestic sycamore had vanished, replaced by a solitary sword embedded in the ground. Lumbo approached the blade, which harmonized with the aesthetics of this world. Reminiscent of the samurai swords from his previous life and country are. The hilt was black, adorned with 2 crimson gemstones at its apex, while the golden tsuba resembled a feather. The scabbard, entirely ebony, was encircled by fiery red patterns, with golden metal encasing both the top and bottom ends. Rambo caressed the blade, grasping the hilt as he slowly withdrew the sword from the pit. He held it horizontally across his chest, his right hand firmly gripping the handle as he gradually extracted the blade. Measuring approximately 1.5 meters in length, the blade emanated an intense, searing aura, its surface aglow in a fiery crimson. This hue was distinct from the demonic sword wielded by Shiryu of the Rain, while Shiryu's weapon was a sinister, blood-red blade. Cold and eerie in its essence, this sword radiated a sense of righteousness and warmth. Rambo gently caressed the blade, the subtle warmth eliciting a sense of joy within him. The allure of exquisite cars and beautiful women is a pursuit common to every man. While the romantic notion of riding forth with sword in hand resonates with the hearts of many, men possess a deep-seated affection for an array of weapons, from swords to spears, and the prospect of acquiring a cherished armament brings Rambo immense delight. As he scrutinized the beloved blade once more, he noticed 2 characters inscribed on the section where the blade meets the hilt: Fengwu, signifying that this sword is named Fengwu. Lumbo felt a twinge of confusion. Among the revered blades such as the Good Quick Knife, the Great Quick Knife, and even the Supreme Great Quick Knife, he had never encountered the name Fengwu. However, he swiftly dismissed his concerns. Grasping the long sword in his hand, he quietly proclaimed, "Since our paths have crossed in this place, it signifies a bond between us. Henceforth, we shall together conquer the world, and I shall ensure that our names resonate across this vast ocean, standing atop the pinnacle of existence." Suddenly, a flicker of flame sprang forth from the blade, quivering momentarily before extinguishing, as if in response to Limbo. Chapter 20. The Legend of the Divine Tree. Lumbo took a moment to steady his mind. Cradling the devil fruit in his left hand while grasping the phoenixwood blade in his right, and began to retrace his steps. The journey back was remarkably smooth. He encountered no wild wolves. Even had he crossed paths with one, Lumbo would have felt no fear, for he carried a weapon and would have relished the opportunity to avenge his previous pursuit. Perhaps fortune favored the wolf, as the path remained serene, and Limbo found himself untroubled by the lack of retaliation, knowing that he would soon return to this place. As he emerged from the forest, the sun hung high in the sky. Lumbo chose not to head to the seaside, but instead resolved to return directly to the dojo. Along the way, he spotted Kuna approaching, her anxious demeanor warming his heart. Lumbo surmised that she had come looking for him after noticing that he had been absent for an extended period while seeking Zaro. Upon noticing Lumbo, Kuna hurried over to inquire about the events that had transpired. Lumbo provided a brief account, during which Kuna's attention was drawn to the long sword and the devil fruit in his hands. She expressed astonishment at Lumbo's remarkable fortune and shared in his joy at acquiring a renowned blade. The two of them strolled slowly toward the dojo. Along the way, Lumbo inquired about Zoro, only to learn that he had been practicing swordsmanship late into the night. After losing track of Lumbo during their morning run, he had inadvertently fallen asleep by the roadside. Now, he had returned to the dojo, where Kana had given him a thorough scolding. It was only after reprimanding him that she had set out to find Lumbo. Hearing this, Lumbo felt a wave of frustration. Zoro truly was unreliable. Upon returning to the dojo, they found Zoro sitting listlessly on the steps, his expression one of discontent, clearly still troubled by Kana's earlier chastisement. Upon hearing their footsteps, he lifted his head and, upon seeing Lumbo, his face lit up with joy. "Lumbo, where have you been? Because of you, we both faced Kuina's wrath." However, as he caught sight of Kuina's fierce expression behind Lumbo, he promptly fell silent. Lumbo chuckled softly, shaking his head, and chose to ignore him. He walked directly into the living room, where he found Gung Sailang seated, savoring his tea. Bowing respectfully, he greeted, "Master." Gung Sailang responded with a gentle nod, his eyes narrowing as they fell upon the sword that Lumbo clutched. He remarked in a hushed tone, "It appears that fortune smiles upon you, having acquired such a blade. I presume you have also obtained that devil fruit?" Rambo was taken aback. He had always perceived Gung Sailang as an enigmatic individual when he watched anime, and it seemed his intuition was not mistaken. "Master, do you know the origin of this blade?" Gung Sailang nodded and replied, "This sword is steeped in legend, one that has never been truly witnessed. It is said that at the heart of this world stands a divine phoenix tree, towering into the clouds. Its branches lush and verdant, capable of enveloping an entire island. This tree is claimed to be inhabited by a celestial bird, resembling a magnificent rooster, whose fiery plumage glows brightly. Each day, this bird perches atop the divine tree and sings melodiously, its voice soothing and enchanting, uplifting the spirit and purifying the soul. This bird is known as the fire phoenix. However, one day, dark clouds loomed ominously overhead, accompanied by thunder and lightning, as bolts tore through the sky, seemingly intent on rending the heavens asunder. It was uncertain whether it was the divine tree or the fire phoenix that had provoked the wrath of the heavens, destined to face divine retribution. Some claimed it was the fire phoenix undergoing tribulation. Others believed the divine tree, having lived for too long, faced celestial punishment. Yet, I know that neither is true. At this juncture, he could not help but display a complex amalgamation of awe, longing, regret, and self-reproach in his gaze. Rambo had never encountered such intricate emotions before, realizing that Gung Sailang was a man with a story to tell, and he remained silent, listening intently. Before long, Gung Sailang regained his composure and continued, "In my youth, I roamed like a wanderer, driven by a passion for the way of the sword and a fascination with ancient legends. I stumbled upon some clues regarding this divine phoenix tree in an ancient text and followed them to this place, Frost Moon Village. I resided here for 2 years, traversing the entire island in search of useful leads, but finding none, I prepared to depart and continue my wanderings. However, my plans were disrupted when I met a kind-hearted girl here. Our daily interactions fostered a profound bond between us. A hint of nostalgia and tenderness graced his eyes as he continued. Eventually, we naturally came to be together, and soon we welcomed a child. She is Gu Yaina. On the night of her full moon, my observation haki suddenly sensed a peculiar disturbance not far away, compelling me to investigate. I ventured into a forest I had never encountered before. I was quite familiar with this island, especially since it was close to my residence, so I was rather astonished. As I entered the woods, I beheld a divine phoenix tree soaring into the sky. Logically, a tree of such height should have been visible to me at a glance. Yet I had never seen it during my time here, leading me to realize that this grove existed in a realm separate from the outside world, akin to a hidden sanctuary rarely glimpsed. I approached the divine phoenix tree and stood before it, only to find a fiery celestial bird perched upon one of its robust branches, eyes closed in repose, its flames causing no harm to the sacred tree. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and the divine bird abruptly opened its eyes, gazing up at the dense, ominous clouds. Chapter 21. The Heavenly Tribulation. The fire phoenix observed for a moment before lowering its head to address me. "Human, I sense a sharp aura emanating from you. It must be what you refer to as mastery of the sword path. I, along with this phoenix tree, have existed for over 300 years. Since 5 centuries ago, we have endured a heavenly tribulation every 100 years, and we have faced this ordeal 8 times. Now, the final and most perilous trial approaches, and I hope to receive your assistance." I nodded in agreement and inquired, Why do you attract these tribulations? The fire phoenix sighed and began to explain. This phoenix tree is rooted in a celestial meteorite. Under normal circumstances, no tree could possibly thrive in such a place. Yet, it has inexplicably flourished, growing taller with each passing year. When I first arrived here, I was merely a fledgling living in this realm, and over time, I began to transform, my strength steadily increasing. It was only later that I realized both the tree and I had been nourished by the meteorite's power. Then, one fateful day, 500 years later, the meteorite transformed into a blade, piercing the ancient tree's core, which summoned the heavenly tribulation instantaneously. It turned out that, unknowingly, we had given birth to a sword not of this world, thus incurring divine wrath, resulting in our need to face the thunderous tribulations every 100 years. Now, after more than a millennium, it is likely that both the tree and I shall be reduced to ashes, yet we cannot abandon this place. For our growth owes everything to this meteorite, and we shall strive to protect it with all our might. As the fire phoenix concluded, I grasped the essence of the situation, but before I could ponder further, a lightning bolt suddenly streaked across the sky. The fire phoenix spread its wings and soared upward, its call resonating through the air as it unleashed a burst of flames to intercept the lightning. The sky deepened further, and a serpentine bolt of lightning descended. The fire phoenix, undeterred, faced it head-on, unleashing a massive fireball that shattered the lightning serpent. The heavenly tribulation seemed to take offense, growing increasingly furious. A lightning spear, as thick as a barrel, aimed directly at the fire phoenix. The phoenix, not daring to be complacent, flapped its wings vigorously, summoning a fire-shaped phoenix twice its size to confront the spear. The beak of the fire-shaped phoenix clashed with the spear, but soon, the fire phoenix could no longer withstand the force and was struck, the spear piercing its chest, blood spilling into the air as it slowly descended. As it fell, the fire phoenix called out to me, urging, "Please, you must help me stop it. Do not let it strike the divine phoenix tree." Observing the spear hurtling towards the sacred tree, I unsheathed my cherished blade without hesitation and cut through the air. The spear, having faced the fiery phoenix, now descended with diminished force, ultimately succumbing to the sword aura I unleashed. I initially believed I could exhale a sigh of relief. However, the divine punishment was far from over. A lightning dragon emerged from the clouds, slowly coiling through the sky, as if it were a hunter patiently awaiting its prey. The phoenix, upon witnessing the dragon's arrival, revealed an expression of despair. Struggling to rise, it retained the dignity befitting a divine beast, lifting its head proudly to confront the dragon, ever ready for battle. I approached the phoenix, clutching the blade of Wado Ikamanji, preparing for our final stand. The dragon circled a few times, seemingly bored, before launching itself toward the sacred Wudong tree. The phoenix spread its wings, undeterred by the blood flowing from its chest, soaring into the air to engage the dragon. The phoenix, embodying the essence of flames, clashed with the dragon, enveloped in the might of thunder. They collided fiercely, momentarily entangled before separating once more. One of the phoenix's legs was broken, contorted in an irregular manner, while a fragment of the dragon's horn shattered. Yet, being a creature of lightning, it swiftly recovered. The dragon lunged at the phoenix once more, but the phoenix, undaunted, let out a triumphant cry, summoning the flames of its rebirth. The conflagration transformed into a radiant purple, the essence of its life force. The phoenix, having embraced its fate, unleashed its full power, directing its primordial flame toward the dragon. The dragon, undeterred, countered with a torrent of lightning, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated through the air, nearly toppling me. After a moment, I beheld the dragon, its body severed in half, while the phoenix's wings lay shattered, drenched in blood as it plummeted to the ground nearby. I rushed to assess its injuries, momentarily neglecting the dragon. The dragon, though halved, quickly regained its form, albeit diminished. Chapter 22. The beast fruit and illusory beast fueled by rage towards the phoenix. The dragon lunged at me, just as I sensed the lightning behind me. It was too late. Suddenly, I heard someone call my name, followed by a collision with the lightning dragon. A white figure was hurled back, and to my horror, it was the mother of Kuna. She had entrusted her child to a neighbor and bravely sought me out, having noticed my absence. It was my fault. Had I not been solely focused on the phoenix and the dragon, my observation skills should have alerted me to her presence. There she lay on the ground, a gaping wound in her abdomen, charred and blackened, blood spilling from her lips. The events unfolded in a flash, and I lifted my gaze to the dragon, my mind consumed by a singular thought: slay this beast. At that moment, I awakened to the path of the surest swordsmanship, where killing affirms the way, and through death, one finds liberation. Grasping Wado Ikamanji, the aura of Shura enveloped the blade, akin to a nemesis to lightning, wherever it struck. The lightning dragon found it difficult to recover swiftly. I recklessly engaged in battle with the serpentine dragon, wielding the Azura one-cut slash, which cleaved the creature from its head to its tail, severing it into two halves. Unexpectedly, one half surged towards the fire phoenix, while the other struck the Wutong tree. The fire phoenix was closer to me, and I swiftly intervened, dispersing the dragon's half. However, the other half violently collided with the Wutong, instantly creating a significant crack in the trunk of the sacred tree, causing it to wither rapidly. Ignoring the ancient tree before me, I rushed to embrace the mother of Gu Yaina, who lay gasping for breath. She looked at me and whispered, "Silang, I may not have long left. You must take good care of our child." With that, she closed her eyes. My heart felt as though it were being torn asunder, and tears blurred my vision completely. At that moment, the fire phoenix, lying nearby, weakly spoke, "Human, I thank you. My time is also drawing near. I shall transform into a devil fruit as a token of my gratitude. As a swordsman, you may also take the famed blade from the ancient tree." With great effort, it struggled to rise, slowly ascending to the branches of the ancient tree, its form gradually dissipating into a devil fruit that hung from the tree's boughs. The ancient tree itself was rapidly weakening, its once towering trunk diminishing in height. Cradling the mother of Gu Yaina, I glanced at the devil fruit and the sacred tree. Shaking my head, I decided against plucking the fruit. Let it remain alongside the blade for a fated soul to find. As I exited the forest, I soon realized that the entire grove had vanished without a trace. From that moment on, I settled in this place to care for Gu Yaina and establish the One Heart Sword Pavilion. After hearing this tale from Gung Silang, Lan Wenbo fell silent, astonished that Gung Silang had endured such experiences. He glanced at the devil fruit before him, certain it was the Zoan-type mythical beast, fire phoenix fruit, a treasure far more precious than those of the nature type. He placed both the blade and the fruit before Gung Silang and said, "Master, how shall we proceed with these two?" Gung Silang squinted and smiled. "I initially kept them here for a fated person to discover. Since you have obtained them, it is your fortune. You should accept them both. It is a time of rapid growth for your strength. Consume the devil fruit, as it will greatly aid your physical development. From this day forth, carry this blade with you at all times, even in sleep. This blade possesses a spirit. You must nurture it to achieve a harmonious connection. This is why many swordsmen, despite possessing supreme blades, are reluctant to part with their own. It is not merely about strength. Rather, what suits you best is paramount. This is also the reason I have not allowed you to wield a true blade, nor have I imparted my sword techniques to you. In our school, the emphasis lies in personal comprehension and the creation of one's own style, which will ultimately be the most suitable. Even if it begins as a mere outline, it can be refined over time. You are like a blank canvas. I hope you will paint your own masterpiece. Now that you have grasped the foundational 9 sword techniques, it is time for you to delve into your understanding of swordsmanship. Moreover, treat your blade with kindness. It will be your lifelong companion. Upon consuming the devil fruit, you will discover an extraordinary synergy between your newfound abilities and the blade. Lumbo, I recognize that you possess a profound individuality. Follow your heart, for the path ahead is yours to determine. Chapter 23, The Awakening of Observation Haki. Rambo listened intently to Gung Siro's words and nodded in acknowledgement. Seizing the devil fruit, he took a bite, only to find the flavor overwhelmingly intolerable, causing his complexion to turn pale and beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Gung Siro observed his young apprentice's reaction, his eyes narrowing further. This disciple was remarkably mature, exuding an air that belied his youth. Witnessing such an uncharacteristic display of vulnerability was a rare sight, and a smile involuntarily crept across his lips. Rambo fought back the urge to vomit, forcing himself to swallow the fruit he had in his mouth. Indeed, he realized that he did not possess the same robust constitution as Luffy. How could one manage to consume such an unpalatable item in successive bites? This thought led him to ponder that at this very moment, Luffy must be encountering Shanks and has likely consumed the gum-gum fruit. Rambo discarded the remaining fruit in his hand, fully aware that a single bite sufficed. There was no need to endure the torment of consuming it entirely. Instantly, he felt a surge of warmth rising from his abdomen, filling his being with vigor. Suddenly, it was as though flames erupted from his body, wisps of fire darting forth. Yet these flames inflicted no harm upon him. Startled, Rambo quickly regained his composure, exerting great effort to control the torrent of power surging from within. In no time, he extinguished the flames. Gung Siro stood up and remarked, "It must be the fire phoenix fruit. If wielded wisely, it will grant you immeasurable strength." With that, he exited the room. Rambo, clutching his sword, returned to his chamber, reflecting on the recent events and his lengthy conversation with Gung Siro. He felt the need to ponder deeply, to contemplate the path of his cultivation. He first grasped the sword in his hand. Recalling the ancient saying, "The phoenix never descends upon a barren land." This suggested that the sword was indeed formidable. The way of the sword represented his romance and passion. Possessing this sword made it all the more impossible for him to relinquish it. The mythical beast seed, the fire phoenix fruit, was undoubtedly among the pinnacle of fruits in this world. If he could awaken its potential, it would bestow upon him tremendous power. Yet, the foundation of his strength lay primarily in the cultivation of his physique. A robust body was essential for mastering both the sword and the powers of the devil fruit. Thus, he resolved to establish a solid foundation. With this thought in mind, he devised a plan. After his morning run, he would continue to train his mind while simultaneously developing the powers of the devil fruit. Following this, he would refine his swordsmanship, creating a style uniquely his own. In the afternoon, he would focus on physical conditioning. Now endowed with a Zoan-type fruit, his physical training would be significantly enhanced. In the evening, he would practice mental training alongside the development of the devil fruit. Having crafted his plan, Rambo stepped out for lunch and, after eating, commenced his physical regimen. Perhaps due to the influence of the fire phoenix fruit, Rambo's body thrived under the blazing midday sun, his conditioning proving especially effective. He dragged a heavy stone along the beach, running tirelessly, leaving a long trail in the sand. Gung Siro had advised against weight training for now, considering Rambo was merely 7 years old, to avoid any adverse effects on his development. After 100 back-and-forth runs with the stone, Rambo was drenched in sweat, his body instinctively approaching its limits. Just as he felt faint, a surge of power erupted from within, steadying his wavering form. He surmised it was a force generated from breaking through his limits, as each time he surpassed his threshold, his body instinctively replenished a modicum of strength. Embracing this newfound energy, he refused to rest. His body leapt into the air, executing a somersault and landing on his hands, legs raised skyward, performing push-ups, 40, 50, 60. By the time he reached 121, his arms trembled uncontrollably. He bent down, attempting repeatedly to rise again. Just as he felt he could no longer continue, his body broke through another limit, receiving a fresh infusion of strength, allowing him to push himself up once more. After completing his push-ups, he transitioned to frog jumps, and then chin-ups, continuously surpassing the limits of his physique throughout the afternoon, achieving 11 breakthroughs. Rambo is acutely aware that the initial phase of physical training allows for remarkable breakthroughs, yet as one progresses, the challenges become increasingly formidable. His grandfather, Garp, often utilized mountains as makeshift punching bags, leveling several in his relentless pursuit, yet he never managed to reach the limits of human potential in a single endeavor. Exhausted, Rambo returned to the dojo, dined, and then sat beneath the cherry blossom tree in the courtyard to engage in meditation. Beside him were Kuina and Zoro. During dinner, they noticed Rambo's weary demeanor and were perplexed. It was only later that they discovered he had been secretly training alone. Zoro immediately exclaimed that Rambo was being ungracious for not inviting him to join in the solitary endeavor. Thus, the three agreed to train together, fostering mutual progress. Reluctantly, Rambo nodded in acquiescence. Sitting beneath the cherry blossom tree, he gradually emptied his mind, attuning himself to the world around him. The night was alive with the sounds of chirping insects and croaking frogs, while a gentle breeze caressed his hair. Fully immersed in relaxation, Rambo savored the moment, slowly attaining a state of clarity, which eventually blossomed into a profound realization. Rambo felt as though his soul had been elevated, although his eyes were closed. He could perceive everything around him. Zoro and Kuina sat quietly beside him, practicing their meditation. Kuina's expression remained serene, while Zoro's brow was furrowed, indicating that he had yet to attain the tranquil state of selflessness. His consciousness gradually drifted away, and in that fleeting moment when cherry blossom petals detached from their blossoms, he could distinctly sense it. Slowly, his awareness enveloped the entire courtyard, where he beheld Gung Shiro seated calmly in his bedroom. The instant Rambo laid eyes on Gung Shiro, the latter suddenly opened his eyes, having sensed Rambo's haki. A hint of surprise crossed his features, quickly followed by a smile as his eyes narrowed and his lips curled upwards. He nodded gently in Rambo's direction. Chapter 24, The Rescue of Kuina. Rambo simultaneously opened his eyes, perceiving the world around him with remarkable clarity. Even the antennae of the cicadas perched upon the trees were distinctly visible. He recognized this as the awakening of his observation hockey, and concurrently, his mental training had ascended to its third tier, necessitating a completely silent environment to further his practice. The unexpected awakening of his observation hockey astonished him. Logically, at the tender age of 7, such an occurrence seemed premature. After a moment of contemplation, he rose and approached the door to Gung-shiro's bedroom, gently knocking upon it. "Come in, Rambo," Gung-shiro's voice resonated from within. Rambo entered the room and knelt before him. "You wish to understand why your observation hockey has awakened so early, do you not?" Gung-shiro inquired. Rambo nodded, remaining silent. "Indeed, there is no need for astonishment. The daily mental exercises you undertake are, in fact, a means of cultivating your observation hockey. However, your early awakening is still quite surprising, indicative of your formidable willpower. Unlike armament hockey, where the strength of one's will accelerates the awakening process, armament hockey requires significant physical prowess to cultivate. Consequently, you must now familiarize yourself with the applications of observation hockey, the refinement of your swordsmanship, the exploration of your abilities, and, most crucially, the enhancement of your physical condition." Rambo understood. His true soul age was akin to that of a man in his 20s. And coupled with these years of mental training, the awakening of his observation hockey seemed entirely justified. Rambo stepped out of his room, feeling a tinge of pressure. The demands of his training were overwhelming. Yet, he could not help but feel a sense of joy at the increasing strength of his own abilities. The following morning, the trio commenced their daily exercises. After a morning jog, they continued with mental training. Although Rambo had already attained the third level, requiring a vacuum state for further cultivation, he had grown accustomed to it over the years. Moreover, continuing his training would solidify his foundation and stimulate the growth of his observation hockey. After breakfast, he practiced swordsmanship on the beach, at times lost in thought and at others wielding his long blade with grace, meticulously devising new sword techniques. He became so engrossed that he forgot to eat until Kuina called him back to join her for a meal. In the afternoon, they resumed their physical training on the beach, engaging in push-ups, pull-ups, and other exercises, which he also imparted to Kuina and Zaro. Rambo had previously dabbled in fitness and understood that exercise would not transform girls into muscular figures. Due to physiological differences, girls do not produce testosterone like boys, which merely enhances their curves. This understanding was why he encouraged Kuina to train alongside him. Thus, day after day, the three persevered in their training, steadily enhancing their prowess. Having trained on the beach for an extended period, they decided to build a treehouse where they could rest when fatigued. During mealtimes, Gung-shiro would arrange for someone to deliver food to them daily. All three were diligently striving to elevate their skills, and their friendship was growing ever stronger. 2 years later, Rambo's strength had significantly increased. His observation hockey could now encompass the entirety of Frostmoon Village. He had also developed his devil fruit abilities, allowing him to manifest phoenix wings for brief flights and harness the phoenix fire for ranged attacks. His swordsmanship had advanced considerably. Not only had he created his own techniques, but he had also reached the realm of sword masters capable of slicing through iron. The progress in his physical capabilities was striking. He could now practice his punches on small hills. Though not as powerful as Garp, he could still leave a dent after a few strikes. He had also grown taller, nearly matching Gung-shiro's height. Simply put, Rambo, now just 9 years old, could contend evenly with pirates boasting bounties exceeding 100 million. Zaro and Kuina had also made remarkable strides, both having entered the realm of sword masters. Recently, however, Rambo felt a peculiar anxiety creeping into his heart, an inexplicable sense of unease. He knew that he had reached the third level of mental training, where such feelings were rare, yet this sensation felt too palpable to dismiss. He contemplated his safety, reassured that Luffy was still at dawn and posed no danger. As for his grandfather, Garp, unless he attracted the attention of the 4 emperors simultaneously, no one could threaten him. His father too stood at the pinnacle of this world and was beyond peril. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. Kuina. He had nearly forgotten. He vaguely recalled that Kuina had tragically fallen from a height at the age of 11, striking her head against a rock, leading to her untimely demise. Upon this realization, he could no longer afford to slacken his efforts. He immediately activated his observation hockey, glimpsing Kuina ascending the stairs of the dojo step by step. Witnessing this, Lumbo dashed out of the room, poised to ascend the staircase when, all of a sudden, a gasp escaped his lips as he beheld Kuina plummeting from the railing of the 2nd floor. Rambo observed that a sharp stone lay at the spot where Kuina was about to fall. Swiftly, he leaped forward, positioning himself beneath her and securely catching her in his arms. "Kuina," momentarily bewildered, felt her body tighten as she was enveloped in a warm embrace. Upon focusing her gaze, she realized it was Rambo, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Seeing Guena unharmed, Rambo felt an immense weight lift from his heart. His initial intention in following Gung Shilang was not merely to learn the art of swordsmanship, but, more importantly, to safeguard Guena's life. Fortunately, he had arrived just in time. Otherwise, he would have been haunted by guilt for a lifetime, and the worry that had long burdened him dissipated. He gently set Guena down, stroking her head as he admonished, "Why must you be so careless? You must pay closer attention next time. Do you understand?" At that moment, Rambo had grown slightly taller than Guena, who still clutched a whetstone, nodding in acknowledgement. Chapter 25. Farewell. Gung Shilang approached with Zoro, inquiring about the situation. Upon seeing the sharp stone, even Gung Shilang, with his cultivated demeanor, could not suppress a shiver of cold sweat. Rambo remained silent, drawing his blade, Fengwu, and unleashing a stream of sword energy that shattered the stone to smithereens. Gung Shilang and his companions were astonished by the display of sword energy, and Zoro exclaimed, "Rambo, have you been secretly training again? Can you now release your sword energy?" Rambo shook his head. After saving Guena, he had experienced a sudden clarity, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his shoulders, making his body feel remarkably lighter. In a moment of experimentation, he discovered he could indeed unleash sword energy. Once a swordsman reaches the realm of cutting iron, they may be deemed a sword master. However, within this realm, there are varying degrees of strength. Those capable of emitting sword energy could be considered formidable sword masters. Rambo continued to clear away the debris, while Zoro, noticing Rambo's silence, joined in the effort until Rambo finally ceased when he observed that no sizable stones remained in the courtyard. Spotting a rockery still intact, Zoro drew his longsword, ready to strike it down, but Guena quickly intervened, urging him not to damage it. Zoro glanced back at Rambo. Despite being a year his senior, Rambo's prowess surpassed that of the three, and his intelligence was evident. Zoro always consulted Rambo in matters of importance. Rambo advised, "Zoro, refrain from striking that rockery, otherwise, it will only create more small stones." Heeding this, Zoro sheathed his sword, preparing to leave for training. Rambo's ability to project sword energy stirred a sense of urgency in Zoro to intensify his own practice. Rambo called out to him, "Zoro, I meant that you shouldn't cut down the rockery, but it cannot remain either. Please help me carry it outside." Zoro nodded in agreement, hoisting the several hundred pounds of rockery as he made his way toward the exit. Guena wished to keep the rockery, but Rambo insisted, "No, you cannot venture into areas filled with stones in the future. I cannot always be by your side to protect you. So I must eliminate all potential hazards to your safety." In Guena's heart, a warmth blossomed as she softly spoke. "That artificial mountain is my father's favorite possession. He often sits in the living room, sipping tea while gazing at it." Although Guena's voice was barely above a whisper, Rambo was certain that Gung Shiro could hear her. And he looked up at Gung Shiro. Observing the steadfastness in Rambo's eyes, Gung Shiro smiled reassuringly. "How can an artificial mountain compare to Guena's safety? Rambo, pursue what you desire. I have previously assured you of my unconditional support." Upon hearing Gung Shiro's words, Rambo felt a surge of warmth within him. "Yes, master." Rambo engaged in further conversation with Guena before continuing their training alongside Zoro, sharing insights on his experiences with the release of sword energy. Following Guena's earlier incident, the atmosphere remained somewhat unsettled. After dinner, Rambo instructed Zoro and Guena to persist in their training before he made his way to Gung Shiro's room. Upon entering, he knelt before Gung Shiro, bowing deeply. Gung Shiro smiled and inquired, "Are you leaving? When?" Rambo was not surprised by Gung Shiro's awareness of his intentions, though he had always found his enigmatic master difficult to fathom. Nonetheless, this did not diminish Rambo's respect for him. Lan Wenbo spoke softly, "A month from now, I will inform you first, and then I shall return to call my grandfather to come and fetch me." Hearing this, Gung Shilang smiled with a sense of relief. He understood Lan Wenbo's intention to notify him, his master, prior to departing, indicating the deep bond he cherished with Gung Shilang. "Will you not inform Guena and the others?" Lan Wenbo replied, "I will speak to them before I leave, but to do so now would be premature. I suspect that during this month, I will be engulfed in the sentiments of parting, which would merely squander our time. Their strength is gradually increasing, and what they lack most at present is time." Gung Shilang nodded, aware that Lan Wenbo was a person of strong convictions. The three continued to train together daily, and thus a month passed. One day, in the courtyard of the dojo, Lan Wenbo stood aside, holding his sword and observing the duel between the two combatants. With a sharp crack, Guena struck Zoro's wooden sword from his grasp. "Zoro, this marks your 1/200th defeat," Lan Wenbo remarked with a hint of amusement. Zoro felt a pang of frustration. Among the three, he was currently the weakest. Over the years, he had persistently challenged Guena, only to face defeat each time. However, he had made incremental progress, and the gap between him and Guena had narrowed significantly. As for his disparity with Lan Wenbo, it was perhaps incalculable. On one occasion, Zoro and Guena had teamed up against Lan Wenbo, who effortlessly defeated both within 3 rounds. Thereafter, they were reluctant to engage Lan Wenbo in sparring. It was simply too disheartening. Both Guena and Zoro were prodigies in swordsmanship. One at 11 years old and the other at 10, they had already reached the threshold of becoming sword masters. Yet, they had yet to venture out to see and witness the world beyond. Otherwise, they would not have felt so disheartened. At this moment, their prowess could not be compared with the characters from their previous lives in the manga. Unbeknownst to them, the individual before them was beyond the realm of ordinary comprehension. Wenbo glanced at the two and said, "Zoro, you are a true man. Steady yourself and do not be deceived by the failures before you. Otherwise, you shall never attain your dreams. Your aspiration is to be recognized as the greatest swordsman in the world." Upon hearing his words, Zoro felt invigorated. "I will surely defeat Guena in the future, and I shall also surpass you, becoming the world's foremost swordsman." Guena could not help but roll her eyes. Wenbo chuckled and remarked, "Now that is what a man should be like. Guena is a girl, and you must protect her well, ensuring she suffers no harm. Moreover, both of you should remember to show respect to our master and spare him any worry. Devote yourselves to your training. Do you understand?" Although Zoro was puzzled by Wenbo's sudden words, he nodded in agreement. In the past, he had always followed Wenbo's instructions without hesitation, placing immense trust in his younger brother. Guena, being a girl, sensed something amiss and fixed her gaze on Wenbo. "Wenbo, are you leaving?" Wenbo gently nodded. "My grandfather will come to pick me up shortly. I promised him I would study swordsmanship here for a while, after which I will join the Navy headquarters for training and become a sailor." At that moment, Zoro realized what was happening. He tightly grasped Wenbo, his anxious eyes pleading as if he wished to prevent him from departing, tears brimming in his eyes. Over the years, he had grown very fond of this younger brother, who, despite being a year his junior, surpassed him in both strength and intelligence. Guena rushed forward and embraced Wenbo tightly, unwilling to let go. Tears cascaded down her cheeks. After spending several years together, she had grown accustomed to Wenbo's constant presence, and the thought of his imminent departure filled her with a sense of panic and sorrow. Wenbo looked at Guena in his arms, wiped away her tears, and softly reassured her, "I will return in the future. Besides, when you set sail, you can come find me. This isn't a matter of life and death. Don't worry, we will meet again." After a long period of comforting her, Guena gradually released Wenbo from her embrace. Chapter 26. Carp's examination. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the door. Zoro opened it to find an elderly man with short white hair, dressed in a white uniform. The old man pushed the door open and entered. Zoro did not attempt to stop him. Before he could inquire who he was, the old man exclaimed, "Wenbo, my little grandson, Grandpa has come to take you." Gung Shiro emerged from the living room and greeted Carp, who acknowledged him with a nod. Carp then noticed Wenbo and Guena stepping out, the latter still with tears glistening in her eyes. Wenbo approached Carp and said, "Grandpa," to which Carp nodded and replied, "Let us go." Wenbo bowed to Gung Shiro, saying, "Master, I am leaving now, but I will visit you when I have the chance." He then turned to Zoro, instructing, "Train diligently, and take good care of Guena and our master, understand?" Zoro nodded and then turned to Guena, saying, "Guena, I will return to see you. Keep an eye on Zoro. Sometimes his wits fail him, and he often makes mistakes, so be vigilant." Zoro felt a surge of embarrassment at this remark, while Guena, through her tears, managed to smile and nodded in agreement. Previously, Guena had regarded Wenbo as a younger brother, but gradually she had come to see him as a caring older brother. It was only upon his departure that she realized her affection for him had blossomed into something more profound. After Lan Wenbo finished speaking, he followed Carp out the door, with Guena and Zoro trailing behind, intending to escort them to the harbor where the warship awaited. The four of them walked at a leisurely pace, as if they wished to prolong the journey indefinitely. However, they eventually arrived at the port. Upon boarding the warship, Lan Wenbo waved goodbye to them, and the vessel gradually sailed away. At that moment, Guena shouted loudly, "Lan Wenbo, I like you. You must come back for me." Guena believed that once the warship had drifted far enough, Her words would go unheard, but Lanbo's observation haki was nothing to be trifled with. He was momentarily taken aback by Guéna's confession, yet he responded with equal fervor, "I will come back for you." Guéna was astonished to receive a reply from Lanbo, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. At that moment, Carp leaned in with a teasing grin and remarked, "My dear grandson, you're off to learn swordsmanship. And you've even brought back a granddaughter-in-law. You truly embody my youthful spirit." Lanbo shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, "Then why didn't you let Admiral Tsuru become my grandmother?" Carp was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by his grandson's witty comeback. He raised his fist as if to deliver a lesson in love, but Lanbo, sensing the impending danger from Carp's fist, swiftly evaded the blow. Carp, surprised that he had missed, though merely jesting, realized that his punches were not something a child could easily dodge. Intrigued by the prospect of testing Lanbo's strength, Carp threw another punch, which Lanbo skillfully avoided, followed by several more, each increasingly powerful. Recognizing Carp's intention to assess his abilities, Lanbo engaged him in a few exchanges. As Carp felt the force behind Lanbo's punches, he couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. His little grandson had not neglected his physical training. Carp began to exert more force, landing a blow that pushed Lanbo back a few steps before charging forward again. With his observation haki activated, Lanbo managed to evade Carp's strikes each time. Gradually, Carp realized that Lanbo had indeed activated his haki, allowing him to dodge the attacks. As the pressure mounted, Lanbo found himself struggling to keep up. Though he could sense Carp's punches, his body couldn't match the speed required to evade them indefinitely. Accepting that he could no longer dodge, he resolved to brace himself for the impact. With that thought, he grasped the long blade, Fengwu, at his waist, unsheathing it with a flourish, unleashing a wave of sword energy toward Carp's fist. Carp was taken aback, astonished that his little grandson, after years of training in Shuangyue village, had grown significantly stronger. In terms of physical prowess, Lanbo could barely match half of Carp's strength. Yet he had also unlocked his observation haki and could emit sword energy as a swordsman. Even when comparing themselves at this age, Carp realized how far they had diverged. Carp's fist shattered the sword energy and continued its advance towards Lanbo. With Fengwu firmly held before him, Lanbo remained composed, preparing to execute his technique. One sword style, gentle breeze. From the blade of his longsword, wisps of miniature sword energy slowly coalesced. With a flick of his wrist, the densely packed sword energy surged forth like a tempest towards Carp. He felt as if a gentle breeze had wafted towards him, prompting him to throw a punch in the direction of this zephyr. However, after the breeze passed, he discovered that his cloak was riddled with numerous small cuts, and the hull of the warship behind him bore fine, delicate scars from the blade. Carp understood that if this technique were perfected, it could undoubtedly serve as a formidable area attack. His spirits lifted as he realized just how powerful his grandson truly was. At that moment, Lanbo revealed his hidden strength. Suddenly, a pair of blazing, fiery wings sprouted from his back, lifting him into the air. With a powerful flap of his wings, a colossal fireball materialized and hurtled toward Carp. Once again, Carp was taken aback, unable to fathom that Lanbo possessed such a capability. Then, a troubling thought struck him. They were at sea, and he was still aboard the warship. If that fireball were to collide with the vessel, it would surely be catastrophic. Cursing under his breath, he executed a moonwalk, leaping towards the fireball, and with a mighty punch, he sent it crashing into the sea. The resulting explosion created a massive wave that nearly capsized the warship. As Lanbo stirred the flames with his fiery wings, Carp delivered a sharp rap to Lanbo's head, bellowing, "Do you not realize we are at sea? What if that fireball damages the warship?" Lanbo was somewhat speechless, pondering that it was Carp who sought to test his prowess. Chapter 27. Do you wish to travel? Carp disregarded Lanbo's grievances and playfully slapped him on the shoulder, exclaiming with hearty laughter, "Truly, you are the grandson of this old man, able to withstand 3 layers of my strength." Lanbo felt as though a small mountain was pressing down upon him. His bones creaking with a hint of pain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, further underscoring Carp's unreliability. He hastily implored, "Grandfather, if you do not remove your hand, prepare for the day when a white-haired man must mourn a black-haired one. Your grandson is on the verge of being crushed by you." Upon hearing this, Carp immediately withdrew his hand, scratching his head in bemusement. He then turned to his aide and instructed, "Bring me my senbei. Today, I am in high spirits, and I shall break the record for senbei consumption. Last time, I only managed to devour 680 pieces before Sengoku interrupted me. It was merely a bit of his senbei. How stingy." Lanbo rubbed his shoulders, glancing at his unreliable grandfather with a twinge of discomfort in his stomach. "Grandpa, how is Luffy? Have you visited him?" Upon hearing Luffy's name, Garp's fists began to itch with a familiar frustration. "Damn Shanks. I can't fathom how Luffy came to know him." Now, Luffy, under Shanks' influence, constantly declares his ambition to become the Pirate King. I gave him a good thrashing for it. And if I encounter Shanks in the New World, I swear I will beat him to a pulp. With that, he grabbed some senbei and began to eat. Lumbo quietly pondered that Luffy had indeed encountered Shanks. In light of this, he thought, let Luffy pursue his dreams, should the sky fall. I shall bear the burden for him. The mere thought of Luffy brought a wistful expression to his face, one that did not escape the keen gaze of Garp. Garp then suggested, "Lumbo, how about I take you to meet Luffy? After all, we are currently in the East Blue, and it is quite close to Windmill Village. Perhaps you could persuade Luffy to obediently embrace the life of a Navy officer." Lumbo shook his head, contemplating, "Never mind, it is still early. My strength is still far too feeble. I shall meet him once I possess the capability to support him in his endeavors. Given his penchant for trouble, I must ensure I have sufficient strength to safeguard him. By the way, grandfather, let Luffy choose the path he desires. The monkey family has enough representation in the Navy with both you and me." Garp listened intently, lost in thought. At this moment in Frost Moon Village, Kuina and Zoro watched as the warship carrying Limbo receded into the distance, feeling a pang of melancholy and reluctance. Just as they were about to turn back to the dojo, they noticed a vessel gradually approaching the harbor. A peculiar group disembarked from the ship, led by an individual cloaked in a cape, followed by a towering man adorned with a barriered hat and gloves, clutching a book, emanating an imposing aura. Beside him stood a figure with a disproportionately large head, cascading curls, eyeliner gracing his eyes, and lips painted in a vibrant shade of purple. The most bewildering aspect was his choice of long boots paired with a pair of tattered, pole-laden tights. Were Lumbo present, he would undoubtedly recognize this as his father, Dragon, the infamous pirate Bartholomew Kuma, and the cross-dressing king, Ivankov. Dragon gazed in the direction of Garp's departing warship, when Ivankov remarked, "Boss, why not go meet them?" Dragon shook his head in response, "It's better this way. Even if we meet, I wouldn't know what to say. Perhaps another time. We have pressing matters to attend to." With that, he led the two away. As they watched the trio depart, Zoro and Kuina gave it little thought and proceeded along the path back to the dojo. Upon their return, they were surprised to find three individuals conversing with Gung Shirlang in the living room. Gung Shirlang introduced them, saying, "This is my young disciple Kuina and her companion Zoro." "Kuina, Zoro, this is your uncle Dragon, Lumbo's father." Kuina and Zoro were taken aback, astonished to discover that the man before them was Lumbo's father, and they promptly greeted him. Dragon responded softly, "Hello to you both." After their introductions, the two departed with Kuma and Ivankov, leaving Gung Shirlang to converse with Dragon. The two discussed matters concerning the Revolutionary Army, after which Gung Shirlang instructed the dojo's students to prepare supplies. They then turned their attention to Lumbo. Indeed, when Lumbo arrived, Gung Shirlang had contacted Dragon via Din Mushi to confirm Lumbo's identity, which left him astonished. Initially, he had assumed Dragon sent Garp to bring Limbo for sword training, for they had been friends for many years, and Dragon was well aware of his swordsmanship prowess. Dragon, in turn, found it curious that Limbo would venture to Frost Moon Village to seek Gung Shirlang as a mentor, especially given Limbo's remarkable aptitude and rapid advancement in strength. The two individuals could not help but harbor high hopes for Limbo. Before long, hundreds of boxes filled with medicines and countless sacks of grain amassed in the open space outside the dojo. The bear, who had been engrossed in reading, rose to his feet, removed his gloves, revealing several fleshy pads on his palms. With a casual swipe, he sent all the supplies soaring into the air. Zoro, observing this peculiar sight, fixated on the bear's paw. The bear, donning his gloves once more, noticed Zoro and leisurely inquired, "If you were to embark on a journey, where would you wish to go?" Zoro promptly shook his head and hurried away. Nearby, Ivankov could not help but burst into laughter. Chapter 28, The Return to Marineford. After a month of sailing under the guidance of Garp, Lumbo finally arrived at the Marine headquarters, Marineford. Although it was his second visit to the headquarters, the sensations of the two occasions were markedly different. During his first visit, he was but an infant, albeit with the thoughts and memories of an adult. However, being cradled in Garp's arms limited his perspective. This time, he scrutinized his surroundings. Warships lined up neatly in the harbor, soldiers methodically transporting supplies, and patrol teams in the distance. The military bearing and appearance were every bit as impressive as those he had observed on television. Those who could enter the headquarters were essentially the elite of the Navy, with even the least experienced among them capable of securing a junior officer position at any branch. Years of battling pirates had etched a certain grimness onto each face. As Carp disembarked from the ship, the soldiers around them halted their tasks and saluted him. Carp's reputation was indeed formidable. Every graduate from the Naval Academy took pride in being part of Carp's command. While a fresh recruit might not recognize the fleet admiral, they would undoubtedly know Carp, who had become the face of the Navy and a symbol of its spirit of justice. Initially, Fleet Admiral Kong had intended to promote Carp and Sengoku as the Navy's twin stars, but later reconsidered. Carp's exuberant nature was ill-suited to the disciplined expectations of command. Sengoku's steadiness led to the decision to have him succeed Kong as Fleet Admiral while placing Carp in a more visible role. As it was impractical for a Fleet Admiral to spend all their time chasing pirates on the high seas, Lumbo followed Carp through the square and into the training base situated at the rear. He observed the young boys and girls diligently engaged in their training. Carp paid them no mind, striding directly toward Zephyr's office. Without a knock, he pushed the door open and plopped himself onto the sofa. Zephyr was engrossed in reviewing the reports from the various instructors concerning the trainees' progress. He glanced up at Carp but chose to ignore him. Having long since acclimated to Carp's unorthodox manner, Zephyr paused his work to scrutinize Lumbo and said, "Carp, who have you brought back this time? Are you planning to recruit him into the Navy?" Carp chuckled heartily. "Ha ha, I knew you wouldn't recognize him. This is my little grandson, Lumbo. I once vowed to make him the mightiest of the Navy." Zephyr took a moment to compose himself and examined Lumbo closely. Standing around 1.6 meters tall, with his long hair casually tied back and dressed in loose-fitting samurai attire, he held a sword in his arms. His fair complexion and charming face were adorned with bright, expressive eyes. Upon meeting those eyes, Zephyr's thoughts drifted back 9 years, recalling the indescribable complexity he had once seen within the gaze of an infant. Lumbo stepped forward and called out, "Admiral Zephyr, greetings." Zephyr nodded, appreciating Lumbo's composure in his presence, and turned to Carp, saying, "I believe he is already 9 years old. Why wasn't he brought here sooner? I could have tailored a training regimen for him to solidify his foundation." Carp raised his hand, exclaiming with a hint of resignation, "I wish to bring him earlier as well. I have great faith in your ability to instruct, but the little fellow has his own aspirations. He wishes to study swordsmanship for a few years before undertaking formal training." Upon noticing the sword cradled in Lumbo's arms, Zephyr ceased his remarks. "Very well. You may take your leave now. This young lad shall be entrusted to me henceforth," Zephyr declared, dismissing Carp. Carp shrugged, stepping out and ruffling Lumbo's hair as he passed, encouraging him to learn diligently under Zephyr, who was undoubtedly one of the finest teachers. Lumbo nodded, and Carp exited. The room was left with only Lumbo and Zephyr. As Lumbo patiently awaited Zephyr to finish reviewing the student reports, Zephyr rose and sat down opposite Lumbo. "Lumbo, I shall be your chief instructor from this point forward. First, enlighten me about your current capabilities. Shortly, I will arrange for a sparring partner to evaluate your skills and help me devise a training plan for you." Lumbo nodded, stating that he had reached the iron-cutting realm in swordsmanship, with the ability to project sword energy outward. Zephyr's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated such talent from a 9-year-old, leading him to ponder the influence of a formidable swordsmanship instructor on Lumbo's progress. Lumbo continued, "My observation haki has awakened, and its range should encompass all of Marineford, though I have yet to test it here. As for the devil fruit, my development has been somewhat challenging, and I can only utilize its basic abilities. I have not measured my physical strength, so I lack precise data." Zephyr was astounded to hear of Lumbo's awakened observation haki, but his expression shifted to concern upon learning of the devil fruit he had consumed. While it is said that there are no inherently weak devil fruits, only those who are weak, if this particular fruit does not augment one's inherent strength, it may prove to be rather useless. Conversely, if a devil fruit is excessively powerful, it may foster the delusion that one can become strong solely by harnessing its abilities. In this world, no supreme warrior has ever established their dominance solely through a devil fruit's power. Even the formidable Whitebeard achieved his legendary status through a combination of unparalleled physical prowess in the fruit's abilities. Chapter 29, The Test. Zephyr inquired, "What type of devil fruit do you possess?" Lumbo replied, "It is a Zoan-type mythical beast fruit, the fire phoenix." Zephyr paused in surprise, evidently unfamiliar with this particular fruit. Although he was aware that Marco, the captain of the 1st Division under Whitebeard, wielded the phoenix fruit, also a mythical Zoan type. He was acutely aware of the rarity of the mythical beast fruits, each one being a paragon among the devil fruits. He nodded and remarked, "Let us set aside the development of the devil fruits for now. It is imperative to gradually enhance the training of one's physique, while simultaneously mastering the application of strength. This latter aspect is particularly crucial. For instance, if you possess a strength of 100, yet can only exert a maximum of 85, it is of utmost importance to be able to fully harness your inherent power." Lumbo nodded. Ever since he consumed the devil fruit, he had felt his strength continuously burgeoning. Yet, with each punch he delivered, there lingered a sense of inadequacy. He was aware that he possessed untapped potential, yet he could never fully unleash it. A feeling that was profoundly frustrating. Now, he realized that this was due to his insufficient mastery over his own power. With this in mind, he inquired, "Master, how can I train to proficiently control and utilize my abilities?" Zifa smiled and replied, "Come, let us assess your strength." Rising from his seat, he strode towards the door. Upon entering a training room, Lumbo spotted an individual engaged in squats, lifting a barbell. Upon noticing Zifa's entrance, the man promptly set down the barbell and saluted, "Greetings, Chief Instructor." Zifa nodded in acknowledgement and addressed Lumbo. "This is Colonel Shiozua, the instructor of Class 1, responsible for guiding the students. Currently, there are 3 classes of first-year students, with Class 1 being the elite." He continued, "You will spar with Colonel Shiozua. Remember to give it your all and do not worry about hurting him." Although Shiozua felt a twinge of confusion regarding why the chief instructor had permitted him to spar with this young boy, he held deep respect for Zifa and would obey his directives without question. They took their positions in the center of the room, and Lumbo saluted, saying, "Hello, instructor. I am Lumbo. I look forward to your guidance." He refrained from providing his full name, having long decided that he would enter the Navy under his own merit, not merely as the grandson of the Navy hero, Garp. Zifa seemed to discern Lumbo's thoughts, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes, yet he remained silent. Shiozua, displaying courtesy, did not underestimate the child and nodded in response, "Greetings, I am Shiozua." With that, he assumed a stance, awaiting Lumbo's strike. Clearly, though he did not belittle Lumbo, he was mindful that he was merely sparring with a child. An aggressive approach would be unbecoming. Lumbo did not keep him waiting long. With a swift retraction of his right hand, he surged forward and unleashed a punch. Shiozua, caught off guard by Lumbo's speed, still held confidence in his own abilities. He extended his palm to intercept Lumbo's blow, only to be jolted by the impact, a tremor coursing through his arm, leaving it momentarily weakened. As he braced for the strike to land on his chest, he shouted, "Iron block." Lumbo's punch met Shiozua's palm as if striking steel. Realizing the futility of his attack, Lumbo quickly withdrew, narrowly evading a kick aimed at his midsection. Shiozua, observing Lumbo's retreat, halted and rubbed his right arm, genuinely surprised by the boy's formidable strength. Though he had been somewhat careless and had not exerted his full power, he recognized that such force was beyond what one would expect from a child. Having experienced that punch, Shiozua could no longer afford to be complacent. The prospect of faltering in front of the chief instructor was not one he could bear. Thus, he resolved to engage earnestly. Upon witnessing the iron block wielded by Shiozua, Lan Wenbo became acutely aware of the vast disparity in their strengths. A mere collision of fists would inflict no pain upon him. It was utterly ineffective. His hand slowly grasped the hilt of Feng Wu's blade, and in an instant, he drew it forth, the one-sword style, drawing slash. A crescent-shaped wave of sword energy surged towards Shiozua. In response, Shiozua lifted his right foot, the storm step. A blade-like wave of energy collided with Lan Wenbo's sword aura, resulting in a mutual cancellation. The one-sword style, 3,000 tornadoes. This technique was derived from his previous spar with Carp, where the gentle breezes only managed to graze Carp's cloak, and that was under Carp's momentary lapse of concentration. Lan Wenbo realized that although the range was considerable, the power was insufficient, prompting him to make improvements. A tornado, approximately 2 meters in diameter, rapidly spiraled towards Shiozua. As Shiozua sensed the sharpness of the sword aura within the tornado, he attempted to evade it. However, confined within the training room, no matter how he maneuvered, his arm was brushed by the periphery of the tornado, resulting in one of his sleeves being shredded to pieces. Numerous hair-thin wounds crisscrossed his arm. Fortunately, he had promptly utilized the iron block. Although it was merely a superficial injury, it startled him considerably. This was merely from the outer edge of the tornado. Had he ventured into the core, he would have been torn to shreds. In truth, Shiozua had overthought the situation. Had he been within the tornado, he would have been unharmed. The principle of Lan Wenbo's technique mirrors that of a real tornado. The destructive power is greatest at the periphery, while the center remains relatively safe. If one remains within the tornado, moving in the same direction and at the same speed, they would discover an absence of wind within, rendering it quite secure. Chapter 30. Evidence of crime. Regardless of how Shiozwa perceives the situation, Lan Wenbo, upon noticing his injured arm, raised his long blade and executed a swift strike. One sword style, Iajutsu. Shiozwa regarded him as an equal opponent this time, and with a sudden burst of speed, he appeared behind Lan Wenbo, delivering a powerful kick aimed at his back. However, Lan Wenbo's observation haki was attuned to his surroundings, allowing him to sense Shiozwa's presence instantly. He swiftly turned and positioned his blade defensively across his chest, successfully blocking the incoming kick. With his initial attack thwarted, Shiozwa promptly utilized his speed again, reappearing at Lan Wenbo's right side and launching a punch towards his right cheek. Yet, Lan Wenbo remained vigilant, evading the blow by tilting his head. After fending off several of Shiozwa's relentless assaults, Lan Wenbo realized that this strategy was unsustainable. While his observation haki enabled him to detect Shiozwa's location promptly, he understood that prolonged defense would inevitably lead to a lapse. If Shiozwa managed to land just one punch, Lan Wenbo would likely find himself incapacitated. With this realization, Lan Wenbo decided to cease holding back. A pair of fiery wings unfurled from his back as he ascended into the air. Shiozwa, taken aback by the unexpected revelation of Lan Wenbo's hidden strength after such an intense exchange, marveled at the prowess of this seemingly small individual. It was likely that even among the three major reserve generals at his age, none possessed such formidable abilities. The flames from his wings cast a crimson glow throughout the training chamber, and an intense wave of heat surged forth. Rambo raised the Fengwu in his hand, and a sudden clarity washed over him, as if he comprehended that he should channel all the flames into the blade of the Fengwu. With this thought, he immediately endeavored to do so, drawing upon the fiery power within his body, gradually infusing it into the Fengwu. He began to feel the blade growing increasingly warm, flames flickering along its edge. At that moment, he did not hesitate. He swung the blade, not aimed at Shiozwa, for Rambo sensed that this power was beyond his current grasp. Instead, he struck towards the ceiling, as if invoking a divine decree, proclaiming, "One sword style, Phoenix dance in the nine heavens." Subsequently, he plummeted from the air, losing consciousness. A fiery phoenix burst forth from the blade, yearning to soar into the heavens. A resounding cry of the phoenix echoed throughout Marineford. Both Shiozwa and Zephyr were taken aback by the phoenix's emergence. It pierced through the ceiling of the training room and ascended into the clouds, vanishing from sight. Suddenly, the entire Marineford trembled, and the structures of the new recruit training camp began to crumble, centered around the training room. Zephyr swiftly seized Rambo and, along with Shiozwa, made their escape. Despite their formidable abilities ensuring their safety even if buried alive, no one relishes presenting a disheveled appearance to others. Fortunately, this incident coincided with class hours, and the instructors sensed something amiss, promptly leading the students towards the headquarters square. Had this occurred while the recruits were asleep, the instructors would have been fine. But it was uncertain how many students would manage to escape. Rambo, now unconscious, would likely have raised a ruckus had he been awake. His memories recalled two previous incidents that had damaged Marineford. One was the chaos caused by the Golden Lion after Roger's surrender, which was skillfully contained by Garp and Sengoku, resulting in minimal damage. The second was the Marineford War, which nearly obliterated the entire area. As Zephyr surveyed the ruins of the new recruit training camp, a wave of frustration washed over him. Glancing at Rambo, he inwardly lamented, "Truly, he is the grandson of that rascal. Is the talent for causing trouble in the monkey family hereditary?" Steeling himself, he resolved to report to Admiral Kong along with Shiozwa and the unconscious Rambo. There was no avoiding the investigation that would follow such a calamity. It was better to confess early. Upon knocking, Zephyr found a gathering of notable figures: Kong, Sengoku, Tsuru, Akainu, Kizaru, and, on the couch, Garp was sleeping soundly, a large bubble emerging from his nose. The senior officers were all present, awaiting Zephyr's arrival. As the door closed behind him, Garp's bubble burst, rousing him. Rubbing his eyes and noticing the assembly, he was still trying to comprehend the situation when he spotted Zephyr holding his little grandson. Astonished, he exclaimed, "Zephyr, what happened to Rambo? I entrusted him to you for less than 2 hours, and you've already knocked him out. Was that a bit too harsh?" Garp understood Zephyr well. He would not treat Rambo any differently simply because he was the grandson of a close friend. Since he entrusted his grandson to Zephyr, he firmly believed that Zephyr would undoubtedly train him well. Upon witnessing the unrefined demeanor of Garp, Zephyr felt a pang of dismay. It seemed the monkey family was indeed comprised of unsavory characters. He then retrieved his video camera, initially intending to record the sparring session between Wenbo and Zayuza, aiming to identify Wenbo's shortcomings in combat for further guidance. To his surprise, the situation unfolded differently, and the footage became invaluable evidence. Chapter 31. Wenbo's potential. After everyone finished watching the recording, silence enveloped the room. Even Karp refrained from speaking. Kazan broke the stillness, exclaiming, "No wonder he is Karp's grandson. He truly is formidable. My, what a terrifying little fellow." The yellow monkey chimed in with a rather lewd tone. Akainu remained silent, absorbed in thought. Crane glanced at Karp and inquired, "Karp, are you aware of such impressive techniques exhibited by Wenbo?" Karp scratched his head and replied, "I must confess I am not. But he did mention his devil fruit ability, which is a mythical Zoan type, Phoenix. I had never heard of such a fruit before, so I didn't pay much attention. However, during my assessment, he was able to conjure a fireball of considerable power. I could not disperse it with a single punch. It sent me crashing into the sea, creating a massive wave, though that fireball was significantly weaker than what we witnessed now." Crane nodded thoughtfully and addressed Admiral Kong, saying, "Admiral, we have truly struck gold this time. This young lad is destined to become a pillar of the Navy. At merely 9 years old, he possesses such strength. In another 8 to 10 years, he will undoubtedly be another legend for the Navy." Kong nodded in agreement, glancing at Sengoku before stating, "Indeed. Even if this young one were to wreak havoc upon Marineford, having him in the Navy would still be worthwhile. Let us consider this matter settled. Zephyr, I will oversee the establishment of a new training camp for Navy recruits. You will be in charge. It coincides perfectly with your concerns about outdated equipment. Seize this opportunity to make the necessary upgrades. Paulusolino, please contact Pangea to procure some new equipment." The yellow monkey nodded in affirmation. "However, should we not provoke this lad a little? After all, he possesses such remarkable strength at such a young age. To prevent any arrogance from taking root, I believe a small reprimand is in order. I certainly do not wish for this promising talent to be led astray, do I?" Kong suddenly remarked, casting a lingering gaze at Karp. Once, he had been such a diligent and obedient child upon joining the Navy, embodying justice with unwavering commitment. Yet, as time passed, he became increasingly unruly. Kong felt conflicted, as Karp had persistently declined the position of admiral, seemingly seeking a life of leisure. Karp, under Kong's scrutinizing gaze, sheepishly scratched his head, knowing that it was only fitting for his mentor to jest at his expense. Zephyr then stood, addressing Kong, "Admiral, this is indeed my oversight. In my eagerness to witness Wenbo's utmost potential, I failed to intervene in a timely manner. Should there be any consequences, I am willing to bear the responsibility. Moreover, from my observations, this young lad possesses a commendable disposition and is unlikely to falter. In matters of safeguarding his prot-gs, Zephyr is unyielding. When his own child is bested in a fair contest by another, Zephyr remains utterly silent, only to impose even stricter demands and retaliate with vigor. However, if another household resorts to bullying his child, there is no room for negotiation. He regards life and death with equanimity, and if challenged, he responds with force. Otherwise, the original narrative would not depict the dire consequences of his fierce protection of his subordinates, leading to significant loss of life and a profound transformation in his character." Admiral Kong waved his hand, concluding, "So be it. There is another matter I wish to announce. One you likely already anticipate. I intend to relinquish my position as Fleet Admiral in the near future, with Sengoku succeeding me. I hope you will extend your full cooperation to him." The assembly, already cognizant of the news, expressed unanimous agreement. Once the group dispersed, Kong turned to Sengoku and remarked, "I feel a sense of remorse. It never crossed my mind that during my tenure, I would leave you with the chaotic legacy of the great pirate era. The burden upon you is considerable. Nevertheless, the current generation of the Navy remains formidable, without even mentioning Garp and Saru. The 3 candidates for admiral from the middle generation are also exceptionally strong. As for the new generation, it will be your responsibility to cultivate them. While Zephyr excels in training his students, the ultimate efficacy of their service to the Navy rests upon your leadership. Monkey D. Wenbo is a child of remarkable potential, and I trust you will keep a vigilant eye on him, as he may be instrumental in maintaining order upon the seas in the future." Sengoku was taken aback by Kong's high regard for Wenbo, secretly delighted for his old friend, as it indicated a promising successor. Had the incident involving Dragon never occurred, the Navy's strength would have been significantly enhanced. With this thought in mind, he hurried to find Garp, determined to ensure the safety of Wenbo and prevent a repeat of the past. Chapter 32, the plan formulated by Zephyr when Rambo awoke. He found himself lying on a grand bed, surrounded by an environment that was both strange and familiar. At that moment, Carp's face suddenly loomed before him, and Rambo was jolted into remembrance. He realized he must be in Carp's villa at the Navy headquarters. Struggling to sit up, Rambo felt as though his entire body was in disarray, each muscle aching with an unbearable heaviness, devoid of any strength. He patted his head, recalling that his last move had surely drained his stamina. He silently resolved that such a maneuver should never be attempted again until he had fortified his physique. Suddenly, Lumbo felt a wave of hunger wash over him. "Grandpa, is there anything to eat? I'm so hungry." Carp promptly arranged for someone to fetch food from the Navy cafeteria. With Carp's assistance, Lumbo struggled to make his way to the dining area, where he quietly awaited his meal while seated on a bench. Before long, an abundant spread of meat, vegetables, and fruits adorned the table before him. Lumbo asked Carp for several jugs of wine and began to feast heartily. As food filled his belly, warmth enveloped him, and gradually his strength began to return. In no time, he devoured the entire table of dishes, letting out a satisfied burp and clenching his fists, feeling invigorated once more. At that moment, he exchanged a greeting with Carp before heading to the new recruit training camp to find Zifa, eager to review the training plan Zifa had devised for him. Upon arrival, he was taken aback to find the place in ruins. The narrative felt amiss. Did the Golden Lion attack again? The battle at Marine Ford was still far off. How could a mere nap have led to the destruction of the training camp? Watching the workers clearing the debris around him, Lumbo couldn't help but reminisce about the demolition squads from his past life. After inquiring about Zifa's residence, Lumbo visited him. Zifa welcomed him inside, and, without pretense, Lumbo inquired about the situation at the training camp. Zifa, his forehead creased with concern, explained the circumstances and cautioned Lumbo against utilizing that particular tactic until he had absolute confidence in its execution. At that moment, Lumbo realized the true culprit behind the chaos was none other than himself, and cold sweat trickled down his brow. "I've been contemplating how to arrange your training during this period," Zifa continued. "We'll take care of your enrollment procedures. You will first join Zora's class to learn the Navy's 6 styles. Once you've mastered that, I will instruct you in hockey. As for swordsmanship, you should seek a more accomplished sword instructor. Additionally, until your physical condition meets the required standards, refrain from hastily developing your fruit abilities. That fruit is quite powerful, but it demands an equally robust physique to wield effectively." Lumbo nodded in acknowledgement. "The training camp is currently under reconstruction. For now, you will train with me. I will teach you how to control your strength in the coming days." Upon hearing this, Lumbo asked, "Teacher, how should I go about mastering my strength?" Zifa smiled at him and replied, "Absolute control over strength should not pose a challenge for you. The most crucial element you have already attained is the power of the mind. First and foremost, achieve a tranquil state of mind. Then meticulously perceive every aspect of your exertion." With that, Zifa led Lumbo to the courtyard. Approaching a large stone, Zifa delivered a powerful punch. Yet the stone remained utterly unchanged. Lumbo's expression underwent a complete transformation, as his observation hockey discerned that the stone had already been reduced to dust. Zephyr gently exhaled upon the stone, and indeed, a large rock promptly disintegrated into fine particles that scattered in the air. Lumbo was left astounded by Zephyr's display of power. What an astonishing level of control! While he could shatter a stone with a single blow, he could never hope to dismantle it from within into mere powder. Rambo gazed blankly at Zephyr, who spoke to him. "This is essentially a method of harnessing power. I am often compared to the legendary Black Arm and the renowned warlord Carp, and there is a reason for that. This is my ultimate technique, one that demands an extraordinary mastery of strength. As your palm nears the stone, concentrate your power into a single point and strike directly at the center of the stone. This force will erupt from the stone's core. There are 2 crucial points to consider. First, how to concentrate your strength to strike the stone's center. This requires careful contemplation. Second, the control of your power. If your force is too vigorous, the stone will shatter into countless pieces. If it is too feeble, it will have no effect whatsoever." Rambo nodded, finding it reminiscent of the concept of hidden strength often depicted in martial arts films from his past life. Chapter 33, Classmates. Thus, Lumbo trained under Zephyr's guidance, initially struggling with the practice of dark energy using mere stones. Recognizing the challenge, Zephyr sought out a tree and fashioned it into wooden stumps for Lumbo to practice on. Lumbo understood that he could not achieve mastery overnight. After more than a month of diligent training, he finally managed to reduce the stumps to dust. This progress astonished Zephyr. For the mastery of such dark energy had taken him many years to perfect, yet Limbo had grasped the rudiments in just over a month. Observing Limbo, Zephyr pondered that the peculiarities of the monkey family indeed defied conventional expectations. He then clapped his hands and announced, "The new training camp is ready. And I have taken care of your enrollment procedures. You will report to class starting tomorrow, where you will systematically study physical conditioning. You have entered the realm of dark energy, but remember, continuous practice is essential. Complacency is not an option. Strength, after all, is inert, without the ability to wield it. It may lead to one's own downfall. Do you understand?" Rambo nodded slightly, greeted Zephyr, and then returned to Captain's villa. The following morning, he rose early to practice his meditation. After a brief session, he had breakfast and made his way to the training camp. The training camp had undergone a significant transformation. The training square was considerably larger than before, and an array of brand new exercise equipment had been added. Upon entering Class 1, Rambo discovered that only a few individuals were present, so he casually chose a seat and sat quietly in anticipation. Before long, the other students arrived one after another, all casting curious glances at Rambo, pondering whether he had mistakenly entered the wrong class. When Shozwa entered and noticed the collective gaze directed at Rambo, he chuckled and announced, "Today, we have a new student joining our class. Let us welcome him to the front for a brief self-introduction." Rambo stepped forward and addressed his classmates. "Greetings, everyone. My name is Rambo, and I look forward to your guidance in the future." Shozwa applauded and remarked, "Very well. From now on, we are all classmates. Now, everyone please rise as we commence our morning run." Soon, all members of Class 1 gathered in the square, lining up to begin their run around the perimeter. As expected from an elite class, the overall caliber of the students was commendable. After completing 10 laps, not a single student fell behind. However, by the 20th lap, some of the girls began to lag approximately 100 meters behind. As they approached the 25th lap, the number of those trailing gradually increased. At this point, only 5 or 6 individuals, including Rambo, remained at the front. Rambo gradually slowed his pace, leading Shozwa to feel a twinge of curiosity. He had presumed that Rambo was nearing his limits. Having faced him in battle before and possessing a keen understanding of his capabilities, he ought not to be faltering so. At that moment, Rambo called out to the classmates behind him, urging them to adjust their breathing. "Inhale every 2 steps, exhale every 3, he instructed. Before long, some began to follow his guidance, synchronizing their breaths and gradually falling into step. Shozwa nodded in approval, recognizing that individual strength is inherently limited, whereas the power of a team is formidable. Even those leading the pack adapted their breathing patterns, and their strides grew more vigorous as they completed 30 laps. Exhausted, everyone collapsed onto the ground, while Rambo sat cross-legged in serene silence. Soon, a few approached him, greeting him warmly. A girl introduced herself, saying, "Hello, my name is Ian. This is Benz, and she is Dasky," systematically introducing those beside her. Rambo glanced at them and returned their greetings, particularly lingering on Dasky, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Kuina. However, while Kuina sported short hair, Dasky wore hers long and adorned with thick glasses, the lenses remarkably thick, reminiscent of beer bottle bottoms. Before long, the group became quite familiar with one another. Benz and Ian had both consumed devil fruits, as recalled from Rambo's past life. Ian possessed the retrogression fruit, while Benz wielded the abundance fruit. Among them, Dasky stood apart as a swordsman, not a fruit user, carrying a fine blade, the Shiyu. Each time Rambo observed the somewhat airhead Dasky, he was reminded of Kuna. Rambo inquired about the strengths of the upcoming batch of students, and Ain remarked that their abilities were rather comparable, asserting that currently, the most formidable among the first-year newcomers was herself. She gestured toward a nearby individual, adorned with a cowboy hat and bearing a distinctive zest upon his visage. Upon observing this peculiar appearance, Rambo recalled that this must be Drake, the wielder of the ancient Zoan fruit, the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Chapter 34, The 6 Styles. Rambo cast a glance at Drake, who was with his eyes closed, his sturdy physique exuding a sense of latent power. As if sensing someone's gaze upon him, he opened his eyes and briefly locked eyes with Rambo. Rambo smiled at him, and Drake nodded in acknowledgement, thus greeting each other. Once they had recuperated, they each sought out equipment to engage in their personal training. At that moment, Instructor Suizu approached and announced, "Today, I will teach you the 6 styles of the Navy. Most of you are likely familiar with the basics, and I shall now demonstrate a few techniques. Without further ado, he began his display. Suiza swiftly moved from the front of the trainees to the rear, pointing his finger like a gun towards a target, and instantly, a hole appeared in its center. He executed the moonwalk, stepping into the void as if ascending a staircase, gracefully traversing the air. With a flick of his right foot, he unleashed a blade of air. Upon completing these maneuvers, Suiza descended from the air, stating that 4 of the 6 styles had been demonstrated, and that the remaining 2 required a partner. "Drake, you shall assist me," he called. Drake responded affirmatively, stepping forward to stand before Suiza. He delivered a punch aimed at Suiza's chest, but it felt as if he had struck a steel plate. Undeterred, he followed with another punch, prompting Suiza to exclaim as his body seemed to flutter like a piece of paper, swaying in the wake of Drake's punch yet remaining unharmed. After demonstrating the 6 styles of the Navy, Suiza shared insights into some of the techniques before allowing the trainees to practice independently. Wenbo had long contemplated the 6 forms of the Navy and addressed Dashki, saying, "Dashki, you and I are both swordsmen. When it comes to the 6 forms, I recommend that you don't feel compelled to master them all. Selective learning will suffice. As a swordsman myself, I have chosen to focus on shave, iron body, and paper drawing. I suggest you learn shave, moonwalk, paper drawing, and iron body." Ein appeared somewhat perplexed, wondering why Wenbo did not choose to learn moonwalk. Sensing Ein's confusion, Wenbo chuckled and replied, "In due time, you will understand. Within the 6 forms, both the finger pistol and the gale kick serve as offensive techniques, but for a swordsman, the most dependable means of attack lies in the blade they wield. Of course, this is merely my personal recommendation. Ultimately, the choice rests with you." Wenbo offered them advice, not only as a classmate, but also because Ein and the others were disciples of teacher Zephyr. It was to protect them that Zephyr had sacrificed an arm, and naturally, he hoped for their strength to grow. Furthermore, Wenbo felt a particular inclination to care for Dashki, who, with her somewhat Na'vi demeanor and striking resemblance to Kuina, captured his attention. Having spoken, Wenbo quietly retreated to a corner, immersing himself in the nuances of the technique known as Sara. Indeed, he wished to commence his learning with this skill. The principles of applying force in Sara had been clearly articulated by Ryoso. It involved rapidly stepping on the ground dozens of times within a single second to initially grasp the technique, with the subsequent focus being diligent practice. Wenbo calmed his mind, feeling the wind at his feet as he fervently struck the ground. Despite his persistent efforts, he found no success after numerous attempts. After several failures, his feet began to ache, prompting him to take a brief respite. Yet, Wenbo remained undeterred. He reflected on each failure, sometimes attributing it to insufficient attempts, other times to a lack of strength. After a brief pause, he endeavored once more, and soon an indescribable sensation began to emerge. Closing his eyes, he sought to fully grasp the feeling he had just experienced. Suddenly, he felt a jolt beneath him. And when Wenbo opened his eyes again, he found himself suspended in midair, descending rapidly. Bewildered, he wondered how he had achieved such a state, without the luxury of contemplation. He hastily adjusted his posture for landing, aware of the many spectators around him. A clumsy fall would surely leave a lasting embarrassment. Shiozwa stood momentarily stunned. This boy was remarkably talented. It had taken him over a month to master such skills, yet Wenbo had seemingly accomplished it in mere attempts. The surrounding classmates were equally astonished. While they remained perplexed, Wenbo had already succeeded, even executing the moonwalk. A wave of envy began to rise among them, sending a chill down Wenbo's spine. In roughly a week, Wenbo had become proficient in the technique of shave, no longer flailing about as he had at the beginning. After an additional month, he had mastered the use of iron blocks and paper drawing. The iron blocks were primarily focused on localized control of strength, whereas paper drawing allowed for absolute control over his entire body's power. Wenbo's rapid progress was largely due to Zephyr's guidance after classes, where he trained daily in strength mastery. Now, Wenbo could pulverize any wooden post from the inside out. Although he had yet to reach Zephyr's level, his progress was remarkable, aided by his early awakening of observation haki. This ability was akin to the divine perception in cultivation tales, enabling him to see the internal structure of wooden posts and analyze his own strength control. Though Wenbo had not deliberately trained his observation haki, its consistent use had led to noticeable growth, a delightful surprise. Wenbo became familiar with the 3 techniques: shave, iron blocks, and paper drawing, while Zephyr emphasized iron blocks as a fundamental training focus. Mastering iron blocks would pave the way for perfecting armament haki. As for the other 3 techniques, Zephyr did not inquire about Wenbo's lack of practice. He had initially intended to forego them himself. However, witnessing Rambo's proactive decision to abandon them, he couldn't help but commend Rambo's choice. Rambo continued his examination of the iron block at school, while Ein and the others joined him for a brief conversation. Rambo had grown quite familiar with Ein and his companions. Even the somewhat aloof Drake had integrated into their group. They habitually shared insights on their experiences with the Navy S6 styles, although the majority of the discourse was dominated by Rambo's explanations, with the others listening intently. Among them, only Drake had mastered the technique of shaving, while the rest struggled with its execution. In contrast, Ryoso felt a pang of embarrassment, recalling that he had taken nearly 2 months to learn it, while these students had managed to grasp it in just a month. At that moment, the large gate of the training ground swung open, and Admiral Kazuru approached, accompanied by several individuals clad in black suits and ties. Upon seeing their attire, Rambo surmised that they belonged to the CP organization. It appeared that Zephyr had also received some form of instruction as he emerged from his office to await the gathering. The group halted before Zephyr, who glanced at the leader among them and remarked, "Spandam, what brings you, the highest officer of CP9, to our humble grounds?" Spandam, with his long, curly hair, smiled and replied, "Zephyr, you remain unchanged. Today, I have brought along some CP9 trainees to exchange knowledge here at Navy headquarters. A visit sanctioned by the Gorosei. We are eager to gauge the caliber of these elite naval students so that we might learn from them." Though his words were delivered with modesty, a hint of provocation lingered in his tone as he invoked the authority of the Gorosei to assert dominance. Upon hearing Spandam's remarks, Zephyr frowned but chose to remain silent, ultimately stating, "Very well, I shall leave this area to the trainees. You may accompany me to my office." With that, he led Spandam and his personal guards toward his office. Upon hearing this, Lumbo realized that these individuals intended to come to the Navy with an air of arrogance. Given their confidence in arriving here, it was evident that their skills must be formidable. He cast a glance at Spandam, who appeared to be the father of the hapless Spandam from the original narrative. Indeed, it seemed that the apple did not fall far from the tree. Each step Spandam took was executed with identical frequency and amplitude, clearly marking him as a master, far superior to the inept Spandam. Lumbo then surveyed the remaining members of CP9, each clad in suits, hands shoved nonchalantly into their pockets, exuding an air of hubris. It was not until he laid eyes on the last individual that realization dawned upon him. It was none other than Rob Lucci. Unmistakably marked by a white dove perched upon his shoulder, a man heralded as the strongest in CP9's history. It seemed inevitable that this encounter would not unfold quietly. Lumbo mused quietly. At that moment, a figure emerged from within, introducing himself as Iriel, a CP9 trainee, and requesting guidance from the Navy recruits. Iriel stepped into the center of the arena, gesturing for anyone willing to step forward. Binz willingly approached, announcing himself as a Navy recruit and inviting instruction. He assumed a defensive stance, clearly opting not to strike first, embodying the grace befitting a host. However, the members of CP9 had been steeped in bloodshed since childhood, navigating through years of carnage with a singular focus on eliminating threats to their safety. Iriel unleashed a fierce battle cry and charged towards Binz, delivering a punch aimed at his forehead. Binz swiftly turned away to evade the blow and raised his arm to shield himself from Iriel's subsequent elbow strike, which, despite being partially blocked, still sent him staggering several steps back. Before Binz could regain his footing, Iriel pressed the attack. Sensing danger, Binz conjured a vine-like appendage in an attempt to ensnare Iriel's hand. To Binz's surprise, Iriel hesitated momentarily at the sight of the vine, but quickly recovered, executing a swift maneuver that placed him directly behind Binz, delivering a kick to his back. Although Binz's evasion was imperfect, he managed to avoid a direct hit. A cold sweat broke out on Binz as he focused intently on Iriel, who smiled mockingly, declaring that he had gauged Binz's strength and that the game was about to conclude. Iriel swiftly maneuvered to Binz's right and landed a punch on his face, sending Binz flying. Before he could even touch the ground, Iriel was upon him again, delivering a kick that sent him soaring, only to reappear above him, striking him in the chest like a mere plaything. As Iriel continued to pummel him, he taunted, "Is this the caliber of Navy recruits? Merely weaklings. Engaging in such a tedious game with you is a waste of my time." His derisive words incited a storm of anger among the recruits below. Meanwhile, a group observing from an office above watched the unfolding spectacle through the glass, their faces adorned with smiles, while Zephy's expression darkened significantly. Spandam remarked, "The child cannot speak." Do not take offense, Zephyr. This statement only served to infuriate Zephyr further. Even Rambo's expression darkened, He had initially contemplated allowing Rob Lucci to discipline the other trainees, hoping they would recognize that there are always greater challenges beyond the mountains and thus train with greater fervor. However, he never anticipated such a turn of events. Just as he was about to exit, a figure dashed past him. Drake suddenly appeared beside Benz, seizing Ariel's foot just as it was aimed at Benz, and with a forceful throw, sent him flying. Before Ariel could even touch the ground, Drake materialized behind him and unleashed a flurry of blows, much like he had done to Benz earlier, and escorted the bloodied Benz away while Suzwa took him to the hospital for treatment. After thoroughly thrashing Ariel, Drake kicked him toward the CP9 members. The CP9 members paid him no heed. One of them stepped forward, smiling as he said, "How enlightening. It seems the Navy headquarters resorts to sending two when they cannot manage one." Drake felt his face flush with embarrassment. Indeed, he had intervened in Ariel and Benz's battle, but he had no desire to witness Benz's plight. Through their time together, everyone had come to understand that Drake was fundamentally a good-hearted individual, possessing a cold exterior yet a warm heart. Drake declared, "I stand here. You may send two to spar with me, and I shall gladly accept." The speaker, appearing to have succeeded in a cunning plan, glanced at another member beside him, who then stepped forward, and together they positioned themselves before Drake. Without uttering a word, they launched their attack, prompting the nearby trainees to mutter disdainfully about their cowardice. Drake, caught off guard by the two-on-one situation, found himself at a disadvantage, quickly receiving a punch to the chest that sent him sprawling to the ground. Chapter 37, Dare to Move. And you shall see, with a mindset akin to that of bullies mercilessly beating a fallen foe, the two assailants charged at him once more. At this moment, however, the rising Drake was transformed. Although his head remained that of Drake, his body had morphed into that of a Tyrannosaurus Rex. He let out a mighty roar, his sharp claws aimed at one of the CP9 members, who swiftly dodged away. Drake, still in the early stages of harnessing the powers of the devil fruit, overpowered the two CP9 members in sheer strength, yet his speed was evidently lacking. The two adversaries circled around Drake, occasionally seizing opportunities to land punches against him. They approached the encounter with the mentality of team players, using him as a punching bag. One of them scoffed, clearly bored, and remarked, "This big oaf has the intellect of a rock. He thinks he can play with us." Indeed, the Navy trainees are nothing but pathetic. Ariel was correct. This is merely a waste of our time. Let us finish this. The two simultaneously shifted their right feet, and Rambo immediately sensed impending danger. They were preparing to unleash a powerful kick, and Drake was the perfect target. Suddenly, Drake's body shrank back to its normal size, collapsing to the ground. The two individuals, feeling a sense of tedium, ceased their movements. The one who had initially conversed with Drake gradually approached him and remarked, "It was you who kicked Ariel away with this right foot, was it not? Allow me to break it for you, so that you may learn a lesson." At this moment, Drake, utterly exhausted and rendered speechless, found the transformation into a Tyrannosaurus Rex to be an overwhelming burden. He could only fixate on the CP9 member, helplessly observing as he raised his right foot, preparing to crush his own. Suddenly, a somber voice echoed, "Dare to move, and I assure you, you will not exit this training camp alive." Lumbo emerged from the crowd, standing resolutely before the member. He then directed his gaze toward Zifa's office on the second floor, calling out, "Will you not intervene and control your dog? If you choose to remain idle, I shall take it upon myself to teach him a lesson. In this way, I shall be justified in reprimanding his master beforehand." An eerie silence enveloped the scene as Zifa watched the enraged Spandam with a hint of schadenfreude. Upon hearing Lumbo's words, the CP9 member's fury ignited. "Let me see how you intend to prevent my departure," he retorted, raising his foot with the intention of thoroughly breaking Drake's right leg. In an instant, the spectators were taken aback, witnessing a blinding flash before hearing the member's agonizing scream. Upon careful observation, they noted that his right leg had been severed, with one half lying on the ground beside Drake, while he himself sprawled on the floor, clutching his dismembered limb and wailing. The crowd was startled. Even Rob Lucci's eyes narrowed in surprise. Lumbo quietly stepped into the center of the arena and gently remarked, "Why do you not heed my advice?" After uttering these words, he approached Drake, assisting him to his feet and entrusting him to Shuzhou. He then returned to the arena, addressing another member of CP9, "Make your move. Injuring my friend shall not be resolved so easily." One of the CP9 members, having swiftly maneuvered behind Lumbo, launched a punch aimed at his head. Without turning, Lumbo executed a backward kick that connected forcefully with the assailant's shoulder. A resounding crack echoed as the blow sent him flying several meters away. Landing on the ground with his arm grotesquely contorted, clearly broken by Limbo's strike. Limbo addressed Lucci, saying, "Come forth, for you are the last remaining member of CP9. It is time to bring this farce to a conclusion." Chapter 38. Rob Lucci. Lucci gazed at Limbo and calmly approached him, responding indifferently. "I never anticipated there would be such a presence in the training camp. I initially thought this would be a tedious game, but it appears to have taken on a semblance of interest." Limbo, observing Lucci with his hands nestled in his pockets, replied with equal calmness, "Very well. If you have the audacity to provoke, then be prepared to face the consequences." In an instant, Lucci lunged forward, directing a finger jab towards Limbo's chest. Ever since Limbo had mastered the third technique of the Marine 6 styles, he had yet to apply it in actual combat, and he was eager to test his skills. Limbo flexed the muscles in his chest, rendering himself as resilient as iron. At that moment, Lucci's jab made contact, causing him to stagger back slightly, while Limbo was also pushed back a step. Their initial clash could be deemed evenly matched. Lucci renewed his assault, throwing a punch aimed at Limbo's head. Limbo responded in kind, and the two exchanged blows, their fists creating a flurry of shadows between them. After another exchange, both retreated a step. Limbo remarked, "Enough with the probing, it is time to unleash some genuine power." Upon hearing this, Lucci remained silent, and his upper body began to swell as he transformed into the leopard form of his Zoan-type devil fruit. Limbo unsheathed his sword, Fingwu, and a blade of energy flashed past. Lucci, with a deft finger, countered the sword's energy, dissipating it effortlessly. Truly, he was the most gifted individual in CP9's history. Having already mastered the ultimate technique of the Marine 6 powers, Lucci declared, "I have received your sword energy. Now, you shall receive mine." With that, he executed a technique known as Raging Foot, Tear. A razor-like gust of energy shot towards Limbo, who, gripping Fingwu, responded with a swift one-sword style, Iajutsu, cleaving the energy in two. The severed halves flew past him, crashing into the wall and leaving deep gouges. Seeing his attack thwarted, Lucci pressed on. Limbo, with his advanced observation haki, sensed Lucci's presence to his left and, without hesitation, struck in that direction. Lucci, taken by surprise, received a deep laceration on his arm, narrowly avoiding a more grievous injury thanks to his iron block. He scrutinized the red-hued blade in Limbo's hand, recognizing it as a legendary weapon of unparalleled sharpness. Realizing the danger, he retreated a couple of steps, executing a few steps in midair, and ascended gracefully. Aware that engaging Limbo's renowned sword in close combat would yield no favorable outcome, Lucci unleashed another air blade from the air. While Limbo raised Fingwu and countered with a decisive cut, Lucci followed with several more attacks, which Limbo deftly parried. He understood Lucci's strategy, fearing the might of Fingwu. Lucci opted for ranged attacks rather than close-quarter combat. Although Limbo possessed the stamina to outlast Lucci, he was not one to adopt a defensive stance for long. Looking up at Lucci, hovering in midair, Limbo remarked, "Do you think you are the only one capable of soaring through the skies?" At that moment, fiery wings unfurled from his back, leaving Lucci and the onlooking trainees astounded. They had never suspected Limbo to be a devil fruit user. It finally dawned on why Limbo had once told him he had no need to learn the moonwalk. His devil fruit powers granted him the ability to fly, making such training unnecessary. With a confident tone, Limbo addressed Lucci, "The gravest error you made was bringing the battle to the skies. This will only hasten your defeat." Lucci's eyes widened as he suddenly lost sight of Limbo, who zipped past him. A sharp pain pierced his chest, and upon looking down, he saw a long gash, stretching from his left shoulder to his right hip, blood gushing forth like a fountain. A forceful impact from behind sent him plummeting to the ground, where he landed heavily, reverting from his leopard form. Lying there, he realized he had been utterly defeated, without having even glimpsed his opponent's form. Struggling to rise, he ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing back onto the floor. Chapter 38. Stirring the hornet's nest. Witnessing this scene unfold, Spandam abruptly stood from the sofa. His face darkened and strode towards the door, with Zifa following him, amusement evident on his face. They walked together to the square, where Spandam beheld his elite subordinates sprawled on the ground. Particularly disheartened by the sight of Lucci, the one he held in highest regard, having been bested by a younger opponent. His expression darkened further. Zephyr, with a mischievous grin, remarked, "Limbo, what on earth is wrong with you? Your strikes were rather severe. Do you not realize they are esteemed guests of our headquarters?" It was apparent to anyone that beneath Zephyr's seemingly reprimanding words lay a palpable delight in the misfortune of others. Reluctantly, SCA arranged for 2 individuals to escort the fallen CP9 members for medical attention. Rambo tugged at the corner of his mouth. never having anticipated that Zifa's stern demeanor concealed such a cunning side. Nevertheless, he played along and respectfully addressed Zifa. I apologize, teacher. I assumed their strength was considerable. Never did I expect that I hadn't even exerted myself, and they had already fallen. Zifa, observing Rambo's earnest expression, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, amused by the boy's cleverness. Very well, remember to be gentler in the future, understood? Yes. The surrounding students exchanged bemused glances as they listened to the conversation between the two. These two old foxes, one a seasoned trickster and the other a young slyling, brought laughter that dispelled the gloom left by CP9's earlier onslaught. However, Spandam was on the verge of exploding with fury, glaring at Zifa with intense anger. Zifa, arms crossed and a smirk on his lips, exuded confidence, believing he could easily subdue Spandam if the latter dared to strike. In the prime of his youth and at the pinnacle of his strength, Zifa felt he could contend with anyone in a one-on-one match upon these seas. After all, this was the Navy headquarters. It was improbable that someone could cause a ruckus here and leave unscathed. Such a person likely had yet to be born. The notorious pirate, Gold Lion Shiki, served as a prime example. Spandam, despite being the commander of CP9, restrained his anger. He recognized that resorting to violence here would only invite trouble. His frustration had stemmed from an impulse to confront the Navy and showcase CP9's might to the Gorosei. Little did he expect to be outmaneuvered by a mere child. Turning to Rambo, he approached and said, "You are Rambo, correct? Would you be interested in joining CP9? I assure you, in a few years, you could become the leader." Rambo replied with a smile, "Thank you for your kind offer, Commander, but I prefer to remain with the Navy." Zifa, with a mischievous grin, regarded Spandam. He had no intention of revealing that Rambo was, in fact, the grandson of Garp. Spandam then patted Rambo on the shoulder, signaling to a large man in a suit who followed closely behind him. The man understood the cue and swiftly kicked Rambo in the chest. Fortunately, Rambo's observation hockey detected the impending threat, allowing him to activate his iron block technique. However, the time was too brief, and the sudden kick sent him flying, crashing against the wall and causing him to spit blood before falling unconscious. Zifa reacted immediately, appearing by Rambo's side in the blink of an eye to assess his injuries. At that moment, the other students rushed over, their expressions filled with anger as they glared at Spandam and his accomplice. Spandam feigned shock, exclaiming, "Ross, what are you doing?" Ross immediately knelt. "Sir, I saw that brat was being disrespectful, so I intended to teach him a lesson." Spandam pretended to be furious, vocally chastising him. "You have truly disappointed me." Zifa, cradling Rambo, coldly watched the two act. "Have you finished your little performance? Now that you are done with your theatrics, we must address the matter at hand. Spandam has injured my student, and I assure you, it is impossible for you to simply walk away from this." Chapter 39. The legend of the Mad Dog. Roth rose to his feet and addressed Zephyr, saying, "Commander Zephyr, the fault lies solely with me. You may punish me as you wish, but I implore you not to involve our superior." Before he could finish his plea, Zephyr was upon him, landing a punch squarely on his face. Roth, bewildered by the sudden assault, was sent sprawling, his mouth filled with shattered teeth, and he fell unconscious to the ground. Zephyr was genuinely furious this time. Firstly, it was unacceptable that one of his students had been ambushed in his presence. Secondly, he felt he had betrayed his old friend, Garp. Zephyr knew that Garp had pinned all his hopes for the Navy on this young man, and if Garp were to discover the truth, his wrath would undoubtedly be catastrophic. Spandam, witnessing Zephyr's sudden violence against his subordinate, seethed with anger. "Zephyr, how dare you bully the weak? This matter is far from over." Zephyr, his expression cold and stern, retorted, "Do you think that by striking him, this situation is resolved? It is far from over. You shall not leave this place today." Without further ado, Zephyr launched himself into combat. In the prime of his youth, Spandam was no pushover. The two clashed in a fierce battle, the space around them seeming to tear apart like a mirror. The walls of the training camp crumbled once more, leaving gaping holes in the ground as they fought with reckless abandon, their conflict threatening to spread further. The cadets had retreated to a safe distance, observing the spectacle. Suddenly, a booming voice rang out. "What are you two doing? Do you wish to demolish the headquarters?" Both Zephyr and Spandam halted their duel. Zephyr appeared relatively unscathed, save for a hole in his chest garment and a torn sleeve on his right arm. In stark contrast, Spandam looked worse for wear, his face marred with bruises and his upper clothing in tatters. If left unchecked, it wouldn't be long before Zephyr would completely overpower him. An irate Sengoku shouted, "You two must provide an explanation. or you will face dire consequences. Zephyr crossed his arms and succinctly recounted the events. Upon hearing that Lumbo had been injured, Sengoku rushed to check on him, his expression shifting to one of concern. Once reassured that Lumbo was relatively unharmed, he exhaled in relief. However, he quickly felt a sense of unease wash over him. He had almost forgotten that Lumbo was the grandson of that scoundrel. Without a moment's hesitation, Sengoku seized Spandam and began to leave. Spandam, caught off guard, followed Sengoku toward the port. Zephyr, understanding the underlying implications of the situation, cast a sympathetic glance at Spandam. Spandam, utterly bewildered, wanted to inquire about the circumstances but found himself at a loss for words as Sengoku dragged him away. As Spandam brushed past Zephyr, the latter quietly remarked, "Do you know who that young man you allowed to be injured is? He's the grandson of that mad dog. Tread carefully." The upper echelons of the world government had long held the legend of the mad dog in their collective consciousness. The entirety of the Navy, and indeed the world, is aware of Garp's frequent confrontations with the Pirate King, Roger, during which he has repeatedly forced Roger into precarious situations. However, they remain oblivious to the true extent of Garp's formidable nature. This tale begins with the defection of his son, Dragon. At the time, Dragon was an extraordinary talent, having ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral at a young age and was being groomed for the position of Admiral. Ultimately, however, he departed from the Navy due to his ideological convictions. This marked the first instance of a high-ranking officer within the Navy defecting, inciting outrage among the world government, as it was an affront to their authority. Unable to capture Dragon, the five elders conspired in secrecy with the upper echelons of the Navy to use Garp as bait to draw Dragon out, seeking to redeem their honor. Though Garp often appears carefree and lighthearted, this does not imply a lack of intelligence. Upon realizing the scheme, Garp launched an assault on Mariawa, confronting the five elders head-on. Not a single one among them could match Garp in combat. Ultimately, it took the combined efforts of the five elders to barely subdue the raging Garp. The battlefield was swiftly relocated to an uninhabited island, where the two sides clashed for 10 days and nights, sinking 23 deserted islands in the process. With neither able to gain the upper hand, it was only with the intervention of Sengoku that the conflict was brought to a halt. After such an extended battle, Garp had expended much of his fury and ceased fighting. The matter concluded without resolution, facilitated by Sengoku's mediation. During this time, the upper echelons of the world government referred to Garp as a mad dog, cautioning all celestial dragons that while many could be provoked, the mad dog was not to be trifled with. Chapter 40. Garp's counterattack. Celestial dragons have always held themselves in high regard, with few daring to provoke them. Following a warning from the five elders, there emerged an audacious individual, St. Charlos, a spoiled brat indulged by his father. He sought to ascertain Garp's whereabouts and, upon learning that Garp was at the Bubble Islands, decided to confront him. Accompanied by a retinue, he paraded through the islands, whereupon the residents fell to their knees in submission, save for Garp, who stood resolute. In a moment of arrogance, Charlos drew his pistol, intending to shoot Garp. Infuriated by this display, especially given his unresolved issues with the five elders, Garp retaliated with a single, powerful punch that shattered the bubble atop Charlos's head, knocking him unconscious. His followers promptly contacted their family, eager to apply pressure for the Navy to apprehend the assailant. Upon receiving a call from the Charlos family, Sengoku initially felt a surge of anxiety. After all, a celestial dragon had been assaulted, an incident of grave consequence. However, upon learning the details, he was consumed with fury. Why provoke that mad dog, and why summon an admiral? Setting aside the possibility of Sengoku opting to confront Garp, what would be gained by such an endeavor? Would they arrest Garp and imprison him and impel down, or execute him on the spot? He immediately hung up on the celestial dragon and promptly contacted the five elders, urging them to rein in these mindless fools. The five elders swiftly ordered the Charlos family to cease all activities and to refrain from provoking Garp any further. Ultimately, they had no choice but to back down. Fortunately, although Garp was furious, he showed restraint. The unfortunate Charlos saint was left incapacitated by a single punch, reduced to a state akin to a child, still sniffling as he lay there. When Spandane heard Zifa's words, he was utterly terrified. As he was escorted by Sengoku to the port, he hastily summoned a warship, leaving without a moment's delay. Garp's wrath was something he dared not face. Even if he survived, he would surely be left with scars. He vowed never to return to Marine headquarters, inwardly cursing his intelligence agency for being utterly incompetent. Failing to uncover such critical information, he resolved to strengthen his own power, This time, he had intended to humiliate Marine headquarters, yet he ended up being humiliated himself, fleeing in disgrace without achieving anything and instead, embroiled in trouble. Upon seeing Spandane off, Sengoku returned to the new recruits training camp, which lay in ruins. His eyes twitched in agitation. Just after assuming the mantle of Fleet Admiral, this calamity occurred. Did the five elders intend for CP9 to give him a warning at the training camp? With Sengoku's keen intellect, he was not oblivious to the implication of CP9's sudden visit as a clear sign of intimidation. However, he had not anticipated the chaos that ensued. Glancing at the devastation of the training camp, he felt a twinge of relief for having sent Spandane away in time. Otherwise, Garp's punishment of Spandane could have obliterated his headquarters. Considering this, he felt a measure of gratitude. As for the cost of rebuilding the training camp, he would ensure that Garp would bear the financial burden from the pockets of the five elders. Sengoku and Zifa exchanged brief words. Then all the recruits were granted another holiday. Just when they had returned, they were to be given time off again, causing a collective groan of discomfort among the trainees. At that moment, Lumbo had awakened, his injuries not severe. Upon hearing of the holiday, he followed Zifa back. Before departing, he turned to Sengoku and said, "Admiral, when you inform my grandfather, please ensure he spares Spandane's life. I will seek vengeance for this insult in the future." Sengoku was taken aback. Indeed, the monkey family was full of troublemakers. As for Ross, who had plotted against Lumbo, he was forgotten, still trapped beneath the rubble. Sengoku promptly contacted Garp, who was currently wandering the Grand Line, preparing to explore the new world. Upon hearing the news, Garp exploded in rage, berating Sengoku. "You fool. I've been away for only a few days, and my grandson has already been assaulted. How can you call yourself Fleet Admiral?" Sengoku found himself at a loss, receiving a thorough scolding. Afterward, Garp redirected his course toward Eni's lobby, declaring that he would not rest until he had dismantled the place for daring to conspire against his grandson. Although Sengoku had been reprimanded, he bore no ill will. With a mischievous grin, he contacted the five elders to relay the unfolding events. The five elders were equally bewildered. Why did Spandane have to provoke this calamity? Recognizing the gravity of the situation, they immediately reached out to Spandane for clarification. Spandane, with a wry smile, recounted the truth of the matter. Upon learning that Garp had set his sights on Judicial Island, he immediately commanded the warships to alter their course towards Marietwa. It seemed that only the five elders could ensure their own preservation. Once Garp's fleet arrived at Judicial Island, he discovered Spandane was absent, which indicated that the coward had likely fled from confronting him. In a fit of rage, he obliterated the CP9 headquarters and was preparing to confront Spandane when he received a call from Sengoku. Sengoku informed Garp that the five elders were willing to compensate the Navy headquarters for their losses, including Rambo's medical expenses. Garp bellowed at Sengoku, expressing his outrage that his grandson had been ambushed and that a mere monetary compensation for medical expenses was insufficient. He insisted that Sengoku convey to the five elders that unless Spandane was handed over, the matter would remain unresolved. With no other option, Sengoku sought out Rambo and asked him to contact Garp. After inquiring about Rambo's injuries, Garp insisted that Rambo should not concern himself with the matter, as he would seek justice on his behalf. Rambo hastily interjected, stating that he wished to keep Spandane alive for his own vengeance. After considerable effort, Rambo finally persuaded Garp, who then declared to the higher-ups that while his son and grandson could fight and potentially perish in battle, he would not tolerate any underhanded tactics or ambushes. Otherwise, he would unleash his wrath upon them. This was a moment when Rambo witnessed the formidable presence of his grandfather. Seizing the opportunity, Sengoku extorted 5 billion berries from the five elders for the reconstruction of the new recruit training camp, thus releasing a considerable amount of pent-up frustration. Chapter 41. One must forge oneself strong. This sudden influx of 5 billion provided Sengoku with immense relief, as it meant that the five elders would have to think twice before meddling in Navy affairs in the future. If they dared to reach out again, they would have to contend with his unleashed fury, who would want a cadre of ancient relics pulling their strings while attempting to assert their own authority. In high spirits, Sengoku allocated 2 billion berries to Zifa for the reconstruction of the new recruit camp. Armed with sufficient funds, Zifa wasted no time. The previous construction had only cost several million berries, but this time he aimed for something grander to avoid repeated renovations. He specifically hired a high-end government architectural team to design the project, resulting in the training camp being expanded to twice its original size, exuding a sense of grandeur and sophistication. Rambo, drawing inspiration from the seven-star hotels he had seen in Dubai in his past life, offered some suggestions. But those details would be discussed later. Lumbo followed Zephyr back home, where Zephyr summarized the gains and losses from today's battle. The primary issue lay in Lumbo's lack of physical strength. Otherwise, Ross's kick could not have inflicted even the slightest harm upon him. Had Ross aimed his kick at Zephyr instead, it is likely that Ross himself would have been the one sprawled on the ground. As the saying goes, sheer strength can overcome numerous tactics. In the face of absolute power, any scheme becomes a mere farce. Lumbo reflected upon his situation, realizing the gravity of his oversight. He never anticipated that Spandam would dare to orchestrate an ambush against him at the Navy headquarters. Had it been any other cadet, the outcome would likely have been fatal. And Spandam would have faced no repercussions, especially with the backing of the Gorosei. Sengoku would not risk confronting the Gorosei for the sake of a mere cadet, thus ensuring the success of the Gorosei's intimidation strategy. Indeed, the world of pirates is one where human life is held in scant regard. Lumbo found himself struggling to shed the mindset of the 21st century legal society, recognizing that in this world, one must either eliminate their adversaries or face annihilation themselves. Rambo did not dwell too much on the matter. He believed that strength was the ultimate truth. He continued to train in the dark arts of Zephyr's teachings, as well as in the fortification of his own physique. Within a few days, Carp stormed back in a fit of rage. Upon seeing Rambo unscathed, he unleashed a torrent of complaints towards Zephyr, lamenting that he had entrusted a person to him who had fallen victim to treachery right before his eyes. Zephyr, left with no recourse, could only bear the brunt of the accusations. Carp sought out Sengoku, bypassing the formality of knocking and instead kicking the door open with vigor. Sengoku, engrossed in his documents, was startled by Carp's sudden entrance and the dark expression on his face, which caused him a twinge of discomfort. Without uttering a word, Carp approached Sengoku and extended his right hand, prompting Sengoku to dutifully place a large box into his grasp. Carp's demeanor brightened upon seeing the sizable container. He grinned and opened it, extracting a package of snacks to chew on. "So, Sengoku, this haul is quite commendable, isn't it?" Sengoku held up 5 fingers. To which Carp retorted, "That's rather stingy. Is my grandson worth merely 5 billion? Why not ask for a bit more?" Sengoku, maintaining his composure, replied, "After all, we still have to negotiate with the Gorosei. 5 billion is a figure they can accept. Although those old geezers have plenty of belly, it is prudent to maintain a semblance of respect to avoid unnecessary tension. This time, I am fortunate to benefit from your influence." Sending a clear message to the Gorosei that the Navy headquarters is not a playground for their meddling. Carp nodded in agreement, initially intending to venture into the new world and perhaps teach that red-haired brat a lesson. Despite his roguish demeanor, Carp simply found him irksome. Sengoku waved his hand dismissively, advising against any confrontation with the red-haired pirate for the time being. Currently, the new world appeared tranquil, yet beneath the surface, tumult brewed. A single disturbance could set off a chain reaction. Overall, the situation was relatively stable, and it was crucial to maintain that balance. The pressing issue remained the pirates wreaking havoc in the first half of the Grand Line. They must be contained before further chaos ensued. Carp nodded once more, and after a brief exchange, he exited. Chapter 42. The Super Plan. Under the guidance of Zephyr, Lumbo engaged in tranquil training. As the new recruits' training camp was still under reconstruction, Zephyr, having invested considerable resources, maintained high expectations, insisting on the best for everything. Consequently, the progress of the renovation was somewhat sluggish. Unable to take the group of trainees to the seaside for drills, the primary focus of their daily regimen became physical conditioning. The recent incident involving CP9 had left many trainees feeling inadequate, prompting them to train with fervor. After 6 months, the new training camp was finally completed. A grand fountain adorned the entrance, and upon entering, one would find a training square that was 50% larger than the previous one, equipped with gleaming new exercise apparatus. The highlight was a gravity chamber developed using the technology of the remarkable aback. A total of 5 such chambers were constructed, marking the most expensive component of the renovation and showcasing aback's most notable invention. It utilized artificial gravity fruit controlled by precise instruments. The concept of the gravity chamber had been a casual suggestion from Lumbo, yet Zephyr took it to heart and commissioned aback to bring it to fruition. Lumbo could only marvel at the brilliance of this genius scientist, who was 5 centuries ahead of his time. With Zephyr's consent, Lumbo eagerly entered the gravity chamber, setting it to 3 times Earth's gravity. Immediately, he felt a heavy sensation enveloping his body. After a brief exploration and a few jumps, he found this level of gravity manageable, so he increased it to 5 times. At this point, he distinctly felt the strain while jumping and opted for a slow jog. 2 days later, having acclimated to the gravity levels, Lumbo began to increase the intensity once more, reaching 10 times the gravitational force within a month. In the tenfold gravity chamber, he struggled to move his feet, clearly unaccustomed to the weight, until he could no longer advance and sat down heavily on the ground. Using voice control, he commanded the chamber to revert to normal gravity, collapsing onto the floor, breathless. After recovering for a while, he slowly exited the chamber. It is worth mentioning Drake, who, following his previous defeat, had intensified his training regimen. Currently, he had remarkably adapted to 8 times the gravity, just slightly less than Lumbo. This was attributable to Drake's fruit, which, while not as rare as the mythical Zoan type, granted him the inherent strength and formidable defense of a Tyrannosaurus rex. Zephyr tailored his teaching to suit Drake's strengths, emphasizing the development of his power and defense. Other trainees, including Ein, had also managed to access the 5-fold gravity chamber. As for Limbo, he pursued a balanced approach, aspiring to excel in every discipline. This ambition aligned with the Super Navy plan jointly devised by Zephyr, Garp, and Sengoku, which encompassed martial arts, swordsmanship, devil fruits, and hockey. Achieving such a balance was a monumental challenge that would require considerable time, yet they saw hope in Limbo's potential. Where there is hope, attainment is always within reach. A 10-year-old swordsman, with his observation hockey already awakened, quickly grasped and became adept at utilizing the Marine's 3 styles, an anomaly in this world. With no other rival to his prowess, unaware of Zephyr's grand design, Lumbo understood the importance of seizing every moment to enhance his strength. Currently, Rambo's plan is to proceed step by step. He is now following Zephyr to hone his physical techniques, laying a solid foundation. As for his swordsmanship, he has made up his mind. He has reached the stage of cutting iron and intends to challenge others rather than merely practicing in isolation. For one cannot achieve greatness through sheer effort alone. Regarding the development of the devil fruit, he has decided to set it aside for the time being, as mastering the fruit is not a task that can be accomplished overnight. The stronger the fruit, the greater the difficulty of awakening it. He aims to cultivate his hockey in tandem with his physical training, allowing it to flourish naturally. Chapter 43. The relentless challenger. Every day, Rambo diligently engaged in physical training. And before he realized it, 5 years had passed. Now, Rambo had blossomed into a charming young man, standing nearly 2 meters tall, with long hair cascading casually over his shoulders. Perhaps influenced by King Shiro, he favored donning a kimono with a phoenix sword at his waist. Reclining comfortably on the beach with his hands behind his head and a blade of grass between his lips. "Grandfather, how has Luffy been lately? He'll be setting sail in 2 years, right?" Rambo inquired of Carp, who was lounging on his right. Carp replied, "He is doing well. Though his progress in strength is somewhat slow, he still shouts every day about wanting to become the Pirate King, and I've given him a good thrashing for it." Rambo shot a playful glare at Carp, who was grinning. "I've told you long ago, our monkey family only needs to serve as the Navy. Let Luffy choose his own path. Our family no longer fears any power or person." Carp sighed. "That may be true, but it's still frustrating. My perfectly good grandson has been misled by that scoundrel Shanks, and hasn't he found an opportunity to settle the score?" Rambo responded with resignation. "Opportunities will come in due time. I actually admire Shanks. Rather than being a pirate, he is more of a free-spirited adventurer. He lacks ulterior motives and shares certain traits with Whitebeard. Whitebeard sailed for the purpose of finding a family, while Shanks seeks a circle of friends with whom he can celebrate life. By the way, if you're going to wander around the Grand Line with Zifa and the others tomorrow, make sure to be careful. After all, it's not the same as the 4 seas you've been familiar with these past years. A pirate who has ventured to the Grand Line cannot truly be called a pirate." Rambo nodded. "I understand. It's time for me to explore the Grand Line. My progress in strength has been rather sluggish lately." Carp's eyes twitched slightly. "At your age, when I was alongside Sengoku, I doubt we could have matched your strength. And you still find it slow?" During the 2 years following the CP9 incident, Rambo trained daily with Zifa. Perhaps due to the influence of the phoenix fruit, his physical prowess escalated at an astonishing rate. With the increase in physical strength, a chain reaction occurred, and the previously undeveloped fruit abilities unexpectedly amplified. The edges of the once red flames began to exhibit a gradual transition toward purple. At that moment, the phoenix fire assumed a nobler essence. and the temperature of the flames surged significantly. Rambo's most profound realization was that his regenerative abilities had grown remarkably potent. Typically, Zoan-type fruits enhance bodily recovery. And while Rambo's powers were still largely unrefined, he felt his recovery speed was superior to that of individuals without animal fruits. Now, however, his recovery could only be described as formidable. If Rambo were to receive a wound, as long as his body remained intact, the injury would heal at a visibly rapid rate. No matter how exhausted he became, a brief moment of meditation would allow him to swiftly regain his strength. Even the recovery capabilities of Drake's ancient Tyrannosaurus fruit could not rival Rambo's. Rambo reflected for a moment and came to a profound realization. The phoenix, revered as the monarch of birds, undergoes a transformative rebirth through fire, a testament to its formidable resilience. It is only fitting that such extraordinary abilities be endowed upon it. Otherwise, it would undermine the significance with which Gung Silang regards him, as well as the illustrious title of the Fire Phoenix. With this newfound strength, Rambo pursued his training with unparalleled fervor. Each training session concluded only when he had exhausted himself to the point of merely drawing breath, relentlessly pushing the boundaries of his physical limits. This extreme approach to training was what enabled him to persevere. Had it been anyone else, they would have long since rendered themselves incapable. Zephyr, witnessing Rambo's relentless endeavors, admonished him sternly, reminding him of his youth and the inadequacy of his physical strength. He insisted that moderation in training was essential, lest he push himself beyond his limits. Zephyr harbored no desire for this promising talent to extinguish himself through reckless training. Rambo nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. Yet, he soon resumed his fervent efforts. In response, Zephyr summoned Karp and Sengoku to provide counsel, even calling upon the finest physicians of the government to examine Rambo. Their findings revealed no issues with his health, and after witnessing Rambo's extraordinary recuperative abilities, they chose to leave him be. The other trainees were eager to emulate his relentless spirit, but Zephyr promptly intervened. They lacked Rambo's unique resilience. Chapter 44. The Path of Swordsmanship. Although 2 years had passed without awakening the Haki of armament, Rambo felt he was on the cusp of a breakthrough. Yet it eluded him like a fishbone lodged in his throat, causing unbearable discomfort. Seeking guidance from Zephyr, Rambo was met with the response that such awakening required personal insight, a journey that no one could traverse on his behalf. It was a challenge he must conquer alone. In truth, had Zephyr chosen to guide the power within Rambo, the Haki could have naturally awakened. However, the essence of Haki is akin to the internal martial arts found in ancient tales. It necessitates personal struggle to shatter one's limitations and attain deeper understanding. Zephyr wished for Rambo to awaken the Haki through his own strength, laying a solid foundation for his future. Although Zephyr did not assist Rambo directly, he provided a clear direction to engage in constant combat, fostering growth through battle. A true master is never forged solely through solitary training. Each has endured their share of trials by fire, emerging stronger from countless battles. From that point onward, Rambo set aside the Haki, embracing the challenges posed by Fingwu. His intention was twofold: to rekindle his swordsmanship and to continuously engage in duels, thereby enhancing his practical experience and seeking breakthroughs. He resolved to challenge every swordsman within the naval headquarters. He requested Zephyr to obtain an order from Sengoku, mandating that the naval officers Rambo challenged must comply unconditionally. After all, amidst their busy schedules, who would be inclined to indulge a child in whimsical games? Yet, with Sengoku's command, the dynamic shifted. Rambo now wielded even the smallest of tokens as though they were decrees. Let us begin with Dobson, a formidable figure hailing from the ranks of Admiral Akainu, who adheres to an unwavering doctrine of absolute justice and wields unparalleled strength through the art of swordsmanship known as one-sword style. In their initial encounter, within a mere 5 exchanges, Lumbo was decisively vanquished. From that moment forth, Dobson found himself increasingly perturbed, as Lumbo seemed to manifest wherever he went, drawing his sword and engaging in combat. Each subsequent encounter revealed a slight improvement in Lumbo's skills, from 5 exchanges in their first bout to 8 in the second. And eventually, their clashes stretched into the hundreds, where victories were often elusive and indistinguishable. However, this stalemate was confined solely to the realm of swordplay. In terms of overall prowess, even a few more Lumbos would not suffice to match Dobson's might. A month later, upon realizing that he could no longer glean any growth from Dobson, Lumbo chose to pursue a different opponent. Dobson, in secret, breathed a sigh of relief, glad that this little prodigy had finally departed. Rambo approached Ghost Spider directly this time, exhibiting a degree of caution towards a vice admiral whose prowess and swordsmanship constituted a significant portion of his strength. Upon reaching Ghost Spider, Rambo succinctly conveyed his intentions and requested a combat chamber from Zephyr for their sparring session. Ghost Spider, armed with 6 blades, typically drew one for battle. Having previously exercised caution, Rambo sought insight from Zephyr regarding Ghost Spider, who was also his disciple, thus gaining valuable knowledge of Ghost Spider's capabilities. Without further ado, Rambo raised his Fengwu blade and, in a swift motion, executed a Iato strike towards Ghost Spider. Ghost Spider intercepted the attack with a horizontal block of his knife, while simultaneously delivering a kick towards Rambo. Rambo deftly retreated a step, then maneuvered to Ghost Spider's right side, launching a horizontal slash. The pace of their duel escalated rapidly, creating a dazzling display of flashing blades, and the resounding clash of steel reverberated throughout the chamber. Ghost Spider, taken aback, realized that this young warrior's swordsmanship was remarkably refined, rendering his own Iato insufficient to contend with him. Drawing a second blade with his left hand, Ghost Spider unleashed a dual blade technique, the demonic spider strike, his knives darting towards Rambo like the legs of a spider. Fortunately, Rambo maintained his observation haki, allowing him to perceive the trajectory of Ghost Spider's strikes. After a series of parries, Rambo successfully deflected Ghost Spider's assault. However, he was unable to evade entirely, resulting in a superficial cut on his left arm. Indeed, the caliber of a vice admiral swordsman was profoundly distinct from that of a mere amateur like Dabo Senator. Behold this technique, the one-sword style, wind fire wheel, Rambo declared, as the blade of Fengwu ignited in flames. He executed a powerful strike, sending a blazing wheel hurtling towards Ghost Spider. Ghost Spider, refusing to underestimate the attack, focused intently on the fiery projectile and countered with a dual blade technique, the twin spider slash. His twin swords crossed, unleashing 2 formidable blades that lunged at the flaming wheel, resembling 2 fearsome black spiders bearing their fangs. The ensuing clash resulted in the flames extinguishing the dark figures, albeit significantly diminishing their force, leaving only a negligible impact by the time it reached Ghost Spider, who effortlessly dispatched it with a single swipe. Acknowledging the futility of his efforts, Rambo chose not to press further. Recognizing his defeat, he bid farewell to Ghost Spider and departed to reflect on the day's experiences. Meanwhile, Ghost Spider began to appreciate Rambo's skills through their exchange, agreeing to engage in further practice in a few days. Chapter 45. A chaotic affair. Not long after, Rambo arranged another duel with Ghost Spider. This time, Ghost Spider noted a slight enhancement in Rambo's swordsmanship, finding it challenging to overcome him, even with his dual blade style. Shortly thereafter, Ghost Spider discovered that he could no longer suppress Rambo with his dual blade techniques and, compelled by necessity, resorted to employing a triple blade style. Rambo had heard from Zephyr that Ghost Spider's 6 styles of the Navy were formidable, particularly the advanced version known as Life Return. One can exchange life itself to transform hair into arms, wielding the formidable 6-blade style, which is the origin of the moniker Oni Spider. It is not merely because he consumed a Zoan-type devil fruit resembling a spider that he bears this name. 5 months later, Rambo had reached a level of swordsmanship that allowed him to rival the 6-blade style of Oni Spider, a feat that even Oni Spider regarded as quite extraordinary. Following their final duel today, Rambo graciously invited Oni Spider and Dobson for a celebratory drink, expressing his gratitude for their camaraderie and the exchange of skills. Subsequently, Rambo sought out Zephyr to inquire about the formidable sword wielders within the Navy. Zephyr provided him with a list, which Rambo perused. Realizing he had already crossed off all the vice admirals, to his surprise, he discovered that there remained numerous rear admirals, with the most unexpected names appearing among the last 4: Gion, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru. Limbo was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Akainu's name, for he never anticipated that Akainu was a master swordsman. Zifa, noticing his bewilderment, chuckled and remarked, "These 3 were meticulously trained by me. Among them, the one with the highest swordsmanship is Kizaru, followed by Akiji, and then Akainu. Although Kizaru has neglected his martial arts, he has not abandoned his swordsmanship. Especially when paired with his devil fruit powers, his accomplishments in the realm of swordsmanship are rivaled by no more than 5 others in the present day. It is a pity that had he devoted more effort to martial arts, he would have been even more formidable. As for Akiji, when Garp initially brought him here, he intended to cultivate him with a focus on balanced development, shaping him into a superlative marine. However, Akiji's somewhat languid disposition and lack of motivation, perhaps coupled with a touch of misfortune, have prevented him from reaching the pinnacle in any particular domain, despite his considerable strength now. Zifa could not help but feel a twinge of regret. He briefly informed Lumbo, Akiji's ice blade is indeed quite powerful, you should test it out later. Regarding Akainu, he initially dedicated himself to sword training, but after acquiring his devil fruit powers, he shifted his focus towards martial arts and the abilities granted by the fruit, leading to a decline in his swordsmanship. However, do not underestimate his skills with the sword, in my view. Akainu possesses the innate talent most suited for the art of swordplay. His resolute character, unwavering determination, and unwavering spirit have already placed him on the threshold of becoming a grand swordsman. If he were to immerse himself in swordsmanship and infuse his unwavering sense of justice into the blade he wields, he would undoubtedly become the world's greatest swordsman. What a pity it is. With the list provided by Zephyr in hand, Lumbo embarked on a series of challenges, seeking out each individual named therein. Armed with an order from Sengoku, he disregarded the willingness of his opponents and launched into confrontations. The rear admirals, though hesitant to unleash their full might against him, were acutely aware of the authority he wielded. Any individual possessing even a modicum of intelligence would refrain from inflicting serious harm. Conversely, those lacking such discernment would never ascend to the rank of rear admiral. Consequently, chaos ensued, prompting these officers to flock to Sengoku in protest. Yet, a mere utterance from Sengoku quelled their complaints. Any individual who was challenged must comply wholeheartedly, with the caveat that no one was permitted to employ lethal force. He warned them to consider the ramifications of injuring the beloved grandson of Garp. At the mention of Garp, silence enveloped the group, for he was a revered figure, an idol to many. If Lumbo's previous life were known, he would undoubtedly be akin to a global icon of Bruce Lee's stature. Thus, rather than resisting, they would willingly allow themselves to be struck by Garp's grandson, leading to a swift dispersal of the crowd. However, an unusual phenomenon soon emerged. Soldiers at headquarters frequently observed rear admirals willingly allowing themselves to be soundly thrashed by a cadet. During this period, Lanbo found himself inundated with challenges wherever he ventured. A young general would invariably appear, eager to engage in a bout. "Come on, young man, let us spar," they would insist, leaning in with their faces, only to be swiftly knocked down by Lanbo's fist. As the encounters escalated, they began to intrude upon every aspect of his life, during meals, training sessions, and even in moments of repose, and eventually it progressed to the most private of occasions. In desperation, Lanbo sought General Guo's intervention to put an end to the incessant challenges. It was only then that he felt a semblance of relief. The ordeal had been quite harrowing. Who would wish for an unsolicited challenge while attending to nature's call, with some fool suggesting they compete to see who could urinate the farthest? Lanbo's years of mental fortitude were nearly shattered by this relentless onslaught. Chapter 46. The Battle with Qingji. Rambo, having adjusted his mindset, resolved to seek out Ji Yuan, only to discover, much to his dismay, that Ji Yuan had embarked on a voyage alongside Admiral Crane. Left with no alternative, Rambo decided to approach the three admirals. Initially, he contemplated seeking out Akainu, but considering Akainu's temperament, it was likely he would outright decline. Even with Sengoku's orders to engage in a sparring match, it would probably be akin to a child's play for him, merely a casual affair. After much deliberation, Rambo opted to first visit Akiji, who maintained a closer rapport with Garp, in hopes of finding a means to penetrate the situation. In no time, Rambo located Akiji on the beach of the Navy headquarters, beneath a large sunshade, with a table beside him adorned with refreshing juice beverages. He reclined on a lounge chair, wearing an eye mask, exuding an air of relaxation as he savored the afternoon sun. As Rambo approached, Akiji removed his eye mask and, in a languid tone, remarked, "Rambo, have you come to spar with me?" After all, the incident with the Major was quite the spectacle, and even someone as laid back as I am is aware of the circumstances. Lumbo casually picked up a grape from the fruit platter and remarked, "Indeed, young Admiral. I trust you wouldn't decline my request." He genuinely feared that this laid-back individual might refuse him, as he was notoriously averse to complications. Lumbo continued, "Perhaps I should enlist my grandfather to have a word with you." Upon hearing the name Karp, Qingji's demeanor shifted slightly. After all, jokingly suggesting a conversation with Master Karp, a man known for settling matters with his fists, was no light matter. Lumbo certainly did not wish to endure another of that elder's punches, having experienced enough of them in his youth. In the past, he had struck me, Therefore, I suppose retaliating against his grandson now could be considered a form of vengeance. With this thought, the cunning Kazan shed his previous lethargy. His eyes gleaming as he gazed at Lumbo, akin to a predator eyeing its prey. Lumbo felt a shiver run down his spine under that intense stare and instinctively stepped back. Admiral Kazan, I'm not interested in that, he declared. Kazan, momentarily taken aback, did not fully grasp Lumbo's meaning. Nevertheless, nothing seemed more enticing at that moment than delivering a sound thrashing to Master Karp's beloved grandson. The two of them squared off on the beach, and Lumbo dared not let his guard down. With a swift motion, a blade of wind cut through the air, severing Qingji's elemental arm. However, it quickly regenerated, and Lumbo thought to himself, so he truly is Karp's grandson. I must approach this with greater seriousness. Lumbo felt a wave of frustration. It became evident that this fellow was treating their duel as a mere game. Qingji then materialized an ice blade, striking the ground with his foot, causing the ice blade to come slicing towards Lumbo. As Lumbo blocked the attack, he felt his entire body grow heavy, half of his legs sinking into the sand. He silently acknowledged the reality that the prowess of an admiral could not be underestimated. Even a slight exertion of strength rendered him so weary. Before he could contemplate further, he sensed the blade of wind becoming enveloped in ice, gradually spreading across his arm and then throughout his entire body. Lumbo could not help but exclaim in dismay, realizing how he had forgotten about Qingji's freezing abilities. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was encased in a layer of ice. Kazan observed Lumbo, immobilized within the ice, with only his eyes darting about. He lightly tapped the ice, feeling a sense of satisfaction. After all, Karp had often pummeled him in the past, and now he relished the chance to take revenge on his grandson. He contemplated returning to his reclining position while keeping an eye on the ice block, ensuring no one shattered it. If by chance Karp's grandson were to suffer serious injury, he would likely find himself on the receiving end of a severe beating. Before he could reach his chair, he felt an intense heat behind him. Turning around, he saw the ice rapidly melting, releasing a plume of white mist. At that moment, a fiery Lumbo, empowered by a pair of crimson and violet wings, soared into the sky. Kazan scratched his head, acknowledging Lumbo's tenacity. The battle resumed as Lumbo descended upon Fingwu with a fierce strike, prompting Qingji to conjure another ice blade. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their combat echoing with explosive sounds that even reached the distant Navy headquarters. After a while, the commotion subsided, and Lumbo, bruised and battered, lay on the ground, while Kazan stood beside him, his own attire tattered and torn. Upon seeing Kazan, Lumbo was certain that the latter had intentionally targeted his face with each blow. Yet, recognizing his own inferior strength, Lumbo knew he could only train harder to reclaim his dignity. He rose to his feet, arranged a training schedule with Kazan, and limped back home. As Kazan watched Lumbo's silhouette gradually fade in the setting sun, he was suddenly reminded of the days spent wandering with Karp, who had painstakingly taught him the art of combat, often leaving him with bruises. Now, as an admiral, he felt a wave of nostalgia for those times. Glancing at his own torn clothing, riddled with burns, he felt a pang of frustration. He had never possessed the strength to turn the tables on Karp, and Karp's grandson proved to be quite formidable indeed. Chapter 47. Roaming the seas from that day forth, Lumbo faced Kazan in combat daily, inevitably ending each match with Lumbo battered and bruised. However, one fateful day, Lumbo unexpectedly awakened his Busashoka haki. Had it not been for Qingji's keen observation, he might have severed Lumbo's arm. In retaliation for that near miss, Kazan intensified their training sessions, as anyone would after coming so close to losing a limb. Though repeatedly beaten to a pulp by Kazan, the benefits were unmistakable. Lumbo quickly learned to stabilize his newly awakened Busashoka haki. Kazan, now wary, no longer dared to rely on his elemental powers to absorb Lumbo's attacks, as the scars on his arm still bore testament to their fierce encounters. Caution was now of utmost importance. Although Rambo is currently unable to match Qingji, it is far from effortless for Qingji to effortlessly transform him into a punching bag. Once Rambo thoroughly masters the application of haki, Zephyr advised him to refrain from seeking further sparring sessions, as prolonged practice could lead to a detrimental shift in his mindset. If he were to regard every battle merely as a friendly match, it would spell disaster. At this stage, it is essential for him to venture into the world. Zephyr, having instructed countless naval officers as the chief instructor, possesses an acute understanding of the nuances of training, knowing precisely when and how to impart his teachings. Lumbo's suggestion to Zephyr was one of adaptability and wisdom. Initially, Carp intended for Limbo to embark on his own ship to combat pirates. However, Limbo proposed to Zephyr the formation of a small squad led by Zephyr himself, comprising a group of cadets. This squad was primarily intended to train the soon-to-graduate students, allowing them to confront the harsh realities of the sea, for engaging in battle with pirates was far from the gentle environment of a naval training camp. After some contemplation, Zephyr acquiesced, reassured by his presence that no unforeseen incidents would arise. Thus, for 2 years, Zephyr's small squad commenced its journey against pirates, beginning with the ostensibly weakest East Blue and expanding across the 4 seas. In the preceding year, it was primarily Limbo who vanquished the pirates they encountered, leading to a unanimous decision to designate him as a bounty hunter against pirates while the others continued their training. After all, with Limbo in their midst, the rest felt more like spectators, unable to claim any glory or experience for themselves. Consequently, a formidable figure emerged in the realm of bounty hunters across the 4 seas, one who referred to himself as the Judge. He was shrouded in mystery, clad in a kimono, with a sword at his waist said to blaze like fire, and a cloak that obscured his face from view. He showed no mercy to those pirates who had blood on their hands, swiftly severing their heads. Conversely, he turned a blind eye to those pirates who did not oppress the common folk, provided they did not provoke trouble. Within that year, he claimed the lives of numerous pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million, and dozens more at the million mark. All bounty hunters across the 4 seas set their sights on him, some even daring to impersonate him, only to be quickly exposed. Thus, over the course of that year, Limbo wandered the 4 seas without a definitive goal, taking each day as it came, slashing through pirates when encountered and indulging in drink at taverns. Although there were horses in the pirate world, akin to Blackbeard's subordinate, Poison Q, they were not the prevailing means of transportation. Otherwise, he would have truly lived out his dream of riding a horse, sipping wine, and wielding his sword in a life of adventure. During this year of championing the downtrodden across the 4 seas, Limbo initially contemplated visiting the East Blue to see Zoro, Kuina, and his brother Luffy. However, upon reflection, he decided against it. He resolved to wait until Luffy set sail, intending to see him off while also retrieving Kuina. As for Zoro, he presumed he would embark on his journey ahead of time. Limbo felt a sense of assurance regarding Zoro's current capabilities, likely due to his own influence. Zoro had grown significantly stronger than before. If Luffy's strength at this time mirrored that of the original story, he would likely fall short against Zoro. Chapter 48. Edward Weevil. After more than a year of wandering the 4 seas, Limbo received a message from Zephyr summoning him back to the Navy headquarters. Upon his return, Zephyr, along with his small squad, also arrived at the headquarters. It turned out that Zephyr believed the group of cadets had gathered sufficient experience in the 4 seas and wished to take them on a journey through the Grand Line, to witness the true nature of pirates. This led to the ensuing conversation between Carp and Limbo, who lounged leisurely on the beach. The following morning, Zephyr announced a gathering. A group of individuals boarded the vessel, each face adorned with exultation and joy. After all, the pirates of the 4 seas were relatively feeble. The true stage of this world lay in the Grand Line and the latter half of the New World. As Limbo observed their jubilant demeanor, his heavy heart was similarly uplifted. He proposed to Zephyr the early formation of small teams, wishing to afford these trainees the opportunity for early training, lest they encounter the likes of Whitebeard II and witness Zephyr suffer the loss of an arm in their defense. Lamb harbored a certainty that their journey through the Grand Line would inevitably lead them to confront Edward Weevil, Whitebeard II. Thus his initial disposition was one of gravity. Thus, the group wandered aimlessly through the first half of the Grand Line, encountering several battles along the way. The pirates of the Grand Line were indeed markedly different from those of the 4 seas. During this voyage, they encountered the Serpent Pirate crew, led by the formidable Van Reddy, a Zoan-type fruit user capable of transforming into a python, boasting a bounty of 140 million. Zephyr positioned Limbo at the rear to provide support, allowing the trainees to engage in battle independently. In the end, although they captured Van Reddy, many trainees sustained severe injuries, marking a significant setback on their journey through the Grand Line. Previously, in the 4 seas, each individual had faced pirates, initially sustaining minor injuries, but as time progressed, they had developed a commendable synergy in apprehending pirate crews. However, this encounter served as a stark awakening, revealing that the Grand Line was no mere playground. The pirates here far surpassed those of the 4 seas. Following this event, the carefree demeanor once prevalent among the group dissipated, yielding a somber atmosphere. Rambo assessed the injuries of his comrades. Ein and Benz were relatively unscathed, given their considerable strength compared to the other recruits. As for Dashki, the seemingly innocent young girl fought with remarkable ferocity, clashing blades with the enemy's first mate. During the skirmish, her shoulder was pierced by a blade, which incited Rambo's fury. Fortunately, Ein and Benz, having dispatched their opponents, came to her aid and swiftly dealt with the first mate. The most severely injured was still Drake, who had been engaged in a fierce battle against Van Reddy. He suffered 3 broken ribs and a dislocated liver. Fortunately, his robust physique, coupled with the regenerative properties of his devil fruit powers, ensured that he was not in mortal danger, though he would likely require a week or 2 of recuperation. Observing the low morale, Zephyr rallied the troops with words of encouragement, while sternly addressing their shortcomings, thereby exposing them to the harsh realities of the sea. Sensing that the situation was dire, Rambo suggested that Zephyr take the crew to the nearest branch for some rest, to which Zephyr readily agreed. They arrived at the G4 branch, where they recuperated for over a week. Upon returning to the ocean, there was a palpable sense of maturity among the crew. Each member diligently performed their designated tasks. After enduring several more battles, they successfully captured a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Although they sustained minor injuries, it was nothing compared to their previous ordeal. Their teamwork had grown increasingly adept. Upon arriving at an island for resupply, they joyfully celebrated with a hearty meal before returning to their ship. At that moment, Rambo sensed an ominous presence. Turning to investigate, he beheld a rotund figure with golden hair, towering nearly 5 meters tall, wielding a naginata. The figure, with a crescent-shaped white mustache dripping with mucus, addressed a diminutive elderly woman beside him. "Mother, look, there's a Navy warship. Shall we destroy it?" Chapter 49, Intense Battle Whitebeard 2, Edward Weevil. Rambo's heart raced. The inevitable had finally arrived. Just then, a petite old woman leaped onto Weevil's shoulder, exclaiming, "My dear son, you are the offspring of the Yonko, Whitebeard, the Navy's nemesis. Bear your father's name and obliterate all Navy forces." "Yes, mother, I am indeed Whitebeard's son." With a swift motion, he raised his naginata, unleashing a 2-meter-long blade of energy that hurtled toward the warship. Without the slightest hesitation, Limbo swiftly unsheathed his weapon, positioning it before him to counter the oncoming airblade. The force propelled him backward, sliding several meters and leaving a long gash on the ground. He urgently called out for everyone to steer clear of the warship and retreat to the island. Upon hearing his voice, the crowd momentarily paused, bewildered by the unfolding events, until Zephyr's commanding voice echoed, instructing them to heed Limbo's warning and take immediate action. The cadets aboard the warship promptly began to distance themselves from the vessel. At that moment, Weibel stood dazed, exclaiming, "Do not flee, you Navy scum. I shall annihilate you all." The old woman perched on his shoulder chimed in with a mischievous grin. "Yes, my dear son, destroy them all. Slay them without mercy." Just as she prepared to raise her naginata once more, Weibel was suddenly hurled away. Zephyr had materialized at the spot where Weibel had just stood. Ignoring Weibel, Zephyr addressed the old woman who had jumped down from Weibel's shoulder, saying, "Long time no see, Miss Backen. I didn't expect you to retain your pathological cruelty." Miss Backen regarded Zephyr and replied, "Admiral Zephyr, it has indeed been a while. I hear you have stepped down from your position, devoting yourself entirely to the role of a caretaker. Allow me to introduce my son, Edward Weibel. He is a remarkably formidable pirate. Perhaps he could entertain you a bit." Weibel, having quickly regained his footing after being knocked away, glared at Miss Backen and declared, "Mother, this man dares to strike me. I will kill him." His eyes burning with fury, Miss Backen leaped back onto Weibel's shoulder, patting his head. "My son, if anyone dares to bully you, you must eliminate them. Do not forget, you are the son of the Yonko, Whitebeard." Invigorated by his mother's words, Weibel felt a surge of power as a dark mist enveloped his form. He swung his naginata with great force, propelling himself towards Zephyr. Zephyr adeptly dodged, causing the naginata to miss him and fly backward. In pursuit, Weibel grasped the end of the weapon's handle, spinning around to strike. Zephyr activated his armament hockey, his arm gleaming like iron as he confidently blocked the incoming attack. Weibel raised his naginata once more, but Zephyr kicked out with his hockey-imbued foot, striking the blade's edge. With each clash, the intensity of their battle escalated, creating ripples across the ocean's surface, causing the warship to sway. Observing the stalemate, Miss Backen advised, "My dear son, cease your struggle with Zephyr. Instead, go after his cadets. If they perish, Zephyr will surely be overwhelmed with guilt, and then he will unwittingly reveal his vulnerabilities. Taking his mother's words to heart, Weibel charged toward the fleeing cadets. Throughout the confrontation between Zephyr and Weibel, I remained vigilant, keeping an eye on the retreating cadets. Upon seeing Weibel approach, I stepped forward without hesitation to intercept him. Faced with such a pirate, I had no choice but to unleash all my strength. A pair of crimson and violet flaming wings unfurled behind him as he clashed fiercely with Weibel, the flames of the phoenix Wutong flickering in his grasp. Each encounter singed large portions of Weibel's attire, causing him to howl in agony, yet the damage remained superficial. In stark contrast, his fury only amplified his strength, rendering him even more formidable. Rambo, capitalizing on his speed, continued to evade and engage Weibel in a relentless dance of combat. Meanwhile, Zephyr stood before the retreating students, observing the fray with a calm demeanor, aware that Rambo was currently capable of managing the situation without his intervention. Safeguarding the students was his paramount concern. As Weibel's frustration mounted with every missed strike, Miss Backen's voice erupted nearby. "What are you doing, my son? Quickly eliminate that monkey, and then finish them all." In an instant, Weibel erupted with rage, his eyes turning a fierce red, veins bulging on his face and forehead, as both his strength and speed surged dramatically. Seizing the moment while Rambo was caught off guard, he swung a blade that sent Rambo flying. Fortunately, Rambo's instinctive reflexes allowed him to block the strike with the Phoenix Wudong, activating his haki just in time. Otherwise, the blow would have cleaved him in two. Chapter 50. The Phoenix dance reemerges. Even so, Rambo was thrust into a deep crater. Seeing this, Zephyr instinctively moved to assist, yet before he could intervene, he found Weibel. Eyes ablaze, turning to fixate upon him, preparing to charge. Zephyr assumed a defensive stance, ready to engage. Suddenly, Rambo's voice rang out, "Hey, big guy. We're not finished yet. Where do you think you're going?" At that moment, Rambo would not permit Weibel to advance. A confrontation with Zephyr could endanger the students, and he was determined to avoid a repeat of history after all his efforts over the years. From the depths of the pit, Rambo soared upward, engulfed in flames. His once black hair transformed into a vibrant red, and though his kimono was tattered, it did not diminish the regal aura he exuded. His eyes shimmered with a purple light, exuding righteousness and authority, standing defiantly against the bloodshot gaze of Weibel. Provoked, Weibel's expression twisted into a more menacing snarl as he forcefully stomped the ground. Launching himself toward the airborne Rambo, Lumbo wielded the Phoenix wing and engaged in a fierce collision with Weibel. The two became entangled in midair for a while, and astonishingly, Lumbo failed to bring Weibel down. It is well known that the skies are Lumbo's domain, and for Weibel to hold his ground against him for even a moment speaks volumes about his formidable strength. Like a cannonball, Weibel plummeted to the ground, gazing upward at Lumbo. "Foolish son, hurry up and eliminate him. If you can't even defeat this brat, are you a pig?" Miss Bakeen exclaimed vehemently. Lumbo retorted, "Miss Bakeen, you vile old crone, be silent. With your diminutive stature, how could anyone, let alone a man with a white beard, find you appealing? Not a single sane individual could ever harbor affection for you. You, who constantly boast of being the woman of a man with a white beard, should take a good look in the mirror at your ridiculous self." Miss Bakeen, incensed by Lumbo's words, erupted with fury. "Weibel, someone is bullying your mother, and he dares to claim you're not the son of the man with the white beard. If you do not slay him today, you shall no longer call me mother." Upon hearing this, Weibel's body swelled, his already corpulent form expanding further, towering over 7 meters as veins bulged from his arms. He resembled a demon from the depths of hell, fixating his gaze on Lumbo in the sky. To Weibel, Lumbo appeared no more than a mere fly, and with a fiery blade in hand, he swung down towards Lumbo. However, Lumbo, ignited by flames, exhibited a remarkable increase in speed, deftly evading the strike. Weibel's newfound size bestowed upon him immense power, and with a casual blow, he created a massive crater upon impact with the ground. To avoid endangering the students and residents of the island, Lumbo skillfully led Weibel to a remote seaside battlefield. Weibel furiously attacked Lumbo, yet Lumbo's speed was unparalleled, aided by his keen observation, allowing him to discern Weibel's attack trajectories and evade each strike. This is easily comprehensible. The Phoenix reigns as the king of all birds, and if it were to be ranked in terms of speed, none would dare claim the title of the fastest. Even the famed Kuimping would have to concede its superiority. Nevertheless, Lumbo remained cautious. A mere brush with Weibel in his current state could lead to grievous injury, if not death. The power to obliterate an island in the world of pirates is no jest. Lumbo remained entirely focused, darting around Weibel, wielding the phoenix wing in an attempt to land a blow. However, to his dismay, Weibel's defense in this state proved to be astonishingly formidable. The phoenix wing struck his body as if a common iron sword were to hit steel, leaving only a mark without breaching his defenses. After a prolonged struggle, not only did Weibel grow increasingly agitated, but Lumbo too began to feel the strain. At this rate, even if my stamina were to wane, I doubt I could contend with this steel giant. With this thought, he leapt into the air, declaring, "Weibel, brace yourself for my strongest attack." One sword style, Phoenix Dance in the Nine Heavens. At this moment, Lumbo unleashed his ultimate technique, prompting Zifa to prepare for a rescue. Rambo infused all the flames of the phoenix within him into the phoenix tree. Suddenly, a fire phoenix, approximately 20 meters in length, soared forth from the tree, emitting a resounding cry that echoed across the entire island. With a blaze trailing behind it, it charged towards Weibel. Having exhausted his strength, Rambo plummeted from the sky. But fortunately, Zifa, employing the moonwalk technique, caught him. Chapter 51. Aftermath and sharing. As the two landed, they beheld the aftermath before them. A massive crater, roughly 500 meters wide, had formed at the seaside, with the sea furiously rushing in to fill it. The atmosphere was shrouded in a mist, likely caused by the steam generated from the Phoenix's fiery encounter with the ocean. After a brief respite to recover from his exertion, Rambo was now able to walk. He inquired whether Zifa had seen Whitebeard too. Zifa shook his head, explaining that due to Rambo's significant depletion of energy, he had completely lost his combat capability. Furthermore, considering the presence of the other trainees, he had refrained from venturing out to search for him, fearing that if he left and Weibel returned, it would spell trouble. Rambo nodded thoughtfully and continued, "I believe the situation should not be dire. Although Weibel is formidable, he could not have emerged from such an assault unscathed. I suspect that even if he has survived, he must be gravely injured. Teacher Zephyr, let us go investigate." After a moment of contemplation, Zephyr concurred. They led the students to the site of the recent battle, yet found no trace of anyone. However, Binz discovered an arm beneath the wooden bridge near the dock. Both Rambo and Zephyr recognized it as Weibel's arm, astonished that he had managed to escape. Following the intense confrontation, all the students gazed at Rambo with admiration. Although they had always known of his strength, they were unprepared for the extraordinary prowess he now displayed. Rambo's small team encircled him, eager to glean insights into his cultivation practices. He began by sharing his experiences in physical training, emphasizing that a strong physique is foundational. He also imparted crucial insights on the development of his fruit abilities, particularly focusing on Drake, whose ancient dinosaur fruit was remarkably powerful. As for Ein, Rambo provided her with direction regarding her time fruit, which held immense potential for manipulation, be it reversing, accelerating, or even pausing time. Binz's case was the most straightforward. In his previous life, Rambo had been an avid fan of both pirates and Naruto. In that moment, no one was better suited to inherit the legacy of Hashirama Senju than Binz. Without hesitation, Rambo divulged all of Hashirama's signature techniques, including the wood release, cage technique, the true Buddha of the Senju, and the Gate of Rashomon. Imagining Hashirama's presence in the pirate realm was exhilarating. Furthermore, for the young woman resembling Kuina, Rambo meticulously shared his insights into the way of the sword. Zephyr, observing Rambo engaging with the students and sharing his cultivation knowledge, felt a sense of contentment. Initially, he had been concerned that Rambo's overwhelming strength might alienate the other students. It is essential to recognize that this world is not one that can be navigated alone. The formidable Golden Lion may be powerful, yet he is but one man, and few under his command are truly capable. Similarly, the proud Red-Black Lidfield, renowned for his strength, could contend with an entire Yonko crew, even defeating Admiral Sengoku. Yet, where did that lead them? One ended up severing his own legs and now hides in obscurity, while the other remains imprisoned on the 6th level of Impel Down. Once Rambo finished his sharing session, Zephyr called him over. As there was a matter that had long puzzled him, the reason behind Rambo's vehement insults directed at Miss Bakine, which had driven both of them into a frenzy. To Zephyr, this seemed unnecessary. He had witnessed firsthand the terror of a frenzied Weibel, while he was confident in his ability to defeat him. Such a scenario would jeopardize the safety of the students. Listening to Zephyr, Lumbo provided a brief explanation, confessing that he had intentionally provoked them. He reasoned that if he could not incite them to lose their composure, Miss Bakine, with her astute nature, might withdraw at a critical juncture, making any future attempts to subdue them far more challenging. Zephyr nodded in acknowledgement. Being an old acquaintance of Miss Bikini, he had dealt with her extensively during the pursuit of the Rocks pirates, and he was well aware of her cunning disposition. While Lumbo's words reflected his thoughts, there was a more pressing reason behind his actions. He could not guarantee that Zephyr's squad would encounter Whitebeard only once. If such encounters occurred multiple times, the possibility of history repeating itself in his absence loomed large. Thus, to avert any future recurrence, Lumbo deliberately provoked Miss Bikini, aiming to either decisively eliminate Weevil or ensure his permanent retention. Lumbo was not overly concerned about his ability to defeat Weevil, even if he fell short. He could ensure the safety of the other trainees. With Zephyr unencumbered by worries, he should be able to overpower Weevil, prompting Lumbo to take this audacious step. This approach, aimed at completely alleviating future concerns, was not unprecedented for Lumbo. A similar situation had unfolded during the Kuina incident, where Lumbo and Zoro had obliterated every stone in the courtyard of the One Heart Dojo, seeking to resolve the issue definitively and prevent the past from repeating itself. Chapter 52. A major incident. Rambo and Zephyr engaged in a conversation, reflecting upon the battles of the day. Zephyr expressed great satisfaction with Rambo's performance, appreciating his adept use of speed to outmaneuver his opponents. He mused that had someone like Drake, with his youthful fervor and singular focus on brute strength, been in the fray, he would likely have met a dire fate without even comprehending how it came to pass. Indeed, allowing him to venture forth alone in battle proved to be a prudent decision. The fledgling should not be confined to a cage for protection, but should be set free to weather the storms, ultimately enabling it to soar through the skies. By the way, are you still contemplating remaining in the training camp and not applying for graduation upon your return? Zephyr found this perplexing. For Rambo's prowess 2 years prior would have sufficed for him to graduate, yet he has chosen to delay this transition until now. Rambo silently reflected that his decision to postpone graduation was precisely for this moment. Had he not been present today, he could not bear to envision Zephyr, his esteemed teacher, returning to the headquarters with a severed arm and grievously wounded students, forever altered and treading a path of no return. Lammer would not openly express his true thoughts. He gazed at Zephyr and said, "Teacher, upon returning to the headquarters, I shall apply for graduation. However, I am uncertain as to where I will be assigned. Typically, there are 2 options. One can either apply to work under a vice admiral or venture to a branch for further training. Which would you recommend? Teacher, is there any possibility that I could possess my own warship?" Zephyr lightly tapped Lammer on the back of his head and replied, "You young rascal. Your aspirations are quite lofty. At your age, and without at least a general rank, the prospect of independently owning a warship is but a distant dream." Rambo, with a sense of grievance, touched the back of his head and lamented, "It is utterly uninteresting to follow other commanders. As for going to the branch, that is out of the question. Who among the high-ranking Navy officials does not know that my grandfather is Vice Admiral Garp? Given my grandfather's esteemed position within the Navy, no matter where I go, I would merely be treated like a revered ancestor, relegated to the role of a mere mascot. I refuse to accept such a fate." Zifa pondered this and realized the truth of Rambo's words. Ever since Sengoku had granted Rambo a letter of recommendation to seek out a commander-level officer to cultivate his swordsmanship, it had become common knowledge that Rambo was Garp's grandson. Subsequently, several vice admirals approached Zifa, expressing their intentions to recommend Rambo to their ships upon his graduation. Zifa, wearing an expression of distress, finally suggested, "If it really comes to it, you might as well follow Garp." Upon hearing this, Rambo instantly shook his head. Working under the old man's command would merely make him a mascot, and would also subject him to Garp's infamous iron fist of love. If it comes to that, I might as well forego graduation and join your team, Zifa, capturing pirates until I earn the qualifications of a commander. Only then will I consider applying for graduation. Zifa, hearing Rambo's thoughts, could only nod in resignation. After all, this young lad was only 15 years old. After spending a night resting on the island, the group set sail back to Navy headquarters. While the ship sailed across the ocean, Zifa received a call from Sengoku via the Den Den Mushi. The image of Sengoku materialized, and he bellowed, "Zifa, what transpired during your battle yesterday? How did you come to engage with Edward Weevil, the notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 300 million? Moreover, why was it only Rambo fighting? Is he unharmed? I must inform you that Garp is currently at headquarters. If anything were to happen to his grandson, he would undoubtedly turn the headquarters upside down." Zifa explained the circumstances with a wry smile, allowing Rambo to converse briefly with Sengoku. Once it was confirmed that Rambo was unharmed, Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. However, Zifa soon found himself perplexed. He had not yet had the chance to report to headquarters, so how did Sengoku already know? He quickly inquired about the source of Sengoku's information, to which Sengoku replied curtly, "I read today's newspaper." It seemed he harbored a hint of dissatisfaction towards Zifa for not promptly reporting the battle. But there was little he could do. The situation concerning Rambo demanded Sengoku's utmost attention. Just recently, Garp had wreaked havoc on Judicial Island, and any mismanagement in this instance could lead to the headquarters facing a similar fate. Chapter 53. Renowned across the seas, a news bird perched at the bow of the ship, and Zifa tossed it 10 belly, retrieving a newspaper from its pouch. This world held many inexplicable phenomena, particularly with devices like the Din Din Mushi and newsbirds, but there was no need to dwell on such matters. Zifa unfolded the newspaper, and his eyes were immediately drawn to a photograph that dominated half of the page. Upon closer inspection, it was a striking image of Rambo. Enshrouded in flames, wielding a phoenix staff and standing valiantly in midair, his violet eyes radiating authority. This was clearly a moment captured during his battle with Weevil. Lumbo was taken aback. During his battle with Weibel, his observation hockey had been activated, yet he had not detected anyone covertly capturing the event. What was the story behind this photograph? Although puzzled, Lumbo chose to set aside his concerns and continued to peruse the newspaper. To his astonishment, the headline proclaimed the Navy's hidden ace had been revealed, detailing how a new naval recruit had boldly confronted the notorious 3 billion berry pirate, Edward Weibel, and emerged victorious. Beneath the prominently enlarged title, the article recounted the entire sequence of events. Rambo couldn't help but admire the imaginative prowess of the journalists. What does it mean to be shelved? I am merely yet to embark on my journey. After a while, once I possess a warship, I too shall make my mark upon the world. At that moment, I shall address my naval subordinates, saying, "Young ones, carry my name and venture forth across the seas." In truth, Rambo had always cherished a particular phrase from Whitebeard in the past: "Become my son, and sail these vast oceans bearing my name." Although it may seem somewhat juvenile, Rambo was undeniably drawn to such audacity. Though brash, Whitebeard indeed possessed the strength to back it up. Upon reviewing his own photograph, Rambo noted with a sense of satisfaction that he appeared rather photogenic, exuding an air of handsomeness and authority. Meanwhile, Zephyr was experiencing a bit of a headache. Previously, he had discussed Rambo's future with Sengoku, intending for him to find a branch office or shadow a vice admiral to gain experience and act discreetly. In critical moments, this could serve as a trump card. However, this newspaper had disrupted those plans, leaving Zephyr quite troubled. He decided to set it aside, planning to confer with Sengoku upon his return. This newspaper had circulated throughout the seas. In the East Blue, the village chief of Windmill Village sat in a tavern, kindly gazing at Rambo's image in the paper. Although Rambo had grown significantly, the chief immediately recognized the young man, who had a remarkable talent for drinking and a perceptive disposition. "Ah, Rambo has grown up," he mused. Makino nodded with a smile. Indeed, he has become quite formidable. In Frostmoon Village, the dojo master Gung Shiro held the newspaper, squinting at Rambo with a gentle smile. Beside him, Kuna also gazed at Rambo, silently reflecting. "Rambo, have you truly grown this strong? I must hurry to strengthen myself, or I shall be left behind." In a tavern somewhere in the East Blue, a young man with green algae-like hair and 3 swords at his waist looked at the newspaper, remarking, "Long time no see. You have become increasingly powerful. However, I shall surpass you and become the world's greatest swordsman." Aboard the Moby Dick in the New World, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, laughed heartily. "Kua, Marco, it seems this young lad possesses a similar fruit ability as yours. What a pity he is a Marine. Otherwise, I would have him as my son, kahahaha." If Rambo were to hear Whitebeard's words, he would simply respond, "You think too much. Being your son is not a problem. But you must first have a discussion with my father and grandfather. Both are rather formidable characters." Today, Kaido, who had not engaged in his usual reckless behavior, sat on his turf, weeping while clutching a large gourd. "It appears to be a mythical zoan-type fruit. I would love to have it under my command." Meanwhile, Law held the newspaper, stating, "Captain, the Marines have grown stronger again. Take a look at this paper." Shanks glanced at it briefly, commenting, "What an interesting young fellow. At this rate, he will undoubtedly become a pillar of the Marines. But what does that have to do with us? Come on, mates, let's commence the feast." The others echoed in agreement. On Whole Cake Island, the cream minister approached, saying, "Mama, here's today's newspaper." Big Mom glanced at it briefly before dismissively setting it down, This sea is becoming increasingly intriguing. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 54. The name of the Fire Phoenix upon returning to headquarters with his crew. Zephyr made some arrangements and instructed Rambo to allow everyone a brief respite of 2 days before gathering at the new recruits' camp. He then hurriedly disembarked from the military vessel, making his way directly to Sengoku's office. Upon entering, he was greeted by the familiar sight of Crane, in their late garb, snoring on the sofa with bubbles escaping his nose. Ignoring Garp, Zephyr exchanged pleasantries with Sengoku and Crane before taking a seat on the sofa. Sengoku inquired in detail about the battle conditions, to which Zephyr recounted the events truthfully. Sengoku expressed relief, remarking, "It is fortunate that this little fellow was present. Otherwise, Zephyr, while your strength could have easily subdued Weevil, safeguarding those recruits would have posed a significant challenge." Zephyr nodded, still shaken by the thought. Initially, he had overlooked this concern. But during his habitual post-battle analysis, he realized the gravity of the situation. Had he been alone at that time, the recruits would likely have faced dire consequences. And in his efforts to protect them, he might have found himself in peril as well. The realization sent a chill down his spine. Sengoku continued, somewhat troubled. "I had intended to keep Rambo hidden to quietly enhance his abilities, but this incident has thrust him into the spotlight earlier than anticipated, catching us off guard." Crane pondered for a moment and stated, "It is unavoidable. In that case, we might as well fully expose him." Zephyr interjected urgently, "No. That would be far too dangerous for him. I fear that he may become a target." In his eyes, Rambo was still just a child, despite his impressive capabilities. The treachery of the sea was abundant, and a single misstep could lead to his demise. Sengoku nodded in agreement, recognizing Crane's perspective aligned with his own. Yet he remained apprehensive. Firstly, Rambo was still very young and lacked sufficient experience. Secondly, he was the grandson of that old rascal. If anything were to happen, it would undoubtedly provoke a catastrophic response from him. Sengoku harbored a fondness for this cautious young man, having no children of his own and having lost his adopted son, Razananti. He often regarded his old friend's grandson as his own and wished to spare him the fate that befell Razananti. Exposing him to the light could enhance the Navy's reputation. The pirates are rampant across the seas, and the Navy's failure to protect the populace reflects poorly on us. This incident could demonstrate our resolve. Sengoku's thoughts crystallized in his mind. Just then, Garp, who had been dozing off, sat up with a serious expression. Zephyr was about to voice further objections when Garp waved him off, saying, "I understand that young fellow's aspirations. He has long yearned to set sail. This opportunity fulfills his wish. Engaging in real combat, even at the risk of perishing at sea, is a choice that defines a man." Zifa could not help but reminisce about his previous conversation with Lumbo regarding his desire to command his own warship and set sail. He refrained from adding any further comments. Sengoku cast a glance at Karp before stating, "Very well, let us bestow upon him the rank of Rear Admiral. He shall be the youngest officer of such a rank in history." Although Lumbo has indeed vanquished numerous pirates over the past 2 years across the seas, he still falls short of the qualifications typically required for a Rear Admiral. However, given his recent victory over Whitebeard II, awarding him this rank is certainly justified. Suru nodded in agreement, and Zifa along with Karp echoed his sentiments, solidifying the decision. This moment marked the emergence of the youngest officer of such rank in history, and the Navy made grand efforts to publicize the event. During the ceremony, all naval commanders not engaged in special missions were in attendance, underscoring the significance of the occasion. Standing under the spotlight, Lumbo felt immense joy at the prospect of leading a fleet into the open sea, yet perhaps due to his training in maintaining composure, he accepted the medal handed to him by Sengoku with a calm demeanor. Observing from the side, Kazara remarked with a sly grin, "What an intimidating little fellow." Though his expression was mischievous, there was a seriousness in his eyes. Akainu and Akiji also distinctly felt the pressure emanating from this young individual. At their age, the three of them combined would have struggled to match Lumbo's prowess. Thus, the following day's newspapers featured extensive coverage of the award ceremony, heralding the youngest officer of the Navy, titled Fire Phoenix, whose name rapidly spread across the seas. Chapter 55. The Futures Foundation. After attending the commendation ceremony, Rambo once again found himself in the spotlight. Although he was bestowed with the rank of Rear Admiral, the title bore a certain awkwardness, as it was somewhat of a misnomer. After all, he commanded no troops. The coveted warship he desired was indeed acquired, albeit after much persuasion with the warring states. But it now lay idle in the harbor. It was inconceivable for him to navigate the vast ocean alone, not only would he struggle to operate such a colossal vessel, but managing it single-handedly was another daunting challenge. The primary concern at present was to assemble his own cadre. Upon arriving at Zephyr's office, he exchanged pleasantries and discussed his intentions. Zephyr, with a warm smile, suggested that if Rambo desired a team, he might consider the trainees. Were there any who piqued his interest? They could be recruited directly. In fact, many of them were on the cusp of graduation, particularly the more exceptional ones. Drake, for instance, had received numerous offers from several vice admirals, eager for him to graduate and join their fleets, where he could at least secure the rank of lieutenant commander. However, recognizing the disparity in their abilities, he preferred to continue his training under Rambo's guidance. Ein and Binz were well on their way to becoming lieutenants, especially after Rambo provided them with direction on developing their devil fruits. They frequently sought his counsel on how to harness their powers, and I had directed them to Kizaru for a period of instruction. While I found Kizaru's physical prowess somewhat disappointing, his unique insights into devil fruit development were indeed remarkable. Currently, aside from their regular physical training, they were diligently learning to refine their abilities under Kizaru's tutelage. Moreover, Dasky had initially set out to gain experience at the branch. For the path of the sword is not one that can be mastered in isolation, it necessitates continuous combat. I had requested an order from Sengoku, and now she was preparing to embark on the journey that he once traversed, ready to challenge the swordsmanship experts within the Navy. Upon hearing Zephyr's words, Lumbo couldn't help but click his tongue, pondering whether the butterfly effect of his presence in this world was about to commence. It seemed inevitable that the strength of these individuals would surmount in the future. Each one of them possessed remarkable talent, as only the elite among the Navy could reach the headquarters for training, while those deemed unworthy were sent back to their origins. This alteration would undoubtedly lead to a significant enhancement of their abilities. Particularly, Ein and Binz, who had not appeared in the original narrative, only graced the theatrical adaptations. Having provided them with a path for development, it should be a trivial matter for them to confront admirals directly. As for Drake, Lumbo considered the necessity of finding an opportune moment to engage him in conversation regarding the specific reasons behind his defection from the Navy. The original narrative offered a plethora of theories. Some claimed he fled due to his discontent with the darkness within the Navy, while others suggested he succumbed to the uncontrollable urges of his dragon fruit form, leading him to commit acts of slaughter against the innocent, thus earning the title of the Fallen Navy. There were even whispers that a woman was the catalyst for his betrayal. Ultimately, the myriad explanations left much to ponder. Yet Lumbo leaned towards the notion that the influence of the dragon form had incited a ferocious rage within him, rendering him unable to restrain his violent impulses. As far as Lumbo was aware, aside from his own ancient Zoan devil fruit, there existed another, the mammoth fruit belonging to Jack the Drought. Lumbo had a slight understanding of Jack's character. He was impulsive enough to recklessly confront the giant Zo elephant, only to be tossed into the sea, awaiting Kaido's rescue. He had the audacity to clash with the warships commanded by Fujitora and Sengoku, transforming into his mammoth form, carelessly rampaging without regard for strategy, leading one to mistakenly assume he wielded a boar fruit. In essence, Jack was a man of strength, but undoubtedly lacking in mental acuity. Therefore, the likelihood that Drake was influenced by his devil fruit seemed the most plausible. What transformations might occur once an ancient Zoan reaches a certain level of development remained a mystery to all. If this were indeed the cause, Lumbo contemplated possible solutions. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The meditation practice at the One Mind Dojo was the optimal method for mental cultivation. However, without his master's approval, he would refrain from sharing it with others, a rather vexing predicament. Lumbo slapped his forehead in frustration. Was it conceivable that he could become a disciple of his master, and henceforth address Yagyu as master directly? Considering Yagyu's calm demeanor, even if he imparted this knowledge to others, it was unlikely he would object. At dinner, Lumbo gathered the four of them at the venue where Garp had once hosted a gathering for him and Luffy during their coming-of-age ceremony, and they held a barbecue feast. During the event, Lumbo shared his aspirations of forming a team with them. Having spent several years together, they were well acquainted and held immense trust and respect for Lumbo, leading them to nod in agreement. With great reverence, Lumbo produced the One Mind training manual he had meticulously transcribed throughout the afternoon, instructing them to pass it around while sternly advising that it was a treasured artifact of his martial lineage, and that they were to properly observe the customs of presenting respect upon meeting their master. Curiosity piqued. The group wondered what this little booklet contained that warranted such significance from Lumbo. Rambo's next words left them astounded. He spoke of a method for cultivating the mind, which would significantly aid in awakening observation haki. The meaning of cultivating the mind eluded most, but upon mentioning observation haki, everyone paused in surprise, as it was one of the 3 types of haki. Among the 4, only Drake had barely reached the threshold of awakening armament haki. Yet he was still unable to awaken it. As for observation haki, they had not the faintest clue until they heard that this small booklet could assist in its awakening, causing an uproar of joy as they eagerly passed it around. Later, a few of them gathered to savor barbecued food and drinks, engaging in cheerful conversations about the future. Zifa and Karp, observing the youthful exuberance of the youngsters outside, reminisced about their own youthful days and shared hearty laughter. After their meal, Rambo and the others returned home to prepare for the training scheduled for the following day, simultaneously making a pact. In 2 years, they would reconvene to realize their aspirations of commanding the strongest naval fleet. Chapter 56. Lamborghini. The following morning, Rambo arrived at the port, eager to inspect his warship. Upon boarding, he discovered it to be a rather ordinary vessel, featuring a spacious deck, a control station, and several cannons. This sight evoked memories of a yacht he had once attended a friend's wedding on in his previous life, igniting a desire within him to acquire one for himself. Resolute, he sketched the design of the yacht and sought out Sengoku, presenting him with the plans and requesting assistance from the Navy's research division. As for funding, Rambo had little concern. After 2 years of masquerading as a pirate hunter, he had amassed 200 million berries, and if that proved insufficient, he could always ask Karp and Zifa for more. Sengoku, not one to decline, promptly summoned Kizaru, as the research division fell under Kizaru's command. Rambo and Kizara then proceeded to a tavern, where they discussed the project over drinks. Given Kizara's extensive experience in the research division, he offered Rambo several insightful suggestions, which Rambo enthusiastically endorsed. Once all other details were finalized, the primary challenge remained: how to power these yachts, as the world of pirates lacked gasoline or similar fuel sources. This dilemma posed a significant challenge for Rambo, yet Kizaru, though often perceived as a laid-back admiral, was well-traveled and recalled the concept of a power train for the sea. Rambo's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of the sea train in Water 7. It is worth noting that the first-generation sea train, featuring a rocket head, had once transported Luffy and his crew across the abyss to Judicial Island. Although it was never deployed due to its inability to brake, the current iteration, the second-generation Smoky Tom, undeniably boasts remarkable power. When it comes to shipbuilding, no place rivals Water 7, the undisputed leader of the shipbuilding industry. Akin to Alibaba in the realm of e-commerce in a previous life, the most formidable shipwright in Water 7 is undoubtedly Tom. Regrettably, due to Roger's actions, Tom was apprehended by CP after completing the Sea Train project. However, his apprentice, Iceberg, the current mayor of Water 7, has inherited Tom's true legacy. Moreover, there is that eccentric who incessantly exclaims "super," also a disciple of Tom. Contemplating this, Rambo resolved to journey to Water 7 to craft a yacht for leisure. However, Kizaru seized the enthusiastic Rambo, playfully remarking, "My friend, there is no need to venture to Water 7 for shipbuilding. The finest shipwright is not located there." Rambo was momentarily taken aback. Was not Tom the greatest shipwright? Who else could claim the title of second best? Suddenly, enlightenment struck him. Tom must not have been imprisoned or slain. Given the nature of the world government, such a talent would never be easily relinquished. They would not allow his potential to go unexploited, for that would be an affront to their reputation. The scientist Vegapunk serves as a prime example, a genius who stands 5 centuries ahead of the world. The world government would only consider 2 options: to recruit him, compelling him to serve their interests, or to eliminate him. Such individuals pose a significant threat, capable of establishing a formidable power if driven by ambition. The world government would never allow such a risk to fester. Nonetheless, most scientific madmen are indeed lunatics, consumed by their research to the exclusion of all else, even the basic needs of life such as eating and sleeping, which they deem as mere distractions. Their singular focus on research often leads them to align with powerful factions for logistical support, as they would never squander their time wandering the world in search of resources. Yet, in doing so, they often sacrifice their own freedom, a lamentable fate. After exchanging pleasantries with Sengoku, Kizaru escorted Rambo to Research Island. Upon arrival, Rambo immediately sensed something amiss. The Naval Research Facility, a place of such significance, had no naval guards in sight, a peculiar circumstance indeed. Sensing Rambo's bewilderment, Kizaru chuckled. Do not be misled by the absence of guards. The defenses here surpass even those of the Navy headquarters. Upon disembarking, There exists but a singular path leading to the base. All other routes are dead ends, laden with explosives, lasers, and sword traps. Unless one were to obliterate the entire research island from the outside, I dare say no one could conquer this island directly. Furthermore, the surrounding islands are under tight surveillance by the Navy, rendering it exceedingly difficult for outsiders to approach this sanctuary. Lan Wenbo took a deep breath, realizing that human strength has its limits, while the power of technology is boundless. Even in this pirate world, where everyone's combat prowess is extraordinarily heightened, this truth remains evident. Otherwise, Old Sand wouldn't be fixated on the King of Hell. Lan Wenbo followed Kizara through a series of twists and turns until they reached the entrance of the base. After undergoing a retinal scan, he made his way directly to the shipbuilding research department. It wasn't long before Lan Wenbo encountered a jovial figure, characterized by horns atop his head. Clad in a short coat that revealed a sizable belly, his face seamlessly merging with his upper body, devoid of any visible neck. A prominent tuft of white beard adorned his chin, contributing to his cheerful demeanor. Lan Wenbo recognized him as the world-renowned shipbuilder, Tom. Kizaru exchanged pleasantries with Tom before introducing Lan Wenbo. After a brief exchange of greetings, they swiftly moved to the matter at hand. Lan Wenbo produced the design blueprints for a yacht, which instantly captured Tom's attention. The emergence of something novel in his field invigorated Tom's spirit. He promptly led Lan Wenbo to the simulation room, where, based on the blueprints, they created a rough model of the yacht. They then discussed specific details and plans. The yacht was intended for personal leisure. Lan Wenbo envisioned sailing it alone, not for the purpose of engaging in battles. Thus, arming it was not a consideration. The primary requirements were twofold. It needed to be fast and comfortable. Once their discussions concluded, Tom and his technical team set to work. With little else to occupy him, Lan Wenbo desired to explore the surroundings but was informed that wandering was prohibited in the research facility. Frustrated, he arranged a date to collect the vessel and asked Kizara to escort him back to the naval headquarters. Kizara had plans to teach Ain and Benji the intricacies of fruit development, so he did not intend to linger. Through this shipbuilding endeavor, Lan Wenbo and Kizara grew considerably closer. Despite Kizara's somewhat abrasive personality and his tendency to be lazy, he maintained a relatively favorable attitude towards Lan Wenbo. They conversed amiably on their return to headquarters, where they agreed to meet each morning for swordsmanship practice, while Ain and Benji engaged in physical training. Kizaru nodded in agreement. Thus, every morning, Lan Wenbo practiced swordplay with Kizaru. While it was termed a duel, it often involved Kizaru imparting techniques to Lan Wenbo, as the latter was still quite inexperienced in comparison. After 2 months, Tom finally notified Lan Wenbo that the ship was completed and had been transported to the naval headquarters. Lan Wenbo expressed his gratitude to Tom via a communication device, promising to look after Water 7 and his 2 apprentices, Iceberg and Frankie. Tom smiled contentedly in response. Lan Wenbo arrived at the harbor, where indeed a yacht lay at anchor, gleaming in pristine white under the sun's radiant rays. The naval personnel stationed at the port paused in admiration as Lan Wenbo conducted the necessary handover, before stepping aboard the yacht amidst the envious gazes of onlookers who had never witnessed such a vessel. The yacht comprised 3 tiers. The first level served as a restful cabin, the second as the command center, and the third as a leisure observation area. One could only imagine the exquisite pleasure of gazing out at the ocean with Goina seated beside him. Ah, but my vessel still lacks a name. It must be something melodious. Suddenly, a rather unfortunate term infiltrated Lan Wenbo's mind: Lamborghini. Never mind, let us christen her the genie. Chapter 57. Gourmet Island. With the yacht now ready, how could Lan Wenbo resist the allure of adventure? He sought permission from Zephyr to embark on a journey for the environment of the pirate world. In contrast to the more realistic realm of Naruto, was vibrant and fantastical, a true feast for the senses. As for why Lan Wenbo did not request leave from Sengoku, there was a reason. Although he held the rank of Rear Admiral, he lacked formal placement and was merely an honorary officer still under Zephyr's jurisdiction. Without hesitation, Zephyr granted his request, confident that Lan Wenbo's current prowess would suffice to handle any threats, provided he did not recklessly confront formidable foes. A voyage across the seas would undoubtedly enrich his experience and broaden his horizons. Zephyr casually bestowed upon him several million berries for daily expenses and procured a letter of endorsement from Sengoku, stamped to signify that Lan Wenbo could procure supplies at any naval branch he encountered at sea, an assured long-term safety net. The following morning, Lan Wenbo set sail aboard the yacht, having previously conferred with Tom regarding the genie's navigation system. In this world devoid of GPS navigation, They had devised a permanent compass system that could be integrated with the yacht's controls, allowing for automated navigation based on its guidance. Sitting on the third-tier sofa, Rambo gazed out as the yacht sliced through the waves, swelling with pride. In his past life, owning a yacht was a mere fantasy for an ordinary individual. Here, however, with the strength one possesses, one can attain all that one desires. Beyond merely exploring the picturesque landscapes, the paramount reason for Limbo's journey is to seek companions. Although his vessel already accommodates 4 prospective crew members, and with the potential addition of Guiana, it still feels rather sparse in numbers. He aspires to assemble the most formidable naval fleet. Despite being destined to become a naval officer due to the influence of the venerable Carp, this does not impede his ambition to recruit his own crew, akin to that of a pirate crew. Presently, he has identified 2 promising candidates, the Naval Admiral Fujitora and the eccentric youth Inel. Rambo currently finds himself in urgent need of a chef, as he is unwilling to neglect his palate. Although he possesses the ability to prepare a meal, he can only guarantee that what he concocts is edible. The question of its palatability remains uncertain. To maintain his combat prowess, it is essential to be well-fed and hydrated. Each time he gazes upon the first-floor lounge of the Genie, filled with an abundance of fine wines yet devoid of delectable accompaniments, a frown crosses his face. Much of the wine comprises exquisite bottles gifted to Zifa, while some have been directly procured from Garp and Sengoku. Like Sengoku, Garp does not possess a particular fondness for alcohol. Rather, they both delight in snacks. The fine wines stocked in their homes are primarily those received as gifts, reserved for entertaining guests, which now conveniently benefits Rambo. To avert the awkward scenario of having wine without food, Rambo has charted a course towards Gourmet Island. As the yacht speeds along, after more than half a month, Rambo catches a whiff of tantalizing aromas wafting through the air from a distance, causing his mouth to water and igniting his appetite. The vicinity of the Gourmet Island port bustles with a continuous flow of people, where various vendors line the streets with an array of delectable snacks. Upon witnessing the yacht, the crowd glances curiously, intrigued by such a vessel. However, the allure of the culinary delights soon captivates their attention once more, overshadowing the novelty of the yacht before them. After Rambo steadied the yacht, he disembarked without a trace of concern that it might be commandeered in his absence. This apprehension had been meticulously addressed during the design phase. Thus, the yacht could only be activated upon receiving Rambo's fingerprint or iris recognition. Moreover, should an unfamiliar individual board the vessel in the absence of authorized personnel, an alarm would be triggered. This alarm's receiver resembled the style of a car key from Rambo's former life, which he carried with him at all times. Upon entering the harbor, Rambo commenced a fervent indulgence in the culinary delights before him. Anything he had not yet tasted was swiftly seized and devoured. Throughout the past fortnight at sea, his sustenance had primarily consisted of hastily prepared fare, leaving him to ponder the profound question of how such unappetizing dishes could ever be created. Engaging in a continuous dialogue with his own conscience, he now found himself confronted with an abundance of delectable options. To abstain from feasting would be a disservice to his own appetite. Rambo indulged in culinary delights from a roadside stall all the way to the heart of the gastronomic island town. Upon glancing at a tavern, he confidently pushed the door open and stepped inside. The atmosphere was lively, filled with patrons savoring exquisite dishes, sipping drinks, and engaging in animated conversations. Rambo found a seat by the window and called out to the waiter, "Please bring me one of each of your finest signature dishes, and a few bottles of your best wine to start." In a short while, the waiter returned with the wine. Rambo opened a bottle and took a sip. The robust flavor warmed him pleasantly from within. He was pleasantly surprised by the distinctiveness of the island's wine, realizing that nothing complemented fine cuisine quite like exquisite wine, second only to the allure of beautiful companions. At that moment, he overheard a conversation from the table beside him. "Who do you think will win tomorrow's culinary competition?" one person asked. "It's hard to say. Their culinary skills are all exceptionally refined, making it a challenge to determine who stands above the rest." Rambo, upon hearing this exchange, smacked his thigh in excitement. It dawned on him that he had fortuitously arrived during the island's culinary competition, and he was determined to find an exceptional chef as he inquired further about the details. Chapter 58. The Aura of Competition. The culinary competition is held every 5 years, and typically, the champion is invited by the government with a generous salary. However, some renowned pirate crews, such as the infamous Big Mom, also extend invitations. Initially, Big Mom intended to claim the island as her own territory, But due to the vehement opposition from the other emperors and the world government, she was compelled to abandon her ambitions. Given her voracious appetite, it was inconceivable that she would let such a bountiful gastronomic paradise slip through her fingers. The interference from the world government and the emperors has ensured that the island enjoys remarkable security. Pirates have never dared to cause trouble here. Those with strength refrain from mischief due to external constraints, while the weaker ones are too intimidated to act out. Even the most hostile factions can share a meal together on this island, leaving their grievances at the door. Of course, the most vibrant occasion occurs during the culinary competition held every 5 years, where chefs from around the globe converge to showcase their skills. Winning the title of champion in the culinary competition is a prestigious honor for any chef. Rambo learned that the final day of the competition was tomorrow, with 3 contenders advancing to the finals: a middle-aged man, a young gentleman, and a middle-aged woman. After gathering some additional details, he feasted heartily and then sought out a nearby inn for a restful night. The next day, after freshening up, he stepped out and casually grabbed some street food for breakfast. As he walked and munched, he arrived at the competition venue, which was already teeming with an eager crowd. People were gathered tightly, engaged in conversation while casting their eyes towards the 3 cooking stations on the elevated platform. Rambo surveyed the throngs of people and realized it would be nearly impossible to squeeze in. Looking around, he sought a taller structure to gain a better view of the competition. To his delight, he spotted a suitable vantage point not far from the event. Rambo withdrew from the crowd and, with a few agile leaps, ascended to the rooftop, where he enjoyed an unobstructed view of the competition below. The competition stage featured 3 expansive cooking stations, prominently displaying 2 large iron woks at the center. To the right, an array of bottles and jars, presumably containing various seasonings, was neatly arranged, while to the left lay a substantial cutting board, accompanied by a comprehensive set of knives. Not far from the elevated platform, a tent had been erected, furnished with a long table and 3 chairs, which Rambo surmised were intended for the judges. As the competition had yet to commence, the venue remained devoid of any attendees. Rambo sat atop the rooftop, savoring the delightful snacks he had procured from below, while taking in the surrounding scenery. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound behind him. Surmising that someone else had the same inclination to ascend for a better view of the match, glancing over his shoulder, he beheld a young man with strikingly handsome features. His hair meticulously slicked back and donned in a crisply pressed suit. This was evidently a person of great discipline and formality, Rambo mused, though he decided it held little relevance to his own affairs. Lan Wenbo nodded at him as a form of greeting, and the young man, taken aback by the unexpected presence of another, returned the gesture. Together, they observed the competition below in silence. Lan Wenbo casually sat and indulged in some snacks, instinctively wanting to share with the young man beside him, a habit of a good youth in the 21st century. However, the young man shook his head, indicating he preferred not to partake. Feeling a bit awkward for rejecting the offer, he added, "I apologize, but I am not accustomed to eating food prepared by others. I only consume what I make myself." Lan Wenbo was momentarily taken aback. He found the young man quite peculiar, but he continued to enjoy his snacks undisturbed. Soon, the sound of drums reverberated through the air, and Lan Wenbo heard the host announce loudly into the microphone, "Now, let us welcome the judges of this culinary competition. The first is the mayor of Gourmet Town." An elderly gentleman with graying hair yet a vibrant spirit greeted the audience and took his seat among the judges. The townspeople warmly welcomed their beloved mayor with enthusiastic cheers. The host continued, "Next, we have the renowned gastronomist, Michel. Michel was a legendary figure in the world of culinary arts, known for his immense strength and lack of ulterior motives. He roamed the world in search of exquisite cuisine. It was said that he had traversed much of this realm and appeared on Gourmet Island every 5 years, hoping to encounter top-tier chefs. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man resembling a seasoned traveler made his way to the judges' table, prompting another wave of applause. The host's voice resonated once more. "Now, let us welcome Charlotte Katakuri from the Big Mom Pirates, one of the 4 emperors of the New World." No sooner had the host finished speaking than a robust, middle-aged man emerged. Charlotte Katakuri, the 6th son of Charlotte Linlin, was renowned for his mastery of hockey and martial arts. A long black beard hung from his chest, while a tuft of hair atop his head resembled an airplane. The rest of his head was adorned with peculiar bumps, giving him a rather odd appearance. Lan Wenbo was surprised to encounter a member of the Big Mom Pirates in such a place. At that moment, the previously composed young man beside him suddenly radiated an aura of hostility, which vanished just as quickly as it had appeared, as if nothing had transpired. He turned and walked away. Though fleeting, Lan Wenbo distinctly sensed the shift. He turned to observe the young man's retreating figure, realizing that there seemed to be some enmity between him and the Big Mom pirates. However, it was ultimately someone else's affair, and he had no intention of involving himself in the matters of the four emperors for a stranger. Once all the judges were seated, the host announced, "Now, let us invite the contestants to the stage. The first to compete is Mr. Medrin from the West Sea." A middle-aged man, adorned in a white apron and a chef's hat, approached the stove. His beard was impeccably trimmed, and although his square face bore a few wrinkles, his eyes sparkled with vitality. He bowed graciously to the audience in a gesture of gratitude. The host then introduced the second contestant, Ms. Haichina from Beihai, a woman with a beauty mark at the corner of her mouth and cascading red waves of hair that draped elegantly over her shoulders. Despite her white apron, her alluring figure was unmistakable. With a radiant smile gracing her fair and charming face, she offered gentle bows to those around her. In any realm, beauty captivates admirers, and the crowd stirred with excitement. Some exclaimed how beautiful she was, others professed their love, while a few whistled in playful admiration. The host spoke a few words, and the atmosphere soon settled. He then announced, "Now, please welcome the local chef from Gourmet Island, Lan Wenbo." To Rambo's surprise, it was the young man who had just stood beside him. Realizing it was Lan Wenbo, Rambo recalled the earlier moment when he had sensed a fierce aura directed at Charlotte Conti, and he thought to himself that this culinary competition was bound to be quite entertaining. Chapter 59. The culinary competition. Rambo sat quietly atop the roof, observing the unfolding scene below. At the host's command, 3 contestants sprang into action, their focus directed towards the assortment of fish, meat, and vegetables laid before them. The challenge comprised 2 segments, one where the judges would specify a dish for them to prepare, and the other allowing them to creatively utilize the provided ingredients. The first task was assigned by the gourmet Michel, who requested a nourishing broth. The 3 participants swiftly assembled the pot for the soup, their knives dancing deftly as they sliced the ingredients, which they meticulously arranged in bowls beside them. Rambo noticed a middle-aged man from the West Sea expertly extracting the flesh from a piece of seafood, leaving only bones, which he then placed into the pot along with various other condiments. Although Rambo was not yet well acquainted with the ingredients of this world, he recognized some of them as medicinal herbs. In contrast, the lady from the North Sea approached her task with a gentler demeanor, adding a piece of meat to the pot and patiently waiting for the water to boil before incorporating additional seasonings, allowing it to simmer on low heat for half an hour. Meanwhile, the local chef, Lan Wenbo, added some condiments to the pot, allowing them to steep before removing them and adding small segments of seafood. After approximately 30 minutes of simmering, he infused the broth with a few herbs before allowing it to continue cooking on low heat. As the hour came to a close, each contestant ladled 3 bowls of broth and presented them before the judges. Soon, the scores for the first round were revealed. The local chef Alan claimed first place, followed by Medrin from the West Sea in second, and Haichina from the North Sea in third. At this moment, Haichina voiced her dissent, asserting that her broth was exceptional and deserved a higher ranking. Even Charlotte Conti concurred, praising Haichina's dish for its exquisite flavor. At this point, Michel stood up and fixed his gaze on Haichina. She felt a twinge of anxiety under his scrutiny, but quickly regained her composure, continuing to protest her position. Michel remarked, "As a gourmet, failing to objectively critique the culinary creations before us would be an affront to the title. Similarly, a chef who resorts to trickery to deceive others is a lamentable figure. Miss Haichina, do you genuinely believe your broth surpasses that of your 2 counterparts?" Haichina's face flushed crimson, and defiantly she retorted, "My broth is exceptional and should be first. Mr. Charlotte Conti stands as the finest testament, and the audience can provide their insights." With that, she served several bowls to the audience, most of whom declared it to be the best soup they had ever tasted. Only one individual remarked that the broth was unremarkable, slightly better than what he usually consumed, but not by much. Michel invited a member of the audience onto the stage and inquired whether he had been lacking sustenance lately. He replied that he had not eaten for 2 days, merely subsisting on water, as he was eager to indulge in a grand feast upon arriving at Gourmet Island. He had rushed to watch the competition immediately after disembarking, neglecting to eat. At this juncture, Michel remarked, "This gastronomic evaluation not only tests the chefs but also poses a challenge to the judges present. As one of the judges, I approach this responsibility with utmost seriousness. Having spent years immersed in the culinary world, I am acutely aware of the dedication required from chefs and the significance of the honor associated with being crowned champion of Gourmet Island. In preparation for this evaluation, I refrained from eating for an entire day, consuming only some drinking water to keep my palate untainted by residual flavors of other foods. However, due to the prolonged fasting, I required a bit of broth to warm my stomach before tasting, lest discomfort ensue. This necessity is also the reason for my inquiry regarding the broth. I presume, Mr. Mayor, you two have abstained from eating for a day in advance. Upon glancing at the mayor, who nodded calmly, the audience erupted in astonishment. What connection could this have with Haichina's broth? Michelle continued, Miss Haichina, if I am not mistaken, you are a user of a devil fruit ability. While your broth is indeed delightful, it falls short of the standards required for the finals of this culinary competition. Your ability likely amplifies the residual flavors of food previously consumed to their most exquisite state. Such abilities are rare. Yet I have encountered similar talents during my extensive culinary explorations across the seas. Listening to Michelle's firm critique, Haichina collapsed in the center of the stage. Michelle approached her slowly, aiding her to her feet, and said, You are still young. There is ample time for you to invest in understanding food more deeply. You two can evolve into an exceptional chef. Embarrassed, Haichina turned and hurried off the stage, vanishing into the crowd. Michelle shook his head and sighed. He took his seat at the judging panel, remaining silent. The mayor then stood and addressed the audience. Mr. Medlin, your soup is incredibly flavorful and highly nutritious. However, it has a slight flaw. Its herbal essence is overpowering, affecting the overall palate. In this regard, Mr. Allen's preparation is somewhat superior. Despite this minor setback, the culinary competition shall proceed. Let us invite both participants to continue. Medlin and Allen nodded in agreement. The next segment involved free creativity, a formidable test for any chef. It challenged their ability to concoct new dishes within a limited time frame and with restricted ingredients, requiring both adaptability and foundational culinary skills. Both participants refrained from immediate action, meticulously examining each ingredient. After thoroughly assessing all the components, they closed their eyes in contemplation. Michelle observed the two with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Soon, they opened their eyes, grasped their tools, and commenced their culinary creations. Amidst the air, vegetables danced gracefully as the sharp knives in their hands sliced through the ingredients, each piece falling delicately to the ground. After 2 hours of fervent preparation, the duo finally completed their culinary masterpieces and presented their dishes to the judges. Medrin's succulent meat dish featured golden, crispy slices of a sea creature, tender within and delightfully crisp on the outside. When paired with the sauce he crafted from the available ingredients, the three judges couldn't help but applaud in delight. When it was Allen's turn to unveil his creation, a wave of enticing aroma enveloped the space, reaching even Rambo's position, who involuntarily swallowed in anticipation, captivated by the fragrance. He had prepared a dish of exquisite fish, renowned for its minimal bones, and through a skilled technique, the bones became wonderfully tender, allowing the fish to melt in the mouth. In no time, the 2-meter-long fish was devoured by the trio, with Charlotte Kant consuming the largest share. Ultimately, they unanimously declared Allen the champion. After 5 years, a new victor emerged from the culinary competition, likely to be celebrated in the following day's newspapers. Once the awards were bestowed, the mayor and Michelle extended their congratulations before departing, leaving only Charlotte Kant behind. He turned to Allen and said, Hey, the new champion shall return with me tomorrow to meet my mother. She would be thrilled to learn that you are the champion of Gourmet Island. And it is indeed an honor to join the 4 Emperors pirate crew. You wouldn't tea refuse, would you? Ha ha. Chapter 60. He is my chef. Charlotte Kant's tone, filled with an air of command and condescension, ignited a fury within Allenoob. Clenching his fists, he glared at Kant and replied, I have many matters yet to resolve and do not wish to serve others at this time. Kant merely chuckled. Don't be so naive, boy. Out here on the sea, no one can refuse mother. Meet me at the dock tomorrow morning. Don't let me down. The consequences could be dire. Allen tightened his fists, his adversary before him. Yet he refrained from acting out. He knew that doing so would endanger the mayor, who had cared for him for many years, as well as the innocent citizens of Gourmet Island. Indeed, Allenoob was the adopted son of the mayor. His father had once been the champion of a culinary competition on Gourmet Island, only to attract the attention of Charlotte Lin, who sent a minister to invite him to join the Big Mom pirate crew. When his father refused, he faced persecution, and his mother was also caught in the crossfire and killed. At the tender age of 6, Allen had narrowly escaped, having been out playing, and fortunately, the Big Mom pirates were deterred by the world government's involvement, allowing him to survive and be raised by the mayor. Though Alan received the mayor's devoted care and enjoyed a relatively happy childhood, he never forgot the hatred that fueled his desire for vengeance. Yet, he recognized his personal strength was insufficient, and to seek retribution, he would need to align himself with a formidable force. His original intention was to win the championship in this culinary competition, thereby receiving invitations from the other 4 Emperor pirate crews, and then leverage their power to exact revenge. Although he had considered joining the Navy, he realized that, should he do so, he would likely only be relegated to the role of a mere cannon fodder. Moreover, the world government would refrain from confronting the 4 emperors to maintain a delicate balance at sea, as the stakes were simply too high. Yet, he never imagined that he would find himself in a situation eerily reminiscent of his father's past. Frustrated, he struck a nearby wall with his fist, gradually sinking down along its surface. Before long, he heard the sound of approaching footsteps, and upon glancing up, he saw a pair of feet come to a halt before him. As he lifted his gaze, he was met with a youthful face, sharp and defined, especially those black eyes that seemed as deep as an abyss. It dawned on him that this was the very boy he had spotted on the adjacent rooftop before the competition. Rambo, observing the somewhat helpless figure of Alan seated on the ground, spoke warmly. "Hello, Mr. Allen. You performed splendidly in the competition. Your culinary skills are exceptional." With a smile, he gave a thumbs up. He then produced 2 flasks of wine, handing one to Alan while uncorking the other for himself. Taking a sip, he said, "I have some wine. Why not share your story? Perhaps regarding the Big Mom pirate crew?" As soon as Rambo's words fell, Alan's eyes narrowed. Apart from the town mayor, there was no one who could possibly know about his connection to the Big Mom pirate crew. Instantly, he sprang to his feet, prepared to subdue Rambo. Rambo appeared oblivious. Sitting against the wall while sipping from his flask, he remarked, "Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. If I were to share anything, it would be as if Charlotte Kant were conversing with you right now." Upon hearing this, Alan paused his actions, but remained on guard. Rambo let out a resigned chuckle. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Monkey D. Rambo, a naval officer." Alan was momentarily taken aback. The name rang a bell, yet he could not recall where he had heard it before. He scrutinized Rambo once more and suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing, it is you. The youngest admiral in naval history, Rear Admiral Rambo of the Phoenix. He lifted the flask to emphasize, "No doubt about it, we are not enemies. May we now discuss your affairs?" Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Alan recounted his circumstances to Rambo, including his conversation with Charlotte Kant that very day. Rambo gazed at Alan and inquired, "So, Mr. Allen, what are your intentions?" Alan shook his head, responding, "I have yet to decide. But I cannot refuse the mayor and the innocent residents." In anguish, Alan raised the flask and drank deeply. "Mr. Allen, how do you feel about becoming a Navy officer under my command? While I cannot guarantee you wealth or promotion, I assure you that I will treat all of you like my own brothers, and I pledge to assist you in avenging your grievances. What do you think of such a promise?" Alan stared at Rambo, bewildered. "Will the Navy act on my behalf against the 4 emperors?" Rambo shook his head. "I meant we will help you seek vengeance. I did not say the Navy would do so. The vengeance will be executed by our own naval crew. I do not concern myself with the others, nor will we need them. Our crew will operate under our own authority. We will be the first and last naval force modeled after a pirate crew, existing to uphold justice and combat all malign forces upon the seas. This will be the most formidable crew in history, and the era of great pirates will end at our hands. Currently, our crew, including you, comprises 6 members, and many like-minded individuals will join us in the future. This grand endeavor commenced the moment I joined the Navy." Alan was left in a daze by Rambo's words. What kind of crew would this be? If it were a pirate crew, it belonged to the Navy. If it were a Navy, it had its own autonomy. Yet, upon hearing the vow to end the era of great pirates, Alan gazed at the youngest Rear Admiral in history and felt a surge of pride, inspired by his words. He wholeheartedly accepted Rambo's proposal, eagerly anticipating both Rambo's future and that of this crew. Alan escorted Rambo back to the mayor's residence, where the mayor immediately recognized the Rear Admiral and welcomed him inside. Upon learning of Alan's intention to join the Navy, he understood completely. The moment he laid eyes on Rambo, he had already discerned Alan's choice. As for how Charlotte Canty would handle matters, Alan, now allied with Lumbo, felt indifferent, certain that Lumbo would take care of it himself. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, Alan knelt before the mayor, expressing his gratitude with several deep bows for the mayor's care over the years. He then proceeded towards the port alongside Limbo, with the mayor watching them depart, tears in his eyes. Upon reaching the port, Alan chanced upon Charlotte Canty. At that moment, Canty approached, remarking, "It seems you possess some sense, lad. Come, let us board the ship and meet my mother." Alan crossed his arms, remaining motionless as Canty's irritation grew. "You choose to disregard my invitation, do you?" Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind Canty. "Charlotte Canty, is it? He is my cook. Where do you intend to take him?" Chapter 61. Hostility. Upon hearing this, Charlotte Canty turned to see a handsome young man, arms crossed over his sword, exuding a relaxed demeanor. Canty, both enraged and amused, retorted, "It has been ages since anyone dared to address me thus. Is this your source of confidence, lad?" He then directed his attention back to Alan, who shrugged in response. "He is now my superior. I follow his orders. If you wish to discuss matters, it is with him you should speak." With that, he found a spot to sit. Alan's demeanor incited a strong sense of provocation in Charlotte Canty, who was poised to strike. However, before he could act, the young man who had just been behind him stood directly before Canty, startling him. Even Alan was taken aback by Lumbo's speed. He understood Lumbo's strength, for it was no small feat to attain the rank of the youngest major general, but he had not anticipated such swiftness. At that moment, Charlotte Canty scrutinized the young man before him, feeling an unsettling familiarity, yet unable to recall where he had seen him. Composing himself, he inquired, "Who are you?" Lumbo replied, "It matters not who I am. What is essential is that this fellow is now under my command. Should you wish to take him, you must first obtain my consent." Canty erupted into laughter before his expression darkened. "It seems the big mama pirates have long been dormant. The world has forgotten fear, allowing any stray pup to prance before me." With that, he disregarded Lumbo's identity and launched a punch at him. Charlotte Canty, the sixth son of Charlotte Lingling, was exceedingly confident in his combat skills. In the instant he struck, his fist enveloped in darkness, indicating the use of haki. Lumbo, undeterred, activated his own haki and met Canty's punch directly. Both men staggered back a step, their expressions grave. Although their blows were mere probes, they revealed, through a glimpse, the undeniable strength each possessed. Rambo took the initiative to attack, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Canty's head. Canty swiftly crossed his arms to block Rambo's strike. However, the force behind this kick was evidently far greater than during their earlier exchange of punches. Canty was sent flying, yet he reacted quickly, performing a graceful roll and stabilizing himself with one hand. Rambo, seizing the opportunity, had already positioned himself behind Canty and launched a kick toward his back. Sensing the movement behind him, Canty leaped forward, narrowly evading Rambo's assault and turning once more to confront him. The intensity of their skirmish soon captured the attention of the island's residents. The mayor emerged from the crowd, raising his voice to declare, "Gentlemen, Gourmet Island is a designated truce zone as per the agreement between the 4 emperors and the world government. I implore you to cease hostilities." At that moment, Rambo leaped back, halting his battle with Charlotte Canty. Although Canty contemplated advancing, Rambo coldly stated, "This is not the place for combat. We shall continue elsewhere, beyond Gourmet Island." Charlotte Canty, regaining his composure, recognized that unilaterally violating the agreement would not bode well for the Big Mom pirates. In a chilling tone, he remarked, "Boy, I will deal with you later. Do not even think of escaping." Rambo merely shrugged, indifferent. Rambo invited Alan aboard his yacht, an oddly designed vessel that Alan had just glimpsed, not realizing it belonged to Rambo. Without uttering a word, he followed Rambo into the cockpit. Once the yacht was set to autopilot, they ascended to the 3rd deck. Alan glanced at the mayor, who stood on the shore bidding them farewell, and nodded silently. Shortly after their departure, Charlotte Canty boarded his pirate ship, keeping a vigilant eye on Rambo and his crew. Not long after leaving the coast, a cannonball appeared, rapidly approaching from behind. Without a doubt, it was Canty in pursuit. Rambo prepared to intercept the projectile, but at that moment, Alan leaped up and kicked the cannonball into the sea, causing a spectacular explosion that sent waves crashing. More cannonballs soon followed, but Alan executed a series of flying kicks, dispatching them all with precision. It suddenly dawned on Rambo that he had yet to inquire about Alan's abilities, having only known of his exceptional culinary skills. However, now was not the time for questions, as Canty continued to unleash a barrage of cannon fire. Escaping at the yacht's speed would be effortless. Rambo, not one to be easily rattled by a rain of cannonballs, briefed Alan before unfurling his fiery wings and soaring into the air. With a gentle flap, A wave of flames surged toward the incoming cannonballs, obliterating them in midair. With a graceful motion, Rambo glided above Connie's pirate crew and declared, "Charlotte Conti, now you understand who I am. If you manage to survive today, I welcome your pursuit of vengeance." Drawing his sword, he unleashed a devastating attack. The one-sword style, fire wheel. It was at this moment that Conti, witnessing Rambo in the air, remembered the naval rear admiral, the Fire Phoenix, prominently featured in the newspapers. As the blazing wheel descended with unrelenting speed, Conti realized that his pirate crew had no hope of survival and commanded all his men to abandon ship. Just as he leaped into the sea, a tremendous explosion echoed, reducing the pirate ship to mere wreckage. As he beheld the smoldering planks floating on the water, he shouted, "You wait. I shall have my revenge. A mother's dignity shall not be trampled." Rambo chuckled and replied, "Rest assured, even if you do not seek me out, I will come looking for you." Rambo turned and returned to his yacht. Alan gazed at Rambo and inquired, "Why not eliminate him?" Rambo sighed and replied, "While it may appear that he has been defeated, the greater reason lies in my advantage in aerial combat. Engaging him on land would not yield such ease and victory. Furthermore, the time is not yet ripe. Our current strength is inadequate to withstand the wrath of the big mama pirates. We remain too weak." Alan clenched his teeth, recognizing the truth in Rambo's words, and chose to remain silent. Rambo and Alan reclined on the three-tiered sofa, savoring a bottle of wine while engaging in conversation. "Alan, I always believed your culinary skills were your sole forte. I never anticipated that you also practiced martial arts," Rambo remarked. Alan responded, "Ever since the unfortunate incident with my parents, my days have been consumed with mastering the culinary arts and relentlessly honing my physical prowess. Relying solely on my cooking skills would hardly suffice for avenging them. I have learned from many individuals in the town, most of whom were once pirates. However, as they have aged, they now seek a tranquil retirement. The peace treaty on Gourmet Island has left them as mere shadows of their former selves, lacking in formidable power. And the Navy scarcely pays them any heed. Although their skills may be diminished, some have affiliations with renowned pirate crews, for instance. 2 of them were once part of the notorious Flying Lion pirates. Their experiences have broadened their horizons, and they possess effective training methodologies, which they generously share with me." Rambo then inquired further about Alan's abilities and discovered that he had awakened the armament haki, albeit without full mastery. His observation haki had been awakened a year prior, likely due to his extensive experience in understanding ingredients while cooking. Rambo assessed Alan's current capabilities to be on par with pirates boasting bounties between 100 million and 200 million. Subsequently, he entrusted Alan with the techniques of the Navy's 6 styles for him to practice independently. Chapter 62. Rayleigh Rambo and Alan have been sailing on the ocean for a month. During this time, due to the yacht's autopilot system requiring no manual control, they have continuously exercised on the deck. Alan has now acquired the ability to proficiently execute 4 of the 6 styles: shave, gale, iron block, and moonwalk. Given his mastery of haki and a solid physical foundation, he quickly grasped the fundamentals of the 6 styles. Rambo remained steadfast in his training, and upon witnessing Rambo's relentless dedication to exercise, aside from his meals and rest, Alan felt profoundly inspired to intensify his own efforts. Before long, an island emerged within their line of sight. Rambo's expedition was not solely aimed at finding a chef and crew member. He also intended to seek out Fujitora. Thus, he and Alan ventured to the Bubble Islands, officially known as the Shambadi Archipelago, comprising 79 trees. Each tree bore a number. From 1 to 29 were notorious zones for human trafficking and other illicit activities. 30 to 39 housed amusement parks. 40 to 49 were designated for sightseeing, featuring local specialties. 50 to 59 encompassed shipyards, home to skilled craftsmen. 60 to 69 served as the naval and governmental access areas. And 70 to 79 constituted the street of inns and accommodations. Rambo surmised that Fujitora would likely appear in areas with casinos, given his notorious penchant for gambling. From memory, Rambo recalled several gambling establishments. One was within the Shambadi Archipelago's illicit zones, another was the Rain Dinner in Alabasta, run by Crocodile, and a third was the grand entertainment city of Girin Tezelo, established by the so-called Golden Emperor, Gil Desaro, who claimed to possess 20% of the world's berries. Since the Bubble Islands were the closest, Rambo decided to test his luck in hopes of encountering this ideal companion. After disembarking from their yacht, they proceeded directly towards the illicit zone. Despite its designation, the streets were surprisingly clean and orderly. This so-called illicit zone served as a covert venue for various illegal activities, such as human trafficking and arms dealing, with the notorious joker, Don Quixote da Flamingo, wielding considerable influence in the underground world and maintaining collaborative ties with Buggy and the Beast Pirates. Soon, they arrived at a casino, entering through the grand doors into a dazzling interior, where the cacophony of voices and the sight of waitstaff briskly navigating with trays of drinks enveloped them. Rambo took a glass from the server's tray, sipped the cocktail, and found it quite delightful. Holding the glass, he savored its flavor while surveying his surroundings. He approached the grand roulette, which was favorite pastime, betting on numbers or colors. After a brief scan of the area without spotting the individual he sought, a sense of disappointment washed over him. As Rambo prepared to depart, Alan hurried to his side and uttered a few words, expressing a desire to engage in a couple of games. In his previous life, Rambo had little fondness for gambling, preferring instead to indulge in drinking and singing. However, Alan exhibited an unusual interest in the activity. Perhaps this fascination stemmed from the influence of the pirates who had guided him in his training. Aside from honing his skills, Alan's greatest delight was listening to those pirates recount their adventures and battles, many of which involved the thrill of gambling. Lumbo, noticing Alan's interest, handed him 100,000 berries in exchange for the same amount himself. Although Lumbo held little fascination for gambling, he decided to embrace the local customs and engage in some lighthearted play. Without concern for Alan's choices, he made his way to the Grand Roulette, the simplest of gambling games where one could wager on colors, numbers, or even the odd or even nature of the digits, each with varying odds. It was a straightforward endeavor, purely reliant on fortune. Lumbo glanced at the table and decided to place a wager of 10,000 on both black and red. Noticing that today was Wednesday, he further bet 10,000 on both the black and red numbers. Soon, the roulette wheel began to spin, accompanied by a steel ball that rolled incessantly alongside it. When the wheel finally came to a halt, the ball continued to roll for a moment before settling into the black 25 pocket. This unexpected stroke of luck proved fortuitous, as he had successfully bet on both black and the black number. The payout for betting on black was 1-to-1, while the payout for the black number was 2-to-1. Had he bet directly on the number, the return would have been 10-to-1. And if he had managed to wager on both the color and the number, the reward would have been a staggering 100-to-1. Thus, rather than incurring a loss, Limbo found himself with a profit of 10,000 Bailey. Rambo glanced back but still saw no sign of Alan. Unaware of where he had wandered off to, Rambo had no intention of searching for him. It is well known that a man's focus can easily be disrupted when approached while gambling. Since boredom had settled in, he decided to continue playing. Perhaps it was simply Rambo's good fortune today, or perhaps the luck of a novice. After half an hour of play, he had astonishingly won 500,000 berries. Indeed, a windfall. Just then, Alan returned, his demeanor dejected, unmistakably having lost everything. Rambo casually remarked that it was merely a trivial gamble, nothing of great consequence. As the two prepared to leave, a sudden commotion erupted within the casino. A group of individuals was seen escorting a middle-aged man towards the exit. Rambo initially assumed there was a disturbance, and thus paid little attention. It was only when they brushed past him that he cast a casual glance. And there before him stood a middle-aged man adorned with glasses, his long, curly hair cascading down, dressed in a tattered coat, shorts, and flip-flops, being led by several people. The man remained silent and composed, exuding an air of detachment as though he were an observer in this unfolding scene. While he appeared unperturbed, a tempest brewed within Rambo's heart. If his eyes did not deceive him, this man was undoubtedly Silver's Rayleigh, the first mate of the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger. Although he was aware that Rayleigh resided on Sabaody Archipelago, he had not anticipated meeting him under such circumstances. Rambo intercepted a few of the individuals, inquiring about the situation. The absurdity of the explanation was that Rayleigh had wagered himself during a game and, having lost, was now being taken to the auction house to be sold off. Upon hearing this ludicrous rationale, Alan could not help but burst into laughter, while Rambo wore a look of resignation, confirming his earlier suspicions. Lumbo inquired about the extent of Rayleigh's losses, and the casino staff informed him that it amounted to 200,000 berries. Upon hearing this figure, Lumbo nearly burst into laughter. Who was this? The Dark King Rayleigh, one of the elite few on the vast seas, valued at merely 200,000 berries? He was uncertain whether to mock the casino staff for their astonishing lack of discernment or to chuckle at Rayleigh for seemingly undervaluing himself so profoundly. Lumbo casually tossed 60,000 berries to the casino staff, declaring, "Do not auction off this man. How much can an old fellow like him possibly be worth? This sum is for you. Just hand him over to me." The casino personnel were instantly elated. The old man had no intention of being auctioned off. Fully aware that he would fetch a meager sum, yet he could not simply be allowed to leave. With someone willing to pay, he would earn an additional 40,000 berries beyond the casino's cut of 20,000. He swiftly instructed his men to release Rayleigh and turned to depart. Anxious that Lumbo might reconsider, Lumbo turned to Rayleigh and said, "Let us go. Today we shall indulge in a drink." Rayleigh remained silent throughout, following Lumbo outside. Although Alan found Lumbo's actions perplexing, he refrained from inquiring, knowing he would soon comprehend the situation. The trio found a tavern and ordered a few bottles of wine. Rayleigh, showing no hesitation, opened a bottle and began to drink. Lumbo, observing Rayleigh, chuckled and remarked, "Elder, does Aunt Shocky impose such strict regulations?" Chapter 63. Let's strike a deal. Rayleigh paused momentarily, then swiftly downed the contents of the bottle in one go, gently placing the empty vessel on the table. He gazed at Lumbo and softly spoke. "I never expected you, this little rascal, to recognize me. How is that old scoundrel, Carp?" Lumbo gazed at the composed Rayleigh with a sense of helplessness and remarked, "Grandfather is well, eating and sleeping soundly. Is it truly appropriate for Mr. Rayleigh to speak ill of him in front of his grandson?" Upon hearing this, Rayleigh burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Who would have thought that this old rascal, having led a life of folly, would still have such a devoted grandson in his twilight years? Quite remarkable indeed. By the way, young lad, how did you come to be here?" "I came to this Abaity archipelago in search of someone, though I have yet to find them. However, encountering Mr. Rayleigh is indeed fortuitous. Speaking of which, Mr. Rayleigh, Aunt Shocky is quite strict, to the point of suggesting you sell yourself? Ha ha ha. How can a man accept money from a woman? Even if she offered it to me, I would refuse. Well then, since we are acquaintances of old, you are a guest. Come, let us return and have a look." With that, he turned and strode out, with Lumbo following closely behind. As for Alan, upon overhearing their conversation, he was profoundly astonished. He had not anticipated that the middle-aged man before him was none other than Rayleigh, the former first mate of the Pirate King, Gold, Roger. Clearly, Lumbo's grandfather was an acquaintance of Rayleigh. Previously, he had only known Lumbo as the youngest rear admiral in history. But now he realized there was much more to Lumbo than he had initially perceived. It seemed that this old man had quite the remarkable background. After all, who would dare to establish a pirate crew modeled on a naval fleet without having substantial connections? This realization filled him with hope for his own future. Rambo disregarded Alan's inner thoughts and followed him to District 13, where a bar soon came into view. A sign reading Shooty's Bar hung at the entrance. Riley pushed the door open and stepped inside, with Rambo and Alan closely trailing behind. At the bar stood a woman with short hair, a cigarette dangling from her lips as she exhaled plumes of smoke. This was Riley's wife, Shakia Ku. One must admit she was remarkably well preserved. Despite being in her 50s and knowing she was not much younger than his grandfather, she appeared to be in her 30s. "Shakia, we have guests today. Please attend to them. I need to take a shower and change, as I haven't tea-bathed in several days," Riley stated before retreating to the back room. Shakia cast a cursory glance at Rambo and Alan. "Well, we have distinguished guests. Would you like to drink?" she inquired casually. "2 glasses of whiskey, please. And, dear Shakia, considering our past acquaintance, do take it easy on the poor. I haven't brought much money," Rambo replied. "You young rascal, if you haven't brought any money, then you shouldn't order drinks. Besides, I could easily be your grandmother's age. Why call me sister?" Shakia laughed heartily upon hearing this. "Ah, sister, if you hadn't mentioned it, I might not have noticed. I genuinely thought you were only a few years older than I. This is my first visit to such a beautiful sister's bar. And even if I lack sufficient funds, it would be impolite not to order something to drink, wouldn't it?" Rambo remarked, adopting a serious demeanor. Who is Limbo? In the 21st century, those who frequent nightclubs and often interact with women are certainly aware of how much women value their age. Thus, it is no surprise that Xiachi was immediately delighted. However, Alan cast a disdainful glance at Lumbo, recalling that he had previously referred to Xiachi as Aunt Xia in front of Riley. Xiachi was once again amused by Lumbo, declaring, "All right, little rascal. Today what you drink is on me. I'm in a good mood, so feel free to indulge." Lumbo echoed her sentiment, saying, "Thank you, sister," as he even bowed to Alan. Alan raised an eyebrow, puzzled, as Lumbo possessed at least 800,000 berries. Could he really not afford a few drinks? Yet, Alan was not one to pry. As long as he was with Lumbo, he knew he would be safe. At that moment, a nearby table of patrons finished their meal and called for the bill. Xiachi approached them, stating, "Your total is 2 million berries. Thank you." Alan glanced at their table, which only held a few ordinary bottles of liquor, some grilled meat, and a selection of fruits and vegetables, items that could scarcely total 10,000 berries. The two patrons were immediately dissatisfied, exclaiming that such a meager spread could not warrant a 2 million berries charge. It felt like robbery. One of them slammed his hand on the table, shouting, "I am a crew member of the Sea Serpent Pirates, and our captain has a bounty of 200 million. You are nothing but a scam, and I will have someone smash this place." Xiachi, unfazed, stood calmly before them, arms crossed, nonchalantly smoking a cigarette as if it were none of her concern. Such incidents occurred daily, and she was well accustomed to them. "Our prices are transparent, fair to both young and old. If you have objections, kindly keep quiet." "I do not accept discounts," she replied. Perhaps incensed by her demeanor, the previously vocal patron flipped the table. Xiachi, unperturbed, stated, "Damaging a table will cost you 500,000 berries. Adding it to your previous 2 million, that totals 7 million. Please settle the bill. Thank you." The two patrons, now even angrier, drew their daggers and aimed to strike Xiachi. Suddenly, a figure appeared before them, effortlessly knocking their blades away. Standing before them was Alan. "Take one down. Give the other a good beating, and let him return to his captain. I'm curious to see how formidable this sea serpent truly is," Lumbo remarked, casually sipping his whiskey. "Understood, boss." In the blink of an eye, one pirate lay sprawled on the ground, while the other was sent flying out the door. Though he managed to stagger away, battered and limping, clearly seeking their captain, Alan tossed the fallen pirate out as well, as he found the sight somewhat unappetizing. "Not a bad little fellow. You came to help your sister when she was bullied. That drink was worth it," Xiachi remarked to Lumbo. Lumbo scratched the back of his head, replying, "Sister, please don't belittle your little brother. If I hadn't been here today, those two would have made things worse." The two exchanged a glance, their lips curving upwards. Summer Chi mused, "What an intriguing little fellow." Chapter 64. The sea serpent. At that moment, Rayleigh emerged, towel in hand, drying his damp hair. He surveyed the disarray before him without uttering a word, clearly accustomed to the chaos. After a casual cleanup, he settled down at a table with Lumbo, both indulging in a drink. Summer Chi intended to arrange for some appetizers, when Alan returned and, upon hearing about the meal, immediately offered to take charge of the cooking. Summer Chi glanced at him and nodded in agreement, cheerfully remarking that they should eagerly anticipate the culinary prowess of the champion from Food Island. She led Alan to the kitchen, then returned to Lumbo, saying, "Little one, you truly possess remarkable talent. You have managed to recruit this year's champion of the Food Island culinary competition. However, you must be aware of his background. By bringing him into your fold, you are also shouldering his enmity. Are you prepared for that?" Lumbo was well aware that although Xiachi owned a bar, her true prowess lay in gathering intelligence. Thus, he was not the least bit surprised by her extensive knowledge regarding Alan. With a nonchalant demeanor, he remarked, "Of course. Once one chooses him as a crew member, one must take full responsibility for him. What can the four emperors do? We merely lack time. Grant me time. And on this vast ocean, no one shall impede our advance." "Haha, you truly possess lofty ambitions. However, this ocean is not as simple as you might imagine." Rayleigh chimed in with a laugh. Rambo gazed out at the sky beyond the door and softly remarked, "This vast ocean is exceedingly intricate, particularly in the wake of the Pirate King Roger's inception of the Great Pirate Era, which has stirred the seas into a tempest of chaos. We shall set aside debates regarding his righteousness or wrongness. However, the proliferation of pirates has severely impacted the lives of the common folk. Not all pirates are akin to those who once ventured forth purely for adventure and the pursuit of freedom, even if their initial intentions were to live freely. How many can truly uphold their ideals in the face of greed? The current four emperors of the New World are engaged in fierce battles for their territories, resulting in utter turmoil, with the populace bearing the brunt of the suffering. I shall assemble my own crew, and our singular objective is to put an end to the Great Pirate Era. Therefore, Mr. Rayleigh, the formidable matters or individuals you mentioned will inevitably cross our paths. Whether they be the four emperors, the celestial dragons of the world government, or even those higher echelons beyond the elders, none shall impede our progress." Lumbo's words resonated with unwavering conviction, and both Rayleigh and Shockey exchanged glances, recognizing the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. Particularly striking was the mention of the higher echelons of the 5 elders, revealing that this young man possessed knowledge far beyond our expectations. The atmosphere momentarily grew still, with Wenbo and Rayleigh savoring their drinks while Shaki indulged in solitude with a cigarette. This serene ambience was soon shattered by the sound of approaching footsteps, accompanied by a cacophony of noise. Without needing to look, Wenbo instinctively understood that the pirates he had previously released had returned with reinforcements. Rising to his feet, he cradled the phoenix-winged figure and made his way outside. Upon stepping through the doorway, he was met with a throng that had amassed at the bar's entrance. Leading the group was a lanky young man nearing 3 meters in height, clad in a leather jacket and draped in a black cloak. Notably, his gaze was piercing, with slitted pupils that evoked the chilling sensation of being ensnared by a venomous serpent. Wenbo, having cultivated his composure over many years, remained unfazed by the circumstances before him. He gazed calmly at the intruder and remarked, "You must be their captain," gesturing towards the unconscious pirate discarded beneath the great tree by Alan. He then continued in a leisurely manner, "Since you have arrived, I presume you have also brought the debts you owe." Before the tall figure could respond, a portly man beside him shouted, "Hey, who do you think you're talking to? Hand over the one who harmed our brother, or this place will be reduced to rubble." As these words escaped his lips, Wenbo sensed a formidable aura emanating from within the house behind him, a presence that surged swiftly and then dissipated just as quickly. Moments later, a woman's voice rang out from within, declaring, "You dare threaten to flatten my establishment? Today, I demand you toss them all into the sea to regain their senses. Can you accomplish that?" Wenbo forced a bitter smile, gazing compassionately at the group before him. "Ladies and gentlemen," he declared, "my sister has spoken. Will you leap into the sea of your own volition, or shall I cast you all into the depths myself?" The pirates across from him erupted in a flurry of curses, preparing to charge, only to be halted by their leader. The sea serpent stepped aside slightly. Addressing the interior of the room, "Esteemed elder, our crew was severely punished for their offense against you. It was, after all, their own folly. We shall repay the debt they owe you in full. I humbly request your mercy this once." With that, he signaled for 2 chests to be brought forth, stating, "Esteemed elder, this is 10 million berries. I hope you will accept it graciously." Wenbo gazed at the scene before him, momentarily taken aback. Surely he did not possess such influence. If one were to speak of prestige, it would undoubtedly belong to Shanks. The room fell silent, likely stunned by the spectacle of the sea serpent. Soon, Xiaqi's voice pierced the stillness once more. "Given your earnestness, I shall spare the 2 of them this time. However, should you wish to avoid the sea, there are conditions. Namely, you must defeat the lad standing before you. Should you lose, you shall still find yourselves submerged in the ocean." If it were not a figment of his imagination, Wenbo detected a hint of schadenfreude in her tone. He muttered to himself, "Indeed, it is notoriously difficult to manage both women and scoundrels. This sister Xiaqi was far more cunning than he had anticipated." Upon hearing Xiaqi's words, the sea serpent visibly relaxed, a cold sweat trickling down his back. Beyond his formidable strength, he was a man of great caution. Otherwise, he would not dare to collaborate with Don Quixote da Flamingo. The sea serpent pirates were involved in human trafficking, allied with the underground figure known as Joker. The underworld was a merciless realm, rife with treachery, especially considering that Joker was reputed to care only for his own family, disregarding all others. If the profit was substantial enough, he would not hesitate to eliminate his business partners. The fact that the sea serpent had maintained a peaceful alliance with him for so long was a testament to his prudence. When a powerful aura had surged through the room moments ago, he sensed the presence of a formidable adversary. The sea serpent recognized the conqueror's haki, fleeting yet indicative of mastery, prompting him to lower his stance and offer an apology. As he listened to the demands of the figure within, he fixed his gaze upon the young man standing before him. Chapter 65. Awakening. The sea serpent scrutinized the youth before him, who stood nonchalantly, cradling a sword and regarding him with an indifferent expression. Though seemingly relaxed, the sea serpent felt an underlying tension. He sensed that if he were to strike, the youth would retaliate with lightning speed, clearly indicating that this boy was not to be trifled with. The inherently cautious sea serpent signaled to his first mate, who, harboring a grudge against Wenbo, drew his sword without a word and charged at him. This hefty first mate had long wished to confront Wenbo, and had it not been for the sea serpent's intervention, he would have acted sooner. With a swift motion, he enveloped his gleaming blade in haki, transforming its brilliant sheen into an inky blackness. Wenbo observed the movements of the group with unwavering attention, And when he saw the stout man unleash his armament hockey, he was momentarily astonished. He had not anticipated that a random encounter with a pirate would reveal a swordsman who wielded such power. Unfazed, he unsheathed his blade, Feng Wu, and adeptly parried the stout man's assault. Over the years, although his swordsmanship had significantly improved, most of his practice had been in dueling, leaving him with little experience in combat reliant solely on his skills. This fortuitous encounter with a worthy adversary ignited a thrill within Rambo. He yearned to seize the opportunity to test the depths of his swordsmanship. Before long, the two were embroiled in a fierce clash. After 10 exchanges, Rambo discerned that the pirate's swordplay was rooted solely in the art of killing, devoid of any flamboyant techniques. Each strike was a direct assault aimed at his vitals, characterized by a stark simplicity and practicality. This realization only heightened Rambo's exhilaration. The foundational training imparted by Gung Sailang had fortified his abilities. The techniques he had previously developed, Whirlwind, Storm, and the 3,000 Flames, were relatively ornate, inflicting great damage but at a significant personal toll. As he faced the pirate, Rambo began to employ his techniques with a newfound clarity, executing the most practical moves at opportune moments. This dynamic combat proved immensely enlightening, and gradually, Feng Wu began to adapt in rhythm with the opponent's strikes. Each of his attacks was executed with precision, transforming the pirate's initial aggression into passive defense. Whenever the pirate sought to counterattack, Rambo consistently struck first, targeting the very focal points of the pirate's power and interrupting his retaliation. Such a sensation was unprecedented for Rambo. It was a profound comfort that led him to gradually close his eyes, savoring the experience of battle. Even Rayleigh, observing from within, noted the remarkable insight this young man possessed. Rambo was confident that once this battle concluded, his swordsmanship would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Regrettably, he had forgotten that this was a fight, not a mere friendly sparring match. In that moment of closing his eyes, a lurking sea serpent, having waited patiently, revealed its fangs. Seizing the opportunity amidst Rambo's duel with his first mate, it appeared suddenly behind him, brandishing a gleaming dagger poised to strike at the back of Rambo's head. Immersed in his meditative state of swordsmanship, Rambo remained blissfully unaware of the imminent danger until the blade was a mere 3 centimeters from his skull. In a sudden jolt of awareness, his body reacted instinctively, veering his head to the right just in time to evade the thrust. However, he felt a sharp pain on the left side of his face, where a 4 to 5 centimeter gash had formed, blood cascading down to mar his visage. Before Rambo could fully comprehend the situation, a tremendous force surged from behind, propelling him forward. In that instant, a sword pierced through his chest. As the sea serpent observed that Rambo had narrowly evaded its lethal strike, it delivered a swift kick to Rambo's back, just as a rotund pirate, brandishing a sword, lunged at him. Caught completely off guard, Rambo was effortlessly pierced by the blade. The corpulent pirate, reveling in his success, sought to withdraw his weapon and deliver further blows, for those whose hands were stained with blood. Taking a life was a commonplace affair. However, as he attempted to pull the sword free, he discovered, much to his dismay, that it remained firmly lodged. Glancing down, he was met with the horrifying sight of a bloodied hand gripping tightly onto the blade. Raising his gaze, he was confronted by a face drenched in crimson, its dark eyes coldly fixed upon him. The pirate was taken aback by the expression before him, causing him to relinquish the hilt and stumble backwards, ultimately collapsing onto the ground. Rambo averted his gaze from him, slowly turning his back and calmly observing the sea serpent. Since arriving in this world, where human life is treated with such disdain, I have consistently reminded myself of its inherent cruelty. In this realm, combat is not a matter of one-on-one confrontation. It is merely a struggle for survival. I am grateful to you for imparting such a valuable lesson. As he spoke, he gently withdrew the blade embedded in his flesh and casually hurled it towards the pirate, who was seated on the ground, rendering the unprepared man pinned to the earth. Suddenly, a surge of purple flames enveloped Rambo, causing the sea serpent's eyes to narrow in recognition. He identified Rambo as the youngest major in the Navy. This formidable figure had once confronted the notorious 300 million bounty pirate, Edward Weevil. A flicker of trepidation crossed the sea serpent's mind as he glanced back at his crew, shouting, "Men, eliminate this scoundrel." After issuing the command, he began to retreat slowly. The sea serpent's crew rushed forward en masse, wielding their blades in a frenzy. However, a great circle of flames erupted around them, trapping them within its fiery embrace. Soon, the inferno began to constrict, and the air was filled with anguished cries as several pirates were reduced to charred remains. Rambo gazed at the retreating figure of the sea serpent, whispering to himself, "Can you truly escape?" With a flicker of his fiery wings, he took flight in pursuit. At this moment, the sea serpent was in a state of utter panic, fixated solely on fleeing forward, too afraid to glance back. Soon, he sensed a distinct rise in the surrounding temperature. Raising his gaze, he beheld Rambo above him, engulfed in flames, resembling a sovereign of fire, casting a dominating gaze upon him. As Lumbo descended slowly before him, he recalled his promise to Sister Xiachi to cast this wretch into the sea. However, to toss such a scoundrel into the ocean would only serve to taint the waters. Thus, it was more fitting to send him on his way. "You cannot kill me," he protested, "for I am a business associate of the Joker. Should you take my life, the Joker's wrath would surely descend upon you. Doflamingo, I await his arrival." In a fleeting moment, the head of the sea serpent was severed from its body, landing upon the ground. With a flick of his fingers, a flame erupted, incinerating the carcass to ashes. The sea serpent's prowess paled in comparison to that of his first mate, yet his bounty surpassed that of the latter, a fact Lumbo was acutely aware of. The bounty placed upon a pirate is determined by two factors: their strength and the extent of their malevolence and influence. The more heinous the deeds committed, the higher the bounty, regardless of their actual capabilities. Chapter 66. Information exchange. After vanquishing the sea serpent pirates, Lumbo staggered back to Shaki's bar. Though the bleeding wounds had ceased thanks to the purifying flames, they still required dressing, and he himself needed to rest. In the kitchen, Alan had already made his way to the front. Originally, when Lumbo was stabbed, Alan was poised to intervene, but was halted by Rayleigh. Rayleigh had sensed that despite Lumbo's injury, he had skillfully avoided a fatal blow, and the severity of his wounds was not grave. Furthermore, he was eager to witness the extraordinary capabilities of this historically youngest rear admiral. Rambo settled down, and Alan procured some gauze to perform a rudimentary bandaging. Turning to Shaki, Rambo expressed, "I apologize, sister, for failing to fulfill your wish of casting them into the sea." "No need to dwell on such trivial matters," Shaki waved her hand dismissively. Continuing, however, the little fellow's serpent was not mistaken. He indeed is a business associate of Joker. That serpent is one of Joker's principal partners in human trafficking, and it is rumored that Joker was preparing to bring him into his fold. With his demise, it is likely that Joker will not let this incident slide easily. So you must exercise caution. Doflamingo, you say? That fellow is indeed a formidable adversary, yet opposing him is inevitable. His transgressions in Dressrosa extend far beyond mere murder and arson, Rambo declared with righteous indignation. If he were merely a pirate, he could destroy a few existences and seize some treasures, but Don Quixote Doflamingo is toying with an entire nation, transforming people into playthings and fabricating an illusion of prosperity, while underneath lies a realm of bloodshed and darkness. You seem to possess quite a wealth of knowledge. How about I offer you a piece of intelligence for free? Shaki regarded Rambo with curiosity, astonished by the extent of his knowledge, yet puzzled whether it was solely Rambo who was aware or if the entire Navy was in the know. Sister, if you are referring to Rear Admiral Virgo from the G5 branch, I am indeed aware of him. However, my strength is insufficient to handle him. Ultimately, it boils down to power. If my abilities were akin to those of Mr. Rayleigh, I wouldn't he have suffered such a setback just now? Rambo remarked with a shade of self-deprecation. Shaki was genuinely taken aback, realizing that Rambo was even acquainted with Virgo. Do the higher-ups of the Navy know about this? She inquired. No, currently, this is knowledge only I possess. However, as he has been in the Navy for so many years, maintaining a faade of good behavior makes it difficult to catch him off guard. I have no intention of informing the admirals about this matter, Rambo elucidated. Soon, Alan emerged from the kitchen with a grand spread of dishes, lifting the lids to reveal an aroma that filled the entire bar. Rayleigh beckoned everyone to sit down and share a meal. Rambo, having expended some energy in the recent skirmish, was already famished. In a whirlwind, the table was soon cleared as the group devoured the feast. Alan cheerfully tidied up the dishes, refusing assistance even from the bar staff, reveling in the satisfaction of the cleanup. It is worth noting that the meal prepared today could easily serve 10 people, yet the 4 of them polished it off entirely. There is no greater affirmation of a chef's prowess than the clean plates left behind, and Alan, with a hint of pride, was instantly elated. Rambo and the others paid no heed to Alan, indulging in fruit and engaging in lighthearted conversation. Rambo cast a glance at Rayleigh before turning to Shaki and said, Sister, I would like to exchange a piece of highly valuable intelligence for a modest favor from Mr. Rayleigh. Rayleigh's glasses glinted as he replied, You little rascal. You need me to do something? What did you discuss with her? Please, enlighten me on your request. Rambo chuckled. Isn't it true that our household is governed by Sister Shaki? This flattery brought a smile to Shaki's face. However, being a seasoned veteran, she responded, you little schemer. Just tell Rayleigh directly what you need. As for intelligence, I believe I am not lacking in that regard. Upon hearing Xiaqi's confident remarks, Lumbo chuckled and responded, Sister, you are truly unaware of this information, which is deeply intertwined with your own past. However, I hope that once you learn of it, you will merely observe quietly and refrain from intervening, for I do not wish to disturb your life of seclusion. Oh, little one, do share. I find myself rather intrigued. Xiaqi said with a playful smile. Port Asti, Ace should be setting sail now, and perhaps you shall soon hear news of him. He is the offspring of the pirate king, Roger, your captain's biological son. After Roger's surrender, he entrusted my grandfather with the care of his wife and their soon-to-be-born child. Regrettably, my grandfather was unable to save Roger's wife, but he did manage to rescue Ace, raising him alongside my brother, Luffy, in Windmill Village in the East Blue. What? Roger had a child, and he still lives in this world? Rayleigh exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement, inadvertently releasing his conqueror's haki, which enveloped the entire Area 13 in an eerie silence. In the bar, apart from Lumbo and Xiaqi, everyone else had succumbed to unconsciousness. Xiaqi quickly snapped back to reality and called out to Rayleigh, who then regained his composure and retracted his haki, eager to inquire further into Lumbo's tale. He noticed Lumbo lying on the ground, teetering between consciousness and slumber. The potency of Rayleigh's three-color haki, coupled with Lumbo's earlier exertions, soon lulled him into a deep sleep. Seeing that further questioning was futile, Rayleigh lifted Lumbo and placed him on a bed in a nearby room to allow him to rest. Then he and Xiaqi deliberated on how to address this revelation. Ultimately, they concluded that, as Lumbo stated, Roger is Roger and Ace is Ace. Each of them possesses the right to pursue their own dreams, and the previous generation should no longer interfere. After sleeping for 2 hours, Lumbo awoke feeling somewhat dizzy. He shook his head and sat up, realizing that his knife wound appeared to be of little consequence. Upon unwrapping the bandage, he discovered that the injury had nearly healed, leaving only a faint red mark, indicative of fresh tissue beginning to form. He took a mirror to inspect the scars on his face, finding that they had completely mended without a trace of scar tissue. Chapter 67. Reflection. Rambo emerged, his head still spinning, and sank onto the sofa. He poured himself a glass of water and gulped it down, only then realizing he felt considerably better. With a wry smile, he glanced at Rayleigh and remarked, Mr. Rayleigh, could you possibly rein in your conqueror's haki? What if it rattles my brain and I end up a fool? Xiaqi, cigarette in mouth, chuckled and replied, all right. Enough of the complaints. What you've just disclosed is profoundly shocking for us. Not only was Rayleigh stirred by it, but even my cigarette was startled from my grasp. Rambo, I must ask you if this matter is indeed true. Please recount the details thoroughly. Xiaqi's expression turned serious. After all, this issue directly implicated their captain, and it was imperative they treated it with the utmost gravity. Lumbo meticulously recounted how Roger had made an agreement with Garp and the manner in which Garp had rescued Ace and raised him, leaving no detail unaddressed. He observed the two individuals still processing this information and poured himself another glass of water, taking a couple of sips before placing it back on the table, enveloping the room in a moment of tranquility. After a considerable pause, Rayleigh and Xiaqi exchanged glances, astonishment evident in their eyes. Noticing they had begun to accept the news, Lumbo remarked, unless under special circumstances, I sincerely hope you refrain from encroaching upon his freedom. Roger and your journey have reached their conclusion, while his has only just commenced. Every man upon the sea should pursue his own aspirations. Rayleigh nodded, stating, while you were asleep, Xiaqi and I deliberated over this matter. We too intend not to interfere. As Roger is Roger and Ace is Ace, this is something we need only to understand, so please refrain from sharing it with others. Lumbo nodded in agreement. Young man, I must say your intelligence is indeed a monumental revelation. In exchange, what do you intend to have Rayleigh assist you with? Xiaqi inquired slowly, her demeanor suggesting that she suspected the magnitude of the information Lumbo had divulged would entail significant undertakings. Rambo glanced outside and softly remarked, this vast sea appears tranquil, however. Even the slightest disturbance can unleash towering waves. I refuse to be merely a drifting leaf amidst the turbulent waters, thus. I must grow stronger and become a formidable force steering the tide. Yet, an individual's strength is inherently limited. I require the formation of my own crew. I have already found 5 companions, one of whom is Alan. I hope to leave him here, and after a year and a half, I shall return to retrieve him. During this time, I kindly ask Mr. Rayleigh to guide him in becoming stronger. Furthermore, Alan bears deep-seated grudges, and I also hope Sister Shocky can enlighten him, ensuring he does not lose his way in the haze of vengeance. Rayleigh chuckled. You little rascal, you certainly do not hold back. You know how to keep me busy. Shocky also laughed. Clever little one, you even included me in your plans. But upon reflection, it's quite intriguing, Rayleigh. What do you think the apprentices we train together will be like? Are you looking forward to it? Rayleigh turned to Rambo and said, Little one, I'm a pirate. Are you certain you want me to train a member of the Navy? His future prospects might be jeopardized. There's no need for concern, Mr. Rayleigh. My crew has never aspired to wealth or status. In this vast ocean, strength is the ultimate truth. As long as one possesses sufficient power, there are no boundaries in this world. However, Rambo, there's a more pressing question. Does Alan even wish for this? While your intentions are to enhance his strength, have you considered his desires? Having carried blood debt since childhood until he met you, trusting you and willing to follow you, does making decisions for him not betray his trust in you? Shocky's words struck Rambo's heart like a heavy hammer. Indeed, what right did he have to make decisions for Alan? Rambo pondered silently, his expression darkening. Observing Rambo's troubled demeanor, Shocky's lips slowly curled into a smile. She had initially feared that Rambo might be obstinate, believing he was always right without regard for others' feelings, a trait unbecoming of a good leader. Had he responded to her with something like, Alan would certainly agree, she would have been deeply disappointed, risking their agreement. However, seeing Rambo acknowledge his mistake and reflect on it, she recognized the boundless potential of this young man. After exchanging glances with Rayleigh, Shocky nodded at him. After a moment of silence, Limbo bowed deeply to Xiachi, then hurriedly made his way to Alan's room. Upon waking Alan, he first offered his apologies, then recounted the events that transpired, ultimately allowing Alan to make his own choice, assuring him that he would support whichever decision he made. Initially, Alan, still groggy from sleep, appeared bewildered. However, as he listened to Limbo's words, he couldn't help but feel a swell of emotion. Having always been closest to the town mayor and spending his childhood learning alongside a group of retired pirates with scarcely any friends, he felt, for the first time, the profound trust and camaraderie that exists between friends through Limbo. At that moment, Alan's heart was imbued with not only the desire for vengeance but also a newfound sense of responsibility to protect Limbo, his younger friend by several years. Limbo escorted Alan out of the room, whereupon Alan bowed deeply to Rayleigh, imploring, Mr. Rayleigh, please guide me in my training. Rayleigh, casting a glance at Limbo beside him, displayed a faint smile of satisfaction. He was well aware of the conversation that transpired between Limbo and Alan within the confines of the room, and he felt a sense of contentment regarding Limbo's decisions. This reflection inevitably led him to reminisce about his own moments with Roger, prompting him to nod in agreement and pledge to diligently mentor Alan. Chapter 68, Laoji. The following morning, Rayleigh and his companions accompanied Limbo to the harbor where the yacht awaited. Little rascal, are you certain you wish to depart at this moment? It hardly seems like an opportune time, remarked Shocky, observing Limbo with a casual air. Fear not, I can manage the current situation. I entrust you with the care of Alan, and I assure you, I shall return to fetch him, Limbo stated. He further advised Alan to train earnestly under Mr. Rayleigh, promising that they would once again explore the vastness of the sea together in the future. After imparting a few additional instructions to Alan, Limbo left him a sum of several million berries for his personal use. Limbo gracefully leaped onto the yacht and waved his hand to start the vessel, which slowly departed from the harbor. Summer Chi gazed at the retreating silhouette of the yacht and remarked to Rely, what an intriguing little fellow. Rely, given his capabilities, do you think he will be all right? It's hard to say, Rely responded cautiously. If all goes as planned, Joker should have dispatched someone to intercept him. However, given the yacht's speed, he should manage to evade any trouble. Joker is quite formidable himself, possessing both intelligence and ruthless tactics. For Limbo at this moment, he is certainly not an insurmountable obstacle. Nearby, Alan was taken aback by this revelation. Mr. Rely, you know how perilous this is. Why did you not stop Limbo? It is far too dangerous for him to leave now. I must bring him back, he exclaimed, intent on finding a boat to pursue Limbo. It would be futile, Rely replied. You have experienced the yacht's speed firsthand. There is no way you could catch up. So there is no need for concern. We cannot pursue him. Nor can anyone else. And do you truly believe that little fellow is oblivious to the fact that Joker might target him? He is well aware. His decision to leave you here was not solely for my guidance in your training. With your current strength, facing Joker's men would be tantamount to certain death. I trust that he has his own means of dealing with this. Do not fret. Instead, return to your training and strive to grow stronger. There is no need for such trepidation. Upon hearing Relice's words, Alan clenched his fists in silent frustration, lamenting his own weakness. He resolved to become stronger, vowing that he would never again allow his companions to face danger alone. With determination, Alan followed Relice back to resume his training. Rambo sat upon the three-tiered sofa, gazing out at the vast expanse of the sea, awaiting the inevitable confrontation with Doflamingo. He was acutely aware that, given Doflamingo's nature, it was implausible for him to remain indifferent towards a murderer who had taken the life of one destined to join his family. A frenzied retribution was surely forthcoming. However, after an entire day of waiting in vain, Rambo found himself somewhat taken aback. Could it be that his swiftness had outpaced them, leaving them unable to pursue? Perhaps this was the only explanation that made sense. Nevertheless, he shrugged off the absence, for there would surely be ample opportunities to witness the prowess of the Don Quixote family in due course. Lumbo had been adrift on the ocean for 10 days, encountering several bands of pirates along the way. Upon seeing the uniquely designed yacht, the pirates salivated at the thought of seizing it. They opened fire, however. The yacht's speed was too great, swiftly surpassing their range. Soon after, they witnessed a colossal blade of sword energy hurtling towards them, and then, well, the rest was history. Before long, an island emerged on the horizon. After nearly half a month adrift at sea, Lumbo finally beheld land once more. Without hesitation, he anchored the boat and made his way to shore for a hearty feast. It had been quite the torment to endure such an extended period relying solely on his own cooking. Upon disembarking from the yacht, Rambo inquired about the most renowned restaurant and, without hesitation, made his way there. Although it was not mealtime upon entering the establishment, the business was remarkably bustling. After a considerable wait, he finally secured a vacant table, promptly seated himself, and summoned a waiter to place his order. He requested every signature dish on the menu and then ordered several bottles of wine to enjoy while awaiting his meal. After taking a few sips, Lumbo overheard a conversation from the adjacent room. Have you heard? That historically youngest Major General. Of course, I've heard. It is said that he possesses the power of a devil fruit. Despite his tender years, his strength is formidable. He dared to confront the notorious pirate Edward Weevil, reportedly severing Weevil's arm in battle. Quite an impressive young lad, indeed. What you mentioned is well known, yet there is a recent development you might not be aware of. It appears he has recently offended Joker on Bubble Island, and a bounty of 500 million berries has been placed on his head in the black market. Ah, that truly is a significant event. However, as long as he is not foolish, he will surely seek refuge at the Navy headquarters, which will undoubtedly provide him with substantial protection. You make a valid point. Ha. Let us not concern ourselves with their affairs. Let us continue our revelry. Upon hearing their words, Lumbo's disdain for Don Quixote Doflamingo intensified. However, their confrontation was inevitable, and he resolved to teach him a lesson when the time came. Soon, the dishes arrived, and this incident did not dampen Lumbo's appetite in the slightest. After indulging in a feast and quenching his thirst, he settled the bill and leisurely strolled out of the restaurant, meandering down the street. Suddenly, a short, muscular elder appeared before Lumbo, his bald head gleaming in the sunlight, causing Lumbo to instinctively shield his eyes. At last, I found you, G exclaimed, striking a pose reminiscent of A.G. Lumbo muttered to himself, Rauji. Chapter 69, The Peach Rabbit Garden. To my surprise, Doflamingo sent you here. It is indeed an honor, Lumbo remarked calmly, gazing at Rauji. You only have yourself to blame for daring to oppose the young master. Prepare to meet your demise. With a motion that mimicked the struggles of an elderly man with back pain, Rauji surged forward like lightning, unleashing a powerful punch. Lumbo deftly stepped back to evade the blow, leaving a sizable crater in the ground. After his initial strike failed, Rauji charged again, and the two engaged in a flurry of punches, the air resonating with the sound of heavy impacts. Their brawl soon captured the attention of the island's inhabitants, whose walls began to crack under the pressure, prompting them to retreat to a safe distance, fearful of the unfolding conflict. Soon, the two combatants separated, each taking a few steps back to face one another. I didn't expect you to possess such skill, young one. Had I not held back today, you might not have escaped unscathed. With that, Rauji donned a pair of reading glasses, his face contorted in pain, veins protruding from his bald head. Employing his back pain technique, the unyielding warrior's agony, he thrust his hands into the air, continuously targeting Lumbo's joints with precise strikes. Rao Ji, a master of martial arts and physical techniques, had developed his fighting style based on the common ailments of the elderly, such as back and joint pain. The more excruciating the pain, the more forceful his attacks became, resulting in greater damage. Despite Lumbo's martial prowess having been meticulously honed under Zifa's guidance over the years, he was still no match for a seasoned warrior like Rao Ji, who had accumulated years of experience. As Rao Ji circled around Lumbo, he relentlessly struck at his joints. Although Lumbo employed Haki to bolster his defenses, each of Rao Ji's blows inflicted a sensation of joint dislocation and agony upon him. Rambo realized that if things continued this way, he would likely meet his demise here. Suddenly, a fierce flame erupted from his body, momentarily catching Rao Ji off guard. Seizing the opportunity, Rambo delivered a swift kick to Rao Ji's chest, where small flames flickered upon his garment. The impact sent Rao Ji into a backflip, landing hard on the ground, where he hurriedly extinguished the flames on his chest. Lumbo, wielding the Finwu, twisted his body to alleviate the pain in his joints, his entire being ablaze with an inner fire as he cast a cold gaze upon Lao Ji. With a swift motion, he unleashed a 2-meter-long blade of energy. The Hamang slash, hurtling towards Lao Ji. Despite his advanced age, Lao Ji exhibited remarkable agility in battle, leaping gracefully into the air to evade the strike. As Lao Ji hovered midair, he spotted Lumbo approaching with fiery wings unfurled. Just as the tip of the Finwu was about to make contact, Lao Ji deftly swatted at the blade with an open palm, redirecting its trajectory. In the fleeting moment they brushed past each other, Lao Ji executed another palm strike, this time landing squarely on Lumbo's chest. A sudden sweetness filled Lumbo's throat as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, which splattered onto the ground. This entire exchange transpired in mere seconds, leaving Lumbo momentarily taken aback. It was then that he recalled Lao Ji's formidable martial arts prowess. Reminiscent of the Chi masters depicted in his past life as television shows, capable of inflicting harm without physical contact. Lao Ji regarded Lumbo with a hint of mockery. "Little one, do you truly believe you can contend with me?" he taunted, striking a G-shaped pose with his arms. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed, and Lao Ji quickly clasped his waist, presenting a comical sight. Yet, Lumbo did not laugh. He remained vigilant, his gaze fixed intently upon Lao Ji. As Lumbo ascended slowly into the air, he challenged Rao Ji, "Let us see if you can withstand my move." With a swift gesture, he unleashed a flurry of flame-formed phoenix swords, hurtling towards Rao Ji. Rao Ji's arm darkened, clearly imbued with the power of Haki, as he met the fiery blades head-on. Although he managed to disperse the onslaught, a few flames grazed him, igniting the tight-fitting garment around his waist. After extinguishing the flames, blood began to trickle down his side. Now truly pained, Rao Ji's expression darkened further. He invoked the ultimate technique of his fighting style, the Earth's Sovereign Fist. The veins on his once glimmering bald head bulged ominously, and he grew to nearly match Lumbo's height. Lumbo recognized this as Rao Ji's signature move and remained vigilant, with a tremor coursing through him. The flames enveloping his body intensified, transitioning from a mere violet hue to a deep, rich purple. In a fleeting moment, the two crossed paths, and Rao Ji bore a long gash across his chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain. He staggered a few steps before collapsing to the ground. Lumbo halted. Maintaining a crouched posture with his sword raised, a large G emblazoned across his chest, which had caved in. The earth beneath him absorbed the blood, and he gradually succumbed to unconsciousness. At that moment, the severely injured Rao Ji rose, albeit with a limp, and made his way toward Lumbo, preparing to deliver a lethal strike to his head. Suddenly, he instinctively sidestepped as a blade of air whizzed past the spot where he had just stood. "Rao Ji, you have quite the audacity to attempt to kill a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters. You truly seem to have a death wish. Go back and inform Don Quixote da Flamingo that should he dare to target my brother again, I will forsake everything to follow him, and he should ponder this carefully." Upon recognizing the newcomer as Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, Rao Ji uttered, "Then I shall take my leave," before gradually vanishing into the depths of the island. Chapter 70. Purple Flames. Rambo opened his eyes to behold a pink ceiling, a sight that elicited a sense of astonishment within him. Based on his experience, he could ascertain with certainty that this was undoubtedly a girl's room, as the surroundings were predominantly adorned with various shades of pink, bed linens, blankets, pillows, wallpaper, and more. As Rambo struggled to sit up, a sharp pain surged through his chest, nearly rendering him unconscious. He lifted the blanket to reveal a thick bandage wrapped around his torso, which, due to his recent exertions, was beginning to seep with a crimson hue. Helplessly, he reclined on the bed, his gaze fixed upon the ceiling, pondering the identity of his mysterious savior. Before long, the sound of a door creaking open reached his ears, perhaps due to his prone position. The first sight that met Rambo's eyes was a pair of long, elegant legs, adorned with a spider tattoo on the outer thigh. As the legs stepped fully into view, Rambo's eyes traveled upward, tracing the length of those graceful limbs to a form clad in a fitted pink bodysuit, which accentuated a slender waist, where a knife was elegantly sheathed. Rambo had nearly ascertained the identity of his visitor. Upon closer inspection, he was greeted by the delicate and refined features of a young lady, her right chin adorned with a beauty mark. Rambo instantly recognized her as Peach Rabbit Shuyuan, the apprentice of Admiral Crane. However, Admiral Crane preferred to be addressed as sister rather than teacher. Sister Peach Rabbit, I cannot believe it was you who saved me. I am immensely grateful, he exclaimed, genuinely surprised to see her. During his training at the naval headquarters under Zephyr, he had only encountered Peach Rabbit a handful of times, mostly accompanying Admiral Crane on missions to capture pirates or leading his own teams at sea. To unexpectedly cross paths with her on this nameless island was indeed a serendipitous encounter. You little rascal certainly knows how to stir up trouble. First, you clashed with Charlotte Katakuri of the Big Mom Pirates, and now you've found yourself at odds with the underground world's Joker. At this rate, Admiral Carp might forbid you from venturing outside. Ha ha ha. Not at all. Grandpa would probably chuckle and say, that is my grandson for you. Rambo mimicked Carp's tone, much to Peach Rabbit's dismay, as she contemplated the likelihood of Carp's reaction given his temperament, though Grandpa may not mind. I suspect Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Teacher Zephyr would certainly reprimand me, he added. By the way, sister, what brings you to this place, and fortuitously, to my rescue? It's because you, my troublesome friend, have been causing quite the ruckus. My sister and I have been keeping an eye on Don Quixote da Flamingo and Dressrosa. A few days ago, out of the blue, I saw Lao Ji being dispatched by da Flamingo. I initially thought he was meeting someone for a transaction, but then I read in the newspaper that you had made quite a name for yourself on Bubble Island, dispatching members of Joker's family. I knew something was amiss. So I informed Sister Crane and followed Lao Ji here, only to find a certain mischief maker getting thoroughly beaten up, she remarked with a smirk, observing Rambo wrapped up like a mummy. At that moment, Rambo was certain that Peach Rabbit had arrived before his battle with Lao Ji, merely enjoying the spectacle as he fought. He couldn't help but smile wryly at her somewhat mischievous demeanor. By the way, what happened to you? Last time you faced off against Edward Weevil, you seemed to explode with power. Why is it that this time you struggled so much against that old man? Nearly putting yourself in peril? Sister, it wasn't an explosion of power, it was an explosion of stamina. Did you not hear that I fainted right after the battle? The last time, with Teacher Zephyr backing me up, I could fight without worry and unleash my strongest moves. Moreover, the opponents were different. Edward Weevil is a fool, and I could easily outmaneuver him strategically. Lao Ji, however, is a seasoned veteran with decades of combat experience. Fighting him is far from straightforward. I see you've taken to reflecting on your battles. Knowing how formidable he is, why didn't you flee? Do you have a penchant for punishment? Your physical resilience is commendable. When I first laid eyes on you, your chest appeared crushed and mangled, your heartbeat barely discernible. I had initially feared for your survival, feeling remorseful for merely spectating instead of intervening to assist you. To my astonishment, a sudden eruption of violet flames enveloped your form, and gradually, I observed the rise and fall of your chest once more. It was then that I summoned aid to tend to your wounds and transported you aboard my warship to reunite with my sister. Upon hearing the words of the Peach Rabbit, Rambo attuned himself to his own body. He extended his right palm, and with a resounding thud, a small flame ignited in the center of his hand, transforming from its original hue of crimson with violet edges to a pure shade of purple. In the midst of the flames, Lumbo experienced an elevated temperature and a hint of vitality. He never anticipated that this battle would turn fortuitous, leading to the successful awakening of his phoenix fruit. If Marco's blue flames of the immortal bird were primarily for healing, then Lumbo's purple fire leaned towards offense while also possessing restorative properties. Upon reflection, Lumbo found this to be quite logical. The fire of the phoenix is also the fire of rebirth. A phoenix reborn from the flames must inherently possess healing capabilities. With its full potential harnessed, there indeed lies a possibility of resurrection, which ignited a fervent excitement within Lumbo. This remarkable fruit ability, the power of rebirth, if known to others, would likely precipitate the early conclusion of the Age of Pirates, ushering in an era where all would pursue Lumbo relentlessly. He pondered whether Gongshiro was aware of this revelation. "Hey, what are you thinking about? You're drooling," interrupted Peach Rabbit, snapping Limbo from his thoughts. He quickly wiped his mouth, realizing he had not been salivating. It was merely Peach Rabbit teasing him. "Sister, should we rendezvous with Vice Admiral Crane now?" "What about my ship?" Limbo inquired, looking at Peach Rabbit. "Don't worry, your troublesome little boat was a headache. I nearly destroyed it in frustration with all its unlock requirements. However, I found its design appealing and decided against it. I've arranged for several Navy personnel to guard your ship. Once you've recuperated, you can come back and take it away. Oh, and remember to let me take it for a spin sometime," Peach Rabbit replied. Upon hearing that Peach Rabbit almost destroyed his yacht, Limbo felt a surge of anxiety. But he soon relaxed, relieved that she had spared it. He nodded in agreement, still sweating from the close call. Chapter 71. Fire Therapy. Rambo never anticipated that this alluring and mature general in her 30s could exhibit such capriciousness and cunning akin to that of a young girl. The beauty of Peach Rabbit is beyond dispute, complemented by her stunning physique, which every man desires. However, Rambo currently harbors no intentions of flirting. His petite frame would likely falter against one of Peach Rabbit's strikes, especially given his present state of injury. Unperturbed by Rambo's wandering thoughts, Peach Rabbit approached the clothing rack and retrieved a knife. Upon realizing it was his beloved Fengwu, Rambo hastily extended his hand to receive it, placing it by his side. Since acquiring Fengwu, he had never been without it. Gongshiro had advised him to keep this blade close, as one nurtures a sword and vice versa. This knife is exquisite, and from my observations of its blade, its sharpness rivals that of my Jinbairo. It must also be an extraordinary weapon. However, while I am familiar with the 12 supreme blades, I have yet to encounter this one. "Young man, how did you come by this knife?" "Oh, this was a gift from my master, who instructed me to wield it wisely, for it is a powerful and renowned blade." In truth, it would not be inaccurate to say that Gongshiro had bestowed it upon Rambo, as he had once had the opportunity to claim the knife but ultimately relinquished it. Granting Rambo his chance. "Your master must be an exceptionally formidable swordsman. I truly hope to have the opportunity to spar with him," she remarked, gripping her Jinbairo. Her eyes alight with a fervor for battle that commanded Rambo's respect. He understood Gongshiro's words to be true. Women inherently possess no advantage in physical strength. And for a girl to attain the status of a swordsman requires significantly more effort than for a boy. Indeed, no success comes without considerable sacrifice. Should the opportunity arise, I will introduce you to him. By the way, I had previously wished to learn the way of the sword from you, but your frequent absences from the main camp have hindered that. Once I recover, would you teach me the art of swordsmanship?" "Certainly. Once you are healed, we shall spar. I am eager to witness the prowess of a disciple trained by one who casually bestows upon them a supreme blade," she replied, a mischievous smile gracing her features, causing Rambo to momentarily regret his agreement to the sparring session. "Rest for now. I shall have someone bring you something to eat shortly. For the time being, refrain from overthinking. Focus on your recovery, for I am eagerly anticipating our match. Tell me, if I were to strike you, would Vice Admiral Karp be displeased? After all, he was the one who caused my sister distress. I intend to reclaim that from his grandson." Rambo laughed heartily. Upon hearing Tautu's words, Rambo was immediately enveloped in an air of intrigue. Indeed, General, he had an affair with his grandfather. As he reveled in the delight of uncovering such a significant secret, he burst into triumphant laughter, only to be abruptly halted. At this moment, Limbo contemplated that if he had not misheard, it seemed that Peach Rabbit intended to give him a thorough thrashing. Instantly, he felt utterly dejected, enveloped in a sense of foreboding. With Kazan behaving in a similar manner and Peach Rabbit following suit, it appeared that they all exhibited the same propensity for intimidation. If they possessed such prowess, why not challenge his grandfather directly? After all, he was but a child, and it was unreasonable for him to bear the brunt of so much hostility on his grandfather's behalf. As he watched the elegant figure of Peach Rabbit depart, he shouted, "When you bring the food, do not forget to include a few bottles of wine." After indulging in food and drink, Lan Wenbo reclined and pondered his purple flame. Given that the purple flame harbored a hint of vitality, he wondered if he might actively wield it rather than waiting for it to passively protect him. With this thought, he set to work, gradually extending the flames within him toward his chest. He was cautious not to unleash too much at once, for the purple flame's temperature could reach over 1,000 degrees. A moment's carelessness could result in self-immolation. After considerable effort, Lan Wenbo finally managed to bring a small cluster of flames into contact with his wound. A sharp, stinging pain surged into his mind. and he feared he had made a grave mistake. Hastily, he examined his injury and discovered a small portion had been scorched black. Gently prodding the charred flesh, he was surprised to find it peeled away effortlessly, revealing fresh, tender skin beneath the blackened scab. Rambo gazed at the tender flesh, finally relieved. It turned out that using fire to treat wounds was indeed effective. He gradually continued to sear his injury, enduring the torment and itchiness of the process. The new flesh, while regenerating, was exceedingly itchy. Now, although the wound had healed, the act of cauterization was incredibly exhausting. At this moment, Rambo was drenched in sweat and, upon turning his head, succumbed to a deep slumber. When he awoke, it was already the following morning. He tossed aside the covers and rose from his bed. Inspecting his wound, discovering that his chest was now free of significant harm, even devoid of scars. He certainly did not wish for his chest to bear the X-shaped scar reminiscent of Luffy's, as he believed such marks might add a rugged charm to a mature man. Yet Rambo could not genuinely appreciate this notion. Clutching the phoenix feather, he casually draped a cloak over himself and exited his room. Unfortunately, his attire had been utterly ruined during the battle with Lao Ji, leaving him with no opportunity to change on the yacht. Thus, he sought out Peach Rabbit, hoping to borrow a set of clothing for the time being. Upon seeing Rambo, now seemingly unscathed, Peach Rabbit was momentarily taken aback, astonished by his resilience. Despite sustaining severe injuries, he had recovered with remarkable speed. However, Rambo's quest for clothing was destined to be in vain. Peach Rabbit's worship was filled with young women. And unless Rambo wished to become a crossdresser, he firmly believed himself to be a quintessential man, resolutely refusing to wear women's clothing. Then, amidst the hungry gazes of the female soldiers, akin to wolves spotting their prey, he fled in haste, eliciting hearty laughter from Peach Rabbit, who teasingly remarked about his physique and fair skin, suggesting he was almost on par with her. Chapter 72, Sparring Thus. Rambo spent 2 days amidst the playful banter and laughter of the young women aboard the ship. At long last, they passed by a small island. Without waiting for the vessel to steady, Rambo manifested his purple flame wings and swiftly soared into the village. In the background, a girl's voice called out, "Little brother, take it slow, and remember to bring me a set of lingerie." That nearly caused Rambo to plunge headfirst into the sea. Rambo directly sought out a clothing store. Unfortunately, he could not find the kimono he frequently wore, as the shop only offered tailored suits. With no other choice, he randomly selected an outfit, changed into it in the fitting room, and proceeded to the cashier before stepping outside. Having grown accustomed to the loose-fitting kimono, he felt an overwhelming sense of constriction in the suit. Reluctantly enduring this uncomfortable sensation, Rambo decided to find a restaurant to indulge in a meal first. Just as he finished placing his order and was sipping his drink while waiting, Peach Bunny appeared, accompanied by 2 young ladies who were slightly shorter than her and equally attractive. To be honest, any of the female soldiers accompanying Peach Bunny could easily be compared to the hottest stars from Rambo's previous life. How ungrateful. Upon seeing the food, he seemed to forget about his sister. Indeed, all men are like big clumsy pigs, Peach Bunny remarked with a feigned look of sorrow directed at Rambo. By the way, little brother, you bought yourself a new outfit, but what about the set of undergarments I asked you to bring? Upon hearing this, Rambo instantly recognized her as the very one who had nearly caused him to lose control of his flight and plunge into the sea. Lumbo, feeling a sense of urgency, rose from his seat, addressing Tao Tu and her companions. It is indeed a great honor for you, esteemed sisters, to join me for a meal. Please, take a seat while I order some additional dishes. Today, the treat is on me. He promptly summoned the waiter to add several more items to their table. The 3 young women regarded him with expressions that seemed to convey their approval, though Lumbo feigned ignorance, lifting the bottle to his lips and drinking. Tao Tu observed Lumbo and remarked, "Who would have thought that the little one, once cradled in Vice Admiral Karp's arms and wailing for milk, has blossomed into such a handsome young man?" Indeed, Lumbo had previously eschewed any form of embellishment, donning only loose-fitting kimonos. Yet this time, clad in a tailored suit, he resembled a nobleman. His strikingly handsome visage was complemented by a fair complexion, standing at an impressive height of 6 feet 3 inches. With a well-proportioned physique accentuated by his long legs encased in tailored trousers. Upon closer inspection, his once raven-black hair revealed a hint of purple at the roots, casually tied back, lending him an air of sophistication, though his carefree gesture of drinking directly from the bottle somewhat marred his elegance. It also infused him with a touch of rebelliousness. This sight caused the 2 girls behind Tao Tu to discreetly wipe their mouths in admiration. Initially, the girl who had asked Lumbo for intimate apparel leaned towards Tao Tu and said, "Sister, Do you wish to claim this charming young man? If not, I shall take my chance. Tautu teased her in response. Oh, you mischievous girl, does the sight of my dashing little brother stir your heart? Should you dare to pursue, let us see if he can be won over by your charms. However, I have heard from Vice Admiral Karp that this young fellow seems to have someone waiting for him. Fear not, another girl interjected with conviction. As long as the hoe is wielded skillfully, no wall is too thick to breach. I shall rally behind you, dear Nachon. Rambo's forehead was glistening with cold sweat. Throughout these past few days, he had come to profoundly appreciate the formidable nature of the girls aboard the Peach Rabbit. Hey. The person in question is still right here. Can't you keep it a bit more low-key? Rambo helplessly implored Peach Rabbit for assistance. To his surprise, Peach Rabbit responded with a carefree smile, stating that everyone possesses the right to pursue their own happiness. Just like that fellow Chachuan, his affection for me is his prerogative, and I cannot interfere. However, I also possess the right to refuse him, and it is as simple as that. Upon hearing Peach Rabbit mention Chachuan, the two nearby girls became engrossed in gossip. By the way, Chachuan has confessed to our sister a staggering 79 times, but it seems he has been rejected each time. How pitiful that sounds. Rambo suddenly became intrigued. Sister, why do you refuse Chatten? It is said that he possesses considerable strength and harbors a deep affection for you. Quite simply, she replied, Chatten is exceedingly unattractive. Just ponder this. Each morning, upon opening your eyes, you would be greeted by a face that brings you discomfort. Would such a sight not dampen your spirits throughout the day? If only he resembled someone like my brother, then perhaps I might reconsider. After speaking, Tatu could not resist teasing Rambo further. However, her remarks about Rambo held a semblance of truth. Not every swine is destined to root around fine cabbage. And one can only blame Chatten's unfortunate appearance. In the face of the three women's banter, Rambo found himself at a loss and could only bury his head in the food laid out before him. Soon, a table laden with dishes and dozens of bottles of wine were consumed entirely by Rambo, while the three women barely touched their meals, claiming it was for the sake of dieting. Rambo could only reflect on the unchanging vanity of women, regardless of the world they inhabit. After the four finished their meal, they strolled casually until they reached an open space. Rambo and Taudu stood at the center of the clearing, facing each other, swords at the ready, while the two girls observed from a distance, wagering on how many moves Rambo could withstand before succumbing to defeat. Rambo took the initiative, fully aware of the vast disparity between himself and Peach Rabbit. He struck first to seize the upper hand, drawing his sword with a resounding clang as he charged toward her like a bolt of lightning. Peach Rabbit stood her ground until Rambo leapt into the air, swinging his sword down upon her. In response, she raised her golden sword, Kanbaira, to parry his attack. Immediately thereafter, she extended her long, elastic leg and delivered a powerful kick to Rambo's chest. Despite his use of armament hockey, he was still sent sprawling, a dull pain radiating from his torso. Continuing to probe would only lead to his own misfortune. Rambo unleashed his full power, his body erupting in a blaze of violet flames, causing the surrounding temperature to surge dramatically. The earth beneath him blackened as he soared higher, resembling a regal monarch of fire, gazing down with an air of arrogance. His hair now nearly half transformed into a rich purple hue. Peach Rabbit sensed the intensity of Rambo's aura and immediately adopted a more cautious stance. She slowly drew her Kanbaira, its golden blade gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Rambo dove down with a swift motion, his speed rendering him somewhat indistinct to Peach Rabbit. Fortunately, her innate swordsmanship allowed her to successfully deflect Rambo's onslaught. Rambo was taken aback by his own speed. He had not anticipated that in this state he could move with such swiftness. Perhaps still unaccustomed to this condition and grappling with Peach Rabbit, he found himself at a disadvantage. His chest, waist, back, and arms bore the marks of bruises, and even his youthful face was not spared, causing the two girls nearby to scream in protest, urging him not to strike at his face, lest he lose his charm. Although Rambo found himself in a precarious position, Peach Rabbit was not entirely at ease either, particularly with the flames enveloping Rambo. Were it not for the hockey that shielded his entire being, including his attire and footwear, she would have been unable to approach him at all. Of course, there was the exception of the golden blade. Yet one must consider that only in a fit of rage would Peach Rabbit resort to wielding such a weapon against Rambo. If she were to injure him, she would be at a loss on how to face her sister and Admiral Garp thereafter. Chapter 73. The Departure of the Rain Banquet. Rambo was repeatedly sent flying by the Peach Bunny, only to rise again and continue the fight. Fortunately, The vitality imbued within Rambo's purple flames enabled him to recover swiftly. Otherwise, he would likely be lying on the ground, unable to rise. It was precisely due to the Peach Bunny's relentless assault that Rambo finally grasped the essence of combat within the purple flames. After being kicked away once more, Rambo halted. Standing still with his eyes closed, as the purple flames surrounding him gradually extinguished, but the vibrant hue of his hair remained untouched. When he reopened his eyes, the purple radiance flickered momentarily, revealing tiny purple specks within the depths of his black pupils, nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. With a graceful demeanor, he sheathed his sword, offering a subtle nod of gratitude to the Peach Bunny, exuding an air of gentlemanly elegance. Alas, his attire was marred with footprints, severely undermining his polished image. The Peach Bunny chuckled. "Young man, after all this practice, you haven't expressed your gratitude in any tangible way?" The two maidens nearby chimed in loudly. "Indeed. We feel that a heartfelt commitment would suffice. If you oppose, then repay this favor to us." Upon hearing this, Lumbo immediately placed a hand on his head, feeling utterly helpless against these two formidable young women. "All right, having worked up quite a sweat, let us first procure a few sets of clothing, and then indulge in a hot spring bath. However, my dear lad, you shall be footing the bill," said Peach Rabbit with a mischievous grin. Lumbo promptly nodded. After all, problems that could be resolved with money were no true concerns. This world was far removed from his past life. As long as one possessed strength, there was no need to fear the absence of currency. Lanbo accompanied three young ladies as they explored various clothing stores. The intensity of their shopping frenzy continually astounded him. Regardless of the size of the boutique, they ventured inside, trying on piece after piece. By the end of the afternoon, all the garments they had purchased were piled upon Lanbo. At that moment, he yearned for a bout with Lao Ji rather than enduring another shopping expedition with the women. The four of them found a hot spring inn, where two of the ladies donned towels to wrap their delicate forms, incessantly casting flirtatious glances at Lanbo while teasing him playfully. "Come on, join us. I can secretly share my sister's measurements with you." Hee. Lumbo, unable to withstand the pressure, let out a loud cry and leapt into the men's hot spring. As he plunged in, his legs weakened beneath him, and it dawned on him that he was a user of the devil fruit. Fortunately, the water was not deep. He settled himself onto the adjacent step, reclining against it in a state of utter fatigue. Had the water been any deeper, it would have been quite embarrassing, as Limbo might have become the first rear admiral in history to be drowned by hot spring water. Rambo reclined, utterly devoid of strength, a sensation reminiscent of battling an evenly matched adversary until both parties were utterly exhausted, ultimately collapsing onto the ground. Unbeknownst to him, Rambo began to experience an unprecedented sense of relaxation. After soaking for nearly half an hour, just as he was on the verge of drifting into slumber, he heard someone calling his name from outside. Recognizing it to be the voices of Peach Rabbit and the others, he rose to wipe down his body and changed into a new outfit, one that Peach Rabbit had casually chosen for him during their shopping excursion. A more relaxed and loose-fitting leisure ensemble. After putting on his attire, Lumbo met with Peach Rabbit and the others, and subsequently they enjoyed a meal together before escorting Peach Rabbit and her companions back to the warship. "Lumbo, are you certain you do not wish to meet my sister? She often speaks of you," Peach Rabbit remarked. Initially, upon witnessing Lumbo in a state of distress, she had preemptively summoned the finest physician from Sengoku to attend to General Crane, and took it upon herself to escort Lumbo for their reunion. Though she had not anticipated his swift recovery, just moments ago, Lumbo had seen them safely aboard the warship and was preparing to bid them farewell. Intending to return to the island to retrieve his yacht, then venture to the rain banquet in hopes of encountering a smile. As his journey at sea was motivated not only by the search for a chef, but also by the desire to recruit the likes of Tengu and a smile. "No. Please extend my regards to General Crane on my behalf. I shall visit her when time permits." "Travel safely," Lumbo replied. The two young ladies beside Peach Rabbit gazed at Lumbo and remarked, "What a pity, the succulent opportunity has slipped away. Otherwise, we could seize this moment to create a little one together." Upon hearing this, Lumbo nearly lost his composure, feeling as if a surge of fiery energy coursed through him, akin to a violet beam racing into the village behind. Laughter from the young ladies echoed behind him. Rambo resided on the island for 2 days until a merchant ship, accompanied by a protective escort, arrived. Thus, Rambo followed the merchant vessel back to the island where the battle had initially taken place, and from a distance, he spotted his yacht. Upon returning to his yacht, Rambo discovered that, apart from a layer of dust, nothing had changed. The yacht's alarm system, damaged during the battle. Was inoperative. However, a backup system remained, merely requiring a restart. As Rambo boarded the yacht, he was confronted by 8 female soldiers who inquired about his identity. It was then that Rambo recalled the arrangement made by Peach Rabbit, who had mentioned providing someone to oversee the yacht. After confirming his identity to the soldiers, he became acquainted with them, only to realize that they bore a striking resemblance to the 2 female soldiers accompanying Peach Rabbit. Both were equally fierce and unruly. Rambo guided them to the nearest branch and, after setting them down from the yacht, let out a long sigh of relief. This fervor was truly something he found difficult to endure. Nevertheless, the women of this world were just like that, passionate in love and hate, never affected by pretentiousness. This was something Rambo greatly admired. Rambo steadied his emotions and promptly set his sights on Alabasta, uncertain if he could find a smile amidst the rain at the Rain Banquet Casino. Alabasta, indeed, leaves one in eager anticipation of the enigmatic figure known as the Sand Alligator. Chapter 74. The Ancient Isle. In the past, when Limbo observed the sand crocodile, he always felt that this was a pitfall set by the esteemed Oda. To elaborate, the strength of the sand crocodile is indisputable, particularly in the formidable application of the sand fruit. However, this power often conveys an impression of superficiality. How could a pirate devoid of haki dare to venture into the New World to challenge Whitebeard? Even as a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, he could only assert himself in the first half of the Grand Line. What is the New World, after all? According to the words of the green pepper from the Land of Flowers, those who possess Conqueror's haki are as numerous as fish crossing a river in the New World, let alone the presence of armament haki that can severely counter Logia-type abilities. Thus, one possibility is that Oda deliberately weakened this crocodile to allow Luffy, as the protagonist, to triumph over a stronger opponent. Another possibility is that Crocodile genuinely lacks haki and is indeed not formidable. However, this fails to explain why, during the Marineford War, Doflamingo invited him to join in the assault against Whitebeard, only for Crocodile to arrogantly refuse. Who is Doflamingo? Although his identity is not recognized by the Celestial Dragons, his pride would not lead him to invite a weakling to battle. Moreover, during the Marineford War, Crocodile performed admirably, directly confronting Akainu and clashing with Mihawk, which indicates that he is not a weakling. Following the Marineford War, he also appeared in the New World alongside Mr. One. Rambo found himself perplexed by the true strength of Crocodile. To label him as weak would be to overlook how he could render powerful figures utterly speechless. Yet to declare him strong seemed contradictory, given that he was defeated by Luffy's water-imbued punch. Oda, the masterful creator, has woven numerous intricate plots that remain inexplicable, prompting Rambo to resolve to personally gauge Crocodile's capabilities. As the yacht sailed through the tumultuous sea, propelled by the winds towards Alabasta, Rambo stepped onto the deck. Gazing out at the boundless ocean, the sea breeze tousled his hair, sending it swirling in a wild dance. He reflected deeply upon the transformations within himself. Since the battle with Lao Ji had catalyzed the complete metamorphosis of his violet flames, and after training with Peach Rabbit, he gradually began to grasp this new state. Yet, he still struggled to fully harness it in combat. At that moment, Rambo contemplated methods to enhance his combat prowess. Upon introspection, he discerned a significant evolution in his physical attributes. Both his strength and speed had markedly increased. Drawing forth his sword, he inflicted a shallow cut on his arm and observed intently as the wound, which was just beginning to bleed, commenced to heal astonishingly. This unexpected revelation brought him delight, and he silently expressed gratitude towards Don Quixote Doflamingo, contemplating that their encounter might be imminent. After sailing for over 2 weeks, Rambo spotted a small island in the distance, its lush greenery blanketing the entire landmass. The environment of this world truly is magnificent, undeniably pristine and untouched by pollution. The sky stretched out in a brilliant blue, epitomizing nature's most exquisite beauty. No matter how opulent or beautiful human embellishments may be, they always lack the intrinsic charm that nature bestows. Rambo docked his vessel and slowly ventured onto the island, only to be met with the peculiar realization that there were neither towns nor villages present. The flora and fauna around him towered with an extraordinary stature. It dawned upon Rambo that this must indeed be the fabled little garden. No wonder even a mere rabbit appeared as large as a full-grown kangaroo. Perhaps it was due to Rambo's years of honing his spirit, carrying with him an innate essence of nature, that the island's creatures, despite their fierce appearances, refrained from launching any attacks upon him. In fact, a few squirrels, twice their usual size, approached him, presenting several pine cones at his feet. It is well known that animals possess an instinctive tendency to seek advantage while avoiding harm, steering clear of calamity and gravitating toward a peaceful existence. If this truly is the little garden, then the formidable figures of the blue demon Dory and the red demon Bragi must reside upon this island. Rambo found himself deeply intrigued by the prospect of witnessing the colossal battles between such titans of immense strength. Rambo lightly tapped the base of a towering tree, leaping onto its branches in search of the two giants. If they were indeed engaged in battle, the ferocity of their confrontation would surely be impossible for Rambo to overlook. Rambo stood atop a branch, gazing around, yet he found no signs of a scuffle. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to a colossal figure sprawled on the ground, seemingly asleep. Not far off, another massive silhouette lay in a similar state. Had it not been for Rambo's eyes, honed by the trials of purple flames, he likely would have only noticed a part of the giant's form, unable to perceive the entirety. Having located them, Rambo felt a sense of calm. He understood that the giants would awaken only when the volcano at the island's center erupted. He returned to the yacht and brought forth several barrels of fine wine, preparing to celebrate with them once the giants had finished their bout. Perhaps fortune favored Rambo, for after 2 or 3 hours, he suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath him. Shortly thereafter, the central volcano erupted, signaling that the spectacle was about to commence. With a flap of his violet flame wings, he ascended to a vantage point in the sky, where he beheld East Blue and Bragi engaged in combat. Their strikes were straightforward and devoid of embellishment, reminiscent of the visceral thrill found in the Hollywood blockbusters Rambo had once cherished. East Blue wielded a massive sword, while Bragi brandished a colossal axe. Their exchanges generated a cacophony that stirred the ocean waves, their struggle resembling a contest of strength more than a mere battle. They fought from the afternoon until the dawn of the following day, while Rambo found a comfortable perch from which to observe in silence, respecting the sanctity of their conflict. Soon, the volcanic eruption subsided, and so too did their combat. Suddenly, 2 barrels of wine soared through the air toward the giants. They caught the barrels, raised them toward Rambo's direction, and, upon uncorking them, drank heartily. Lumbo was taken aback for a moment, only to realize that his presence had long been detected by the 2 individuals. However, it made sense. After all, they were giants from Elbaf, the formidable captains of the giant pirate crew that had once roamed the Grand Line a century ago. If they lacked strength, the giant pirate crew would not have gained such renown. Lumbo raised the wine jug towards the 2 and drank heartily. Then, with a jubilant shout, he hurled dozens of wine jugs from his side towards them. Both individuals, being connoisseurs of fine spirits, deftly caught every single jug with great care. Lumbo approached them and said, "I am Monkey D. Lumbo. By mere happenstance, I happened to pass by and witness the 2 of you engaged in battle. I am truly impressed and could not help but steal a few glances. Please do not take offense. Consider this wine as an apology." Dongli laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha ha. Young brother, you are too modest. Moreover, it is thanks to you that we are able to enjoy such fine wine today. Alas, we have no meat to accompany it." Brookie interjected, "That is easily remedied. Just wait here." With that, he seized his massive axe and leaped into the ocean. Before long, he returned, carrying a sea king of approximately 11 or 12 meters. Dongli, slapping his forehead, remarked, "How did I not think of that? Just wait for me. I shall fetch one as well." Rambo quickly interjected, suggesting they consume what they had for now, and if it proved insufficient, they could descend once more to capture more. Dongli nodded in agreement. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Rambo reflected on the peculiar reason behind the century-long feud between the 2. While they may have forgotten, Rambo was acutely aware. Chapter 75. Sahara. To understand this enmity, one must journey back over a century, to a single utterance from a young girl that irrevocably altered the fate of the gigantic pirate crew. At that time, both captains had each captured a sea king. When a little girl inquired whose catch was larger, an argument ensued, with both asserting their superiority, igniting a fierce battle on the spot. Thus, the once renowned gigantic pirate crew was utterly dismantled, with the 2 captains engaged in a relentless struggle on this ancient island for over 100 years, bound by a pact that only one would return alive to Elbaf. As the years passed, even they had forgotten the original cause of their conflict. Yet, the eruption of the island's central volcano would trigger their inevitable clash, a tradition that had persisted through the ages. Rambo hoped that Dongli would refrain from capturing another Sea King, which might rekindle memories of the past and unleash an endless cycle of combat. The trio gathered around the fire, roasting their catch while sharing tales over drinks. The two giants regaled Rambo with stories of their homeland, Elbath, a realm reputed to be the strongest in the world. According to them, they hailed from a warrior village in Elbath, where every inhabitant was a formidable combatant. Giants, with their immense stature and unparalleled strength, boasted lifespans 2 to 3 times that of ordinary humans, often living for over 3 centuries. As the two reminisced about their homeland, nostalgia painted their expressions, and Rambo felt a pang of reluctance to disclose that Elbath had been decimated by Big Mom. As for whether they would ever learn of this fate, Rambo harbored no concerns, given their dispositions. It seemed likely they would continue their battles on this island until their last breaths, with no resolution in sight. Rambo found himself quite fond of these boisterous men, indulging in their revelry. The giants' capacity for alcohol was nothing short of astounding. After consuming several barrels, their demeanor remained unchanged. Not wishing to dampen their spirits, Rambo returned to the cabin to procure more drinks, and the three continued their festivities until dusk, eventually succumbing to slumber. The following morning, Rambo awoke, shaking off the fog of intoxication, a sensation he had never experienced since arriving in this world. The trio had completely depleted his reserves. After splashing water on his face, he felt significantly more alert. He gathered some vegetables from the island to prepare a modest breakfast, which they casually enjoyed. After consuming his meal, Lumbo discovered that the two giants remained in slumber, and he chose to let them be. It is presumed that they will awaken to resume their battle when the volcano erupts once more. Lumbo's most significant and unexpected gain this time was acquiring the permanent pointer to the giants' homeland, Elbath, from the east. In the future, he can journey there with his crew to behold its wonders. Lumbo boarded the yacht and set sail towards Alabasta, reaching the port in less than half a day's time. The area was still bustling with life, indicating that Crocodile had yet to make his move. Alabasta is one of the member states of the world government, boasting a permanent military presence of approximately 600,000 troops. This formidable force is precisely why Crocodile can successfully execute his nefarious schemes. A militia composed solely of civilians would lack combat efficacy. The most effective strategy would be to incite dissent within the military, thereby securing sufficient fighting power. Currently, there are no significant issues at hand, and Lumbo is not here to meddle in such trivial matters. He intends to leave those to Luffy in due course. After all, if he were to remove the obstacles now, how would he gain experience to enhance his combat prowess? Lumbo's sole purpose for coming here is to encounter Fujitora. Naturally, if that crocodile proves to be unfriendly, the situation may warrant a different approach. Rambo, having stocked up on provisions and water from Albana, rented a camel and set forth towards the Rainlands. For one accustomed to the sea, occasionally savoring the allure of the desert was a delightful experience. He ambled along, pausing intermittently to sip from his flask, swaying atop the camel with each rhythmic stride, entirely oblivious to the swirling sands. As he meandered, he would occasionally recite verses about the Sahara. The vast desert smoke rises straight, the long river meets the setting sun, and other such musings, perhaps inciting the heavens to take notice of his languor. Suddenly, a caravan of camels approached from his side, led by a figure clad in a mask, wielding a knife resembling a cleaver. The mask served solely to shield against the winds and sands, unlike the masks of his former life, which were intended to conceal identity during nefarious deeds. In the world of pirates, one must reveal their true face, otherwise, even the highest bounty would mean nothing if no one could identify you. It is well understood within pirate circles that the loudest voice often belongs to the one with the highest bounty. The leader called out to Rambo, "Hey kid, what are you shouting about? From far away, I could hear your foolish cries. This is the Rainlands desert, not the Sahara. You look a bit daft. Hand over all your money, and I shall let you go this time." Originally, Lumbo felt a sense of joy at the prospect of some amusement. But upon hearing the words of the bandit leader, his expression darkened immediately. He glanced at the pirates before him and declared, "This is no longer the rainy desert. From today onward, this expanse shall be known as the Sahara." Ha ha ha. Is this fellow a fool? He even intends to rename this desert. It's utterly hilarious. The surrounding bandits joined in the laughter, but before they could catch their breath, a glint of cold steel flashed through the air. Initially, he couldn't grasp the situation and prepared to scold Lumbo further. At that moment, the bandits behind him trembled and said, "Boss, look beneath your horse." The bandit leader glanced down and was horrified to discover a bloodied arm lying on the ground. As he pondered the familiarity of the severed limb, a searing pain shot through his left shoulder. Wiping his hand across his face, now smeared with blood, He finally realized that the arm on the ground was indeed his own, gruesomely severed at the shoulder. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he turned to look at Lembo, who remained seated upon his camel, seemingly unperturbed, sipping his drink. The bandit leader understood he had encountered a formidable opponent. Trembling, he inquired, "Might I ask your name? Have you heard of Crocodile? We serve under him." "Oh, so you are indeed the minions of that crocodile. However, it matters little. Had you not just suggested that I merely surrender my wealth, it would not have been your arm that lay on the ground, but rather your head. And do not invoke that crocodile in this matter. He holds no sway here. My name is Monkey D. Lembo. Return to him and inform him that this desert shall henceforth be called the Sahara, as decreed by me, and he is welcome to seek me out." Watching the group retreat in dismay, Lembo remained indignant, muttering to himself, "Is my singing truly so dreadful? Your entire family sounds like banshees." Chapter 76. Nico Robin Rambo. Still mired in indignation over the inability of the recent bandits to appreciate his prowess, gradually emerged from the desert and entered the realm of rain. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld the grandest edifice, which he surmised to be the venue for the rain banquet hosted by the sand crocodile. As he approached, he indeed discovered a large plaque hanging above the entrance, boldly proclaiming rain banquet. With a sense of anticipation, Rambo stepped inside. To his astonishment, the interior rivaled that of the casinos in Bubble Island, yet it possessed a unique charm that was distinctly local. The murals adorning the walls, the sculptures gracing the center of the casino, and even the waitresses circulating with drinks exuded an enchanting air of exoticism. Rambo took a glass of wine from the tray held by the lady. The fruit wine here was indeed delightful. That fellow, the sand crocodile, truly knows how to indulge. However, Rambo did not forget the purpose of his visit. He wandered around, particularly circling the roulette wheel, but to his disappointment, he did not catch sight of the figure he sought. Rambo meandered aimlessly through the casino, refraining from gambling while occasionally gravitating toward the bustling crowds. After traversing the entire expanse of the casino hall without success, he let out a sigh, realizing that yet again he had come in high spirits only to depart in disappointment. It seemed he would have to venture to the golden city of Taisolo in search of fortune. Just as the disheartened Rambo prepared to exit the casino, a server approached him, saying, "Good day, sir. Our manager wishes to speak with you." Initially, Rambo's mood was already sour, and this request further irked him. "If your manager wishes to see me, let him come here. I shall wait for him. By the way, bring me another glass of fruit wine. It's rather delightful." Rambo replied, settling into a chair with a leisurely demeanor. Truly, he was the youngest brigadier general, exhibiting a remarkable character. Just as the server stood there, bewildered, a cool, melodic voice whispered in Rambo's ear. Lembo sat in a chair, crossing his legs and tilting his head to observe the figure before him, none other than Nico Robin. He felt a profound sympathy for Robin's plight, recognizing that it was the world government that had orchestrated her misfortunes. Fortuitously, she had received assistance from Vice Admiral Cerrone, a giant of the Navy, which had enabled her escape. "Oh, is this lady seeking my company? Why didn't you inform me sooner that your manager is a beautiful woman? Had I known earlier, I would have accompanied you to meet her without hesitation. Honestly, such a lack of perception." Lembo remarked to the waiter, "Sir, your humor is quite refreshing. Shall we retire upstairs to discuss matters?" she suggested, signaling for the waiter to leave, indicating that she would handle the situation. "Then I shall defer to your wishes," Lembo chuckled, following Robin up to the second floor, eager to discover what scheme she had in store. Upon their arrival in the office, they found two individuals seated. If Lembo's instincts were correct, they were none other than Mr. 1, the Blade Man, and Mr. 5, the Snot Bomb. Lembo harbored a particular disdain for Mr. 5. After all, bomb making is an art, akin to the explosive prowess of Deidara from Naruto, a master of the craft. The notion that Mr. 5 would resort to using his extracted nasal mucus as explosives was an affront to the very essence of bomb artistry, rendering him an unspeakable disgrace. Lembo reclined on the sofa, continuing to cross his legs, and addressed Robin, "My dear, why did you summon me only to bring along these two unwelcome guests? This surely squanders our precious moments of solitude." Robin regarded Lembo with a smile. "The youngest Rear Admiral of the Navy. What an honor. I wonder what brings you to this obscure corner of Alabasta. Your bounty on the black market is quite substantial, I must say. By the way, I heard rumors of your skirmish with one of Joker's subordinates. It's quite a surprise to see you here." "Oh, I am astonished that such a beautiful lady is so well informed about my affairs. I must confess, I merely ventured out to alleviate my boredom," he replied. "However, If your intention is to capture me for the bounty, feel free to act now, Lumbo declared, exuding an air of confidence. Lumbo's words unexpectedly silenced the atmosphere. Shortly thereafter, Robin chuckled and remarked, "We are indeed law-abiding citizens. Dear Major General, kindly refrain from such jesting." Rambo shook his head and remarked, "Whether you are lawful citizens is not determined by your own assertions nor by my declarations, but rather by your actions. In truth, my intention for this visit was merely to indulge in some amusement. I had no ulterior motives. Yet, you seem to harbor a guilty conscience. Fearing that your affairs are laid bare, mistakenly believing that my presence is an investigation into your dealings. In reality, you are overthinking the situation. By the way, do you know where the sand crocodile is? I need to discuss the matter of the renaming of the Sahara with him." Upon hearing this, Robin felt a sudden weight in her heart, and even the two individuals beside her tensed, preparing to confront Rambo. In a hushed tone, Robin said, "Your Excellency, this jest is rather unamusing. Wouldn't you agree?" With that, she exchanged a meaningful glance with MR1 and MR5. Lumbo's observation through the perception of his surroundings was keen. And indeed, MR5 launched a piece of nasal debris towards him. Lumbo felt a wave of nausea wash over him, and he thought to himself, "Today, I shall not let this repugnant scoundrel escape." Skillfully evading the projectile, he witnessed it detonate upon hitting the ground. In an instant, Lumbo appeared before MR5 and delivered a powerful kick to his face, shattering his nasal bone on impact. The force of the blow sent MR5's body crashing through the wall and landing in the plaza outside the casino. Rambo cast a fleeting glance at the wretch. Noting that his face was drenched in blood, rendered entirely flat as if trampled by a shoe, yet he still attempted to rise in futile struggle. Without hesitation, Rambo leapt atop him and delivered another decisive stomp, creating a sizable crater in the ground. At that moment, Rambo sensed a sharp, menacing aura approaching from his side, indicating that the knife-wielding adversary was launching an attack. He swiftly drew his weapon, the phoenix tail, to deflect the onslaught. Rambo regarded the knife man's //fruit as an exceptionally formidable ability, enabling him to transform any part of his body into a razor-sharp blade. However, Rambo harbored a distaste for the grotesque transformation, feeling an inherent discomfort at its unnatural appearance. At that juncture, the knife man's arms, thighs, and feet had morphed into lethal blades. Rambo found it difficult to reconcile such an aesthetic with his own sensibilities. Unfazed by Rambo's opinions, the knife man swung his arms towards him. Every area he could reach was converted into a cutting edge. The knife man exhibited remarkable agility, attacking from an array of unconventional angles. Rambo found the encounter rather intriguing, engaging in a light-hearted exchange of blows for a brief period. After several rounds of combat, Rambo grew weary of the skirmish and resolved to conclude it. Suddenly, 3 hands emerged from his back, one tightening around Rambo's neck, while the other 2 grasped his arms with unyielding strength. Meanwhile, several more hands appeared on the ground, firmly clutching Rambo's feet. Chapter 77, Crocodile. Lammer recognized that this must be Robin's flower fruit. The knife-wielding man, seizing the opportunity, lunged towards Lammer, aiming for his neck. Calmly, Lammer regarded him, and with a resounding clang, the knife struck as if against a solid steel surface. Lammer had employed hockey. Subsequently, with a deft flick of his right hand, a long gash appeared from the knife man's abdomen to his shoulder, blood gushing forth as he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, another arm emerged around Lammer's neck, attempting to twist it for a strangulation. From a distance, Robin crossed her hands and exerted forceful rotations, only to realize that the arms around Lammer's neck were utterly immovable. With a sudden jolt, all the arms encircling him vanished. Rambo suddenly appeared before Robin, causing her to retreat several steps and fall to the ground. Rambo glanced at her with a sigh of resignation, slowly crouching down in front of her and saying, "Should I address you as Miss all Sunday? Or as the demon child, Nico Robin?" Upon hearing this, Robin's pupils constricted in alarm. "Are you here to capture me?" she asked, her voice filled with despair as she slumped helplessly on the ground. Rambo gently helped her up, placing her on the sofa beside him. He then uncorked a bottle of red wine, swirled the contents in his glass, and continued, "Rest assured, I did not come for you. As I stated before, my purpose here bears no relation to you. However, since our paths have crossed, a greeting seems in order, does it not? I apologize. I understand that the O'Hara incident has nothing to do with you, yet I hope you can confront this past. The destruction of O'Hara was fated the moment your mother and her associates began to meddle with forces beyond their comprehension. The fundamental truth is that the weak have no right to engage with what they should not touch. After years of evasion, I trust you have grasped the order of this world. Only the strong possess the authority to speak, much like how you perceive Crocodile as a powerhouse, thus seeking his protection. Yet your relationship with him is merely one of mutual exploitation. You lack true agency, do you not? Upon hearing Rambo's words, Robin was overcome with emotion, her tears flowing freely. Ultimately, she was still a woman who had been in hiding since the world government issued a bounty on her head, never daring to reveal her true self. Even her association with Crocodile was born of a mutual need, but this arrangement was precarious. If Crocodile were to attain his desires, would he truly care for Robin's fate? That remained a question shrouded in uncertainty. After weeping for a while, Robin came to terms with her situation, realizing that Rambo was not there to apprehend her. "What do you believe I should do?" she asked. "For so many years, I have been alone, never sharing my thoughts with anyone, devoid of friends, and unable to trust anyone. I follow Mr. Zero because I yearn to uncover the true history of that fabled text. I intend to inherit the will of all those from O'Hara and delve into the mysteries of that lost chapter of history." Her final words echoed with a fervent intensity. Lumbo understood that the memories he had evoked were likely to remind Robin of all her grievances. She merely wished to vent her feelings. After her outburst, Robin felt a twinge of regret, realizing that the figure before her was a rear admiral of the Navy. Was she not courting arrest by speaking so boldly? Yet, for reasons unknown, she had unconsciously divulged the secret she had long concealed. "Ah, this is how it should be. Everyone deserves to pursue their dreams. Strive towards your aspirations," he encouraged. "However, I must advise you that to persist in and achieve your dreams, you must strengthen your abilities. In time, you will discover remarkable companions to embark on your own journey, and you shall never again find yourself at the mercy of others. You can boldly proclaim your identity as Nico Robin beneath the sun." Lumbo affectionately ruffled Robin's hair. "Are you not going to apprehend me?" "I did just express my intent to study world history," Robin said, a bit bewildered, questioning whether this individual truly was a Navy officer. "Huh. The sea embodies freedom. No one can hinder every soul's pursuit of liberty and dreams upon its waters. However, I might just have to capture you next time we meet." Lumbo laughed heartily. "Is it true that I will encounter companions in the future? Can they aid me in realizing my dreams?" Sensing Lumbo's unusual aura reminded Robin of Vice Admiral Salong, who had once rescued her, prompting her to feel a newfound fondness for Lumbo. "Rest assured, following him will lead to an extraordinary journey, and he will undoubtedly assist you in fulfilling your dreams, for his ambition is to become the Pirate King. When you meet him, you will distinctly sense his uniqueness." A hint of nostalgia flickered in Lumbo's eyes as he recalled Luffy. Observant Robin did not interrupt Lumbo's reverie. After experiencing the highs and lows of life, she felt as though she had matured significantly, and she resolutely vowed to enhance her strength. After a moment, Lumbo inquired, "Robin, do you know where Crocodile is?" "Logically. After I disrupted his rain banquet, he should have made an appearance. He is devising plans with MR2 in the capital of Alabasta, intending to usurp the king within these few days. However, you should be returning soon. I have already contacted him using a Den Mushi." "Very well. I shall go to greet him. They say the desert is his primary battleground. I will test my mettle there. Robin, for now, remain here and attend to your affairs. Await a boy wearing a straw hat. He will become your captain. I am off now." With that, Lumbo leapt away, vanishing into the rain. Robin stood in stunned silence, gazing at the spot where Lumbo had disappeared. She had never experienced such a sense of ease while conversing with someone, despite their differing positions. She felt free to speak without reservations, an exceedingly comfortable sensation. Upon entering the desert, Rambo quickly regretted his decision. In his eagerness to display bravado, he had forgotten to mount his camel. The thought of returning to do so seemed too humiliating to bear, leaving him no choice but to press onward with a heavy heart. His arrival had been marked by grace, each step a confident stride. Now, however, he found himself in a dismal state, devoid of anything of substance. Yet, amidst the swirling clouds of yellow sand, Rambo felt a flicker of joy as he sensed the presence of another human being. In all of Alabaston, it seemed that only the sand crocodile could create such a commotion in the desert. Lumbo stood his ground, awaiting the oncoming waves of yellow sand. Before long, the foremost edge of the wave revealed a middle-aged man, a cigar clenched between his teeth. A scar, a testament to past battles, spanned the bridge of his nose, bisecting his face. His shoulder-length hair glistened with an abundance of oil. The upper half of his body was human, while the lower half transformed into a yellow sand formation soaring just above the ground. unmistakably the natural manifestation of the sand crocodile. As the yellow sand drew near to Lumbo, it came to a halt. Lumbo gazed at the sand crocodile and said, "A pleasure to meet you, sand crocodile crocodile." The sand crocodile regarded Lumbo and replied, "Vice Admiral Lumbo." Chapter 78. A fated conclusion. If I am not mistaken, you are the one referred to by Miss All Sunday. Correct? I prefer to keep my distance from the Navy, so what brings you to disrupt my rain banquet? Crocodile's expression darkened. If you are referring to the one who fought at the rain banquet, then indeed, that would be me. Tell me, Crocodile, when did you become so naive? When have the Navy and pirates ever shared a drink in harmony, maintaining their distances? By the way, prior to the rain banquet, I had a thief relay a message to you. Did he mention the name Sahara? What do you think of it? Lumbo waved dismissively. The audacity of one who struck me is astonishing. It seems I, Crocodile, have not stirred up trouble at sea for quite some time. Now, a mere child dares to act so haughty in my presence. Today, I wish to measure the mettle of this youngest vice admiral. Wind Sand Gale Crocodile extended his right hand, summoning a small tornado that formed in the palm of his hand. With a swift flick, it transformed into a vortex approximately 2 meters in diameter, surging forth, laden with swirling yellow sand, towards Lumbo. Crocodile's mastery of his abilities was indeed formidable. It was no wonder his prowess lay predominantly in his devil fruit power. Lumbo remained unperturbed, drawing forth his blade, Fengwu, and executing the one-sword style, 3,000 tornadoes. Countless spinning air blades coalesced into a tornado, colliding with Crocodile's sand gale. The air was filled with a cacophony of rustling sounds, the friction of innumerable blades against sand. Soon, the sand gale was neutralized, and a multitude of air blades surged past Crocodile, leaving him as if he had been subjected to 1,000 cuts. Yet, he quickly reverted to his original state, revealing that he had preemptively transformed into sand. Crocodile assessed Lumbo, who appeared unfazed, and commented, "You certainly possess some skill. I hope you can withstand what comes next." Lee Desert Blade Crocodile's right hand molded a 3-meter-long blade of sand, which he swung forcefully towards Lumbo. Rambo sought to test the might of the sand crocodile and the sharpness of the desert dagger. He lifted the Fengwu and braced himself to withstand the strike. The colossal desert dagger descended directly from above, and Rambo countered its force with Fengwu. At that moment of contact with the dagger, he felt an immense power surging from Fengwu into his very being, compressing him into the desert sands. Seizing the opportunity, the sand crocodile let out a triumphant roar, "Tombstone, desert sunflower." In an instant, the spot where Rambo had been buried transformed into a quagmire-like pit of quicksand. The surrounding sand began to sink gradually, expanding until it formed a gaping hole of approximately 10 meters in diameter before ceasing its spread. The sand crocodile stood at the edge of the pit, murmuring, "May you forever lie in silence here. This shall be your desert coffin." As the sands enveloped him, Rambo sank deeper into the desert, completely surrounded. He dared not open his eyes, for the moment he did, sand would invade them. The deeper he descended, the tighter the pressure on his body became, making even normal breaths a challenge, leaving him with only the exhalation of stale air. This crocodile indeed possessed formidable strength. Especially within its native realm of the desert, it was not to be underestimated. After silently acknowledging this, Rambo ignited with flames, his entire being igniting like a pangolin as he surged upward with great velocity. Meanwhile, the sand crocodile, poised to depart from the pit's edge, sensed a disturbance behind it. Rushing back to the pit, it beheld a purple mist slowly rising from below, and with a sudden explosion, Rambo emerged from the depths. Enveloped in a sphere of violet flames, the very same Rambo who had just been sent a coffin. Lumbo gradually descended to the ground, gazing at Crocodile and remarked, "Your prowess as a crocodile is quite impressive. You nearly bested me. To share any additional techniques you possess, I wish to witness more." The young man continued, "If you had merely lain there moments ago, you might have found it more comfortable. Now, however, I shall make you relive the terror of death. I intend to transform you into a mummy." In an instant, the right arm of the sand crocodile morphed into a 5-meter-long crescent-shaped sand blade that swept towards Lumbo. Observing this transformation, Lumbo felt a twinge of confusion, as it bore a striking resemblance to the earlier desert treasure blade. Grasping Fengwu, he boldly advanced to meet it. As Fengwu made contact with the sand blade, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. Lumbo discovered that there was no obstruction whatsoever, and he effortlessly passed through. Suddenly, he was struck by realization the sand blade possessed no offensive power. Yet, this was precisely what made the sand crocodile's technique so fearsome. For it could drain the moisture from any living being it touched, rendering them into mummies. At that moment, the sand blade had pierced through Fengwu. leaving a mere 3 centimeters from Lumbo's chest. It was too late to evade. Lumbo swiftly enveloped himself in haki, allowing the sand blade to pass over him. He was gambling, wagering that his haki could counteract the sand crocodile's petrifying ability. Fortunately, Lumbo's gamble paid off. The sand blade effortlessly traversed through his body. Inspecting his chest, he found no harm done, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. Such life-risking gambles should be avoided, thankfully. He had believed in the legendary Oda's assertion that haki can counter all devil fruit powers. Seeing Lumbo unharmed after the sand blade sweep, the sand crocodile was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly realized that Lumbo had undoubtedly awakened haki. This is unacceptable. His haki utterly counters my abilities. My earlier defeat against Whitebeard was due to his haki's overwhelming power. Determined to finish the battle swiftly, the sand crocodile unleashed his mightiest attack. Lumbo observed a disturbance beneath the desert, which extended directly beneath his feet, and suddenly, a sword composed of sand erupted from the ground, hurtling towards his face. Lumbo's right hand was instantly enveloped in a layer of haki, and with it, the phoenix wing in his grasp. The once crimson blade transformed at the edge into a lustrous obsidian hue. With a swift stroke, he struck the desert sword, cleaving it into 2 halves, which promptly disintegrated into grains of yellow sand upon hitting the ground. Rambo gazed intently at the sand crocodile and remarked, "Crocodile, I trust you feel comfortable now. It is my turn." With a sudden dash, he brushed past the sand crocodile, leaving behind a gaping X-shaped wound on its chest, from which blood gushed forth. The sand crocodile collapsed to the ground, and Rambo approached, leaning down to say, "Crocodile, your strength is formidable, yet your sand transformation is utterly futile against my haki. I shall spare your life today, but mark my words. One day, a pirate donning a straw hat will defeat you. Should you wish to contend for supremacy over the seas thereafter, you may seek me out. Remember this, in this world, only those with true strength can act as they please. Do not always rely on external means." The sand crocodile, understanding the implication in Rambo's words, realized that Rambo must have discerned his plans. His eyes narrowed in suspicion. "You are aware of my intentions, yet you do not intend to apprehend me?" "Not necessary," Rambo replied. "Simply heed my words. When you find yourself cornered, you may come to me. I assure you, following me will grant you a uniquely different experience." With that, Rambo departed, leaving the sand crocodile alone in the desert. He knew that with the sand crocodile's proud nature, surrendering his ambitions for the title of the King of the Seas was out of the question. This defeat would only fuel his obsession further, however. The outcome was already predetermined. As for the path ahead, it was for him to choose. Suddenly, Rambo recalled something and turned back to the sand crocodile, saying, "Crocodile, this desert shall henceforth be known as Sahara. Should you disagree, I shall compel you to consent." He then declared, "Thus it is decided." Shortly thereafter, Rambo's voice echoed, "Sahara, where the sands rage, who can decipher the pyramids?" Chapter 79, Sky Island, how utterly tedious. Alas, this existence has become unbearable. Having departed from Alabasta, Rambo had been sailing the seas for half a month. Unaware of the precise location of Teselo's golden gambling ship, he drifted aimlessly, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a hapless mouse. At that moment, Rambo sat at the dining table, sipping a glass of exquisite wine he had recently procured from Alabasta. He gazed at the steak he had cooked, devoid of appetite. Though the steak was indeed cooked, it was overdone, tough as stone. Frustrated, Rambo activated his haki to take a small bite. If Zephyr were to discover that his once promising pupil resorted to using haki to consume steak, his expression would surely be one of incredulity, likely leading to a reprimand that would leave Rambo unrecognizable even to Garp. Rambo regarded the unyielding steak with exasperation, resorting to drink to soothe his dismay. After sailing for a while longer, Rambo cast a casual glance and was elated to finally spot an island on the horizon. He promptly discarded the inedible steak into the trash. At last, there was something to eat. What a relief. Rambo docked the ship and leapt ashore from the Genie. Though the port was modest in size, it bustled with activity, suggesting the presence of a town, and where there is a town, there are surely delectable delights. Rambo inquired about the local fare and promptly dashed into the finest tavern, ordering an extravagant array of dishes. He devoured the meal with ravenous enthusiasm, akin to a famished spirit, inadvertently igniting a surge of business for the establishment. His hearty appetite awakened the cravings of those around him. Patrons who had intended to settle their bills found themselves reseated, ordering additional dishes and drinks. Unperturbed by the actions of others, Rambo focused solely on his own indulgence. At last, satiated and with a resounding belch, he summoned a server to inquire if there were any notable attractions or casinos on the island. Although Rambo was en route to the golden gambling ship in Taizolo, he was keen to glean any opportunities to encounter the enigmatic Tengu. The server, inspired by the bustling business brought forth by Rambo, greeted him with enthusiasm. "Good sir, while there is no casino on this island, the surrounding waters boast a remarkable phenomenon that you might witness in the coming days." "Oh, pray tell, what is this extraordinary spectacle?" Rambo inquired, intrigued by the mention of wonders. "The waters surrounding this island manifest a breathtaking sight every few years. It begins with the emergence of a colossal whirlpool at sea. As the whirlpool intensifies, it eventually releases a powerful updraft that propels water skyward, resembling a magnificent waterfall flowing against the current. Many visitors come from afar to behold this marvel, yet one must maintain a safe distance from the whirlpool, lest they inadvertently be drawn into the depths of the ocean." Upon hearing this, Lumbo comprehended that this was no mere spectacle. It was clearly the ascending current leading to the Sky Island. It seemed that he would indeed venture to the heights of the Sky Island, curious to behold the enigmatic Enel, a youth of peculiar disposition. Initially, Lumbo had set out with the intention of conscripting strong individuals. The chef had been dealt with, yet Fujitora's whereabouts remained elusive. However, should he manage to win over Enel, this journey would be rendered unnecessary. Lumbo inquired further about the specific timing, and upon settling the bill, the tavern owner graciously offered a discount, evidently demonstrating that in any realm, merchants possess a high emotional intelligence. Upon exiting the tavern, Rambo sought out a local fisherman, hoping to procure a modest fishing vessel. Entering the empty island was, after all, not a venture to be taken lightly, and he wished to avoid any unfortunate mishaps that could jeopardize his beloved genie. After successfully acquiring a small boat from the fisherman, he settled down in the town. The following morning, as Rambo casually enjoyed his breakfast at a nearby establishment, he was suddenly startled by a cry. "Everyone, hurry to the seaside. A marvel has appeared." Rambo, with a bowl of noodles in hand, soared into the air and beheld a swirling vortex approximately 3 kilometers away from the island, slowly spinning. He realized that an updraft was about to form, and with a flick of his wrist, he tossed the bowl of noodles onto the table, devouring the contents as he flew towards the mooring of the fishing boat he had purchased. Upon reaching the vessel, he finished his meal in haste and swiftly navigated the small boat towards the vortex. Due to the current generated by the whirlpool, Rambo found himself effortlessly drawn closer to it. At that moment, he heard voices behind him urgently calling for his return, warning him of the impending danger. Yet Rambo paid little heed to their well-meaning shouts. The onlookers lamented, fearing that yet another young life would be claimed by the depths of the sea. Lumbo's fishing vessel had reached the precipice of the whirlpool. He hastily secured one of his arms to the sturdy bow of the ship with a rope. For even if unforeseen calamities befell him, his devil fruit powers would ensure that he could rise with the remnants of the vessel. After Rambo resolved everything, the vessel entered the center of the vortex and gradually sank into the sea. At that moment, Rambo felt an overwhelming weakness as his entire body made contact with the water, leaving him to merely spin along with the ship in the ocean. Before long, he sensed a tremendous force emanating from below, as if a giant were propelling him upward. In that instant, Rambo surged upward alongside the ship, breaking free from the ocean's grasp. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld his fishing boat ascending through the currents of air, soaring against the flow. Lumbo unfastened the rope binding his arm, stretching his limbs and attuning himself to the surroundings. Indeed, it was a magnificent spectacle, reminiscent of the time when Carp guided Lumbo through the treacherous paths of Reverse Mountain. However, the currents of Reverse Mountain were not as fierce. Lumbo couldn't help but recall Sir Isaac Newton from his previous life. Had he encountered such a phenomenon in the world of yore, it would likely have been too much for his coffin to bear. Rambo propelled himself upward aboard a fishing vessel, relentlessly surging through the clouds until he broke free from their grasp, continuing his ascent without pause. Approximately 10 minutes later, he traversed yet another layer of clouds, ultimately descending onto the surface of the sea. At that moment, Rambo experienced a sense of breathlessness akin to the altitude sickness of his past life. The oxygen at such heights was severely lacking compared to that below. This was precisely why he refrained from utilizing his abilities to fly directly upward. The uncertainties of the situation above were unknown to anyone. Should he have chosen that path and encountered unforeseen circumstances, he would have found himself in a place devoid of solace. Additionally, the aerial sea was not a sanctuary of safety. Conflicts persisted here for centuries. The Sandians and the indigenous inhabitants of the aerial sea had engaged in fierce struggles over land and resources, rendering this region anything but a tranquil haven. Gradually regaining his composure, Rambo began to adapt to the climate. He surveyed his surroundings, realizing he had arrived at the fabled White Sea. Abandoning his fishing vessel, which had only a few planks remaining, he soared through the air, ultimately alighting upon solid ground. Rambo continued his forward march and soon encountered an immense door. Beside the entrance sat an elderly woman, her visage reminiscent of a sour plum, her face adorned with creases. In her hands, she held a camera. And with a couple of clicks, she captured 2 photographs of Rambo. This scene evoked memories of the legendary Mengpa from the Bridge of Hell. As recounted in tales of his previous life, strikingly similar in appearance, Rambo recognized that this old woman was named Amazon, a collector of fees. Only upon payment could one enter without incident. It was also possible to enter without payment, yet one would be pursued by the enforcement squad of the Sky Island. Chapter 80. Enel Amazon addressed Rambo, saying, "Welcome to the Sky Island. To enter, a fee of 1 billion ik is required." She extended her hand towards him. The ik served as the universal currency of the Sky Island, akin to the belly of Rambo's homeland in Qinghai. However, the exchange rate between ik and belly was exceedingly low, with 10,000 ik equating to a single belly. Thus, the 1 billion ik demanded by Amazon was equivalent to 100,000 belly. Under normal circumstances, 100,000 belly would be an inconsequential sum. For Rambo had never held much regard for money since his arrival in this world. Yet now, he found himself genuinely bereft. When he was swept into the sea by the whirlpool, the pouch of coins nestled in his arms had also plunged into the depths. As for whether it had been carried skyward by the ascending currents, he truly paid it no mind. Rambo addressed Amazon, suggesting, "I shall replenish your supplies next time." Amazon, with a smile, replied, "No worries, please do come in." However, the moment Rambo stepped through the threshold, the previously cheerful expression on Amazon's face transformed into a somber demeanor. As they promptly transmitted Rambo's photograph to the enforcement team, Rambo paid no heed to the complexities at hand. Even if he were aware, it mattered little. His intention was to seek trouble, rendering the distinction between lawful entry and unlawful entry utterly irrelevant. He strode further into the fray. Before long, he encountered a tumultuous clash between 2 factions, one comprised of individuals akin to himself, ordinary in appearance, while the other boasted a cadre of beings adorned with wings. It appeared to be a conflict between the inhabitants of Shandia and the residents of Angel Island. At present, the scales of victory decidedly tipped in favor of the winged angelic beings. Leading them was a bald man clad in a tank top, his muscular arms adorned with tattoos, wielding a long blade. This individual was likely one of Enel's subordinates, a priest known as Om, the Sky Shepherd. Though his prowess was not particularly formidable, his fervor for extremism surpassed even that of Admiral Akainu. He believed that the most effective means of achieving peace was through the complete annihilation of all. A truly ruthless character, each swing of his long knife claimed the life of a Shandian warrior. Rambo, with a swift motion, surged onto the battlefield, gripping Om's long sword tightly with one hand. In an instant, the entire scene seemed to freeze, as all eyes turned to this unexpected intruder. Om, straining to withdraw his sword, realized that no matter how much force he exerted, he could not budge that hand in the slightest. Gazing at Rambo, Om remarked, "You must be from Qinghai. I have not encountered you anywhere on the Sky Island. Yet, it matters little, since you have dared to step onto this battlefield. You shall face the punishment of death." Suddenly, iron spikes erupted from the once slender and gleaming blade, transforming it into something reminiscent of a thorny vine. When he pulled back with renewed vigor, he found it still immovable. With a roar of holy, directed at the serene Rambo, a massive white dog lunged towards him. Without even glancing back, Rambo delivered a swift kick to the oncoming beast, sending it hurtling back at an even greater speed than it had approached, where it landed on the ground with a series of yelps. Rambo flicked his wrist, sending the thorny whip soaring into the air. In a swift motion, he appeared above Om, executing a high kick that struck downwards. Om was sent crashing to the ground, landing in the crater he had created. Rambo approached the edge of the pit, gazing at the fallen Om, and addressed the surrounding battlefield. "You are all family. What is the point of fighting?" he continued. "By the way, who can guide me to meet this so-called deity?" The onlookers had yet to grasp the meaning behind Rambo's words, but that was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that this young man had vanquished the high priest, prompting the Sandians to erupt in jubilant cheers, while Om's subordinates appeared increasingly dismayed. One of the angelic beings shouted loudly at Rambo, "You have wounded the high priest. The deity will not let you go unpunished. You may as well await your demise." Before his words could fully dissipate, Rambo was already at his side. "So, does that mean you can lead me to your god?" Rambo inquired, observing the angel, who trembled in fear, perhaps due to Rambo's recent triumph over their high priest. Soon, overwhelmed by the pressure emanating from Rambo, he collapsed onto the ground. Rambo turned to the Sandia people and said, "Who among you can escort me to meet the deity? Fear not, for I assure you that I will ensure your safety along the way." One young man stepped forward and approached Rambo, asking, "May I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" Should Rambo utter a word that did not align with their expectations, the dagger hidden in the young man's sleeve would swiftly strike him down. For centuries, the Sandia people have endured immense hardships, once inhabiting a vast island. They were swept away to the Sky Island due to rising currents. The native inhabitants of the Sky Island, facing a scarcity of land and resources, have fought against the Sandia people for hundreds of years. Particularly in the past 2 years, the newly ascended deity has regarded the Sandia people with utter disdain, treating them as less than human, taking lives at will. They have been forced to hide in a minuscule refuge. And if this Qinghai person before them were destined to become an enemy, he would not hesitate to strike with lethal force. Unwilling to allow the enemy to gain another powerful ally, Rambo glanced at the hand concealed within his sleeve and, dismissing it with a smile, remarked, "I have come to resolve your predicament and, by the way, seek to recruit a subordinate, namely your deity." As these words escaped his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, with everyone regarding him as if he were a fool. Rambo gazed at the young man before him and smiled, inquiring, "Are you content with this answer? You may now sheathe the dagger concealed in your sleeve." The young man, slightly flushed by Rambo's revelation, awkwardly tucked away the knife. He lifted his head, scrutinizing Rambo earnestly, attempting to discern the veracity of his words from his expression. Rambo, maintaining his composure, remarked, "Shall we wager? After all, your current position is precarious. Why not take a chance? If you escort me to confront that deity, and I prevail, your tribe shall breathe a sigh of relief. Should I fail, however, you too shall meet your demise. Do you dare to gamble?" The young man appeared to be swayed by Rambo's unwavering confidence, nodding vigorously. He understood that Rambo's proposition held merit. This gamble entailed wagering his life for the survival of the entire tribe, a most worthwhile exchange. Subsequently, Rambo signaled to the Sandians to bind the angels, forbidding any gruesome slaughter, for after all, their ancestors were residents of the moon. Rambo learned that the young man was named Set. Enel resided on a fragment island adjacent to Apiato, known as the Sacred Realm. The transportation on Sky Island was called the Weiba, a rather intriguing contraption reminiscent of Rambo's previous life, Harley motorcycle, albeit with the front retained and the lower half transformed into a small boat. Set piloted the Weiba, ferrying Rambo toward the Sacred Realm. Half an hour later, the two arrived ashore, and Set pointed to the grandest edifice in the center, stating, "The deity resides within that palace. Should you seek him, simply proceed." "Do you require my presence here while you venture inside?" Rambo gestured towards Sate, indicating that he should return. Just as Sate was about to depart, a sudden bolt of lightning struck down towards him. Rambo swiftly pulled Sate aside, as the lightning struck the very spot where Sate had just stood. Still shaken, Sate looked on as Rambo smiled towards the palace, remarking, "Truly volatile, Enel." Chapter 81. The Fire Phoenix's anomaly. There was no other choice. I must take Sate with me. Otherwise, it was likely that one moment of inattention would result in Sate being struck down by that fool. Thunder indeed. What an extraordinary fruitability. I had always held a certain regard for this fruit, reputed to be the most formidable of the natural types. However, I had previously lacked any leads. Had it not been for this serendipitous encounter with the updraft, it seemed that only by following Luffy could one hope to arrive here in the future. Rambo, accompanied by Set, made his way towards the central palace, swiftly arriving at the grand entrance. Flanking either side stood 2 rows of soldiers, presumably the subordinates of other deities. Upon noticing Rambo and his companion, they immediately assumed a combative stance. Unperturbed by their display, Rambo called out, "Enel, you must know that this motley crew cannot hinder my progress. You are left with 2 choices. Either I shall force my way in, or you may step out voluntarily." How audacious! A mere inhabitant of the blue sea dares to utter the name of a god. Seize them, enforcers. From within emerged 3 individuals, whom Rambo instantly recognized as the other 3 deities of Skypiea. Very well, I shall proceed to breach their defenses, he decided. After all, whether facing one or many, it mattered little. Thus, the addition of 3 more adversaries was inconsequential. With that, he instructed Set to step aside, taking a moment to limber up by stretching his back and neck. Before he could complete his warm-up, a throng of assailants charged at him. Rambo, unyielding, surged into the fray like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, and soon the air was filled with cries as one by one the enforcers were sent sprawling to the ground. Lumbo curled his lip, expressing his disdain. I haven't even exerted myself, yet all of you have already fallen. How utterly tedious. Now it is time for the 3 larger fish and shrimp. With that, he gestured towards the 3 individuals on the steps. Suddenly, one of them let out a loud thud as he propelled himself towards Lumbo, his right elbow aimed directly at him. Just as he was about 2 meters away, a powerful gust of air erupted from his elbow. Under the force of the gale shell, Rambo was unexpectedly blown away, spinning twice in the air before landing. He had not anticipated the formidable power of this wind shell. He considered acquiring several more to experiment with aboard the Genie. As the opposing priest prepared to use the wind shell again, Rambo swiftly struck the elbow of his arm, producing a sharp crack. The wind shell shattered, and the priest's entire right arm was left fractured. 2 other priests swiftly joined the fray, encircling Rambo. Engaged in a fierce battle with all 3, Rambo found the cloud shells of the Sky Island to be remarkably practical weapons. Not only could they unleash wind, but they also possessed the ability to spew fire and explode upon contact. Having gained substantial insight into the impact shells wielded by the 3 priests, Rambo lost interest in further play. Drawing forth his Fengwu, he summoned a whirlwind at the center of the trio, leaving them all sprawled on the ground, their fates uncertain. As Lanbo entered the sanctum, he beheld a young man lounging nonchalantly in a chair, bare-chested and adorned with a headscarf. Behind him loomed 4 grand drums, each emblazoned with 3 kama-like symbols reminiscent of the Sharingan. These drums served as a reservoir for Inaru's electrical energy, akin to Gaara's colossal gourd in the world of Naruto. In his hand, he wielded a scepter, facing towards the entrance, while the surroundings were arranged in a manner reminiscent of the ceremonial court of ancient palaces from Lambo's previous life. It was evident that he took himself rather seriously. Lumbo gazed at Enel and remarked, "Are you truly indifferent to your subordinates outside? They are resting on the ground, and it would be unfortunate if they were to catch a chill." Enel straightened his posture and bellowed, "You dare to utter my divine name, Qinghai? Do you wish for death? As for those lying outside, they are but forsaken souls, of no consequence. And for your audacity in desecrating my sanctum and intruding upon the holy temple, prepare to face divine judgment." Thunderstrike. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning surged through the heavens, aimed directly at Lumbo. He deftly evaded it, as the lightning struck the very spot where he had just stood. "You dare to evade the gift of death bestowed by me, the divine? It appears I must bestow upon you a punishment more excruciating than death itself," Enel declared, striking the large drum on his right shoulder. A tempestuous, wolf-shaped lightning bolt erupted forth, roaring toward Lumbo. Rambo cautiously unsheathed Fengwu and unleashed a blade of energy towards the wolf-shaped lightning. After all, it was reputed to be the most formidable of the elemental types, and Rambo dared not be overly reckless, particularly after the near disaster that befell Big Old Shah just a few days prior. The sword energy unleashed by Rambo clashed with the lightning, instantly dispersing the wolf-shaped bolt and striking the wall behind, leaving a significant crack. However, the dispersed lightning swiftly reformed in midair into the wolf shape once more, then charged toward Rambo. Lumbo realized that conventional slashes had no effect on the lightning. He immediately activated his armament haki, enveloping Fengwu in an inky darkness before striking again. This time, the blade of his sword effortlessly obliterated the mass of lightning into nothingness. Enel, witnessing the ineffectiveness of his Thunder Beast, struck the Thunder Drum at his left shoulder with great force, summoning a 60 million volt Thunder Dragon. A serpentine head of lightning gradually emerged from the drum behind him. This Thunder Dragon bore an Eastern essence, reminiscent of the Azure Dragon from Lumbo's past life legends. Soon, a 10-meter-long Thunder Dragon materialized in the sky, causing the entire sanctuary to tremble. The ceiling began to collapse, followed closely by the surrounding walls. The Thunder Dragon, as if breaking free from its restraints, emitted a resounding roar that reduced the entire sanctuary to ruins. It spiraled twice in the air before charging towards Lumbo amidst the debris. At that moment, Lumbo's entire being ignited with violet flames, and he bellowed. One sword style, Phoenix dances in the 9 heavens. A phoenix, ablaze with violet flames, collided with the Thunder Dragon in the sky. The resulting explosion reverberated throughout the entire Sky Island, shattering the sacred domain into countless fragments. The island itself swayed as if on the brink of submerging. Before gradually stabilizing once more, Lumbo randomly selected a fragment to stand upon, while Enel had already firmly established himself on a nearby island fragment. Addressing Lumbo with a confident tone, "Qinghai dweller, your prowess is commendable. Become a servant of the divine. I am willing to overlook past grievances. For this is a rare favor from me. Serving you is an option, but it hinges upon your strength. Defeat me, and then we shall see." Lumbo replied nonchalantly. "Refusing a toast only leads to a penalty drink. If that is your stance, then you shall remain in eternal slumber here." With that, a bolt of lightning shaped like a phoenix erupted from the thunder drums behind Enel, releasing a resounding cry that soared into the heavens. Lumbo gazed at the lightning phoenix, which bore a striking resemblance to his own abilities, momentarily lost in thought, indeed quite similar. Murmuring to himself, he intended to wield his blade to unleash a gust of energy. However, before he could act, the purple flames enveloping him began to recede. As they vanished entirely, a resounding and melodious cry of a phoenix erupted from Lumbo's being. Subsequently, a fiery phoenix emerged from behind him, gracefully ascending into the sky. It hovered in midair, confronting the lightning phoenix, exuding an aura of sentience, particularly evident in its proud, regal eyes that gazed defiantly at its counterpart. Chapter 82. Descending from the mortal realm. Lumbo was utterly astonished by the spectacle before him. He had never heard of a zoan-type devil fruit that could transform its user into a living creature. Indeed, the fiery phoenix before him appeared to be as alive as any ordinary animal, indistinguishable in its vitality. Enel, on the other hand, felt no particular emotion. With a keen interest, he seated himself to observe the fierce battle between the two phoenixes. He firmly believed that his lightning phoenix was invincible. No one on the entire Sky Island could withstand his onslaught, leading him to consider himself unmatched in prowess. Rambo attempted to awaken his phoenix fire ability. Yet after a prolonged period of concentration, he felt nothing, as if he had never consumed a devil fruit at all. This only piqued his interest further. He gazed up at the magnificent phoenix, realizing that thanks to King Shiro, he had acquired a fruit unprecedented in history, perhaps one that would remain unparalleled in the ages to come. Rambo continued to observe the battle in the sky, where the fire phoenix initiated the assault. With a majestic spread of its wings, it launched a colossal fireball towards the thunder phoenix. The latter, in a gradual motion, opened its mouth to unleash an electric sphere, resulting in a magnificent collision that resonated through the air. However, given that their battle unfolded high above, the impact on the ground was significantly diminished compared to earlier skirmishes. In the ensuing moments, the fire phoenix charged forward, and the two became enmeshed in a fierce struggle. The fire phoenix, being more agile, managed to seize a bolt of lightning from the thunder phoenix, which dissipated as swiftly as a few raindrops falling in the summer. Before long, the thunder phoenix was left in a disheveled state, vanishing into the void. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a booming voice resonated. 200 million volts, God of Thunder. And Enel, enveloped in crackling lightning, stood poised in the air. He then bellowed, "Judgment, Thunder Spear," pointing his staff downward towards the fire phoenix. A lightning spear emerged from the ominous clouds. The moment it appeared, the fire phoenix, perceiving an arch nemesis, let out a furious cry and charged at the spear. With its sharp claws, it grasped the spear as it emerged, yanking it out of the stormy clouds, and in a fierce grip, shattered it into pieces. Then, as if provoked by some immense force, the fire phoenix unleashed a wrathful cry towards the dark clouds, seemingly releasing all its fiery essence. The flames surged into the black clouds, which erupted with muffled sounds before dispersing entirely, allowing the sun to once again illuminate the earth. At this juncture, the fire phoenix appeared to be drained, gradually descending from the sky. Rambo swiftly moved to catch it, and upon contact, he felt the phoenix's body begin to dissolve into flames. Strangely, he sensed a warmth of affection emanating from its gaze. As he watched the fire phoenix slowly transform into pure fire, an acute pang of loss struck him, akin to losing a dearly beloved friend, a sensation he had never experienced in either his past or present life. As all the flames enveloped Rambo, he distinctly felt a significant enhancement in his abilities. With a resounding boom, a fire much more vigorous than before encircled him. Oddly, the fiery wings that had once graced his back had vanished, yet he felt an unmistakable urge to soar. Testing this newfound power, He concentrated and swiftly ascended into the sky, his speed incomparable to before. Meanwhile, Enel remained in a state of bewilderment. Not only had his Thunder Phoenix been violently torn apart by this unexpected Fire Phoenix, but his Judgment Spear had also failed to materialize before being crushed in an instant. Goodness, he thought. This world is utterly insane. My intuition to return to my homeland on the moon was indeed correct. This place is far too perilous. Wenbo paused, executing a few movements and acutely sensing the transformation within his body. The current strength he possessed was an unparalleled contrast to his former self. In comparison to his previous capabilities, he felt as though he could echo the words of the legendary Master Yip Man from his past life, proclaiming, "I can take on 10. Wenbo suddenly appeared before Enel, delivering a swift punch directly to Enel's face. Enel, still in a daze, found himself even more bewildered. Although his body instinctively transformed into lightning, it proved futile. After absorbing the flames of the Fire Phoenix, Wenbo discovered that his physical form had become more refined, and he wielded the power of Haki with greater finesse. After being sent flying by Wenbo's punch, Enel finally regained his composure and activated his mind network. This ability bore some resemblance to observation Haki, yet it was distinct. The mind network was a natural talent that could only be unlocked through extraordinary circumstances, while observation Haki could be awakened through diligent training and continuous combat. Both combatants exhibited remarkable speed, nearly matching each other as they engaged in an aerial chase that led them to the skies above Angel Island. Through this time spent familiarizing themselves with their bodies, Wenbo had adapted to the changes within himself. It was nearly time for this pursuit to conclude. Enel, consumed by rage, could not fathom how Wenbo's fist could strike him despite his transformation into lightning. Several times, he narrowly avoided being overwhelmed, thanks to his timely evasion of critical blows. Blasphemer. Prepare for my final judgment, Enel declared, as the sky darkened ominously. Thunderous clouds swirled above, and bolts of lightning flickered violently, followed by a barrage of lightning strikes aimed at Wenbo. Wenbo, enveloped in a formidable aura of armament Haki, charged boldly into the tempest of thunder. Brandishing his blade, Fengwu, he cleaved through the lightning, weaving through the stormy domain. Thanks to the protective nature of his Haki, he sustained minimal injury from the strikes. Yet a subtle tingling coursed through his body. After approximately a quarter of an hour filled with fervor and speed, the skies cleared once more. Wenbo, panting and leaning on his sword, stood tall, his kimono tattered and revealing his robust physique. Unbeknownst to him, a tattoo had manifested on his back, a majestic phoenix, soaring through flames and singing its soaring song, now etched into his skin. Meanwhile, Enel lay sprawled on the ground, gasping heavily, clearly having exhausted much of his strength. Wenbo approached him slowly, teasingly remarking, "Isn't this the exalted god? What brings you down to the realm of mortals?" Enel turned his head away, dismissing the blasphemer, his expression embodying that of a deity uninterested in the triviality of a mere mortal. Wenbo, aware of Enel's eccentric disposition, addressed him, saying, "Enel, do you wish to understand why you have transformed into lightning? Can I still strike you?" Enel, visibly intrigued, refrained from responding to this mortal in order to preserve his divine dignity. Chapter 83. The Cessation of Hostilities. Wenbo gazed upon the pitiful state of this fool, realizing that mere fists would not suffice to win him over. Gradually, he settled onto the ground and inquired, "By the way, have you completed the construction of your ark?" Without regard for Enel's response, he continued, "Have you ever contemplated the possibility that if you were to return to the moon aboard the ark, you might find the lunar environment inhospitable to your kind? Or, even if the moon's conditions were to transform into a paradise abundant in resources, what if formidable adversaries were to covet it? Can you truly guarantee that you would be able to fend them off?" Although Enel was somewhat naive, he was not devoid of intelligence. He recognized the validity of Wenbo's words. However, returning to his lunar homeland had always been his cherished dream, and now he found himself hesitating. Turning his head, he asked, "What is your standing in Qinghai? Where do you rank?" With a smile, Wenbo shook his head and remarked, "Are you jesting? My prowess in Qinghai is insufficient even for ranking. How could I aspire to be placed at all?" In truth, Wenbo was being unduly modest. After several battles, his strength had grown remarkably. This time, if Wenbo's conjecture was correct, his flame phoenix fruit had awakened, spurred by Enel's lightning abilities. It is only through the awakening of such powers that substantial transformation in one's capabilities can occur. Given Wenbo's current strength, attaining the rank of Rear Admiral would not pose a significant challenge, and he could be considered exceptional among his peers, save for veterans like Carp and Crane, who could easily ascend to Admiral, particularly Carp, a formidable figure who commands respect across the seas. Unbeknownst to Enel, he felt a jolt at the thought that he was merely a weakling with a combat power beneath 5 in Qinghai. Rambo then redirected the conversation back to an earlier topic. Do you not wish to know how I struck you earlier? With that, he raised his fist and delivered a direct blow to Enel's forehead. While Enel was still mulling over his inferiority, he instinctively transformed into lightning upon sensing the attack. However, it proved futile. He merely felt a heavy thud on his head, causing stars to dance before his eyes. Struggling to rise, Enel shouted, "You blasphemer! You dare to insult my divine authority! You shall face my wrath." Before he could finish, another blow struck the back of his head. "Wake up, you fool! There are no gods in this world. Even if there were, they would simply be stronger individuals. Before me, you are but a weakling. Dare to call yourself a god again, and I shall strike you with each utterance." Rambo unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Enel. Initially, Rambo intended to persuade Enel gently to join him, but the incessant references to divinity irked him. Such a fool, lacking proper discipline, rendered normal discourse impossible. After administering a thorough beating, Enel lay on the ground, bruised and battered, glaring at Rambo as though he wished to annihilate this blasphemer. Undeterred, Rambo continued, "Enel, join me in my endeavors. Of course, if you manage to defeat me in the future, no one will stop you. You may pursue whatever ambitions you desire. Furthermore, I shall teach you the techniques to enhance your strength, enabling you to return to the moon as a true god, capable of conquering all and fending off external threats. Consider it." Enel slowly closed his eyes, contemplating Rambo's words. If he were to return to the moon, would he still be a god? Would he be able to defend it against those stronger than himself? Since being defeated by that scoundrel before him. Especially upon hearing that the rogue had no qualifications to even rank in Qinghai, he had long abandoned the notion of being the unrivaled champion of the world. "The deity might agree to accompany you to Qinghai. However, should I wish to depart, do not impede me." Lan Wenbo nodded with a smile, yet inwardly mused that leaving would only be possible if one could defeat him. Anyone bested by him would never surpass him in this lifetime, a confidence Lan Wenbo firmly held. The two then sat down on the ground to rest for a while, during which Lan Wenbo enlightened Ainalu about various aspects of Qinghai and some cultivation-related queries. As for teaching Ainalu the intricacies of hockey, Lan Wenbo had an excellent candidate in mind. While they were seated, two groups of people gradually approached them. Drawn in by the battle between Lan Wenbo and Ainalu, the angelic beings and the Shandians converged, confronting the duo from a distance. The angels shouted at Ainalu, addressing him as God, while the Shandians glared at him with hostility, casting their disdain towards Lan Wenbo as well, mistakenly believing them to be allies. At that moment, Sate emerged, exclaiming, "Qinghai friends, are you unharmed? That is truly splendid." He then directed his words towards the Shandians, stating, "This Qinghai individual is our friend. It was he who fought that scoundrel just now," while pointing at Ainalu. Ainalu, feeling disrespected by the Shandian, was ready to unleash a storm of retribution. However, before he could act, Lan Wenbo smacked him on the back of the head, driving his face into the ground. The onlookers were left utterly astounded, jaws nearly dislocated in disbelief, for they had never witnessed Ainalu being struck. As Ainalu raised his head from the earth, fury etched across his features. He glared at Lan Wenbo, yet refrained from retaliating, fixating his intense gaze instead. Seeing him like this, Lan Wenbo raised his right hand once more. Enel, upon witnessing this, immediately turned his head away, no longer gazing at Lan Wenbo. Lan Wenbo regarded this somewhat haughty fool, feeling that he was simply asking for a beating. Rambo addressed Sate. "Sate, I didn't pay much attention during the fight. How did you manage to arrive here?" Sate explained that Rambo and Enel had reduced the Holy Land to mere fragments. By sheer fortune, he had been thrown onto the ship, Viba, during the upheaval. Later, as the battlefield shifted to Angel Island, he rode Viba back to Apiato to rally the Sandians in support of Rambo. At that moment, a sound resembling a horse's neigh echoed through the sky, and soon after, a Pegasus, bearing a figure, galloped towards them. Rambo immediately recognized the armored elder with a white goatee as Gonfal, the former god of Sky Island. Thus completing their assembly. "Esteemed friends, lend me your ears," he began. "In truth, whether you hail from Angel Island or Sandians, your ancestors were originally lunar beings. It was due to the scarcity of resources on the moon that you descended to this blue planet. Centuries ago, a portion of Apiato from Gaia Island was swept up by an updraft to Sky Island, and thus your conflicts have endured for hundreds of years. The strife you engage in is entirely unnecessary, for you are, in the truest sense, one family. Chapter 84. Conqueror's Hockey. I believe you have all been seeking the Golden Bell, a symbol of friendship, he continued. Ringing the Golden Bell is the sacred mission of every Sandian. It represents the bond between the people of Gaia Island and Rolando. Yet, despite your efforts over the years, you have never succeeded in finding it. Do you know why? Wenbo cast a glance at Enel and then remarked, I believe no one on the entire Sky Island is aware of this, not even your so-called god. It lies directly beneath Apiato. The Sandians were utterly astonished. They had never imagined that the Golden Bell they had longed to toll rested right beneath their feet. Lamborghini soared into the sky, heading towards Apiato. In no time, he reached the zenith of Apiato, drawing forth his sword, Fengwu, and struck downwards. The resulting wave of sword energy expanded exponentially as it descended, ultimately stretching over 500 meters upon its contact with the ground. Immediately thereafter, the entire Apiato continent trembled violently, a colossal fissure manifesting upon the earth, rapidly spreading forth. This chasm extended for several dozen kilometers before finally ceasing, revealing a shimmering expanse of gold beneath the surface. Rambo sat quietly beside the crevice, patiently awaiting the arrival of the Sandians. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck perilously close to him, revealing the figure of Enel. Before long, everyone, including the angelic beings, had gathered at Rambo's side. They gazed at the resplendent golden expanse beneath the crevice, a wave of excitement washing over them. Soon, someone shouted, "Look!" The group was captivated by his exclamation, directing their attention to the spot he indicated. To their astonishment, they beheld a colossal golden bell suspended in midair, held aloft by thick, sturdy vines. Rambo gazed at Sate, urging, Sate, strike it and fulfill your centuries-old mission of Skypea. Sate, somewhat taken aback, was encouraged by the eager faces of his kin. Resolutely, he slid down the vine towards the colossal bell. With a mighty fist, he struck the bell. Its resounding toll echoed across the entire Sky Island. The Sandians erupted in exhilaration, chanting, "We have discovered the golden city of Shandora and rung the golden bell. The war is over, and our generations-long quest has finally been accomplished." An overwhelming joy enveloped the crowd. Sate struck the bell 3 more times before preparing to ascend. But suddenly, a massive maw lunged at him, perilously close to biting him. Rambo shouted, "Enel," and witnessed Enel transform into a bolt of lightning, striking the gigantic mouth. With a thunderous crash, an enormous serpent collapsed onto the fissured ground. The onlookers, having never encountered such a colossal serpent, gazed at it with curiosity. Rambo, however, recognized this serpent as a treasure snake, harboring untold riches of gold within its depths. Yet, he refrained from claiming it. If Rambo were to take everything from Skypea, it would render Luffy's future adventures meaningless. It was prudent to leave behind remnants for him to discover and explore. One could not help but wonder whether this experience on Skypea would yield unforeseen consequences. After all, Rambo had significantly altered the main storyline. Enel, that foolish character, would undoubtedly take his leave, leaving one to ponder how Luffy's next encounter with Skypea would unfold. Rambo had long considered the main narrative of Skypea as somewhat flawed. Despite Enel's seemingly juvenile demeanor and eccentricity, his power was undeniably formidable. Back then, it was inconceivable for Luffy to triumph over Enel. Even though Oda's explanation was that rubber is an insulator, incapable of conducting electricity, thus countering the rumble-rumble fruit. At first glance, this reasoning appeared sound, but upon deeper reflection, it seemed utterly nonsensical. The sheer force of lightning is immense. If it were to strike a large tree, it would ignite instantly. Lightning generates significant heat upon contact with any object, enough to reach the ignition point of various materials. Electrometallurgy demonstrates that lightning can even melt gold. Surely, it could not fail to affect rubber? This explains why many suffer electrical shocks, often resulting in severe burns. When lightning strikes rubber, it would undoubtedly be reduced to ashes. Perhaps Oda deemed Enel's abilities too overpowered and subsequently banished him to the moon, ensuring that this extraordinary fruit would vanish from the world of pirates forever. Wenbo paid no heed to the true intentions of the esteemed Oda. Now that circumstances had reached this juncture, change was inevitable. The sentiment remained. As long as one's own strength was formidable enough, what did it matter if the will of the world opposed you? Contemplating this, Wenbo felt an overwhelming desire to challenge the heavens, suddenly curious whether human will could indeed alter the will of the universe. In an instant, a formidable aura emanated from Wenbo, causing the surrounding world to seem as if it had become frozen in time. Subsequently, the inhabitants of the Sky Islands succumbed to unconsciousness, leaving only Enel, who lingered in a dazed state, murmuring to himself, "The power of this desecrator has grown even stronger." As Lanbo's imposing aura diminished, he felt as though he were submerged in the ocean, his body glistening with perspiration. He clenched his fists and smiled with delight. This expedition to the Sky Island had proven exceedingly rewarding, for he had unexpectedly awakened the Conqueror's haki through sheer happenstance. Wenbo reclined backward, allowing his body to rest upon the ground, gazing up at the sky with a contented smile before drifting into slumber. The battle with Enel had already drained a significant portion of his stamina, and the recently awakened Conqueror's haki had completely exhausted his remaining energy. After 2 hours, Wenbo awoke and approached Enel, giving him a gentle kick. "Let us go and explore the Ark, Maxim," he suggested. Enel, puzzled by how Wenbo knew about the Ark, was abruptly seized by Wenbo and lifted into the air. In midair, Enel unleashed a bolt of lightning and freed himself from Wenbo's grasp, soaring independently. Soon, Enel guided Wenbo to a concealed spot on Angel Island, where a colossal ship, entirely golden, shimmered beneath the sun. Enel summoned the shipwright to inquire about the progress. Learning that it might take 2 years to complete, Wenbo felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing he could not afford to wait that long. He inquired about the most challenging aspect of the construction, and the shipwright's response brought a glimmer of joy to Wenbo's eyes. It turned out that the most difficult part lay in the smelting of the golden components, which was quite arduous using their current forging methods. However, the individual before them was an adept in electrometallurgy. Wenbo turned to Enel and shared his thoughts. "What? You expect me to engage in such menial labor? Not a chance." Enel retorted angrily. Without hesitation, Wenbo delivered a firm slap to Enel's head. "You will do it, whether you like it or not. And let me tell you, no profession in this world is beneath anyone. You would do well to abandon such notions." These words captured the attention of the shipwright and workers nearby, who had felt overlooked since being brought under Enel's command. Wenbo immediately earned their respect. Despite his reluctance, Enel was persuaded by Wenbo's words. "Do you not wish to witness your magnificent creation?" Wenbo urged. "At the very least, completing it sooner will allow you to assess its capabilities and determine if it can transport you back to your homeland." It seemed that a combination of encouragement and persuasion was required to elicit a response from this obstinate deity. Chapter 85. Return to headquarters indeed, though somewhat hesitant. Enel eventually nodded in agreement. Within just a couple of days, he had completed all the necessary components. Wenbo was thoroughly impressed by Enel's work efficiency, showering him with praise. Although Enel bore a disdainful expression, a smile at the corners of his mouth betrayed his satisfaction. Through their 2 days together, Wenbo had developed a certain sympathy for Enel, who had been an orphan since childhood, devoid of friends, and often bullied in Burka. He had never received commendation, only disdain, which had cultivated a deeply introverted nature within him. After unexpectedly acquiring the rumble fruit, he had unleashed his frustration by devastating his birthplace, Burka, and later, after being defeated by Gonfall, he ascended to become the new god. From that point onwards, whenever others spoke of him, it was solely with trepidation and fear, devoid of any commendation or affection. Anira had grown accustomed to such a lifestyle. However, upon receiving praise from Wenbo, he feigned indifference on the surface, yet inwardly felt a flicker of joy, for he had experienced a form of acknowledgement and admiration that was previously foreign to him. Gradually, he began to accept Wenbo as his singular friend from childhood. At least in his presence, he no longer uttered the words "the deity," possibly out of fear of retribution. The true reason remained known only to him. Having acquired all the splendid golden components, the shipwright and his crew confidently assured Wenbo that the vessel would be completed and ready for inspection within 2 days. Wenbo offered words of encouragement, which reinvigorated the team, inspiring them to immerse themselves in their work once more. Ah, what a charmingly naive group they were. After approximately a day and a half, the shipwright reported that the vessel was ready. Wenbo took Anira directly aboard the Ark of Noah. It had been designed with lightning as its source of power. Upon entering the control room, Anira filled the thunder drums with energy and activated the ship. The entire ark shuddered momentarily before it gradually lifted off the ground and ascended into the sky. The shipbuilders erupted in jubilant cheers, for this was the culmination of several years of their labor, finally bringing this magnificent creation to fruition. Anira carefully piloted the ark, circling the Sky Island twice, and upon finding no issues, he brought it to a halt. Wenbo summoned all the inhabitants of the Sky Islands and briefed them on the matters at hand. Following this encounter, the Sandians and the denizens of the Sky Islands have begun to coexist in harmony. Although there may still be some initial discord, Wenbo is confident that, With the passage of time, they will soon integrate completely, much like the reconciliation between the Caucasian and African American communities in Lumbo's previous life. Lumbo urged Enel to relinquish his divine position to Gonfal, much to the delight of the inhabitants of Skypiea. Although the people's perception of Enel shifted due to Lumbo's influence, their familiarity with him remained limited. After all, he had long loomed over them like a colossal mountain, suffocating their spirits. The shadows of his tyranny would not dissipate swiftly, yet they were aware that Enel would soon depart from Skypiea, restoring the title of god to Gonfal. This prospect filled them with joy, for Gonfal had historically treated his subjects with a degree of kindness and compassion. Lumbo conveyed several additional matters to Gonfu. Due to Ainelu's departure, the combat strength of Sky Island has significantly diminished. Should any Qinghai individuals inadvertently trespass upon Sky Island in the future, it is anticipated that the current combat capabilities will struggle to withstand such incursions. Lumbo retained the 6-type navy, entrusting Gonfal to encourage the inhabitants of Sky Island to engage in physical training, thereby strengthening their sanitation efforts. Lumbo harbored genuine concerns regarding the future of Sky Island, particularly aware that after the battle between Enel and Luffy, the latter had journeyed to the moon. Subsequently, after Luffy's departure, Bellamy arrived at Sky Island, seizing the golden pillars of the island. He did not disclose the condition of Sky Island, yet it was evidently grim. Lumbo did not wish for his stronghold to resemble a mere backyard for others. Beyond fostering their training, Lumbo specifically left a transponder snail with Gonfal, urging him to nurture it well, so that in the event of unforeseen circumstances, he could reach out to Limbo. Having settled matters on Sky Island, Enel and Lumbo embarked on the Ark Maxim, departing amidst the farewell of the islanders. Enel steered the vessel downwards towards the blue sea. Once they descended below 15,000 meters, they finally hovered above the blue sea, gradually making their way to the island where Lumbo had originally arrived via ocean currents. As darkness enveloped the sky, only a handful of fishermen witnessed the colossal craft crashing into the sea with a thunderous roar. Lumbo departed directly from the Noah's Ark and soared to his Genii ship. Enel opened the gates of Noah's Ark, allowing Lumbo to effortlessly dock his vessel within. Subsequently, Enel elevated the Noah's Ark once more, navigating through the skies towards the Marine headquarters, following Lumbo's directive. As for the reason they did not pursue Fujitora further, it was because Lumbo had promised Enel he would teach him the art of hockey. Lumbo had not undergone extensive training in the art of armed color. Although the recent awakening of his fruit had dramatically enhanced his strength, he was still acutely aware that he lacked the qualification to be a teacher. Thus, it was evident that Enel would be best instructed by his mentor, Zephyr. Ultimately, the speed of flight was remarkable. By the following morning, Lumbo had already arrived above the naval headquarters. He signaled for Enel to gradually lower the Ark Maxim. Just as they had descended halfway, a sudden blare of alarms erupted from the naval headquarters. From a distance, Rambo beheld a colossal Buddha statue standing at the forefront of a throng of people. Behind it, the crowd had assumed aggressive stances, with all artillery deployed, the dark, ominous muzzles aimed squarely at the Ark of Noah, awaiting the command to unleash chaos. Upon realizing the situation, Rambo understood perfectly. He was wandering aimlessly over the vast sea, suddenly forgetting that he should at least announce his descent. Swiftly, Rambo instructed Enel to halt in midair, preventing any further descent. Rambo approached the ship's railing, leaped into the air, and was engulfed in flames as he descended rapidly. He beheld the giant Buddha raising its right hand, conjuring a sphere of true energy. Rambo immediately shouted, "Commander, there has been a misunderstanding. I am Rambo." The giant Buddha appeared momentarily taken aback, the radiant orb vanishing from his palm. He lowered his arm, and gradually it contracted to a normal size, revealing the figure of warring states. At that moment, Rambo landed on the ground, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, he sensed a powerful gust of wind from an approaching fist. Rumble swiftly sidestepped, only to hear a resounding crash as a significant hole was created in the ground. He exclaimed, "Marshal, are you trying to kill me?" Sengoku, bare-chested and seething with anger, retorted, "You little rascal. You didn't even bother to give me a heads-up upon your return. Look at the commotion you've caused. What is it? Do you expect me to throw you a welcome ceremony?" Rumble murmured under his breath, "Is it such a crime to have not notified you in advance? Why the outrage? If you were to accidentally kill me, just wait till my grandfather comes after you." Sengoku possessed the strength to hear every word, and the mere mention of carp only intensified his fury. Chapter 86. Sengoku's concerns. Although Rambo holds the rank of Rear Admiral, he possesses neither actual authority nor influence. His aimless wandering at sea for over half a year is one matter, But the situation with Carp is equally vexing. He frequently takes leave, citing excuses ranging from visiting his grandson to pursuing pirates. Meanwhile, he delegates a multitude of responsibilities to his subordinate, who lacks the requisite power, ultimately passing everything on to Sengoku. As the fleet admiral, Sengoku is already burdened with numerous duties, and now he must also clean up Carp's mess. How could he not be incensed? Observing this predicament, Kazan swiftly approached Rambo, gently tapping him on the back of the head. "Young lad, refrain from speaking recklessly. Do you realize the commotion you've caused? Remember when the Golden Lion pirates descended upon headquarters, resulting in catastrophic losses? We thought he had returned from the depths once more. Especially given that he successfully escaped from Impel Down. No one dares to underestimate such a pirate. In the end, it turned out to be you, young one. Go." Quickly apologize to the admiral. With a knowing glance, Kazan, mindful of Carp's kindness, hoped to spare his teacher's grandson from any reprimand. Rambo, understanding the gravity of the situation, promptly approached Sengoku to offer his apologies. With the mediation of Zephyr and Kazan, Sengoku gradually calmed his fury. Subsequently, Rambo instructed Enel to lower the Ark Maxim, docking it at the naval base. This colossal vessel, crafted entirely of pure gold, gleamed under the sun, momentarily blinding all who beheld it, including Sengoku, who was astonished by the sheer quantity of gold required for such a creation. Lumbo brought Enel to meet the esteemed figures and introduced him as the wielder of the Rumble fruit. The assembly collectively gasped, unable to fathom that Lumbo, after 6 months of adventuring, had returned not only with a ship of immeasurable value, but also with such formidable combat prowess. Kazara grinned and exclaimed, how terrifying," immediately adopting a comically lewd and fearful expression. Enel cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, "I have never encountered someone so grotesque." The atmosphere swiftly descended into an awkward silence. Rambo hastily shattered the oppressive silence by giving Enel a light slap on the back of his head, saying, "Don't even think about it. This is Admiral Kizaru. You should seek his guidance more often." Enel shook his head defiantly, inciting Rambo's irritation to the point where he felt compelled to deliver another reprimand. Zifa interjected, restraining Rambo. Individuals of considerable strength often possess distinct personalities, much like the 3 admirals I once trained. Haha. Rambo, are you bringing him here with the intention of enlisting him in the Navy? Lumbo nodded apologetically towards Kizaru, recognizing that Enel's lack of understanding was not an option for him. After all, he was the one who had brought Enel along, and considering the events surrounding the Sunny, his relationship with Kizaru had improved significantly. At the very least, Lumbo possessed the social graces to navigate such interactions. Lumbo addressed Zephyr, stating, "Indeed, he shall henceforth become one of my subordinates, alongside the recruits from the training camp. They will form the foundation of my future team, he." The purpose of bringing him here also held a deeper significance, as it was hoped that the teacher would guide him in his cultivation for a period. Zephyr nodded in acknowledgement, while Sengoku furrowed his brow, yet he refrained from voicing any objections. After lifting the state of alert, he turned and returned to his office, leading to the disbandment of the gathering. Lumbo, accompanied by Enel, followed Zephyr to his residence. After the 3 had shared a meal, they settled on the sofa for a casual conversation. Zephyr gravely remarked to Limbo, "Remember, in the future, one must act with careful consideration. Fortunately, Sakazuki is stationed in the New World today. Otherwise, the commotion you caused would likely have led to your punishment. The ruckus you created today was truly reckless." Lumbo could only apologize and assure that he would be more attentive next time. Reflecting on the peculiar behavior displayed by the warring states today, Lumbo inquired of Zephyr, who sighed and replied, "It is simply due to your rapid growth." Rambo appeared somewhat perplexed, and Zephyr continued, "There is no issue with your desire to establish your own organization. However, it is imperative that you recruit only the most formidable individuals or those possessing the potential to become great. Take, for instance, the individual before you who wields the Rumble fruit. While I am unaware of his current capabilities, it is evident that he is no weakling. Moreover, the young recruits from the training camps have shown remarkable growth in recent times. I anticipate that, at their current pace of advancement, each of them will possess the strength of a vice admiral within a decade. The convergence of such a formidable group could yield unpredictable repercussions. Additionally, the matter of Dracula Mihawk is not solely a burden for your grandfather. It is also a source of pain for Sengoku. It is worth noting that your father was meticulously trained by both Sengoku and Garp, who imparted their combat wisdom and skills to him, treating him as if he were their own son. His rebellion dealt a significant blow to Sengoku. You bear an uncanny resemblance to your father. both in intellect and combat prowess, which likely evokes memories of Dracul Mihawk for Sengoku. He is probably concerned that you might one day lead a faction against the Navy and the world government, taking with you some of the future pillars of the Navy. Rambo fell silent upon hearing Zephyr's words, unable to fathom the depth of Sengoku's thoughts. Yet, he had promised his grandfather to be a steadfast Marine, vowing never to betray his cause. Rambo contemplated when he might seek out Sengoku for a thorough discussion to alleviate his concerns, for Sengoku had always been considerate of him. Halfway through, Rambo looked at Zephyr with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Master, are you not worried that I might defect from the Marines?" Zephyr, with a smile, replied, "My boy, as long as you are a Marine and call me Master, if one day you were to leave the Marines, would you cease to call me that? That cannot be. Once a teacher, always a teacher. No matter where you go, you will always be my student." Zephyr, filled with warmth, added, "Since you are my pupil, I shall respect any choice you make. Whatever path you choose, I will support you, though I hope you will consider your decisions carefully." A sense of warmth enveloped Rambo's heart. After a brief respite, he suggested they engage in some training, allowing Zephyr to assess Enel's strength and devise a targeted training regimen. For Zephyr was an expert in teaching. The trio made their way to the beach, where Enel immediately entered his thunder god state. Rambo had repeatedly warned him along the way about Zephyr's formidable strength, urging him to unleash his full potential. Enel, aware of the gravity of the situation, took the initiative, unleashing a Z-shaped bolt of lightning towards Zephyr. In response, Zephyr shrouded himself in darkness, his muscular arms meeting the lightning with a powerful punch, resulting in a thunderous explosion that sent water soaring over 2 meters high. As the water cascaded down, creating a misty veil, Zephyr charged towards Enel. Although Enel's vision was obscured, his heart's net had already been cast, allowing him to sense Zephyr's position. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene as Enel swiftly distanced himself. Before he could regain his footing, Zephyr forcefully stomped on the water's surface, causing countless droplets to spray into the air. With a swift motion, he struck the airborne droplets, propelling them, enhanced with haki, directly at Enel. A scream pierced the air as numerous tiny droplets perforated Enel's chest. Rambo, observing Zephyr, recalled the fishman karate, recognizing that such techniques likely stemmed from the fishman karate's water strike. He had not anticipated Zephyr would employ such a fighting style. Perhaps this was the essence of combat experience, something he currently lacked. Chapter 87. Setting a small goal. Zephyr addressed Enel. "Your devil fruit ability is indeed formidable. However, you lack combat experience and have been remiss in your physical training. If you were to master iron blocks or awaken your haki, the water strikes would merely impede your devil fruit powers without inflicting harm. I will gradually teach you these techniques." At this, Enel became notably subdued. Despite his somewhat foolish demeanor, he held great respect for those stronger than himself and stood up, nodding humbly in acknowledgement. Zephyr cast a glance at him, remaining silent. He then turned to Lumbo and inquired, "Lumbo, what do you think? Would you like to come down and give it a try? I am eager to ascertain whether the little fellow I have trained has maintained his diligence after venturing out into the world for half a year. Allow me to put him to the test." Rambo, with a sense of resignation, approached Zephyr and remarked, "Teacher, has it been a while since you last gave me a beating? Are your hands itching again?" Zephyr chuckled heartily at this, but soon adopted a more serious demeanor as he replied, "Rambo, you have indeed stirred up quite a bit of trouble on your recent escapade. First, you confronted the Big Mom pirates, and then you boldly slapped Don Quixote Doflamingo in the face. Had it not been for Sengoku receiving advance notice and ensuring that Tsuru kept a watchful eye on Doflamingo, you would have found yourself in dire straits. Sengoku has spoken to me. Although you currently hold the rank of Rear Admiral, you remain a student of the rookie training camp, and for the time being, I am tasked with overseeing you directly. You will only be permitted to set sail after I have personally assessed your readiness. Otherwise, you shall remain here at headquarters. This is both a measure of your protection and a form of discipline. While your abilities may be limited, your knack for causing chaos rivals even that of Garp." Rambo could not help but touch his forehead, pondering that he could never compare to the old man, whose audacity to break through barriers was unparalleled in his presence. He felt rather inexperienced. Yet, to his surprise, he found himself missing the old man upon returning, having not seen him for quite some time. Likewise, he thought of Luffy, who he had not encountered for many years, and wondered how he was faring. However, the wait would soon be over. In just a year, Luffy would set sail, and he would ensure to gather his crew to bid him farewell. As these thoughts filled him with fervor, he clenched his fists, unleashing a formidable aura that reverberated throughout the entire Navy headquarters. At that moment, Sengoku, engrossed in paperwork, felt a tremor in his hand, causing his pen to tear through the document. In the office, Kizaru, lounging in his chair with his legs resting on the desk, nearly toppled over in shock, exclaiming in a rather lewd tone, yet with a grave expression, about the terrifying display of Conqueror's Haki being unleashed within the headquarters. Simultaneously, Kazan, adorned with his signature eye patch, sensed the overwhelming aura and promptly removed it, a flash of astonishment crossing his eyes before he swiftly exited the office. Among all, it was Zephyr who felt the impact most profoundly. He could hardly believe that Rambo had awakened the Conqueror's Haki during the past 6 months. Confronted with this astonishing presence, he felt an overwhelming sense of restraint, as if he could not fully unleash his own power, a testament to the oppressive nature of Conqueror's Haki. It could unsettle the mental state of others, hindering their ability to concentrate fully in battle. Those with weaker spirits could even succumb to unconsciousness. This marked the second time Enel had experienced Rambo's Conqueror's Haki. Although he did not faint as he had previously, he found himself immobilized, unable to move. Lumbo retracted his Conqueror's Haki, and soon a flash of brilliance illuminated the scene. Kizaru was the first to arrive, silently standing aside without uttering a word. Shortly thereafter, Sengoku and Kazan made their appearance, followed by various commanders from headquarters. Observing the increasing number of attendees, Sengoku addressed the gathering, explaining that Admiral Zephyr had inadvertently awakened his Conqueror's Haki during a sparring match, urging everyone to remain calm and to return to their duties while ensuring the well-being of personnel. Gradually, the crowd dispersed, each individual casting admiring glances at Zephyr. Before long, only a few remained, and they settled in a circle on the sand. Sengoku inquired about the situation in detail. Zephyr elaborated, and Sengoku then sought further clarification from Lumbo regarding specifics, such as the moment of awakening and the extent of his Haki's influence. Lumbo responded candidly, prompting Sengoku to lapse once more into contemplation. After a while, Sengoku dismissed the others, retaining Lumbo for a private discussion that lasted throughout the day in Sengoku's office. Upon leaving, Lumbo's conversation with Sengoku remained a mystery known only to the two of them. Lumbo returned to Zephyr, only to find him training Enel's physical endurance. Whenever Enel performed an action incorrectly, Zephyr would strike him with a stick made of sea prism stone. This stone, indifferent to one's elemental nature, would leave a bruise upon impact, causing Enel to grimace in pain. Upon noticing Lumbo's arrival, Zephyr instructed Enel to continue his training and invited Lumbo to sit on the sofa with him, opening a bottle of wine. So, Sengoku has made his stance clear, hasn't he? The conquerors of the seas, those with the Conqueror's Haki, are predominantly pirates. They believe in their freedom, pursuing their desires unrestrained, which significantly increases the likelihood of awakening their Haki. Each individual possessing Conqueror's Haki is not one to accept subservience lightly. I suspect Sengoku's concerns are growing, for you are increasingly resembling your father, a fellow bearer of Conqueror's Haki. Yet, I believe you differ from him. While you may often indulge your own preferences, your heart is far more expansive than his. Your father sought to inspire a rebellion against the world government through the spread of ideas, whereas you have chosen a more sophisticated path, commanding a cadre of elite warriors. Moreover, your rapport with Kizaru and Kazan is commendable. As for Garp, Sengoku, and Tsuru, as long as you remain loyal to the Navy, they will shield you from any monumental issues. Surrounded by such formidable allies, can you truly be indifferent to your ambitions? Teacher, you are mostly correct. But there is one thing you have misjudged, Lumbo replied, causing Zephyr to pause. Aside from my grandfather, the Marshal, and Vice Admiral Tsuru, I also have you standing behind me. Would you really remain indifferent if you saw your beloved student being bullied? Zephyr burst into hearty laughter, playfully tapping Lumbo on the back of his head. You rascal, go forth and explore. It has been ages since my name has echoed across the seas. I am getting old, only to be bossed around by this little brat, ha ha ha. Observing Zephyr appear several years younger in spirit, Lumbo felt a warmth in his heart and said, Rest assured, teacher. The inability of Marshal Sengoku to alter the Navy's current state is not due to a lack of strength, but rather the multitude of constraints he faces. I have no intention of defecting from the Navy. I have already discussed with the Marshal about him shouldering the burden for a few years. As for myself, I shall set a modest goal, to become the Marshal within 8 years. What do you think of this objective, teacher? Chapter 88. Hawkeye. The following morning, Lumbo took his ship, the Jinyu, and sped away from the Navy headquarters. Zephyr, do you think I chose him as my successor rather too casually? Sengoku remarked, watching Lumbo's departing figure alongside Zephyr. Old friend, you always consider every aspect meticulously. You address a myriad of subsequent issues with great thoroughness. Caution is indeed commendable, however. One must recognize the vast unknown variables that this world possesses. It is impossible to predict every eventuality, so do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Occasionally allowing oneself to be spontaneous is perfectly acceptable. Sengoku nodded. When it comes to variables, I feel that this little fellow represents our Navy's greatest uncertainty and may very well become the most significant factor on the high seas. Ever since Garp took that pivotal step, we believed he would bring an end to the pirate era, only to be surprised by the emergence of Roger, who ushered in the age of exploration. Perhaps this young one will be the harbinger of the end of the great pirate era. As for that pivotal moment, I wonder if I will ever have the opportunity to reach such heights in my lifetime and behold the vistas that lie there. Zephyr gazed at the vast ocean, reflecting on his thoughts. You still have a chance, Sengoku replied. Since relinquishing the position of admiral, you have been free from the burdens of trivialities, dedicating yourself solely to instructing the new recruits of the Navy. Though the years may take their toll, I can distinctly sense that your strength has grown more formidable. Otherwise, you could not have so effortlessly defeated that Thunderfruit user with just a few drops of water. As for me, since assuming the role of fleet admiral, my prowess has diminished considerably, Sengoku remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Enough lamenting, my old friend. Regardless of whether we achieve that level, we shall fight together until the end and then pass the baton to the next generation. Lammer chimed in. He is correct. It is not that your strength is lacking, but rather that your thoughts are too numerous and your concerns too great, which leads to greater constraints in your actions. We both know of the darkness that exists within the Navy, yet we fear the adverse repercussions and find ourselves hesitant to act. I must admit, I am somewhat envious of that mad dog. Although he may frolic carelessly, his power grows stronger by the day. When he reaches that pinnacle, his strength will not wane with age, and he has also produced such an exceptional grandson. The legacy of the D clan is truly unimaginable and is destined to rise. After expressing this sentiment, Zephyr and Sengoku stood on the shore, gazing at the distant sunrise as it gradually ascended from the horizon, the gentle sunlight illuminating the faces of the two resolute veterans. At that moment, Lammer had distanced himself considerably from headquarters. Having procured some fine wines from Zephyr and Sengoku's villa, he now enjoyed the sea breeze alone, humming a tune, sipping exquisite wine, and dreaming of the company of two bikini-clad beauties, truly embodying the lavish lifestyle of a wealthy heir. This voyage was also an opportunity to consult Fujitora and finalize matters regarding the Seven Warlords. Indeed, the Seven Warlords was a proposal that Sengoku had already drafted during his conversation with Lammer, which had received the approval of the Gorosei. In his previous life, Lammer felt that the establishment of the Seven Warlords was, without a doubt, a most troublesome endeavor. Reflecting on the Seven Warlords of the Sea, each one presents an air of carefree nonchalance. They are permitted to engage in legalized plunder, yet when their services are required, they contribute little to the cause. This system elicits nothing but disdain from Lumbo. However, in order to avoid disrupting the unfolding narrative, he chooses to remain silent, opting to follow the directives of his superior for now. He figures that once he ascends to a position of authority, he can abolish this arrangement at will. Lumbo successfully secures the task of recruiting Hawkeye. Initially, he contemplated enlisting Bartholomew Kuma, yet Kuma is, after all, a subordinate of his father, while others may be oblivious. Old Man Garp surely possesses some inkling of the situation. Lumbo does not wish to stir any unwarranted thoughts in his grandfather's mind. Regardless, he has made up his mind. His father, Dragon, and brother, Luffy, can engage in their own escapades as they please, for Lumbo is determined to be a true Marine. The prospect of the three great factions led by the Monkey family fills him with excitement. His father leads the Revolutionary Army, his brother commands the pirates, and he aspires to lead the Navy. At that point, the world government will be rendered inconsequential, and the future of the seas will be determined by a simple gathering of their family, sipping tea and enjoying sunflower seeds as they casually settle matters. Yet, such thoughts are premature. Indulging in them is mere folly. He ought to focus on enhancing his own strength. After sailing for over half a month, Lumbo finally arrives at the island of Kralakavana. Upon seeing the small boat resembling a coffin belonging to Eagle Eye docked at the pier, Rambo felt an immense sense of joy, for he realized that he had not missed his mark. Prior to his arrival, he had harbored concerns that Eagle Eye might have set sail in his coffin-like vessel, leaving him in an awkward predicament. Rambo docked the genie and stepped onto the island. This desolate isle was devoid of any inhabitants, save for Hawkeye, who resided here alone. In his quest to inquire about Hawkeye's whereabouts, Rambo encountered considerable difficulty, ultimately resorting to soaring into the sky to survey the landscape for any habitable structures. To his surprise, he indeed spotted an edifice amidst the ruins. However, surrounding it lay a desolate expanse of crumbling walls, with only a castle-like structure standing resilient amidst the debris. Rambo directed his flight towards the objective and descended upon a plaza strewn with shattered remnants and fallen debris. As Rambo descended, he was suddenly aware of an object soaring towards him. He swiftly turned and delivered a powerful punch, shattering the offending stone. Almost immediately, he was met with a chorus of mournful howls, and upon closer inspection, he saw a multitude of baboons charging towards him. To his astonishment, one of the baboons brandished a knife. Approaching Rambo, it swung the blade down with ferocity. In response, Rambo drew his own weapon, the fengwu, and countered with a precise strike, effortlessly severing the baboon's knife in two, one half clattering to the ground. Rambo's actions seemingly provoked the baboons, who charged at him with menacing expressions. One of them unleashed a blade of energy towards Rambo, but he remained unfazed, countering with a strike that dispersed the attack. The baboons appeared to strategize as they encircled Rambo, with some aiming for his head, others targeting his arms, and yet others striking at his legs and feet. Each of them wielded their weapons with precision, while Rambo deftly parried their blows with the phoenix wing in his hand. In that moment, the scene was a cacophony of flashing blades and clashing sounds. Rambo found himself encircled, yet he adeptly thwarted their assaults with impeccable timing. The baboons, having struck for a while, paused in their attempts, realizing they were utterly incapable of overcoming this human. They readied to retreat, their weapons riddled with dents. However, Rambo, having endured their bewildered gazes, refused to let them off easily. He spun in place, as if conjuring a whirlwind, causing the baboons surrounding him to be swept into the air before they plummeted back to the ground. As Rambo stepped through the door, he beheld a pair of piercing eyes, a shock of short black hair, a neatly trimmed beard, and a man clad in a wine-red patterned shirt paired with white trousers and black ankle boots. A small cross-shaped dagger hung from his chest, and beside him stood a formidable black blade, undoubtedly the legendary black blade renowned for its unparalleled sharpness. Chapter 89, Master Uncle? Is this how you entertain your guests, my hawk? Rambo remarked, observing the solitary figure sipping wine while a gaggle of baboons attended to the entrance. With an air of familiarity, he seated himself at the table, pouring himself a glass of red wine. After swirling the liquid, he took a sip and continued nonchalantly, "Many visitors arrive on my island each day. If I were to greet each one, I would have little time left. Besides, the guests who can enter my castle lack the prowess to warrant such attention. It is best to ignore them." True to Rambo's recollections, my hawk exhibited an icy demeanor, and a direct approach was most suitable for addressing such a character. In truth, my purpose for seeking you is not of great importance. My employer has requested that I discuss a matter with you. Please take a look at this, Rambo said, handing a document to my hawk. Without even glancing at it, my hawk seized the nearby black blade, donning his aristocratic hat, and strode toward the exit. "We can discuss matters later. Not everyone is worthy of sharing a drink with me. Since you have partaken, you must demonstrate your qualifications." Rambo muttered to himself, "What a cold-hearted fellow." Resigned, he rose and followed my hawk outside. The two stood face to face in the square, where the baboons that had recently fallen lay absent, likely having awakened and fled. "Supreme Great Blade," he declared, acknowledging the customary etiquette among swordsmen, whether in challenge or acceptance. Rambo imitated the gesture, stating, "This is Fengwu, my companion." My hawk furrowed his brow at Rambo's introduction, yet recognizing the seriousness in Rambo's demeanor, he sensed no jest. His curiosity piqued as Rambo unsheathed the blade, its warm, fiery hue causing my hawk's pupils to constrict. The swordsman's instinct told him that this weapon bore a significant history. Soon, my hawk regained his composure and regarded Rambo earnestly. Very well. Faced with the man hailed as the world's greatest swordsman, Rambo approached with utmost caution, eschewing flamboyant techniques. Grasping Fengwu firmly in his right hand, he charged toward my hawk. As my hawk met Rambo's advance with his own blade, the two clashed mid-air, parrying each other's strikes. With a powerful push, they both retreated a few steps before re-engaging in combat. There were no gusts of air nor extravagant moves. It seemed as if they had agreed upon a tacit understanding. Each strike and maneuver embodying fundamental swordplay techniques such as slashes, jabs, and sweeps. Rambo has been diligently practicing the foundational techniques under the tutelage of Gung Sailing. and these fundamental swordplay moves seem to be etched into his mind. Many of the techniques come to him with effortless grace, fluid and adaptable, whereas Eagle Eye's maneuvers are predominantly distilled from countless battles marked by blood and fire, simple yet effective. The two engaged in a continuous exchange of basic sword techniques, with Eagle Eye's straightforward assaults adeptly targeting Rambo's vulnerabilities with precision, thanks to his keen eyesight and extensive combat experience. Initially, Rambo appeared to be rife with weaknesses in Eagle Eye's eyes, yet as their sparring progressed, it became evident that these vulnerabilities were diminishing. It seems Rambo had gradually learned the art of concealing his flaws from detection. Eagle Eye regarded Rambo with admiration, recognizing his potential. Though he perceived Rambo's swordsmanship as somewhat immature, he firmly believed that with time, Rambo would evolve into a formidable swordsman, rivaling even himself. As the duel continued, Rambo sensed a growing fluidity in his movements. The once awkward techniques he had struggled with now flowed effortlessly from him. He felt his speed increasing, mirroring Eagle Eye's own acceleration. Their blades seemed to vanish, leaving only the sound of steel clashing echoing in the air. Gradually, their figures became blurred, culminating in a piercing sound of steel scraping against steel, as they ultimately found themselves standing back to back on the ground. Rambo gently traced the scar on his chest, which had begun to seep blood. A smile graced his lips as he remarked, "It is truly an honor to engage in combat with the world's foremost swordsman. I extend my gratitude for your restraint." The reply came, "Now you are worthy of sharing my drink. It is not merely my mercy, but rather my concern that I may find myself devoid of worthy opponents in the future. You shall prove to be an admirable rival. Come, let us retreat further inside for another drink, shall we?" Rambo readily acquiesced. The two settled down, filling their cups before indulging in their libations and engaging in casual conversation. Although Hawkeye appeared remarkably aloof, exuding an air that suggested he was unapproachable, familiarity revealed him to be quite amiable, capable of engaging in lighthearted banter. "By the way, Rambo, from whom did you learn your swordsmanship? I perceive the influence of a familiar figure in your technique," Hawkeye inquired with curiosity. "Oh, my brother. I was instructed by a master from the East Sea, who guided me into the realm of swordsmanship. His teaching method is rather unique, focusing solely on refining my foundational techniques, while other sword arts I am left to comprehend on my own." In the span of 2 drinks, Rambo began to refer to Hawkeye as brother. Upon hearing Rambo's words, Hawkeye could not contain his joy and eagerly asked, "Is your mentor named Gung Shirlang?" Rambo, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gazed at him. Upon witnessing Rambo's expression, Hawkeye realized he was correct and quickly inquired, "Where's Gung Shirlang?" Lumbo gazed intently at the fervent Hawkeye, setting down his wine glass and resting his hand upon the table as he inquired, "What is your relationship with my master? What brings you to seek him?" Perceiving Lumbo's readiness for conflict, Hawkeye swiftly shook his head and replied, "Do not misconstrue my intentions. He is my elder brother, though not by blood, he is akin to one. It is through his inspiration that I have embarked upon my journey in the way of the sword." Rambo relaxed and inquired about the details. It turned out that Hawkeye had always admired Gung Siro from a young age, and it was under his influence that he took up the swordsmanship. 20 years ago, when Gung Siro set out on his travels, he lost contact with Hawkeye. Unwilling to believe that Gung Siro had perished at sea, Hawkeye relentlessly challenged numerous sword masters, striving to establish his own reputation, hoping that it would resonate across the oceans and prompt his brother to find him. However, despite having become the world's foremost swordsman, Gung Siro had yet to come for him, leading to an increasing sense of despair. Initially, he had thought Gung Siro was likely dead, but Rambo's appearance reignited a glimmer of hope within him. Upon hearing Hawkeye's words, Rambo was left utterly bewildered, grappling with the perplexity of how his esteemed brother had suddenly become his master's uncle. What should he do? He was anxiously waiting for guidance. Chapter 90, the gift of meeting Hawkeye, indifferent to Rambo's thoughts, seized him and began asking everything about Gung Siro. Rambo briefly shared what he knew. Upon learning that Gung Siro had a daughter, Hawkeye hurriedly dashed to the bedroom, and when he returned, he was wielding a knife. Rambo, taken aback, looked at Hawkeye, who smiled and remarked, "This is a gift for my niece." Rambo gazed at the elegantly crafted knife. Its hilt and sheath were a pristine white, adorned with a delicate white ribbon and embellished with 2 exquisite blue gemstones, making it a truly stunning blade. Lumbo chuckled and remarked, "You should bestow this knife upon your niece. While it appears quite exquisite, considering the long absence and your connection with my master, might this gift be somewhat modest? After all, it is intended for your future bride, and it would be prudent to offer something of greater value. Besides, Hawkeye is not lacking in wealth." Upon hearing this, Hawkeye murmured, "You make a valid point. After all, she is the daughter of my elder brother. This supreme blade, white blade of day, seems rather inadequate." He pondered. "I shall consider what else might be worthy of a gift." At Hawkeye's words, Lumbo's eyes nearly bulged with astonishment. He could scarcely believe that the knife in question was indeed the supreme blade, white blade of day. Witnessing Hawkeye so readily offer it to another, Lumbo felt an overwhelming admiration for such a wealthy friend, his mouth watering at the thought, as he observed Hawkeye busily rummaging through various items. Turning the entire bedroom upside down, he ultimately gathered a large box filled with gemstones and jewelry. However, upon seeing this collection, Lumbo's interest waned. While these gold and silver adornments possessed value, they were mere trinkets in the eyes of a true warrior. Lumbo curled his lips and, glancing at Hawkeye, remarked, "Master, these trinkets are nothing more than mere scrap metal to the strong. At best, they might deceive a little girl, but they cannot enhance one's power. They are simply a burden." Hawkeye was taken aback by this statement, for he understood that Lumbo spoke the truth. Such wealth held no value for the powerful. After pondering for a while, he picked up the transponder snail and dialed a number. "Moshi Moshi, what business does my hawk have with me?" The connection was quickly established, and a voice came through. Hawkeye spoke directly. "Shanks, if I recall correctly, you found a set of formidable golden silk armor and a devil fruit on a deserted island. Are those items still in your possession? Moreover, has the devil fruit been identified? What type of fruit is it, and how does it enhance one's strength?" Lumbo's eyes widened once more upon hearing the conversation. It appeared that Hawkeye was seeking a gift while also attempting to negotiate with one of the four emperors. "The gold and silk armor is still here, but as for the devil fruit, I haven't been keeping track of it. Let me check. Hey Beckman, do you remember where we put that devil fruit?" Soon, a response was heard. "Boss, didn't see that thing get eaten by Luffy?" "Not that one. I'm referring to the devil fruit we discovered on the deserted island alongside the gold and silk armor." "Oh, right. I remember now. That fruit is in my room. I was thinking of trading it for some chicken legs someday. Quickly fetch it." "I say, my hawk, what do you need that for?" "You know my crew isn't particularly interested in devil fruits. If you want it, you can study it yourself when you get back." "Well, that seems fair. I need those two items urgently. Have them ready, and I'll bring the devil fruit encyclopedia to you shortly. This is a gift for my little niece." "Ah? When did you acquire a niece? And how come I didn't know you had siblings?" "It's a long story. Be prepared. I'll come to see you soon, and we can discuss it in detail." "All right, come on over. I'll have those fellows prepare a banquet in the meantime. See you shortly." With that, Shanks hung up the phone. Hawkeye, in a flurry, began to gather his belongings, but Lumbo grabbed him, saying, "Master, I am also a disciple of Yasuko, and the chief disciple at that. Do you think I might receive a gift as well?" He looked at him expectantly. Hawkeye shot him a glance and replied, "Feel free to take anything from this chest as your gift." He handed Lumbo a box filled with jewelry and trinkets. Lumbo regarded the items with disdain, having just deemed them worthless, yet now they were presented to him as a gift. He muttered to himself, "But something given freely is better than nothing at all. I can always give it to Kuina as a romantic gesture in the future." With Hawkeye staring in disbelief, Lumbo unapologetically cradled the entire box in his arms, prompting Hawkeye to roll his eyes in exasperation. Once he had finished packing, Hawkeye prepared to seek out red-haired Shanks, but Lumbo quickly detained him, reminding him of the important matter that had brought them here. He signed the agreement with a casual air, for to him, whether or not to sign was of little consequence. His ambitions were unimpeded by others, and his reluctance could not be coerced. This was the fortitude bestowed by strength. After a hasty signature, Rambo presented him with a transponder snail, connecting him directly to Sengoku. "Moshi Moshi, my hawk, this is Sengoku. Welcome to the Shichibukai. This is your personal transponder snail. Should you have any questions, Major Rambo will elucidate them for you." "Understood," Mihawk replied tersely before terminating the call. He reserved warmth solely for acquaintances or friends, maintaining a demeanor of cold directness with strangers. He tossed a transponder snail to Rambo, stating, "This is my transponder snail. You may reach me should any matters arise." With that, he turned and departed. Rambo arrived at the dock alongside him, and as Hawkeye placed the lid on his coffin, he noticed Rambo seated at the edge of the yacht's third deck, a glass of wine in hand, gazing at him while the yacht gradually drifted backward. Without uttering a word, Hawkeye deftly tossed a rope from the coffin over the yacht's rear crossbar, securing it with precision. Then, with a graceful leap, he vaulted to the opposite side and settled onto the sofa beside Rambo. Lumbo rose directly to his feet, taking a cup to fill for Hawkeye. Hawkeye reclined comfortably on the sofa, raising his wine glass to take a sip, nodding in satisfaction. It was unexpected. This young fellow certainly knew how to indulge himself. "Give me a ride for a while," he said, observing the demeanor of this esteemed elder, who clearly had no intention of disembarking anytime soon. Lumbo, indifferent, acknowledged that after all, he was his master's uncle, and besides, he had benefited from a whole box of jewels. After the yacht had sailed for half a day, Lumbo decided it was time to prepare something to eat. After much effort, he finally managed to bring out 2 servings, only to find Hawkeye still asleep. When awakened for the meal, Hawkeye was taken aback by the sight before him. "What on earth is this dark, unidentifiable mass?" he queried, examining the dish with confusion. "It's steak," Lumbo mumbled, clearly embarrassed. Hawkeye sighed, placing a hand on his forehead. This little rascal couldn't possibly know how to cook, resorting to such a concoction to fool his master. Chapter 91. The Generosity of Others with a Resigned Sigh. Hawkeye stepped onto the deck of the genie and made several swift strokes towards the sea. In an instant, 2 large fish, approximately 3 meters long, leapt from the water. Hawkeye soared into the air, grasping both fish before gracefully returning to the deck, his movements fluid and seamless. Holding 1 fish in each hand, he proceeded to the kitchen, where a knife appeared in his grasp, leaving Lumbo utterly dazzled. Before long, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, causing Lumbo to salivate. Eagerly watching Hawkeye and inquiring when the meal would be ready, Hawkeye nodded affirmatively, prompting Lumbo to rush in and bring out the dishes, along with several bottles of wine from the storeroom. Hawkeye prepared 2 dishes, fish head soup and sashimi. Fortunately, the fish were substantial, and the flavors were undeniably exquisite. Filling the genie with the delightful scent of savory fish broth, Hawkeye dined with impeccable decorum, his utensils arranged neatly before him, exuding an air of aristocratic elegance. Lumbo, however, paid little mind to such formalities, serving himself a bowl of soup, gulping it down in 2 swigs, before eagerly picking up a piece of sashimi, dipped in the sauce prepared by Hawkeye. The taste was so sublime that he nearly bit his tongue off, an experience he would find unforgettable in this lifetime and the next. After a few sips of wine, he devoured the sashimi voraciously, occasionally sipping from the fish head soup. In this manner, he consumed nearly 1.5 fish. Had it not been for the remaining half, Hawkeye might have had little left for himself. Thus, Lumbo found himself moderately satisfied. Who else in this world could claim to have tasted the culinary creations of the unparalleled swordsman Hawkeye? Lumbo mused that he might very well be the first. Yet, he had not anticipated that Hawkeye could prepare the most common fish so exquisitely. His culinary skills undoubtedly rivaled, if not surpassed, those of his newly hired chef, Alan. Lumbo not only gazed at Hawkeye with curiosity, but also observed the noble demeanor he exuded. This was not a mere imitation, it was a refinement cultivated from childhood. Such a person, one would assume, should not be involved in cooking. Hawkeye glanced at Lumbo and remarked, "There is no need for scrutiny. Am I to venture forth alone while dragging a chef to prepare my meals at every turn? Both my swordsmanship and culinary skills were honed under the tutelage of my elder brother. He once imparted that a solitary journey presents myriad challenges, with sustenance being the most pressing. It is crucial to adapt and forage for food in any new environment." Though Hawkeye's words were undeniably wise, they inevitably reminded Lumbo of a certain individual from his past life, revered as the apex of the food chain, a man who could feast wherever he roamed, Bear Grylls. The mere thought of him caused Lumbo's complexion to pale slightly. Fortunately, he had recently satisfied his hunger, or he might have faced an unfortunate predicament. Rambo tidied up the tableware and settled down, savoring the sea breeze. "Master, could you share some tales of our teacher's past?" he inquired. "I sense that his background is quite remarkable, yet he has never divulged anything about his history, not even to Guiana. Must he remain so enigmatic? Considering the unfolding narrative of One Piece, it is highly plausible that Mihawk could be the offspring of him, the supreme ruler of the world government, a notion substantiated by his striking eyes. It is not difficult to envision the innate nobility that Mihawk embodies. Having known Kayashiro since childhood and addressing him as Big Brother, it is evident that Kayashiro's lineage is far from ordinary. This thought inevitably led Rambo to recall the bald figure among the Gorosei wielding the first-generation sword, Kikuchimanji, who also donned a samurai robe, bearing a notable resemblance to Kayashiro. However, one inconsistency arises. It is said that the Gorosei have undergone surgeries with the Ope no Mi, allowing them to live for over 8 centuries. If Kayashiro were indeed a brother to one of the Gorosei, such a scenario would be implausible. Rambo understood that Kayashiro had not undergone any such procedures, as evidenced by his evident aging in later plot developments. Those who have utilized the Op no Mi do not age. These are perplexing conundrums, prompting Rambo to seek Mihawk's insight into Kaishiro's true identity. My brother wishes to keep his identity concealed, thus I cannot reveal it to you either. Refrain from making wild conjectures. Some truths remain beyond your current grasp, Mihawk remarked, casting a glance at Rambo and speaking with deliberate calmness. Lumbo nodded, acknowledging that regardless of Gungsiro's identity, one thing remained unchanged. Gungsiro would eternally be his master and, in the future, would also become his father-in-law. A wave of nostalgia washed over Lumbo as he reminisced about Guena, wondering how her strength had evolved, unburdened by any psychological constraints. She must have grown increasingly formidable under Gungsiro's tutelage. A hint of tenderness flickered in Lumbo's eyes. After sailing for the better part of the day, an island emerged on the horizon. Mihawk signaled their farewell, leaping onto his small coffin-like boat, severing the tether, and unleashing a flurry of sword energy before the vessel surged forth into the distance. Watching Mihawk's rapid departure, Lumbo suddenly recalled something and hastily rummaged through the jewel box he had pilfered from Mihawk, retrieving a sapphire pendant and a string of ruby bracelets, enveloped in violet flames. He surpassed Mihawk's speed and landed directly on Mihawk's boat. Mihawk was momentarily taken aback upon Lumbo's appearance, pondering whether the boy had developed an addiction to fish. Unwilling to part ways, before he could process the situation, Lumbo grinned and addressed him, "Uncle, when you visit Master, kindly deliver these 2 items to my wife." Mihawk, recognizing the pendant and bracelets in Lumbo's possession, recalled they belonged to the jewel box and felt a tinge of embarrassment. This boy was certainly audacious, taking his belongings and expecting him to deliver them. Seeing Lumbo's mischievous grin, he threw a punch, but Lumbo had already soared into the air, placing the pendant and bracelets atop the coffin boat's cabin. With a smile, Lumbo said, "Thank you, Uncle. Please tell her that I will return to fetch her in a year, and that she should take care of herself." As he soared away into the distance, Mihawk, infuriated, grasped his black sword, contemplating a retaliatory strike. However, he reconsidered. After all, this was his elder brother's cherished disciple, and injuring him would be ill-advised. Besides, given Lumbo's aerial advantage and prowess, it would likely be a futile effort. Setting aside his sword, he laughed heartily, finding the boy quite amusing. "Brother, your discerning eye remains as sharp as ever. With such a disciple, the seas are bound to witness new upheavals soon." Rambo bid farewell to Hawkeye and returned to his vessel, the Jinny, filled with fervor as he proclaimed that his voyage was about to commence anew. However, his enthusiasm soon waned as he realized he had neglected to inquire with Hawkeye about the whereabouts of Tezolo's golden gambling city. Should he return now to seek answers? No. It was perhaps wiser to refrain. He could only anticipate the inevitable encounter with Hawkeye's dark blade upon his return. Thus, Rambo swiftly dismissed the notion of searching for Hawkeye and aimlessly drifted across the vast sea. Chapter 92. The People's Justice. Rambo idly meanders across the vast ocean, exclaiming, "Ah, where on earth are you? This entire year has been consumed in the fruitless search for you. Where have you vanished? In my previous life, I pursued women with far less exertion and fervor." Lumbo found himself in deep contemplation. Recently, he had been stopping at every island he encountered, indulging in a plethora of delectable cuisines and marveling at the breathtaking landscapes. Occasionally, he would cross paths with a few pirates, whom he effortlessly dispatched. On this particular day, Lumbo stumbled upon yet another island, and as was his custom, he anchored his journey. However, an unusual scent filled the air, hinting at something sinister. The island was steeped in the stench of blood, and distant flames flickered ominously. Instantly, Lumbo activated his observation haki, keenly attuned to the surroundings. He then soared into the sky, swiftly arriving above a village, where he beheld a group of pirates relentlessly pursuing innocent civilians, their blades glinting menacingly. The despair etched on the villagers' faces, juxtaposed with the pirates' grotesque and cruel visages, became indelibly imprinted in Lumbo's mind. Without hesitation, Lumbo drew forth the Fengwu and unleashed several furious energy blades toward the pirates, cleaving one of them into mere fragments. As Lumbo descended to the ground, he beheld the innocent and despairing gazes of the villagers, filled with profound grief and indignation. Lumbo's observation haki enveloped the entire village. Upon sensing the presence of pirates, he charged forth with relentless fervor. No pirate he encountered lay unscathed in his wake. Though this was not Lumbo's inaugural experience with taking lives, it marked the first time he was consumed by a fury that compelled him to kill. Before long, the pirates sensed an unusual disturbance, realizing that an outsider had infiltrated their midst, and gradually began to congregate. This development aligned perfectly with Lumbo's intentions. He had initially planned to dispatch them individually, but their gathering presented an opportunity for a more comprehensive reckoning. The pirates assembled not far from the shoreline, and Lumbo observed with disdain as they continued to transport boxes onto their vessels, treasures undoubtedly pilfered from the village. These avaricious fools were truly deserving of their grim fate. Lumbo approached the group of pirates with measured steps, undeterred by their presence. At the forefront stood a massive man, bare-chested and adorned with a thick, bushy beard. Upon noticing Limbo, he broke into a grin and exclaimed, "I wondered who had the audacity to approach us. It turns out to be just a mere boy. Youngster. I am Zaka, the captain of the Black Bear pirate crew. Do you dare meddle in our affairs?" A nearby henchman chimed in, sneering at Limbo. "Where did this foolish child come from? Surely you have yet to hear of the Black Bear pirate crew. Our captain boasts a bounty of 165 million. Rambo calmly inquired. "Given that you have plundered, why resort to murder and arson? They are merely a group of defenseless commoners." "Haha, young one, do you perceive what pirates truly are? Have you ever engaged in a game of make-believe? Pirates embody freedom. We kill at will and seize what we desire. Otherwise, why would we assume the mantle of piracy?" Black Bear bellowed, as if he had just heard a most amusing jest, with a throng of henchmen echoing his sentiments. "Ah, I see now. I have been rather naive. In pursuing my own pleasures, I have neglected my duties as a naval officer in the original intention to alter this deplorable state of affairs. I thank you for this enlightening lesson. Now, may you repent in the depths of hell." With that, Rambo charged into the throng like a famished wolf. He did not draw his blade. Rather, he relied solely on the strength of his fists. The tainted blood of these pirates was unworthy of sullying his weapon, for it would only tarnish his soul. Simultaneously, Rambo intended to spare their lives, as they still held some utility. In a brief span, all the pirates, save for Black Bear, lay sprawled upon the ground. Black Bear glared menacingly at Rambo, transforming into a formidable black bear, raising his massive paws to strike at Rambo. Upon witnessing the scene, Limbo extended his slender palm and met the bear's massive paw with a resounding clap. With a surge of strength, he seized one of the bear's fingers and effortlessly hurled the colossal creature into the air. In a swift motion, he positioned himself above the black bear, delivering a powerful kick that drove the beast into the ground, creating a substantial crater. Despite the animal fruit's transformation into a black bear, Lumbo's restrained force was still beyond the capacity of an ordinary being to withstand. The black bear, having flipped itself over, coughed up a mouthful of blood before rising again, its eyes ablaze with a fierce crimson intensity. Rambo beheld the black bear and spoke slowly. "Today, I shall allow you to experience the essence of despair, to understand the depths of suffering. Fear not, for I shall not take your life. Rather, I intend to shatter your bones one by one, imparting upon you a torment more dreadful than descending into hell." The bear's eyes, filled with a crimson rage, rendered it incapable of comprehending Rambo's words. Only one thought consumed its mind, to tear apart the wretch before it. With all four limbs on the ground, it charged at Rambo once more, raising its forepaws to strike him as it approached. Rambo firmly grasped the bear's paw with both hands, as if engaging in a contest of strength with the formidable creature. The pressure he exerted on the bear's paw intensified, causing the black bear to experience pain and attempt to retract its limb. However, it found itself unable to escape Rambo's grip. In a desperate move, the bear opened its mouth wide, aiming to bite Rambo. Rambo firmly grasped the bear's paws with both hands, lifting his feet off the ground to deliver a powerful kick to the black bear's chin. A resounding crack echoed as the bear's jaw shattered upon impact, rendering it momentarily disoriented. After Rambo firmly planted his feet on the ground, he exerted force with his hands, crushing the entire skeletal structure of the bear's paw. The dazed black bear, suddenly awakened by a piercing pain, let out a loud cry, its two paws hanging helplessly. Rambo paid him no heed and lifted his foot to strike the rear legs of the black bear. With two sharp cracks, the creature fell to the ground, reverting to its original form. Observing the bear sprawled on the earth, Rambo procured a length of rope and bound all the pirates together in a single line, making his way toward the heart of the village. The surviving villagers remained ensnared in a state of panic and confusion, clutching the lifeless bodies of their loved ones with vacant eyes, devoid of any spark of life. When Rambo halted at the central square, he addressed the gathered crowd. "My sincerest apologies for my tardiness. It was my failure not to ensure your safety. I understand that my words may offer little solace. Yet I implore you not to lose hope in the Navy. I assure you, we shall strive with all our might to protect you. Once again, I am truly sorry." He then bowed deeply before the assembly. At that moment, an elder stepped forward. There is no need to apologize. We are aware that with so many pirates, the Navy cannot be stationed here at all times to safeguard us. We understand. Lan Wenbo bowed deeply once more, expressing his apologies, and then addressed the crowd. These pirates, aside from the few I dispatched in my previous rage, are all present here. As a Navy officer, it is my duty to apprehend them. Yet I possess no right to extinguish their lives. I now seek your collective will. Should I slay these pirates outright? Or should I take them captive and confine them to prison? The choice is now yours. Chapter 93. Drago's reflection. Kill them. Kill them. The voices erupted, filled with fury. As some who had previously gazed with hollow despair now ignited with righteous anger. Very well, Lan Wenbo proclaimed, though I am not an enforcer of the law. I stand as the embodiment of the people's will, the executioner for these innocent villagers. He positioned all the pirates to kneel in a posture of repentance, seized a blade left behind by the pirates, and, with swift resolve, severed the heads of the pirate henchmen. Next, he presented their captain to the villagers, urging them to exact their vengeance upon him for their lost kin. As he plunged the knife into the ground, a young man stepped forward, delivering a decisive blow to the black bear's head. One by one, the villagers followed suit, each striking a blow until the black bear was reduced to a mere heap of flesh. Having slain the black bear, it was as if the villagers were liberated. They wept openly, embracing their grief. Lan Wenbo observed them, understanding that their tears were a necessary release. After this catharsis, they could emerge with a renewed sense of hope. The anguish of a heart resigned to despair is the greatest sorrow. Lan Wenbo wished to prevent the villagers from falling into utter hopelessness regarding the Navy. In the days that followed, Lan Wenbo remained in the village, assisting the villagers in mending the aftermath, reforesting, and rebuilding their homes. Once stability returned, the villagers expressed their desire to erect a statue of Lan Wenbo at the village entrance. He promptly shook his head, believing himself unworthy of such honor. After the departure of Lan Wenbo, the villagers, inspired by his likeness, erected a statue at the village entrance to express their gratitude for all that this naval officer had done for them. Of course, Lan Wenbo had long since departed and remained oblivious to this tribute. Nevertheless, this statue ensured that the village would henceforth be free from the ravages of pirates. This is merely a postscript to the tale. From that moment on, Lan Wenbo ceased to regard the pursuit of a smile as his primary objective. Instead, his foremost desire became the prevention of similar human tragedies that befell the villagers. He contacted Sengoku to request a bounty notice, specifically to hunt down those pirates who indulged in arson, murder, and all manner of villainy. Unsurprisingly, any pirate who fell under his scrutiny met a watery grave. For an entire year, he roamed the Grand Line, instilling fear among the pirates of its first half. In response, a news agency published an article titled The People's Justice, which echoed Lan Wenbo's mantra before he dispatched those heinous pirates. He adopted the protection of the people's lives and property as his personal motto and issued a so-called decree for punishing evil and safeguarding the populace, calling upon all aspiring individuals to join the Navy in maintaining order upon the seas. This rallying cry also made its way into the newspapers. Due to Lan Wenbo's bloody rampage, the Navy found itself embroiled in debate, splitting into two factions. The Doves believed that the Navy's duty was to capture rather than kill, feeling that Lan Wenbo's actions were excessive. Conversely, the Hawks argued that such slaughter was justified. Dealing with pirates necessitated direct action. Should they be taken one by one to Justice Island for trial? Leading the hawkish faction, Akainu surprisingly expressed admiration for Lan Wenbo. Sengoku chuckled as he perused the newspapers and remarked to Garp and Zephyr, "Does this fellow aspire to replace me as admiral so soon? Even issuing a decree for punishing evil and protecting the people?" Garp laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Just like his grandfather." However, Zephyr furrowed his brow and cautioned, "This young man is drawing too much attention. Those who stand out in the forest are often met with the fiercest winds. He is placing himself in a precarious position." Sengoku considered this and suggested, "Perhaps we should recall him and allow matters to cool down." Zephyr's words served as a reminder to Sengoku. Indeed, such actions greatly enhanced the Navy's image among the populace, but they also thrust Lan Wenbo into the spotlight. A single misstep could see him consumed by the tumultuous seas. If Lan Wenbo were to undertake such endeavors, he must have contemplated these risks. If he cannot withstand even the slightest tempest, Sengoku mused, it would be unwise to consider leaving the position to him. Perhaps it would be better to select someone from the three admirals. Garp pondered aloud. The Navy now requires a figurehead. You were once that man, hailed as a hero of the Navy, but decades have passed, and it is time for a new generation to emerge. I have considered promoting one of the three admirals, but their personalities are dreadfully unfit. Alas, I find myself at a loss for a suitable choice. In the contemplative realm of the warring states, in Dressrosa, Doflamingo sat in his chair, laughing boisterously. This specter, who had narrowly escaped death last time, now seemed increasingly audacious. On an island in the New World, Myhawk held a newspaper, addressing Shanks. Shanks, what do you think of my prodigy? Is he not an intriguing young man? Shanks replied, indeed, he is quite fascinating, possessing considerable audacity. Yet, I remain curious about his true strength. You shall have the opportunity to encounter him in the future. I hope you are not too astonished. Myhawk smiled. Oh, is that so? I find myself increasingly eager. Let us indulge in merriment and celebrate. Aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard chuckled. Ah, this fellow has emerged to stir trouble once more, yet the sea is not so simplistic. I hope he does not meet his demise too soon amidst the tides of this era. Big Mom glanced at the newspaper, crumpling it into a ball and casting it aside, exclaiming, do you think the sea is merely a child's play? You are still too naive. On White Island, a merman clad in a kimono entered the conference hall, brandishing a newspaper, and addressed a middle-aged man cloaked in a cape. Leader, have you perused this newspaper? I believe the young master's ideals resonate with our own. Should we consider reaching out to him? The cloaked man replied, there is no need. Gungshiro is quite independent. Let him forge his own path. We have our own matters to attend to. However, does this newspaper evoke any thoughts for you? The long-haired merman gazed at him in confusion, and Drago continued, I ponder whether our initial direction was flawed. Our revolutionary army comprises individuals who have endured the ravages of war, many of whom are homeless or merely children. What has led them to such turmoil? While some have faced destruction for defying the world government, far more have suffered due to the atrocities committed by pirates. We are directly opposing the world government. Yet we inadvertently provide opportunities for more pirates, plunging countless innocents into chaos. It is imperative that we reflect upon this. Upon the conclusion of his remarks, the merman found himself at a loss for words, standing silently nearby. Drago, meanwhile, sat quietly in the conference hall, eyes closed, as if deep in contemplation. Chapter 94. A sudden reflection on an island in the sea. Luffy sat within a clothing store, where a female attendant, blushing, measured his dimensions. As she inadvertently brushed against him, her cheeks grew increasingly flushed. Over the course of the past year, Rambo has experienced significant growth, now standing at approximately 2 meters and 20 centimeters. Coupled with countless battles against pirates, his physique has become increasingly robust and well-proportioned. His previous garments, though initially loose-fitting samurai robes, now feel constricting, prompting him to consider commissioning new attire. After arranging with the tailor to collect his garments the following day, Rambo settled into a tavern, ordering a few bottles of wine while eavesdropping on the local gossip. He overheard 2 middle-aged men at a nearby table engaged in conversation. And as he listened, a wave of excitement washed over him. Have you heard about the peculiar newcomer on the island? One man inquired. Ah, you mean that blind vagabond, right? I've heard he has a penchant for gambling, carrying his own set of dice to wager against others. Remarkably, he has won a considerable sum, with many villagers having tested their luck against him and examining his dice, finding no discrepancies. Upon hearing the news, Lumbo hurriedly approached and took a seat. He then addressed the waiter, requesting, please bring a few more bottles of wine to this table. I shall cover the bill. Turning to the 2 gentlemen, he inquired, what is the situation regarding your vagabond? Might I have him? Rambo, both courteous and inviting, urged them to partake in a drink, and the 2 readily obliged. It turned out that this blind beggar had arrived on the island 3 years prior. His sole endeavor was to set up a table by the roadside, where he would engage in games of chance with others using dice. The villagers found it rather amusing and played several rounds with him, although there were wins and losses. In the end, the losses outweighed the victories. Many began to suspect that the beggar was cheating, prompting them to inspect his dice. Upon examination, they discovered nothing amiss. Unperturbed, the blind beggar purchased a new set of dice and continued his enterprise. Rambo inquired about the whereabouts of the vagabond and then proceeded directly towards the location. From a distance, he discerned a crowd gathered, their voices raised in animated shouts. As Rambo parted the throng, he beheld 2 individuals seated face to face, with a pair of dice and a cup resting upon the table between them. Rambo scrutinized the 2 individuals before him. One had his eyes firmly shut, bearing conspicuous scars upon his eyelids and several cross-shaped marks adorning his face, clad in an oversized robe. This was the elusive figure he had been searching for over a year, known as Yi Xiao. Opposite him stood a clear pirate, flanked by what appeared to be his fellow crewmates. Lan Wenbo observed with a smile as they indulged in their gambling. A smile shook the dice and then set them down. The pirate opposite him boldly placed a bag of berries on the table, exclaiming, "I bet." A smile revealed the result: 3, 5, and 6, totaling 14 points. The pirate erupted in laughter, declaring, 1, 1, 3, 5 points. I win. A smile could not help but rub his forehead, lamenting, "My luck is truly poor today." Very well, let us try again. The ensuing events mirrored the previous ones, with a smile once more losing money. Sighing, he remarked, "I apologize, but I have no more money. Perhaps we shall play another time." The pirate erupted in laughter, vacating his seat and preparing to depart. Lan Wenbo stood up, occupying the pirate's previous position, and said to a smile, "Allow me to wager with you." A smile replied, "Sir, I did not bring enough money today. Perhaps next time." Lan Wenbo shook his head, stating, "I do not wish to gamble money. I propose a different wager." "Oh, sir, what do you wish to bet?" "Let us gamble with a person. I shall wager myself. If I lose, I will follow you. If I win, you shall follow me. What do you say?" "Oh, how intriguing. It is rare for someone to perceive value in a person such as myself, a burden with eyes closed. However, I must decline. I have grown accustomed to my freedom and do not wish to have someone follow me." "How remarkable. A gambling enthusiast such as yourself would refuse to gamble. Yet, I believe you will ultimately agree. I trust my judgment." "What grants you such confidence, sir?" "I find it quite perplexing. Because we are kindred spirits. In your desire to avoid the overwhelming darkness, you blinded yourself, choosing to exist as a blind hero, believing that by closing your eyes, the shadows would vanish. But even if your eyes are closed, does your heart not feel? Does blinding yourself truly erase the darkness? That is merely an expression of cowardice. We both detest the darkness and yearn to see the light. However, my chosen path is not one of self-deception, but rather to shatter all darkness and create illumination. My friend, you are thinking too simplistically. Do you not know that I once shared your thoughts? I too strove for the light, yet ultimately, I failed. If I cannot see the light, why should I open my eyes?" A smile. "Since you once pursued this with such fervor, you must understand the hardships involved. What harm is there in experiencing it once more? This time, you are not alone in your struggle. You have a team to advance with you. What say you? Are you still courageous enough to rise and fight again for that ultimate goal?" "Haha. May I ask your name, brother?" "Monkey D. Lan Wenbo, a naval officer, destined to be the harbinger of this era's end. Then, will you," a smile, "accept our wager?" "Ah, so you are the recently renowned Marine Major, the fierce avenger, Lan Wenbo. I am honored. Very well, I accept." Just as he agreed, a smile's expression suddenly shifted, prompting Lan Wenbo to regard him playfully. He then let out a wry smile and said, "I concede defeat." "Ha ha ha, truly, Mr. Ishiao, your character of accepting the outcome of a wager is worthy of admiration." At the outset, Lan Wenbo intended to wager himself against a smile, yet the smile was initially reluctant to acquiesce. Now that the smile has agreed, it is evident that the wager has already been lost. This is a game that commenced long ago, one with a predetermined outcome. Lan Wenbo, had I consented to your wager from the very beginning, how would you have approached this game of chance? Quite simply, I would bet that the band of pirates we just gambled with would certainly not leave this island alive. Lan Wenbo's grin was cunning. He had been devising a scheme to ensnare the smile since their first encounter. "Very well, Mr. Smile, it is time for us to depart. But shall we first fulfill our wager? By the way, I trust you won't mind if I annihilate this band of pirates. Let us proceed together, after all. We are a team, aren't we? I could smell the stench of blood from these pirates from a distance. They are criminals. Their hands stained with the blood of the innocent, and their demise is of no consequence." Chapter 95. A lighter punishment. It is unexpected that Mr. Smile can perceive this as well. This band of pirates hails from the West Sea and has slaughtered 3 villages. They have just entered the Grand Line when they crossed paths with you. A twist of fate indeed. Let us put an end to this wicked connection. The Smile, wielding a bamboo staff, struck the ground as he advanced with unwavering determination. Soon, the band of pirates was rendered unconscious by Lan Wenbo. Driven by curiosity, Lan Wenbo wished to observe the meteorite of the Smile. The Smile obligingly produced a piece of meteorite and dropped it onto the unconscious pirates. They were fortunate, departing this world peacefully, unaware of any suffering. Lan Wenbo scoffed, deeming it a mercy for this wretched lot. Rambo retrieved his warrior robe and purchased several ready-made garments for Ishiao. Previously, Ishiao possessed merely a single set of clothing, which was somewhat tattered. Rambo promptly discarded these worn items into the trash. Upon finding Yixiao, Rambo finally alleviated the burden that had long weighed on his heart. With approximately 2 months remaining in their agreed 2-year time frame, Rambo and Ishio continued their noble quest along the Grand Line, vanquishing evil. These battles allowed Ishio to unleash the long-suppressed thirst for combat that had lain dormant for years. Soon, news spread along the Grand Line of 2 notorious groups dedicated to hunting pirates. During each engagement, a formidable fireball would descend, obliterating pirate ships along with their crews, casting them into the depths of the ocean. The scenes were stark and brutal. The combat was swift and decisive, leading to a newfound order among the pirates. Various factions noted a significant decrease in distress calls, with many areas experiencing prolonged periods without a single plea for assistance. At that moment, Rambo and Yixiao sat aboard the genie, sipping red wine and engaging in conversation. Rambo sought Yixiao's wisdom regarding the mastery of Kinbunchiko hockey. Regardless of the type of hockey, it requires extensive accumulation, training, and practical application to gradually grow stronger. Kinbunchiko hockey serves as a powerful auxiliary force among the 3 forms of hockey. As one's strength increases, the eyes may struggle to keep pace, resulting in blind spots and vulnerabilities that escape our perception. Thus, the ability to discern the nuances of battle and adapt swiftly necessitates a proficient application of Kinbunchiko hockey. To enhance Kinbunchiko hockey, one might consider closing their eyes for extended periods, refraining from reliance on visual stimuli, and instead attuning oneself to the sensations of the surrounding environment. Alternatively, one could follow my example and blind themselves entirely, liberating themselves from the constraints of sight. My mastery of Kinbunchiku was cultivated in this manner. My perception extends even into outer space, allowing me to sense debris and subsequently employ my gravitational abilities to draw it down upon my foes. Upon hearing the words of Yixiao, Lanbo's previously closed eyes suddenly fluttered open, beads of cold sweat adorning his brow. Brother, you are formidable. I lack the courage to blind myself as a means to hone my foresight. However, dear Yixiao, I wish to inquire about the pinnacle of this foresight. How is it that one can glimpse fragments of the fleeting future? Indeed, glimpsing the brief future is attainable when one's mental state reaches its zenith. Fleeting glimpses of what is to come may emerge, yet these fragments are not infallibly accurate. It is essential to recognize that the human heart is the most unpredictable of entities. Humanity itself is an extraordinary species, rife with immeasurable variables. Are you capable of predicting the future? I can make brief predictions, yet I seldom employ this ability. I prefer not to cultivate a dependency on such foresight, as it is perilous. The fluctuations and uncertainties are vast. Relying solely on this intuition could lead to one's demise without understanding how. Furthermore, even if predictions are precise, if one's strength does not match, they are rendered futile. Thus, this ability should serve as an auxiliary tool, utilized when desired, or disregarded when not, while the essence lies in one's inherent strength. Lanbo acknowledged Yixiao's sentiments. Indeed, no matter how many skills one possesses, without sufficient power, one remains susceptible to being overwhelmed by others. As the two engaged in conversation, they unwittingly arrived at the headquarters. Lanbo disembarked from the genie, leading Yixiao directly to the office of the Warring States. To his surprise, his long-absent grandfather, Carp, was present, snoring on the sofa, while Zephyr and Crane, along with the 3 admirals, lounged with legs crossed. Upon seeing Lanbo, everyone froze momentarily. They had just been discussing his affairs when he made his entrance. Lanbo hurriedly apologized, saying, "I am terribly sorry. I was unaware that you were in a meeting. Please, continue. I shall wait outside." However, Sengoku gestured for him to enter, stating, "Come in. We were just discussing your situation." "My situation? I don't believe I've caused any trouble recently, have I? If I have, I hope you can consider it leniently and not impose a severe penalty," Limbo said, peering into the room with a woeful expression, clearly reluctant to step inside. Sengoku nearly found amusement in the situation but managed to maintain his composure, preserving the dignity of his rank. Crane suppressed a smile, while Zephyr could not contain his laughter. This rascal was becoming increasingly adept at creating mischief, even oblivious to his own transgressions, yet he readily acknowledged his faults and even requested a lighter punishment. "Everyone, let us maintain our seriousness. Lumbo, please come in and take a seat. It is quite inappropriate for you to linger at the entrance," Sengoku admonished. Immediately, Lumbo entered like a chastened spouse, bringing along Yixiao with him. Upon seeing Yixiao, the others were momentarily taken aback, each casting a curious glance at Lumbo to ascertain the situation. At that moment, Lumbo suddenly recalled that Ishii was neither a member of the Navy nor a senior official. He was not permitted to attend the meeting. Lumbo gazed at Sengoku and remarked, "Marshal, this individual known as Ishiao possesses formidable strength and has come to join the Navy. If it poses any inconvenience, I can take him outside to wait for a while." The others scrutinized Ishiao closely. His demeanor was composed. And within this office were all formidable figures. The aura emanating from such strong individuals is often overwhelming for the ordinary person, yet Ishiao remained unfazed, exhibiting remarkable steadiness. It was evident he was no weakling. It seemed Lumbo had once again introduced a powerhouse to the Navy. Sengoku shook his head and replied, "There is no need for concern. Lord Ishiao, we welcome your addition. Please, have a seat and listen in. It is not a matter of significant government secrecy. Shortly, we shall hold a welcoming ceremony for you, and I kindly ask you not to decline." Ishiao nodded slightly and addressed Sengoku. "I appreciate your warm reception, Marshal Sengoku. I shall comply," and then followed Lumbo to Carp's sofa. Sengoku felt increasingly satisfied with Ishiao's demeanor, having confirmed that he was undoubtedly a strong individual, exuding an aura that rivaled any present. "Grandpa, wake up. It's time for the meeting," Lumbo nudged Carp, causing the bubbles on his nose to pop with a resounding noise. Rubbing his eyes, Carp then noticed his grandson standing before him. Chapter 96. Retort. "Oh, Lumbo, when did you return? You've grown taller in these 2 years. By the way, I recently visited Luffy. That rascal refuses to heed my advice and intends to set sail soon. I had to give him a good thrashing," Carp said. Once awake, as he engaged Lumbo in casual conversation, Lumbo gestured towards the sofa. "Grandpa, please take a seat over there. We have another guest." He pointed at the standing figure of Ishiao. Carp glanced at Ishiao, initially taken aback, and then remarked, "Oh, please sit down. Who is this? I don't believe I've met him before." "This is Ishiao, whom I invited to join the Navy," Lumbo said with a proud smile. "Ah, I am Carp. Welcome to the Navy." Carp greeted Ishiao. "It is an honor to meet a heroic figure of the Navy," Ishiao replied with utmost politeness. Carp intended to say more, but he sensed the atmosphere was amiss. All eyes were upon them, especially Sengoku, whose expression was stern. Carp realized that this ruckus caused by Lumbo's sudden interjection had disrupted the serious tone of their meeting, now resembling a casual gathering instead. Clearing his throat, Sengoku announced, "We are here to convene, primarily to discuss matters concerning Lumbo. Over the past 2 years, we are all aware of Major Lumbo's severe measures against pirates along the Grand Line. I would like to hear your opinions on this matter." As an awkward silence enveloped the room, Zifa was the first to speak up, stating, "While Major Lumbo's methods against pirates may seem excessively brutal, it is important to note that he has predominantly targeted those whose hands are stained with the blood of innocent civilians. Such individuals are hardly worthy of pity. Furthermore, this situation has notably calmed the Grand Line. Some branches have gone weeks without receiving a single distress call. Thus, I believe Major Lumbo's actions should be viewed as commendable rather than condemnable." Since the incident involving Edward Weevil, Zifa, who had previously abstained from killing, had undergone profound reflection. He recognized the necessity of eradicating the most heinous of pirates, realizing that his former principles were outdated. In chaotic times, stringent measures are required. After Zifa concluded, Sengoku inquired if anyone else had differing opinions. The consensus was overwhelmingly in favor of Zifa's perspective. There was little to argue against. Zifa's stance had already been prearranged among Sengoku, Zifa, Carp, and Tsuru. Presenting it was merely a formality, a gesture to maintain the dignity of the 3 admirals. With Lumbo's favorable relations with Kazan and Borsellino, they naturally had no objections. The only remaining voice was that of Akainu. Remarkably, Lumbo's approach had garnered Akainu's admiration, leading him to categorize Lumbo as an ally within his hawkish faction, ensuring he would not oppose him. Otherwise, if Lumbo had not initially disrupted the atmosphere of the meeting and brought in a non-naval high-ranking officer with a smile, Akainu would have already confronted him. Not waiting until now. Therefore, since everyone believes that Lumbo has more merits than faults, I propose to elevate him to the rank of Rear Admiral in recognition of his significant contributions in maintaining peace on the seas. I trust there are no objections, especially considering Lumbo's exceptional efforts in promoting the Navy, which has drawn an increasing number of recruits, many of whom are former pirate hunters. We have assessed their capabilities, and I assure you that they would pose no problem in serving as commanders at the headquarters. Lumbo has personally invited a formidable ability user to join the Navy, a figure whom I believe is well known to all. Enel, the user of the Rumble fruit, currently undergoing training under Zephyr. According to Zephyr's estimation, after more than a year of training, Enel's prowess has already reached the level of a rear admiral, and it is not far-fetched to anticipate his ascension to the rank of vice admiral in the near future. Alongside him is Mr. Smile, whose presence greatly enhances our Navy's overall strength. Given Lumbo's contributions to the Navy, promoting him to rear admiral is undoubtedly justified. What are your thoughts on this matter? The atmosphere fell into silence once more, until Vice Admiral Crane broke the stillness, stating, "I second this. I support the Marshal's decision." Subsequently, the proposal was unanimously approved, with no dissenting voices in the room. Very well, since there are no objections, I shall submit the report to the Gorsi shortly. If anyone has further inquiries, please voice them now. Otherwise, we shall adjourn. Marshal, I have a request to present. Lumbo stood up, drawing the attention of all present. Since the Marshal has acknowledged Enel's capabilities as those of a rear admiral, and considering he currently holds no official position, I would like to request a promotion for him to the rank of rear admiral. Additionally, I seek the same for Mr. Smile, allowing them to serve under my command. I hope the Marshal will grant this request. We are all aware of Enel's strength. Promoting him to rear admiral is certainly reasonable. However, we remain uncertain of this gentleman's true abilities, making it inappropriate to grant him a rank at this time. Akainu interjected. While he had no objections to Lumbo's promotion, he could not accept the elevation of an unknown individual to a position of command. This sentiment echoed the concerns of the assembly. Though Mr. Smile appeared formidable, the extent of his strength remained unclear, and it would be unwise to hastily approve such a promotion based solely on Lumbo's casual endorsement. Otherwise, it would set a precedent where any attendee could promote their subordinates, complicating the authority of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku nodded in agreement, stating, "Sakazuki raises a valid point. Therefore, Mr. Smile, you may need to demonstrate your abilities. I trust you do not mind. It has always been our Navy's tradition that the capable rise to the top." The Marshal is being too kind. I have no objections. I would welcome the opportunity to receive guidance from Admiral Sakazuki. Mr. Smile responded softly, despite his calm demeanor. An air of confidence emanated from his words. All present were taken aback, surprised that Mr. Smile would make such a request, seemingly prepared to challenge Sakazuki. Only Lumbo, seated on the sofa, wore a knowing smile, delighting in the unfolding dynamics. Who was Mr. Smile, after all? A figure destined to become Admiral Fujitora. Known for his amiable nature, yet possessing an unyielding spirit. Faced with skepticism regarding his strength, he was more than willing to showcase his abilities, a testament to the confidence born from his own formidable prowess. If Sakazuki were to let his guard down, his face might very well end up swollen. The crowd followed the two men to the center of the headquarters plaza, where Mr. Ishii stood face to face with Sakazuki, leaning on his bamboo staff. The surrounding soldiers, puzzled by the unfolding scene, paused to observe, while Sengoku made no effort to disperse them, wishing instead to allow the troops a glimpse of the formidable strength possessed by the admiral of the headquarters, thereby enhancing their sense of honor. Chapter 97. A new punching bag. Mr. Ishii, although I am aware that you need not prove yourself excessively, I still hope you will demonstrate your true strength, allowing them to witness the power of one who has battled against darkness. As Ranbo brushed past Ishii, he deliberately imparted these words. The general may indeed be formidable, yet he is not invincible. Perhaps it has been long since he encountered a worthy adversary. This thought seemed to invigorate Ishii. He stood composed, facing Akainu, and soon, the latter's arm transformed into molten lava, emitting dark smoke, a testament to Akainu's seriousness regarding the impending confrontation. Ranbo could not help but admire Akainu. During battle, he remained utterly focused, disregarding all distractions. The principle of a lion exerting full force even against a rabbit is essential in combat. And Akainu did not underestimate Ishii merely because he was concealed from view. Despite Akainu's extreme temperament, his dedication and caution in battle are irrefutable. He did not allow his status as the master to dictate that Ishii, the guest, should initiate the engagement. True combat accommodates no such courtesies. With a sudden shift, Akainu's magma morphed into a colossal canine figure composed of lava, charging towards Ishii, its jaws agape, intent on sinking its teeth into Ishii's neck. Ishii calmly drew forth his bamboo staff, revealing a gleaming blade. Before the sword was fully unsheathed, Ishii stepped forward, using the blade to intercept the molten beast. Subsequently, he drew the blade completely from its sheath, cleaving the creature in two, which then fell to the ground in a cascade of lava. With a flick of his wrist, Ishii sheathed his bamboo sword. As the blade retracted, Akainu, who had been rushing toward him, suddenly faltered, as though burdened by an immense weight. His strides became labored, leaving deep imprints in the ground. At that moment, Akainu recognized that Xiao was also a user of a devil fruit, and the capabilities he wielded were profound, likely involving manipulation of gravity or a similar force. Otherwise, he would not feel so encumbered. As an admiral of the Navy, Akainu was not one to be easily subdued. He pressed onward toward Xiao, who remained rooted until Akainu closed the distance. With a fist propelled by molten lava, Akainu struck. But Xiao swiftly drew his bamboo sword once more, countering the assault. Akainu felt an immediate lightness, as if the oppressive weight had dissipated. In the delicate balance of heaviness and lightness, his reflexes dulled momentarily. Skilled combatants often contend for the slightest edge, and in such instances, victory can hinge on a mere instant. Xiao, of course, would not squander this opportunity. He swept his sword horizontally towards Akainu's neck. The latter's body shifted slightly, allowing the blade to graze along his chin, whereupon a wound erupted, revealing molten lava, which soon began to heal. The two continued their fierce exchange, one brandishing a sword while the other was enveloped in lava, leaving the battleground marred with craters and piles of debris. Under the disruptive influence of the two individuals, the fragments of stone scattered in all directions, prompting Sengoku to urgently instruct the observing soldiers to retreat. Initially, Sengoku believed that Ichizeo had challenged Akainu merely to regain his dignity, thinking that with Akainu's prowess, the battle would soon conclude, allowing the soldiers to witness the true power of an admiral. However, he never anticipated that Ichizeo would display such formidable strength, matching Akainu blow for blow in a short span of time. Was it truly appropriate to bestow upon Ichizeo the rank of Rear Admiral? A promotion to Vice Admiral seemed far more fitting considering his extraordinary capabilities. Sengoku glanced at the spectator, Lumbo, pondering where he had found such a remarkable talent. Previously, he had brought back a user of the Thunder Fruit, who merely exhibited the potential of an admiral. This time, however, he had returned with someone of admiral caliber. Sengoku shifted his gaze back to the battlefield, where the fierce clash began to subside, leaving the two combatants standing amidst the chaotic remnants of the plaza. Indeed, the might of an admiral was undeniable. Thus, Ichizeo proclaimed, "Prepare to receive my next move." With that, he sheathed his bamboo sword once more, and Akainu felt an immense weight pressing down upon him, far greater than before. Yet, he quickly readjusted, ready to continue the fight. Just as Akainu was about to charge at Ichizeo, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky, growing ever closer. He looked up to behold a massive fireball plummeting rapidly toward the ground. The crowd fell into a state of bewilderment. Even Limbo was taken aback. "I wanted you to demonstrate your true strength, not summon a meteor to obliterate the Navy headquarters." This colossal meteor, with a diameter of at least 2 meters and its swift descent, posed an unimaginable threat. If this were on an uninhabited island, it would be one thing. But this was the Navy headquarters. "Ichizeo, please cease. Are you intent on destroying the base?" Lumbo shouted urgently. At that moment, Ichizeo realized the gravity of the situation. He had been incited by Akainu's provocation and had let things spiral out of control. However, the meteor was already in freefall. Ichizeo struggled to redirect it toward the ocean. But as its acceleration increased, it was now less than a kilometer from the ground, rendering diversion impossible. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he exerted every ounce of his strength to maneuver the meteor above the harbor. Landing it there would be even more troublesome, as it was teeming with supplies and warships. Any destruction would incur significant losses. Yet, Ichizeo had already pushed himself to his limits. As the meteor neared the harbor, a figure suddenly appeared beside it in midair. Upon closer inspection, it was Garp. He extended his right hand and delivered a powerful punch, sending the meteor hurtling toward the sea. It skimmed the surface of the water for 2 or 3 kilometers before finally crashing into the ocean. The gathered crowd let out a collective sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from their brows. This had been perilously close. They cast wary glances at Ichizeo, silently acknowledging, "This blind man is a formidable character. Should he be provoked, he could very well unleash a cataclysmic event akin to a meteor striking the earth. And that would indeed spell disaster." Kapu returned, playfully patting Ishiu on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Your abilities are quite impressive. How about joining me in the future? I'm tired of training on the mountain. This time, we can practice with meteorites." His laughter resembled that of a child who had discovered a delightful new toy. Sengoku and Zephyr silently cursed, recognizing the sheer abnormality of this old rascal's strength. Even Ishiao instinctively recoiled. The meteorite he had brought down was something no one dared to confront, only to escape from. The stones pulled from space, subjected to the intense heat of atmospheric friction, carried an immense force that no human could withstand. The man before him had effortlessly struck such a meteorite away with a single punch, and even contemplated using it for training, leaving Xiao genuinely astounded. Chapter 98. Team building. Again, following this encounter, the crowd gained a profound understanding of Xiao's capabilities. Sengoku intended to bestow upon him the rank of Rear Admiral, but Ishii respectfully declined. He had joined the Navy for the sake of Limbo, and it would be inappropriate for him to hold the same rank as Limbo. Sengoku, not wishing to press the matter, awarded Xiao the rank of Commodore instead and handed over Enel's insignia and appointment letter to Limbo for him to present to Enel. That evening in Karp's Villa Garden, another team-building barbecue was organized. This gathering primarily served as a welcoming ceremony for Enel and Xiao, while Sengoku also sought to foster camaraderie among the attendees, as nearly 17 years had passed since their last team-building event, which had been under the leadership of the former Fleet Admiral, Kong. Since taking on the role of Fleet Admiral, Sengoku had been diligent and devoted, focusing solely on strengthening the Navy and capturing pirates to maintain peace at sea, with little time for relaxation. Seizing this rare opportunity for joy, he decided to grant himself a brief respite. All Rear Admirals stationed at the Navy headquarters were summoned for a celebratory evening. Sengoku even arranged for some chefs from the Navy cafeteria to assist in preparing the ingredients and barbecue equipment. Once everyone had arrived, the spacious garden allowed for the setup of 3 5-meter-long tables, where all gathered to sit. The welcoming ceremony commenced, presided over by Sengoku himself, demonstrating the significance placed upon the two newly joined Commodores, thus honoring them. Sengoku then shared a brief overview of the current maritime situation, encouraging everyone to indulge in merriment, declaring the evening a holiday for all. It was indeed a rare occasion for so many naval leaders to dine together. And Sengoku observed as the attendees engaged in lively conversation. Strangers quickly became friends through simple greetings and exchanges, a scene Sengoku hoped to witness, reinforcing the unity of the Navy. Despite the absence of factional divisions within the Navy, they were ultimately united in their external endeavors, and soon, both hawks and doves mingled harmoniously, sharing drinks and camaraderie. Despite the hawkish individuals often boasting loudly, they were surprisingly outmatched in drinking by the doves, who swiftly incapacitated many of them. Among the hawks, only Akainu and Doberman possessed commendable tolerance for alcohol, steadfastly holding their ground to avoid humiliation. Limbo, Inaira, and Ishio found a secluded spot to engage in conversation. After a year apart, Inairu, under Zifa's guidance, had grown increasingly robust. His previously bare torso was now adorned with a samurai robe, perhaps influenced by Lumbo, while a naval justice cloak draped elegantly over his shoulders. However, he still wore his signature headscarf. When Rambo introduced Ishu to Inoue, he was astonished to find that the whimsical essence of Inoue he had imagined was absent. Instead, Inoue greeted Xiao with utmost politeness. Rambo pondered whether Zifa had managed to reform Inoue, but then Inoue uttered a remark that nearly caused Rambo to burst into laughter. Rambo, please ensure that this fellow is cautious while pulling down meteorites. I wouldn't want him to inadvertently bring down a planet from my homeland, for then I would never return home, Inoue said, glancing at Ishi while cautiously addressing Rambo. Rest assured, I will ensure he is careful. Remember to address Ishiao as Big Brother Ishiao from now on, Rambo replied, struggling to suppress his amusement at Inoue's antics. It turned out that Inoue's cordiality toward Ishiao, who could indeed pull down meteorites, was not due to a cure for his whimsical nature, but rather a genuine concern that Ishiu might inadvertently drag the moon to the earth. It seemed Inoue's eccentricity was intensifying. Yet this also meant there was no longer a worry about anyone being able to control him. As for Ishiao, Rambo had designated him as the first mate aboard the ship. In Rambo's absence, Ishiao would command everything, thus alleviating concerns about Inoue's disobedience. However, even if Inoue were to misbehave, Ishiao could certainly handle him, ensuring that there would be no significant issues aboard the vessel. Just then, Rambo heard someone calling out to him. Turning around, he found it was Akainu, who, with a flushed face, exclaimed, "You lot, just wait. We have reinforcements. We're not afraid of being outrun. Rambo, come here quickly." Lumbo approached with a smile alongside Inoue, surveying the table full of inebriated patrons. He swiftly grasped the situation. Two factions were engaged in a drinking contest, and unexpectedly, he found himself aligned with the hawkish side. However, at that moment, such considerations were irrelevant. Lumbo had never feared anyone when it came to drinking. The trio each lifted a jug of liquor and made their way to the surrounding crowd. Lumbo proclaimed, "Come on, who wishes a drink with us? No matter the quantity, we shall rise to the occasion." At that moment, Akaina had completely embraced Lumbo as one of his own, exclaiming, "Weren't you just calling for a good time? Let us see what you've got. We are ready." Then, Rear Admiral Kaku stepped forward and declared, "In that case, let the contest begin." Alongside him, Rear Admiral Longs also voiced his enthusiastic agreement. Rambo gazed at the two generals, and it became evident why the hawkish faction, comprising Akainu, Doberman, and others like the Spider and the Burning Mountain, suffered such a devastating defeat. It is no jest. These two are indeed generals of the giant clan. The strength they possess alone is sufficient to challenge Akainu and his comrades. Lumbo gazed at the ghostly Spider and General Huishin sprawled over the table, unable to suppress a sigh, truly embodying the spirit of hawks, regardless of the circumstances. They stood resolute, exuding an indomitable ferocity. Admiral Akaina sat in his chair, grumbling softly, clearly past the point of indulgence. Inel, clutching a wine jar, approached General Lecaval with a grin, subsequently turning to greet General Longzi. The others were attended to personally by Lumbo, as the banquet table buzzed with lively exchanges. Cups raised and clinking, everyone drinking heartily and reveling in the convivial atmosphere. However, Inel, who was drinking with Lecaval, soon found himself overwhelmed. Previously, during his time on Sky Island, he had only sipped on fruit wines. And it was only in the past year that he had begun to encounter the potent spirits of the Blue Sea. It wasn't long before he succumbed to the effects of the drink. Lan Wenbo led Ainalu to an open space where he reclined, taking over the drinking from Ainalu and Lake War. The two of them paid little heed to their surroundings, clutching their wine jars and indulging in copious amounts. After consuming 5 jars in succession, Lake War swayed his head, clearly inebriated. At this juncture, Ishiao had already dealt with Longzi. It was that Longzi was incapable of holding his liquor, but rather that he had already imbibed extensively before Ishiao's arrival. This could be likened to a war of attrition. Once the two titans were subdued, the remaining adversaries posed little threat. After each had downed 2 jars, they succumbed to slumber. Ishiao, too, began to feel the effects of intoxication. Lan Wenbo escorted him to a bedroom to rest, then returned to the scene, discovering that the garden was strewn with slumbering figures. The admirals lay on the ground in various poses, utterly devoid of dignity. Had pirates invaded the headquarters at that moment, the entire upper echelons of the Navy would likely have been decimated. Chapter 99, Fire Phoenix Special Operations Team. At this time, only Sengoku, Carp, and Tsuru remained sober. Even Zephyr, Akiji, and Kizaru had succumbed to the allure of sleep, sprawled across the table in heavy slumber. Maintaining a state of alertness had long been Sengoku's habit. When approached to partake in drink, he merely sampled a modest amount. As for Carp, it was well known that he preferred snacks over alcohol, while Tsuru, being the sole female admiral present, found few willing companions for drinking. Lumbo made his way to the side of Sengoku, took a seat, and poured himself a glass of wine. After sipping it, he remarked, "Commodore, one must seize the joys of life to the fullest. Do not always restrain yourself. Indulging in a moment of abandon can serve as a delightful release." He sighed, adding, "Well, such matters are suited for the youth. As for us, we should savor tea and nibble on delicacies, for that is the life we ought to embrace." Sengoku, meanwhile, was enjoying the rice crackers on the table. Carp abruptly snatched the crackers from his hands, tore open the packaging, and began to munch on them while humming, "Do not disturb me. I am on the verge of breaking a record." Sengoku, exasperated, seized the crackers back and exclaimed, "You have a mountain of them right in front of you. Why steal mine?" Commodore Tsuru, rubbing her forehead, observed the two old men who had bickered since their youth. She slammed her hand on the table and declared, "Silence. If you continue this ruckus, neither of you shall have any." Under her commanding voice, the two old fellows lowered their heads like chastised children. Rambo gazed at them in utter disbelief, as if only Admiral he possessed the audacity to intimidate a naval hero and a naval marshal alike. As Rambo observed he occasionally pondered whether the Admiral could, in fact, be his grandmother. However, according to the narrative, that was unlikely. The most logical explanation would be that the three shared a profound friendship since their youth. Suddenly, he realized, almost inadvertently, that she had developed feelings for that rascal, Carp. And, even more tragically, Sengoku had been harboring a secret affection for her all along. Carp, a man of muddled thoughts yet sharp acumen when it came to matters of significance, likely had no clarity regarding emotional entanglements. The ensuing saga of this love triangle promised to be melodramatic. Sengoku would confess his secret love for Hida Carp shortly before he declared her feelings for Carp. One can only imagine the turmoil within Carp at that moment. In order to honor his dear friend Sengoku, Carp married the daughter or sister of the mayor of Windmill Village, which elucidated why the seemingly fearless Carp would cower under the mayor's scolding like a child. Eventually, he and Sengoku came to understand each other's sentiments, tacitly agreeing to cease discussions on the matter, resulting in both of them remaining unmarried. Having envisioned this entire scenario, Rambo regarded the three with a teasing glint in his eye. Lumbo pondered the intricate relationship between the three of them, casting a glance at Carp. To his surprise, his grandfather seemed rather esteemed. Vice Admiral Tsuru, in her youth, was strikingly beautiful, possessing delicate features, a graceful figure, and formidable strength. Regrettably, his grandfather had not learned to seize such opportunities. His reckless folly had cost three individuals their happiness. If Vice Admiral Tsuru harbored no resentment, Lumbo would find it hard to believe. However, upon further reflection, Lumbo found a contradiction. If his grandmother were indeed Tsuru, then would there still be Drago? Without Drago, where would Luffy come from? And without Luffy, how could there be a pirate king? Yet, these musings strayed far from the point. Lumbo was still eager to uncover the identity of his mother. Grandfather, do you know who my mother is? He inquired of Carp, who was currently being reprimanded. Carp's expression shifted, but with his head bowed, none noticed the change. He lifted his gaze and replied, Lumbo, what prompted this sudden inquiry? Oh, nothing in particular. Just a fleeting curiosity. It seems you've never spoken to me about my mother since I was little, Lumbo casually remarked. Ah, shortly after you were born. I received a call from the village chief. Drago had sent him 2 children, his own sons, and he asked me to come back and take a look. If you wish to know more, you might consider asking your father when the opportunity arises. By the way, now that you have become a vice admiral, what are your plans? Will you remain at headquarters or familiarize yourself with the branch? Carp swiftly redirected the conversation. Rambo, undeterred, casually replied, the marshals have made their decisions. I will lead my own crew to patrol the seas and apprehend pirates. Moreover, we are permitted to establish our own insignia, which I shall name the Fire Phoenix Special Forces. Carp and Crane gazed intently at Sengoku, astonished that their longtime friend would display such favoritism towards Rambo, as it seemed inconsistent with Sengoku's character. Sengoku, meeting the scrutinizing gazes of his 2 friends, explained, this young man and I have long discussed this plan. I have faith in him. If we wish to cultivate his abilities, we cannot confine him to a branch office. Rather, we must place him amidst the vastness of the sea. What could possibly hone a person more than navigating the open waters? We too have traversed this path step by step. Sengoku's rationale was so tenuous that even the stubborn Carp found it hard to accept, let alone the naval advisor Crane. Observing Sengoku feign calm under the scrutiny of his friends, Rambo interjected, very well, we are all allies here, and there is nothing I cannot share. I intend to assemble my own team, a naval crew modeled after pirates, with the goal of contending for territory alongside the 4 emperors in the New World. Of course, my current strength is insufficient, and it will likely take a few more years before I can match them in a contest of strength. While the Navy does maintain a presence in the New World, the 4 emperors' forces come and go as they please, treating it as their private garden, rendering our control nearly meaningless. The Navy's grasp over the New World is tenuous at best, thus, we believe it is imperative to enhance our authority there. Crane remarked. What an ambitious fellow. Sengoku, I cannot believe you permit him such reckless behavior. It dawns on me that this young man has truly inherited Carp's spirit, causing more trouble than Carp did in his youth. Sengoku fell silent for a moment before responding. What I value most is Rambo's ability to assert control over the New World. Currently, whenever an issue arises there, our only recourse is to observe like bystanders as the 4 emperors' forces run amok, completely unable to intervene, which is not the outcome I desire. Carp interjected, Rambo, do not venture recklessly into the New World until your abilities are sufficient. The seas are relatively balanced at present. If your 5th faction were to intrude suddenly, the upheaval it might cause is unpredictable. Therefore, you must possess the means to resolve any issues before you proceed, understand? And should you find yourself in a perilous situation, do not hesitate to call me. There is yet to be born a soul brave enough to disregard my authority on these waters. Rambo gazed at the imposing elder, reflecting inwardly that it was indeed the power of the face fruit that rendered Carp unparalleled. Chapter 100, The Communication of Men. Today marks a momentous occasion. The official establishment of the Fire Phoenix Squad, devoid of any slogans or promotional fanfare. Rambo sat in a tavern, gazing at his companions, his heart swelling with pride as he beheld the four scheduled partners he had not seen for 2 years: Drake, Ein, Binns, and Dasky. Each had undergone significant transformation. Drake's physique had grown increasingly robust, standing at an imposing height of 2 meters and 50 centimeters, with muscular biceps and a chest that proudly displayed 8 well-defined abs. Resembling a fearsome Tyrannosaurus Rex, his eyes radiating a fierce intensity. Although Binns was not as rugged as Drake, he had matured considerably, resembling a stately tree trunk. As for the 2 young women, their development over the past 2 years could only be described as exquisite. Particularly Dasky. With her long hair cascading down her back and her red glasses perched upon her forehead, her ample bosom eliciting Rambo's gaze more than once from his observations. It seemed there was still potential for further enhancement. Lumbo gazed at Dashki, reminiscing about Kana, and felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of their imminent meeting. Flanking him were Ikaku and Enel. The latter lounged nonchalantly, legs crossed, surveying his future companions with an expression that betrayed arrogance and disdain. Lumbo was not the least bit surprised by Enel's demeanor. This carefree individual seemed to regard everyone aside from Lumbo, Zifa, and Ikaku with utter indifference. It would be peculiar if he were to seamlessly integrate into the team. As for Ikaku, he sat quietly, sipping his drink, revealing no outward emotion. Yet Lumbo understood that Ikaku, with his own pride, would not readily accept such a group dynamic, especially since the four had yet to become acquainted with him and Enel. Thus, the four engaged in casual conversation, while Ikaku and Enel remained taciturn. Lumbo, too, chose silence. He recognized that with greater strength often comes heightened pride. If they were to forge immediate camaraderie, that would indeed be concerning. As the vital link connecting this team, Lumbo had summoned everyone for a gathering, not merely for introductions, but to facilitate a vigorous exchange of thoughts and actions, which could be distilled down to the essence of combat. For men, the most effective means of forging bonds lies in the arena of battle. Lumbo observed the various forms of those present, gently tapping the table before speaking slowly. The purpose of gathering you all here today is not for trivial matters, but for a singular reason. From this point forward, we are all part of one team, and it is essential that we come together, getting to know one another and experiencing the fervor of our collective spirit. Oh, what kind of fervor? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Drake's eyes. None of those present were fools, and they comprehended Lumbo's intent. Let us proceed. Once we conclude, we shall sit down together for a drink. Lumbo's decisive nature compelled him to act swiftly, leading everyone to a more secluded stretch of beach. The upcoming confrontation was straightforward. The four of you shall challenge either Mr. Smirk or Enel. This is an opportunity to assess your growth over the past 2 years, and I hope each of you can showcase your finest capabilities. Lumbo initially considered having them face 2 opponents, but recognizing Mr. Smirk's prowess, he decided against it, as one could easily match all 4 of them without it being unfair. I shall go first. I challenged the one wearing the headscarf. Drake had long harbored grievances towards Enel and approached him with a sense of purpose. Enel, shaking his head, stepped forward to stand before Drake. Hold your ground. Do not succumb too swiftly. With a sardonic glance, he regarded Drake. Undeterred, Drake propelled himself forward, the air beneath him exploding with force as he appeared before Enel in an instant, launching a punch aimed directly at Enel's face. Enel sidestepped just in time, leaving behind a crater where he had stood, debris scattering in all directions. From the thunder drum behind Enel, a colossal lightning dragon, as thick as a barrel, erupted, spiraling through the air before opening its maw to strike at Drake. In response, Drake transformed into a massive Tyrannosaurus Rex, extending his dark, formidable claw towards the lightning dragon. Despite its disproportionate size, the claw was razor-sharp, evidently imbued with the power of hockey. The slender, lethal claw pierced through the dragon's head, tearing it into fragments of crackling electricity that dissipated into the atmosphere. Enel, witnessing his lightning dragon being obliterated, felt no ire. Rather, he regarded Drake with a newfound respect. For no one wishes for a liability within their ranks. With a thunderous declaration, Enel unleashed his ultimate technique, enveloped in crackling energy, resembling a deity of thunder. His staff, crackling with power, swung down towards Drake. Unfazed, Drake braced himself, defiantly meeting Enel's strike with his shoulder. Indeed, those who wield the powers of ancient fruits are bold, relying on their formidable bodies to withstand any assault without hesitation. Lumbo couldn't help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. The sheer brutishness of the combat style displayed by the ancient fruit users lacked any semblance of strategy. Wenbo could not help but reminisce about his previous life, where he engaged in gaming, forming teams to conquer bosses, augmenting their strengths with various buffs. Alas, this time he faced the boss alone, with Drake lacking the support of healers, mages, and formidable warriors. Consequently, Drake's solitary confrontation with the boss was destined for failure. As expected, although Drake, relying on his robust physique, braced himself against Enel's staff, the potent electric current surged through the weapon and enveloped his entire being in an instant. He felt a tingling sensation coursing through him, gradually succumbing to weakness, reverting to his original state. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and he ultimately could not maintain his balance. Collapsing to one knee, his body quaking unnaturally as if caught in a violent oscillation. Fortunately, Drake's body was resilient. And considering that this was Enel's first encounter with someone whose audacity rivaled his own, he was taken aback that this individual dared to withstand his lightning. In a gesture of camaraderie, he chose to retract some of his electric force, sparing Drake from a more dire fate. The remaining three observed as Drake knelt on the ground, his body trembling incessantly, accompanied by the crackling sounds of electricity, indicating his inability to continue the fight. They were astonished by the formidable strength of this individual clad in a headscarf. Binz, Ein, and Dasky exchanged glances, and Binz stepped forward to face Enel, stating, "Binz, I seek your guidance." Enel regarded him, and then addressed the two young women behind him. "You are welcome to join in. I hold no objections, rest assured." I believe Wenbo would agree. "No need for that. It has been 2 years. It is time to thoroughly assess my own strength," Binz replied, shaking his head. Chapter 101. Team Strength. Binz's right arm transformed into a multitude of vines, each adorned with thorns, dancing wildly like a flail as they soared through the air towards Enel. As the wielder of the rumble fruit, Enel possessed speed rivaling that of Kizaru. While Enel might falter against Kizaru in a direct sprint, his agility surpassed that of Kizaru. Reminiscent of Bolt, the Olympic champion from Wenbo's past life. In a 100-meter dash, he could outpace Lu Xiong by several meters. However, in an obstacle race, Lu Xiong would leave him behind by a considerable distance. Enel transformed into a bolt of lightning, darting erratically through the air, leaving only a streak of blue electricity in the eyes of the onlookers, while the multitude of thorny vines pursued him relentlessly. Seeing that Enel's speed was overwhelming, Binz's left arm also morphed into dozens of thorny tendrils, ardently chasing after Enel in a frenzied assault. After approximately 2 minutes, Enel seemed to have had his fill of amusement. A bolt of lightning struck down, reverting him back to his original form. As the vines surged towards him in a wave, Enel calmly gazed at the thorny branches and struck the thunder drum behind him forcefully, unleashing a torrent of lightning. Dozens of bolts erupted from the drum, hurtling towards the thorns. As the lightning collided with the branches, a cacophony reminiscent of firecrackers erupted in the air. The lightning dissipated. Yet all of Binz's thorns were cleaved in twain, falling to the ground. The severed pieces lay charred, a faint burnt odor lingering in the air. "Let us see what else you can muster," Enel said, crossing his arms while addressing Binz. The years of mental training had tempered Binz's spirit, preventing him from being provoked by Enel's disdainful arrogance. As leaves took root, the ground beneath them trembled, and Binz's legs transformed into a tree trunk, embedding themselves into the earth below. Suddenly, a root shot forth from beneath Enel's feet, coiling around him like a constricting serpent, tightening its grip and making it difficult for Enel to breathe. Dasky and Ein, witnessing Enel ensnared, displayed expressions of delight. However, Binz wore a grave countenance. Sensing that the root tightening around Enel's body would not yield, no matter how much effort he exerted, the root had turned pitch black, a clear indication that Binz had employed his haki. Sweat beaded on Binz's forehead. An impressive technique, but alas, I too am proficient in haki, Enel retorted. His body now enveloped in darkness. He extended a hand, grasping the root's apex and gradually prying it from his form. With his staff set aside, he transformed one arm into a lightning blade, swiftly severing the root. The remaining root quickly retreated into the soil, and Enel couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. That had been a close call. It seemed that securing an easy victory over these challengers would not be as simple as he had hoped. He cast a glance at Drake, who had recovered from the electric spasm and was eager for another bout. A wave of frustration washed over Enel. Fortunately, the fellow's intellect left much to be desired, or else he might not have easily subdued him. With a serious demeanor, Enel turned his attention back to Binz, contemplating that he must truly unleash his power. As he invoked God of Thunder, Thunderous Might, he struck all four drums behind him, enveloping the area in darkness. Suspended in midair, he summoned ominous clouds above, where flashes of lightning danced incessantly. In response, Binz let out a deafening roar and transformed into a colossal wooden figure resembling the Buddha. A myriad of hands emerging behind him. At first glance, it exuded a solemn and majestic aura, particularly within the darkened sky, evoking the sensation of a divine entity prepared to vanquish evil. Upon witnessing such a scene, Rambo's eyes widened in astonishment, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. The legendary technique of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, had truly been replicated by this fellow, Binzi. Rambo had merely spoken casually about it, never anticipating that Binzi would take it to heart. Brilliant bolts of lightning pierced through the dark clouds, striking towards the colossal figure of Buddha manifested by Binzi. The hands behind him emerged, each one swatting at the descending thunderbolts, the impact resonating like thunderclaps. After a prolonged struggle, the ominous clouds gradually dispersed, revealing a clearer sky, though a few remnants of lightning lingered. At this moment, however, Binzi was on his knees, utterly drained of strength. He realized the tremendous toll this technique had taken on him, beyond what he had imagined. As he gazed at the remaining flashes of lightning, he felt powerless, his form slowly reverting to its original state as he collapsed onto the ground. Just as the final bolts of lightning were about to converge upon him, several sword energies suddenly materialized, dispersing the remaining thunderbolts entirely. With a nod towards Dasky, Binzi succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep. Drake approached and laid him aside. Meanwhile, Inara had descended, stumbling slightly upon landing, clearly worn out as well. He directly collapsed onto the ground, gritting his teeth as he faced Drake. That last round doesn't count. I was careless. Let us have another match, he declared, as Drake pounded his chest in challenge. Without a second thought, Inaru lay back down. He lamented, "Is this how it is for me? Just moments ago, I underestimated this fool's intellect. But now I see he possesses none at all, merely a singular focus. He charges at anyone without thought, only to rise again after defeat and continue the assault. I lack the stamina for this. The previous encounter nearly drained me entirely. I am worn out. I shall not engage further. You may all fight amongst yourselves." Rambo observed Enel sprawled lazily on the ground, and he couldn't help but chuckle. It was truly remarkable to witness this fool concede, affirming Rambo's discerning judgment. Furthermore, the prowess of Drake and Binz left Rambo utterly astonished, particularly that of Binz. Rambo had only encountered Binz in the theatrical adaptations. He had never appeared in the main storyline. Now, having unearthed Binz's latent potential, Rambo was astounded by his extraordinary capabilities. As for Dasky, Rambo, being a swordsman himself, could easily discern that her recent sword strikes had reached a level capable of injuring an opponent with haki. The sword energy she unleashed was clearly imbued with the power of haki. Lumbo's curiosity is primarily directed towards Ain, as he wonders about the extent to which her reverse fruit ability has been developed. The reverse fruit possesses formidable implications concerning time, adhering to the principle that while space reigns supreme, time holds the utmost respect. Presently, in the world of pirates, the fruits associated with spatial abilities include the Dordor fruit, currently in the possession of CP, as well as Capone Beach's castle fruit, and the Big Mom Pirate's mirror and book fruits, which are predominantly utilized as auxiliary tools in their development. Chapter 102, A Gentle Touch. The most effectively harnessed fruit has undoubtedly been the Tremor fruit, wielded by Whitebeard, which has truly augmented his prowess. Whitebeard is revered as the mightiest man capable of annihilating the world, and this fruit plays a pivotal role in his reputation. This is precisely why Blackbeard audaciously sought to seize Whitebeard's abilities before the eyes of the world. He understood that possessing the Tremor fruit would instill profound trepidation in the world government, rendering them hesitant to confront him, even if his strength were exposed, while simultaneously enabling him to attract a cadre of ruthless pirates. As for time-related abilities, aside from the time travel fruit, there exists but one such fruit in the entire pirate realm, which heightens Lumbo's anticipation. With a smile, Lumbo approached, saying, "I never expected such significant progress in everyone's abilities, especially with Binz and Dashki. As for Drake, your combat style has notable issues. I presume that Teacher Zifa has addressed this with you. During this period, you have been shadowing Mr. Yixiao, who has been helping you to identify and rectify your shortcomings. Additionally, Ain, how has your fruit ability developed? Currently, the fruit enables one to revert a person back to 12 years prior through physical contact, and with repeated contact, it can render them into nothingness. Regarding your previous exploration of time suspension or fast forwarding, I am still in the process of investigation. Thus far, I have achieved a breakthrough in the realm of suspension, allowing me to halt an opponent's actions for approximately 2 seconds during combat. However, this is contingent upon the strength of the opponent, as a more formidable adversary may reduce the duration. Ein candidly responded, I am currently focusing on the suspension aspect. It would be ideal to achieve breakthroughs in localized applications, such as pausing time within a certain radius, preferably with the capability to designate specific targets for suspension. Lumbo reiterated his advice, to which I nodded in agreement. Upon hearing Lumbo's suggestion, Mr. Ishu paused momentarily and addressed Lumbo. Is this truly achievable? If this can be accomplished, such an ability could dictate the outcome of any battle, even an entire war. Lumbo shook his head, saying, this is also a direction for fruit development. If it can reverse the current, then it should also be able to pause, but it ultimately depends on how Ein develops it. Although your classmates may not possess sufficient strength at present, given their potential, it is merely a matter of time before they become formidable forces upon the seas. I never imagined your discernment to be so astute, Ishiao remarked with a sigh of admiration. If my discernment were truly remarkable, how could I have found such an exceptional companion as Uncle Ishiao? Lumbo chuckled. However, Uncle Ishiao, please keep an eye on Drake for me. I trust you sense that his potential marks him as a future powerhouse, yet his combat methods are indeed problematic. It is likely that the ancient lineage has imparted some negative influences upon him. If we do not rectify this promptly, it could lead to dire consequences. Lumbo ceased the mutual flattery with Ishiao and turned his gaze to Drake, contemplating deeply. Rest assured, this kid currently lacks sufficient combat experience. He has become accustomed to sparring with his peers, relying on his robust physique to withstand attacks. After engaging in more battles at sea and facing a few setbacks, he will naturally correct himself. I will keep a watchful eye on him, Ishii replied, quite at ease. At this moment, Binzi had awakened from a brief slumber. The group formed a circle, and Lumbo expressed, I am genuinely delighted. The progress everyone has made over the past 2 years has been remarkable, and I take pride in having such companions as you. Today, as we gather, apart from familiarizing ourselves with each other's strengths, there is another significant announcement, the official establishment of the Navy's Special Operations Team, the Fire Phoenix Squad. This squad falls directly under the command of the Fleet Admiral. Any orders that jeopardize our team's interests should be disregarded. Our sole mission is to combat all entities that disrupt the order of the seas and harm innocent civilians. This includes pirates, mountain bandits, underground forces, and even the corrupt elements within the Navy. Upon hearing the mention of the Navy, every member stiffened in surprise. They could hardly fathom that their team would even target the Navy, let alone that Sengoku would consent to such a move. I understand that the mere mention of the Navy may evoke certain thoughts. I urge everyone to cast aside these notions. Our singular purpose is to protect innocent lives from harm, although we may not yet be able to ensure the safety of all lives and properties. I hope our efforts will lead to a happier existence for everyone. It is we who shall bring an end to the era of great pirates. Lastly, I implore you, regardless of the circumstances, to prioritize your lives. When we stand at the pinnacle and gaze upon the vast sea, I wish for all of you to be by my side. Now, let us commence our feast. Under Lumbo's guidance, the group made their way to Carp's garden, where Lumbo had already arranged for the ingredients. With exuberance, they seized chunks of meat and began their feast. Drake, having had an unsatisfactory bout with Enel, approached to engage in a second round of drinking contest. 2 young girls joined in, drinking heartily. The boldness of the maidens from the pirate world is unparalleled in the realm of ninjas. Sengoku and Garp sat in the room, observing the scene of revelry and playful contests outside, both sharing a subtle smile. Garp softly remarked, Sengoku, do you truly intend to allow this group to stir the tides of chaos? Isn't this decision a tad hasty? Roger has been dead for over a decade now, and the seas are far more tumultuous than ever. I fear that the longer we delay, the more intense this turmoil will become. I can only serve as admiral for another 3 to 5 years at most before I must step back. I hope to leave a situation for Lumbo that is more favorable than the current one. Moreover, allowing Lumbo to engage in this upheaval will help him familiarize himself with the maritime landscape as a preliminary step towards assuming the role of admiral. Are you certain that this rascal can truly become admiral? Absolutely, Sengoku replied. As long as he harbors the intent to protect the innocent, I will ensure he inherits the position of admiral. As for his capabilities, we need not worry. The crew he commands will undoubtedly become the Navy's foremost combat force in the future. The two individuals brought back by Rambo are not worth discussing. I never anticipated that. Despite their remarkable talents, these new recruits would initially only have the potential to attain the rank of Major General at best. However, it is astonishing that each of them now exhibits the potential to rise to the rank of General. You witnessed the battle by the beach. That fellow named Benz was able to hold his own against a lightning user, achieving a nearly equal outcome. This is utterly extraordinary. Carp, do you truly possess individuals capable of altering their inherent potential? That battle was indeed exhilarating. Benz is impressive, yet my greatest anticipation lies with the girl named Dine. In a few years, as you age, if she were to touch you, you could instantly return to your prime. Such an ability is indeed formidable. Chapter 103. The Three Steps of Heaven. At that moment, Sengoku fully grasped Carp's words. His eyes lighting up as he realized he had been overly focused on their combat capabilities, falling into a misconception. Indeed, Dine's ability is the most terrifying. Not only can she make individuals vanish, but she also offers substantial support capabilities. Such a person has never been adequately valued before. I must ensure her protection at Navy headquarters. She will prove to be an exceptionally powerful trump card. Just as he intended to seek out Rambo, Carp seized him by the arm, saying, "Do not proceed." Dine herself has no desire to remain at headquarters like a prisoner. Even Rambo would not consent to that. I believe he has long harbored the intention of forming such a team. If you attempt to detain his companions, do you think he will agree? He is quite the insightful individual. Creating discord over this matter would be unwise. Rest assured, as long as Dine remains with Rambo, she will always be a force for the Navy, and you know this to be true. You're right. Just the thought of her becoming a trump card for the Navy makes me somewhat impatient. With a calmer demeanor, Sengoku regained his strategic composure. Carp gazed at his old friend, filled with nostalgia. Since joining the Navy in his youth, Sengoku has tirelessly worked to strengthen it, unlike Carp, who has the freedom to pursue his desires and often finds himself cleaning up Carp's messes. He is perpetually on edge, weighing each decision meticulously, striving for perfection, fearful that any misstep could result in losses for the Navy. This invisible pressure has stymied his growth and strength over the past few years, even causing a decline. Carp placed a reassuring hand on Sengoku's shoulder, stating, "Sengoku, you should allow yourself to relax. As Rambo said last time, occasionally letting loose can be beneficial for you. Regardless, you have us old friends by your side. No matter how turbulent the seas may be, rest assured, they cannot overwhelm you." As Jean Guo observed the lively scene of wine drinking outside, a smile graced his lips, his demeanor calm and gentle. In this moment, the sternness of his countenance had vanished, replaced by a sense of tranquility. He found himself enveloped in a state of being, as he sensed the muscles in his body gradually tightening, as though he had suddenly returned to his prime. Upon slowly opening his eyes, he was met with the familiar visage of Carp, who had leaned in closely. Stepping back, Jean Guo inquired, "What are you up to, you old rascal?" Carp chuckled. "Haha, did you not find that feeling invigorating? Do you not sense your strength gradually returning? What just happened? It feels as though my power has surged back to the pinnacle of my youth, with even a tendency for further growth," Jean Guo remarked, clenching his fists as he once again experienced the formidable strength of his younger days. "This is the first step of the 3 steps of man, the endless sea. The power you now feel surging through you is akin to the ceaseless waves of the ocean, continuously flowing within your being. Achieving this stage significantly prolongs your combat endurance. It is reminiscent of that time with Dorag, when I faced off against the 5 elders. We battled for 10 consecutive nights. Had it not been for Admiral Kong's intervention, we could have continued for another 10 nights without issue. This is the advantage of the endless sea. I had refrained from sharing this with you earlier, as such a realization must come from within. If I were to break through, you might inadvertently become fixated, potentially hindering your own progress for a lifetime. I did not expect that through this fortuitous encounter, you would achieve a breakthrough. Nevertheless, with your strength, you were overdue for it. It was merely your burdens that weighed you down. Carp, you have just taken the first step in the 3 steps. There remain 2 steps yet to be traversed." Jean Guo's previously joyful expression shifted to one of confusion as he looked at Carp. Both he and Zifa had attained a peak level of strength. Yet they were aware that a higher realm existed, one they never anticipated to be divided into 3 steps. Discover it for yourself. No one can assist you in reaching this realm. Everything relies solely on your own efforts. I shan't divulge what lies ahead. You must find your own way to break through." Carp replied, merrily munching on the senbei in hand. "You old rascal, what step have you reached? Surely, you can share that with me." Jean Guo's good mood was swiftly spoiled. "Guess for yourself. I won't tell you, haha. Carp replied, akin to a child, leaving Zhang Guo exasperated. With no choice but to indulge the old trickster, Zhang Guo tidied up and returned to his office. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, Lumbo and his companions arrived at the office of General Zhang Guo. This time, upon encountering Zhang Guo, they were taken aback by the transformation in his demeanor. As if he were an entirely different person. Previously, Zhang Guo had exuded an air of sternness, his brow perpetually furrowed, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension. However, on this occasion, an unexpected sense of tranquility enveloped the room. Is there something you wish to discuss? Zhang Guo inquired, his voice imbued with warmth, leaving the others feeling as though they were basking in the gentle embrace of spring. In that moment, they were momentarily taken aback, their expression shifting as if confronted by an unforeseen circumstance. Oh, we are preparing to set sail tomorrow, and I wanted to inform the marshal. Additionally, some of my classmates have yet to receive their military ranks and would like to seek your approval. Lumbo was the first to respond, regaining his composure. Oh, regarding this matter, you may handle it as you see fit. You have full authority to bestow ranks up to the level of Major General. Just ensure to report back to me, and I will have them registered accordingly, Zhang Guo replied, casting a glance at them. Rambo could hardly anticipate that events would unfold so smoothly. Initially, he had intended to request a brigadier general rank for them, but to his surprise, Sengoku entrusted him with full authority. After a group of them withdrew, Rambo paused, turning to Mr. Ishiao. Have you noticed something peculiar about the marshal today? It's his demeanor. It's distinctly different from what we VE encountered before. I wonder if you've observed it as well? Ishiao furrowed his brow in response. I was just about to inquire the same of you. In fact, when I first entered, I didn't perceive the marshal's presence at all. It was only when he spoke that I became aware of it. As you know, my vision is impaired, yet I have confidence in my observation haki. It's truly odd that I failed to sense his aura. Ishiao's words sent a jolt through Rambo. He was well aware of the potency of Ishiao's observation haki, and the absence of the marshal's presence was indeed perplexing. For the moment, they chose not to dwell on it further. Rambo led the group to the port, where the resplendent Noah's Ark awaited them. Apart from Ishiao and Enel, the others gaped in astonishment. They had never laid eyes on such a magnificent ship constructed entirely of gold. One could only imagine the immense quantity of gold required for such a vessel, leaving them all in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 104. Setting sail, Rambo gazed at everyone and proclaimed, Behold our future warship, the Noah's Arkansas. Now, all of you, board the vessel and familiarize yourselves with the surroundings. Drake and Binns will oversee the procurement of supplies, while Dasky and I shall be responsible for acquiring daily necessities. Enel and I will attend to the ship's sanitation, with Mr. Ishu serving as the overall commander. Go, let us get moving. Before long, whether it was daily necessities or supplies, everything was acquired and stored. Everyone then selected their rooms to arrange as they pleased. Seizing this opportunity, Rambo, accompanied by Ishiao, returned to the Kapu villa. Ah, Zizi, you're about to leave. And you come here instead of preparing? You must be reluctant to part with this old man, Kapu chuckled, his eyes sparkling with affection for his grandson. Rambo exhibited a maturity and calmness that transcended his years, along with his own thoughts. Most importantly, he had fully inherited Kapu's naval spirit, emerging as an exceptional Marine. Regardless of what the future held, in the present, his grandson had already achieved greatness. It is only natural to miss my grandfather, Rambo replied. However, I wish to inquire about Admiral Sengoku. We have noticed something peculiar about him. Even Mr. Ishiao's observation haki could not detect his presence. Do you know what this signifies? Rambo asked, unusually coy. Oh, you have encountered Sengoku and perceived his changes. That is commendable. Sengoku has merely experienced a significant enhancement in strength, which explains the current situation. There is no need for astonishment. In time, you too shall reach such a level, Kapu remarked nonchalantly, the transformation of Sengoku seeming trivial in his words. To think Admiral Sengoku's prowess is so formidable that even observation haki cannot perceive it. Grandfather, what kind of realm is this? Rambo inquired, his curiosity piqued. You will come to understand this realm in due course. For now, I shall not reveal it. Sengoku has just broken through and has yet to acclimate to his newfound strength. In time, he will adapt, Kapu explained. Upon hearing Kapu's words, Rambo and Ishiao both fell into contemplation. After a moment, Rambo nodded, leading Ishiao toward the exit. Rambo, this ocean is not as simple as you might think. Keep your wits about you, and remember my words. Do not venture into the new world without the necessary strength. Should anything arise, Contact me without delay. Do not forget. Rambo felt a warm sensation in his heart upon hearing Kapu's admonition, yet Ishiao suddenly paused in his tracks. Once they had departed the villa, Ishiao turned to Rambo and said, Rambo, just now, when Admiral Kapu spoke his final words to you, his presence completely vanished. I could not sense it at all. Rambo felt a jolt within, realizing that there existed powers in this world that he had yet to comprehend. His anticipation only grew stronger. Lumbo returned to the Noah's Ark, discovering that everyone had nearly completed their preparations and another night of revelry had transpired. The following morning, Lumbo, accompanied by 4 classmates, bid farewell to Zephyr. Having already said his goodbyes to Sengoku and Garp, he instructed Enel to ascend directly, setting their course towards the Grand Line. Sengoku, Zephyr, and Garp appeared on the beach, gazing at the Noah's Ark as it soared into the sky, reminiscent of watching one's own child depart for distant shores in pursuit of knowledge, filled with earnest hope. Zephyr turned to Sengoku and remarked, I never imagined you would reach that realm before me. However, during this period of introspection, I occasionally experience insights. Yet I cannot seem to grasp them. Garp, intrigued, responded, It seems you are nearing a breakthrough. Zephyr, just a step away. Do not rush. Take this time to wander and observe, and perhaps success will come effortlessly. Garp couldn't help but feel joy for his old friend's potential to transcend his limitations. Sengoku reflected, It appears that a new storm is on the horizon. This is a significant trend, and I wonder how many bright talents will be submerged in its wake. 30 years ago, I wonder if you recall the era when nearly the entire Navy was on the brink of being overwhelmed by these waters. Thankfully, Garp's breakthrough averted disaster against rocks, but this age is far more arduous. I wonder if that fellow can endure it. Suddenly, Zephyr burst into laughter, declaring, Regardless of whether he can withstand it, we shall safeguard him. Although our era is drawing to a close, I do not mind causing one last commotion, allowing him to stand atop the pinnacle of the world. As the Noah's Ark soared through the skies, its initial destination was the Bubble Islands, where they would retrieve their chef, Alan, a promise made between Lumbo and Alan. Upon reaching the skies above the Bubble Islands, Enel descended, and the massive Noah's Ark created a tremendous wave upon landing at the port. The Bubble Islands serve as the gateway to the New World, often frequented by a throng of pirates, particularly in lawless areas akin to the violent districts. The sight of the colossal ship, crafted from pure gold, caused them to swallow hard, their eyes glistening with avarice. Everyone remains on the ship. Should any pirate approach, eliminate them without hesitation. I will retrieve our chef alone, and you shall no longer endure my culinary disasters. Lumbo exclaimed with laughter. However, upon boarding, he inquired of the crew and discovered that none possessed culinary skills, leaving him bewildered. Thus, he had no choice but to once again take up the pots and pans, embarking on yet another round of culinary misadventures. Rambo swiftly entered the bar in District 23, where he found Summer Chi languidly perched behind the counter, engrossed in a newspaper, a cigarette dangling from her lips. Sister Chi. Long time no see. How's business lately? Rambo greeted her and ordered a beer. Business is decent. What brings you here to collect on the debts? Summer Chi replied. Just wait a moment. Rayleigh and the others will be back soon. Alan has shown remarkable improvement over the past year and a half. She briefly updated Rambo on the situation. Sister, have you come across any intel lately? Do share, Rambo urged. Ghosthead, trying to extract information from me? Don't dream. I don't give away intel for free. What do you intend to offer in exchange? Summer Chi retorted, unwilling to be shortchanged. I'll owe you for now. I promise to deliver any new intel to you at the first opportunity, Rambo replied, attempting to play coy. Summer Chi chuckled at Rambo's antics. Oh, you've risen to the rank of Rear Admiral, but your behavior is undermining the Navy's dignity. Enough of the charm, let us discuss the latest happenings in the New World. Kaido clashed with Whitebeard. Although Whitebeard emerged victorious, Kaido managed to escape without a scratch. Recently, Big Mom and Whitebeard have been at odds over a school of fish. But ultimately, peace was restored in favor of Whitebeard. Moreover, a significant event for us is that Ace recently fought with the warlord Jinbei and has now boarded Whitebeard's ship, assuming the role of captain of his 2nd Division. Chapter 106, Returning to the East Sea. Rambo lowered his head and murmured to himself. Has Ace truly boarded Whitebeard's ship? If so, the Great War is not far off. In his previous life, Rambo had conducted research on characters who met their demise in anime, discovering that the 3rd most desired character to resurrect was Itachi, the one known for frequently exclaiming, "My foolish little brother." The 2nd was the Sage of the Frog from the Naruto universe, as many wished to see him and Tsunade grow old together, despite his already graying hair. The most coveted resurrection, however, was that of Ace, the fire fist from the world of One Piece. Rambo recalled shedding tears for the first time while watching Ace perish, pierced through the chest by Akainu's fist. He pondered whether Ace, due to his own reincarnation, might generate a butterfly effect and instigate some changes. Rambo was uncertain, yet he felt assured of one thing. This time, Ace would not meet his end. For he was there, after all, and in many ways, Ace was like an elder brother to him. While Rambo was still lost in contemplation, Rayleigh appeared at the door with Alan. At that moment, Alan seemed more mature than a year ago, clad in a black tailcoat, his gaze sharp and alert. Though his physique had not drastically changed, one could sense his readiness to confront any unforeseen challenges. Upon seeing Rambo, his expression softened considerably, and he approached to give Rambo a warm embrace. Rambo nodded respectfully at Rayleigh and turned to Alan, inquiring, "How have you fared? I trust you have greatly benefited from Mr. Rayleigh's teachings?" Alan's face darkened immediately. "Certainly, I have benefited immensely. If you were placed on an island teeming with ferocious beasts, you wouldn't dare to sleep deeply, fearing to awaken as their meal. If I hadn't gained from such training, you would no longer see me." Rayleigh erupted into hearty laughter, and Rambo joined in, nodding appreciatively at Rayleigh and Shaki. It seemed that entrusting Alan to Rayleigh had been a wise decision. When Alan had first departed, his heart brimmed with animosity towards Big Mom's crew, yet now he could engage in light-hearted banter, indicating significant growth both in strength and spirit. "Mr. Rayleigh, Sister Shaki, as a token of my gratitude, I would like to invite you both to dinner. What do you think?" Upon hearing Rambo's words, Rayleigh nodded, knowing that Rambo would not neglect to provide him with his share of alcohol, while Shaki flicked away her cigarette ash, indicating she was too busy. Seeing Shaki's response, Rambo casually remarked, "Sister Shaki, before you leave, I have crucial intelligence to share with you. I shall disclose it after our meal." Instantly intrigued by the mention of intelligence, Shaki's demeanor shifted. "You better not deceive me, young man. Do you know the consequences if you do?" Her tone was gentle. Yet Rambo distinctly felt a chill run down his spine, and he assured her that he indeed possessed significant information to share. Soon, the four arrived at the port of the Noah Ark and were greeted by the sight of 20 or so pirate corpses scattered about. Some had been charred, the scent of burnt flesh still lingering, while others lay severed in two, and a few were gruesomely hung from a tree. Rambo turned to Binns and said, "Binns, cast them into the sea to awaken them, and in the process, have them tidy up this place. I wish to host a dinner, and I do not want such an environment to diminish our appetite." Binns nodded and pointed towards a nearby tree, its branches swiftly encircling the pirates and hurling them into the sea. Before long, the sound of coughing echoed, signaling the awakening of the pirates. Realizing their predicament, they promptly knelt before Enel and the others, begging for mercy. Binns instructed them to clean the area meticulously before allowing them to leave. Rambo, accompanied by the trio, had already made his way onto the ship, where he introduced Alan to everyone. Upon seeing this culinary companion, their eyes sparkled with anticipation, for they were finally to savor a proper meal. As Lumbo introduced Rayleigh and Shaki, the entire crew was enveloped in astonishment. They had not anticipated that these two were, in fact, renowned pirates. Particularly, the presence of the Dark King Rayleigh, the right hand of the Pirate King Roger, signified immense power. They were even more taken aback to discover that Lumbo, a member of the Navy, was acquainted with Rayleigh. While they assessed Rayleigh, he too scrutinized them, growing increasingly alarmed by the strength of Lumbo's companions. The four young individuals were remarkable, yet it was the one adorned with a headscarf, whose vacant stare hinted at a formidable persona, that truly captured Rayleigh's attention. When Rayleigh witnessed the man's smile, his astonishment deepened. He had not anticipated the presence of such a hidden talent within Lumbo's team. Instinctively sensing the prowess of this individual, Rayleigh recognized that he could undoubtedly engage in a contest of strength with him. Turning to Limbo, he remarked, "I never would have imagined that after more than a year apart, you would assemble such a remarkable team. This Mr. Smile is certainly extraordinary." Limbo chuckled softly, offering no further words, and remarked, "It is indeed an honor to meet the illustrious king of the underworld." Rayleigh responded with a couple of polite remarks in turn. Limbo continued, "Well, since we are destined to meet, we shall be friends from now on. Let us enjoy a hot pot together. It has been quite some time since I last savored one." Subsequently, everyone busied themselves with the preparation of ingredients, setting up a large pot over the flame. The pot simmered with a delightful hiss, its fragrant aroma wafting throughout the dock. causing all present to swallow in anticipation as they inhaled the delectable scent and gazed at the bubbling hot pot. Lumbo raised his glass and proclaimed, first and foremost, "Let us extend a warm welcome to our chef, Alan, upon his return. From now on, we shall stand back to back as comrades in battle. Additionally, we are fortunate to have Mr. Rayleigh and Sister Shaki as our esteemed guests. Let us raise our glasses in their honor." Everyone lifted their glasses and drank in unison. Rayleigh chuckled. "This marks the first time I have been invited to dine by the Navy. The experience is quite delightful, indeed." Shaki chimed in with a laugh. "The Navy has invited pirates as guests. Lumbo, is this truly wise?" Lumbo burst into hearty laughter. "Sister, rest assured, our team embraces friendships regardless of affiliations or backgrounds. We only consider the potential for mutual benefit. We shall not concern ourselves with whether they are Navy, pirates, or even revolutionaries. Our aspiration is the pinnacle of the sea. And our vision is boundless, ha ha ha." The companions of Lumbo, upon hearing his words, displayed a sense of pride. Indeed, the notion of forming friendships solely based on factions is rather outdated. It is ill-suited for us, as our aspirations reach for the stars and the vast ocean. Rayleigh, upon hearing this, chuckled in agreement, remarking on how this fellow was growing increasingly formidable. With a hearty shout of approval, he raised his drink alongside the others. Alan, being the newest addition, received exceptional care from the group. Each member sought to share a drink with him, and he quickly became well acquainted with the others. They particularly appreciated his generosity, and this fellow successfully won over everyone's appetites. After all, in any world, those who can cook delicious food are eternally cherished. In Chapter 106, marrying off the daughter-in-law, the young man was reminded not to forget that he owed his sister a piece of information. Due to Alan's recent incorporation and his culinary prowess, he swiftly garnered the group's favor, with several individuals encircling him, sharing drinks and engaging in discussions to get to know one another better, while leaving Rayleigh, Shaki, and Lumbo sharing a smile. At this moment, Shaki inquired about the matter of information from Lumbo. "Ah, information? What information are you referring to?" Lumbo feigned drunkenness with a playful tone. "Young man, do not pretend to be confused with your elder sister. From the very first day I met you, I could recount every detail of your life, right down to the color of your underwear. Do you believe that such little alcohol could intoxicate you?" Shaki regarded Lumbo with a calm gaze. "Sister, I was wrong." Lumbo quickly pleaded, perspiring with anxiety. One must not offend an individual skilled in gathering intelligence. If she were to become displeased and share some embarrassing news about Lumbo with the media, it would surely be common knowledge across the seas by the following day. It is vital to acknowledge that Lumbo is now a public figure, representing the Navy. While he may face embarrassment, the Navy as a whole cannot afford such disgrace. Lumbo fell into deep contemplation, unsure of what intelligence to share with Shaki. Although he possessed a considerable amount of information, one particular piece seemed worthy of sharing, especially since it pertained to a figure from the same era as her, Golden Lion. "Sister Shaki, I happen to have a piece of information that you and Mr. Rayleigh might find intriguing," Lumbo remarked. "Oh, please, do share," Shaki responded, momentarily taken aback as she exchanged a glance with Rayleigh before directing her attention to Lumbo. "I know the whereabouts of Golden Lion," Lumbo casually declared, taking a sip of his drink. Both Shaki and Rayleigh's expressions shifted to astonishment. For Golden Lion was a figure from the same era as Whitebeard and Roger. They leaned in, eager for further details. Ever since he escaped from impelled down by severing his own legs, he has been hiding within the clouds above the East Blue, utilizing his devil fruit abilities. He has managed to elevate an island into the skies, where he has remained concealed, presumably preparing for a resurgence. Given Golden Lion's nature, he is certainly not one to lead a life of quiet retirement. Since you are aware of his hiding place, why have you not informed Sengoku to capture him?" Shaki inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. However, she quickly realized the foolishness of her question. Taking a drag from her cigarette, she muttered to herself, "Indeed, his devil fruit powers are exceedingly formidable. Only by descending can one engage him in battle, for the skies are his true battlefield." Lumbo casually remarked, "Indeed. The most crucial point is that I am aware he is hovering over the East Sea, though I lack precise knowledge of the specific area. However, it matters not. As long as he harbors intentions regarding this vast ocean, he will inevitably reveal himself. Moreover, should we truly encounter him, we shall remain unfazed. For this vessel is capable of soaring to the moon, significantly diminishing his aerial advantage." Lumbo patted the deck of the Ark Noah beneath him. "By the way, my young friend, I have yet to inquire, this must be crafted from pure gold, correct?" At first, I was taken aback. When did the Navy become so extravagant as to construct warships from solid gold? Shaki curiously gazed at the deck. Sister, now that is indeed a piece of intelligence. However, I shan't divulge it to you, as it pertains to our team's stronghold. Yet, I can offer you a hint. It is the land of gold, Shandora. Lumbo explained with a smile. You have managed to locate the fabled land of gold that has vanished for centuries. No wonder you have the audacity to use such a wealth of gold for this colossal ship. My dear boy, you are quite affluent. When we next indulge in a drink, I shall ensure to take a hefty sum from you, Shaki jested, her initial astonishment having transformed into playful banter towards Lumbo. All right. Sister, please refrain from teasing me. By the way, do you have any insight into what Doflamingo is up to? Any recent intelligence on him? Lumbo inquired, not having forgotten the grudge against Doflamingo, who had nearly taken his life. Ah, the little brat holds a grudge, doesn't he? Since becoming a warlord of the sea. He has not made any significant moves, but it is rumored he is engaging in dealings with Kaido. If you seek revenge, you can head straight to Dressrosa. Shaki replied with a grin directed at Lumbo. Soon enough, it will be time to settle the score with him, Lumbo stated resolutely. Doflamingo's vile nature had never sat well with Lumbo. The title of warlord was initially intended for Ace, who had declined it, subsequently joining the Whitebeard pirates. To obtain the title, Doflamingo brazenly declared his intent to seize the gold from the heavens, leaving the 5 elders with no choice but to bestow upon him the title of warlord. The group continued to drink late into the night. Lumbo observed as everyone collapsed in a heap, saying nothing as he escorted Rayleigh and Shaki off the Ark Noah. After walking a short distance, Rayleigh turned to Lumbo and inquired, Are you interested in learning about Raftel? Lumbo was momentarily taken aback before calling out to Rayleigh, There's no need for that. My ambition does not lie in becoming the Pirate King, nor do I harbor any interest in Laugh-Tale. If I wish to know, my brother Luffy will tell me in due time. Rayleigh, upon hearing this, erupted into laughter and departed with Shaki. The following morning, Lumbo commanded Inaru to set sail towards the East Blue, smiling as he inquired, Lumbo, do you intend to seek out the Golden Lion? The era of the Golden Lion has long since passed. He is now but a feeble old lion, and it remains uncertain whether he still possesses the prowess to hunt. There is no need to embark on a quest for him. This journey to the East Blue is merely to honor a promise. As he spoke, Lumbo's face radiated with tenderness. The Ark Maxim soared through the skies for 3 days before finally arriving at Frostmoon Village. The colossal golden vessel captured the attention of the villagers, for the East Blue is often deemed the weakest sea. Lumbo harbored no concerns about the Ark being pillaged. He and his companions made their way towards the One Heart Dojo. Upon reaching the dojo, the sounds of children laughing and playing echoed from within, likely indicating that Gung Siro had recently welcomed a new batch of students. Lumbo knocked on the grand door, and soon, a girl of about 185 meters with short hair opened it. Everyone, except for Ishao, was momentarily entranced by the sight of the girl at the door. They instinctively glanced at Dasky, then back at the girl, who appeared utterly bewildered. Upon seeing Lumbo at the forefront, her eyes welled with tears, bursting forth like a broken faucet. The girl leaped into Lumbo's embrace, weeping as she exclaimed, Lumbo, you've finally returned. Do you have any idea how much I've missed you? Rambo cradled the girl in his arms, gently stroking her hair as he said, I have returned to take you with me, Goina. At that moment, Rambo's companions were utterly bewildered, realizing that Rambo had come to escort his beloved. After a brief embrace, Rambo and Goina parted ways. Rambo placed his hands on Goina's shoulders and smiled as he remarked, My Goina has grown up. He then added, Come, let me introduce you to my companions. Blushing, Goina addressed the group, I apologize for the intrusion. Greetings, everyone, I am Goina. Subsequently, Rambo took Goina's small hand and introduced her to the others. When he introduced Dashki, Goina was taken aback, as she hadn't anticipated that this girl would bear such a striking resemblance to her, almost like twins. Goina held the hands of Dashki and Ain, and before long, they were calling each other sisters, with Goina, being the eldest, proudly embracing her role. In her newfound position as an elder sister, Goina gifted Dashki and Ain a token of their meeting. She removed the gemstone bracelet that Rambo had given her and placed it on Dashki's wrist, while adorning Ain's neck with a necklace. The onlookers were momentarily stunned by this trio, and Drake and Benz exchanged playful glances at Rambo, while Inalu, ever the jokester, joined in, teasing Rambo about how quickly they had established their hierarchy. Rambo, feeling a tinge of jealousy, found himself blushing. Drake and Benz nodded in agreement, while Inalu, though his voice was soft, was clearly audible, prompting Guena, Dashki, and Ain to blush fiercely. Rambo, however, wore a frown and playfully smacked Ainalu on the back of the head, teasing him for his mischief. Ainalu, sensing the playful tension, swiftly sidestepped behind Yixiao. Knowing well Rambo held deep respect for Yixiao, believing himself safe. To his surprise, Yixiao, with a mischievous glint, sidestepped as well, leaving Ainalu exposed. Lumbo turned to Drake and Binz and said, "Capture this fool for me, or you shall have no share of the dinner that Alan prepares tonight." The two mischievous friends, motivated by the prospect of a meal, promptly betrayed Eniru, seizing him amidst a flurry of playful scuffles. Ashao and Alan, observing the commotion, erupted in laughter, with Ashao sighing, "Ah, youth is indeed a splendid thing." After their spirited antics, they grew slightly more acquainted with Guena. Lumbo then inquired of Guena, "Is the master inside?" Guena nodded in affirmation. Lumbo declared, "Let us proceed. I shall introduce you to my esteemed mentor, who is also Guena's father." As the group entered the dojo, they were greeted by the sight of numerous children diligently practicing the art of swordsmanship. Upon noticing the arrival of outsiders, the young practitioners paused to observe, but Guena stepped forward to encourage them to continue their training. Rambo gazed at the familiar surroundings, feeling a tinge of nostalgia. Upon entering the living room, he beheld Gung Siro kneeling before the tea table, sipping his tea. Rambo noticed a touch of frost white in Gung Siro's temples. As he looked at Rambo with a serene expression, Rambo knelt before Gung Silang and said, "Master, your unworthy disciple Rambo has returned." Gung Silang stood up, assisted Rambo to his feet, and gazed at him with a smile, saying, "The little one from back then has certainly grown up. Everyone, please take a seat and savor this year's new tea." Guyana arranged some cushions for everyone to sit on, then set about brewing tea. During this time, Rambo introduced his companions to Gung Silang, who nodded and smiled at them, saying, "I hope you will all take good care of my disciple in the future." The group responded with respectful gestures. Gung Silang then remarked to Rambo, "Your taste is quite impressive. Your companions are remarkable, especially your ability to invite Yixiao." "Master, I sensed your aura like that of an old friend, but I dared not confirm it until now." Yixiao suddenly laughed. "Guyana, please show these friends around for a bit. I have matters to discuss with Rambo and Yixiao," Gung Silang said politely, and the group bowed before following Guyana outside. "Master, you actually know Mr. Yixiao?" Rambo found it hard to believe, pondering the extraordinary nature of his master, who seemed to have connections with powerful figures across the seas. "This is a long story. 23 years ago, Yixiao and I fought side by side during a tumultuous time," Gung Silang reflected. "I never expected you to be so resolute, Yixiao, to have truly blinded yourself. What was the necessity of that? Since I cannot find the light, what harm is there in being immersed in darkness?" Yixiao replied with remarkable calmness, leaving Rambo bewildered, as he struggled to comprehend their cryptic exchange. Yixiao was originally a prince of the kingdom of Siskaer. Gung Silang's words startled Rambo, who had not anticipated that Yixiao was once a royal. Yet, the name Siskaer seemed familiar. Gung Silang, perceiving Rambo's thoughts, explained, "The kingdom of Siskaer is the very ruins where Eagle Eye resides." Rambo suddenly realized, recalling that the place Eagle Eye inhabited was indeed referred to as the ruins of the kingdom of Siskaer. What led to the destruction of the kingdom of Siskaer? Rambo inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Allow me to recount this tale," Gung Silang began. "The kingdom of Siskaer was originally a member of the world government's allied nations. However, my father, disdaining the actions of the celestial dragons and weary of paying tribute to those gluttonous pigs, chose to sever our ties. Unexpectedly, the Gorasei conspired with the CP organization to attack our nation. From that point on, our entire country was engulfed in perpetual warfare and chaos. Although I led the army in resistance, our efforts bore little fruit. My father ultimately perished in the turmoil, and I narrowly escaped death myself, thanks to Silang's intervention. After healing from my wounds, I returned to prepare the troops for another rebellion, only to find my homeland utterly annihilated, with corpses strewn across the land and rivers flowing with blood. From this moment forth, I blinded myself and wandered aimlessly, with a clenched fist and a trembling body. Fueled by sorrow and indignation, Lan Wenbo approached and gently placed a hand on my shoulder, saying, "Mr. Yixiao, the past is behind us. Please take heart. Rest assured, we shall avenge this wrong together. Moreover, I pledge that when this world is shrouded in darkness, we will wield our swords to carve out a beacon of light." Well, Yixiao, many years have passed. I trust that your return from seclusion is accompanied by thorough preparations, added Gung Sailang, also patting my shoulder. This time, I have staked my entire fortune on Lan Wenbo, for I would rather shatter like jade than remain intact like broken tiles, I declared resolutely. Rambo was taken aback to discover such a past, while Alan harbored his own grievances. In that moment, he felt a slight weight upon him. As the hopes of the warring states Carp and Zephyr rested upon his shoulders, alongside the aspirations of his entire crew. Rambo, have you sensed the pressure? Fear not. For you have now acquired the qualifications to venture boldly upon the seas. You are still young, and the future is filled with promise. Yashikuro will forever encourage his beloved disciple. Suddenly, Limbo recalled something and asked, Master, is the kingdom of Siskayr the last place you appeared? Is that why my uncle resides there? King Shiro squinted and replied, Indeed, that was the last location I visited along the Grand Line. After which I journeyed to the East Sea. I never expected you would become acquainted with Hawkeye. Kung Shiro's words astonished Ishao, who exclaimed, Shiro, I had no idea you were Hawkeye Sr. Over the years, my Hawk has been hailed as the world's greatest swordsman, yet I have never had the fortune to meet him. I would have loved to test my skills against him. Speaking of the swordsmanship, Ishao felt invigorated once more. Lumbo chuckled and remarked, Mr. Ishao, it's not quite that. Master is actually Hawkeye's elder brother. Hawkeye sought out Master, challenging others along the way, which ultimately earned him the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Ishao sighed, I see. I never would have guessed that Hawkeye is also a man of deep loyalty and honor. Shiro, how did you come to be Hawkeye's elder brother? Upon hearing this, King Shiro laughed and said, It's an old tale, best left untold. Now that you've returned, aside from visiting this old man, I presume you plan to take your wife with you? King Shiro teased Limbo with a squint, adding, That lad Hawkeye mentioned it to me and even brought 2 pieces of jewelry that he said were meant for your wife. Who is she, if I may inquire? While Ishao did not mind Kang Shiro's deliberate change of subject, Lumbo merely pursed his lips. Upon hearing Kang Shiro's jest, he felt a wave of embarrassment, as he realized that his commitment to Kuna had yet to receive his master's approval. In that moment, Rambo found himself at a loss for words. Gung Sailing, with a bemused smile, observed Rambo's rare moment of embarrassment, finding it quite amusing, yet he remained silent. Eventually, he broke the tension with a chuckle, saying, Sailang, how fortunate you are to have such an excellent son-in-law as Rambo. If I had a daughter, I would certainly marry her off to this lad, huh? Rambo gazed at Ishao with profound gratitude, regardless of whether Ishao could perceive it. He then addressed Gung Sailing, saying, Master, I shall treat Guina with utmost care and ensure she remains unharmed. You need not worry. Gung Sailing curled his lips and replied, You, my lad, consumed my food and drink in your youth, sought my guidance in mastering skills, and now, at the end, you wish to take away my precious daughter. What a clever scheme you have devised. Rambo stammered, Well, encountering a master and meeting a father-in-law are entirely different matters. This is my first experience with the latter in both this life and the last. I am at a loss as to how to proceed. Rambo was drenched in sweat. Feeling the weight of pressure shift dramatically with the change in roles, the formerly calm and gentle Gung Sailang now exuded an imposing authority. Lan Wenbo sought help and smiled. The annual best teammate, still smiling, said, All right, Sailang, I know you're secretly pleased. Did you think I wouldn't notice? Stop pretending, don't scare the lad again later. Rambo felt the oppressive weight upon him suddenly lighten, and he heard Gung Sailang chuckle softly a few times. Rest assured, this lad is my pupil. If he were so easily frightened, I would truly have to reconsider and refine his training. Upon hearing that Gung Sailang had lightened the mood with a jest, Lumbo felt the weight of his concern dissipate. Take Guina with you, and be sure to care for her, Gung Sailang's voice echoed in Lumbo's ears. You know she is your master's only cherished daughter. Treat her well, understand? Lumbo solemnly assured Gung Sailang. Rest assured, master, I will. Very well. Guina's belongings have long been prepared. You may retrieve them from her room, and then set sail with her, Gung Sailang instructed. Lumbo was taken aback by Gung Sailang's abruptness, as he had initially intended to linger for a couple more days. However, it mattered little, for with the speed of the Ark Noah, he could return to visit Gung Sailang from anywhere. Lumbo nodded, took up Guina's parcel, bowed once more to Gung Shiro, and with a smile, made his way to the beach where Guina was engaged in a fencing duel with Daski. The 2 young women, akin to twin butterflies, danced gracefully amidst the sand, captivating the onlookers with their elegance. Guina wielded her white blade, while Daski's Shiyu, though a renowned sword in its own right, could not be compared to the former. Their exchange was lively, and it soon became apparent to Limbo that Guena's prowess surpassed that of Dasky more often than not. It was Guena who was merely feeding Dasky openings. Limbo halted the two individuals, ushering everyone aboard the ship, and conveyed Gung Siro's words to Guena. Standing on the arc of the sea, Guena bowed towards the location of the One Heart Dojo. Since Limbo had ventured to the Navy headquarters and Zoro set sail again, she had longed to embark on her own journey. Yet, now that her wish had been fulfilled, she felt a twinge of reluctance. Fortunately, with the comforting words of Ein and Dasky, Guena gradually began to let go of her hesitations. Having arrived in Frostmoon Village, it was only fitting to visit her hometown, Windmill Village. Although Luffy had already set sail, it was important to see Grandpa, the village chief, and Sister Makino, as they had cared for her since childhood. As the ship made its way to Windmill Village, they arrived by dusk. Limbo led the group off the vessel, greeting the visibly aged villagers along the way. Initially, they did not recognize him, but once they realized it was Limbo, they warmly rushed towards him, surrounding him as they made their way to Makino's tavern. Makino was as she always was, with her long green hair and apron, tidying up the tavern. When she looked up and saw the crowd, she was momentarily taken aback by the sudden influx of visitors. Just then, a voice called out, "Sister Makino. It's been a long time. How have you been?" Limbo stepped forward, weaving through the throng. Makino, momentarily stunned, gazed at the young man before her, handsome, clad in a samurai robe, with long hair casually tied back and a sword at his waist. She was certain she had never seen him before. Seeing her lost in thought, Limbo smiled and said, "Sister Makino, it's me, Limbo, Luffy's brother." Only then did realization dawn upon her. The little boy who had always had a penchant for drinking had returned. Her eyes sparkled with surprise as she joyfully approached Limbo, reaching out to tousle his hair, and remarked, "The little one has grown up. Now you're taller than your sister." Limbo chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Makino invited everyone to sit, pouring drinks for all. Limbo, ever the helpful one, soon noticed they were running low on alcohol. He signaled to Enel, Drake, and Binz, indicating they should retrieve more from the Ark of the Sea. The three understood immediately, swiftly vanishing before returning, each carrying several barrels of liquor. The village chief also arrived, chiding Limbo for not returning to visit him, to which Limbo offered his apologies, and soon they were all sharing drinks together. Thus, the tavern was once again filled with laughter and revelry, as they celebrated their reunion. Upon entering the tavern, Michino found herself overwhelmed by the sight of inebriated patrons sprawled across the floor. Thankfully, the wives of the villagers, noticing their husbands had yet to return, came to assist in escorting the drunken souls back home. As for the members of the Limbo crew, she felt no concern, knowing that Guena and her companions would keep a watchful eye over them. Michino sighed, recalling how Luffy had set sail 2 weeks prior. It would have been splendid if he were present at this moment. It has been far too long since we last saw him, she mused, reflecting on Luffy's fervent ambition to become the Pirate King, inspired by Shanks. "Perhaps soon, we shall hear news of him upon the waves," Limbo replied, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Michino gazed at Limbo in surprise, recalling how Vice Admiral Garp had mentioned his enlistment in the Navy. "So, you do not oppose Luffy's pursuit of piracy?" she inquired. Limbo shrugged nonchalantly. "What is there to oppose? I have my own path to tread, and Luffy must forge his own as well. Becoming the Pirate King is his dream. We ought not to hinder a man's aspirations, especially when he is family. Should you encounter Luffy in the future, will you apprehend him? After all, you are a Navy officer," Michino expressed her concern, worried about the potential clash between the two brothers she had watched grow up. Limbo contemplated, "That depends on his strength. If he is too weak, I may have to give him a good thrashing to spur his growth. But capture him? That is out of the question. He is my dear brother, Monkey D. Luffy. I prioritize kinship over abstract notions of justice, which, in my eyes, pale in comparison to my loved ones. However, a good beating might be in order, for he has surely vexed old man Garp quite a bit." Limbo chuckled darkly at the thought of confronting Luffy. Michino felt a wave of relief wash over her at Limbo's words, but scrutinized him closely, murmuring to herself, "He remains the same headstrong lad, undeterred by the Navy's training." Suddenly, Limbo inquired, "By the way, Sister Michino, when will that rascal Shanks return to see you? Aren't you two considering marriage?" Caught off guard by the abrupt question, Michino's face flushed crimson, extending all the way to her neck. "Limbo, what nonsense are you spouting?" she stammered, attempting to deflect the conversation. Previously, Lumbo had found it curious that Shanks would appear in Windmill Village solely to deliver the gum-gum fruit to Luffy and guide him onto the path of piracy. This is quite unreasonable. At that time, Shanks had already gathered his crew. He ought to have been in the New World, vying for territory alongside his team and Whitebeard, rather than returning to the weakest sea, East Blue. If his intention was to pay tribute to Roger, he should have gone to Logtown instead of Windmill Village. Clearly, there must be someone he knows in Windmill Village, and that individual is likely Makino. It seems to me that the pairing of Shanks and Makino is entirely harmonious. The man ventures forth into the world, while the woman remains at home, yearning for her husband's return. Fear not, dear sister, once I have gained strength, I shall venture into the New World to bring him back to you. Our old man incessantly clamors about wanting to give him a good beating, blaming him for leading Luffy astray, insisting that the Navy should not turn into pirates. Makino, flustered by Lembo's words, hurriedly excused herself to tidy up. Lumbo, shouldering several inebriated individuals as if they were stacked, called out to Makino, "Sister, we are leaving now. Rest assured, we shall frequently return to visit you all." With that, he turned and led the three girls toward the port. Makino paused in her tasks, watching the departing figures, her heart gradually filling with well wishes. Lumbo guided several individuals to their respective chambers before making his way to the deck, where he took a sip of his drink while savoring the sea breeze. Guena emerged from behind, draping a cloak over Lumbo's shoulders and inquiring, "It's rather late to be out here in the breeze. Is there something troubling you?" Rambo turned to Guena, gently pulling her hands to rest against his chest, and gazed into her eyes, proclaiming, "My dear wife is truly gentle, virtuous, and understanding." Guena, blushing, retorted, "Who is your wife? We are not yet married." Lumbo embraced Guena, who rested her head against his chest, quietly gazing at the shimmering sea. Both were savoring the tranquility of the moment. "Do you know, Guena? There is a saying in my hometown, the bright moon over the vast sea weeps for the pearls. This pearl bracelet is named the bright moon over the vast sea, and I bestow it upon you. Please, do not part with it so easily." In Lammer's hand appeared a string of pearl bracelets, each bead translucent and lustrous. He adorned the delicate wrist of Guena with this gift. Guena playfully stuck out her tongue, feeling a twinge of guilt for passing on the present Lammer had bestowed upon her. Once again, she burrowed her head into his embrace, feeling slightly ashamed. The following day, upon waking, everyone gathered for breakfast and enjoyed a delightful meal. The presence of a skilled chef was truly a blessing. Afterward, they engaged in a discussion regarding their next destination. Lammer proposed, "Let us proceed to Roguetown. After visiting Roguetown, our journey in the East Blue will reach a significant juncture. Moreover, I wish to see the starting and ending points of the Pirate King, Roger. I believe you all would find that intriguing as well." The group nodded in agreement. Their helmsman, Enilu, elevated the Noah's Ark once more, steering it toward Roguetown. As they approached, he descended gracefully onto the sea. The townsfolk at the harbor gaped in astonishment at the golden vessel, with some individuals displaying a hint of greed. Enilu, witnessing their avaricious expressions, snapped his fingers, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck those greedy souls. A thunderous roar echoed, leaving them convulsing and foaming at the mouth upon the ground. The onlookers quickly realized the dangers of provoking such power and dispersed, eager to avoid trouble. Lammer led his companions toward the town center, distributing some berries before allowing everyone to explore freely. The three young ladies promptly dashed toward a clothing store. Meanwhile, Alan, Enilu, Binz, and Drake formed their own group, leaving Ishao and Lammer to linger in the square. Lammer gazed at the raised platform in the center, remarking, "This is the very site of Roger's execution, the birthplace of the legend of the Pirate King's treasure, marking the dawn of the great pirate era." After admiring the execution platform for a while, the two departed and found their way to a local tavern to enjoy a drink and gather any valuable information. Taverns are often the best places for such inquiries. They settled into a window-side table, listening to the conversations of the patrons while observing the pedestrians outside. However, after some time, they realized that the tavern chatter consisted solely of trivial gossip, devoid of any meaningful news. Feeling somewhat bored, they decided to leave and strolled along the street. Upon spotting a weapon shop, Lammer paused and entered. His eyes were immediately drawn to a blade hanging on the wall. He approached and took it down, slowly drawing the weapon from its sheath. The black blade gleamed menacingly, adorned with blood-like patterns along its edge. As he withdrew it, an aura of malevolence washed over him. Ishao approached and remarked, "Lammer, it seems to be a cursed blade. I can sense a lingering resentment emanating from it." Rambo gently flicked the blade of the knife. causing the entire weapon to tremble as if it were gripped by an unseen fear. Indeed, what a sinister blade it was, as the jovial shopkeeper had rightly observed. This was the third generation of the legendary demon sword, Ghost Cutter. At that moment, the shop owner approached and remarked, "You are correct, sir. This is the third generation of the demon sword, Ghost Cutter. It is beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Perhaps you should consider other exquisite blades in my collection." Chuckling, Rambo replied, "Aside from this cursed blade, what else do you possess that could be considered your prized treasure? The remainder seems to be merely ordinary knives with a slight edge. How much for these two blades?" Rambo inquired with a light-hearted smile. The shop owner was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by how Rambo knew that his prized possession was the Snow Walker, yet he soon realized that Rambo continued. "What price do you ask for these two? I shall purchase them now, and after a while. A young man with green algae-like hair and an earring in his left ear will arrive. I would like you to present them to him. Would that be agreeable?" Upon hearing Rambo's words, the shopkeeper's confusion dissipated, and he responded, "Purchasing Snow Walker is certainly feasible, but as for the demon sword, I must ascertain whether that young man can wield it. If he cannot, no amount of money will persuade me to part with it. I refuse to endanger him. My responsibility lies with my customers. It is said that there is no commerce without deceit, yet here stood a merchant of remarkable integrity." Rambo nodded in agreement. "You shall see for yourself in due time. Now, what is the cost of the Snow Walker? No need to worry. If he is indeed capable of wielding the demon sword, he will inevitably make a name for himself upon the seas. Such a formidable individual would merit the Snow Walker as a gift. I must commend you, good sir. Not only are you honest in your dealings, but you possess a keen understanding of the long game, anticipating Zorro's rise to fame. This, indeed, will serve as the finest advertisement when he becomes renowned across the oceans." Rambo cast a glance at the proprietor of the knife shop and smiled, saying, "Well, I would like to wish you prosperous business in advance." He held a certain admiration for the owner's acumen in management and appreciated his audacity in investment. After the two departed from the knife shop, they meandered aimlessly for a while before returning to the ship. Upon seeing the four of Analu, who appeared dejected and despondent, Rambo inquired about their predicament. It turned out that they had witnessed some individuals gambling by the roadside, and in a moment of impulsiveness, Alan had urged the three of them to join in, ultimately losing all of his pocket money in the process. Rambo mockingly gazed at the group and remarked, "You lot truly fail to recognize greatness when it comes to gambling. Uncle Ishio is your venerable master. Should you wish to wager, summon Uncle Ishio, for he is a maestro among maestros." The group promptly surrounded Ishio, eager to glean his wisdom. Suddenly, one of them turned to Alan and said, "Alan, you haven't squandered the money I entrusted to you for groceries, have you?" Upon hearing this, Alan sheepishly scratched the back of his head and nodded. Rambo addressed Alan, "If you've already lost the grocery money, does that imply you haven't procured any provisions? What do you plan to prepare for our dinner? And let me warn you, if you let the ladies go hungry, you might find that I will transform you into a little child and then spank you." Instantly, a cold sweat broke out on Alan's brow. He was well aware of the group's capabilities, particularly Ain's. There was an incident when Analu, in a fit of clumsiness, accidentally spilled the meal Alan had prepared, inciting Alan's fury. As they deliberated on how to address the matter, Alan suggested transforming Analu into a child and administering a spanking, akin to disciplining a misbehaving youngster. This proposal was unanimously accepted and ultimately became the ship's punishment for those who erred. Poor Analu was indeed transformed into a 3-year-old child, and the girls, wishing to avoid any complications, turned away, though one could surmise that Analu was driven to despair. In this instance, Alan finally understood the consequences of his actions. Desperately, Alan looked to Ishio for help, while 3 of his mischievous friends promptly distanced themselves, crossing their arms in anticipation of the spectacle. Ishio chuckled and said, "Come on. It has been a while since I last gambled. I wish to indulge and see if I can win back your grocery money." Upon hearing this, Alan's spirits lifted, and like an eager apprentice, he assisted Ishio off the ship, making his way toward the gambling stall, with Analu and the others trailing behind to join the revelry. Meanwhile, Rambo reclined on the deck, basking in the sun, seemingly at leisure. Rambo gazed at the azure sky, lost in contemplation on how to enhance his strength, especially after witnessing the transformation of Sengoku prior to setting sail. Moreover, during their conversation, his grandfather, Garp, appeared notably reserved. Could it be that there exists a system of power in this world that remains unbeknownst to him? Alas, during his time in Frosty Moon Village, He neglected to inquire with Master Gung Shiro, who surely must possess some knowledge on the matter. As Lumbo was lost in thought, 3 young ladies returned from their shopping excursion, each laden with an assortment of bags. Lumbo had always been somewhat indulgent with his pocket money when it came to girls, gifting Inalu and her companions a sum of 100,000 berries each, while bestowing upon the 3 girls a generous 500,000 berries each. After all, they were girls and deserved to be pampered, especially with his beloved among them. Upon noticing Lumbo reclining alone on the deck, the trio paused momentarily before rushing towards him, their footsteps interrupting his reverie. Sitting up, Lumbo greeted them. "Welcome back. It seems you've made quite a haul today with all those packages." The 3 girls spun around playfully before Guena inquired, "So, what do you think? Do you like our new outfits?" It was then that Lumbo realized they had all changed from their previous attire, each sporting something quite delightful and unique. Guena wore an adorable short-sleeved top paired with casual long trousers, while Dasky donned a pink shirt adorned with lace, complemented by fitted pants. Ein, on the other hand, showcased a snug sleeveless vest that accentuated her figure, her long legs revealed by shorts, her exquisite visage framed by deep blue locks, exuding an allure that was distinctly more daring compared to Guena and Dasky. Lumbo found himself momentarily entranced by Ein's striking ensemble, causing a blush to creep across her cheeks. Fortunately, his mental fortitude, cultivated through rigorous training, soon restored his composure. Guena approached Lumbo and playfully pinched the flesh at his waist, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from him. It seemed that the age-old tactic of women to tease men remained ever effective. Lumbo knew better than to retaliate, for inflicting pain upon Guena would be a grave misstep. "Is Ein pretty? Which of us do you think is the most attractive?" Guena asked, presenting Lumbo with a perilous question. His instinct for self-preservation kicked in, and he wisely responded, "You all look magnificent. In my eyes, you are like celestial beings, each the epitome of beauty." Lumbo had already prepared himself for Guena's impending playful retaliation, intending to declare her the most beautiful when they were alone. To his surprise, Guena chose to let it slide, exclaiming, "Given your sincerity, come and see the clothes we bought for you." The trio, well aware of Lumbo's preference for kimonos over other styles, each selected a piece for him. Guena chose a white kimono adorned with a knife motif. Dasky opted for a black one featuring a fiery phoenix design, and Ein selected a blue kimono that, while lacking intricate patterns, was beautifully embellished with golden lace. Lumbo tried on each piece of clothing and found them quite fitting, which brought him joy. After placing the garments in his room, he returned to present each person with a pair of exquisite gemstone earrings. Observing the 3 girls animatedly discussing their shopping experience brought a twinge of guilt to Lumbo. He had initially promised himself to be kind only to Guena, yet it seemed he had distributed his affections evenly. It was no wonder that in his previous life, people remarked that men were like clumsy swine. Could it be that he was indeed one of those? Nevertheless, he decided to let matters of the heart unfold naturally. Lumbo reclined on the deck, pondering how to enhance his strength. However, before he could fully immerse himself in thought, he was interrupted by a cacophony of voices, evidently. A boisterous group had returned. No, not quite. At least one among them could be considered amiable. A few individuals, chattering and laughing, boarded the ship, each laden with an assortment of fish, meat, vegetables, and other provisions. They were engaged in lively discussion about the gambling exploits of one known as Yixiao, who had evidently enjoyed a bountiful day of winnings. Noticing their intent to continue their banter, Lumbo gestured towards the room of the 3 young ladies and remarked, "Alan, the young ladies have returned. It's getting rather late for dinner. If you don't attend to it soon, and they end up famished, I'll not be the one to bear the consequences." Upon hearing this, Alan scooped up Benzi, Drake, and Enalu, exclaiming, "Brothers, we share both fortune and misfortune. You need not cook, but I still require your assistance with washing dishes and preparing vegetables. I shall shield you from any troubles that may arise in the future." Ishu listened to the playful banter as they made their way into the kitchen. Then, he produced a bottle of red wine from his pocket and tossed it to Lumbo, saying, "It's slightly chilled and has been aerating. It's just right for drinking." Lumbo uncorked the bottle, poured 2 glasses of the rich liquid, and handed one to Yixiao. In the past, to affirm his existence, he had developed a penchant for gambling, relishing the thrill and anticipation that accompanied it. Over time, however, that sensation gradually faded. Since joining this crew, he had experienced a long-lost sense of ease and joy. Yixiao clinked his glass against Lumbo's and smiled, stating, "You previously bore too many burdens, which weighed heavily upon you and obscured your ability to find happiness. Rest assured, everything will transform for the better. Change does not occur overnight. It requires patience and collective effort. Recently, I've noticed that ever since I embraced this newfound joy, my strength seems to have subtly increased. Ishi remarked. Indeed, I was contemplating this very notion, especially after our last encounter with Fleet Admiral Sengoku, whose formidable prowess now eludes my comprehension. Previously, I could sense his oppressive aura, allowing me to gauge his strength. This world surely harbors realms of power we have yet to fathom, Lumbo responded. Intrigued by Ishiao's insights, there must be something to it. Upon reflection, while the Admiral's presence feels ephemeral, there are still traces to discern. In contrast, Vice Admiral Karp's essence is vastly more elusive. It's as if he stands before me, yet I can sense his aura permeating the surroundings, shrouded in mystery. I believe both of them have ascended to a realm that we have yet to reach, Ishiao stated, prompting Lumbo to delve deeper into contemplation. Sensing Lumbo's introspection, Ishiao added, let us not dwell on such distant aspirations for now. That gap remains too vast. Instead, we must focus on enhancing our own abilities. As Vice Admiral Karp has indicated, the new world is far more complex than we initially perceived. Lumbo nodded thoughtfully, gazing at the cerulean sky, and slowly remarked, the path we are about to tread is fraught with challenges, uncle. You must hold steadfast. When I stand at the pinnacle, I wish for each of you to stand by my side. Rest assured, young lad, your current prowess is commendable, yet it appears you still cannot surpass me, your elder. The journey ahead is still long, he continued. Now, let us engage in training. Ever since you took on your bride, it seems you have neglected your physical conditioning. With a smile, he suddenly imposed a gravitational force upon Lumbo. This was a customary training method for Lumbo. His relentless pursuit to find Ishiu was driven not only by Ishiao's formidable strength and camaraderie, but also by the exceptional training assistance provided by his gravity fruit. In the boot camp, Lumbo utilized a gravity chamber created from artificial fruits. However, being artificial, it could only achieve a gravity of 80 times. A far cry from the capabilities of Ishiao's authentic fruit power. Under a gravitational force of 100 times that of Earth, Rambo engaged in warm-up exercises such as push-ups and frog jumps. After feeling a gentle warmth radiating from his body, he exclaimed, 150 times. As soon as the words left his lips, his body suddenly sank under the immense weight. Rambo swiftly drew his sword, executing fundamental techniques with fervor. Before long, his arms began to ache, and sweat poured down his body like rain, revealing just how strenuous the 150 times gravity truly was. Rambo persisted in his vigorous exertions, and after more than half an hour, Drake approached to summon him for a meal. Rambo, feeling the lightness in his body, rubbed his arms, which had grown numb from fatigue, and trudged toward the dining table. The lavish spread before them was perhaps a reward for their earlier triumphs. After they finished their feast and took a brief respite, they commenced organizing their training. Everyone gathered on the deck, and Ishiu promptly unleashed a gravity field, enveloping all within its grasp. To accommodate the few ladies present, Ishiao activated an 80-fold gravity. In this singular domain, Ishiu was currently unable to tailor the gravity effects to individuals, as he could only deploy one level of gravitational force. Nonetheless, differentiating gravity is an avenue he is actively exploring. Thus, applying gravity upon the group serves not only as a means of enhancing their training, but also as a personal exercise for himself. The 5 men, clad in heavy iron suits, were diligently engaged in their training, while the 3 women unsheathed their swords, relentlessly swinging them. After approximately 2 hours, each of them collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Even a smile was accompanied by beads of sweat. For Ishiao, maintaining his strength for 2 hours was hardly a challenge. Yet he was preoccupied with thoughts of development while managing the gravity, leaving the others feeling quite strained. The gravity fluctuated abruptly, pressing each one down in turn. Inalu, caught off guard, suddenly found himself on the ground, nearly biting his own tongue, filled with resentment towards Ishiao, yet he dared not express it. It was well known that aside from Lanbois, Ishiao was the one to be feared the most on this ship. Ishiao, with an apologetic smile, addressed the group. I apologize, everyone, but I believe I am close to mastering this. I've found the key, and with just a few more attempts, I should be nearly there. It has not been easy. Enelu muttered under his breath, a few more attempts? Is this easy for us? However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts aloud. Lumbo exclaimed with a smile, congratulations, uncle, your strength has advanced once again. After working up a sweat, let us indulge in a hot spring. His suggestion was swiftly embraced by everyone, and Enel was the first to leap from the ship, shouting, I know where there is a hot spring facility. I'll head there first. Lumbo observed the impatient Enel and shook his head, then led a group of people towards the hot spring house. Several gentlemen among them were devil fruit users, reclining in the hot spring pool like limp shrimp. In contrast, the three ladies next door appeared to be having a splendid time, occasionally engaging in discussions about Ain's endowments or Daz's attributes. Topics that caused Lumbo to break into a cold sweat. These three women were actually debating whose bosom was more ample. However, Lumbo felt that Ain was currently the most developed, especially when he thought of her long legs and the way her chest was accentuated by her corset, which ignited a flicker of desire within him. He quickly shook his head, chastising himself for such thoughts, wondering when he had become such a lecherous pig. It was no surprise, given that his current body was in the throes of adolescence, leading to inevitable musings on such matters. Fortunately, having been around the block in his past life, Lumbo swiftly quelled his wandering thoughts. After a considerable time in the springs, the group returned to the Noah, Arkansas habitually. Lumbo held a glass of red wine as he leaned against the railing, gazing at the vast ocean before him. Though he looked out at the sea almost every day, its allure never waned. The ocean was simply captivating. After a night of silence, Lumbo arose for breakfast, and afterwards, he was free to roam. A few of his companions, with laughter, headed towards the gambling den from the previous day. Without needing to look, Lumbo knew they were off to wager again. While the three ladies languidly sat beneath a sunshade, basking in the sunlight, Lumbo took out a fishing rod, intending to pass the time with angling when, unexpectedly, Enel returned to the ship, bearing news of a significant event. A man adorned with a straw hat was ensnared on the execution platform, poised for his fate. Before Enel could finish his sentence, Lumbo had vanished, racing toward the square. Enel, momentarily taken aback, along with the three young women, was astonished. They had never witnessed Lumbo in such a fervor. What piqued his interest in the execution so intensely? In no time, they all set off towards the square, where Lumbo arrived to find Luffy trapped in a wooden stockade atop a high platform, with a clown sporting a red nose standing beside him, none other than Buggy. Clutching a knife, Buggy grinned maliciously, proclaiming, "Straw Hat Brat, you have fallen into my clutches this time. I shall surely sever your head. Ha ha ha." Suddenly, the skies darkened ominously. Luffy widened his eyes, wearing a foolish grin as he exclaimed, "Zoro, Sanji, I'm going to die." Zoro and Sanji charged towards Yaltari, wielding a spiked club, along with Buggy S minions. Buggy raised his knife, poised to strike Luffy S neck, but Zoro, witnessing Luffy S impending demise, unleashed a powerful sword strike that severed a pillar of the execution platform. Yet, it was in vain. Buggy's blade was mere inches from Luffy's throat, almost touching him. Lumbo observed quietly, knowing it was time for his father to intervene. As if summoned, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended, striking Buggy and obliterating the entire platform, which collapsed to the ground. Luffy landed safely, hands on his hips, laughing heartily. "What luck I have. Ha ha ha." The charred Buggy lay beside him, and Luffy then shouted, "Zoro, Sanji, let us hurry and get back to the Going Merry." Lumbo gazed at Luffy, whose carefree demeanor was truly characteristic of him. The little fellow had grown considerably, yet it felt as though he was drifting further away. Lumbo's height had nearly matched that of Garp, while Luffy appeared to have no distinct advantage in stature. Luffy and his companions engaged in a fierce battle against the surrounding pirates, swiftly dispatching numerous minions to the ground. However, it was not long before Luffy's fated naval adversary made an appearance. Smoker, with his white hair, donned in a fringed coat that revealed his robust chest, wielding a weapon crafted from sea stone on his back. Smoker was deemed Luffy's destined naval foe because ever since Luffy's escape in Logue Town, he had relentlessly pursued him, haunted by the unforgettable smile Luffy wore when facing death on the execution platform. Smoker sensed that Luffy's future would be anything but ordinary. He chased Luffy all the way to Alabasta, only to have him slip away once more. Subsequently, he transferred to the G5 branch, the closest outpost to the New World, and eventually rose to the rank of Rear Admiral, bringing him even closer to Luffy. His greatest aspiration in life was to capture Luffy, akin to the fated rivalry between Garp and Roger. Smoker rode a tricycle motorcycle with a line of soldiers positioned before Luffy and his friends. He immediately commanded them to open fire, and bullets flew towards the trio. Luffy's rubber body deflected every bullet effortlessly. Zoro and Sanji swiftly broke through the encirclement, but Smoker paid them no mind and addressed Luffy directly. "Straw Hat, surrender at once." Without hesitation, Luffy launched an attack on Smoker with his gum-gum machine gun, delivering punches at a speed akin to bullets. However, each of Luffy's strikes seemed to land in vain, failing to inflict any harm upon Smoker. who had activated his devil fruit ability, rendering his body as insubstantial as smoke. Luffy, as yet unskilled in hockey, found himself incapable of delivering effective blows to Smoker. Nevertheless, his combat instincts were commendable. Sensing the futility of his assault, he retracted his attack and focused solely on escape, harboring no desire to linger in battle. Smoker, seeing Luffy's intent to flee, was determined to thwart his escape. The smoke coalesced into a colossal fist aimed at Luffy, who narrowly evaded it. Just as Luffy attempted to make his getaway, the very fist he had dodged transformed into a rope-like formation, ensnaring his neck. The smoke coiled around him like the tentacle of an octopus, lifting him off the ground with an unyielding grip. Luffy's face was flushed crimson, struggling to breathe as he was ensnared. Zoro and Sanji, who were valiantly attempting to break through, observed the rascal Smoker, whose arm had transformed into smoke, tightly binding Luffy. They immediately recognized him as a user of a devil fruit's power. Sanji turned back and launched a kick at Smoker. Zoro swiftly moved to Luffy's side, slicing through the smoke. Distracted by Sanji's attack, Smoker was unable to exert his powers effectively, and Zoro's blade severed the smoky ropes, causing Luffy to tumble down. Gasping for air, exclaiming his fortune, with relief washing over him at Luffy's safety, Zoro prepared to confront Smoker, only to notice a figure barreling towards him. Instinctively, he unsheathed his sword, ready to strike, but halted just in time to realize it was Sanji. Thankfully, he restrained himself. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Sanji collided with Zoro, pushing him back a few steps, and they both fell to the ground. Rising together, they stood beside Luffy, forming a united front against the rogue Smoker. Behind Smoker, a contingent of Navy soldiers gathered, rifles aimed at the trio. Suddenly, a fierce whirlwind swept through, uprooting stalls and tents, creating chaos. The Navy soldiers, who were aiming at Luffy and the others, scrambled to avoid the debris hurtling towards them. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy and his companions burst through the encirclement. As the wind subsided, Smoker pursued them, his lower half transforming into smoke. Just as he was closing in, Luffy unleashed a colossal smoke hand. Grabbing Sanji and Zoro, Luffy inflated his body, transforming into a massive rubber ball, propelled by the giant smoke hand onto the sea. With this momentum, the trio distanced themselves from Smoker. In midair above the ocean, Luffy reverted to his original form, spotting the Going Merry, now sailing a distance away. Piloted by Nami and Usopp, wrapping his legs around Zoro and Sanji, he reached for the ship's railing. Securing his grip, he pulled himself onto the vessel, colliding with Nami and Usopp standing by the railing. Nami, irritated, exclaimed, "Can't you give us a break?" Luffy, rising with a chuckle, responded, "This is fantastic. We finally escaped." Haha. Meanwhile, Zoro sat silently beside his three swords, lost in thought. Usopp, glancing at Zoro's long blade, remarked, "So, you got your sword back. It looks quite nice." Zoro stood, stating, "It was a gift. I'm heading back to train." The group, taken aback by Zoro's unusual demeanor, found themselves at a loss for words. Soon, Luffy shouted, "Sanji, I'm hungry. I want meat. I want meat." At this moment, Zoro found himself in his chamber, gazing upon the snow walk and the third-generation Katetsu swords. Murmuring to himself, "It must be you, for I cannot fathom who else would wish to bestow a blade upon me. You must have been in Fusha village just now. Do you feel any disappointment in my performance?" It was evident that Zoro had discerned the existence of Rambo from the descriptions provided by his captain. Yet he pondered why he had not made an appearance. After a moment's contemplation, he decided it was of little consequence. He turned his attention back to the receding Fusha village and resumed his vigorous training, lifting weights with fervor. Lumbo, accompanied by his companions, arrived at the harbor, gazing at the gradually receding Golden Mary with a heart brimming with blessings. "Set forth, Luffy, pursue whatever it is you desire. I shall be your steadfast support." The crowd was taken aback by Lumbo's presence at the port, observing the departing vessel. A smile from him dispelled their confusion. That straw-hatted lad was none other than Monkey D. Luffy, Lumbo's brother, while the swordsman accompanying him was likely Kuina's and Lumbo's martial arts junior. In truth, the smile did not recognize Zoro, but he sensed the aura of the third generation of Katetsu emanating from him. When Limbo inquired about the knife shop owner's tale regarding the gift of a sword, he was present and thus privy to the entire narrative. Kuina turned to Limbo and asked, "How did you know that Zoro would appear in Logtown?" Limbo cast a glance at her and remarked, "It is because he boarded my brother's ship. My brother is determined to become the king of pirates. If he does not come to Logtown to pay homage to this execution platform, then he is not truly himself." Haha. The king of pirates, is it? Such a bold aspiration indeed. It seems to overshadow my own ambitions by a considerable margin, Alan mused, a hint of wistfulness in his tone. Lumbo, do not allow hatred to cloud your vision. Are you not aware that you are destined to stand alongside the world's mightiest in the future? Amir Yonko is truly of little consequence, Limbo said, patting Alan's shoulder with a smile. Lumbo's words were only spoken to Ikeo, leaving others in shock, their bodies trembling at the unexpected ambition that surpassed even that of his brother. However, Enel remained unfazed, rolling his eyes as he remarked, "Are you also frightened? If the man I follow cannot become the strongest in this world, how could he face me? Why all this fuss?" Enel's statement instantly jolted everyone back to reality. And a smile crept across Ikeo's lips. It was surprising that the one who held the most faith in Limbo's future was none other than Enel. Yet, Ikeo soon sensed a different undertone, realizing that Enel's words seemed to highlight his own stature through Limbo's potential. Indeed, the fool's reasoning was too simplistic, truly lagging behind. Limbo remarked, "Matters here are drawing to a close. You should return to the ship, and upon my return, we shall embark on the Grand Line, where our adventure awaits. I have a minor task to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Guena intended to say something to Limbo, but a smile interjected, saying, "Let us return to the ship. He is unharmed. There is nothing in this rogue town that can pose a threat to him, so rest assured." Rambo approached the crumbling square of the execution platform, then turned and entered a narrow alley, where he beheld a cloaked figure with their back to him. Leaning against a wall, with one foot propped casually against it, Rambo spoke nonchalantly, "Old man." The man slowly turned his head, his expression grave. His sharp gaze fixed on Rambo as he asked, "Are you here to send Luffy off to sea as well?" Rambo met his gaze and nodded, replying, "Indeed. He is my brother. He wishes to pursue his passions, and I will certainly support him. But you are a Navy officer. He is a pirate. Shouldn't he be capturing him?" Drag quietly remarked, "Old man, are you testing me? There is no need for that. I am unlike my father. He sometimes feels the weight of his duties as a Navy officer, while I only heed my own obligations." "And what, pray tell, are your obligations?" "To apprehend all criminals who threaten the lives of innocent civilians and to halt any unlawful actions that jeopardize their welfare. That is my duty. The machinations of the world government concern me not," Rambo asserted with unwavering certainty. "What if the world government demands you perform actions you are unwilling to undertake? Would you choose to defect, as I once did?" Drag pressed, his tone direct and piercing. "Old man, you overthink things. I will never defect. Your betrayal deeply affected my father, and with Luffy now a pirate, I alone must carry my father's hopes. Thus, defection is out of the question for me. As for your inquiry, it is rather simple. I have already conferred with the Admiral. Until I possess the strength, he will shoulder my burdens for a few years. Once I am strong enough, the world government? I doubt they even matter to me." Perhaps this passage from Lumbo strikes a chord with Dragon, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. After all, he is acutely aware of the profound impact his defection has had on Garp. Yet, he bears no regrets, for he is filled with a profound indignation towards this corrupt world. "If you were to become the Marshal, what would you do? I have already stated my intent. If I were to ascend to the position of Marshal, my sole principle would be to serve the people. If the world government continues to treat human lives with such disregard, their demise is inevitable. I understand why more individuals choose the path of piracy. It is not solely in pursuit of the Pirate King's treasure, but also due to the universal yearning for the freedom that the sea represents. Out upon the ocean, they are unshackled by authority, free from the burdens of life and the oppressive tax demands that loom each year. They can act as they please. Yet this freedom can also breed perverse ideologies, leading to heinous acts of arson, murder, and plunder. Those who have suffered at the hands of pirates, having lost everything, often find themselves drawn into piracy, becoming complicit in its brutality, even adopting methods more ruthless than their predecessors. This creates a vicious cycle. What is the ultimate outcome? Earnest individuals become victims of oppression, and the world is engulfed in chaos and flames. Thus, the downfall of the world government is not far off. It is a cycle of cause and effect. What they have sown will be reaped. The water that supports a boat can also capsize it. Can water truly support a boat while also having the power to overturn it? Dragon gazed at his youngest son, struck by the profoundness of their conversation. Though he had heard of him from Gung Siro and Garp, nothing compared to the impact of this direct exchange. Such words from one so young? Despite knowing that achieving the scenario described by Lumbo might take centuries, it was precisely this realization that left Dragon in awe. He understood that without significant changes, the future would inevitably align with Lumbo's grim predictions. The strength of the people is the mightiest force in this world. The Revolutionary Army has reached its current stature precisely because it has actively mobilized the power of the masses. He knows the magnitude of such strength. His son is indeed someone to be reckoned with. Father, I hope that for the next few years, you do not confront the world government directly. Instead, build your strength in secrecy. If you engage the government head-on, it will only fragment the Navy's forces, making it impossible to capture pirates swiftly, ultimately harming the populace. If possible, I wish for you to assign some individuals to maintain order at sea. The Revolutionary Army has a presence across the globe, with many islands hosting your operatives. You could have them act as bounty hunters to uphold security on these islands, thereby winning the hearts of the people and strengthening your own forces. In the future, I may need to draw upon your power. You said you would not betray the Navy, Dragon replied with a smile. When did I ever claim I would betray the Navy? I shall become the Navy's marshal, and I would never turn my back on them. As for the world government, I will undoubtedly betray and seek to dismantle it. Do those celestial dragons truly believe they can look down upon all? It seems that our paths, though divergent, ultimately converge. However, the route you traverse is in stark contrast to mine. In our early days, we were feeble and constantly sought refuge. Yet, as we grew stronger, fear would no longer hold sway over us. Conversely, your initial trajectory may appear smooth sailing, but it is during your later stages, when your true nature reveals itself, that you shall encounter the most formidable challenges. Therefore, it is likely that I may need to call upon your power in the future. Without a hint of embarrassment, Lan Wenbo remarked with utmost assurance. Dorag gazed at his younger son with astonishment. Their interaction resembled that of two friends, exuding a relaxed and natural camaraderie, devoid of the typical barriers found between father and son. Dorag, with a sense of paternal pride, chuckled. The legacy I have built will undoubtedly be bequeathed to my son. Who else could it be entrusted to? Wenbo chuckled and said, Father, I wish us a prosperous collaboration. By the way, which fruit do you possess the power of? Is it the win-win fruit? Doflamingo smiled at Wenbo and replied, When the day comes that you can defeat me, I shall reveal it to you. Ha ha ha. Cut it out. If you won't say it, it doesn't matter, Wenbo retorted nonchalantly. By the way, my second brother should be with you. Your second brother? You mean Sabo? I didn't expect you to be aware of that. Indeed, he is with me, but after that incident, he suffered an injury that caused him to lose his memory. Currently, I am training him while providing treatment. His strength is quite commendable now. When you have the time, you can come to my place and spar with him. Sure. I'll visit him when I can. Well, now that Luffy has left, I should attend to my own matters. If you need anything, just inform someone, and they'll let me know. Rest assured, my team consists of my own people. Feel free to approach any of them. I'm off now. Take care. Uncle Kuma. Do come and visit me when you have the time. Anyone in my team can become friends, regardless of who they are. You are always welcome aboard my ship. With that, Wenbo turned and walked towards his vessel, leaving the alley behind. Not long after Wenbo departed, a tall figure emerged slowly from the depths of the alley shadows. Adorned with a barriered cap and clutching a book, none other than Bartholomew Kuma. What an intriguing little fellow. He truly is your son, Kuma remarked, addressing Dr. Vegapunk. Initially, when you mentioned coming here to deliver your son, I assumed it would solely be the Straw Hat Kid, Monkey D. Luffy. I never anticipated that your younger son would also be present. This marks my first formal encounter with the lad, and I must admit, it has surprised me greatly. Perhaps he shall be the one to alter the world's balance in the future. Kuma felt a jolt upon hearing Vegapunk's words. He hadn't expected such high praise for the boy. By the way, are you certain you wish to acquiesce to the world government's request for that endeavor? Your course of action seems rather precarious. I would advise against it, though I shall respect your decision, Vegapunk stated calmly while gazing at Kuma. The world government has invited me to participate in their experiment, and I am curious to ascertain the extent of their technological advancements. Besides, our primary objective remains to secure Dr. Vegapunk, Kuma replied, plunging Vegapunk into silence. When Kuma first received the invitation from the world government, he scoffed at the notion. Who would willingly allow others to operate on their own body? However, upon reflection, he realized that, apart from being one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he was also a cadre of the Revolutionary Army. If this opportunity allowed him to infiltrate the world government's research center and witness their technological prowess firsthand, he could potentially extract some knowledge. Do not underestimate Kuma as an uneducated simpleton. After all, he was once a prince of a nation and devoted his time to reading daily. His reservoir of knowledge was far from insignificant. Wenbo, while engrossed in anime, had always pondered why Kuma accepted the world government's invitation for modification. Ultimately, it became clear that the pursuit of Dr. Vegapunk's scientific achievements in the renowned scientist's technology, which surpassed the world's advancements by 5 centuries, was his primary goal. Should they succeed in bringing Dr. Vegapunk to the Revolutionary Army, the organization's strength would undoubtedly surge to unprecedented heights, although their elite combat capabilities might not see significant growth. The overall strength would receive a substantial enhancement. This was the essence of Dr. Vegapunk's power. However, in the aftermath, Kuma underwent modifications, transforming him into a mere mount for the celestial dragons. Such a design by the illustrious Eiichiro Oda reveals that Kuma's venture had ultimately failed, for the world government's regard for Dr. Vegapunk was no trivial matter. Not long after Rambo's departure, Dorag and the Great Bear also vanished into the darkness of Rock Town. Rambo returned to the Ark of Noah, shared a simple meal with everyone, and then turned to Ishiao, inquiring, "Where is the man?" Ishiu gestured towards the storage room of the Arkansas. Rambo, holding a bowl of fried rice, made his way toward that chamber. Upon pushing the door open, he beheld a figure suspended in midair, bound by vines and shackled with sea-stone handcuffs. Lumbo extended his right hand, transforming it into a knife-like gesture in the air. The figure fell to the ground, then released the sea-floor stone handcuffs from his wrists, placing a bowl of fried rice before him. Without uttering a word, he quietly sat on the ground, observing him. The figure raised his head, took a couple of bites from the fried rice, and then remarked, "Youngster, what brings me to this place?" With a smile, Lumbo remarked, "I am a naval officer, and you are a pirate. Is it not entirely justifiable for me to capture you? Ha ha ha, reveal your intentions, for how much is your bounty worth?" Surely it does not warrant a vice admiral to take matters into his own hands, especially one as youthful as the legendary vice admiral, Fire Phoenix Lumbo. After consuming every morsel from his plate, he set it aside and laughed heartily. "Your bounty is rather meager. Such a sum hardly befits an intern aboard the former Pirate King's ship. Would you not agree?" Lumbo teased, casting a playful glance at Buggy. It was revealed that when Buggy had been struck down by lightning and lay in ruins beneath the execution platform, Lumbo had instructed Benz to retrieve Buggy amidst the chaos of the tempest, bringing him aboard the ship. "Oh, I did not expect you to be aware of that. But what does it have to do with your bringing me here? Are you also curious about the whereabouts of Raftel?" Buggy displayed no signs of panic upon being recognized. "True to your reputation, Buggy, my sole purpose in bringing you here today was to forge a friendship. As for Raftel, I have no interest. That is my brother's pursuit. By the way, I nearly forgot to mention that the straw-hatted lad you almost decapitated is my brother. My name is Monkey D. Lumbo." Buggy, who had remained unperturbed, was genuinely taken aback by this revelation, realizing that the straw hat boy was indeed a sibling of the individual before him. "So, do you seek revenge upon me? After all, I nearly ended your brother's life. You are overthinking it. As I just stated, I brought you here to befriend you. Besides, with your strength, if you truly wish to kill him, it would hardly require such elaborate means." At this, Buggy's eyes narrowed, a flash of murderous intent briefly crossing his features before it vanished just as quickly. "Indeed, for I am the mightiest in the world," Buggy boasted with an arrogant laugh, embodying the spirit of one who believed himself unrivaled, as if he were the third in a hierarchy of cosmic proportions. Had Limbo not been vigilant to Buggy's demeanor, he might have been deceived by the latter's performance. In a previous life, many regarded Buggy as a formidable figure. Being an intern aboard the Pirate King's ship was no small feat, and he had participated in numerous battles alongside Roger. Following Roger's demise, Shanks had been the first to invite Buggy aboard. He had faced Whitebeard without flinching, daring to threaten to stain his beard red. Given Whitebeard's pride, only those truly remarkable would be remembered by him. During the Marineford War, Buggy demonstrated remarkable feats, evading Kizaru's lightspeed attacks, confronting Akaina head-on, and remaining unscathed by Mihawk's strikes, all while taunting his adversaries, leaving even Mihawk at a loss. Such instances underscored Buggy's complexity. An individual of his caliber could not simply be dismissed as a minor character. "Very well, Buggy. Now that you are satisfied, I shall escort you off the ship. Until we meet again upon the vast seas, whether as foes or allies, we shall see what fate has in store. If you linger any longer, your subordinates may require your assistance at Impel Down." Rambo gazed at Bucky, who looked back at him with a furrowed brow, perplexed by the enigmatic figure before him. He could not fathom the reasoning behind being captured only to be released by this individual. Could it truly be, as he claimed, a mere desire for friendship? With a heart full of questions, Bucky stepped off the Ark of Noah. Rambo stood at the edge of the ship, gazing thoughtfully at Bucky's silhouette. "What do you think? Have you gleaned any valuable intelligence?" he inquired with a smile as he approached. Lumbo shook his head and remarked, "This fellow possesses exceptional acting skills. However, I am certain he is undeniably a formidable individual. If he is resolute in his desire to depart, I sense it would be quite challenging to retain him. Nonetheless, he seems disinclined to oppose us." After bidding farewell to Bucky, Rambo returned to the ship and inquired with a smile, "Is this Bucky truly so remarkable that he warrants your utmost attention?" Lumbo returned to the Grand Line, bustling with activity as he and his companions extinguished fires left and right. The fact that Lumbo's Ark Noah soared through the skies, combined with Inaru's ability to provide a constant supply of power, ensured that they operated at full capacity at all times. Lumbo contacted Sengoku, indicating that he should be informed immediately of any rescue operations or disturbances caused by pirates along the Grand Line, to which he would respond with utmost urgency. Sengoku welcomed Lumbo's willingness to confront the pirates, as it would enhance Lumbo's reputation. After all, he was currently the face of the navy that Sengoku had championed. Additionally, it would allow Lumbo to accumulate merit, despite his position as a rear admiral. There was no precedent in naval history for such a rank to ascend to the position of fleet admiral, and establishing such a precedent could undermine the dignity of the admirals. The only exception to this rule was Carp. Thus, in order to become a fleet admiral, one must first amass sufficient accomplishments. Failing to do so could potentially affect the morale of the entire navy. And gaining approval from the Gorosei was crucial for any promotion to admiral, let alone fleet admiral. On this particular day, Lumbo received a call from Sengoku via a transponder snail, instructing him to proceed to the G5 branch immediately, as he had received intelligence concerning Don Quixote Doflamingo. The information revealed that Diamante, one of Doflamingo's subordinates, was preparing to engage in arms trading with an underground organization. Although this was initially a matter that the G5 branch could handle on its own, the involvement of Doflamingo's cadre warranted Lumbo's presence to mitigate any potential missteps. Initially uninterested, Lumbo's attention was piqued upon recalling that the highest officer at the G5 branch was Vice Admiral Virgo. Thus, he readily agreed to go. Virgo, indeed, had a peculiar affinity with the Don Quixote pirates. Chuckling softly to himself, Lumbo instructed Enel to navigate the ship directly to the G5 branch, announcing to everyone that they were about to witness a spectacle. Before long, Lumbo and his entourage arrived at the branch's port, where Enel docked the ship. The entire Grand Line was aware of the Navy's ship, crafted from spring gold, which frequently embarked on missions to capture pirates. Yet its owner, Rear Admiral Lumbo, remained an elusive figure. As Lumbo had not notified the branch of his arrival, Sengoku was unconcerned with such trivialities. The soldiers at the port, upon spotting the ship, quickly recognized that Rear Admiral Lumbo had arrived, prompting the more astute soldiers to hasten inside to report his presence. Rambo, accompanied by his companions, descended from the vessel and proceeded towards the entrance of the headquarters. Upon arrival, they were halted by the guards stationed at the gate. Without hesitation, Rambo presented his insignia of the rank of Major General, which granted them passage. Upon entering, Lumbo furrowed his brow, for he discovered the atmosphere to be thick with smoke and chaos. The soldiers were not engaged in drills. Instead, they congregated around games of chance, indulging in drink and slumber, a motley assortment of characters. Lumbo had long heard that the G5 branch was rife with disorder, completely disregarding the commands of headquarters, behaving more like pirates than naval officers, and at times, inflicting brutal slaughters upon captured pirates. He decided to leave the matter in Smoker's hands. If he faltered, Lumbo would step in himself. His visit was merely to observe, curious to witness how Virgo would handle the situation. As Rambo was about to inquire about the whereabouts of the base commander, a naval officer interjected, "Hey, you lot over there, what are you doing here? This is no place for children at play. You'd better scram." "Oh, someone is telling Enel to leave. It seems he does not hold the divine in high regard. Perhaps you should enlighten him?" Rambo remarked with a smile at Enel. While he could disregard the chaos of the G5 branch, he felt it prudent to remind those lacking insight about the virtues of civility. "Humph, these mere trifles are not worthy of my intervention. I fear I might inadvertently end their existence," Enel retorted, his eyes dull with disinterest. Indeed, observing the drunken state of the individuals, they appeared utterly feeble. Upon hearing Enel's disdain, the inebriated men unsheathed their swords, shouting at Rambo's group, "How dare you look at us? Brothers, let us slay them." They charged forward, while nearby soldiers from the branch watched with amusement, cheering them on. This blatant disrespect ignited Rambo's ire. If they treated him with such disdain, how would they behave towards the innocent? "I grant you a moment to contemplate. When I open my eyes again, I expect not to see you vermin still standing. Otherwise, I shall have my uncle double your training regimen, Rambo stated sternly to Inal. Noticing Rambo's genuine anger, Inal refrained from further comment. As Rambo closed his eyes in preparation, Inal transformed into a bolt of lightning, striking the drunken men with ferocity, the scent of charred flesh wafting through the air. At that moment, the other soldiers, who had been spectating, realized the gravity of the situation as they witnessed the demise of their comrades. A sense of alarm washed over them. After all, the death of base soldiers within the naval branch could lead to dire consequences. They all stood, raising their weapons in Rambo's direction. Do you all wish for death? Are your weapons aimed at your own comrades? Is this your way of upholding peace upon the seas? I grant you 3 breaths to lower your arms. Otherwise, I shall execute you all for pointing your guns at a superior officer and showing extreme disrespect, Rambo declared, revealing his vice admiral insignia. The soldiers were taken aback. In their eyes, this young lad was, in fact, a vice admiral of the base. Suddenly, they recalled that he was the youngest vice admiral in naval history. And all promptly lowered their weapons. Excellent. At least you recognize your duty as soldiers, which indicates there is hope for redemption. As for these disrespectful drunkards, I have executed them without hesitation. You have no objections, do you, Vice Admiral Virgo? After finishing his words, Rambo turned around to see a middle-aged man emerging from within. He was holding a bamboo stick, with a large piece of hamburger meat stuck to his mouth. In fact, someone had reported Rambo's whereabouts as soon as they disembarked. Yet the man had remained hidden, even during the execution of several naval soldiers by Inal. He had not anticipated Rambo's decisiveness in swiftly eliminating those individuals. As the crowd aimed their firearms at Rambo, he realized that if he did not reveal himself soon, the situation could escalate, potentially leading to a thorough investigation or even his reassignment. Admiral Rambo, seeing you in person is a rare treat. It is unfortunate that those few insolent naval officers met their fate. They got what they deserved. Please do not hold any ill will against me for their actions. Follow me, Virgo said nonchalantly, disregarding the deceased naval officers as he summoned a few individuals to tidy up the area before leading Rambo and his companions to his office. Admiral, you must have just enjoyed a hamburger, Rambo remarked casually, pointing to the remnants of the hamburger on Virgos's face. Virgos, realizing his oversight, quickly tore the meat off his face and chewed it before swallowing. Rambo silently criticized Oda for his humorous portrayal of a middle-aged man with a full beard, attributing such an adorable trait to him. Once settled in Virgos's office, Virgos inquired, "What brings Admiral Rambo to my humble abode? Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command me, and I shall see to it with utmost diligence." Virgos maintained a lowly demeanor towards Rambo, eager to expedite his departure. "Oh, it is nothing of great significance. I have traversed the Grand Line for quite some time without visiting your esteemed office, which feels rather discourteous. I thought I might drop by and also seek your advice on capturing pirates," Rambo replied, adopting a formal tone. "Admiral Rambo, you are far too courteous. Surely, you are not one to visit without purpose. Speak plainly about what you require of me," Virgo said, well aware of the subtleties of Rambo's words. "Having been an undercover agent for so many years." "Very well, I shall be direct. I do indeed require your assistance, Admiral Virgos. Please accompany me with a squad of soldiers to a nearby island for a certain task. The details will soon become apparent," Rambo concluded with a mysterious smile. Upon hearing Rambo's words, Virgos's expression shifted immediately. "In that case, I shall prepare to depart at once," he replied, readying himself to leave. However, Rambo quickly interjected. "Time is of the essence. Let us go together. Once assembled, we shall set off immediately." Accompanied by Rambo, Virgos summoned 30 naval soldiers, directing them all aboard the Ark Noah. The soldiers, having never encountered such a magnificent vessel crafted from pure gold, were filled with curiosity, exploring the ship as Rambo paid them no mind. Lumbo orchestrated a scheme with Inalu and a few others, encircling Virgo under the pretense of camaraderie, seeking his guidance on the training and application of armament hockey. Despite Virgo's questionable character, his prowess was undeniable. Thus, this group ascended into the skies above the trading island, refraining from descent as they awaited the veil of night. Virgo, incessantly besieged with inquiries, found himself tethered throughout the day, unable to extricate himself from the throng. Though anxiety gnawed at him like ants on a hot skillet, he masked his agitation, feigning composure as he engaged in discussions about cultivation with the others. As dusk approached, Inalu discreetly docked the Ark Maxim at the shore. The group disembarked and stealthily ventured into the woods to take their positions in ambush. Lumbo remained steadfastly at Virgo's side, rendering any escape impossible, and Virgo gradually resigned himself to passively observe the unfolding events. Soon, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and distant footsteps echoed. Wenbo spotted a man clad in a suit, accompanied by 7 or 8 burly figures, advancing towards a clearing. One of the men behind him remarked, "Brother, it's rumored that Diamante, a cadre of Don Quixote, is among them, possessing formidable strength. Truly, you have remarkable connections to engage with the Don Quixote faction." The leading man retorted, "Enough with the flattery. Stay vigilant. The Don Quixote family is infamous for their treachery. This transaction only occurred due to dire circumstances. Keep your wits about you. And should any unforeseen events arise, act decisively. Understood?" The others nodded in agreement. Before long, a colossal silhouette emerged, steadily approaching the group. The suited man inquired, "Are you Mr. Diamante of the Don Quixote cadre?" "Indeed, I am. You were here to transact with me, I presume? Have you brought the money?" Upon uttering these words, Diamante had already reached the assembly. "You've brought the money. Thus, we may proceed with the inspection of the goods. However, it seems Mr. Diamante has neglected to bring the merchandise. Do you not trust us, fearing we might betray you?" The leader gestured for his companions to remain alert. "Fear not. I harbor no such trepidation, for I intend to betray you." Diamante burst into laughter. "Mr. Diamante, please refrain from jesting," the suited man cautioned, raising his hand. In an instant, his comrades drew their firearms, aiming at Diamante. Yet, before they could pull the triggers, they felt a constricting force around their necks, followed by an uncontrollable torrent of blood as they collapsed onto the ground, leaving only the leader standing. He surveyed his fallen associates and addressed Diamante. "You Don Quixote are utterly untrustworthy. Do you not fear that henceforth no one will engage in business with you? Fear not. Those who know of our untrustworthiness are but corpses, thus ensuring no rumors will circulate." Diamante remarked nonchalantly. The man, fully aware of his impending doom, rose to his feet. Just as he was about to draw his pistol, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist. Upon looking down, he was horrified to see his entire wrist severed and lying on the ground. Panic surged through him as he exclaimed, "You Don Quixote are not human at all, but devils. I will fight you to the death." Before he could reach Diamante, his head and body were violently separated, his momentum carrying his body a few steps before it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Diamante retrieved a key from the pocket of the fallen man's chest and unlocked the chest behind the group, revealing a dazzling array of jewels and golden treasures that sparkled brilliantly. He hoisted the chest and made his way toward the beach. At that moment, Rambo emerged with Virgo, standing directly before him. Diamante was momentarily taken aback, surprised to find others present. Upon locking eyes with Virgo, he gave a subtle nod, but Virgo merely shook his head in response. Rambo paid no heed to the interaction between them and chuckled. "Diamante, is it? A pleasure to make your acquaintance. In truth, I share a peculiar fate with your illustrious Don Quixote family. Ever since I vanquished the Viper, our destinies have been inextricably intertwined." Haha. Upon hearing Rambo's words, Diamante suddenly realized, "You are the one who nearly met his demise at the hands of Lao Ji, the so-called youngest major general in history. I cannot believe you have the audacity to stand before me. It seems fitting to eliminate you right here." Diamante set down his box and drew his sword, lunging towards Rambo. With a swift maneuver, Rambo evaded and leaped onto a tree behind him, addressing Diamante, "Today, your opponent is not me, but rather him, Major General Guizhou Virgo of the G5 branch." "Mr. Virgo, I trust you can handle this?" Virgo was taken aback by Rambo's unexpected play. Yet faced with so many witnesses, he could not decline to intervene after Rambo's declaration. Reluctantly, he raised his bamboo staff and struck at Diamante. The two engaged in a seemingly vibrant exchange, though in truth, neither was exerting their full strength. Rambo remained silent, perched upon the tree, observing their performance as Virgo and Diamante gradually shifted the battleground, drawing closer to the shoreline. Rambo lightly poised on the branch of a tree, leaping effortlessly to the summit of another. No sooner had he established his footing than he heard Virgo bellow, "Die," as he delivered a punch to Diamante's chest. With a grunt, Diamante propelled himself towards the small boat anchored by the beach. Truly, a role played by an undercover agent for years, his performance was commendable. The world government certainly owed him a small golden figurine. Rambo discerned that Virgo's punch had not inflicted any substantial harm on Diamante. It was merely a feigned attack to facilitate Diamante's escape. As Diamante landed on the boat, he shouted, "I shall remember this grievance today, and I will repay it in due time." Virgo, still feigning righteousness, replied, "Very well, I shall await your return." Watching the two continue their charade, Rambo could not help but laugh aloud, exclaiming, "There is no need to wait for another day. We can determine the victor today. Inel, destroy that vessel." Suddenly, Virgo appeared to recall something, his expression shifting dramatically as he dashed towards the boat. Before he could reach it, a bolt of lightning struck Diamante's small vessel. Diamante barely managed to evade the full force, yet was grazed by the electricity. His clothing from his left shoulder to his chest was torn into shreds, leaving him momentarily paralyzed with shock. By the time he regained his composure, Virgo had closed the distance, delivering a kick that sent Diamante sprawling. He swiftly bound him with rope and presented him before Rambo. "Major Virgo, your efforts are commendable. Capturing one of Don Quixote's lieutenants is no small feat, and I shall certainly advocate for your commendation before the marshal," Rambo remarked. Virgo responded, "Thank you, Major Rambo," before entrusting the bound Diamante to the soldiers accompanying him. The group proceeded directly to the G5 base. Upon disembarking, Rambo retrieved a pair of C-prism stone handcuffs from bins and affixed them onto Diamante, tossing him towards Virgo as he said, "We shall first replenish our supplies. Major Virgo, I must trouble you to keep a close watch on him. When we depart, he must be escorted to impel down. Moreover, this pirate possesses considerable strength, as I believe you have already witnessed, Major Virgo. Please ensure he is securely monitored. Should he vanish from your jurisdiction, I trust you will bear the consequences." Clearly, Rambo was deliberately provoking Virgo, whose countenance shifted in response. Afterward, Rambo and his companions casually meandered through the base, only to discover the morale of the troops in utter disarray. The soldiers bore no semblance of discipline, with none patrolling the premises late into the night, and groups gathered together drinking and boasting, engaged in idle chatter. Rambo pondered whether Sengoku was aware of the G5 base's current state. He suspected the answer was no, for otherwise, Sengoku's nature would not permit such negligence. Observing the scene before him, Rambo felt a pang of discomfort and remarked, "What you see is merely a fragment. How many navies across the vast sea resemble this?" "Do you truly know?" Rambo sighed and remarked, "The pressure is truly overwhelming. This position of marshal seems far from comfortable, as there are countless responsibilities to attend to." Upon hearing Rambo's words, the crowd couldn't help but roll their eyes, as if to say, "As if you have already assumed the mantle of marshal." Rambo glanced at the sky and remarked, "It seems about time. Let us return and see how my captive is faring. Haha." Lumbo approached Virgo's office and discovered Virgo indulging in a meal, while Diamante sat handcuffed with high loose stone on the sofa. Lumbo knocked and entered, stating, "Admiral Virgo, we have completed the resupply. Now, we simply require the handover of this individual." Virgo nodded in acknowledgement and remarked, "As the day has grown late, how about we take a respite here for the night and set off tomorrow? I wonder what you, Admiral Lumbo, think of this proposal?" Lumbo considered Virgo's suggestion and replied, "That seems acceptable, as I am keen to meet the night demon, Don Quixote da Flamingo." No sooner had Lumbo's words left his lips than Virgo paused in his hamburger consumption. Rising to his feet, followed suit by Diamante. "Do not be so agitated," Lumbo interjected. Chapter 119. The Night Demon. The group was momentarily stunned by Alan's sharp retorts, astonished by his eloquence. The term marginalized individual had been casually uttered by Lumbo, yet it was unexpectedly taken seriously by Alan. At that moment, Virgo's expression darkened with fury. He was eager to deliver a beating to this insolent fellow, leaping through the window into the plaza below. Alan leisurely descended the stairs to confront him, declaring, "You despicable informant, do you not understand the need to protect public property? Such a lack of decorum." Virgo, silent and seething, wasted no time and swung his weapon, eager to silence the loathsome individual before him. As Virgo charged, Alan's arms transformed into a shadowy hue, bracing himself against Virgo's onslaught. Rambo and his companions observed the two individuals in the square with great enthusiasm. Rambo was equally curious to know the extent of Alan's prowess after 2 years of training under Rayleigh. Virgo wielded his black staff, striking towards Alan with fervor, while Alan met the challenge head-on, employing his hockey to withstand the blows. At that moment, Virgo feigned a maneuver, thrusting the staff towards Alan's eyes. Alan swiftly dodged, only for Virgo to shout, "Piercing finger," as his right index finger lunged toward Alan's chest like a razor-sharp blade. Alan, quick to react, deftly seized Virgo's wrist with his left hand and, with a surge of strength, lifted Virgo off the ground and hurled him backward, resulting in a thunderous crash as Virgo collided with the wall, leaving a human-shaped imprint. Impressive, but you're still too inexperienced. Every move you make is under my control. You are far from matching me, Rambo remarked, watching Virgo rise slowly from the wall. Well done, Alan, cheered Drake and his rowdy friends from the sidelines. While the soldiers around them began to gather, perplexed at how this group, who had appeared so amicable during the day, was now embroiled in a life-and-death struggle. Despite the soldiers' lack of discipline, they were not fools. Neither side dared to offend their superior, a major from the headquarters, rumored to kill without hesitation. Having already claimed several soldiers' lives upon his arrival, few were brave enough to approach. Most took a step back. Witnessing such a divine clash, they knew better than to intervene, as it could very well cost them their lives. Rambo's disappointment grew as he observed the soldiers' performance, feeling a profound sense of disdain and pity for Virgo. It was disheartening to witness his superior being relentlessly beaten, with not a single individual daring to offer assistance. Virgo, as the commander of this base, had truly failed. The soldiers he had trained exhibited a complete lack of courage. Rambo no longer observed the battle between the two below. He was certain that Vice Admiral Virgo was destined for defeat. He took out his transponder snail and spoke. Moshi Moshi, Marshal, this is Rambo. I have some urgent matters to report. The commander of the G5 base, Vice Admiral Virgo, is actually an undercover agent of Don Quixote Doflamingo that has been embedded within the Navy. I have uncovered this fact, so you need not worry. I possess irrefutable evidence. Furthermore, the soldiers at the G5 branch are currently in disarray, exhibiting none of the discipline one would expect from the Navy, resembling instead a band of pirates. You may need to consider candidates for the G5 base commander immediately. Time is of the essence. I will pressure Virgo to advance towards the city. What? Such a situation exists? This night demon is utterly audacious. Sengoku exclaimed, clearly incensed. I have just apprehended one of his subordinates, Diamante, and I am sending people to capture Virgo. Doflamingo should be arriving shortly, and I anticipate a confrontation with him. Doflamingo will be there too? Rambo, exercise caution. This individual is formidable, and do not fall into his traps. Rest assured on that front. By the way, have you identified a suitable candidate for the G5 base commander? I believe this person must possess a firm hand. Otherwise, managing this base will prove quite challenging as it stands in utter chaos. Well then, Rambo. Do you have any recommendations? Marshal, is Admiral Sakazuki with you? Could you summon him? This matter shouldn't require an admiral's presence. The G5 branch is significant, but it does not necessitate an admiral's oversight just yet. Marshal, you misunderstand. I wish to inquire about the candidates among his vice admirals. Very well, hold on. The voice from the transponder snail shifted, and its face transformed into a cartoonish rendition of a kainu. Rambo, I hear you are looking for me. What is it? Admiral Sakazuki. I would like to ask if any of your vice admirals are suitable for the G5 branch commander position. The current situation there is quite tumultuous, and we need someone with an iron fist to restore order. Oh, regarding that matter, let me think. Currently, Fire Mountain does not have a specific mission and is out at sea apprehending pirates. It should not be a problem for him to head over. Fire Mountain, you say? That would be perfect. His strength is beyond question. It might be a bit of a demotion for him to serve as a branch commander. But once he stabilizes the situation there, he can apply for reassignment back. I truly appreciate your assistance, Admiral Sakazuki. I shall treat you to a drink upon your return. Haha, no problem. I will inform the Marshal directly. Until then, this is the essence of connections. Among the Navy, none are as ruthlessly formidable as the Hawks led by a kainu. The current situation of the G5 branch necessitates the involvement of such individuals. And the first person that Rambo thought of was a kainu. Ever since that incident, Akainu felt that Rambo was aligned with him, and their relationship improved significantly. Furthermore, after Rambo, representing the Hawks, decisively bested the Dove faction as Admiral Virgo at a high-ranking Navy banquet, Akainu regarded Rambo as a brother. Whenever Rambo speaks, Akainu is likely to offer his utmost support. In the entire Navy, aside from the Fleet Admiral and Rambo, no one else could command such respect from Akainu, not even the other two admirals. Hence, Rambo can be considered one of the most influential figures within the headquarters. Once everything was settled, Rambo observed that Alan was relentlessly targeting Virgo's face with fierce strikes. Despite Virgo's efforts to evade, it was evident that Alan's prowess surpassed his, and soon Virgo's visage resembled that of a battered pig. After defeating Virgo, Alan secured him with handcuffs made of sea prism stone and unceremoniously tossed him aside. As he prepared to head back, his expression suddenly shifted, and he swiftly sidestepped, noticing that the floor where he had been standing had shattered, revealing a taut wire embedded in the center. Fortunately, Alan's observation hockey was sufficiently developed. Otherwise, he would have been oblivious to it in the dim light of night. At long last, the moment arrived. Tontata da Flamingo, Rambo mused, gazing toward the heavens. Chapter 120. Fierce battle. How dare you harm my family like this? You shall all perish. A figure clad in a feathered coat, resembling a tightrope performer, descended from the air, step by step. Seeing da Flamingo, Diamante, who was shackled, called out from below, "Young master, I have failed. I am sorry." The battered Virgo, with swollen eyes, gazed up at the Tontata, exclaiming, "Young master." Da Flamingo crouched down to examine the bruised Virgo, lifting him gently and setting him aside. "How dare you treat my family in such a manner? I will ensure your demise is merciless." The Tontata laughed maniacally, sending chills through those who heard it. Da Flamingo's forehead throbbed with veins as he fixed a steely gaze upon Alan. Though Da Flamingo often exudes a sickly arrogance, he is fiercely protective of his Don Quixote family members, provided they do not betray him. Should they do so, even his own brother would not be spared, as exemplified by Rosinante. Alan regarded Da Flamingo with caution, stating, "Indeed, I am the one who injured him. What do you intend to do?" "What do I intend to do? I seek your life." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the night demon lunged toward Alan, delivering a powerful kick. Alan, however, was not sluggish in his reaction. He swiftly crossed his arms in front of his chest to shield himself from the impending assault. Yet, it became clear that Alan had underestimated the night demon. Although he successfully blocked the kick, the sheer force sent him flying. Before Alan could even touch the ground, the night demon had already materialized behind him. At a disadvantage without the advantage of first strike, Alan struggled to regain control of his body midair, managing to hover just long enough to evade a sweeping kick from behind. Upon landing, he swiftly pivoted and took a significant step back, facing off against the night demon while rubbing his aching arms, muttering, "That hurts, that really hurts. This guy is brutal. If I hadn't been beaten up every day before, I might have broken my arms." The night demon, unfazed by Alan's display of discomfort, furrowed his brow and charged forward again, swinging a punch toward Alan. In response, Alan's fist darkened, and he retaliated with a punch of his own, challenging the night demon's assumption that he was an easy target. The two fists collided with a force that stirred a tempest, and after a brief stalemate, they each retreated a step before clashing once more. Alan launched a furious series of attacks aimed at the night demon's vulnerabilities, who matched each move in kind, resulting in a brief entanglement before they separated again. "Now, you can head to hell," the night demon declared, extending his right hand, fingers moving erratically. Alan soon felt his body responding contrary to his will, his right fist rising to strike his own chest with a resounding thud, causing him to spit out blood, even with his left hand attempting to block the blow. It was futile. His right hand struck again, and he felt as if he were possessed, desperately shouting no, as he continued to pound his chest. Soon, his left hand fell under the same enchantment, and he resembled a puppet controlled by unseen strings. "Alan, do not panic. This is merely his ability. He is a user of the string fruit. Use your strongest hockey to break free from the strings binding your body." Rambo urged from the second floor, observing Alan's plight. "Understood," Alan replied, his body still writhing in an uncoordinated manner. With a resounding shout, he enveloped himself in darkness. His body, once twisted, gradually began to straighten. A sound reminiscent of snapping strings echoed, and suddenly, he felt the restraints dissipate. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground. Seeing this, the night demon remarked, "Kid, your strength is commendable. If you agree to join my family, I shall overlook this incident. Would you consider it? Oh, I must inform you that you are mistaken. I have the audacity to rest here in your presence because I am surrounded by reliable companions who would not allow me to come to harm. By the way, if you wish for me to join your family, it's not impossible. You might as well ask him," Alan said, gesturing toward Rambo. With that, he truly lay back down and closed his eyes. Lumbo cast a glance at Enel, then turned to Alan. Could it be that those with the character I in their names are all so foolish? Lumbo glanced at Ein once more, reassuring himself. Thankfully, Ein is not like that. No worries. If he disagrees, I shall compel him to acquiesce, ha ha ha. Da Flamingo turned to Limbo on the second floor and remarked, "Kid, this fellow will be my subordinate from now on. Do you have any objections?" Lumbo gazed at Da Flamingo as he descended, stating, "While I have no objections, I do possess a suggestion." Da Flamingo, regarding Lumbo with a piercing stare, responded, "Oh, pray, share your suggestion with me." Lumbo retorted, "I suggest you leave immediately. Do not presume that your celestial dragon status will forever shield you. To me, that identity holds no more weight than a mere trifle." Lumbo's words astonished those present, revealing that this night demon was indeed a celestial dragon. At this moment, Doflamingo's expression twisted with rage. "You shall perish," he declared, flicking his finger to launch a slender thread toward Lumbo. Despite the illumination in the square, the night obscured vision. Such a delicate strand was nearly impossible to perceive with the naked eye. Fortunately, Lumbo activated his observation haki just in time, sensing all of Night Demon's attacks. He sidestepped the thread's assault and drew his blade, severing the line into two. Night Demon was not surprised by the ineffectiveness of his attack. If it were that easy to defeat Lumbo, his midnight endeavor to rescue someone would have been in vain. Immediately, he hardened his haki, his limbs cloaked in darkness as he charged at Lumbo. Lumbo sheathed his sword and activated his own haki, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows with Night Demon. They moved with such agility that each step left a crater in the ground, transforming the once smooth square into a landscape of pits and hollows. After battling for nearly half an hour, Night Demon realized that his physical prowess could not subdue Lumbo. He summoned a thread clone, turning their one-on-one conflict into a two-on-one. Lumbo regarded the thread clone, saying, "Night Demon, despite your cleverness, did Rao Ji not inform you of my abilities?" No sooner had he spoken than flames erupted around Lumbo, the searing heat causing Night Demon to inwardly exclaim, "This is troublesome." The thread clone, initially attacking Limbo alongside Doflamingo, encountered the violet flames enveloping Limbo. Instantly, the clone was consumed, reduced to charred fragments scattered across the ground. The flames enveloping Lumbo intensified as he gazed at Doflamingo, stating, "Surely, your prowess exceeds this trivial display. Unleash your full strength, or you may find your demise here today." It had been ages since anyone dared to speak to him so boldly. "Are you prepared for death, young one?" Doflamingo radiated an overwhelming aura, tightening his grip on the bamboo sword, internally lamenting, "I never anticipated he possessed Conqueror's haki as well." A few men, including Binns and Drake, began to sweat profusely, while Enel maintained a serious demeanor, his expression unchanged. After all, he had previously been subdued by Lumbo's similar technique on 2 occasions. To avoid being easily overpowered again, he had sought Zifa's assistance to enhance his training. The 3 young women felt a wave of dizziness, with Dashki suffering the most, her consciousness fading as she leaned against Kuina, who bit her lip to persevere, while Anne supported her. Behind them, Diamante, bound and sweating, valiantly resisted the encroaching pressure on his mind. "Do you think Conqueror's haki is your exclusive domain?" Lumbo, also a wielder of this powerful ability, would not be so easily subdued by Doflamingo. His tall figure surged with a formidable energy, matching the formidable presence of the heavenly Night Demon. Doflamingo, taken aback by this revelation, nearly faltered in his stance. "No wonder you have the audacity to challenge me. You too possess Conqueror's haki. Yet, haki comes in varying degrees, and you still have much to learn." Doflamingo's aura surged significantly, and the once darkened sky revealed 2 crimson orbs of light, one substantially larger, overpowering the other. In a swift motion, Lumbo's haki was forced back, culminating in an explosion that resonated silently, devoid of sound or destruction. Yet, in the minds of all present, a resounding bang echoed, causing the 3 young women, along with Binns and Drake, to succumb to unconsciousness. Ikeo, drenched in sweat, appeared as if he had just recovered from a grave illness. Enel collapsed to the ground, feeling as though his head had been struck by a massive hammer, overwhelmed by dizziness and nausea, unable to expel anything despite several retches. After a while, Ikeo regained his composure and noticed Enel still sprawled on the ground, dry heaving. He tossed a cup of water to him, and upon drinking, Enel seemed to revive, though his head continued to throb painfully. Meanwhile, the G5 branch, having been awake due to the ongoing battle, fell eerily silent, the stillness palpable. In the aftermath of the clash between Lumbo and Doflamingo's haki, Lumbo's mind swirled in confusion. Lumbo shook his head slightly, alleviating the tension. Yet he understood that he must not let his guard down. The battle with Doflamingo was far from over. Indeed, Lumbo sensed a figure emerging behind him, prompting him to swiftly turn and draw his sword, Fengwu. With a resounding clang, Fengwu struck against the pitch-black arm of the celestial yaksha. "You little brat. I never expected your power to rise so dramatically in such a short span. Had I known, I would have dealt with you personally before, preventing this troublesome situation. Alas, there are no ifs in life. Back then, Laoji nearly brought me to my demise, and I have since held you accountable for that grudge. Let us put an end to this once and for all. With a flourish, he unleashed the technique, one sword style, sword fire meteor. The blade of Fengwu, ablaze with flames, unleashed a barrage of fiery swords that hurtled swiftly towards the celestial yiksha. Doflamingo, recognizing the formidable nature of Lumbo's violet flames, hastily maneuvered to evade amidst the meteor shower of swords. As the fiery deluge descended, the entire plaza was engulfed in flames, constraining Doflamingo further, as the very essence of his string fruit was most vulnerable to fire. With no other options, Doflamingo resorted to utilizing his string abilities to suspend himself in midair. Observing the celestial yiksha hovering above, Lumbo allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. After all, the sky was his battlefield, and it appeared that Doflamingo was indeed resorting to desperate measures. Lumbo soared into the air, wielding the Fengwu as he charged towards the Tenyasha. Doflamingo swiftly evaded. Yet his aerial maneuvering relied solely on his string abilities, which were thoroughly countered by Lumbo's purple flames. The threads beneath his feet were severed by Lumbo, stripping him of any advantage. Seizing a moment when Tenyasha faltered, Lumbo dashed past Doflamingo, leaving 3 deep cuts on his chest and abdomen, blood streaming forth as his body plummeted to the ground. Who would have thought I would be defeated by a mere boy like you? Ha 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 ha, Doflamingo exclaimed, lying on the ground as he gazed at Lumbo, who held a sword poised at his throat. Rest assured, you are not the first warlord to fall at my hands, nor will you be the last, so there is nothing worth lamenting, Lumbo replied calmly. Oh, is that so? Ha ha ha. Even in defeat, Doflamingo retained his audacious bravado. Guena, bring the sea stone handcuffs for this fellow. He truly captured a significant prize. Though, it is somewhat regrettable, Lumbo remarked, casting a wistful glance at Tenyasha. Meanwhile, the group awakened by Enel remained in a groggy haze. Upon hearing Lumbo's request, Guena reluctantly secured Doflamingo with the sea stone handcuffs before taking a few sips of water to regain her composure. All right, let us first escort these individuals aboard the ship. Then we can have something to eat. I'm famished after a night of battling. The group returned to the Noah, where Alan began preparing a meal. The others sat on the deck, engaging in discussions about the Conqueror's hockey. The prospect of encountering another wielder of such power in the future seemed perilously daunting. While their current abilities appeared sufficient, they realized that would not hold true on the vast seas. In the New World, the number of those possessing Conqueror's hockey was staggering. A casual encounter with one could spell disaster for everyone except Lumbo, Yichao, and Enel, who might manage to hold their ground. Previously confident in their prowess, the recent events served as a stark wake-up call for the group. Lumbo felt a surge of satisfaction seeing their newfound awareness of the looming dangers. Their capabilities were indeed commendable, especially given their youth, with an average age of under 20. He offered words of comfort and encouragement, and the group resolved to strengthen their abilities, determined not to be a burden. With their minds occupied by thoughts of enhancing their combat skills, several members retreated to their quarters. Yichao and Lumbo sat together, and Yichao inquired, "This fellow is quite the nuisance. How do you intend to deal with him?" "This one? Truth be told, I merely wished to vent my frustrations by giving him a good thrashing. I had no intention of truly capturing him. After all, he bears the title of warlord, and each warlord possesses the right to plunder freely. If I were to actually apprehend him, wouldn't that be a slap in the face to the Navy? Before attempting to capture him, I must first strip him of his warlord status. Moreover, even if one were to take action against him, it would hardly be an easy endeavor, for this individual bears the identity of a celestial dragon." With a hint of regret, Limbo remarked, "You say this fellow is a celestial dragon? Aren't they merely a group of swine residing in Mariehua?" Laughed Yichao, his expression somber. Clearly, he harbored animosity towards the celestial dragons, who had brought ruin to his homeland. Not all celestial dragons are as despicable as those wretched creatures. Some carry a sense of responsibility. In fact, this man's father was a celestial dragon who chose integrity over corruption, a trait I genuinely admire. Disgusted by the vile nature of his kin, he severed ties with the celestial dragons to protect his family. Yichao expressed with a sense of nostalgia. Who would have thought that among the celestial dragons, there could exist such a noble soul? However, this individual has failed to inherit his father's gentleness. He bears quite a few notorious titles: Tenyasha, Sea Ruffian, Joker, and Warlord of the Sea, none of which sound favorable. It seems he is indeed a pirate of exceptional notoriety, Lumbo detailed, counting the titles of Don Quixote Doflamingo. When do you intend to release him? Yichao inquired. No rush. I shall keep him confined for a couple of days longer, let him experience hunger, and then I will set him free. So he may remember well the audacity of placing a bounty on my head and sending someone to assassinate me. Such insolence is intolerable, Lumbo replied with palpable resentment. Soon, Alan prepared a feast, and they all gathered to enjoy a hearty meal. After a night of intense battle, Lumbo quickly succumbed to sleep. The following morning, he awoke to the sounds of vigorous exercise outside. Upon stepping out, he was greeted by a group of individuals already engaged in training on the deck. Good morning, everyone. So energetic today, Lumbo greeted, but the others were too absorbed in their training to acknowledge him. Isha approached, manipulating the gravity field, and said, "These fellows rose before dawn, even dragging this old man out to join them in their workouts. It seems the events of yesterday had quite an impact on everyone. Well, it's no wonder. We nearly faced total annihilation. If that didn't stir them, nothing else would," Ishao commented, slightly teasing Lumbo. At that moment, Lumbo suddenly realized, "Uncle, you seem quite adept now, managing the gravity field while engaging in conversation with me. Have you resolved the issues with the gravity field?" Just then, Drake called out, "Uncle, boost me by 1 volt. Ishao complied with a nod, then shrugged at Lumbo, indicating that the problem had indeed been resolved. Suddenly, Lumbo's din-din mushy rang, and upon retrieving it, the image of Sengoku appeared. Once connected, Lumbo heard, "Lumbo, have you captured Don Quixote da Flamingo? Admiral, have you dispatched someone to tell me? I haven't even approached you regarding this matter, yet you are already aware," Lumbo replied. "Enough of the nonsense. With you soaring through the skies daily, how could I possibly track your movements? Have you not seen today's newspaper? Goodness, have I made the headlines again? The editor of this news agency is truly formidable. I certainly didn't feel anyone tailing me yesterday. Anyway, let us not digress. How do you intend to deal with Doflamingo? What other course is there but to imprison him and impel down? If he dares to escape, I shall eliminate him without hesitation. No, you cannot act against him now. To do so would imply that the Navy acknowledges the legitimacy of the Seven Warlords' system of lawful piracy, which would leave the Navy utterly humiliated. He must be released for now." "Very well. I initially intended merely to teach him a lesson and had no real intention of harming him. However, it cannot be as simple as letting him go. After all, it took considerable effort to capture him. I shall not release him without ensuring he goes hungry for a couple of days. The Marshal is unconcerned. I am aware that the 5 elders must be applying pressure. Rest assured, I shall maintain a delicate balance and will not truly harm him. All right then, I entrust this matter entirely to you. I trust you understand his significance. Do not act too rashly." With that, Sengoku ended the call. "Benz, has today's newspaper arrived?" Rambo inquired, turning to Benz. "It has arrived. But I was busy training and left it aside. I shall fetch it now." Benz then retrieved the newspaper, which prominently displayed a photograph of Rambo confronting Doflamingo. The headline read, "The youngest vice admiral truly lives up to his title, unyielding against the 7 warlords." It seems the photographer did not witness the conclusion of the encounter, or perhaps was not fully aware of the ultimate outcome. Had they seen it through to the end, they would have noted Rambo's triumph over the pirate and his subsequent capture. Perhaps the overwhelming clash had left them momentarily dazed. The group circulated the newspaper, feeling the pressure mount once more, and a collective sense of urgency drove them back into training. Alan, caught by Rambo's grasp, lamented, "Brother Rambo, while training is essential, we cannot do so on empty stomachs. Would you mind preparing a meal first? I'm quite famished." It suddenly dawned on Alan that he had yet to prepare breakfast, and he hurriedly dashed into the kitchen. Rambo glanced towards the small room where Doflamingo was confined and pushed the door open to enter. Though bound, the pirate reclined leisurely on the floor, casually crossing his legs. Upon seeing Rambo, he bared his teeth in a grin, saying, "So, when do you plan to set us free, kid?" "Oh, you are so certain of that? While it is indeed guaranteed that you will be released, it ultimately depends on my mood." "Perhaps you should beg for mercy," Rambo teased, adopting a playful tone. "Even without begging, you would release us. There is no need to test me. The information I possess is far more valuable than my life, and they will not allow you to harm me," Doflamingo declared, exuding confidence as though victory were assured. "The information you possess holds no interest for me," Rambo replied, dismissively. "I have apprehended you not for any particular reason, but simply due to my displeasure towards you. Your days of joy are numbered. As for now, I intend to let you languish for a few days," Lumbo remarked nonchalantly before stepping outside. The group paused to share a breakfast, following which they roamed aimlessly, launching random ambushes on pirate ships. Upon arriving at an island, Lumbo and his companions disembarked. Enel activated the lightning protection feature of the Arc Maxim. This capability had been developed 2 months prior. After the release of the 3 night demons, when they returned to headquarters and sought the assistance of Kazuru to have the research team created, the group departed from their vessel and made their way towards the town within the island. As per their usual custom, they dispersed for leisure. Some of the men sought entertainment while the women indulged in shopping. Lumbo, however, wandered aimlessly through the town in a state of ennui. He instinctively entered a tavern, found a seat, and began sipping his drink while eavesdropping on the patrons, hoping to glean any valuable information. Soon, a commotion arose. What had happened to that individual? Had he been poisoned? How could he collapse face down into his plate while eating? Rambo parted the crowd and caught sight of a figure that made his eyes narrow. There lay a man with his bare torso adorned with a tattoo of a white bearded emblem on his back, a curved dagger sheathed at his waist, a string of prayer beads around his neck, and a cowboy hat perched atop his head. Rambo muttered to himself, "I never expected to find you here, Ace." Chapter 123, A Surge in Power. Everyone, no need to linger. This is my friend, merely in slumber. Now, please disperse. Indeed, as the crowd quieted, they could hear the sound of snoring emanating from Ace's lips, prompting them to disperse with a collective scoff. The tavern owner, drenched in sweat, was terrified that this individual had succumbed to food poisoning from his establishment. Rambo dispersed the crowd and then, with a bemused expression, sat across from Ace, holding a bottle of wine. It was utterly baffling how this fellow had acquired the habit of dozing off during meals. He had yet to swallow the morsels in his mouth, seemingly oblivious to the risk of choking. Ignoring him, Rambo quietly savored his drink. Before long, Ace awoke. Gulping down the food he had been chewing and, rubbing his head, lamented, "I've fallen asleep again." Without a care for the remnants of food on his face, he proceeded to devour the meal that had been squashed beneath his cheek. Rambo observed the remnants of food on Ace's face and handed him a tissue, remarking, "Wipe your face, it's covered in food. Don't you care about your appearance? You wouldn't want to embarrass your father." Ace accepted the tissue, dabbed at his face, and discarded it carelessly. "You, a Navy officer, certainly have an interesting perspective. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I've finished my meal, and now I'm ready for battle. How can you be certain that I am here to capture you?" Upon hearing Ace's words, Rambo paused momentarily before responding slowly. "If you weren't here to apprehend me, why have you lingered so long? Besides, is there ever a Navy officer who doesn't capture pirates?" Ace looked at Rambo, questioning him. "Very well, if that is the case, let us engage in a spar. However, before we commence our duel, you must settle the bill for this tavern," Rambo stated. Ace was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a request. He rummaged through his pockets, only to find them emptier than his own face. In the past, Ace had always dined on credit, promising to return with payment when he had the means, thus unwittingly nurturing the habit of dining and dashing. Rambo, noticing Ace's predicament, realized the man was indeed planning to eat without paying once again. As the proprietor finalized the bill, Rambo pulled a pouch of berries from his coat and placed it on the table. "This time, I shall treat you. Just remember to repay me next time." With that, Rambo strode towards the door. Ace was momentarily stunned by Rambo's unexpected generosity, thinking to himself, "Isn't he here to capture me? Yet, he treats me to a meal." Shaking his head to dismiss his thoughts, Ace followed Rambo outside, muttering, "I'll go easy on him this time. It will balance the scales of his kindness." I detest owing favors. It's quite bothersome." Lumbo, accompanied by Ace, arrived at a remote location, halting before uttering, "Come now, Ace, let me witness your prowess. Do not fall too easily." Ace, upon hearing Lumbo's words, merely scoffed. Without resorting to his devil fruit abilities, Ace charged towards Lumbo, engaging in combat through sheer physical prowess. His martial skills were honed from childhood, battling the wild beasts of the forest, yet in later stages, he seldom showcased his physical techniques. In his final moments, Ace pondered whether, had he developed his haki to a sufficient level, Akainu would still have been able to pierce his chest with a single blow. The answer was unequivocal. Had Ace cultivated his haki, Akainu's punch would have merely forced him back, incapable of delivering a fatal strike. Lumbo observed Ace's fierce onslaught, yet it was riddled with flaws. While Lumbo hesitated to proclaim himself a master of martial arts, he felt qualified to critique such clumsy attacks. "Ace, your martial skills are profoundly disappointing. Is this truly how you have trained throughout your life?" As Ace launched a punch, Lumbo seized his wrist and executed a shoulder throw, sending Ace crashing against a tree. Lumbo glared at the fallen Ace, Irked by the chaotic display of martial arts and haunted by the memory of Ace's demise at the hands of Akainu, he bellowed with a mix of frustration and disappointment. Ace, rising to his feet, was perplexed by Lumbo's sudden anger. It seemed directed at his martial skills, and he felt a twinge of shame, realizing he had neglected physical training since consuming the devil fruit. Yet, he questioned why Lumbo was so invested in his shortcomings, feeling a surge of annoyance at the reprimand. In an instant, Ace ignited in flames, launching a massive fireball towards Lumbo. Lumbo stood motionless, allowing the fireball to strike him, engulfing his entire being in flames. Ace rushed forward, exclaiming, "Why don't you dodge, you fool?" As he approached Lumbo to extinguish the flames, he was taken aback to find Lumbo unscathed, seemingly reveling in the fiery embrace. As Rambo approached, he delivered a powerful kick that sent Ace sprawling. In that instant, the flames enveloping Rambo were drawn into his body, extinguishing in a heartbeat. Ace, lying on the ground, was taken aback. He had never witnessed anyone capable of absorbing his flames. Unfazed, Ace conjured a colossal fireball, a manifestation of his Inferno Emperor's might, and hurled it toward Rambo. Rambo, gazing at the fireball, which measured at least 5 meters in diameter, opened his arms wide as if to embrace it. Upon collision, the fireball diminished in size like a deflating balloon, eventually being absorbed into Rambo's being. This left Ace genuinely astonished. Even Rambo himself was momentarily startled by the spectacle. When Ace unleashed his fiery attack, Rambo had intended to disperse it, but a voice deep within him whispered that the flames posed no threat. He halted his actions, and instead of harm, he absorbed the fireball with ease. Subsequently, the Inferno Emperor's flames were also consumed by him. At that moment, Rambo felt an itch on his back. Upon removing his kimono to investigate, he discovered his back radiated an intense heat. Yet, curiously, apart from the itch, there was no burning sensation. While Ace remained in a daze, he noticed the colors of Rambo's fiery phoenix tattoo becoming increasingly vivid. The once crimson phoenix gradually transitioned to a deep violet, beginning from its tail and spreading to its wings, then to its neck, finally reaching its eyes. The eyes of the tattoo sparkled with an extraordinary liveliness, as if animated by some unseen force. Rambo, unable to witness this transformation, was oblivious to the marvel unfolding. In contrast, Ace was left speechless. Having never encountered such a phenomenon, he sank to the ground, utterly astonished. After a brief moment, Rambo felt the sensation of itchiness subside, and he sensed a significant surge in his power. Lumbo gazed at his hands and activated his armament haki, realizing that it had intensified significantly. His entire arm gleamed with a lustrous black hue, brimming with explosive power. He unleashed a punch into the void, and Ace felt an unexpected whirlwind arise, uprooting several nearby trees with astonishing force. Lumbo adjusted himself and then approached Ace, extending his right hand to help him up from the ground. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Monkey D. Lumbo, a member of the Navy." Upon hearing Lumbo's words, Ace was once again taken aback. You are Luffy's brother, the fourth brother?" he exclaimed, pointing at Lumbo with palpable excitement. Lumbo chuckled and remarked, "According to our brotherhood ranking, I am your fourth brother, Ace." "How delightful. When the three of us formed our bond, Luffy mentioned having another brother who was taken to the Navy by that wretched grandfather. Nevertheless, you were always included in our brotherhood. You are our little brother. At last, we meet today." Ace, filled with excitement, embraced Lumbo. "Before I joined Dad's pirate crew, I traveled for a while, hoping to find you. Ever since Sabo's passing, it has just been Luffy and you. I vowed to protect you as your elder brother. But you never appeared, and I could not find you," Ace lamented, tears streaming down his face as he clutched Lumbo. Now, Ace, let me share a secret with you. Sabo is not dead. He was rescued and is safe now, so you need not worry," Lumbo reassured Ace, soothing him as one would a child. Upon hearing Lumbo's words, Ace's heart raced. "Is that true? Really? Have you seen him? Why has he come to find us?" "Lumbo, are you deceiving me?" "Not at all. The one who saved him is our biological father, Monkey D. Dragon. Rest assured." "Let us find something to eat and discuss this further," Lumbo replied, leading Ace back to his ship. Though Alan had yet to return, and there were no appetizers, the wine was plentiful. The two sat on the deck, sipping wine and conversing. Sabo's ship was struck by the celestial dragons, and after being rescued by our father, he has remained by his side. My father is currently training him. The injuries he sustained caused him to lose his memory, and my father is doing everything he can to heal him, which is why he has not sought us out. That is magnificent news. Ha ha ha, Sabo is alive. How wonderful!" Ace exclaimed, alternating between tears of joy and laughter. leaving Limbo somewhat speechless. Does Luffy know of this? He would be overjoyed. Ace inquired, looking at Limbo. I last saw him when I sent him off from Rogue Town. He hasn't met me yet and remains unaware, Limbo replied. The mere mention of Luffy transformed Ace and Limbo into fervent admirers. Despite Luffy being Limbo's elder brother, Limbo had always viewed him as a younger sibling. I never would have imagined that your father is Dragon. He is indeed an extraordinary man. I've heard from Dad that he single-handedly assembled a formidable crew, creating a powerful faction, Ace remarked with a hint of admiration. Limbo, have you not yet resolved your inner turmoil? Your father is a figure who stands on par with mine. He is a pioneer of an era, Limbo observed, noting that Ace still had not fully acknowledged his father. What is he, truly? He may have initiated the great pirate era, but it is precisely that era that has led to an increase in pirates, rendering the seas tumultuous. The violence and plunder have shattered countless families, bringing devastation and despair. Ace clenched his fists tightly and took a large swig of alcohol. Ace, you are mistaken. Although the number of pirates has increased, there are still those who genuinely seek freedom, individuals with true dreams. If I am not mistaken, the great treasure left by your father is tied to a monumental secret, one that likely involves the world government. He yearned for more people to break free from the world government's manipulation and actively pursue the truth. He was a true pirate, undeniably the Pirate King, said Limbo with admiration. Ace was taken aback by Limbo's profound admiration for his father, yet he knew that Limbo's simple words could not resolve the turmoil within him. Limbo understood this as well and decided to let Ace explore his feelings at his own pace. Well then, let us gather as brothers today and drink, Limbo exclaimed, lifting a barrel of alcohol toward Ace. He then gulped it down with fervor, prompting Ace to grasp the barrel and soon empty it as well. Did you come out this time to capture Doflamingo? Limbo inquired. Indeed. He broke the only rule my father had. He killed his own brother. I must capture him and bring him back for my father to deal with, Ace replied with indignation. Give it up. You cannot contend with Blackbeard right now. It's no matter. If you must go, then go. Here is my life card. Keep it close. If anything arises, find a way to notify me in a timely manner. Limbo recognized that he could not dissuade Ace at this moment. Ace carefully stored Limbo's life card and said, Rest assured, even if I cannot defeat him, he cannot do anything to me. By the way, I encountered Luffy in Alabasta last time. He has found some reliable companions. What about yours? I have yet to meet them. They've gone out for a stroll. When they return, we'll host a welcome feast. It's been a while since we've had guests aboard our ship, Limbo chuckled. All right, I am eager to see what your companions are like. Ace replied as he continued to drink with Limbo. By the way, Ace, you truly need to focus on honing your physical skills. I know your devil fruit ability is formidable, but if your physical prowess is lacking, you won't be able to sustain prolonged combat. Remember, physical strength is the foundation of all combat techniques. Stay here for a few days. I'll have Mystery Shao train you. I wouldn't feel at ease otherwise. Do not refuse. Doflamingo could pursue at any moment. Seize this rare opportunity to improve your physical skills, Limbo expressed with concern. Although Ace now bore the name of Whitebeard, making it difficult for anyone at sea to challenge him, he knew he could not rely on Whitebeard forever. His own strength was paramount. After 2 hours, Limbo's crew gradually returned, laughing and joking. Upon seeing the two men drinking on the deck, they were momentarily stunned. At that moment, the captain of the Whitebeard's 2nd Division still held a certain renown upon the seas, and Drake and the others quickly recognized him. Limbo gazed at everyone and declared, This is my elder brother, Fire Fist Ace. Ace and his companions are all my allies. Greetings, I am Ace, Limbo's brother, Ace said, sensing a formidable aura emanating from Drake and the others. He thought to himself, I never expected Limbo's companions to be so powerful. The crowd looked at Ace, then back at Limbo, puzzled. Wasn't Limbo's brother Luffy? How could there be another? Limbo explained, We are 4 brothers in total. Ace is my sworn elder brother. Luffy is my biological brother, and I have a 2nd brother whom I will introduce you to later. Now, let us welcome our guests on board and commence the feast. After a night of revelry, everyone rose early the next morning to train in the gravity field created by Ishiao. Ace had agreed to stay and refine his physical skills for a few days, and no one opposed him, which genuinely surprised Ace. Are these people truly Navy? Allowing pirates to train on their ship is beyond my comprehension, he mused to himself, finally grasping the extraordinary nature of this group. It was astonishing to have a powerful individual of admiral caliber assisting them by providing a gravity field. Indeed, they were fortunate. At that moment, Ace found himself devoid of the energy to complain. To avoid falling too far behind, he requested Ishio to adjust the gravity to match that of Alan. Among this group, Alan possessed the finest physical attributes given his age and nearly 2 years of training under Rayleigh. Next was Drake, followed by Enel and then Binz. The 3 girls followed after them. Ace now realized that his physical prowess likely paled in comparison to Binz, and yet he had the audacity to compete with Alan. Observing Ace, who was panting heavily, Lumbo signaled Ishio to reduce Ace's gravity. Feeling a noticeable relief, Ace exhaled slowly and resumed his training with renewed focus. After 5 days of training aboard Lumbo's ship, Ace felt a marked improvement in his abilities, even mastering the powers of his devil fruit with greater ease. He then expressed his intention to depart to Lumbo, who, understanding Ace's resolve, offered nothing but a simple, "Be careful." Seeing Lumbo's solemn and concerned expression warmed Ace's heart, almost persuading him to stay, especially after experiencing such significant growth in his martial prowess. However, he had sworn to capture Doflamingo, and thus, under Lumbo's watchful gaze, he departed from the Noah, Arkansas. By the way, I encountered Luffy in Alabasta, where Crocodile reigns. Given Luffy's penchant for trouble, he is likely to stir up chaos again. If you have the time, do pay him a visit, Ace remarked before vanishing into the distance. The group bid farewell to Ace, having grown fond of this forthright man during their few days together. Once Ace had departed, Lumbo announced, "Now, let us head to Alabasta. There promises to be a splendid spectacle that we must not miss." Enel piloted the Ark Maxim skyward, soaring towards Alabasta. With a smile, he turned to Lumbo and remarked, "Ever since Ace arrived, I have noticed a significant enhancement in your strength. What has transpired?" Lumbo responded, "Have you truly discerned it? The day Ace arrived, before your return, I engaged in a skirmish with him. An unexpected occurrence took place. My body inexplicably began to absorb Ace's flames. At the time, I was quite bewildered. Subsequently, I experienced an unbearable itch on my back. Ace mentioned that the fiery phoenix tattoo on my back transformed from red to purple. Once everything settled, I realized my physical prowess had increased remarkably, and even my Busashoka haki had notably intensified." Pondering for a moment, Enel said, "No wonder you have been seeking out Ace these past few days, urging him to attack you with his flames. What were the results? Has your strength continued to augment?" Lumbo shook his head. "No. Through my observations over the past few days, I have found that although Ace's flames do not harm me, my body does not absorb them, and my strength has not further increased. Now, unleash your flames. Allow me to sense them," Enel suggested, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Lumbo responded with a sound, and suddenly, his entire body was engulfed in searing flames. With a smile, he felt a wave of heat rush towards him, causing the surrounding temperature to rise dramatically. Even the golden deck beneath his feet began to soften and melt. Rambo felt an unsettling pressure beneath his feet and dared not remain on the deck any longer. He soared into the air to evade the intense heat that threatened to damage the Ark Noah. The others in training quickly noticed a dramatic rise in the surrounding temperature, and Rambo, hovering above, appeared as an additional sun casting its fierce rays upon them, causing the very air to ignite. Ishio, sensing this phenomenon, changed countenance and urged Rambo to retract his powers and descend back onto the ship. At this moment, everyone gathered around, eager to understand what had transpired. Rambo, observing their reactions, felt a sense of bewilderment. Ishio, with a smile, addressed Rambo, saying, "You have long believed that absorbing Ace's flames merely enhanced your physical constitution. However, it seems that this augmentation was merely an ancillary attribute of the Zoan-type devil fruit's power. While you may not perceive the intensity of your flames, akin to your usual sensations, I urge you to inquire with them about the true terror of your current fire. It is astonishing to realize that your fruit's abilities have experienced the most significant enhancement." Lumbo gazed at the crowd and inquired, "Was the flame surrounding me particularly intense just now?" Enel, with his lifeless fish-like eyes, cast a menacing glare in his direction and warned, "Should you dare to employ your abilities aboard the Noah once more, I shall strike you down with lightning. Just look at the depth of the footprints left where you stood." Rambo gazed at the footprint indentation, which had sunk 10 centimeters into the deck, feeling somewhat sheepish. Fortunately, he had managed to leap away just in time. Otherwise, the impression would have been much deeper. He glanced at Enel, whose face was clouded with resentment, and apologized. "I momentarily lost my focus. I assure you it won't happen again." Enel shot him a sidelong glance, dismissing his words, and promptly activated his power. The electric metallurgy swiftly erased the pit from the deck, restoring it to its original smoothness. "Rambo, your flames were exceedingly powerful just now. I reckon if I had activated my devil fruit ability and gotten caught in your flames, I would have turned to ashes in no time. Bins, who wielded the capabilities of the flourishing fruit, had the most authoritative insight regarding flames. Indeed, it felt as if there were two suns blazing directly above us. The others chimed in, each expressing their thoughts. At that moment, Rambo sensed that his devil fruit abilities had reached a formidable level. He wondered how his flames compared to the unquenchable Amaterasu from the world of Naruto. He suspected they might still fall short. However, there was no need for haste. Rambo was young and possessed immense potential. It appeared that he would eventually need to seek wisdom from the three admirals concerning devil fruit abilities. As each person's powers were unique, and even the same fruit could be developed in myriad ways, the admirals had honed their abilities to perfection and surely possessed invaluable insights. After a brief discussion among themselves, the others refocused on their training. While it was advantageous for their captain to grow stronger, an excessive increase in strength could pose a problem for them. None wished to be a burden or a mere anchor. You have yet to fully acclimate to your abilities. You must take the time to consolidate your skills. A true warrior is one who thoroughly understands their powers and can wield them flawlessly. The greater your strength, the broader your perspective will become. In time, you will easily discern the reality of those around you. And you will know that to exert one unit of effort is far superior to expending two. With a smile, he observed Rambo, who sat deep in contemplation on the deck. Rambo understood that Ishii was correct. He nodded and slowly ascended from the deck, first unleashing his flames in a sudden burst, then gradually diminishing their intensity, controlling the cycle with finesse. While others had cultivated their fruit abilities painstakingly over time, making them adept in their usage, Rambo's power had surged dramatically from absorbing Ace's flames, leaving him still in need of adaptation for perfect control. Time passed swiftly in training, and soon Rambo and his companions arrived at Alabasta. Inara docked the ship, and the port appeared vastly different from when Rambo had last visited. The former vibrancy had vanished. People hustled in a flurry, laden with packages, anxiously awaiting vessels. Binns grabbed hold of a passerby, who, initially ready to protest, quickly quelled his ire upon noticing the formidable presence of Rambo's group, especially Drake, whose open coat revealed a muscular chest, radiating an unspoken warning against any confrontation. After inquiring, Binns learned of the current turmoil. Alabasta was embroiled in war, with rebel forces clashing against the king's army in the capital, Arabasta. The populace was fleeing the chaos, creating a scene of disarray punctuated by the distant sounds of gunfire. Crowds surged towards the docks, abandoning their belongings in their desperate flight, the cries of adults mingling with the wails of children. The sight before them may have stirred memories for Xiao. With a serious expression, he addressed Rambo, stating his intention to assess the situation and assist the fleeing populace. Have you forgotten our team's mission? He reminded. We exist to serve the people, and now, as they suffer, we cannot stand idly by. Follow your heart and do what you must. We stand firmly behind you. No sooner had Rambo spoken than a throng gathered around them, their intent clear. They urged him to act without hesitation, offering their unwavering support. Suddenly, Ishiu sensed a shift in the tumultuous crowd. A person had fallen, and at this pace, a stampede seemed inevitable. Just as Rambo prepared to intervene, Ishiu shouted, immobilizing everyone with the force of gravity. The elderly woman who had fallen, panic-stricken and tearful, shut her eyes, bracing for the impending chaos. To her astonishment, after a moment, she realized no one had stepped upon her, and upon opening her eyes, she saw those around her frozen in place. A slender hand gently lifted her, and after expressing her gratitude to Dasky, she attempted to leave. Yixiao then called out, Dear elder, and all present, you need not flee. We shall put an end to this turmoil. Please, seek refuge in a safe location, and I assure you, you will soon return to your homes. Lumbo, accompanied by his companions, made his way toward Albana, only to encounter two factions embroiled in a fierce battle, exchanging blows and gunfire. Witnessing the chaos, Luffy, I must say, you truly have a penchant for trouble. Once I deal with you, I shall ensure you receive a proper reprimand. A smile gripped tightly around the bamboo sword in his hand, the veins on his hands protruding, clearly indicating his inner turmoil. Everyone, mobilized to halt their fratricidal conflict. Those we cannot stop, render unconscious. This street is under your jurisdiction. I do not wish to see a single soul perish by the hands of their own. Uncle Ishiao and I shall proceed to the royal city. In no time, Lumbo's entourage dispersed, with Inara transforming into a bolt of lightning, weaving through the crowd, incapacitating both the royal army and the insurgents alike. Drake, wielding his hand like a blade, swiftly rendered individuals unconscious, while others followed suit, finding it far more efficient to incapacitate than to halt the fighting. Soon, Lumbo and Yixiao arrived at the royal city, where they witnessed the insurgents and the royal army confronting each other in the town square. A girl with flowing blue hair stood atop a building, pleading for them to cease their violence. Alas, Vivi, your pleas are in vain. We must intervene, Lumbo declared as he and Yixiao soared onto the high platform beside Vivi. I beseech you, I implore you to stop this battle, Vivi exclaimed, kneeling in desperation. Lumbo could not allow her to kneel in such a manner, as this turmoil was instigated by pirates, a burden borne by the navy. He hastily supported Vivi and turned to Yixiao. Uncle, I must trouble you, please. Compel them to cease. Yixiao nodded, forcefully bringing down the bamboo sword, causing both factions in the square to collapse to the ground, this time with a far less gentle approach than previously employed. The fallen combatants cried out, rendered immobile. Vivi stood in shock at the scene before her, fervently expressing her gratitude to Yixiao. Lumbo stepped forward, raising his voice. My apologies, everyone. We have arrived late. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Rear Admiral Lumbo of the Navy Headquarters, here to put an end to this conflict. Vivi, who among them is the leader of the rebels? Lumbo inquired. Vivi pointed to a young man sprawled on the ground. Kosha, you have misjudged the king. Please, hear me out. You have all been deceived. The architect of the drought plaguing the entire Alabasta kingdom, the culprit behind the use of dance powder, is the sand crocodile. Crocodile. You may regard him as a hero of Alabasta, but facts remain facts. When your grievances arose, did anyone suggest rebellion? When you lacked firearms and ammunition, who provided them? That individual is none other than Crocodile. Even the current king is not the true king. He is merely a subordinate of Crocodile. If you doubt this, open your eyes and see for yourself. Inaru, bring him forth. Enel seized the king and advanced forward. It was revealed that while Lumbo was directing the others to quell the chaos in the streets, Enel had directly proceeded to the palace and captured Imar3. Von Kure. Revert to your original form. The sand crocodile is on the verge of defeat. Take a moment to reflect upon the sins you have wrought. Countless innocent lives have been lost due to your actions, resulting in a tragic slaughter among one another. Do you not feel even a twinge of remorse? Observe the streets beyond the city walls. How many corpses lie there? How many children have been orphaned? And how many families have been shattered? Look closely at the devastation you have caused. Rambert led Fong Kale to the scene, where countless corpses lay scattered. Gradually, Fong Kale's shoulders began to tremble, and he soon broke into tears, reverting to his original self. I found myself bewildered by how events had spiraled to such a tragic outcome. How could so many lives be lost? I truly did not understand. In truth, Fong Kale was a man of profound loyalty and sentiment. Otherwise, he would not have transformed into Magellan for Luffy, ultimately meeting his demise and impelled down. Fong Kale's sudden outburst left Kusha utterly at a loss. Had he truly erred? Had he unwittingly become a weapon in the hands of Crocodile, wielded against his own kin and friends? Overwhelmed by despair, he sank to his knees, weeping inconsolably. Lumbo declared, Rest assured, everyone. The sand crocodile is currently engaged in battle with my brother, who will surely vanquish him. We shall deliver justice to you. This is an error on the part of our navy, and we sincerely apologize. Lumbo stood atop the city walls and bowed deeply. Now, Kusha, the war has concluded. You may retreat with the rebels, and I urge you to disband them immediately. The mistakes you have made will likely be overlooked by Princess Vivi and the king. For you two have been deceived. The king will generously forgive you, and I implore you to defend this nation diligently from now on. I believe this experience will unite the people of Arabasta even more. Soon, rain shall grace Arabasta. It is time for you to return. Upon hearing Lumbo's words, Kusha knelt on the ground, seemingly unmoved. Lumbo grasped Vivi's arm and urged her to descend, encouraging her to speak to Kusha, who appeared to be in a state of shock today. Afterward, Lumbo chose not to intervene further. Lumbo, accompanied by his crew, journeyed towards the desert, eager to ascertain the outcome of Luffy's battle. At that moment, Kuina approached him, teasingly inquiring, Isn't the princess's delicate hand exceptionally smooth? Startled by her words, Lumbo, filled with a desperate urge for survival, quickly retorted, Do not speak nonsense. I merely grasped her wrist. I did not take her hand. My intention was solely to persuade others, and I did not think much of it at the time. However, Enel chimed in with a gleeful smirk. I distinctly saw Lumbo holding the princess's hand. Even Drake, with a serious demeanor, added, Kuina, I too witnessed Lumbo grasping the princess's hand. You may ask Mr. Ishao for confirmation. As the best teammate, Ishao pointed to his own eyes and quipped, "Why ask me? I cannot see." Relieved, Lumbo exclaimed, "You see, mister." Ishao would never lie. I distinctly held the princess's wrist. Yet, after a brief pause, Ishao added, "Although I cannot see." I certainly sensed that Lumbo was holding the princess's hand. This statement provoked a hearty laugh from the group, leaving Lumbo utterly dumbfounded. Where had gone the promise of the strongest support from his so-called best teammate? Rambo suddenly felt a chilling sensation at the nape of his neck. As the tender flesh at his waist was twisted into a tortuous shape, he gasped sharply, hurriedly begging for mercy, vowing never to act so recklessly again. Guena then uttered another shocking remark that left everyone astounded, stating, "With the three of us here, you still dare to flirt with other beauties? It seems all men are indeed foolish swine." Lumbo shouted in protest, and the crowd appeared utterly astonished, their jaws nearly dislocating in disbelief. Two young ladies, their cheeks flushed, lowered their gazes, while several gentlemen also expressed their indignation, exclaiming, "I don't even have a girlfriend. How could I possibly be labeled a big pig-ass hoof?" Laughter erupted among the group, dispelling the somber atmosphere that had lingered after witnessing the carnage. As they ventured further along the path, a sudden downpour commenced. Lumbo mused to himself, "It seems the battle has come to a close. The sand crocodile has been vanquished." The swirling winds and dust gradually subsided with the arrival of rain. Yet the mingling scent of moist earth and sand caused the three young ladies to wrinkle their noses in distaste. Rambo gazed at everyone and remarked, "Do not feel repulsed. This is the essence of nature. The earthy scent here is far more pleasant than the metallic tang of blood." A smile spread across his face as he observed Rambo. Noting how the young man's aura had become increasingly profound and in harmony with the natural world. Before long, they arrived at the battlefield, where Luffy had already departed, leaving only Sand Crocodile sprawled on the sandy ground, reminiscent of his defeat at Rambo's hands. "Ah, Crocodile, it has been ages. You seem to be in high spirits." Basking in the sun of the Sahara, the group could hardly suppress their amusement at Rambo's jest. Sand Crocodile struggled to sit up, retrieving a cigar from his pocket to light it. "Are you here to revel in my misfortunes? And who even agrees that this desert is called the Sahara?" Suddenly, Lumbo unleashed a punch, shattering the head of Sand Crocodile, sending a cloud of yellow sand swirling through his fingers. This startling act left the onlookers in shock. Lumbo gazed at the half-sand-filled head of Sand Crocodile and remarked, "I previously stated that if you did not agree, I would compel you to do so. Now, what are your plans? Your affairs have been fully exposed, and it is likely that you will soon be stripped of your title as one of the 7 warlords and subsequently hunted down. What of it? If worst comes to worst, I shall simply continue as a pirate," Sand Crocodile retorted. However, before he could finish his sentence, Lumbo's fist struck again, obliterating the half-formed head. "You truly are ambitious. I have always told you that only through the strength of one's own abilities can one attain true freedom. Why do you constantly fixate on the king of the underworld? Even if it were in your grasp, what then? Fool." The mention of the king of the underworld startled the crowd. The legendary artifacts of the pirate world were known far and wide. They regarded Sand Crocodile with a newfound respect for his audacity and coveting such power, then glanced at Enel, realizing both men shared a similar level of foolishness. "Enough of your troubles. I shall handle them later. From now on, refrain from engaging in those nonsensical matters. For the time being, come aboard my ship as an apprentice sailor," Lumbo instructed Sand Crocodile. "I am a dignified warlord, having faced Whitebeard in the New World. Do not think that even if I agreed to join you, I would be relegated to the status of an apprentice sailor. Have you lost your mind?" Sand Crocodile bellowed. In truth, this defeat had made him aware of his shortcomings. No matter how formidable external forces may be, nothing can replace the assurance of one's own strength. Moreover, Lumbo was the youngest rear admiral in naval history, a worthy opponent whose company could significantly enhance his own abilities. Choose anyone among those 3 girls, or any of the others. If you can defeat any one of them, I shall appoint you as my first mate. Tempting, isn't it? Come, take a look and choose freely," Lumbo added, giving Sand Crocodile a light pat. "Fine, I accept your challenge. I'll choose him," Sand Crocodile replied, pointing at Enel. "Having made a rather foolish choice." "Why him? Does he appear weak to you?" Drake inquired with a smile. "For no particular reason, I simply find his demeanor displeasing," Sand Crocodile stated, causing Enel to raise an eyebrow and turn to Lumbo. "What do you say? As long as it's not a fight to the death, feel free to play however you wish. I do not mind," Rambo nonchalantly remarked. After a flash of lightning and a rumble of thunder, the sand alligator lay on the ground, bruised and battered, gazing intently at the lifeless eyes of his opponent. He could hardly fathom that this individual was a user of the thunder fruit. How formidable could this young man be to amass such subordinates? Had he known, he would have opted for the blind old man instead. Observing the sand alligator's face contorted with defiance, Rambo felt a sense of understanding. If the alligator had surrendered so easily, he would no longer resemble the proud figure Rambo had known in his past life, one who held no regard for anyone's opinions. I shall take you away from here. Soon, the king will dispatch troops to apprehend you. Once we reach a safe haven, you may rest. And I will grant you another opportunity. If you can defeat any one of them, I will honor my word, Rambo said with a smile, looking at the sand alligator. Without waiting for the alligator's response, Rambo instructed Drake to hoist the alligator and make their way toward the Ark of Noah. The group swiftly vanished into the desert. Shortly thereafter, others arrived at the scene, but upon finding no one, they too disappeared into the vast expanse of sand. After Lembo and the others returned to the ship, Drake carelessly discarded the sand crocodile onto the deck and paid him no further heed. Lying on the deck, the sand crocodile felt a pang of injustice. Although he had been defeated, he still possessed formidable combat prowess. To be unceremoniously tossed aside like this was rather disheartening. He thought it was only reasonable to expect at least a bed to rest upon, if not some tea or water to refresh him. The sand crocodile found himself perplexed by Lembo's actions. This was the same individual who had previously mentioned that he could be sought out in times of desperation. Yet here he was, abandoned with no one to inquire about his well-being. However, he was somewhat unjust in his assessment of Lembo. Lembo believed that, as a user of the sand fruit, the sand crocodile would prefer dry and warm environments. Thus, he had asked Drake to leave him on the sun-baked deck, thinking it would aid in his recovery. Feeling neglected under the harsh sun, the sand crocodile expressed his grievances when Alan brought him some food and water to replenish his strength. Is there truly no ship's doctor aboard your vessel? He lamented. To leave an injured individual exposed to the scorching sun, how could that possibly facilitate healing? Alan paused, taken aback by the sand crocodile's words. Upon reflection, he realized that there indeed seemed to be no doctor on board. He conveyed the sand crocodile's concerns to Lembo, who then recognized that this was, in fact, an urgent issue that required attention. With future battles on the horizon, it was inevitable that injuries would occur, and the absence of a ship's doctor could turn out to be a significant predicament for the crew. Rambo first instructed Drake to find a room for the sand crocodile to recuperate, and then gathered everyone to discuss the matter of the fleet's doctor. He sought the opinions of the group to see if there were any suitable candidates, as the current team largely consisted of familiar faces. Rambo was reluctant to casually assign a doctor from the headquarters to the ship, for their operational style differed somewhat from that of the true Navy. He preferred quality over quantity. If one could not align with the ethos of his team, it would be better to forego a ship's doctor entirely. After some deliberation, it was decided to temporarily set aside the search for a suitable candidate. After a day of rest, Sand Alligator had nearly fully recovered. He sat at the dining table, sharing a meal with everyone. Rambo, observing his cheerful demeanor, inquired with a smile, "So, has the alligator made a decision? Which contender shall you choose for another bout?" Around the table, every pair of eager eyes was fixed on Sand Alligator, akin to hunters eyeing their prey, each hoping to be selected, particularly Enel, who provocatively remarked, "You lost too swiftly last time. I didn't even get to relish the thrill of battle. Why not face me once more?" Sand Alligator surveyed the room in silence. During a brief exchange with Alan, who had brought him food, he gleaned an understanding of the capabilities of those present. The eager expressions on their faces hinted at their desire to engage him in combat, which darkened his mood, especially the one with the dead fish eyes, who clearly seemed unsatisfied from their last encounter. Choosing to avoid the topic of challenges, Sand Alligator turned to Rambo and asked, "Why is it that your crew lacks 2 ship's doctors? Are you so certain you won't sustain any injuries?" Rambo regarded Sand Alligator with surprise, as he remembered him to be less of a fuss budget. "Do you have any suggestions then?" Rambo responded with a smile. "I can recommend someone," he continued. "He was a surgeon in the West Blue but became a bounty hunter due to certain circumstances. He later joined my ranks to serve. What do you think? Would you consider it? His medical skills are commendable, and his devil fruit abilities would indeed enhance his practice." Sand Alligator replied, "You are speaking of Das Bones, your top subordinate MR1, the one with the chop fruit powers, correct? His abilities are indeed beneficial for surgery, and he is unwaveringly loyal to you. After we finish our meal, perhaps you could have Enel escort me to meet him. We shall assess him." Rambo held a favorable impression of MR1, primarily due to his steadfast loyalty to Sand Alligator. Suddenly, Rambo seemed to recall something, regarding Sand Alligator with a peculiar expression. Many netizens in his previous life speculated that Sand Alligator was, in fact, a woman who had been transformed into a man through Ivankov's powers. However, Rambo would never be so tactless as to inquire about it, for it is indeed a secret belonging to the sand crocodile. Primarily, he remains loyal to the team, and there is no need to delve into his past. After their meal, Inaru escorted the sand crocodile to the rain base in Alabasta, where they fortuitously stumbled upon MR1 being pursued by the king's army. The sand crocodile swiftly intervened, raising a cloud of yellow sand, seizing the opportunity to rescue MR1. After a fruitless search, the king's army was compelled to return and report their failure. The sand crocodile's actions in Alabasta had caused quite an uproar, prompting the king's army to inform the world government, as Alabasta is a member nation under its protection. The five elders immediately ordered Sengoku to address the matter. Upon learning of Rambo's appearance in Alabasta, Sengoku contacted him to inquire about the situation. Rambo briefly explained the events and agreed to retain Crocodile and MR1, recognizing their formidable combat abilities. If they could serve the Navy, it would indeed be a significant asset. As for how to provide an explanation to both the world government and the people of Alabasta, that too required urgent resolution. Ultimately, the two devised a plan. They would declare that the former warlord Crocodile had instigated a national war, resulting in the revocation of his warlord title and his capture by a Navy vice admiral. For the time being, he should remain out of sight, and after a while, they would claim he had been recruited into the Navy while imprisoned. Rambo briefly discussed the matter with the two individuals, and the sand crocodile nodded in agreement. As for MR1, there was no issue at all. He would unreservedly execute any task that Crocodile assigned him. Thus, Rambo's crew expanded to include a former warlord of the sea, accompanied by a ship's doctor, a truly splendid deal, akin to a buy-one-get-one-free offer. The next morning, Rambo's morning training squad welcomed two new members, who, at present, could be considered somewhat of a burden within the team. Rambo had specifically instructed Ishio to push these two individuals to their limits. The first reason was that their abilities were genuinely lacking, necessitating rigorous training. The second reason was a form of punishment. The sand crocodile had inflicted immense damage upon Alabasta, leading to the ruin of countless families. Were it not for the numerous qualities in the sand crocodile that Rambo found admirable, he would have long since extinguished him with his customary methods. The sand crocodile and his companion endured grueling sessions at the hands of Ishio, and although they were exhausted, the sand crocodile bore no complaints. He sensed a slow resurgence in his long-stagnant strength, particularly evident in Das, who swiftly mastered the marine 6 styles that Rambo had entrusted to him. This development pleasantly surprised Rambo, revealing yet another martial arts prodigy who had been previously overlooked. Lumbo advised Das to halt the development of the // fruit, suggesting instead that he focus on enhancing his physical training until he could awaken his haki, after which he could resume his exploration of the fruit's abilities. As for Crocodile, his entire prowess relies heavily on the development of his fruit. Indeed, while Crocodile's fruit mastery is commendable, it becomes woefully inadequate in the New World. Lumbo's expectations for Crocodile have risen significantly. During the day, he must diligently train to swiftly awaken his haki, while at night, he endeavors to develop his devil fruit abilities. The Sand fruit is undoubtedly a formidable Logia-type power. However, its vulnerabilities are glaringly apparent, particularly in the vast expanse of the ocean. The sea is predominantly composed of water, leaving insufficient sand for him to utilize. Not every battlefield resembles the arid terrains of the Sahara Desert. Thus, engaging in combat upon the ocean would severely diminish his capabilities. At this juncture, Lumbo recalls the boy from the Naruto world, marked by a tattoo on his forehead. Gaara carries a large gourd upon his back, and it occurs to Lumbo that Crocodile could similarly adopt a sand-filled gourd as a clever solution. Albeit the adorably whimsical nature of such an accessory does not quite align with Crocodile's character. As the brilliance of Rambo shone forth, the sand crocodile was reminded of his extraordinary technique, the desert treasure blade. With this in mind, it seemed fitting to have him wield a sword fashioned from sand. A formidable blade of considerable size resting upon his back, which would surely intimidate any onlooker. Heeding Rambo's counsel, the sand crocodile concentrated to form a sword of sand, as large as a door, standing imposingly behind him. Rambo insisted he continuously solidify this grand weapon. The minimum requirement was that water could not wash away the sand, and it should be substantial enough to serve as a true sword for combat, capable of striking and clashing with iron blades. The ultimate potential of this sword, however, depended on the sand crocodile's own diligence and training. With perseverance, it could evolve into a renowned weapon. The sand crocodile willingly accepted this challenge, treating it as a form of weight training. He recognized this as an excellent opportunity for growth. Should he truly forge this sword, his combat prowess would significantly enhance. With the addition of a new member, Rambo devoted the past 2 months to nurturing his team's synergy, refraining from other activities. Whenever they encountered pirate crews, he would allow Daz to test his skills. Through this assessment, Rambo discovered Daz possessed remarkable medical expertise, particularly in surgery, his fingers transforming into blades with a fluidity that was nothing short of mesmerizing. As for the sand crocodile, he dismissed these minor skirmishes, especially given Rambo's stern mandate that he must not engage in combat until his sand sword was sufficiently solidified. After 2 months of relentless effort, the once enormous door-sized blade had shrunk to a size comparable to his own body, yet it still fell short of the minimum standards. This period had also brought him considerable frustration, as he realized his intellect was woefully inadequate to keep pace with Rambo's imaginative and abstract thinking. Initially, he was tasked with carrying a massive door-sized sword, followed by the continuous refinement of it, only to find himself disheartened when a bucket of water reduced his impressive sword to mere fragments. After repeating this cycle numerous times, he gradually discovered the key to success. The group continued their voyage along the Grand Line. Unless there was an urgent need for rescue, Rambo instructed Inel to lower the Ark Noah to sail upon the sea. The pure golden ship shimmering brilliantly under the sun, casting radiant reflections upon the waves. During this period, Rambo has been contemplating everyone's training issues. Currently, Yixiao's strength appears to be the most formidable, followed closely by Ainalu and Alan. Page 12. To be continued. Please click the next page to read on. Chapter 130. Another scheme against Rayleigh. In recent times, Lumbo's prowess has surged dramatically, causing him to completely neglect the cultivation of his inner self and forget his long-standing principle of caution and strategic action. As he gazes upon his teammates, tirelessly training and drenched in sweat, a pang of guilt washes over him. As the captain of their vessel, he bears the responsibility for all aboard. He must not allow a fleeting whim to lead the crew into dire straits. In truth, one cannot rightly deem Luffy a commendable captain. He often disregards the thoughts and feelings of his crew, pursuing his own whims. Ultimately, his adventures frequently culminate in scenarios where he either requires rescue from his comrades or finds himself rescuing them. Lumbo did not wish to become this way. Luffy often engages in reckless behavior yet remains unscathed, a testament to the formidable power of a protagonist's buff. However, Lumbo does not possess such extraordinary advantages. A single remark from Ikeo allowed Lumbo to completely extricate himself from his current mental impasse. Rambo bowed slightly with a smile, expressing his gratitude. Indeed, he realized he had been overly anxious. They were all still young and had ample time ahead of them, leaving no reason for alarm. Given the opportunity, reaching the pinnacle of the ocean was far from mere words. Observing everyone's training during this period had kept Rambo on edge, and the same tension was palpable among his companions. After breakfast, Rambo suggested they unwind with a visit to Fishman Island, a proposal that was met with enthusiastic agreement from the group. The 3 girls on board the ship were particularly intrigued by the idea of the enchanting island. Only Sand Alligator displayed a hint of disdain, clearly having visited the place before. Rambo was not surprised if Sand Alligator had never been to Fishman Island. That would have been concerning. It is worth noting that there are only 2 routes into the New World, one through Fishman Island and the other via the Holy Land, Mariewa. At that time, Sand Alligator was still a pirate, making passage through Mariewa impossible, thus leaving only Fishman Island as the viable option. Rambo disregarded the sand crocodiles and then led the group to Bubble Island. To reach Fishman Island, the ships must first be coated at Bubble Island. Subsequently, one must venture deep into the ocean, descending to a depth of 10,000 meters to arrive at Fishman Island. Rambo led the group to District 23, where they found Rayleigh and explained the situation. Most of the group was already aware of the camaraderie between Rambo and Rayleigh, except for Sand Crocodile and Guena, who remained oblivious. Suddenly, it struck them that Rayleigh possessed exceptional swordsmanship, prompting Rambo to contemplate an idea involving Rayleigh. Alan, Rambo said, grinning at the sight of Zifa, Mr. Rayleigh mentioned that when he trained you, he also taught you how to apply a coating, correct? How long do you think it would take to coat our ship? Our ship is relatively large, so it will likely require more time than an ordinary vessel. Conservatively, it would take about 10 days. And that's with both Rayleigh and me working together. If I were to do it alone, it would probably take around a month, Alan responded candidly. Rambo, filled with joy, exclaimed, Well then, it is a rare opportunity for you to practice applying the coating on such a grand vessel. I am also eager to see how much of Mr. Rayleigh's skill you have truly acquired. Alan, initially taken aback, nodded in agreement. Rayleigh, overhearing their conversation and observing the shift in Rambo's demeanor, felt a spark of intrigue in his eyes. As he watched Alan rush to apply the coating, he approached Rambo and remarked, "Young one, is this how you treat the disciple of an old man like me? Speak, what is it that you require from me?" Rambo, completely unfazed by Rayleigh's keen observation that could have led to an awkward revelation, chuckled and remarked, "Mr. Rayleigh, your insight is truly remarkable. I have a small favor to ask of you." Rayleigh gazed at him, patiently awaiting his continuation. Lumbo gazed at Dashki and Ein, remarking, "These two young ladies have yet to find a suitable swordsmanship instructor. Perhaps you might consider imparting some of your skills to them? After all, who is unaware of your unparalleled swordsmanship? You have already trained one of the 4 emperors. Surely you wouldn't mind nurturing a couple of marine admirals as well. Do not flatter me unnecessarily, you little rascal. As for Shanks, my contribution was minimal. His innate talent and diligence were the true catalyst for his prowess. I do not seek to take credit for his achievements. Moreover, I lack the time to mentor them extensively," Rayleigh retorted, rolling his eyes at Lumbo. "Since you have successfully trained an Alan, then instructing one more is merely an extension of your efforts, and 2 should not be burdensome, correct? Let us not be so heartless. Our friendship deserves some consideration. Besides, you should at least acknowledge my brother as standing as well. Recently, I encountered my brother Ace and even engaged in a bout with him. I even had Mystery Shot train him a bit." The mention of Ace rendered Rayleigh momentarily speechless. "Very well. Owing to your attention to Ace, I shall teach them swordsmanship for a few days," Rayleigh contemplated after a brief pause. "Rayleigh, when did you become so easily swayed? The mere mention of Roger's child has thrown you into disarray, has it not? Are you foolish? The lad has already declared Ace to be his elder brother, thus it is only natural he should assist him. Why should you bear the burden?" Shaki, with a cigarette between her lips, approached Rayleigh, voicing her thoughts. At that moment, Rayleigh realized the truth in her words. Indeed, if the boy referred to Ace as his brother, it was only fitting for him to support Ace. Blasted, perpetually battling against the eagle, and this time, he nearly fell prey to its talents. Yet, one cannot blame Rayleigh, for Ace is the sole bloodline of his brother, Roger. He cast a disapproving glance at Lumbo. Upon observing the expression on Rayleigh's face, Lumbo felt a moment of hesitation. He then turned to Shaki and said, "Sister, I have a piece of crucial intelligence to share with you shortly. I assure you it will pique your interest. Please persuade Uncle Rayleigh to agree to my request." Left with no other choice, Lumbo resorted to indirect means. "Oh, then do enlighten me with this information now, and I shall determine if it is worthy of my husband's involvement," Shaki replied, regarding Lumbo with a hint of playful curiosity. Lumbo leaned close to Shaki's ear and whispered a message, causing her expression to shift dramatically. Just as she was about to inform Rayleigh, Lumbo intervened. This news was too significant. If Rayleigh were to learn of it, he might be dragged into the turmoil, and Lumbo wished to preserve their tranquil existence. The revelation concerned Ace, and Limbo shared some conjectures about forthcoming events. After being halted by Limbo, Shaki looked at him and asked, "Will this matter truly unfold as you predict?" Given Marshal D. Teef's temperament, it was entirely plausible, after hiding under Whitebeard's banner for so long and obtaining what he desired. He had already shattered the one rule on Whitebeard's ship. He would not be the type to passively await pursuit by the Whitebeard pirates. It was likely he would turn the tables, hand Ace over to the Marines, inciting a conflict between them and Whitebeard's crew, allowing him to reap the benefits. "Why not prevent Ace from sailing? Haven't you encountered him?" Shaki inquired. "It's futile. Ace's determination to set sail, despite Whitebeard's counsel, indicates his resolve. No one can dissuade him now. But rest assured, I could never stand idly by and watch Ace perish. I promise," Lumbo declared with utmost seriousness. "Remember the mobile site." He added, Chapter 131, Insights into Swordsmanship. To ensure Rayleigh could instruct Dasky and Ein, Lumbo delivered a staggering blow of news to Shaki, leaving her reeling as if struck by lightning. The implications were profoundly shocking. A confrontation between Whitebeard and the Marines was no trivial matter. "Just keep this to yourself for now. Do not inform Mr. Rayleigh. I fear he might be unable to resist the call of the sea, disrupting your peaceful lives, which is not my desire. Rest assured, Ace is my brother, and I will resolve this matter," Lumbo assured Shaki. Shaki nodded, then addressed Rayleigh. "Rayleigh, please take a look and mentor this child. Teach her as much as you can during this time to enhance her combat abilities." Rayleigh silently nodded in agreement. Rayleigh took Limbo aside and said, "Aren't those 3 girls over there also practicing swordsmanship? Why only instruct those 2? The other one is my master's daughter. And both of us have learned swordsmanship from him. Our styles have already been established, and we cannot learn your techniques without your approval," Limbo explained with a smile. If the other party was unwilling, Limbo would not force the issue, for each school of thought in swordsmanship was distinct, and clandestinely adopting another's techniques was a serious offense, looked down upon by all swordsmen. However, in the land of Wano, where all sword masters hailed from, the customs were different. It was a flourishing hub of swordsmanship. Perhaps Rayleigh, influenced by Kazuki Oden and his own open-minded nature, did not hold rigid views on such matters. Raleigh chuckled and remarked, "I never imagined that despite your tender years, you possess a stubbornness comparable to that of those aged relics. Fear not, I am not so pretentious. Come forth and witness what you desire. The extent of your learning depends solely on your own capabilities." With that, he turned and strode towards the door. Limbo gestured for the 3 girls to hasten their pace, while he himself leisurely followed Rayleigh. Rayleigh slowed his steps, and once Limbo caught up, they walked side by side. In a hushed tone, Rayleigh inquired, "My young friend, how confident are you that events will unfold as you have anticipated in your conversation with Xiaoqi?" Limbo was momentarily taken aback, but upon realizing it was Rayleigh, he felt at ease. Although their conversation was conducted in hushed tones, it was entirely reasonable for someone of Rayleigh's caliber to discern their words. The right hand of the Pirate King, the Dark King Rayleigh, is not a figure to be taken lightly. Limbo spoke with utmost seriousness, 100%. Limbo's response caused Rayleigh's pupils to constrict sharply. After a moment of silence, he advanced forward. Limbo followed closely, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will handle this matter. You need not involve yourself any further. Since you have chosen to lead a life of seclusion with Sister Xiaoqi, it is best that you refrain from appearing on the seas again. Your reputation remains formidable, and this tranquil existence stands as a tacit agreement between you and the Navy. Should you breach this accord, it is likely that you would find yourselves venturing out to sea once more. As you have stated, your ship is already docked. As for ACES affairs, I entrust them to you. You are quite dependable in your endeavors, unlike that old scoundrel of yours, who indiscriminately bites anyone he encounters without any semblance of order. We are fortunate that our repeated battles forged a bond of camaraderie. I recall Roger once mentioning that if Garp were to get serious, our pirate crew would face total annihilation at his hands." Rayleigh sighed, perhaps truly feeling the weight of age, as he faced the circumstances with a sense of helplessness. "Do not worry, I will take care of everything. Ace is also my brother, and I shall ensure his safety." Rayleigh nodded in acknowledgement of Limbo's words. He then led a few individuals to a relatively deserted stretch of beach, where he instructed each of them to demonstrate a segment of their swordsmanship. Turning to Limbo, he remarked, "Your swordsmanship has matured. What you require now is the refinement that comes from constant battle. Ultimately, how far you progress will depend on your own efforts." Rayleigh then had the 3 girls draw their blades and practice their cutting movements repeatedly, gradually correcting their techniques and imparting some principles of force application to maximize their power with minimal exertion. Among the trio, Guena's movements were the most precise, having been influenced by the teachings of Kung Shiro from a young age, resulting in a solid foundation. However, she lacked certain techniques and practical experience. Ina and Dasky had never undergone systematic training. Their dedication to the sword came solely from their passion for the art, which they had upheld for many years. After correcting their postures, Rayleigh took Limbo aside and said, "Though I may have little to impart, you may find value in this compilation of swordsmanship. It encompasses insights and reflections I gathered during my youth while honing my skills, along with some summaries of my battles. Keep it for yourself. And should you encounter someone worthy in the future, consider passing it on. It shall serve as my final contribution to this vast ocean." Rambo felt as though the book in his hands weighed 1,000 pounds. It was no ordinary tome. This could be described as a rare manuscript that every practitioner of the sword sought to behold. Even the keenest of eyes would approach it with utmost caution. Rambo never anticipated that Rayleigh would bestow such a precious item upon him. He owed an immense debt of gratitude. Limbo gazed at Rayleigh, understanding that when Rayleigh produced this notebook and uttered such words, he had already resolved to no longer venture upon the seas. Instead, he would spend his twilight years on the islands of Bubbles. By presenting this to Limbo, he had completely entrusted the matters concerning Ace to him. Limbo solemnly nodded, then turned and made his way towards the summer chi bar, leaving them to continue their training. Upon returning to the bar, Limbo ordered a drink from Summer Chi and quietly sipped it, before settling into a corner where he began to peruse Rayleigh's notes. As dinner time approached, Lumbo exhaled a sigh of relief and gradually closed the notebook, a glimmer of golden light flickering in his eyes. He had gained invaluable insights. Although he did not feel a significant increase in strength, he now possessed a clear plan for his future journey in the art of the sword. Every day, Lumbo meticulously studies Riley's notes while 3 young women immerse themselves in the art of swordsmanship under his guidance. Meanwhile, the others train under the leadership of Ishiel. However, the original intention was to relax, so Lumbo specifically instructed Ishio to keep the training light and casual. The morning sessions last half a day, followed by free time in the afternoon. The men indulge in gambling and drinking, while the girls delight in shopping. Even Shachi has been coaxed into a shopping spree with the other girls. Fortunately, Ein and Dasky managed to acquire 2 exquisite swords at an illicit auction. Both renowned blades from the esteemed Dekwai Dao 21, Huazhou and Ingluo. These swords, aesthetically suited for young women, are currently their only options. As there are only 12 supreme Dekwai Dao, and the likelihood of encountering them is exceedingly rare. After a month of training at the Bubble Islands, Alan approached to announce that the coding was complete and they were ready to depart. Rambo decided they would set off the following morning after breakfast. This journey had proven worthwhile, especially with the insights gained from Rayleigh's teachings on swordsmanship. The next morning, after completing their morning exercises and having breakfast, Rambo bid farewell to Rayleigh and his wife. Rayleigh remained silent, quietly sipping his drink. Rambo nodded deeply before turning to leave. Once Rambo and the others had distanced themselves, Shockey took a seat beside Rayleigh and remarked, "That rascal speaks truth. Ace's journey is just beginning while our ship has already docked. He has his own splendid path ahead, and we should refrain from interfering. Moreover, I believe in that lad. He won't stand idly by if Ace encounters trouble." Upon hearing Shockey's words, Rayleigh also nodded in agreement. Lumbo and his companions returned to the splendidly coated Noah's Arkansas. The world is filled with phenomena so wondrous that they defy explanation. Thus, the realm of pirates exists as an ethereal dreamscape, its beauty almost too surreal to grasp. Much like this protective membrane that allows the vessel to navigate effortlessly beneath the waves. Lumbo pondered the implications of such technology in his previous life, contemplating how invaluable it would have been for exploring the sunken tombs of the deep. The party was utterly captivated by the breathtaking sights beneath the ocean, with a school of small fish frolicking outside the ship's membrane, eliciting excited gasps and laughter from the girls as they pointed in delight. At that moment, each individual reveled in the splendid scenery, basking in a rare moment of tranquility. Before long, the Noah's Ark, under Enel's command, descended to a depth of 10,000 meters, reaching the harbor of Fishman Island. Upon disembarking, they were met with a group of fishmen who regarded them with wary glances and pointed fingers. For most of the fishmen, humans were synonymous with malevolence, and their demeanor towards humanity was undoubtedly unfriendly. This animosity was understandable, given the myriad of transgressions committed against them by humans. Particularly for the mermaids, the plight was dire. Many human trafficking rings sought to capture these enchanting beings to sell them to the aristocracy of the world, who were never reluctant to indulge in such depravity, further exacerbating the scourge of these illicit organizations. Lombo sighed, reflecting on the slogan from his past life regarding wildlife conservation, "No trade, no harm." He clenched his fists, a sense of urgency surging within him, as the notion of cleansing this world's filth took root in his heart. Addressing the crowd, Lanbo declared, "As long as they do not initiate an attack, no one shall harm these mermen." He then glanced at Enelu. Although his somewhat juvenile demeanor had shifted, should he be provoked, he would undoubtedly become a powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest spark. As the group continued walking under the watchful eyes of the mermen, they arrived at a restaurant. Lombo permitted them to explore freely, urging them to remain together as much as possible. A few girls took Enelu and the others out to stroll, while Ishu stayed behind to sit with Lanbo. Ishu remarked, "Are you uncomfortable witnessing the mermen's reactions? Yet, we cannot blame them. After all, they have suffered greatly at the hands of humanity. It is said that their hero, Fishertage, was slain by humans." Lumbo shook his head and remarked, "Forget it. The issues of Fishman Island have persisted for quite some time. Altering their predicament cannot be succinctly articulated in just a few sentences. Coexisting peacefully with humans cannot be resolved merely by shouting slogans. We must address the root cause, which lies with the world nobles. Only by resolving this can we tackle the issues at their foundation." I smiled and nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, this decaying system must be overthrown, and a new order established to truly achieve peace." Lumbo remained silent, contemplating deeply. Soon, the items they ordered arrived. Lumbo casually glanced at the server and noticed her short, pale green hair and a vibrant pink fishtail. It was none other than Cammy. In the narrative of his previous life, Cammy was a girl prone to confusion, often being swallowed by sea kings, yet fortuitously rescued each time. Lumbo had always believed that Cammy was the true protagonist. Her aura was overwhelmingly powerful. Perhaps the foolish are blessed with good fortune. Cammy set down the items and then departed. At that moment, Lumbo began to take stock of the restaurant. It was quite spacious and lavishly decorated. This must be the Mermaid CAF, and thus its owner was surely Charlie. Charlie is the sister of Arlong, the captain of the Fishman pirate crew defeated by Luffy in the East Blue. She runs this establishment as both fishmen and mermaids refrain from consuming fish. Thus the CAF exclusively serves vegetables and beverages. Charlie herself is a fortune teller, reputed to have foreseen the onset of the great pirate era at the tender age of 4. However, feeling overwhelmed by the death of Whitebeard, she found herself unable to predict specific times and places, as her premonitions often pertained to unfortunate events, leading her to eventually abandon her craft of divination. Lumbo and Ishu savored the fruit wine, a local specialty of Fishman Island, while casually indulging in the fruit without further conversation. Suddenly, a commotion erupted, causing everyone in the establishment to halt their activities, eager to discern the cause. It turned out that Cammy, while serving drinks to guests, accidentally spilled a beverage on one patron, who was part of a crew of pirates from the Grand Line, visiting Fishman Island for the first time, intent on causing mischief. They had planned to capture a mermaid or two to sell. Seizing upon the incident, they swiftly climbed the counter, demanding compensation, starting at a hefty sum of 5 million berries. At this moment, Cammy stood by, resembling a wronged child, her head bowed in silence. Soon, the proprietor, Sherry, emerged. With a stature far surpassing Cammy's and an aura reminiscent of a formidable woman from Lumbo's past, Sherry assessed the situation. After understanding the circumstances, she offered her apologies to the pirates, acknowledging that mistakes in business must be addressed. She proposed, "I shall arrange for a new outfit for you, sir. Might that be acceptable?" The pirates, now eyeing the large mermaid, were unwilling to let the matter slide so easily. They demanded, "No way. You must compensate us with 5 million berries today. Otherwise, you too will accompany us." Their true intentions became glaringly apparent. The fishmen in the CAF, intimidated by the pirates' ferocity, remained mute, while the other human patrons observed with detached amusement. Sherry recognized the gravity of the situation and discreetly signaled a colleague to summon the authorities. The pirates, sensing Sherry's intent, retaliated. One of them rushed to block the entrance, declaring, "No one leaves until this matter is resolved." He drew his sword, rendering the CAF silent. Amidst this tense atmosphere, a voice broke the stillness. Remember the mobile site, Chapter 133, Jinbei. The abruptness of this statement shattered the previously heavy ambience, redirecting all eyes in the CAF toward Lumbo and Yixiao. Yixiao remained unfazed, while Lumbo took a sip of his fruit wine and remarked, "Boss, could you send someone to settle the bill? Is this meal complimentary?" Observing the calm demeanor of the two, Sherry suddenly appeared to recollect something, smiling as she responded, "No worries. If it's you, I'll put this meal on my tab. It's my treat, in gratitude for your visit to my CAF." Clearly, Sherry recognized the pair. After all, Lumbo had graced the pages of numerous newspapers. She had taken note when Lumbo defeated Whitebeard II and later made headlines as the youngest rear admiral in naval history, believing that a stronger navy might bring some semblance of peace to the seas. Rambo was taken aback by Sherry's recognition, but it mattered little to him. With a smile, he remarked, "It's all right. I still have enough for a meal. The young lady who just served me. Could you kindly ask her to settle the bill and let me know the amount?" He gestured towards Cammy, feeling flustered. Cammy noticed Rambo pointing at her and turned to seek Sherry's approval. Sherry nodded in assent, just as Cammy was about to approach. A pirate attempted to rise and obstruct her, but found himself immobilized as if a great weight pressed upon him. Panic surged within him, prompting a call for assistance, only to discover that his comrades were also drenched in sweat and flushed, evidently struggling against an unseen force. The pirate stationed at the entrance could barely hold his weapon, which clattered to the ground as he collapsed, rendered powerless. At that moment, they comprehended the formidable presence they were up against. Observing the pirate's behavior and noting Rambo and Sherry's calm demeanor as they sipped their fruit wine, Sherry grasped the situation with clarity. She signaled to a waiter to summon the defense forces, and soon a squad of fishmen entered, swiftly escorting the band of pirates away. Once the turmoil subsided, Sherry beckoned the patrons to resume their dining while she approached Rambo and his companion, instructing Kemi to attend to her duties. "I am grateful for your assistance," she expressed. "I am Sherry, the owner of this establishment. Your hospitality is appreciated. The fruit wine here is truly delightful. When I depart, I shall seek to purchase a few barrels." "Please do not be stingy," Rambo replied, raising his glass in a toast to Sherry. "Mr. Rambo, you are too kind. Simply have someone collect the barrels later." "I can certainly treat you to a few," she replied warmly. "You may call me Sherry, and I shall address you as Brother Rambo. This place is exquisite, and I am eager to inquire about the most picturesque sights. My visit is solely for leisure, and I would like to borrow a guide to explore." "Certainly. That is not a problem. As you have requested, I will assist you. Once you finish your meal, feel free to choose any of our waitstaff as your guide." "They are all well-versed in the locale," Sherry readily agreed. "Very well. I shall select the young lady who served us earlier. When my companions return, I would appreciate her company to show us around." Rambo nodded in affirmation. As the final words left his lips, a group entered, engaged in lively conversation. Seemingly having just come from a raucous encounter, their laughter echoing through the air. Lumbo inquired about the situation, discovering that the forces of Fishman Island had apprehended pirates causing a disturbance at the Mermaid CAF. As they prepared to suppress the ruffians in prison, the pirates, liberated from the constraints of a smile, rebelled violently and wounded the guards, fleeing in haste. In their frantic escape, they stumbled into Fishman Street, the most chaotic locale on Fishman Island, where the inhabitants harbored deep resentment towards humans. Upon sighting the bloodied weapons wielded by the intruding humans, the fishmen, incensed by the sight of blood, launched an assault against them. Nearby, Enel and his companions, witnessing the throng of fishmen mercilessly beating the humans, were ignited with fury. Drake leapt forth, sweeping through the fray with the grace of autumn leaves caught in a tempest, vanquishing the fishmen and escorting the pirates out of Fishman Street. Upon hearing this, Lumbo remarked, "Enel, your speed is remarkable. Go and retrieve those individuals for me. If you cannot locate them, return to the ship and inquire with Crocodile. I will have him keep an eye on the port's activities." Enel swiftly departed, as Crocodile's current status rendered him unsuitable for public appearances, remaining aboard the vessel. Lumbo contacted Crocodile and Daz, describing the appearance of the group, instructing them to remain vigilant and incapacitate anyone who matched the description at once. As Rambo had just arranged everything, he was suddenly greeted by a cacophony of noise from outside, the distinct sound of wooden clogs striking the floor growing ever closer. At the forefront was a rotund figure clad in a vibrant kimono, his blue skin unmistakably identifying him as Jinbei, the fishman of the Seven Warlords. He entered with a retinue, and one of the fishmen behind him addressed Jinbei, stating, "Brother Jinbei, it was these individuals who injured us. You must avenge us." Drake stepped forward, while Benz and several young women prepared to draw their weapons, ready to confront the newcomers. Noticing the escalating tension, Charlie was about to speak. But Rambo intervened, rising to walk towards Jinbei. He greeted him with respect, saying, "Master Jinbei, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. It appears you are here with intentions of apprehension." As a member of the Seven Warlords, Jinbei possessed a certain understanding of the Navy, and he recognized Rambo's identity. However, even though Rambo held the rank of Rear Admiral within the Navy headquarters, it did not cause Jinbei to waver. He gazed at Rambo and declared, "I have come to investigate the situation. I shall not apprehend anyone without cause. However, should anyone commit wrongdoing on Fishman Island, regardless of their identity, I shall ensure their capture." Rambo gazed at Jinbei with a sense of admiration. Truly, he is a man revered as a hero in the world of pirates. He navigates his affairs with clarity and does not cower before authority. It is unfortunate that he has been tethered to the tumultuous Fishman Island. Had he been free from worry from the outset, his path might have been more stable and far-reaching. In the later stages, spurred on by his comrades, he embarked on his own journey and joined the Straw Hat Pirates, wagering both his own future and that of Fishman Island on Luffy. He is indeed a man of remarkable courage. Rambo remarked, "Since we are all gathered here, let us not stand on ceremony. Please, take a seat. I shall provide an explanation regarding the matter shortly. Feel free to express your desires for refreshments. It will be my treat today, as I will cover the expenses for all of you." Charlie nodded and then recounted the earlier events in the restaurant to Jinbei, whose serious demeanor finally shifted as he settled down. Before he could fully compose himself, Enel returned to the restaurant, dragging several individuals along with him. Chapter 134. Neptune Limbo gestured towards the individuals before him and succinctly recounted the situation, with Sherry adding a few remarks beside him. Jinbei quickly grasped the circumstances. He promptly rose to his feet and remarked, "So that is the case. I truly apologize for my rudeness." Limbo addressed Jinbei, saying, "Brother Jinbei, you are too kind. My associates have also erred in this matter. Allow this feast to serve as my apology to all of you. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, let us raise our glasses and drink heartily. It brings me immense joy to see you today, Brother Jinbei." Observing Limbo's respectful demeanor, Jinbei, filled with exuberance, grasped a cup from the table, surveyed the gathering, and downed the contents in one swift motion. Limbo and his companions followed suit, emptying their cups as well. Jinbei instructed a squad of soldiers to escort the pirates into custody, as the sight of them lying on the ground, frothing at the mouth, was quite disruptive to the revelry. It seemed that Enel had unleashed his electric powers a bit too vigorously, as their muscles still quivered. "Since you were the one who incapacitated them, you shall accompany these soldiers in securing the pirates in prison. Worry not, I shall reserve your share of the wine." Drake replied with a grin, scratching his head. With the misunderstanding cleared, Jinbei's subordinates, imbued with his chivalrous spirit, threw an arm around Drake's shoulder and remarked, "Brother, just by looking at you, it is clear that you possess remarkable strength. Our captain, Jinbei, delights in befriending bold and generous men. Rest assured, once we have escorted them, we shall treat you to as much wine as you desire." Drake laughed heartily in agreement. "Sounds good." Witnessing this camaraderie, Jinbei and Limbo exchanged knowing glances, feeling an affinity for one another, as they both sensed a shared sense of brotherhood. In a different era, their bond would have warranted offerings and odes of brotherhood. Yet Limbo felt a hint of awkwardness, recalling how, in his youth, he had been unwittingly drawn into such bonds by three brothers, leaving him with a slight sense of embarrassment. Jinbei joined the group in changing to larger bowls, and soon a lively scene unfolded in the opulent CAF, where a rotund fishman engaged in merry conversation with a group of humans, all eagerly consuming spirits. To his credit, Jinbei's capacity for alcohol was truly commendable. Apart from Limbo and Yixiao, the others were thoroughly incapacitated. Meanwhile, the three young women had excused themselves from the rowdy gathering to frolic with Cammy and Charlie. "Brother Limbo, I never expected your tolerance for alcohol to be so impressive, and neither did I anticipate the same for your companion, Mr. Yixiao," Jinbei remarked, raising his cup. "Mr. Yixiao's capacity for drink is unfathomable. I have yet to witness him intoxicated," Limbo replied with a chuckle. "Anyone who has immersed themselves in the world of spirits for over 2 decades undoubtedly possesses an extraordinary tolerance," Yixiao added quietly. Jinbei paused, his expression thoughtful. It appeared that Mr. Yixiao was no ordinary individual. Upon closer inspection, Jinbei realized he had no prior acquaintance with him. Limbo turned to Jinbei and inquired, "By the way, Brother Jinbei, how did you come to meet my brother Ace?" Jinbei looked momentarily taken aback, responding with curiosity, "Ace is your brother? He often speaks of having 4 brothers, one of whom has passed away, another named Luffy, and a third he has never met. Could you be the last one?" "Indeed. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Monkey D. Limbo, the younger brother of Luffy, and the 4th sibling of Ace. Not long ago, I encountered him. He was in pursuit of Marshal D. Teach, who had slain Sachi. You have yet to share with me the details of your encounter." "Oh, that is indeed a rather intriguing tale. When Ace arrived in the New World, he sought information about our father from everyone. On that particular day, I happened to be traveling from Fishman Island to find our father, and along the way, I came across Ace. In his youthful exuberance, he declared his intent to defeat Whitebeard, and thus, we engaged in a fierce battle on an island for 3 days and nights without a conclusive victor. Eventually, our father intervened, halting our clash and taking Ace under his wing as a son. Reflecting on those times, I find Ace's Na'vi charm quite endearing." Jinbei recalled their initial meeting with Ace and couldn't help but smile with delight. It appears that Jinbei holds great respect for Whitebeard. His charisma is indeed formidable. "I must make it a point to meet him someday," remarked Limbo, observing Jinbei, as the gateway to the New World. Fishman Island is frequented by a multitude of pirates daily. The peace we currently enjoy is largely due to our father's protection, for which we are all immensely grateful. Although our father did not adopt me, I willingly refer to him as such. It is not that Whitebeard refused Jinbei, rather. Jinbei's heart has always been tethered to Fishman Island. However, even without being formally adopted, Jinbei's character, which embodies the principle of repaying kindness with profound gratitude, ensures that he remains steadfast in honoring Whitebeard's protective grace. Everyone aboard Whitebeard's ship regards Jinbe as a brother. None treat him as an outsider. Brother Jinbe, since you are here, could you kindly speak with King Neptune about allowing us to tour the Dragon Palace? After all, we are here merely for a private visit and wish to avoid making a grand spectacle of it. Just a simple excursion without attracting too much attention. What do you think? Lumbo proposed, glancing at the trio of young ladies. He noticed that the three girls were engaged in conversation with Madame Shirahoshi about the underwater Dragon Palace and wished to fulfill their desire, as this trip was originally intended for exploration and enjoyment. Rest assured, young Lumbo, this matter is in my capable hands. I shall ensure that you have a splendid time. Please take a moment to relax while I arrange for the guards to escort you, Jinbe replied before stepping out through the door. After a short while, a guard indeed arrived, stating, Captain Jinbe has made the arrangements. Please follow me. Lumbo roused his companions from their stupor and gathered the four young ladies. Why four? You ask? Because Cammy expressed her desire to witness the Dragon Palace for herself. Lumbo had initially intended to invite Madame Shirahoshi, but she was not in the mood. So he let it be. The group boarded a large flounder and began their tour of the vibrant and kaleidoscopic underwater Dragon Palace. The girls were so exhilarated that they momentarily lost themselves in the experience, while the previously inebriated men had now awakened, eagerly taking in the sights. After circling the Dragon Palace a couple of times, they arrived at the Giant Court Plaza, the very spot where Neptune's wife, Otoheim, had delivered her speeches before her tragic demise. The plaza was bustling with activity, alive with the energy of countless passers-by. As Rambo and his companions crossed the square and arrived at the banquet hall, he noticed Jinbe standing there with a serious expression. Just as Rambo was about to greet him, his gaze shifted and fell upon a magnificent white fishtail. Raising his eyes, he beheld a figure adorned with a crown, sporting a bushy beard and a prominent red nose. It was unmistakably Neptune, the king of Fishman Island. Lumbo hastily greeted. It is an honor to meet your majesty, Neptune. I am truly grateful for your personal presence. Upon observing Lumbo's meticulous demeanor, Neptune inwardly nodded in agreement with Jinbe's assessment. Despite his youth, the admiral exhibited a composed and dignified bearing, indicating a promising future ahead. Neptune smiled warmly. Welcome to Fishman Island. Jinbe has just informed me of your arrival. I must apologize for the oversight. Your majesty is overly gracious. I had merely intended to visit with my brother Jinbe without imposing on your royal presence. However, upon witnessing the enchanting beauty of Fishman Island, I could not resist the urge to explore further. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience, Lumbo replied with a smile. Ah, Admiral, you are far too courteous. Next time you visit Fishman Island, do not hesitate to come directly to me. There is no need for such formality. Very well, then. I shall heed your invitation. Your Majesty, please feel free to address me simply as Lumbo. Since this is your first visit, I have little to offer in terms of hospitality. Please, take a seat and enjoy some of our local fruits and fruit wine. Neptune warmly invited everyone to sit and sample the delicacies. Lumbo introduced his crew to Neptune, and each member raised their glasses in a toast to the king. After a few rounds, Neptune's nose grew redder, and Lumbo found himself quite fond of the old king. While he may not possess the grand ambitions of a great ruler, he certainly exemplified the qualities of a good husband and father. Subsequently, Neptune introduced his three sons, Shark Star, Royal Star, and Full Star. After a brief familiarization, they all settled down. With a sigh, Neptune lamented, regrettably, my youngest daughter, Shirahoshi, cannot join us due to some peculiar circumstances. Otherwise, I am certain you would all adore her. Everyone was taken aback, not realizing he had a daughter. Observing the stature and appearance of his three sons, they speculated that his daughter might not be particularly remarkable in looks. Only Lumbo understood that she was confined within the Tower of Law due to Vanderdecken, rendering her too fearful to show herself. Rambo deliberately inquired, "What is the reason, Your Majesty? If you could, please share it with us, so we might assist you in resolving your current dilemma. Of course, if it is inconvenient or pertains to secrets that must remain undisclosed, there is no need to divulge anything. We do not wish to impose." Upon hearing Rambo's words, everyone paused their actions. Although they were unaware of the true nature of Princess White Star, the prevailing thought among them was that if someone were to assist them, they would not shy away from offering help, especially if it meant addressing a genuine predicament. Neptune cast a glance at Jinbe, who nodded in agreement. Neptune then spoke, "Indeed, this matter is quite troublesome. When White Star was a child, she became the target of an individual who sought to marry her against my wishes. This man harbored no benevolent intentions. Subsequently, he utilized his devil fruit powers to hurl objects from a distance to harm White Star. Consequently, I had no choice but to construct a tower for her residence, ensuring she would not be exposed. Shall we proceed to examine the situation? Rambo suggested. After pondering for a moment, Neptune nodded and led the group into the depths of the Dragon Palace. They traversed a long, echoing corridor until they arrived at the base of a towering structure adorned with an array of weaponry, great axes, long spears, iron harpoons, and colossal swords, among others. It was no wonder this edifice was named the Hard Shell Tower. The multitude of weapons embedded within it bore not a single crack, attesting to its formidable construction. As the group approached the Hard Shell Tower, a large blade suddenly appeared in the distance, spinning menacingly toward them. Just as it was about to strike, it plummeted straight down, missing the tower entirely. Rambo chuckled and remarked, "Mr. Xiao, could you trace the trajectory of that blade to identify its target? Today, we shall assist His Majesty in addressing this issue. I kindly request that the three princes accompany Mr. Xiao to capture Vanderdecken. Additionally, Enel, please accompany Mr. Xiao. He will approximate the target's location, and you must utilize your heart net to search the area thoroughly. We must ensure that the scoundrel is apprehended." The three princes, along with Xiao and Enel, donned a thin membrane layer to protect themselves, as both were devil fruit users who would be incapacitated upon contact with water. This membrane clothing, akin to a protective coating for a vessel, would allow them to navigate the ocean freely. Rambo remained behind with the others, assuring, "Your Majesty, rest assured. Either of these two possesses the strength to shatter Vanderdecken with ease. Together, they would pose a formidable challenge, even to Whitebeard." Neptune's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated such remarkable prowess within Rambo's team. Jinbi, however, appeared contemplative, surmising that the turban-clad individual was undoubtedly the mightiest user of the Rumble fruit. While the strength of Mr. Smile was palpably beyond his own, Jinbi nodded towards Neptune, affirming his thoughts. "That is splendid news. Princess Shirahoshi is saved and no longer confined to this tower. She can finally behold the outside world. My gratitude to you, Rambo, knows no bounds," Neptune exclaimed, his eyes brimming with excitement. "Your Majesty, you flatter us. May we visit Princess Shirahoshi?" Rambo inquired, his gaze steady on Neptune. The latter nodded, then, with bare hands, forcefully pushed open the towering door, which stood over 10 meters high. Such strength was impressive, though perhaps age had tempered him, as it was unusual for Neptune to exhibit weakness to the extent of being restrained by Nami and her companions. As Neptune swung the door open, a soft yet melodious voice reached them from within, faint but discernible to their keen senses. "Father, is that you?" "Yes, my daughter, it is I. I have come to see you and to introduce some friends," Neptune affectionately responded. At that moment, a figure emerged, closely resembling Neptune, captivating the onlookers with her delicate features and charming visage. Her long, pink hair was held aloft by a headband, and her stunning pink fish tail was equally enchanting. Initially, the assembly had reservations about Shirahoshi's appearance, but they were swiftly silenced. Feeling as though they had been struck, they exchanged glances between Neptune and Shirahoshi, incredulously pondering how such a beautiful girl could be the offspring of this elder. Seeing so many unfamiliar faces for the first time nearly overwhelmed Shirahoshi, prompting her to retreat in fear. Neptune quickly reassured her, "Do not be afraid, Shirahoshi. These are all friends of your father. Come, greet them." Trembling and suppressing tears, Shirahoshi timidly uttered, "Greetings, esteemed guests. I am Shirahoshi." Observing her apprehension stirred a sense of compassion among the group, who hastily introduced themselves before seeking to depart, anxious to prevent her tears from spilling over. It was not until the voices of 4 young girls rang out that Shirahoshi felt somewhat at ease. Rambo then proposed, "Let us step outside, so as not to frighten Princess Shirahoshi any further. We shall leave a few girls to keep her company while we await the return of Mr. Smile and the others." The crowd nodded in agreement, and the 4 young ladies returned to the banquet hall, sipping fruit wine and indulging in fresh fruit while engaging in light-hearted conversation. At that moment, a guard announced the return of the 3 princes, and soon after, the trio, accompanied by a Smile and Anilu, entered the banquet hall, with the 3rd prince carrying something in his hand. Chapter 136, A Bond of Brotherhood. Lumbo cast a glance at Anilu, who nodded slightly before sitting down quietly, indicating that the matter had been resolved. Lumbo observed the peculiar creature in the hands of Prince Maxing. It was indeed an oddity. He struggled to find an appropriate term to describe it. This bizarre being possessed 4 legs, and its arms were disproportionately long and spider-like, adorned with a top hat and draped in an array of jewels. Its face bore a scraggly beard, which was not befitting of its diminutive stature, yet it certainly appeared to be of lowly stature. The thought of it marrying Princess White Star conjured an image too distasteful to bear, and one could only imagine that the esteemed Oda's household would be inundated with complaints. Mangsing tossed the creature onto the ground, where it rolled twice before coming to a halt. "Your Majesty, Neptune, is that the one who hurled weapons at White Star?" Lumbo inquired, directing his gaze at Neptune. "Indeed. That would be Vander Decken 9, Neptune affirmed. "He is the wielder of the target fruit, capable of sniping anyone he has touched. Over the years, he has been a relentless nuisance. I dispatched my 3 sons with troops to capture him, yet he always managed to slip away. I am profoundly grateful that you two have apprehended him." He prepared to bow to Inalu and Mangsing, but Lumbo interjected. "Since it is he, there should be no issues. Ensure that he is secured with sea prism stone handcuffs and watch closely. If he escapes, White Star will once again find herself confined within the hard-shell tower." Lumbo initially intended to assist Neptune in dealing with Hody Jones, but then reconsidered, realizing that such action would diminish the joy of Luffy's adventure. Better to leave Hody Jones for Luffy to confront. Rest assured, he shall never escape. My poor White Star will finally be liberated from that hard-shelled tower and able to live a normal life. It is truly wonderful. Neptune and his 3 sons expressed their excitement. One must admit, this was the only genuinely harmonious royal family Lumbo had encountered in both this life and the last. Neptune led the group to the hard-shell tower. Upon reaching the entrance, they overheard White Star inquiring with several girls about the outside world, asking questions about the sun, the moon, and the forest. Neptune felt a pang of sorrow, blaming himself for not adequately protecting his daughter. Upon entering, he said, "White Star, the one who threw weapons at you has been captured by these 2. You need not reside here any longer." "Really? Father, may I go see the sun and the forest?" "Lady Guena and my friends all say they are beautiful," White Star replied joyfully, gazing up at Neptune. This left Neptune in a quandary, as White Star's size and fragility rendered her defenseless, making it impossible to dispatch a military force to protect her. It would be akin to drawing attention to one's wealth. The sea was certainly not as secure as the Dragon Palace, yet he did not wish to deceive White Star, grappling with his conflicting emotions in silence. Noticing her father's hesitation, White Star gently asked, "Father, is it not possible?" However, she did not wish to burden her father with feelings of guilt, and thus she reassured him, "It is quite all right, dear father. There will be ample opportunities in the future. Please do not feel troubled." She truly was a remarkably understanding young lady. "Fear not. We shall linger here for a while. My brothers will ensure your safety. During this time, allow them to accompany you on your explorations. Apart from the New World, you may venture wherever you desire, be it the Grand Line or the 4 Seas. I also extend my gratitude to His Majesty Neptune for his gracious hospitality." Lumbo, wishing to avoid disappointing Shirahoshi, agreed on behalf of Neptune. Indeed, while the Grand Line and Lumbo's crew could traverse freely, exploring the New World at leisure seemed trivial. After all, the Ark Noah soared high above, eluding detection. However, the timing was not yet right. "Really, Lord Lumbo? That is splendid. Can my dear sister Kuina and the others accompany me?" It was evident that the girls had already forged a friendship with Shirahoshi, who, despite her enormous stature, possessed a youthful spirit and a kind, endearing nature that endeared her to them. Lumbo's nod of affirmation brought an even brighter smile to White Star's face. Neptune and his 3 sons expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards Lumbo, for upon witnessing Lumbo's 2 companions deftly apprehending Vanderdecken, Neptune recognized the formidable strength possessed by this group. "Your Majesty, there is no need for such formality. Princess White Star is exceedingly kind, so much so that I find it impossible to refuse any of her requests. Were you not also quite conflicted just a moment ago?" Lumbo's words elicited hearty laughter from Neptune. "Your Majesty, since Brother Lumbo and Princess White Star share such a wonderful bond, why not have them become sworn siblings?" Jinbei's remark shattered the atmosphere, leaving everyone in surprise, pondering the origin of his unconventional thought process. It was then that Lumbo realized that those associated with heroism were fond of the idea of brotherhood. Jinbei's proposal initially surprised Neptune, but he quickly became delighted and exclaimed, "Jinbei's suggestion resonates deeply with me. I believe it is an excellent idea. I wonder if Lumbo would be willing to allow me the honor of joining him?" Rambo rolled his eyes and remarked, "Your Majesty, you are smiling again. You are the king, after all. My bond with White Star might seem like an overreach on my part, but I have no objections. The real question is whether White Star is willing." The crowd turned their gaze towards White Star, eager to discern her feelings. Blushing and flustered, she was utterly bewildered. Her hands clasped in front of her, her index fingers timidly colliding, exuding an aura of uncertainty as she softly replied, "It is enough for my father to decide." Ha ha ha. Neptune laughed heartily, and the others joined in the merriment. Very well, let us proceed with this matter without any formalities. Bring White Star a drink. And fetch me 2 bowls of wine. After a brief exchange with Enel, he swiftly departed. Soon, a guard brought forth a drink and 2 bowls of wine. Ein presented the drink to White Star, while Rambo carried the 2 bowls of wine. Initially, at the Mermaid CAF, the camaraderie between the 3 of us blossomed. In seizing this opportunity, we forged a brotherly bond. I wondered if my elder brother would be inclined to accept. Rambo approached Jinbei, offering 1 bowl of wine. Jinbei was momentarily taken aback by Rambo's earnest gesture. He had grown fond of Rambo's temperament through their exchanges and had contemplated forming a bond, yet had not found the right moment. He hadn't anticipated Rambo would broach the subject so directly. Taking the wine Rambo offered, Jinbei exclaimed, "This suits me perfectly. Ha ha ha. Let us drink this bowl of wine, and from this moment on, we shall be siblings. No matter where we may be, we must never forget one another." Together, the 3 of them drank from their glasses. "Come, White Star, from now on I shall be your brother. This is a token of our first meeting." Enel then presented Rambo with a vibrant butterfly hairband, adorned with sparkling gems upon its wings, strikingly beautiful. Chapter 137, An Audience with Whitebeard. White Star accepted the hairband, captivated by its beauty, treating it with utmost care as if fearing to damage it. "This is wonderful. I now have 2 elder brothers," she exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, tears of happiness brimming in her eyes. The sudden outburst startled those around her, but soon they were at ease. Lumbo smiled and said, "All right, Bai Xing, do not cry anymore. You now have not just 2 older brothers, but several, along with 3 sisters as well." He then proceeded to introduce, "This is your eldest brother, Mr. Ishio, who is both a mentor and a friend to me, possessing formidable strength akin to that of a general." Bai Xing, unfamiliar with the concept of such power, felt a tremor of realization as Neptune and Jinbei reacted. Recognizing that such individuals were indeed elite figures of the ocean, blushing with joy, Bai Xing called out, "Big brother." Ishio beamed with delight, and for the first time, Lumbo witnessed such unrestrained happiness from him, a genuine smile that reflected his fondness for the kind-hearted princess. Lumbo continued, "This is your second brother, Jinbei, who is also immensely powerful, as you are well aware." Bai Xing joyfully greeted him, and then Lumbo pointed to Enel, saying, "He is your 4th brother, Enel, a user of the rumble fruit, with strength that approaches that of a general." He added, "Your 3rd brother is unable to join us for certain reasons, but you shall meet him soon." It was evident that Lumbo referred to the sand crocodile. Neptune was taken aback by Enel's overwhelming prowess. Astonished by the extent of his strength, Rambo gestured towards Alan, saying, "He is your 6th brother, Alan. His strength is formidable, akin to that of a conservative general. Moreover, he is the champion of Gourmet Island, renowned for his exquisite culinary skills. You shall have the pleasure of tasting his dishes in the future. Your 5th brother, much like your 3rd, is not present today." Neptune gazed at this unassuming individual, taken aback. Lumbo gestured towards Drake, who appeared somewhat disoriented after being overindulged by Jinbei's crew, and said, "This is your 7th brother, Drake. He possesses the powers of the ancient Zoan-type dinosaur fruit, enabling him to transform into a colossal Tyrannosaurus Rex. He is a vice admiral rank." Drake, a bit dazed, replied, "I never imagined I would become a princess's brother. Does that mean I am now a prince?" Lumbo looked at him and remarked, Indeed, you are the dinosaur prince." Laughter erupted among the group. "Your 8th brother, Binz, is also a vice admiral rank and wields the powers of the flourishing fruit. He can transform into a 1,000-armed Buddha for you to see," Lumbo continued, as Binz scratched his head and greeted them. "Next is your 9th brother, Ace, followed by your 10th brother, Sabo, and your 11th brother, Luffy. You have yet to meet them, but Luffy will be here shortly, and I believe you will take a liking to him. And then there is me, your 12th brother. Just call me brother," Lumbo added. "Now you know that aside from the 3 princes who are your biological brothers, you have gained 12 more brothers. Do not worry. If you ever feel scared or wronged, simply confide in any of your brothers, and we will seek retribution on your behalf." "Wow, how wonderful. I've suddenly gained so many elder brothers. This is fantastic," Bai Xing exclaimed, bursting into tears of joy, prompting the 4 girls to comfort her. "Calm down, by Xing. In addition to your brothers, you have also gained several sisters. Your eldest sister, Kuina, your second sister, Ein, your third sister, Dashki, and her, Kami. They will all be able to play with you joyfully. Do you understand? With tears still in her eyes, Bai Xing nodded happily. What do you think, Jinbei? Do you regret it? Gaining so many brothers means that you become brothers with all my companions as well. Ahaha. Still astonished by Lumbo's team strength, Jinbei found himself momentarily speechless and sighed. With a crew like yours, there are no seas you cannot traverse. I never anticipated your power to be so formidable. They are indeed strong, but they still lack combat experience. I plan to spend some time in the Fishman's territory before heading to the New World, Lumbo replied. Now, let us not dwell on other matters. Let us hold a banquet and indulge ourselves. Soon, everyone participated in the feast, becoming quite tipsy. Jinbei, please contact Whitebeard for me. I have some matters to discuss and see if we can arrange a meeting, Lumbo said softly as he approached Jinbei. Jinbei was taken aback by Lumbo's request, casting him a puzzled look. Regarding Ace and the Whitebeard pirates, please reach out and see if a meeting is possible. Upon hearing Ace's name, Jinbei's intoxication faded significantly. And recognizing the seriousness in Lumbo's demeanor, he understood that this was no jest. Jinbei stepped aside to converse with the transponder snail for a while before returning to Lumbo and saying, Old man agrees. You decide the time. Lumbo nodded and replied, Then let us aim for tomorrow. I will have my companions take the girls out for a stroll, and then I will accompany you to meet Whitebeard. Are you not bringing them along? Just you alone? Jinbei has become even more peculiar. It is perfectly fine for me to be alone. They accompany Hoshi to explore, and I will join them. After a night of revelry, the following morning, with smiles on our faces, we gathered everyone to find an open space for training. We must not forget our morning exercises. After the training session, we all went aboard Lumbo's ship for breakfast. This was Hoshi's first time witnessing such a magnificent golden vessel, and she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Lumbo approached the White Star, accompanied by Lao Sha and Das. He said, White Star, this is your third brother, Lao Sha, and your fifth brother, Das. They are also my brethren. Lao Sha, this is my acknowledged sister. Please take good care of her. The crocodile, Lao Sha, looked at Lumbo and remarked, You truly have done well, bringing the princess of the fish schools here and even acknowledging his sister. With a mysterious smile, Lumbo remarked, There is another person besides him. He gestured towards Jinbei, who stood behind White Star. Crocodile's eyes widened in astonishment. The sea knight Jinbei has also joined your ranks? Jinbei exchanged greetings with Crocodile. Not quite. He clarified. I am merely accompanying him. Soon, we shall depart together. In the meantime, why don't you take White Star around? You are an old hand at this. So consider if there are any interesting places to show them. Crocodile scoffed slightly. During breakfast, Lumbo revealed his intentions. He planned to explore the New World for a time, allowing them to take White Star out as well. The group felt a tinge of disappointment at Lumbo's decision not to partake in their collective activity, yet one remarked, It is perhaps better for Lumbo to familiarize himself with the New World first, rather than entering blindly. Although still somewhat disheartened, they acknowledged the wisdom in his words. Subsequently, Lumbo took the Jinyu out from the Ark Noah, and they returned to the Grand Line with White Star, while Lumbo and Jinbei prepared the Jinyu for their voyage to the New World. Chapter 138, Whitebeard thanks to Jinbei possessing the life card of Whitebeard. They merely needed to sail in the direction indicated by the card. It had been a while since Lumbo had manually piloted the Jinyu, but after a brief reacquaintance, the ship surged forward, riding the waves towards the horizon. Rambo gazed upon this realm known as Pirate Hall, his heart stirred with excitement. Had he truly stepped into the New World? The distance to his aspirations was narrowing. The New World would serve as the stage upon which he would realize his ambitions. Lumbo and Jinbei sailed across the vast ocean, fortunate that Jinbei's culinary skills were quite commendable. Otherwise, given Lumbo's discerning palate, honed by Alan's indulgences, he would surely struggle to accept his own creations. While Lumbo piloted the vessel, he spotted a magnificent ship in the distance, rivaling the grandeur of Noah's Arkansas Jinbei. That must be the Moby Dick of Whitebeard, Lumbo remarked, directing his gaze towards Jinbei. The latter confirmed with a nod, and the two ships drew closer together. Lumbo, are you truly prepared to board the Moby Dick? Jinbei cautioned, his expression grave. Though our father is amiable, do not provoke him. The title of the strongest man at sea is not to be taken lightly. Jinbei's concern was palpable, fearing that Lumbo might inadvertently incite Whitebeard's ire. Fear not. My purpose here is to negotiate, not to engage in battle. If it were a fight, I wouldn't be venturing alone onto Whitebeard's ship, Lumbo replied with a carefree smile. Despite his light-hearted demeanor, Jinbei remained anxious. Any misstep involving either their father or his own brother was a scenario he wished to avoid at all costs. Lumbo, wait here on the ship. I will go ahead to greet him and then summon you, Jinbei instructed. Without waiting for the ship to come to a complete stop, he swiftly disembarked onto Whitebeard's vessel. After a brief encounter with the legendary figure, he returned to the Jinyu Force ship and called for Lumbo to join him. As Lanbo stepped onto the deck of the Moby Dick, he was greeted by the sight of numerous individuals seated along both sides of the colossal vessel. In the center of the deck, a formidable figure commanded attention, a tall man adorned with a crescent-shaped headscarf and a white beard that curled at the edges. His torso bore numerous scars, yet his musculature was impressively robust. Draped in a flowing white cloak, a long, juvenile blade rested at his side. Though seated, he exuded an aura of undeniable authority, the only blemish upon his imposing presence being the intravenous needle affixed to his arm, through which he was receiving fluids. Even such a commanding figure as he could not escape the ravages of time. Lanbo, suppressing his reflections, advanced steadily towards the white-bearded man. However, as he approached, he began to sense an overwhelming pressure. The white-bearded captain cast a sidelong glance at Lanbo, contemplating, "This fellow believes he can board my ship without consequence." The crew of the Whitebeard pirates observed the unfolding scene with keen interest, eager to witness Lanbo's potential embarrassment. With some even wagering on how long he would endure the scrutiny, Lanbo was acutely aware that Whitebeard was testing him, yet he remained unfazed. With each step he took, the pressure intensified, but so did the strength of his own aura, which countered the mounting force surrounding him. The Moby Dick was vast, its deck long, and Lanbo strolled towards Whitebeard with a leisurely gait, as if on a casual promenade. Marco, the immortal phoenix with his pineapple head, along with several other captains, grew increasingly cautious, clearly recognizing the depth of Lanbo's capabilities. To remain so composed under the overwhelming presence of their father figure was no trivial feat. Whitebeard, observing Lanbo's demeanor, felt a surge of admiration. He had initially exerted 3 parts of his imposing aura, but now added another fraction. He was eager to ascertain the true measure of this individual's prowess. Lanbo felt an increased weight of pressure upon him, and after a brief pause, he continued forward. As he reached the central position, the tension in the air had intensified significantly. Lanbo summoned his formidable aura to its utmost peak, and the violent clash of his presence surged through the Pequod like a tempest, followed by the resounding thuds of bodies collapsing to the ground. Lanbo was acutely aware of his own shortcomings. Should Whitebeard uncover the truth, he would find himself in an inextricable predicament. Unlike Shanks, he lacked the standing to assert himself aboard Whitebeard's ship. He thus humbly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Father, for your invaluable guidance. It has greatly benefited me." As he prepared to speak further, the other captains, upon hearing Lanbo's words, fell silent once more. After all, it was evident that he was receiving counsel from the old man, and any further rebuke on their part would only serve to make the Whitebeard pirates appear excessively irritable. "Ha ha ha, you truly are a remarkable lad. Do you realize that no Marine has ever set foot on my Moby Dick, not even your grandfather or Sengoku? You possess great courage." Whitebeard bellowed with laughter. "Then I must also thank you for your leniency, Father. I have heard that you have a fondness for fine spirits, so I brought some for you. Brother Jinbei, could you assist me in retrieving it from my ship, the Jinii? You know the location. Please bring it all out. It is a rare occasion to see you, and I wish to indulge," Lanbo replied, settling down before Whitebeard. It was not that he was reluctant to fetch the wine. Rather, the recent clash of hockey had left him somewhat dazed and fatigued, prompting him to take a moment to rest. Whitebeard regarded the young man before him with a knowing smile, clearly perceiving the depth behind Lanbo's bravado without exposing it. Nonetheless, he was taken aback by the lad's capabilities. It was astonishing that someone so young had not only awakened the Conqueror's hockey, but also learned to wield it effectively. He merely lacked the experience to fully harness it. "Marco, gather some of the men to assist Jinbei in emptying this lad's stock of liquor. I have yet to taste a Marine's wine. This time, I shall savor it thoroughly," he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Before long, Jinbei and the others had swiftly transported all the wine that Lanbo had stored aboard the Jinii onto the deck, and Lanbo began to regain his strength. Lanbo rose to his feet, cradling a jar of wine, and proclaimed, "Today, I am fortunate to meet all of you. I am truly delighted. We are all men of the sea. Let us not speak too much. I shall first drink in honor of this gathering." With that, he drained the entire jar of wine in one go. At this moment, Lanbo's performance garnered much admiration, with Whitebeard expressing a hint of appreciation, stating, "If you weren't that old man's grandson, I would have considered adopting you as my son. However, I shall refrain, lest I end up bowing to that old fellow for a lifetime. There's no need for that, father. In truth, I already consider myself your son, as you are my older brother's father. Naturally, I am also your child. Now, bring me a larger bowl. One must not be stingy when drinking with dear father." Shortly thereafter, a bowl, towering to half a person's height and capable of accommodating 50 individuals for a bath, was presented before Lumbo. "Child, if your older brother is father's son, then who exactly is your older brother?" inquired Diamond Jaws. "My older brother, you ask? He is Ace. When my biological brother Luffy formed a bond with Ace, I was included in the fray, making me the fourth in line. Ace is the eldest. I encountered him not long ago, and we recognized each other as brothers," Lumbo explained. Chapter 139. A gamble since we are not merely hosting guests. "Let us all raise a glass and celebrate the return of our brother. Cheers." Bista, with a joyful laugh, draped an arm around Lumbo's shoulders. His suggestion met with enthusiastic agreement from the gathered crowd. Lumbo lifted the grand bowl in his hands, raised it high, and downed its contents in one go. Thus, the banquet commences. "Welcome back, family," Whitebeard exclaimed, joyfully pouring the wine from the bowl into his own belly. "Father, take it easy and drink less," Marco advised. "Foolish son. When family returns, we must celebrate with a hearty feast. What kind of man from the sea abstains from drink? I am Whitebeard," he proclaimed with glee. Laughter echoing around him. Marco could only scratch his head in resignation. When it came to drinking, Lumbo certainly feared no one. He had already bested 9 of the 14 captains present in drinking contests. The remaining 5 refrained from challenging him further, as all the liquor Lumbo brought had been consumed, leaving everyone astonished by his capacity. "Father, the alcohol I brought was limited, and I have yet to fully indulge. May I sample some of your cherished reserves?" The remaining 5 captains looked utterly bewildered. They had lost count of how much he had already consumed, seeing his belly swell, yet he still sought more. "Not an issue. Jaws, bring out our finest spirits. Today, Lumbo must drink to his heart's content." Jaws, known for his commendable drinking prowess among the captains, took it upon himself to gather more, and yet another round of fervent drinking ensued. In the end, even Marco succumbed to the effects. For while the Phoenix's ability lay in healing injuries, it did not grant immunity to intoxication. Standing awake now are Lumbo, Jinbei, and Whitebeard. The Whitebeard pirates have never followed the rules of watch duty, nor has anyone dared to provoke the might of Whitebeard. Thus, whenever there is a banquet, everyone partakes, indulging to the point of inebriation. Whitebeard drank from his bowl of liquor as if it were mere beverage, casting a glance at Lumbo. "To my knowledge, that old fellow is not fond of alcohol. Yet, astonishingly, his grandson is quite the drunkard and possesses remarkable drinking capacity. So now, you may be able to articulate the matter at hand," Whitebeard said, looking at Lumbo. "Still, I could not hide it from you, old man. After much contemplation, I realized you hold an unwavering trust in family. However, I have decided to confide in you alone. It is not a matter of distrust towards my brothers, but rather the gravity of this situation is paramount," Lumbo stated, observing the fallen members of the Whitebeard pirates around him. "I am aware that red-haired Shanks has previously been aboard your ship and sought you regarding Ace. However, you two could not come to an agreement and even clashed. Yet, that is not the crux of the matter. The focus lies with Ace. Have you considered the 2 potential outcomes of Ace's reckless pursuit of Teach, despite your warnings? The first outcome is that Ace defeats the man and brings him back for your judgment. The second is that Ace is vanquished by Teach. If the former occurs, joy would abound. But if the latter transpires, what then?" Lumbo addressed Whitebeard in a somber tone. Whitebeard remained silent, lost in contemplation. Lumbo continued. "You and your captains are aware of Ace's true identity, correct? He is the biological son of Roger. And it is evident that you wish to entrust the future of the Whitebeard pirates to Ace, allowing him to inherit your position and lead the crew. But what if this heir meets with misfortune?" At this point, Whitebeard exuded a subtle aura, though not overpowering, akin to the instinctive tremor of a person taken aback by shock. Lumbo recognized that Whitebeard was absorbing his words. "Father, do you believe Ace could be defeated? Moreover, if he were to fail, what would be the consequences?" Whitebeard solemnly inquired of Lumbo. Father, based on my analysis, the probability of Lumbo's failure stands at 100%. Firstly, consider red-haired Shanks. His ability to establish himself as one of the 4 emperors in the New World speaks volumes about his strength. His cautious demeanor towards Teach clearly indicates that Teach's power is not to be underestimated. He simply excels at concealing his true capabilities, as evidenced by the scar on Shanks eye inflicted by Teach. Secondly, I recently encountered Ace and engaged him in battle, although he trained with me afterward. His strength was merely adequate. He is certainly no match for Teach. Once Ace encounters failure, two fates await him. The first is immediate death at the hands of Teach. Old man, Teach has concealed himself aboard your ship for so long solely to obtain that fruit, willing to disrupt the only rule aboard your vessel. Upon acquiring it, will he continue to hide, or will he reveal his true nature? I trust you can deduce the answer. He will not slay Ace. Rather, he will seize him, either to coerce you into halting your pursuit or to hand him over to the Navy. Having already dared to kill Thatch, he would no longer fear you. It is certain he would opt to deliver Ace to the Navy. And do not forget, Shirita must be aware of Ace's true identity. He would be remiss not to exploit such an opportunity. Furthermore, by surrendering Ace to the Navy, he could extract certain advantages while pitting you against them, thereby diminishing your combat strength. A truly cunning strategy. I know, old man, that you fear no one, not even the Navy. However, consider the situation. Would you truly risk your beloved sons in such peril? Whitebeard gazed down at the fallen comrades, his eyes filled with affection. Meanwhile, Jinbei hastily inquired, Lumbo, what will you do now? Will you retrieve Ace? Lumbo did not engage in conversation with him until just moments ago. It was only upon hearing Lumbo's words that he began to panic. Lumbo shook his head and remarked, whether we can set off from the new world now and catch up is uncertain. Even if we do catch up, aside from Father, who possesses the capability to persuade Ace to abandon his pursuit? He has underestimated the vastness of the sea, yet he holds a deep affection for this family. Otherwise, he would not have recklessly pursued for miles. However, perhaps it is fortuitous that he faces adversity, if he can endure. He will undoubtedly soar like an eagle in the sky or dive like a dragon into the ocean. Father, shall we take a gamble this time? Wagering on Ace's future and the future of the Whitebeard pirates? Ha ha ha, my boy, I shall indulge you in this grand venture. No need to test my resolve. Ace is indeed your brother, and you cannot simply disregard him. Thus, this situation is one I cannot lose, Whitebeard replied with a hearty laugh. Father, I fear this time it may not be feasible. Ace is my brother, yet I am also a Marine Vice Admiral. I cannot let him escape privately. Although I do not hold the Marine identity in high regard, I promised Father not to betray the Marines, so I can only tread lightly. While I may not intervene directly to rescue him, I can lend my support. I wish to witness the magnificent presence of the legendary Whitebeard at his peak. Chapter 140. Immortal Flame. Whitebeard and Jinbei exchanged puzzled glances as they observed Lumbo laughing heartily. After Lumbo briefly outlined his plan, the others felt reassured and ceased their discussions on the matter. Lumbo then resumed drinking with Whitebeard, experiencing for the first time the sensation of inebriation. Whitebeard's drinking prowess was formidable, and after having already imbibed with several captains, Lumbo found himself overwhelmed and sprawled out on the deck. Whitebeard looked at the slumbering Lumbo and said to Jinbei, what do you think of this little fellow? To speak candidly, his audacity rivals your own, Father. Should he choose the path of piracy, he would undoubtedly become a sovereign of the seas, with both intellect and strength. His aspiration to become the Pirate King is not beyond the realm of possibility, Jinbei replied, taking a sip of his drink. Your praise is high, yet you underestimate him. A true pirate does not seek to claim the remnants left by others. If one desires something, they must compete and seize it. Alas, my ambitions lie elsewhere, otherwise Roger would not have ascended to the throne of Pirate King so effortlessly. This young man exudes an aura that suggests he is not one to settle for mediocrity. His aspirations are far from simple. Achieving his goals is likely far more challenging than becoming the Pirate King, and I find myself increasingly eager to witness his future accomplishments. As Whitebeard's words echoed, Jinbei fell into deep contemplation. What could possibly be more difficult than becoming the Pirate King? In the morning, Lumbo awoke, having indulged in drink from dawn until dusk, and now found himself in a deep slumber that extended into the following day. This was his first experience of intoxication, and it had culminated in such a state. As he sat up, cradling his forehead, he surveyed the room, bewildered by its unfamiliarity and pondering who had brought him here. The chamber was quite austere, furnished with merely a table, a stool, and a bed. Little else adorned the space. However, upon the table rested a framed photograph. And in that moment, Lumbo's understanding dawned upon him. This must be Ace's room. The photograph captured the youthful faces of Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, each beaming with radiant smiles. Rambo pushed open the door and stepped out onto the deck, where he beheld a gathering of individuals engaged in their morning exercises. The Moby Dick was immensely spacious, offering ample room for them to fully utilize. Each group had its designated area for their training. Lumbo greeted the crowd and then approached Whitebeard, exclaiming, "Father's capacity for alcohol is truly unmatched. This is the first time I have tasted the effects of inebriation, and my head is still spinning. Don't act all innocent, Lumbo. You managed to outrank all our captains. Now you come to Father, pretending to be meek and ridiculing us," Marco called out loudly. "Ah, Marco, my dear son. Lumbo is also family. It's no shame to be bested by one's kin. If he surpasses you in drink, perhaps you can compete in other ways. After all, what man of the sea has never engaged in a brawl?" Whitebeard's words illuminated Marco's thoughts. Indeed, if one could not match in drinking, surely they could contend in combat. It is only natural for men of the ocean to fight. All right, since everyone is engaged in morning exercises, let us spar, Lumbo. It has been quite some time since I last fought. Marco, who had previously seemed drowsy, now appeared invigorated at the mention of battle. Very well. If little Marco is interested, then I shall oblige you. But do show some restraint, Lumbo replied. The crew members who had been practicing suddenly cleared a space upon hearing that Marco and Lumbo were about to duel. "I have long heard of the young hero in the Navy, dubbed the Fire Phoenix. I have always wished to witness firsthand whose power is greater, my Phoenix or your Fire Phoenix," Marco declared as he faced Lumbo, laughter in his voice. "I welcome your instruction." Lumbo clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect. Marco launched an immediate attack, leaping into the air to execute a horizontal kick. Lumbo raised his arm to block the strike, but Marco, maintaining his momentum, spun midair and aimed a kick towards Lumbo's chest. In response, Lumbo delivered a punch directly to Marco's foot, causing Marco to perform a backflip and land gracefully on the ground. Rambo lightly tapped his toes on the ground, taking a stride towards Marco and delivering a powerful punch. Marco responded by throwing his own fist, the two strikes colliding with a resounding impact. Both fighters staggered back a step before engaging once more, their movements quickening with each exchange. Marco aimed a straight punch directly at Rambo's face, but Rambo deftly tilted his head aside, evading the blow. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped Marco's arm and executed a shoulder throw, sending him soaring through the air. Lumbo did not pursue but instead quietly observed Little Pony below. Clearly, he did not disappoint him. Little Pony spread his azure flame wings in the air, suspended gracefully, and addressed Lumbo, saying, "Lumbo, come up. The sky should truly be our battleground." Rambo chuckled and remarked, "You make a valid point." In an instant, a surge of purple flames enveloped him completely, only to vanish abruptly. When he reappeared, he had already delivered a powerful punch to Marco's face, causing Marco's flames to extinguish immediately as he was knocked back onto the deck, staring in astonishment at Rambo. The others watched in utter disbelief. They were well aware of Marco's formidable combat prowess and could hardly fathom how easily he had been defeated after transforming. Moreover, Rambo's speed had been so terrifying that the naked eye could scarcely follow it. A profound silence enveloped the entire Moby Dick as everyone gazed skyward. At this moment, Rambo stood in the air, lost in thought. When he struck Marco's face, he experienced a peculiar sensation reminiscent of his previous battle with Ace. It seemed as though he had absorbed Marco's immortal flames. As he contemplated the feelings coursing through his body, he discerned no significant changes. Could it be that the amount he absorbed was insufficient to instigate a transformation? Just then, Whitebeard called out, "Rambo, what are you doing? Come down first." Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Rambo nodded and descended, landing on the deck. Meanwhile, Marco wore an expression akin to that of a ghost, partially astonished, somewhat fearful, and utterly bewildered. Rambo understood that Marco must have sensed him absorbing his immortal flames. Lumbo approached Marco and inquired, "Marco, did you just feel that?" "Worry not. I experienced a similar situation when I battled Ace. I never anticipated that my ability would be of use to you as well. Allow me to conduct another experiment shortly to see if it occurs again. Transform into your Phoenix form, and we shall observe." Marco immediately assumed his Phoenix shape, eager to comprehend the nature of Lumbo's ability. Lumbo placed his hand on Marco's shoulder, and in an instant, Marco's Phoenix form reverted to its original state, evidently indicating that Lumbo had absorbed his immortal flames. The onlookers soon grasped the situation. They had initially believed Marco was overwhelmed by the defeat, but it turned out there was more to the story. In the 141st chapter, the mischievous Whitebeard, despite Whitebeard's seasoned experience, he discerned from the very first punch in midair that Lumbo could absorb Marco's immortal flames. However, even with this realization. He remained puzzled about the mechanics behind it and chose to remain silent, awaiting further developments. Marco, maintain your phoenix form to the best of your ability. I too wish to witness the true nature of Lumbo's power, Whitebeard asserted. He had already confirmed Lumbo's capacity to absorb the immortal flames. Yet the specifics of the absorption process and its extent remained uncertain. Marco nodded and transformed back into his phoenix form. As Lumbo placed one hand on Marco's shoulder, the immortal flames surrounding Marco began to weaken. However, with a determined effort, Marco reignited his flames, just as Lumbo was about to withdraw his hand. It lingered on Marco's shoulder. After approximately 10 minutes, Lumbo felt an itch on his back, reminiscent of the sensation he experienced when absorbing Ace's flames. When he placed his other hand upon it, the heat prompted him to retract it once more. Soon enough, Lumbo's upper garment ignited, and he hastily tore it off, casting it aside to prevent it from igniting his trousers and leaving him exposed on the deck. Now bare-chested, Lumbo revealed the fiery phoenix tattoo on his back, which began to undergo a transformation. The originally purple flames enveloping the tattoo shifted, with its eyes gradually changing from purple to gold. Anyone who gazed into those golden eyes could sense an intense warmth emanating towards them. At this juncture, Lumbo released his hand from Marco, who, drenched in sweat, was left weak and unable to stand, collapsing onto the deck. Jaws rushed to aid him, moving him aside to rest. Suddenly, a clear and resonant phoenix cry escaped Lumbo's lips. The purple flames that had surrounded him now bore a hint of gold, and the intensity of the flames astonished even Whitebeard. The deck of the Moby Dick beneath Lumbo was beginning to catch fire, slowly spreading in its wake. Quickly extinguish the flames, Lumbo. Do you wish to destroy my beloved Moby Dick? Whitebeard exclaimed. With a thunderous shout, Whitebeard surged into Lumbo's mind. Initially, he had his eyes closed, immersed in the nuances of the flames, but he was abruptly awakened. After all, he had once witnessed his grand ship consumed by fire. Although this deck was crafted from the precious Atom Tree, it could hardly withstand such inferno. Lumbo hastily reined in the flames around his body. The fire on the deck had been extinguished, yet a lingering scent of charred wood wafted through the air. The captain stared at Lumbo in bewilderment, maintaining their distance from him. Whitebeard bellowed, "You little rascal, do you intend to set my ship ablaze?" Lumbo raised his right hand to scratch the back of his head, awkwardly confessing, "Father, I truly apologize. In a moment of distraction, I failed to notice. Rest assured, I shall find a way to rectify this. I shall take full responsibility for this matter." At this juncture, Lumbo suddenly sensed something amiss, thinking to himself, "Goodness, why is the back of my head so slick?" He vigorously rubbed his scalp, only to discover it growing increasingly smooth. "Oh no, my hair." Lumbo gazed helplessly at Whitebeard, exclaiming, "Father, it appears my hair has been singed away." The captains, who had previously worn expressions of confusion, now transformed into a chorus of amusement. "Lumbo, it seems you have lost more than just your hair. Look there," pointed out Hashikawa Bista, gesturing towards Lumbo's lower half. Upon hearing Bista's words, a chilling sensation coursed through Lumbo, and he shouted in alarm, only to find that his trousers had indeed been burned away, leaving his manhood proudly on display. "My goodness!" Lumbo cried, swiftly retreating into the folds of Whitebeard's grand cloak, hastily wrapping himself up in its ample fabric, muttering to himself about the significant embarrassment he was suffering. "Come out, Lumbo," shouted Jozu. "We are all men here. What is there to fear? Besides, your physique is rather impressive." Captain Halta of the 12th Division and Captain 16 echoed in unison, "Jozu, are we not women?" "Nevertheless," they added, "but Lumbo, Jozu has a point. Do come out. We wish to behold your valiant form. We promise not to blink. Ha ha ha." Lumbo, upon hearing the teasing from these two women, felt his face flush crimson up to his neck. Even the several beautiful nurses standing beside Whitebeard cast curious glances at him. Lumbo wished he could disappear into the gaping hole that had been burned into the deck. Fortunately, a member of similar stature offered a set of clothes to Lumbo, who said, "Father, I will change within your cloak. Please do not move." Whitebeard nodded in agreement, and Lumbo quickly set about putting on the garments. As Lumbo was halfway through, Whitebeard suddenly exclaimed, "Sitting is so bothersome. I need to stand up and stretch my legs." Before Lumbo could react, Whitebeard rose to his feet. In that moment, Lumbo, who was in the midst of putting on his pants, felt an overwhelming brightness surrounding him, only to find hundreds of eyes fixed upon him. Unblinking and motionless, Lumbo exclaimed, "Father, you have tricked me." In a flurry, he finally donned his attire, his face etched with indignation as he glared at Whitebeard. The sight of Lumbo in such a state elicited hearty laughter from the onlookers, and Whitebeard himself joined in with his characteristic boisterous chuckle. Even Jinbei found himself amused by Whitebeard's playful antics, and the sight of the usually composed Lumbo displaying such a side brought him joy, causing him to laugh heartily as well. Come now, Limbo, do not be disheartened. We are all family, after all. What is the big deal? We assure you that this matter shall remain strictly within our circle, said Jaws, wrapping an arm around Lumbo's shoulders. By the way, dear brother, is your virtue still intact? Lumbo rolled his eyes and retorted, guess for yourself. After a bout of laughter, Marco, having regained some energy, turned the conversation to a more serious note. Lumbo, after absorbing my immortal flame, how do you feel now? After a moment of contemplation, Lumbo spoke, I feel that by absorbing your immortal flame, the temperature of my own flames has risen, and their color has transformed. While I cannot accurately gauge my full strength without engaging in battle, I sense that I have indeed improved. What do you think? Although I was thoroughly exhausted by you this time, your influence has revealed that my recovery ability has also strengthened. Remarkably, my immortal flame now possesses the capacity to generate heat akin to regular flames. Initially, my immortal flame was solely for healing, devoid of the high-temperature characteristics of other flames. However, it seems I can now produce high temperatures, and thankfully, I can regulate this heat myself. Otherwise, it would be impossible to heal other beings with such intense flames. Marco's words plunged Limbo back into thought. Can my flames absorb another S and simultaneously enhance their attributes? This is a matter you should ponder further in your own time, my young friends. Today, let us rejoice and celebrate. Whitebeard interrupted Limbo's musings and resumed drinking. For pirates, the time of day holds no significance for a feast, even in the morning. Remember the mobile website, Chapter 142, Red Hair. Another round of raucous drinking ensued, and this time, Limbo truly exacted his revenge, reducing 14 captains to a state of utter disarray. Only then did he relent. Standing on the deck, his bald head gleaming in the sunlight, Limbo looked at the sprawled figures and muttered, Humph, let us see if you dare to tease me again. This time, Limbo refrained from competing and drinking with Whitebeard. Having just incapacitated 14 captains had taken a toll. Continuing to drink with Whitebeard would likely result in his own downfall. After finishing the wine in his bowl, he said, Father, I must take my leave. Please take care of yourself during this time. I will contact you as soon as I hear from Ace. I need to prepare for what lies ahead. And I hope everything goes smoothly. Furthermore, Marco's absorption of my flame should elevate his power. But you must keep a close eye on him to ensure nothing unexpected occurs. Youngster, return home. Ace and Marco will be fine. After all, I am Whitebeard, he proclaimed loudly before downing the wine in his bowl. Lumbo and Jinbei returned to their ship, the Going Merry, waving farewell to Whitebeard. It was not that Lumbo wished to depart so soon, but rather that his status rendered it inappropriate for him to linger. Had he brought his crew along, the implications would have been far too significant, likely attracting unwelcome attention from those with ulterior motives. Whitebeard was acutely aware of this predicament. Although neither he nor Limbo were particularly concerned, the divergence of their allegiances made it prudent to avoid complications before the impending storm. As Whitebeard observed Limbo's receding silhouette, he felt a poignant sense of sending off a beloved child. It was not until Limbo's vessel vanished from view that Whitebeard sighed and remarked, Marco, the future shall belong to you. It would serve you well to cultivate a closer bond with that young lad. Marco, who had been sprawled on his bed in a drunken stupor, suddenly sprang up with remarkable agility. Ah, father, you never cease to amaze me. How could you have seen through my charade? He chuckled. Do you think that young one was oblivious? He is quite aware of your feigned inebriation, especially given your last words were directed at him. Tell me, have you experienced any alterations in your abilities? The nature of devil fruits is such that their development can lead to unforeseen mutations. These mutations present both opportunity and peril. A moment's negligence may lead to one's downfall. Yet seizing the opportunity can yield tremendous strength. Whitebeard, being a wielder of a devil fruit himself, had refined his abilities to cataclysmic levels. This fruit appears to evolve favorably. At least I sense a considerable enhancement in my physique. The immortal flames, now generating extreme heat, can strike as fiercely as fire itself. I have also noticed an increase in my healing capabilities. Indeed, I owe that young man a significant debt of gratitude, Marco reflected, his head bowed in contemplation. Well then, make haste to adapt to your newfound powers. And refrain from speaking of debts. That lad is family, though I have my reservations about formally adopting him. It is clear that he regards us as kin, Whitebeard replied, pleased with Marco's burgeoning strength. Meanwhile, Lumbo raced across the ocean with Jinbei, keenly aware of the transformations within his own abilities. Since merging with the immortal flames, the intensity of his fire had become extraordinarily fierce. It was likely that even Akainu's magma could not rival its heat. Additionally, his regenerative prowess had reached unparalleled heights, albeit regrettably. This capability was limited to himself. Should he attempt to heal another, the mere touch might reduce them to ashes. Rambo is acutely aware that his flames are still capable of further evolution. When they fully transform into a golden hue, it will signify the complete metamorphosis of his flames. The Fire Phoenix, renowned as the immortal Firebird, embodies the concept of rebirth through the process of nirvana, a notion far from mere rhetoric. Thus, the golden flames are believed to represent the fabled fire of resurrection. As Lumbo attuned himself to his own strength, he ceased his contemplations. Observing the surroundings of the new world, he addressed Jinbi, saying, "Brother Jinbi, I wish to explore the new world for a while. Perhaps you should return first. Once my companions have finished their outing with Shirahoshi, they possess my life card, and they can come to the new world to fetch me." Jinbi pondered for a moment before responding, "If you wish to see the new world, I can accompany you. I am concerned for your safety, as you are not yet familiar with the environment. Rest assured, with my current abilities, I am more than capable of handling any situation as long as I do not encounter one of the four emperors. Furthermore, I would not be foolish enough to seek trouble in their territory. You have already delayed for several days accompanying me, and my comrades are not present. It would be prudent for you to return to Fishman Island. Without your formidable strength, I worry for the safety of our home," Lumbo replied earnestly. Upon hearing Lumbo mention Fishman Island, Jinbi contemplated for a while before responding, "Very well, I shall return to Fishman Island. The new world is not to be underestimated, whether concerning its weather, environment, or the pirates that roam its waters. You must take care of your safety. Once they return, I will ensure they come to the new world to collect you at the earliest opportunity." Rambo nodded slightly, then disembarked onto an island. Jibei bid a brief farewell and wasted no time in returning, eager to reach Fishman Island swiftly, to avert any unforeseen incidents, while also checking if Rambo's companions had returned, hoping they would arrive to escort Rambo soon. "Beep, beep, uncle, it's me, Rambo." After disembarking, Rambo promptly contacted Mihawk. "Ah, Rambo, what brings you to my attention?" Mihawk answered, amidst a cacophony of sounds akin to a festive celebration. "Uncle, I'm in the new world. Could you come to fetch me?" Rambo relayed his location. "Oh, you've arrived in the new world. Wait a moment, I shall arrange for your pickup, and you can join us for a feast." After confirming the precise location, Mihawk ended the call. "Shanks, my nephew has arrived in the new world. He is currently at White Sand Island. Let us go and retrieve him. And I shall introduce you to this esteemed young man that Mihawk holds in such high regard," Mihawk said, glancing at Shanks, who was indulging in drinks. With a flourish of his cape, Shanks rose and declared, "Boys, let us go and fetch Mihawk's nephew, and get to know what manner of man this highly esteemed young fellow is. Ha ha ha." A chorus of agreement echoed from those behind him. The group sailed aboard the Red Force towards White Sand Island. After a while, Rambo, standing on the shore, spotted a pirate crew approaching. Upon seeing the dragon emblem on the bow of the ship, his eyes narrowed. It must be Shanks's vessel. Indeed, as the ship drew near, Mihawk leaped down and inquired, "Rambo, how did you come to the new world, and are you alone?" Lumbo gazed at Hawkeye and said, "Master Uncle, I have merely come to the new world for a leisurely exploration, to observe the surroundings. By the way, have you been in the company of red-haired Shanks all along?" At that moment, a figure with crimson hair, clad in a black cloak and bearing 3 distinct scars across his eyes, approached Lumbo with a group of followers. It was evident that this individual was none other than the illustrious red-haired Shanks. "Remember the mobile website," he chuckled. "Chapter 143, My Elder Brother is Ace. Haha. At last, I have the pleasure of meeting you, the youngest vice admiral in naval history, Fire Phoenix Lumbo, as well as the nephew of Mihawk," Shanks exclaimed with warmth. To encounter the legendary emperor, red-haired Shanks, is indeed a moment to cherish. The reality surpasses the tales of his grandeur, renowned as the most formidable man upon the seas. "It is an honor to finally meet you, Shanks. However, my esteemed brother, you have overlooked another facet of my identity," Lumbo remarked, gazing at Shanks with deep admiration. In his youth, Lumbo had always held great admiration for Shanks, particularly for his relentless pursuit of freedom. Unlike typical pirates, he embodied the spirit of an adventurer, existing freely for the sake of freedom itself, constantly hosting banquets with his crew, yet commanding respect from all. Upon hearing Lumbo's words, Shanks was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Oh?" As he turned his gaze towards Lumbo, Rambo smiled and said, "Luffy is my brother. Shanks burst into hearty laughter. Oh dear. I completely forgot about that. It seems we truly are fated to cross paths. He continued, regardless of fate. Let us board the ship and find a place to host a banquet. Is that acceptable to you, Shanks? With that, Mihawk assisted Rambo aboard the Red Force. Turning to Shanks to inquire. Shanks, of course, had no objections and called upon the crew to set sail. At that moment, a man with long hair, carrying a spear on his back, approached and draped his arm around Rambo's shoulders, saying, So, you're Luffy's little brother? Judging by Luffy's childhood, you seem to have grown much taller than him, ha ha ha. Rambo gazed at the figure before him, known in a past life as a scoundrel, who had forsaken his family to pursue dreams on the seas alongside Shanks. This was Jesus, the father of Usopp, the sharpshooter aboard Luffy's ship. Yet, Rambo found a degree of understanding for Jesus. The ocean is a realm where every man chases his aspirations. He would send money and letters home, sharing tales of his adventures at sea, which inevitably inspired Usopp to become the grand storyteller he is, regaling tales gleaned from his father's correspondence. Perhaps Luffy, in his youth, indulged excessively in meat, neglecting vegetables, which may have stunted his growth. Rambo mused with a shrug, acknowledging that Luffy's shorter stature in childhood often drew the villagers' ridicule. Rambo's words elicited hearty laughter from the crowd as they reminisced about their own boy. Indeed, the captain anticipated the day when they could reunite, as each would stand independently in their own right. Jesus, do you miss your son? Shanks remarked, steering the ship toward the azure expanse of the sea. Fear not. As long as they traverse these waters, fate will align their paths. I, too, look forward to that day. Shanks, it's perfectly natural for Jesus to yearn for his son. Rambo interjected. After all, he was lured to join your crew long ago, and many years have passed since he last beheld his child. However, you are right. As long as they sail the seas, they shall meet again. Besides, Usopp, under my brother's guidance, will grow ever stronger. He is a man whom both you and everyone else have faith in, so there is no need for undue concern, he added with a chuckle at Shanks. Indeed. Speaking of Luffy invoked laughter amongst Shanks and the others. That rascal Luffy has been absent for far too long. I hear he recently vanquished a sand alligator. I wonder how he fares now? Beckman remarked with a smile. Rest assured, that lad will be just fine. He can frolic as he pleases. Until he becomes the Pirate King, he shall remain unscathed, Rambo declared, leaving the others taken aback by the high expectations he held for Luffy. Rambo, how can you be so certain that Luffy will become the Pirate King? Mihawk inquired, his expression one of disbelief. Because Shanks personally entrusted the legacy of the Pirate King to Luffy. Moreover, Rambo continued, surveying the captivated audience. The paramount reason is that becoming the Pirate King has been Luffy's dream since childhood, and I shall spare no effort in aiding him to realize it. With that, an overwhelming aura emanated from Rambo, prompting Shanks's crew to exchange glances. They sensed the manifestation of Conqueror's Haki. What astonished them most was that a member of the Navy had cultivated such a powerful force. They had never encountered anyone within the Navy possessing Conqueror's Haki. Indeed, he is truly deserving of being my disciple. Hawkeye was lavish in his praise, embodying a man with a cold exterior yet a warm heart, displaying a stark contrast in his demeanor towards his friends. What do you think of Shanks? Am I not correct? My nephew is indeed a fascinating individual, he boasted, akin to a proud parent showcasing a child as perfect score. Shanks cast a deep glance at Limbo and nodded thoughtfully, murmuring to himself, what an extraordinary young lad. Hey Limbo, you and Luffy are brothers. Why weren't you together during your childhood? Jesus Burgess inquired. Well, during my youth, I had a keen interest in swordsmanship, and I asked my grandfather to find me a teacher. Thus, I went to my master's dojo and grew up there, which is why I was separated from Luffy. Lumbo explained. Why not take Luffy along? Then you wouldn't have to be apart, Burgess pressed. Perhaps it was due to my grandfather, the village chief. He had a close relationship with my grandfather, so he kept Luffy there to keep him company. I once speculated that my grandmother might be the chief's sister or daughter, which is why Luffy remained in Windmill Village. Otherwise, if they intended for him to become a Navy officer, why not take him straight to the Navy headquarters for training from a young age? If he had grown up in the Navy, he would undoubtedly become a part of it, and thus, Shanks would not have had the opportunity to persuade him. Of course, this would also mean that the anime One Piece would not exist. Soon, the group arrived at an island. Upon disembarking, they quickly set up a bonfire and transported food and drink from the ship with remarkable ease, clearly indicating that this was not their first experience. Lumbo stepped forward to assist with the drinks, and before long, everything was arranged. They all sat down on the ground and began to indulge. Lumbo raised his cup and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, not only are you friends of my master, but you are also quite fated with my brother. It is a rare occasion to see you all today, and I shall not regard myself as an outsider. Should you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall be more than willing to help." With that, Lumbo downed his drink with gusto. The crowd cheered in approval and joined him in a hearty toast. "Lumbo, what brings you to the New World alone?" Hawkeye, showing concern for his nephew, inquired. He had gathered a sense of Lumbo's composed nature through their brief interactions and was curious about his solo venture. "Uncle, I actually came to meet Whitebeard." "Regarding my brother's matter," Lumbo replied. "What about Luffy? What connection does he have with Whitebeard?" Shanks asked, furrowing his brow. "Not my biological brother. I mean my older brother." Ace. Rambo provided a brief explanation of the brotherhood formed in his childhood, then turned to Shanks and said, "Brother Shanks, I heard that you recently boarded Whitebeard's ship. Was it to persuade him to deter Ace from pursuing Teach?" Shanks glanced at Rambo and nodded slightly before replying, "Teach is indeed a perilous individual. I have faced him before and am well aware of his formidable strength. He is no ordinary adversary. His ambition is substantial. When he aligned himself under Whitebeard's banner, I suspected he harbored some ulterior motive. Yet, out of respect for Whitebeard, I refrained from voicing my concerns, as he remains one of Whitebeard's own. Now, having acquired what he desires, his true nature begins to reveal itself. Ace's solitary pursuit will likely lead to dire consequences, and I fear for his safety. You are aware of Ace's true identity. I do not wish for him to come to harm." "You make a valid point," Rambo conceded. "Ace's reckless pursuit of Teach is akin to throwing an egg against a rock. His failure is inevitable. I recently had the honor of meeting Uncle Rayleigh, who offered me invaluable guidance. Upon learning of Ace's pursuit of Teach, Uncle Rayleigh intended to set sail to intervene, but I managed to dissuade him. I wanted to share this with you as well. Since Ace has chosen to venture out to sea, we must not regard him as a mere child. He is a true man. He understands the gravity of his actions and must take responsibility for the consequences that arise. This is an experience he must endure. Only by weathering genuine storms can one earn the title of a true man of the sea. Therefore, there is no need for concern. I assure you that Ace will be fine." Rambo took a sip of his drink and looked at Shanks, who remained silent and did not respond. Lumbo gazed at Shanks and continued, "Brother Shanks, I must trouble you with a matter. I have already negotiated some affairs with Whitebeard, but I require your assistance. Once Whitebeard departs from the New World, I need you to help maintain the stability of the situation there. I am not particularly worried about Big Mom. Ever since establishing her nation, she has eased her pursuits beyond her insatiable appetite. The main concern lies with Kaido, that madman. He represents a significant variable. Should he learn of the Whitebeard pirates' departure from the New World and decide to intervene, the situation could spiral beyond my control. Therefore, you need to restrain Kaido, correct?" Shanks raised his gaze to Lumbo and replied, "Indeed, that is also why I lingered in the New World after leaving the Whitebeard pirates. Initially, I intended for my master to bring me directly to you, but it seems fortune smiled upon me as my master happened to be here." Lumbo spoke with an air of good fortune. "My Hawk, your apprentice is far more adept than you. Even I have been ensnared in his plans, ha ha ha." Shanks chuckled at Hawkeye. "Then you may refuse, and I shall simply take my apprentice and depart, indifferent to your trivial matters," Hawkeye retorted, having listened intently from the sidelines. "Ah, my Hawk, you have taken an apprentice and forsaken your old friend. How heartless. Have you not fought in quite some time?" Shanks jested, raising his cup of wine toward my Hawk. "I have no desire to spar with the impaired, lest it be said that I am bullying them." Hawkeye's words elicited laughter from Lumbo and Shanks' crew, surprised by the gentlemanly yet imperious manner in which he delivered his jibes. It was evident that the bond between Hawkeye and Shanks was strong, allowing for such light-hearted banter without offense. "Brother Shanks, I toast to you, thanking you for saving Luffy," Lumbo declared as he downed his drink. "I did not save him. I merely placed a bet, wagering one arm for a new era. Ha ha ha." Shanks boisterously laughed. "Lumbo, you call Hawkeye master and refer to our captain as brother. Is this not a generational mix-up?" Riki Lu chimed in, holding a chicken leg and sporting a round belly, grinning. "Brother Riki Lu, a true gentleman is not bound by trifles. We each have our own forms of address. It is the first time I have called my master brother, and it is quite amusing." Lumbo reflected on his first encounter with Hawkeye, finding it rather entertaining. "Now that you have concluded your business, shall we delve into personal matters? Has your swordsmanship improved recently?" "You must not bring shame upon your brother," Hawkeye remarked, casting a knowing glance at Lumbo while addressing Shanks. Lumbo immediately understood. then turned to Hawkeye and said, "Master, I have always devoted myself to rigorous training. Yet it seems I have reached a bottleneck. No matter how hard I strive, I cannot make the slightest improvement, which troubles me greatly. Today, with both you and Brother Shanks present, I humbly seek your guidance. I have yet to spar with Brother Shanks. Might I be fortunate enough to receive his insights?" Hawkeye interjected with a hint of exasperation. "If you wish for me to guide this boy, you could have simply stated it directly. Your uncle-nephew act is rather theatrical. And tell me, are you truly brothers with Luffy? Luffy is such a kind-hearted and innocent child. While you harbor a multitude of mischief, surely those traits were imparted by Mihawk." Shanks rolled his eyes at the duo. "Ha! I eagerly await your guidance, brother." Lumbo replied with a respectful bow, then stepped into the center of an open area, facing Shanks opposite him. Without hesitation, Lumbo initiated the attack using the one-sword style, swallow into the forest. He leapt into the air, creating a large crater beneath him. And in the blink of an eye, he appeared above Shanks, bringing his blade down. Hawkeye nodded in acknowledgement, but soon shook his head. Shanks swiftly drew his sword from his waist, parrying Lumbo's strike. In midair, Lumbo followed up with a kick aimed at Shanks' chest, but Shanks deftly sidestepped the blow. Lumbo then countered with a thrust, yet Shanks skillfully deflected the attack with his sword. Thus, Lumbo took on the role of the aggressor, each swing of his sword targeting Shanks' left side. Given that Shanks had sustained an injury to his left arm, it naturally became a vulnerable point. However, each of Lumbo's attacks was thwarted by Shanks' defenses. Soon, after a prolonged struggle yielding no success, Lumbo abandoned his assault on the left side. Recognizing the futility of his approach, he began to steady his breath and focus his energy, observing Shanks' movements with keen intent. Noticing Lumbo's newfound composure, Shanks nodded in approval, preparing himself for a more serious engagement. Lumbo ceased his pursuit of Shanks' weaknesses, recognizing that, given his current level of swordsmanship, he was utterly incapable of discerning any vulnerabilities in such a formidable swordsman. He resolved to engage in battle with sincerity. As Lumbo's movements quickened and his strikes became increasingly fluid, he occasionally unleashed strokes of brilliance that caused even Shanks to break out in a cold sweat, secretly pondering whether this young man intended to eliminate him, a four-emperor, under the guise of a friendly spar. As Lumbo and Shanks continued their fierce clash, an unexpected shadow loomed overhead. They exchanged powerful blows, retreating momentarily, when suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down between them, revealing a figure wielding a staff and flanked by 4 drums, none other than Enel. In the next moment, silhouettes emerged around Enel, effectively separating Lumbo and Shanks, each individual brandishing their weapons against Shanks. The leader, with a smile, slowly drew his bamboo sword, poised to launch an attack. Both Shanks and his crew were taken aback by this sudden appearance of unexpected reinforcements. However, upon sensing the formidable aura of this newfound team, all of Shanks' crew instinctively positioned themselves alongside him, prepared for battle. "Hey, what is everyone doing? Put your weapons down. We're on the same side," Lumbo called out, leaving the newcomers momentarily stunned. They had just sensed Lumbo engaged in combat from a distance, which prompted their swift arrival for support. Now, they found themselves confronted with the notion that they were allies. Surrounded by his comrades, Lumbo felt a surge of warmth in his heart. No matter the adversary he faced, his team stood resolutely by his side, ready to fight alongside him, a sentiment that deeply moved him. After Lumbo provided a brief explanation, they soon realized that he had been contending with a significant figure, Shanks, one of the 4 emperors of the sea. Yet, rather than feeling trepidation, they were imbued with an indomitable spirit, a collective resolve that anyone daring to harm Lumbo would be swiftly subdued. This palpable aura was not lost on Shanks' crew, who instinctively fell back in formation behind their captain, knowing all too well the countless challengers who sought to defy the 4 emperors across the vast ocean. Shanks approached Lumbo, remarking, "So, these are your companions? Truly an impressive team, haha." Hawkeye also stepped forward, prompting Kuina to rush over, grasping his arm with a smile. "Uncle, it's been a while. I didn't expect to see you here." It was evident that during Hawkeye's previous visit, he had spent a few pleasant days with Kuina, fostering a strong bond. "What is the matter? Don't you want to see your uncle? We're all grown up now, yet you still act like a child." "Lumbo, aren't you going to keep an eye on your wife?" He chuckled. Eagle Eye evidently held a fondness for the young girl, Guena, teasing her playfully. With flushed cheeks, Guena cast a fleeting glance at Rambo before retorting, "Master Uncle only knows how to bully me. I shall ignore you." She then dashed into the crowd, clearly abashed, prompting laughter from those around. "Master Uncle, please refrain from teasing my Guena. If one day she happens to borrow your black sword again, I shall not take responsibility, Rambo remarked, eliciting a dark expression from Eagle Eye. Rambo had heard about this incident from Guina, and upon recalling it, he nearly doubled over with laughter. On that particular day, Eagle Eye had visited Gungsherlang, and the two had reminisced over drinks until the early hours of the morning. It was not until noon the following day that Eagle Eye awoke, only to discover that his black sword was missing. In his search, he stumbled upon Guina using it to chop wood, preparing targets for her fellow students' sword practice. This left Eagle Eye quite vexed as he inquired why she was not using the white sword he had gifted her for such tasks. Guina, with unwavering conviction, replied, "My white sword is far too beautiful. It would be a waste to use it for chopping wood." This only deepened Eagle Eye's frown, and from that point onward, he forbade Guina from touching his black sword. Rambo was aware of Hawkeye's embarrassing moment. Although they were all comrades present, there was no need to humiliate his master. He proceeded to introduce his companions to Hawkeye and Shanks one by one. A glance exchanged between Shanks and Hawkeye revealed their mutual astonishment. They could scarcely believe that this young man had managed to gather such formidable allies in such a brief span of time. Notably, there was the enigmatic figure known as the Blind One, as well as the wielder of the Thunder fruit. However, the most surprising addition to the team was undoubtedly the Sand Crocodile, who bore a massive sword on his back. Being a fellow warlord of the sea, the Sand Crocodile was somewhat familiar with Hawkeye. Noticing Hawkeye's incredulous stare, the irritable old Sand's temper flared. "What are you staring at? Do you want to fight?" Before Hawkeye could respond, the old Sand's head was obliterated, turning to fine sand. "That is my master. Crocodile, be courteous when addressing him." Upon hearing Rambo's words, the Sand Crocodile huffed and, accompanied by Daz, sauntered over to Enel's side, unwilling to engage with them further. Enel rolled his eyes and glanced at the old Sand Crocodile. "Are you blind? Didn't you see Guina addressing Hawkeye as master? Are you really going to confront him? If you were to challenge red-haired Shanks, I doubt Rambo would even retaliate." The old Sand shut his eyes, utterly disinterested in the antics of this fool, inwardly cursing, "How dare you encourage me to confront red-haired? Do you think I'm foolish? Hawkeye is alone. I can easily handle him. It's not like I haven't clashed with him before. But Shanks is surrounded by a crew. If I were to confront him, I would surely be asking for trouble." Hawkeye and Shanks exchanged a peculiar glance, astonished that the typically confrontational Sand Crocodile would heed Rambo's command to engage in battle. And furthermore, that he exhibited no signs of irritation towards Rambo. It was indeed strange. Was this still the crocodile they knew? If the old Sand were to fathom the thoughts of Hawkeye and Shanks, he would surely lament his predicament. Here he was, a distinguished warlord of the sea, aboard a ship without a single official crew member, still relegated to the status of an apprentice. And at risk of being beaten if he made one wrong move. What a challenging existence. On this rare occasion of gathering, Rambo urged his crew to join the festivities. At that moment, the group sensed an increasing shadow looming above them. The Blind One pointed skyward, exclaiming, "Enel, it seems our ship is about to crash down upon us." Before the others could grasp the situation, Rambo's crew collectively cursed. Enel promptly vanished from sight. Soon, the colossal ship above stabilized, no longer descending. It was then that the others realized this was no ordinary vessel. Its size was akin to a small island, crafted entirely of pure gold, shimmering brilliantly. If it were to plummet, it might very well sink the island beneath. A cold sweat broke out among them. The golden ship gradually departed from directly above the group, gently landing upon the sea's surface. Shortly thereafter, Enel returned. Rambo sought to understand the situation, reasoning that the energy for the Ark Noah was supplied by Enel, and thus, there should be no deficiencies. Originally, a single laugh alerted everyone to Lumbo's presence in battle, prompting Enel to accelerate swiftly. To ensure Enel's combat effectiveness, he refrained from recharging, which led to the recent spectacle. With Lumbo's team joining, the festive atmosphere intensified. After a round of drinks, familiarity blossomed. Not only did Mihawk but also Shanks' crew were utterly bewildered by Lumbo's ensemble. This was the Navy, yet they exhibited a more piratical spirit than the pirates themselves. The one wearing a mask and carrying a drum even broke into a dance, a rather risky one at that. Had it not been for Alan's intervention, he might have stripped down completely. Another individual astonishingly transformed into a Tyrannosaurus, allowing 3 girls to ride upon his back. Yet another became a towering tree, shielding the group from the sun. What an eccentric band this was. The next day, Limbo and his companions bid farewell to Shanks and Mihawk, embarking on their journey into the new world. "What do you think? My apprentice is quite remarkable, isn't he?" Mihawk remarked, a hint of pride gleaming in his eyes as he looked at Shanks. "Indeed, I did not anticipate that Luffy's brother would be such an intriguing character. Though he appears calm, He exudes the aura of a fierce beast. This young lad harbors substantial ambition, yet he is still too youthful. Shanks expressed a tinge of regret. It is precisely his youth that makes him captivating. Surpassing you and me is merely a matter of time for him. There is no need for regret. When the time comes, you both can engage in a splendid battle. I merely hope you do not suffer too greatly, ha ha ha. After all, he is one of our own, and Mihawk undoubtedly holds high hopes for Lumbo. Lumbo sat on the deck with his companions, engaged in lively conversation as they recounted their adventures with White Star. They first visited Upside Down Mountain to behold the Red Soil continent, followed by a leisurely exploration of Lumbo's hometown, the East Sea. Their journey was marked by a series of stops and starts, bringing unbridled joy to White Star, who couldn't contain her exuberance. After they finished sharing their stories, Sand Crocodile turned to Lumbo and remarked, "Your visit to the New World must extend beyond merely surveying the surroundings. Otherwise, what a coincidence it would be to encounter the red-haired Shanks. Are we to assume our first adversary in the New World is the red-haired pirates?" The group fell into a momentary silence, their gazes fixed on Lumbo. With a smile, he shook his head, clarifying, "My journey to the New World was not solely about meeting red-haired. I also had the opportunity to meet Whitebeard." Instantly, the expressions of the group shifted dramatically, for Whitebeard was renowned as the strongest man in the world of pirates. Sand Crocodile, his fist clenched, exclaimed, "What business did you have with that man? Next time, be sure to bring me along. I must defeat him." His excitement was palpable, causing the massive sand sword behind him to tremble as if it were on the verge of transforming into a storm of golden sand. "Calm yourself, old Sand," one laughed, furrowing his brow. In that moment, Sand Crocodile felt an immense force pressing down upon him, compelling him to sit upon the ground. Once seated, he regained his composure, bowing his head in silence. Lumbo was aware that Sand Crocodile had previously challenged Whitebeard in the New World, only to face defeat. Whitebeard had expressed a desire to adopt Sand Crocodile as his son, a proposal that Sand Crocodile declined. He left a vow to seek out Whitebeard for a rematch in the future. This incident became an obsession for the old Sand, who, upon learning of potential information regarding the king of the underworld in Alabasta, journeyed there and orchestrated a series of rebellions, all in a bid to overthrow Whitebeard. Old Sand, if you wish to triumph over Whitebeard, you must dedicate yourself to rigorous training. Only by becoming increasingly formidable can you possess the invincible prowess needed for victory. We stand as your unwavering support. After Lumbo spoke, he cast a glance at Alan, realizing that apart from their Navy companions in Kuina, all other crew members bore deep-seated grudges. Sand Crocodile sought to vanquish Whitebeard, while Alan aimed to slay Big Mom. Meanwhile, a laughable figure like Enel yearned to soar into the skies towards the moon. Alas, I find myself in quite a predicament, surrounded by such a motley crew of allies. There is no choice but to take one step at a time. Lumbo pondered for a moment before articulating the situation regarding Ace and his predictions to the group, seeking any viable solutions. He could not help but be troubled by the circumstances. The Navy's strength was formidable, with an unprecedentedly powerful lineup. His grandfather, Garp, along with Admiral Sengoku, his mentor Zephyr, and the current 3 admirals, not to mention dozens of vice-admirals, formed a coalition that posed a significant threat. Should Whitebeard become entangled, the consequences could be dire. Thus, the only feasible way to rescue Ace was through a swift and covert operation. Moreover, the presence of Blackbeard presented an additional complication. He would likely exploit the situation concerning Whitebeard, and if the Navy perceived assistance against Whitebeard, they would likely refrain from pursuing him, even if he managed to liberate the prisoners from the 6th level of Impel Down. However, what about Whitebeard himself? It was truly vexing. Would they be able to withstand the onslaught of the Navy's formidable forces? Lumbo's actions had inadvertently strengthened the Navy, akin to a self-inflicted wound. Resigned to the predicament, he contemplated alternative strategies, perhaps resorting to a more dramatic approach to ensure that Zephyr would not unleash his full might. As for his grandfather Garp, he surely would not exert his utmost strength. History suggested that if he did, he alone could restrain Whitebeard, leading to the inevitable annihilation of the Whitebeard pirates. With these thoughts in mind, Lumbo addressed the assembly. "There is a matter of which I must inform you, both for personal and collective reasons. I cannot allow any harm to befall Ace. However, this stance contradicts our obligations to the Navy. Therefore, I do not wish to impose upon you. Participation is entirely your choice. After all, any unforeseen incidents could potentially impact your naval careers." Rambo observed the group, noticing that they regarded him with expressions reminiscent of disbelief. Even without a smile, he could sense their scrutinizing gazes. Ino rolled his eyes, remarking that even the prospect of being promoted to a vice admiral had not swayed Sengoku. Why would he be concerned about a career in the Navy? What a ridiculous notion. Alan was more direct, reminding Rambo that it was he who had summoned him aboard. Thus, he bore responsibility for his actions. This statement sent shivers down Rambo's spine. Drake and Binns erupted in laughter, with Drake teasing Alan for being overly dramatic, pointing out the murderous glint emanating from the three young women. Alan noticed their menacing stares and instinctively recoiled. We have trained together since childhood, growing side by side. My initial intention was to serve on a ship within a branch or under a vice admiral, where I could comfortably fulfill my duties while receiving a steady salary. Then one day, you proposed the idea of forming a crew, inviting us to join you in aspiring to reach the pinnacle of this world. Are you truly considering abandoning us, reneging on your promises? Drake shouted at Rambo, with Binns, Ein, and Dasky nodding in agreement beside him. If you dare to cast me aside, I shall return and inform my father, urging him and Master Mihawk to seek you out, Guena declared boldly, underscoring the seriousness of the matter. Do not underestimate me. Whether confronting the Navy or pirates, I am indifferent, she added, glancing at Dasky, who stood behind the crocodile with a knowing nod. Enough, Rambo. Refrain from uttering such words in the future. We are united because of you. And no matter the decisions you make, we shall stand by you through thick and thin. Furthermore, if anything were to befall any one of us, would you simply turn a blind eye? Ishio approached the ship's edge with a resolute demeanor. Having such a loyal group of companions filled Rambo with profound emotion. Indeed. Regardless of the storms that may come, the mere thought of having such steadfast individuals by his side invigorated him with unwavering motivation. Chapter 147. The storm approaches. For 2 months. Lumbo and his companions roamed the New World, akin to travelers, observing the environment, territorial distributions, and climatic variations. They floated high above, descending occasionally to engage in playful explorations, yet primarily remained in the skies, diligently training to enhance their prowess. One day, Lumbo received a call from Kuma, who simply uttered 2 words, "It's done." A surge of anticipation coursed through Lumbo's heart. The moment had finally arrived. Upon arriving in the New World, Lumbo had contacted Kuma, instructing him to transport Luffy and his crew to the locations where they had honed their skills for 2 years. Should they be spotted in the Sabaody archipelago? Although he was aware that, according to the narrative's natural progression, Luffy and his companions would inevitably be pursued by Kizaru and subsequently rescued by Kuma, scattering them across the globe to fortify their abilities. He remained uncertain whether his involvement might alter the course of events. Thus, he preemptively informed Kuma to manage the situation, which also marked the inception of the Marineford War. Upon hearing this, Rambo hung up the phone and let out a quiet sigh. He had indeed come, harboring the hope that he could alter this outcome. Rambo gathered all personnel and declared, "The storm has finally arrived. We shall set forth now." After a phone call, and ordered the ship to set sail. Swiftly arriving at the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, he anchored beside the Moby Dick, and everyone aboard observed the Whitebeard pirates with utmost caution, for they were in the presence of the man renowned as the strongest in the world. Rambo swiftly led his companions onto the deck of the Moby Dick. Grinning as he exclaimed, "Father, I have brought my friends to see you. Karalalala, what a splendid team you have." To my surprise, I even recognize a familiar face, Whitebeard remarked, his gaze sweeping over Rambo's crew before settling on the sand crocodile. "Old man, I am not here to challenge you this time, but mark my words, I will defeat you one day," Rambo declared defiantly, as he and Whitebeard locked eyes with unwavering intensity. "Karalalala, very well, I will await that day. Today is truly delightful. Let the festivities commence." With Whitebeard's magnanimous spirit, it was inconceivable that he would take the sand crocodile's words to heart. "Old Sand, if you wish to challenge the old man, you must first get past us," Marco interjected, stepping forward to embrace the sand crocodile. To his surprise, Old Sand could not shake him off, leading the sand crocodile to ponder Marco's significantly enhanced strength. "Little Marco, your power has certainly increased. Congratulations." Rambo observed the subtle exchange between the sand crocodile and Marco. Smiling slightly, it appeared that Marco's fruit abilities had mutated in a favorable manner. "Haha, likewise. Your strength must have grown considerably as well," he added, tightening his grip around the sand crocodile. Animal-type devil fruit abilities naturally enhance physical prowess, and with the additional mutation, the sand crocodile had indeed fortified his physique. However, despite his rigorous training, he was evidently no match for Marco, who continued to hold him tightly. Suddenly, Marco felt a lightness in his arm as a swirl of yellow sand erupted from his embrace, followed by a massive sword the size of a door crashing down upon him. Marco swiftly sidestepped, drenched in cold sweat, initially believing the sand crocodile had merely been playing with the door panel. To his shock, he realized it was intended as a weapon. After narrowly evading the colossal sword, Marco prepared to soar into the sky when the sword transformed into a whip of sand, ensnaring his ankle. The two remained suspended in the air for a moment before Marco, feeling a surge of warmth, unleashed a fireball towards Old Sand. Although Old Sand was aware that Marco's immortal flame was primarily for healing and devoid of heat, he was unprepared for the high temperature of the blue flame tinged with purple, reminiscent of Rambo's fire. As Old Sand dodged the attack, he ceased his aggression, fixating intently on Rambo, as if perceiving him as a family member allowing an outsider to bully him. Rambo, with a smile, offered an explanation to Old Sand before turning to Marco, praising, "Little Marco, you are impressive. Now, Old Sand is my companion, so let us refrain from jesting with him." Marco then approached, guiding Old Sand aside for a drink, reminiscing, "It has been years since we last shared a drink together. Drinking is fine, but I will not relinquish my challenge against Whitebeard," Old Sand replied resolutely. The captains of Whitebeard's crew erupted into hearty laughter, evidently unfazed by the situation. The following day, Lumbo bid farewell to Whitebeard, recognizing the critical nature of the moment. Should any discerning eyes observe the Navy and Whitebeard's pirates gathering to drink together on the eve of battle, it would not bode well. Whitebeard and his companions made no efforts to dissuade him. Lumbo instructed Enel to set sail from the New World, traversing the Grand Line without making any stops, and headed straight for the East Blue, to evade being summoned back by Sengoku. He pondered deeply and realized there was but one destination to pursue and one task to undertake. Upon arriving in the East Sea, Lumbo received intelligence indicating that Ace had been captured. It is likely that at this moment, Sengoku is reporting to the Five Elders, deliberating on how to deal with Ace. Following the conventional narrative progression, the ultimate outcome will likely be a public execution of Ace, as his lineage is profoundly detested by the Five Elders. He is the son of the pirate king Gold Roger, bearing the bloodline of the world's greatest sin. Lumbo was acutely aware that time was of the essence. Soon, the specialized Navy transponder began to resonate, signaling an urgent recall order from Sengoku, compelling all headquarters officers to return to the naval headquarters. Lumbo promptly picked up the transponder and acknowledged the message. Enel elevated the Arc Maxim to the heights of the clouds, utilizing his thought network to conduct a thorough search for any islands resembling Sky Islands in the East Blue. "Mr. Smile, I kindly request you to employ your utmost capabilities to search in all directions to the limit." The others were also urged to spring into action, assisting Mr. Smile in the search. After Lumbo concluded the call, he issued his first official command as captain. The crew, noting Lumbo's solemn demeanor, understood the gravity of the situation and exerted their utmost efforts in the search. An hour later, beads of sweat adorned everyone's foreheads. Suddenly, Mr. Smile announced that he had detected something at a distance of 50,000 meters to the 5 o'clock direction. Upon receiving this information, the crew ceased their search and exchanged glances. Lumbo immediately instructed everyone to sit down, allowing them to rest and recuperate their strength and spirit. Rambo cast a glance toward the 5 o'clock direction, murmuring to himself, "Found you at last, Golden Lion." Indeed, Rambo would not make an appearance at the Navy headquarters to partake in this grand conflict, at least not initially. However, he could not confide this to Sengoku. So he set his sights on this once mighty lion of yore, pondering how much of his former glory still remained. Lumbo lowered the ship, allowing Enelu to leisurely navigate across the sea towards their target. Once the objective was found, there would be no cause for concern. Lumbo, accompanied by his crew, ambled along, frequently stopping to replenish supplies or indulge in a drink, embodying the demeanor of a carefree tourist. Suspended 50,000 meters above Lumbo, an island floated in the air, accompanied by a series of comical, flatulent sounds emanating from none other than Dr. Indigo, the right-hand man of the Golden Lion. In his hand, he held a test tube filled with a bubbling green liquid. "Oh, dear Indigo, have you seen my father? How fares your concoction? Have you made any progress?" With golden locks and adorned in a kimono, he held a cigar between his lips, knives strapped to each leg, and bizarrely, half a helm perched atop his head, resembling a flamboyant golden rooster. This half-helm had been inadvertently lodged into the Golden Lion's head during a skirmish, and removing it posed a lethal risk. Thus he wore it ever since. He glided like a ghost to Indigo's side, who, akin to a mime, remained silent, gesturing theatrically towards a small dog nearby. The Golden Lion promptly knelt, bringing his face close to the dog, exclaiming, "Is this my father? Wow, I have found my father." He hastily embraced the dog. Indigo, however, remained mute, delivering a punch to the golden lion's face that sent him flying. The golden lion, undeterred, continued to cradle the small dog, calling it father. Indigo approached and took the dog from the golden lion's grasp, pouring the contents of the test tube directly into the dog's mouth. Before the golden lion could comprehend the situation, the small dog transformed into a massive creature, its size increasing tenfold, resembling a ferocious lion with glowing red eyes. Charging at the golden lion, drool dripping from its mouth. The golden lion bravely advanced, but suddenly, the enormous dog was kicked away, plummeting from the floating island. "Captain, that is a dog. You are a human. How could it possibly be your father? Is your father not deceased?" exclaimed Zataki, one of the golden lion's subordinates. Realization dawned on the golden lion. "Oh, this is not my father. Indigo, it seems your experiment has succeeded. However, this mutated creation lacks strength. It requires further refinement. Soon, I shall reclaim my former glory." The spirited pirate captain, the golden lion, seemed to regain his erstwhile vigor. Indigo turned to resume his experiments. Suddenly, the golden lion's expression shifted, only to revert back. Zataki observed him closely. "Captain, what has happened?" "I just sensed an overwhelming aura of observation hockey. I cannot ascertain if it is directed towards us. Logically, the east blue is the weakest sea, which is why I chose this location for experimentation. No one can disturb us here. Does this mean we have been exposed? Should we consider relocating? No longer. It is perhaps a recent awakening. Regardless of who arrives, this shall be swiftly vanquished. The skies are my battlefield, for I am the golden lion." Clearly, the golden lion has yet to comprehend the adage that youth can overpower the seasoned, and that reckless blows may fell even the most skilled master. He still perceives himself as the once mighty pirate admiral of the infamous Flying Sky Pirates. However, as the only individual to have single-handedly infiltrated the Marine headquarters and emerged as the first to escape the depths of Impel Down, he possesses a certain pride that justifies his arrogance. Should Lumbo become aware of this, he would undoubtedly scoff at the notion that this old lion would settle down in complacency. He truly would not seek him out. It is only after witnessing the old lioness' restlessness, causing mayhem that nearly obliterated the entire East Blue in the theatrical adaptations, that he feels compelled to engage in conversation with him. After several days of drifting, Lumbo finally arrived directly beneath the Golden Lion floating island, where he received a call from Zephyr. "Lumbo, have you received the Marshal's assembly order? Why haven't you returned yet? Teacher, are you going to join the battle this time?" "Of course. This is a significant event, and if this old body of mine doesn't get some exercise, it will surely rust away. So I plan to join in the excitement. Ha ha ha." "Teacher, didn't the old man mention it to you? Ace is his grandson." What is going on?" Zephyr was genuinely unaware of Ace's situation. He had always focused solely on training his students and never pried into other naval matters. It was only with Lumbo's arrival that his desire to fight was reignited. Lumbo elucidated the matter concerning Ace to Zephyr, who, upon grasping the situation, composed himself and inquired, "How do you intend to address this issue?" "Master, I am aware that while the old man will engage in combat, he will not exert his full strength. In truth, our most formidable adversary is not the Whitebeard pirates, but rather the pirate Marshal D. Teach, the one responsible for capturing Ace. He is the true menace in this war. And I fear that the Navy and Whitebeard, in their mutual destruction, may allow him to capitalize on the chaos. He has been lurking under Whitebeard's command for over a decade." "Understood. I will keep a watchful eye on him. Are you suggesting that you will abstain from this battle?" "Indeed. You know me well. I cannot stand idly by while my brother faces death, nor can I obstruct Whitebeard from rescuing the Navy. Therefore, I shall not make an appearance at headquarters for the time being." "How do you intend to justify this to the Admiral?" "Your presence is vital to our combat capabilities and could significantly influence the outcome of this conflict. The Admiral is unlikely to allow you to remain uninvolved." "I have already contemplated this, Master. Are you aware of my current location?" "I am in the East Blue, and directly above me, at an altitude of 6,000 meters, lies the base of the Golden Lion. I plan to use him as an excuse to refrain from participating in the initial stages of this grand battle. However, rest assured, I will make an appearance." "What? Have you located the Golden Lion?" "He is not an easy adversary to contend with. When I was absent, Sengoku and Garp were the ones who managed to apprehend him. Are you confident in facing him?" "Fear not. I too wish to witness the remnants of dignity possessed by this once mighty lion. If the Navy does not achieve something substantial in this conflict, it will be a considerable setback, necessitating a significant victory to rectify the situation. It seems you have thoroughly thought this through. But are you certain the Navy will return empty-handed? Keep in mind, the Navy is presently more powerful than ever, with the likes of myself, Garp, Sengoku, and Kazan among us. I fear that even the peak Whitebeard would hesitate before such a formidable lineup. Master, you are not interfering, and while my grandfather may participate, he is essentially a mere observer. As for the 7 warlords, they are a disjointed group. Additionally, let me share a secret. Whitebeard is indeed at his peak. Ah, I see. It appears you have been preparing without us. Well, I have promised to support you in whatever you undertake, but remember to consult with me beforehand next time. Though I am aging, I still possess some utility, he chuckled. Upon hearing Zephyr's words, Lumbo felt a surge of emotion, coupled with a twinge of guilt for not consulting him sooner. Master, I apologize. In the future, I will be sure to seek your counsel in a timely manner. The master bears no resentment. You need not shoulder every burden alone. We have not yet lost our capacity to fight. Understand? Understood. Thank you, master. After Zephyr hung up the phone, he sought out Garp, finding him despondently seated on the sofa of his villa. Zephyr clapped Garp on the shoulder, saying, "My old friend. Is there something you are concealing from me?" Garp looked up in astonishment, meeting Zephyr's half-smiling gaze, and then recollected himself. If only I had kept him and Luffy close all along, perhaps such a situation could have been avoided. Nonetheless, the events had transpired, and dwelling on the past served no purpose. I just contacted that rascal, Lumbo. To my surprise, he had already made clandestine preparations. HM? What do you mean by Lumbo being prepared? While Garp frequently discussed Ace and Luffy with Lumbo, he knew that Lumbo was not particularly familiar with Ace. He assumed Lumbo regarded Ace as merely another pirate, given his lack of response. That kid anticipated that you wouldn't take real action and advised me not to intervene. However, he instructed me to keep an eye on Teach, the pirate who captured Ace. Most importantly, I suspect that he has utilized Ein's fruit abilities to restore Whitebeard to his peak condition. Haha. Truly, he is my grandson. Garp shook off his previous gloom and returned to his characteristic carefree demeanor. Ah, that boy is indeed reckless. Just imagine how terrifying Whitebeard was at his peak. His cataclysmic powers are not to be trifled with. It seems the Navy headquarters will need to be rebuilt once more. Zephyr then recounted Lumbo's plans and current actions to Garp, who became increasingly elated. On the eve of Ace's execution, Sengoku convened another meeting to discuss the battle deployment and personnel preparations, while also confirming that all high-ranking officers at headquarters were in place, except for Limbo and his group. Garp, what is the situation with Limbo? Why have they not yet appeared? Sengoku inquired, gazing intently at Garp. Garp met Sengoku's gaze and shook his head. This time, he was unusually alert during the meeting, not succumbing to sleep. Sengoku understood Garp well, and Garp, in turn, knew Sengoku intimately. He recognized that if he were to doze off as he usually did, Sengoku would easily discern the issue, especially since Sengoku was aware that Ace had been raised in secret by Garp. Reluctantly, Garp continued to play his part. Communications Officer. Connect me to Vice Admiral Lumbo S. Snail. We need to clarify the situation. After a brief delay, Lumbo's snail was connected, revealing a cacophony of clashing swords and chaotic sounds of battle, followed by Limbo's face appearing, his eyes wide and lifeless. Moshi, is this Admiral Sengoku? This is Enel. We encountered Shiki on our way back to headquarters, and after engaging in combat, we uncovered his secrets. We are currently embroiled in a battle and cannot return to headquarters at this time. With that, Enel abruptly ended the call. Garp sprang to his feet. What? Lumbo and the others have encountered Shiki. I must rush to their aid. Kapu feigned concern, prompting Sengoku to furrow his brow. How could they possibly encounter the Golden Lion at this moment? What a predicament! Sengoku reassured Kapu, stating, Do not fret. Lumbo should be fine for the time being. Enel has not requested assistance, and he did not specify a location either. I believe the issue is manageable. Our primary concern now is the battle tomorrow. Everyone must summon their utmost strength to face it. Sengoku consoled Kapu, clearly sharing his deep concern for Limbo. After Enel ended the call, the clashing of swords ceased abruptly. It turned out that the sounds of battle had been orchestrated by Limbo's companions. The crowd applauded Enel, clearly impressed by his remarkable performance. Truly, life resembles a stage, reliant upon the art of performance. Limbo clapped his hands, calling everyone together. The performance had just concluded, and now it was time for our true test in the field. Let us proceed to pluck the whiskers of this lion. Rambo summoned Enel to ascend directly into the sky, and soon a floating island materialized before the astonished onlookers. The group allowed the Ark Noah to hover in midair, then they stepped onto the floating island, feeling as if they were treading on solid ground. With no sensation of instability, the prowess of the golden lion was indeed commendable. As they made their way towards the distant castle, the group marveled at how this old lion truly knew how to indulge himself by constructing a fortress. Rambo chuckled and remarked that it was likely not a creation of his, but rather a pre-existing island with a castle that had been plundered entirely by the golden lion. The group gasped in awe, and Yi Xiao, after a moment of contemplation, noted that the golden lion's abilities were indeed impressive. Pondering whether his float fruit powers could withstand the force of gravity, Rambo, intrigued by Yi Xiao's musings, expressed a desire to discover the outcome. "Uncle, I'm genuinely curious about this result. Why not give it a try? We can all utilize moonwalk. Should this contraption truly falter, we would be prepared. And it would serve as a greeting for the golden lion, wouldn't it?" With a cunning smile, Rambo continued. "Here's the plan. I shall return to the Ark Noah, Uncle Yi Xiao. This way your performance remains undisturbed. Beneath this lies a vast ocean. Let us aim to sink it." Thus, the group disembarked and reboarded the ship. Yi Xiao stood at the ship's railing, drawing forth his bamboo sword and gradually pressing it downward. From a distance, the entire floating island was observed to be rapidly descending. After several hundred meters, the rate of descent began to slow, indicating that the golden lion was exerting his strength to halt the island's fall. Before long, the island stabilized in the air, slightly rising. Yi Xiao activated the floating island once more, causing it to descend further. Under the manipulation of the two formidable beings, the island bobbed up and down like a toy. Suddenly, a booming voice erupted from the island, demanding, "Which scoundrel dares to trespass upon my territory?" Rambo and his companions concluded that the sound must belong to the golden lion. With a faint smile, Rambo remarked, "Well, the greetings have been exchanged. It is time for us to meet him." With that, he relinquished his hold on the floating island, which soared into the sky as if a compressed spring had suddenly regained its freedom, launching to great heights. The floating island halted 200 meters above the Ark of Noah before gradually descending to its original position. Rambo then observed the golden lion emerge, accompanied by several individuals, and he too descended from the ship to approach them. It was unexpected to find the once renowned pirate admiral, the golden lion, now reduced to covertly conducting biological enhancement experiments in this secluded place. What had become of the fearless figure who once ruled the seas? Had he truly resorted to reliance on external means? Upon hearing Rambo's words, the golden lion's expression darkened. Yet, being a formidable character, he burst into laughter. "When I was the terror of the seas, your grandfather was likely nowhere to be found. You dare come here, pointing fingers at me? Knowing my name, you still have the audacity to provoke me? What gall you possess, boy? Are you tired of living? Ah, my apologies, Mr. Golden Lion, but when you ruled the seas, my grandfather was indeed on your trail." Rambo introduced himself. "I am Monkey D. Rambo, the grandson of the Navy hero, Garp. You are that scoundrel's grandson? Very well. You seek death." Upon hearing Garp's name, the golden lion immediately launched an assault. He soared into the air, his two famed blades crossing in a swift maneuver, and unleashed a lion-shaped sword aura that charged toward Rambo. "Leave him to me. You all focus on the others," Rambo proclaimed as flames enveloped him. Leaping into the sky with a technique known as the one-sword style, Phoenix Wing Slash, a fiery phoenix unfurled its wings and charged toward the golden lion, creating a massive shockwave that swept through the air, while scattered flames fell like sparks from a fireworks explosion. Lumbo did not pay attention to the battle between his comrades on the floating island and the crew of the Golden Lion. He was well aware that the remnants of the bygone era, the Golden Lion pirates, would not prove to be their adversaries. Moreover, he was certain that nothing untoward would occur below, as his full attention was devoted to the Golden Lion. Taking advantage of the momentary chaos caused by the explosion, Rambo swiftly charged towards the Golden Lion, striking down with his blade aimed at the lion's head. In a deft maneuver, the Golden Lion arched backward, using a sword strapped to his leg to parry Rambo's attack, while his other leg lashed out, a renowned blade aimed directly at Rambo's chest. Rambo skillfully retreated, evading the thrust. Truly, the Golden Lion, a fearsome pirate renowned across the seas, demonstrated remarkable combat prowess, even in his old age and despite losing both legs. Rambo steadied his focus and engaged the Golden Lion once more. Transformed by flames on 2 occasions, Rambo was no longer the inexperienced youth who once struggled against Laoji. In the air, only 2 shadowy figures were visible, accompanied by the clashing sounds of metal. Below, an unexpected incident unfolded within the Golden Lion's crew. Dr. Indigo, previously subdued by Alan, consumed a vial of potion and his physique ballooned dramatically, his eyes glowing with a menacing red light. With a single punch, He sent Alan staggering backward, causing him to cough up blood, while his oversized body shattered the shoes beneath him that had been designed to emit flatulence. He lunged forward again towards Alan. Drake, engaged in battle with the fishmen from the Flying Sky Pirates, transformed into a colossal dinosaur to intercept Indigo. At that moment, Indigo's crimson gaze was solely fixed upon his foe. The two massive figures collided, rolling on the ground twice before resuming their fierce struggle. Seizing the opportunity, Binge transformed one arm into a vine, pulling Alan aside, while his other hand morphed into a gigantic wooden palm, delivering a resounding blow that sent the fishman, Drake's previous opponent, crashing to the ground. Remaining on the sidelines, Ishu did not intervene but remarked, "Everyone, the situation has changed. We must conclude this swiftly." Meanwhile, Enel, who had been amusing the red gorilla, ceased his antics. 1,000,000,000 volts, thunder god, let us turn this gorilla dash. A colossal bolt of lightning erupted from the drum behind him. Old sand transformed into a tempest of yellow sand, encircling Das and 3 young women, overwhelming the Golden Lion's pirates. The battlefield was left with Rambo in the air and Drake facing the now giant adversary. Soon, Drake managed to subdue Indigo, his sharp claws piercing Indigo's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Not long after, another figure appeared beside Indigo. The onlookers beheld the Golden Lion Shiki lying in a pit nearby, and as they looked up, they saw Rambo, enveloped in flames of purple and gold, descending slowly. The Golden Lion Shiki had been defeated. At that moment, Shiki addressed Indigo, who had reverted to his original form and was now pierced through the chest, saying, "Give me everything you possess." Indigo retrieved 5 test tubes, pouring their contents into the mouth of the Golden Lion. At that moment, the Navy headquarters was in a state of combat readiness. Ace knelt silently on the execution platform, his head bowed in contemplation. Sengoku was broadcasting the execution to the world, announcing Ace's lineage. Once this proclamation was made, Sengoku gazed out at the calm sea, patiently awaiting the inevitable. Having spent a lifetime in dealings with Whitebeard, Sengoku understood all too well that Whitebeard could not simply stand by and watch Ace face execution. He would undoubtedly take action. Suddenly, disturbances arose beneath the water, and a massive column of water erupted skyward, revealing the colossal Moby Dick at the surface. "Kuralala, Sengoku, were you waiting for me? I have arrived. My foolish son Ace has been under your care for far too long. Now I shall take him back," Whitebeard boisterously declared, brandishing his beloved knife. Sengoku clenched his teeth in frustration as he heard Whitebeard's voice. "Old man, you shouldn't have come to rescue me. And everyone else, you shouldn't risk yourselves for my sake. I was meant to die long ago," Ace cried, tears streaming down his face as he gazed upon the smiling faces of Whitebeard and his crew. "What foolish words are you uttering, you foolish son? It is only right for a father to save his son. Brothers, our family awaits. We are bringing him home." The crew echoed in unison, rallying around Whitebeard. With determination, Whitebeard pressed his right hand down forcefully, driving his knife into the deck, then spread his arms wide, fist clenched. A circular aura enveloped his fists, and with a powerful strike, the air shattered like glass, sending waves surging towards Marineford. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Golden Lion writhed in agony after being injected with the 5 potions, his body slowly expanding. The stern of his ship's rudder fell away, and bulging veins appeared on his forehead, face, and neck. His legs, now thickened, snapped the ropes binding 2 renowned swords, which he grasped tightly in his hands. Suspended in midair, the Golden Lion laughed maniacally as his enlarged form rendered the swords akin to toothpicks. He hurled the 2 swords towards Lumbo and his companions, which struck like missiles, causing a thunderous explosion that obliterated half of the floating island, sending debris cascading into the azure sea below. The shockwave from the explosion sent everyone flying. Lumbo, observing the airborne Golden Lion, cursed inwardly, "What on earth has that guy been concocting over the years? Damn it. What I thought would be a simple one-on-one has turned into a full-scale boss battle. Attention everyone. This lion has gone berserk. Avoid direct conflict as much as possible. This potion must have a time limit. We must remain vigilant." Before Rambo could finish his words, a tremendous whirlwind surged towards him. Rambo suddenly found a colossal fist looming above his head. Before he could evade, he was struck down into the ground with tremendous force. Fortunately, he had timely enveloped himself in haki. Otherwise, this blow might have cost him half his life. Even so, he still coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Uncle Ishao pulled him down, while Binzi endeavored to confine him within a wooden cage. "Old Shah, assist Binzi. The rest of you, prepare your strongest attacks to eliminate him," he commanded, as Rambo glared at Shiki, who remained suspended in midair with indignation. Yishao unleashed a gravitational suppression upon Shiki, causing the golden lion's body to plummet heavily. Before he could comprehend the situation, he found his neck, arms, waist, and even his short legs ensnared and firmly restrained by wooden beams, with ropes made of sand binding him in the gaps. Lumbo shouted fiercely, "Attack!" The three maidens combined their strikes with Lumbo's, forming a colossal wave of slashing energy. Drake, Alan, and Das unleashed their gale steps, while Enel released a lightning spear from his grasp, hurling it towards the golden lion. As all the assaults converged, a tremendous explosion resonated, leaving only a small fragment of the sky island beneath them, while the rest plummeted into the abyss. The group exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Rambo suddenly recalled something and warned the crowd to be cautious. The golden lion was still alive. Everyone gazed at him in astonishment. The floating island had not descended, indicating that the golden lion had not yet met his demise. Rambo swiftly provided an explanation, while the others regarded the golden lion with a mixture of uncertainty and apprehension. Page 12. This chapter is not finished. Please click the next page to continue reading. Chapter 152. The War at the Summit. Rambo let out a thunderous roar and soared skyward, delivering a powerful blow to the chest of the golden lion. The lion's formidable aura faltered and dissipated entirely as he gradually reverted to his original form. The once resplendent golden mane transformed abruptly to a stark white, and his skin sagged noticeably as he slowly closed his eyes and began to plummet from the sky. It was evident that the effects of the potion had worn off. Initially poised to pursue and deliver a fierce beating to the golden lion, Rambo halted midair. Watching as the lion tumbled downward, Rambo moved forward, grasping the descending golden lion with a firm grip. Meanwhile, Enel had already brought the Ark of Noah to a halt upon the surface of the sea. The three girls, along with Das, the sand crocodile, and Drake, had been rescued by Alan, now lying on the deck, gasping for breath. Others were scattered around, either reclining or seated. Lumbo cast the golden lion onto the deck and addressed the crowd. "I apologize. Had I exerted my full strength from the outset, we would not have faced such difficulties. Fortunately, there were no casualties this time. Otherwise, I, as captain, would bear the blame." Lumbo bowed to the assembly. Ishu patted Lumbo on the shoulder and said, "You have performed admirably. I too share the fault. My mindset was misplaced, as I believed our strength could easily overpower the Golden Lion pirates. Had we unleashed our full potential from the beginning, Alan would not have suffered such a brutal blow from that fellow. This is on me. Come on, you too," interjected Sha'ayu, reclining on the deck and rolling his eyes. "We triumphed over none other than the Golden Lion himself, a figure revered alongside Roger and Whitebeard. Defeating him is a victory in itself. Indeed, we have vanquished the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion, even if there had been casualties. It would have been a matter of course. Moreover, we emerged from this encounter with minimal peril, utterly annihilating the Golden Lion pirates, an outcome beyond our wildest dreams," remarked Alan, who had learned from former members of the Golden Lion pirates on Gourmet Island, thus being well acquainted with the fearsome reputation of the Golden Lion. "Moreover," Alan continued, "besides our victory over the Golden Lion, we have spoils to claim. I salvaged these from the sea." With that, Alan produced two exquisite blades, which were none other than the Golden Lion's renowned swords, Sakura 10 and Moku K. These were indeed extraordinary weapons. Rambo gazed at the two exquisite blades with a smile and remarked, "Give these to Dashki and Dine. This knife has accompanied me throughout my life. I cannot bear to part with it." With a chuckle, Rambo tossed the two swords to the two young women, thus equipping the majority of the swordsmen in their team with unparalleled great swords. After a brief respite to regain their composure, the crew cast their eyes upon the deck, reminiscing about the legendary pirate who once roamed the seas. The once mighty Golden Lion now lay lifeless. Having consumed a potion, he had exhausted the remnants of his life force. And with the ship's helm torn from his skull, he succumbed to death as soon as he returned to his original state. "All right, my brothers. Let us feast today and then rest well for the night. We have a fierce battle ahead. Everyone, restore your strength swiftly." Following this, Alan took to the kitchen to prepare a meal. After dining, they washed up and retired to bed. "Guena, why aren't you asleep yet?" Rambo inquired, noticing Guena standing alone on the deck, gazing at the starry sky. "Rambo, you know, when I fell into the sea, I was terrified not of death, but of never seeing you again. I have never been so afraid of anything in my life." Guena suddenly leapt into Rambo's embrace. "It's all right. It was just a false alarm. You need not worry. I will ensure your safety, I promise." Rambo comforted Guena, holding her close and gently patting her shoulder. "We have many battles ahead. You must promise to take good care of yourself. Meanwhile, the battle at Marineford had reached a fever pitch. The resurrected Whitebeard, with his devastating power, was no longer as he was depicted in the original narrative. The Navy's fortifications designed to halt the Whitebeard pirates' advance no longer required the sacrifice of little oars to breach. Whitebeard, armed with his weapon in one hand and bracing against the wall with the other, exerted force, reducing the entire fortress wall to rubble. Charge, my children. Let us bring our family back. With a sweep of his blade, Whitebeard unleashed a shockwave that cleared a path for the Whitebeard pirates. He then returned to the deck of the Moby Dick, locking eyes with Sengoku, who stood on the execution platform, overseeing the battlefield. Sengoku was momentarily taken aback by Whitebeard's astonishing surge of power, but quickly organized a counterattack. Chapter 153. From the heavens blood trickled down Squard's blade as he closed his eyes in anguish, shouting, "Father, we are your sons. Ace is the son of Roger. Have you led us to assault the Navy headquarters for the sake of Roger's son, willing to sacrifice us in vain?" Before he could finish, tears streamed down Squard's face as he dropped his weapon and knelt before Whitebeard. "Foolish son, what nonsense are you speaking? Open your eyes and look at me. Ace is also my son. He is your brother." Squard raised his head to see his knife tightly grasped in Whitebeard's hand. Though Whitebeard's finger was cut and wounded, it did not strike at his vital essence. He lifted his bleeding left hand and swung it downwards, believing Whitebeard was attacking him. Squard shut his eyes in fear. Suddenly, he felt an immense force push him from behind, and upon opening his eyes, he realized he was enveloped in Whitebeard's embrace. "Squard, Ace is Ace, and Roger is Roger. I am aware that you have been defeated by Roger, and many of our comrades have perished, but what does that have to do with Ace? His sole identity now is that of your brother. You are all foolish sons of mine," Whitebeard declared. Hearing these words, Squard wept bitterly. "Go. Charge in and bring your brother back to me." Squard seized the knife that Whitebeard had handed him, leapt off the ship, and confronted Akainu, exclaiming, "You see, dog, how dare you deceive me? You nearly caused a catastrophe. I will kill you." Akainu scoffed derisively. "Well done. Truly worthy of your title as a strategist, Sengoku. You have successfully sown discord between father and son. Have you not fought in a while? Have you forgotten the consequences of inciting my wrath?" Whitebeard's face contorted with fury. Family was his Achilles heel. He cast aside the blade once more, his hands clawing forward as if to tear apart the air itself. His arms forcefully swept to the sides, shattering the space before him, and the walls encircling the main plaza crumbled into rubble. Sengoku's eyes widened. This display of power was far beyond what the intelligence reports had indicated of a frail, aging pirate king. Even at his peak, Whitebeard was not to be underestimated. Gazing at the now cleared path in the plaza, Whitebeard bellowed, "Men, charge in. Today, I shall reduce the entire Navy headquarters to ruins." At that moment, Whitebeard secretly felt a twinge of apprehension. Fortunately, Limbo had warned him about Squard's situation, and more importantly, had reignited his peak strength. The plaza transformed into a chaotic battleground, filled with shouts of battle as pirates and marines fell by the minute. Remembering Limbo's words, Whitebeard turned once more to Sengoku and stated, "Sengoku, I will say this again. If you release Ace, I will immediately cease my assault and withdraw. There is no need for further needless casualties. This war should never have occurred." Sengoku, pained by the losses on the Navy's side, felt helpless. The five elders had decreed that both Whitebeard and Ace must be eliminated. As an old soldier, he understood the duty of obedience to orders. He glanced at Carp, who was watching him with a despondent gaze, and sighed. He understood his old friend's sentiments. He too wished for Sengoku to release Ace and bring this conflict to an end. As Sengoku took a deep breath and closed his eyes, upon opening them again, the determination in his gaze conveyed to Garp that this battle would not conclude easily. Standing atop the platform, Sengoku bellowed, "All Navy personnel, heed my command. Use all your strength to thwart the Whitebeard pirates. Execute Port Asti, Ace immediately." The two soldiers restraining Ace slowly drew their swords, poised for execution. Seeking death, Whitebeard roared furiously, unleashing his conqueror's haki. Just as Whitebeard's aura enveloped the battlefield, a powerful shout reverberated through the sky, followed by another surge of haki descending from above, merging with Whitebeard's to blanket the entire arena. The two soldiers preparing to execute Ace were instantly rendered unconscious. The fighters, affected by the two potent auras, ceased their clashes and gazed skyward. Suddenly, a colossal shadow plummeted, shattering into a heap of wooden debris, and a group of figures emerged at the center of the arena, with Luffy leading the charge. Steadying himself, Luffy shouted towards Ace on the execution platform, "Ace, I'm here." Seeing Luffy, Ace shouted back, "Luffy, get out of here. This battle is beyond your capability. You must leave." Clearly, Ace still perceived Luffy as the little boy he had to protect years ago. "I won't. Just wait for me there. I'll save you right away," Luffy declared, unleashing a barrage of punches, clearing the Navy from his path, and surged forward. "Oh, you've come to rescue your brother?" Whitebeard noted as he leaped from the Moby Dick onto the ice, standing before Luffy. "Yes, I'll save Ace," Luffy replied, gazing up at the towering figure before him, and continued, "I will defeat each of the 4 emperors. I am destined to become the Pirate King." "Ha ha ha, what an amusing little fellow." Whitebeard chuckled, appreciating Luffy's spirit. Then reminisced about his own brother, smiling at the thought that these 2 siblings were equally intriguing. "Hey, old man, what are you laughing at? Are you looking down on me? I'm strong." Luffy, misinterpreting Whitebeard's laughter as mockery, readied himself for a confrontation. "Ha ha. Seeing you reminds me of an even more amusing little guy." With that, Whitebeard commanded, "All members of the Whitebeard Pirates, heed my orders. Clear a path for Ace's brother. Let him rescue his sibling." "Thanks, old man." Whitebeard remained on site, ensuring the safety of his sons as they forged a path for Luffy. "Whitebeard, what is this place?" A voice called out, prompting Whitebeard to turn and notice a red-nosed figure clad in prison garb. Lost in thought among the crowd, it was none other than Buggy the Clown. "Ah, it's you. Are you here to rescue Ace as well?" Hearing Whitebeard speaking to him, he suddenly awoke. "Whitebeard, refrain from addressing me. Do you wish for me to stain your white beard with red? I am trying to diminish my presence here, you know." Just as he intended to feign the role of a bystander, the focus of the crowd shifted entirely to him, prompting him to voice his irritation. Behind Buggy, a group of prisoners gazed at him in awe, marveling at his audacity to speak to one of the 4 emperors in such a manner. Buggy was indeed formidable. At that moment, a pirate from behind Buggy handed him a Din Din Mushi, whispering, "Captain Buggy, this is a video transmission Din Din Mushi. We can broadcast this battle scene, significantly enhancing my notoriety. Soon, many will be eager to join us. And perhaps we will quickly ascend to the status of the 5th emperor. Ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, Buggy was struck by the logic of the proposal and promptly took the Din Din Mushi, activating it. Instantly, images of the battle were transmitted across the globe. The first sight captured was a red nose, leaving many puzzled about the situation, followed by Buggy himself. It appeared that Buggy possessed a latent talent for being a video broadcaster, as he initially spoke a few brief lines before the audience witnessed the clash between Whitebeard and the Marines. Warlord Sengoku received word that someone was broadcasting the battle scenes worldwide and immediately dispatched individuals to locate Buggy. Meanwhile, Buggy was hiding in a corner of the battlefield, secretly filming. Whitebeard approached him directly, stating, "Red Nose, you ought to turn off the video. The events of this battle should not be known to the common folk of the world." Taken aback, Buggy looked at Whitebeard with some confusion. He had assumed that Whitebeard would not be concerned with such trivial matters. Sensing Buggy's bewilderment, Whitebeard clarified, "I made a promise to a young lad not to disclose the details of this battle, so please turn it off." Understanding Whitebeard's firm stance, Buggy nodded and switched off the video. He was curious about who could warrant such importance from Whitebeard, to the extent that he personally sought him out for this minor issue. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Buggy, conjuring the image of a small figure clad in a kimono with purple hair. Indeed, Buggy was correct. It was Limbo. Although the Marines appeared victorious in the previous Marineford War, it was, in truth, a devastating defeat, with both the Marines and the Whitebeard pirates suffering immense losses. The greatest prize had been snatched away by Blackbeard, and this battle had led to Sengoku resigning from his position as Fleet Admiral. Lumbo did not wish for Sengoku to step down so soon. He still had many preparations to make. Moreover, should Sengoku resign now, Buggy would certainly not be able to assume the role of Fleet Admiral himself. Thus, this battle must not unfold as it did in the past. After Whitebeard shattered Buggy's video Din Din Mushi, he resumed his focus on the ongoing battle. At that moment, the previously occupied Akainu noticed a large wave of Whitebeard pirates surging into the plaza. Infuriated, he forced back Jozu and shouted, "Red Lotus Flying Sky." A massive torrent of magma was hurled into the sky, subsequently exploding and fragmenting into a rain of molten rock that indiscriminately fell upon friend and foe alike. A significant number of naval personnel and pirates alike, caught in the fiery deluge, were grievously scorched. At this moment, Akainu's extreme disposition was laid bare. He deemed any sacrifice worthwhile as long as it led to the annihilation of pirates. In his eyes, Inflicting 800 points of damage to the enemy at the cost of 1,000 to himself was entirely justifiable, as Akainu prepared to launch his next assault. He was interrupted by Jose's thunderous declaration, "Red Dog, your opponent is me." At that juncture, Jose was transformed. With only half of his head remaining intact while the rest of his body was encased in stone, he charged at Akainu with reckless abandon, forcing Akainu to pivot and engage him in combat once more. The three admirals and the invited warlords were all preoccupied with the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, rendering the battle situation relatively advantageous for Whitebeard's crew. With the support of the Revolutionary Army and the Whitebeard pirates, Luffy steadily advanced toward the execution platform, which was now only guarded by Sengoku standing beside Ace and Carp seated nearby. Suddenly, a gigantic axe appeared in Luffy's path, spinning and hurtling toward him with alarming speed. In a moment of quick reflex, Luffy leapt aside, allowing the axe to complete its rotation before being caught by a hand. Luffy recognized the individual as the stout figure in a large apron, who had accompanied Kazara after Luffy's confrontation with the Celestial Dragons. "Attack!" shouted Sentomaru. And from behind him emerged 5 PX units, human weapons modeled after Bartholomew Kuma, wielding Kizaru's light-based abilities. It was said that the cost of creating one of these units could fund the construction of 10 naval warships. The Straw Hat Pirates had suffered considerably at their hands in the past. As soon as Sentomaru appeared, he was met by Jinbe, while the 2 revolutionary commanders rallied the remaining forces and charged forward alongside Luffy. Despite the formidable combat prowess of the human weapons and the significant damage their lasers inflicted upon the pirates, sheer numbers quickly overwhelmed them, leading to their systematic destruction. The revolutionary commander, the lightning scissors user, Imuzuna, wielded his scissors to carve a bridge directly to the execution platform, allowing Luffy to sprint across it. The other pirates and revolutionaries rallied, fervently urging Luffy onward. As Luffy neared the halfway point, Carp rose from his seat and leaped to intercept him. Luffy shouted, "Grandpa, don't stop me. I must save Ace," and delivered a punch that sent Carp crashing to the ground. One cannot deny Carp's keen combat awareness and insight into the overall battlefield. Had Luffy continued on the bridge and targeted Sengoku, it would have been all too easy for Luffy to be struck, regardless of Sengoku's knowledge of Luffy being his grandson. One could not predict whether Sengoku would hold back in a moment of fury. Thus, Carp could only confront the situation head-on, for during this interval, it was unlikely that Sengoku would initiate an attack. However, should he choose to strike, it would work to Carp's advantage, providing him with the justification to retaliate and topple Sengoku from his elevated position, thereby allowing Luffy to expedite his rescue of Ace. In their eyes, Carp was merely a fool, and when the time came, he could easily shift the blame onto Sengoku, claiming he was merely defending himself during the battle. Unfortunately, Sengoku did not fall for this ploy, leaving Carp to be struck down by his grandson's punch, feigning a loss of combat ability. At last, Luffy ascended the platform. Gazing at Ace as he exclaimed, "Ace, I have arrived. I come to rescue you, ha ha ha." Ace, with tears welling in his eyes, nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Sengoku transformed into his Buddha form, his palm facing downward, a radiant circle forming within it as he prepared to unleash a shockwave. Observing this, Luffy activated his third gear, morphing into a colossal, rubbery sphere that enveloped the entire execution platform. Sengoku's shockwave descended upon him, striking Luffy's inflated belly, shattering the platform and sending Luffy, Ace, and the 2 soldiers poised to execute Ace tumbling down. As they plummeted, one of the soldiers suddenly swung his arm in the air, revealing a candle-shaped key in his hand. This soldier was none other than Galdino, the candle man who had once served under Crocodile. In a moment of urgency, he used the wax key to unlock Ace's sea prism stone handcuffs. Amidst their rapid descent, a burst of flames erupted, and Ace remarked, "I told you not to cause trouble. You are a worrying fellow." Grasping the now diminutive Luffy in one hand and Mr. 3 in the other, Ace leaped from the flames, with Luffy following suit, grinning foolishly. Upon witnessing Ace's safe escape, Whitebeard erupted in laughter, declaring, "Kerala la la la. Everyone, retreat. We shall return to the New World." The members of the Whitebeard pirates responded with a unified roar, rallying their efforts to break through, while all the captains held back, continuing to engage the main forces of the Navy. After freeing himself, Ace collaborated with Marco to subdue Aokiji. Although Marco had significantly enhanced his prowess, he had yet to fully stabilize and develop his abilities. Managing to restrain Aokiji for such an extended period was commendable, especially since Aokiji was not one to take the battle lightly. After exchanging blows with Aokiji, the flames melted the ice, transforming it into a mist that enveloped the entire battlefield. Ace shouted for a retreat, swiftly fleeing alongside Marco. In the midst of combat with Jozu, Akainu remarked, "Whitebeard has become a coward, contemplating escape even before the battle has concluded." This statement instantly provoked Ace, who retorted, "Who are you calling a coward? Dare to say that again?" Originally retreating alongside Marco, Ace came to a sudden halt, consumed by fury. He unleashed a massive fireball towards Akainu, and in the blink of an eye, the two were locked in combat. Jozu urgently grasped Ace, urging him to flee, but at that moment, Ace was beyond listening. Whitebeard had treated him with the affection of a true father, granting Ace an unprecedented sense of being protected. Anyone who dared to insult Whitebeard would face his wrath. This was precisely why Ace disregarded advice and embarked on a perilous journey to confront the one who had violated the only rule aboard Whitebeard's ship, teach. As Ace clashed with Akainu, Jozu had no choice but to join the fray, encircling Akainu alongside Ace. Meanwhile, Marco continued to engage with Akiji. Nearby, Luffy, having returned to his normal size, witnessed Ace in battle and joined the melee, plunging the battlefield back into chaos. Sengoku, having shattered the execution platform, leaped down to confront Whitebeard. The only one remaining inactive was Carp, still feigning death on the ground. Sengoku gritted his teeth in frustration. If Carp were to unleash his full power, this battle would have ended long ago. In his Buddha form, Sengoku and Whitebeard fought like titans, exchanging fierce blows. After a brief moment, Whitebeard raised his Naginata, a white circle shimmering at its edge. Sengoku, wary of the threat, brought his palms together before him and slowly parted them, creating a white circle between his hands. He thrust forward, colliding with Whitebeard's Naginata, unleashing a violent tempest. The structure surrounding them began to crack, collapsing with a resounding crash. The aftermath of their confrontation, aside from Carp's inert body, sent everyone else in the square flying. Forced to retreat, Sengoku's back slammed against a wall, creating a large hole, and he reverted from his Buddha form. Whitebeard took a couple of steps back, the difference in their strength starkly evident. Sengoku gazed at Whitebeard in astonishment, realizing that this man had surpassed his peak strength. At that moment, it seemed that only this old rascal stood as his equal. His gaze shifted to Carp, who was struggling to bury himself beneath the rubble, and Sengoku felt a vein throb on his forehead. Here he was, fighting for his life, while Carp was playing at hiding. Whitebeard clenched his arm, feeling a surge of power swell within him, filling him with a sense of grandeur. "Sengoku," he declared, "I have reclaimed my family. Now, do you truly intend to impede my departure? Regardless of the outcome, if this war ended here, it would render their struggle utterly meaningless. Presumably, the Gorosei would not allow this matter to pass unchallenged." Sengoku, resolutely gazing at Whitebeard, stated, "The battle is far from over." "Very well," Whitebeard replied defiantly. "Let us see how you, as Fleet Admiral, plan to prevent my escape. I shall make you aware of the consequences of attempting to stop me." Whitebeard's irritation was palpable as he sheathed his blade, his fingers once again curling into a claw-like shape, forcefully parting the space before him. Gradually, a fissure emerged from the ground where he stood, widening with each of Whitebeard's relentless efforts to tear apart the fabric of reality. In no time, the entirety of Marineford appeared to be cleaved in two by an immense sword. Had it not been for Akiji freezing the surrounding sea, Marineford would have long since succumbed to the encroaching waters. Sengoku glanced back, only to find that not a single building remained intact within the headquarters. He cast another weary look at Whitebeard, sighing, "Is this truly the man hailed as the strongest, possessing the power to obliterate the world? Must you still linger here?" Whitebeard, undeterred, seized his blade and struck down upon the rift before him, the white aura enveloping the blade igniting yet another tremor. The already precarious structures finally collapsed, reduced to ruins. As Whitebeard prepared to swing his blade once more, a figure suddenly lunged forth, striking his weapon with a mighty punch. Whitebeard was hurled through the air, finally coming to rest against the Moby Dick. "Do you truly believe I am finished, Newgate?" Garp glared at Whitebeard, initially intending to witness Ace's rescue and allow Whitebeard to return to the sea, thus concluding the matter. However, Sengoku's stubbornness had provoked Whitebeard's wrath, resulting in the unintentional destruction of the Navy headquarters. Garp immediately regretted his delayed intervention, regardless of his status as a Marine. Pride in his duties was now overshadowed by the destruction unfolding before him. Angered by the affront to his dignity, he resolved to retaliate against anyone who dared to disrespect him. With his arm tingling from the impact, Whitebeard, still trembling as he gripped his blade, remarked, "No wonder you were able to defeat our captain back in the day, Navy. I never imagined your strength would grow so formidable over the years. However, If you intend to prevent my departure today, I shall be compelled to fight, even against you. I once dealt you a blow. Have you forgotten the pain? Today, I shall strike you again, so you may witness the consequences of annihilating the Navy headquarters." With that, Garp leapt before Whitebeard, who, undaunted, swung his blade in response. Yet, Garp's furious might proved insurmountable, even for the man known as the strongest in the world. Garp shattered the luminous aura surrounding Whitebeard's fist and landed a powerful blow to his abdomen, causing Whitebeard to spit blood. With his anger momentarily quelled, Garp feigned injury, collapsing at Whitebeard's feet, while Whitebeard stood perplexed, feeling as though he should be the one lying down after being struck. Kapu lay on the ground, indifferent to all that transpired around him. The onlookers were utterly bewildered by his sudden actions. How could the formidable naval hero, who had just displayed such power, now be sprawled on the ground? Was it a resurgence of old injuries? Yet, there had been no prior mention of any such afflictions. Only one person present could comprehend Kapu's intentions, and that was Sengoku. Kapu wished for Sengoku to persuade Whitebeard to retreat. Yet he was reluctant to witness Whitebeard wreak further havoc upon the naval headquarters, which prompted his intervention followed by his subsequent collapse. As Sengoku contemplated declaring the cessation of hostilities, he noticed Akainu, whose arm was engulfed in molten lava, advancing towards the seated and now restored Luffy, uttering ominously, "You are the bloodline of the revolutionary Drago, a descendant of great sin, and thus deserve execution." Akainu halted before Luffy, preparing to unleash an assault. Sengoku recognized the dire implications of this. Setting aside the fact that Luffy had come to the headquarters to save Ace, should Luffy be slain, it would undoubtedly provoke a fierce retaliation from the Whitebeard pirates. Furthermore, Luffy was Drago's son. If Drago learned of his son's demise at Akainu's hands, he would likely mobilize his forces to besiege the naval headquarters, much like Whitebeard would. It was rumored that Luffy had ties to the Yonko Shanks, his straw hat being a legacy from him. If Luffy were to perish here, Shanks would surely exact retribution. Luffy presented a formidable challenge. With two Yonko as external adversaries in the Revolutionary Army, which had been at odds with the world government for many years. Internally, Luffy was the brother of Rambo, who, despite appearing composed and collected, held deep loyalty towards friends and family. Should Akainu take Luffy's life, Rambo, given his capabilities, would undoubtedly seek vengeance against him. Moreover, there loomed another significant threat, the old rascal, who had just been lying down but was now on his feet, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Seeing Garp's demeanor, Sengoku sensed impending danger. If Akainu truly intended to harm Luffy, Sengoku was convinced that Garp would obliterate Akainu's skull with a single blow before he could succeed. Sengoku hastily shouted for him to halt, only to witness Garp poised to launch an attack. At that moment, Ace cried out Luffy's name and positioned himself in front of him, as Akainu's magma-infused fist drew perilously close to Ace's back. Garp leaped into action, but suddenly halted and collapsed to the ground. Only two individuals observed Garp's reaction, Sengoku and Whitebeard. Sengoku, fixated on Garp, was acutely aware, while Whitebeard, positioned nearest to Garp, also noticed his subtle motion with intrigue, soon discovering the reason behind it. Akainu's fist, aimed at Ace and Luffy, was intercepted by a colossal sword the size of a door. The massive blade split into two. Yet this brief moment was sufficient for Ace to swiftly maneuver Luffy to safety. The severed sword shattered into a whirlwind of sand, gradually ascending towards the heavens. "Old Sand, your desert treasure sword is rather pathetic, isn't it? Easily shattered by a single punch. How long has it been since you properly refined it?" A voice echoed overhead, laced with reproach. Upon hearing this, many eyes brightened, including those from the Whitebeard pirates and G-Bay. However, one pair of eyes squinted, radiating a dangerous glint. This individual, concealed behind sunglasses, was Don Quixote da Flamingo, who had previously suffered at the hands of Lumbo and was perpetually seeking an opportunity for retribution. The entire battlefield fell silent, gazing skyward as a massive golden ship floated in midair. Lumbo leaned over the railing of the Ark Noah, peering below and exclaiming, "Hey, what a lively scene. Is everyone having a party? It's been a while since I've rapped. Today, I shall give it my all." Rambo lifted a megaphone to his lips from the deck and proclaimed, "Greetings, everyone. I am Rambo, and I would like to present a piece inspired by the Buddha." This song, cherished by Rambo in his past life, was now being shared once more. A single thought can lead one to enlightenment or to darkness. If you do not guide me to enlightenment, then I shall guide you into shadow. The Buddha smiled as he held a flower, revealing the profound subtleties of myriad teachings. The law of cause and effect is inescapable, and the righteous will reap their due. as beings chant the name of the Buddha, Amitabha. They reflect on the ephemeral nature of existence, which often slips away in vain. The flowers bloom on the other shore, yet how shall one cross the bridge of sorrow? Amidst the battlefield, Rambo's voice resonated through the air, leaving everyone bewildered. Isn't this a war? Can you not see our fists connecting and swords drawing blood? Have you come to hold a concert instead? However, their sentiments swiftly transformed, and they began to find resonance in his words. Particularly, the line, Buddha. You advocate kindness and virtue. Why then could you not avert this battle? How many lives have been shattered, families torn apart? Who is it that you seek to impress with your goodness? Left Sengoku momentarily humbled. He gazed at the injured Navy soldiers pleading for mercy in the square, feeling a profound sense of shame. As the song concluded, Rambo leaped down, and his companions emerged right behind him. He led them to the center of the square and addressed the crowd. I implore you to grant me this favor. It is time for your battle to cease. Whitebeard and Sengoku exchanged a glance, each recognizing the desire for a truce reflected in the other's eyes, and they nodded in silent agreement. Sengoku bellowed, the war is over. Everyone, focus on rescuing the injured. Simultaneously, Whitebeard commanded his crew to return to the Moby Dick. Akainu was about to voice his objections when Rambo stepped before him and said, Admiral Akainu, the priority now is to tend to the wounded Navy soldiers. I will later provide an explanation to the Marshal and our Navy regarding everything else. Akainu had long regarded Rambo as one of his own, to put it bluntly. Rambo's words often held more weight than those of the Marshal in his ears, reflecting the bond of camaraderie, although Akainu still felt a tinge of reluctance. He trusted this young major, whose hands were stained with the blood of countless nefarious pirates, and nodded in agreement without further protest. Lumbo approached Ace and Luffy, who found it hard to believe his own eyes. He scrutinized the towering figure before him, and suddenly, overwhelmed with emotion, he burst into tears. Rushing forward, he embraced Lumbo and exclaimed, Lumbo, it's truly wonderful. I've finally found you. Do you know how much I've missed you? Lumbo embraced Luffy and said, we are grown-ups now. There is no need for tears. You must strive to become stronger and, in due time, introduce me to your companions. Look at these individuals. They are all my allies, each remarkably capable. Luffy glanced around, eager to greet them, but suddenly caught sight of Crocodile, exclaiming, you villain. He charged forward, only to be halted by Ace's firm grip. Lumbo observed Ace's impulsiveness and remarked, take him back for now. I shall join you in due course. He then guided the two of them before Whitebeard, requesting that he escort them away. As for Lumbo, he returned to the battlefield, declaring, it is time for us to engage in combat. After observing for so long, are you not inclined to reveal yourself? Blackbird Marshal D. Teach? Remember the mobile version. Chapter 157. Let's fight. Haha. I never anticipated the Navy would harbor someone like you. This sea is truly fascinating. From behind the ruins, a rotund figure emerged, grinning, accompanied by several others. The Whitebeard pirates glared fiercely at the figure, and Ace prepared to launch an attack, but Whitebeard restrained him with a powerful hand, refusing to relent despite Ace's protests. Whitebeard, holding Ace firmly, glared at Teach and addressed Ace. Our battle has concluded. That place no longer belongs to us. Rest assured, as long as he dares to appear on these waters, we will eventually find him. However, I fear he may struggle to leave Marineford today. Lumbo 1T easily let him slip away. He cast a glance in Lumbo's direction. At that moment, Luffy suddenly fainted. Clearly overwhelmed by the toll of the battles he had endured, his body finally succumbing to exhaustion. Lumbo, witnessing Luffy's collapse, felt a pang of alarm but reassured himself, believing Whitebeard would find a way to heal him. Upon seeing Whitebeard nod in acknowledgement, he felt a sense of relief. I must admit, you are quite the formidable figure. Having concealed yourself within the Whitebeard pirates for so many years, you now seek to obtain what you desire, disregarding decades of camaraderie to deliver a fatal blow. Betraying Whitebeard, such cunning is commendable, Lumbo calmly remarked to Teach. You are far too naive, young one. The expanse of this ocean is vast. Who would willingly submit to another's authority? What one acquires through such compromise is hardly genuine. I aspire to be the sovereign of the seas. Blackbeard retorted with a deranged laugh. Regrettably, you have miscalculated your strategy. You aim for the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates to mutually annihilate each other, intending to seize Whitebeard's devil fruit powers and ultimately obliterate the Navy. Such a well-devised scheme, yet now, your ambitions cannot come to fruition. Upon hearing Lumbo's words, not only did Teach display surprise, but even the Navy and Whitebeard were taken aback, all eyes fixed on Blackbeard, eager to discern the truth in Lumbo's assertions. Blackbeard's expression darkened. How did you come to know this secret? boy? How did you come to know that I possessed the ability to steal others' devil fruit powers?" As Blackbeard's words echoed, a cacophony of astonishment erupted around him. They were taken aback by Lumbo's revelation. The truth was indeed that Blackbeard possessed the capability to usurp others' powers. It is common knowledge among seafarers that each individual can consume but a single devil fruit, thus limiting them to one power at most. I surmise it is due to your peculiar physique, perhaps coupled with the nature of your yami no mi. It is said that your dual hearts enable you to withstand the impact of two distinct powers, and your ability to deprive others of their abilities must be attributed to your dark fruit. Upon hearing this, the crowd gazed at Blackbeard with expressions of sheer disbelief. "Kid, you know far too much," he retorted, unleashing his attack with the ominous command, "Dark water, devour." Whether it was the revelation of his secret that incited his fury or some other reason, Blackbeard launched himself at Lumbo with unbridled aggression. Rambo gazed into the abyss surrounding Blackbeard, where an inky black void devoured everything in its vicinity, including debris on the ground that was gradually being drawn towards it. Rambo and his companions could distinctly feel a powerful pull. Just then, a figure suddenly leapt from the ruins, charging directly at Blackbeard. Sensing the imminent threat, Blackbeard was startled and hastily attempted to evade, but the figure moved with such swiftness that he was caught off guard. As the figure seemed poised to collide with Blackbeard, a giant emerged beside him, blocking his path. This giant, Saint One Wolf, towered over even the likes of Little Oars. He was a convict extracted from the 6th level of Impel Down by Magellan, renowned as the giant battleship. His swimming speed surpassed that of naval vessels. The shadowy figure collided with the giant battleship, sending him sprawling back onto the ruins of the headquarters. "Master, there's no need for you to intervene. We shall handle these foes," the shadow declared as it flipped and landed before Rambo. The figure was none other than Zifa. "Youngster, I have been keeping a watchful eye on this lot for you," Zifa remarked. "Now that you have returned, the stage is yours. It's the perfect opportunity to assess your current strength." Zifa patted Rambo on the shoulder before striding over to the seemingly slumbering Carp, lifting him from the ground with a firm grasp. "Enough of this charade. Come along, we're off to see Sengoku." Carp, with a face betraying his reluctance, followed Zifa towards Sengoku. The three of them then sat cross-legged amidst the ruins of the headquarters, propping their chins on their hands. Carp glanced at Rambo and gestured with a flick of his wrist, indicating that the audience was ready, and thus, the performance could commence. Rambo couldn't help but chuckle at the antics of the seasoned veterans. "Very well, let us engage, Blackbeard. I am quite eager to discern whose power is superior, Uncle Isuka's gravity or your dark pull." "Isn't that right, Uncle Isuka?" As Isuka slowly approached, he proclaimed, "I have just witnessed the buoyancy of the Golden Lion's float fruit. Now, allow me to experience your gravitational force. I look forward to your instruction." Upon finishing his words, Isuka activated his gravity domain, subjecting Blackbeard and his crew to immense gravitational pressure. Blackbeard, with a fierce cry, unleashed his attack, Dark Water, Black Hole, which had been greatly intensified, now wrestling against Isuka's gravity field. Soon, a balance seemed to form between them, as both gravity and attraction dissipated. Blackbeard realized that his dark fruit abilities were rendered ineffective against this blind swordsman, leaving him no choice but to engage in direct combat. "The giant battleship is yours, Benz. Drake, that red-nosed drunkard is in your hands. Dear friends, I urge you to confront the tyrannical ruler with the imposing horns, Alan. As for Anilu, the hat-wearing sheriff, I believe he will pique your interest. Let us resolve this matter swiftly. Regarding Crocodile, dealing with their gun-wielding sniper should pose no challenge. I will take on that ailing horseman, Das. As for the remaining unsightly thief and the champion adorned with a turban, I entrust them to the capable hands of you three ladies. Once Anilu has dealt with the sheriff, he may assist the others. Everyone, please prioritize your safety, as this crew comprises the notorious pirates of the 6th level of Impel Down. As for the swordsman in the pilot's cap, I shall engage him myself. While I kindly request Uncle Smile to entertain Blackbeard, let us embark on our journey in this new world, commencing with these adversaries." After Lan Wenbo was assigned his opponent, he charged directly toward Shilio, a formidable swordsman in his own right. Engaging with such a rival would undoubtedly enhance his swordsmanship, especially after having absorbed Rayleigh's insights on the art of the sword. Lan Wenbo felt an intensified anticipation for his own path in swordsmanship. It was time for him to carve out his own journey. "Unexpectedly, you chose me as your opponent, a truly foolish move, young one," remarked Shilio as he slowly unsheathed his blade, Shiyu. The entire sword glowed with a crimson hue, and as it was drawn, Lan Wenbo caught a whiff of a metallic scent, a harbinger of bloodshed. This blade was no ordinary weapon. It was a demon sword, a genuine instrument of death. And one could only speculate how many lives Shilio had claimed with it. I have long desired to witness the character of the man known as Yuji Shilio, often referred to as an impenetrable fortress alongside Director Magellan. Without hesitation, Lan Wenbo drew his sword, Fengwu, and struck at Shilio's head. Shilio raised his blade to parry the attack. The fiery red Fengwu collided with the blood-red Shiyu, and to Lan Wenbo's astonishment, he sensed an emotion of aversion emanating from Fengwu, reminiscent of the disgust one feels upon discovering a worm nestled within an apple. Before Lan Wenbo could harness his abilities, a surge of flames erupted from the entire blade, as if the demon sword had been startled by the encounter. A hissing sound accompanied a puff of steam rising from the blade, causing the crimson hue to diminish slightly, a nuance only someone like Yuji Shilio, who had long been accompanied by Shiyu, could perceive. Shilio quickly retreated, no longer daring to clash Shiyu with Lan Wenbo's Fengwu. He gazed at his beloved blade, a pang of heartache washing over him. Yes, the bloodthirsty Yuji Shilio now revealed an emotion of tenderness, as if something precious to him was at risk. He withdrew a cloth from his pocket and gently wiped his cherished sword, as one might care for a beloved partner, regardless of a swordsman's inherent character. The affection for one's blade is a shared sentiment among all swordmasters. If a swordsman cannot trust or cherish the companion in his hand, his journey in swordsmanship will be fraught with limitations. To achieve the pinnacle of swordsmanship, where one can sever iron and transcend all barriers, he must first believe in the ability of his partner to conquer the entirety of the world. As Rambo observed Rain's Shirey diligently polishing the blade, he too paused his assault, feeling a kinship with the swordsman's profound reverence for his weapon. He raised his own Fengwu, increasingly convinced that it was the mightiest blade in existence, destined to accompany him on his ascent to greatness. After a brief interval, Rain's Shirey ceased his movements and glanced at Rambo's Fengwu. I cannot believe you have acquired this legendary sword. I once sought the traces of that very legend, yet alas, I found no clues. How fortunate you are to possess it, he remarked, his expression tinged with envy. This blade was bestowed upon me by my swordsmanship master. Might I inquire about its secrets? My master spoke of it with great reverence, Rambo mused, surprised that Shirey was aware of the origin of his Fengwu. Recalling his master Gung Shiro's solemnity, he too yearned to uncover the mysteries surrounding his blade. Very well, defeat me, and I shall reveal its secrets, Shirey replied. Launching into action, whirlwind blade. He positioned his Shiyu above his head, spinning it before thrusting it forward, unleashing a flurry of smaller blades that spiraled toward Rambo. Faced with a myriad of blade auras coalescing into a tempest, Rambo could not help but admire Shirey's prowess. The convergence of blade auras seemed almost capable of rending the very fabric of space. However, Rambo, having undergone 2 transformations and imbued with Rayleigh's insights, was no longer the novice he once was. 3000 Fire Tornado. Rambo called out, executing a move he had mastered in the past. Now, however, it felt exponentially more powerful. The flames surged, propelled by the wind, forming a colossal fire vortex that raced toward Shirey, engulfing the myriad blade auras and continuing its relentless advance. True Dragon Flash. Shirey countered, slashing through the air. A blood-red dragon of blade aura emerged, its claws tearing through Rambo's fire tornado, reaching toward him with a menacing presence. Even from a distance, Rambo could sense the pungent stench of blood. Do you wish to engage in aerial combat? Very well, I shall oblige, Rambo declared, as he beheld the proud blood dragon hovering in the void. Enveloped in flames, he ascended into the air, the space around him sizzling as if scorched, crackling with sound. Iato Ascension. In an instant, Rambo maneuvered around the blood dragon, striking it from below, cleaving its form in 2 before it dissipated into the air. After the dragon's disappearance, Shirey's blade remained crimson. Yet it no longer bore that eerie aura. Wenbo did not afford Shirey a moment to react, launching himself towards Shirey with a swift motion, and struck him in the chest with his blade. Shiryu's torso was charred black, yet no blood flowed from the wound. As the blade met Shiryu's body, the intense heat seared the injury, preventing blood loss, but simultaneously amplified the agony he endured exponentially. With a suppressed grunt of pain, Shiryu knelt on one knee, propping himself up with his sword while his hand rested on his chest. After a brief pause, he rose slowly to meet Wenbo's gaze. You are already injured. Do you wish to continue fighting? Wenbo inquired. In a duel between swordsmen, victory is not determined by wounds. It is a matter of life and death. a relentless pursuit that propels one further along the path of the sword. Shiryu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice unwavering and resolute. The defiance and determination in his eyes even stirred a flicker of empathy within Lumbo. It would indeed be a tragedy for such a relentless seeker of the sword's path to perish. Shiryu, why do you choose to follow Blackbeard? Can he truly augment your strength? Lumbo expressed his bewilderment regarding Shiryu's allegiance to the Blackbeard pirates, a man of immense ambition. How could he possibly be interested in trading Ace for the warlord Blackbeard at this moment? Quite simply, he is ambitious as well. And following him grants me the freedom to engage in battle as I desire. Only through combat, through the spilling of blood. Can my Shiryu escape the solitude of silence and ascend the pinnacle of the sword path alongside me? Shiryu seemed entranced, his thoughts consumed by the notion of killing. Of allowing his blade to drink deeply. He had forged his own path in the way of the sword. Yet this journey demanded a continual sacrifice of others' lives to pave the way. Rambo sighed, recalling how before, Kang Lang had briefly mentioned that each individual has their own unique path to understanding the way of the sword. Kang Lang's own path is that of the Azura, while Shiryu's is evidently one of slaughter. Ultimately, every path can lead to the pinnacle, yet the landscapes experienced along the way differ vastly. Some paths are more burdensome and arduous than others. Rambo couldn't help but glance at Hawkeye, who stood at a distance observing their battle, pondering what kind of path his master uncle had chosen. Chapter 159, The Morning of Enlightenment. Shiryu's path is undeniably fraught with thorns, and he is destined to traverse a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The saying goes, a general's success is built upon the bones of countless others. And it rings true in this context. Once every swordsman embarks on their own journey of the sword, unless death intervenes, they can never switch to another path. Shiryu's relentless pursuit of the way of the sword deeply moved Rambo. However, his methods are beyond Rambo's acceptance. Since Shiryu embraced the path of slaughter, those who confront him are faced with life and death, with no room for victory or defeat. Rambo would be no exception. Rambo sighed and said, "Then it seems there is no way out. Let us settle this life and death matter." Hillius spat a mouthful of blood onto Shiryu, his complexion turning exceedingly pale. Meanwhile, Shiryu, whose color had already faded, became even more crimson. The knife slipped from Hilyu's hands, hovering slowly in midair, its tip pointed directly at Lumbo. Even Lumbo, who had trained his mind for many years, felt a chill as he cast a glance at the knife. In its presence, he envisioned a scene of a hellish landscape filled with mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the entire realm drenched in a sanguine hue. At that moment, Lumbo sensed a searing heat emanating from the Fengwu in his grasp, a blaze that incinerated the inferno he beheld, liberating him from its grasp. Rambo could not help but wipe the sweat from his forehead, realizing that he had narrowly escaped a deadly blade. Consequently, he dared not be careless and cautiously observe the movements of the knife. Hiro extended his hand to grasp Shiryu, his face now pallid with fear. Without hesitation, he launched himself towards Rambo, his speed seemingly having increased dramatically. Before Rambo could even blink, Hiro was already before him, swinging the knife towards Rambo's head. Lumbo's mastery of Kinbunchika Haki had been honed through numerous battles, enabling him to swiftly intercept Shiryu's attack. This time, the clash was different. Shiryu no longer found himself suppressed by Fengwu, but instead, he resembled a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell, relentlessly tearing at the flames enveloping Fengwu's blade. Provoked, Fengwu exhibited little reaction, continuing to burn as if he were indifferent to the matter at hand. After exchanging blows with Shiryu, Lumbo and he separated momentarily before colliding once more. Their confrontation persisted, each impact unleashing a torrent of sword energy that ravaged the surroundings. After half an hour of fierce engagement, Lumbo noticed a few streaks of purple flame appearing on the crimson blade of Shiryu in Shiryu's grasp. Had it not been for his constant activation of Kinbunchika Haki, he might have overlooked it entirely. Shiryu, too, sensed a change. Stopping to examine his sword, he observed the purple flame patterns becoming more pronounced, as if ignited from within, with a violet flame slowly spreading through the blade's core. Soon, Shiryu was enveloped in purple flames, startling Shiryu, yet he did not discard his sword, understanding that a swordsman should relinquish their weapon only in the face of death. To abandon the blade would mean never reclaiming it, rendering him unworthy of the title of swordsman. Shiryu gazed intently at the flames dancing upon Shiryu. Under the refining power of the violet inferno, the blood-red hue of the blade gradually faded, transforming into a gleaming, pristine white. Once the last flicker of the purple flame extinguished, Shiryu had undergone a metamorphosis. Upon regrasping his sword, Shiryu found it no longer bore the weight of ferocity. It felt remarkably lighter. He laughed heartily, exclaiming, "The legends are indeed true. Who would have thought?" Amid his laughter, Shiryu abruptly coughed up blood, his form growing frail as he fell to the ground, still clutching Shigeru. With a slow, deliberate motion, he sheathed the blade and tossed it towards Limbo. "This sword, now purified, is no longer a cursed blade. I bestow it upon you, hoping you may find it a worthy master, unlike myself." At that moment, Shiryu had completely relaxed, rediscovering the innocence of his early sword training, shedding the aura of malevolence that once surrounded him. Rambo caught Shiryu and then approached Shirlu, awaiting his response. Shirlu gazed at Rambo and remarked, "The secret of the blade you hold, didn't you just uncover it yourself? It possesses the ability to purify cursed swords, rendering this blade even more formidable than before. When I first acquired Shiryu, it was not a cursed sword. It transformed into one merely through my relentless pursuit of the path of slaughter. Under the influence of my murderous aura, it gradually evolved. I am grateful to you for restoring its original form. At this moment, I finally realized that the path of slaughter should not have manifested in this manner. I merely strayed from the correct direction. I hope its next master will not follow my misguided footsteps." The emaciated Shirlu slowly closed his eyes after uttering these words. And soon, his breath ceased. "Rest assured, its next master will not be like this, and I will ensure it does not become so. I believe you have just discovered the true path of the slaughtering swordsmanship, enlightenment in the morning, death in the evening. You have not lived in vain as a master swordsman." Rambo stepped before Shirlu, placing Shiryu beside him as a final tribute, then surveyed the battlefield. The clash between Ishao and Blackbeard remained stalemated. Both were unable to utilize their devil fruit powers, engaging purely in physical combat. Enel, the swiftest, had already dispatched his opponent and effortlessly defeated Basses, now pursuing Katarina Devon with a flurry of strikes. The most tumultuous battle was between the transformed Bins, the thousand-handed Buddha, and the Saint One Wolf. Their colossal forms turned half of the Marine headquarters, shattered by Whitebeard, into their battleground. Rambo withdrew Shiryu from beside Shirlu and rushed to the elevated platform where the 7 warlords stood, observing his comrades' battles. His heart swelling with pride as he recognized the growing strength of his team. "Master," he called out. He then tossed Shiryu to Mihawk, who appeared taken aback, unable to comprehend Rambo's actions. "Why do I need Shiryu when I already possess a black blade?" Rambo, perceiving Mihawk's confusion, softly explained, "My junior, another of your disciples, Zaro, is currently in your territory. Please deliver this blade to him and instruct him in swordsmanship for a brief period, not too long, just 2 years. I hope that when they set sail again, they will achieve great feats." Mihawk regarded Rambo, nodded, and then departed the headquarters. "Ah, Doflamingo, long time no see. How have you been?" Rambo greeted Doflamingo with a wave. Doflamingo's expression darkened as he replied, "It seems we are not that familiar, are we?" He then turned and walked away, evidently recognizing Rambo's strength and preferring to avoid further entanglement. Indeed, given Rambo's current prowess, vanquishing Doflamingo would require little time. Perhaps with the elevation of his strength, his perspective has also risen. The once formidable Doflamingo no longer appears as cautious, allowing for some playful banter. This transformation in mindset stems from the growth in strength. Observing Doflamingo's retreating figure, Rambo feels indifferent, believing that this matter can be left for Luffy to address in the future. As for Moria, are you still engrossed in your research on shadow zombies? Remember, external forces are always unreliable compared to the fortification of one's own abilities. Moonlight Moria seems somewhat perplexed, questioning why this individual feels so familiar. Despite their lack of previous encounters, Lumbo paid no heed to Moria's murmurs and turned to Hancock, saying, "Sister-in-law, it's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I hear you wish to marry my brother." This remark instantly rendered the proud Hancock bashful, prompting her to softly inquire, "Am I allowed to?" Lumbo teased, "My brother is rather oblivious and surrounded by many beautiful women, so you must act swiftly." Upon hearing this, Hancock lifted her nose defiantly, exclaiming, "Who in this world can surpass my beauty? I shall chase after him to see who can rival me." With that, she swiftly boarded the ship, pursuing Whitebeard. Once all the 7 warlords had departed, the elevated platform became eerily vacant. "Are you truly not going to assist?" Akiji suddenly appeared beside Lumbo. "No need," Lumbo replied confidently. "I trust my comrades. If that Blackbeard indeed seizes Whitebeard's fruit abilities, he will indeed be formidable. However, I believe my uncle can hold him at bay while the rest of my companions deal with his subordinates, and then we can dispatch Blackbeard without much difficulty. By the way, Admiral Kazan, could you freeze the sea surface a bit more over there? It would be quite troublesome if that Saint Juan wolf manages to escape into the ocean. Akiji nodded in agreement and extended the ice coverage across the battlefield. Lumbo observed that the 7 warlords and Whitebeard had already retreated, yet a new faction remained, the group of prisoners led by Buggy who had escaped from the underwater prison. Lumbo leaped forward, standing before Buggy, and remarked, "Buggy, it is a pleasure to see you again." Buggy, confronted by Lumbo's sudden appearance, found himself puzzled by the intentions of this enigmatic individual. After sparing him previously, Lumbo now approached, seemingly indifferent to the prisoners in his midst. "There lies a vessel left by Squard, one of Whitebeard's subordinates. You may take that ship to depart from here. However, I must remind you that this marks the second occasion I have shown you mercy." Buggy remained an enigma to Lumbo. He could not discern whether Buggy possessed genuine strength or merely relied on fortuitous circumstances. This uncertainty prompted Lumbo to repeatedly test and indulge Buggy. I truly cannot fathom your motivations," Buggy mused, bewildered by Lumbo's inexplicable benevolence and willingness to assist him time and again. "Should you linger any longer, I may come to regret my generosity." The pirates behind Buggy were engulfed in their own imaginations, astonished at their captain's audacity to confront Whitebeard, now receiving assistance even from the Navy. Buggy, undeterred by the chatter, boarded the ship with his crew, setting sail into the vast ocean. Lumbo gazed at Buggy's vessel, muttering to himself, "I hope that in our next encounter, the truth of your nature will be revealed. You truly are a puzzling character." Meanwhile, Sengoku observed the battle involving Lumbo's crew from a distance, occasionally critiquing their techniques, suggesting that a sword thrust could have been 5 centimeters higher or a punch angled left by half a foot. The 3 admirals had been dispatched to tend to the wounded. Lumbo, with a single leap, positioned himself beside Sengoku and the others. "What do you think? My companions are quite formidable, aren't they?" he boasted with a hint of pride. "Passable, I suppose," Sengoku replied. "I must commend their development of their respective fruit abilities. Particularly Ben's. His strength has exceeded my expectations. He has managed to overpower Saint Juan Wolf. The outcome of their duel is already apparent." The colossal warship lay incapacitated upon the icy surface, its bow submerged in the frigid waters. Enel, accompanied by 3 young women and Daz, had vanquished Katarina Devon, subsequently aiding his teammates in their respective confrontations. The only standoff remaining was between Isuka and Blackbeard. Blackbeard, witnessing his newly recruited crew members sprawled on the ground, seethed with rage. Who would have thought that after lying low for so long, just as I was on the verge of achieving my goals, I would be thwarted by a wretch like you?" Blackbeard laughed maniacally, his gaze cold and piercing as it fell upon Lumbo. "If you were to seize the dark fruit and obliterate Mariehua, I would harbor no objections, for it bears no significance to me. You can only blame yourself for your insatiable greed after obtaining what you desired. Should you dare to use Ace against me, do not expect mercy. I almost forgot to formally introduce myself. I am Monkey D. Lumbo, and Ace is my older brother. Although you are also of the D lineage, you are but a mere wretch among our kind, and I shall not let you escape so easily." Hearing Lumbo's words, Dickie's eyes narrowed, and he laughed once more. A raucous, mocking laughter. "If you wish to claim my life, it shall not be so simple. Let us perish together." Behind dark water, the devourer. A colossal black hole emerged, engulfing even Blackbeard himself. The black hole voraciously consumed everything in its vicinity, rendering even the gravity of a smile impotent against its insatiable hunger. As the black hole grew ever more powerful, Lumbo, initially perceiving it as a mere ordinary attack, began to sense something amiss. The expanding black void evoked memories of science fiction films from his past, where cosmic black holes could devour all, even light itself could not escape their gravitational pull. And they would grow larger as they consumed entire planets without the slightest strain. As the black hole widened, debris from the headquarters was drawn into its maw. Nearby, the prostrate Bosch's was slowly being pulled towards it, prompting Limbo to act swiftly. He soared into the air, grasping Bosch's arm and pulling him back. "Grandfather, if you do not intervene, prepare for the sorrow of a white-haired man mourning a black-haired one. You, who are so oblivious to your own insignificance, flaunting your lack of strength indiscriminately, are far from adequate." Karp then launched himself into the air, his feet leaving the ground as he soared towards the black hole. Halting just shy of its edge, he coiled his fist, enveloped in haki, and struck with ferocity. In an instant, the very fabric of space was torn asunder, and the black hole vanished in the wake of the spatial distortion. Chapter 161. The meaning of war. Karp's decisive intervention utterly dismantled the black hole left by Blackbeard. Thus, Apart from the fallen members of the Blackbeard crew scattered across the ground and the naval personnel engaged in frantic rescue efforts, the entire naval headquarters had been reduced to ruins. Even the island beneath their feet had been cleaved in twain. Sengoku surveyed the devastation around him, lamenting, "Cursed five elders. What calamity have you wrought upon us? This once proud naval headquarters has been reduced to mere memory due to your reckless decree." The members of Rambo secured all the members of the Blackbeard pirates with sea-stone handcuffs, yet the massive warship posed a challenge. They could not find handcuffs of such size on short notice. In light of this dilemma, Rambo instructed Bins to fashion thick vines, which were then used to bind the ship, subsequently linking all the others together. Once this was accomplished, the senior officers of the Navy convened amidst the ruins to discuss the recent battle and the establishment of the new naval headquarters. Sengoku initiated the discourse by posing a crucial question. Did this battle constitute a victory for the Navy? A profound silence enveloped the room as none could find the words to continue the conversation, just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. A chorus of snores erupted from none other than the elderly Carp, whose nose had begun bubbling as he dozed off, leaving everyone speechless. His snoring inadvertently shattered the oppressive silence, prompting Akainu to glance at Rambo and remark, "Rambo, you mentioned you would provide an explanation to me and all the Navy. It is time to speak." Clearly, he was still somewhat displeased with Rambo's intervention that had prevented him from executing Ace. "Very well, I shall speak," Rambo replied. "I wish to ask everyone, what is the significance of this war? Is it merely to eliminate Ace and engage in a mutually destructive clash with the Whitebeard pirates? Is such an outcome what we deem as victory? Let us not forget, there are 3 other emperors of the sea beyond Whitebeard. We have all witnessed Whitebeard's might. As long as he refrains from intervening, who among you can stand against him? Even if he does engage, how many of us can confidently claim we would survive the ensuing chaos? Moreover, let us remember that the battlefield is on our territory, and our losses will undoubtedly be the greatest. Since this is war, casualties are inevitable. The failure to annihilate the enemy signifies our defeat," Akainu retorted with evident frustration. "Inflicting 1,000 losses upon the enemy while suffering 800 ourselves is a scenario reserved for desperate battles. We have not yet reached such dire straits. Furthermore, who asserts that we have not achieved victory? The annihilation of the Blackbeard pirates would indeed be our greatest triumph," Rambo confidently asserted. Everyone turned their gaze upon him, for it was evident that they had been robbed of a battlefield with Whitebeard, and the enemy had fled. Such circumstances could hardly be deemed victorious. With a smile, Rambo continued, "Even if we had thrown everything into the fray and ultimately remained with Whitebeard, would we possess the strength to confront the Blackbeard pirates thereafter? I believe the answer is a resounding no. The strength of the Whitebeard pirates is well known, and following your battle with them, Blackbeard could boldly seize Whitebeard's powers before our very eyes. Once he acquires the Tremor fruit abilities, it is highly likely he will wage war against the remaining Navy. For his ambitions extend far beyond merely becoming a warlord of the sea. What, then, does he truly desire?" Kazan pondered for a moment before speaking. If Whitebeard has indeed perished, then Blackbeard must have usurped his devil fruit abilities. He would undoubtedly aspire to ascend as a new emperor, usurping Whitebeard's position. In the absence of extraordinary circumstances, he would likely strike against the Navy directly, thus establishing his path as a new emperor through this conflict. Lumbo interjected, "That is quite astute. Ever since Blackbeard appeared at headquarters, I sensed his presence and have been discreetly observing him. He is remarkably cunning, remaining in the shadows and patiently awaiting the outcome of the battle. Such a calculating individual must surely harbor ulterior motives." At this moment, the previously silent Zephyr spoke up. "Thus, should we annihilate Blackbeard, it would signify our true victory. Unlike Whitebeard, who, despite seizing numerous territories in the New World, has ensured a semblance of stability for the populace under his domain, Blackbeard is willing to slay his own comrades for the sake of a single devil fruit. Should he rise to the position of emperor, I fear the lives of the common people would be far from tranquil, and the Navy would find itself similarly afflicted. Indeed, I wonder if you have considered that our control over the New World is alarmingly weak. Even when the people suffer at the hands of pirates, our reach remains insufficient to protect them. Thus, until our strength can fully safeguard all, perhaps allowing pirates to deter one another could serve as a viable strategy. What are your thoughts on this matter?" Lumbo found himself reminiscing about the previous era of the RB government, which had resorted to employing the underworld to maintain societal tranquility. It seemed more effective for ruffians to manage ruffians rather than relying on the police, though it was not a sustainable solution. Thus, It was imperative during this period to focus on strengthening military might and expanding his own forces. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's eyes lit up. The original scheme for his 7 warlords was aligned with this very objective, to suppress pirates with pirates. However, the results had not been as pronounced. Nor had the scope been particularly grand. He could hardly believe that Lumbo, this young lad, had set his sights on the 4 emperors. Observing Lumbo's spirited demeanor, Sengoku felt a twinge of envy towards a certain old rogue whose fortunes seemed boundless. Yet, reflecting on it, he realized that Lumbo's grandson was also his own. And he felt less conflicted. Moreover, this time there was an unexpected gain. Enel had gone to bring down that infamous figure. In a flash of lightning, Enel ascended to the Arc Maxim, and soon a peculiar object appeared before the onlookers, arousing their curiosity. Enel discarded the corpse of the golden lion onto the ground. And Sengoku immediately recognized him as the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Golden Lion?" The crowd was taken aback by Sengoku's exclamation. Indeed, this was the fabled pirate admiral, the Golden Lion. Our absence from this grand battle was due to our encounter with him, which led to his demise. This was a victory of even greater significance. I believe the public is well aware of his notorious name. This was a pirate capable of silencing a child's cries. If we disseminate the news of his defeat, it will undoubtedly bolster the public's confidence in our navy. What a formidable young man he is. To have brought down the Golden Lion, Kizaru remarked with his characteristic exaggerated tone and lewd expression, though it was evident that his seriousness overshadowed mere jest. I believe this achievement is the best testament I can offer to everyone, Akainu. Lumbo disregarded Kizaru's antics and turned to Akainu. Akainu patted Lumbo on the shoulder, giving him a thumbs up as he said, "Well done." Witnessing Akainu's reaction, not only Lumbo but also the others were astonished. They had never seen Akainu express such affirmation towards any Navy officer before. Sengoku clapped his hands and stood up, declaring, "With the annihilation of the Golden Lion and the Blackbeard pirates, I officially announce our victory in this war. Now, let us deliberate on the relocation of the Navy headquarters. Marineford is certainly no longer suitable. I wonder if anyone has any good suggestions?" Clearly, Lumbo's words had resonated with Sengoku. The crowd exchanged glances, uncertain about how to proceed with the new location. Sengoku surveyed the 3 admirals, all of whom were looking down, evidently lacking any recommendations. After scanning the room, Sengoku's gaze settled on Lumbo, and the others followed suit. It was clear that at this moment, Lumbo had become the focal point. Rambo coughed twice and then turned to Sengoku, saying, "Marshal, I have a suggestion that I would like everyone to consider. I propose that we establish the headquarters of the Navy directly in the New World. There are 2 primary reasons for this. Firstly, our control over the New World is currently insufficient. We must assert our stance, demonstrating that our Navy possesses the confidence to confront the 4 emperors and is unafraid of any pirate. We have the capability to safeguard every civilian. This would also serve as a deterrent to pirates, as we must recognize that our future battles will take place in the New World, which is indeed our true battlefield. The first half of the Grand Line is rather distant from our ultimate arena of conflict." Upon Rambo's utterance, he swiftly garnered the support of Akainu, who had evidently already contemplated embarking on a significant endeavor in the New World. The pirates of the New World were far from the feeble adversaries of the first half of the Grand Line. Given his temperament, it was unlikely he would take an interest in the weak. Akainu nodded, followed by the agreement of numerous others. As for the second point, Sengoku pondered momentarily before speaking. Regarding the second point, though I hesitate to voice this, I must express the frustration that has been simmering within me. Our adversary this time is the Whitebeard pirates. The Gorosei are undoubtedly aware of the peril involved, yet I have not observed any of them dispatching assistance. Not a single operative from CP has been sighted, which incites my ire. Consequently, I propose that our headquarters be established in the New World. Should turmoil arise there, the Gorosei will certainly find themselves in a precarious position. After all, Mary Geos is situated within the New World. Rambo, refrain from such remarks in the future. The Gorosei are, after all, our superiors. Sengoku interjected with a dismissive grunt. Rambo's assertion was not entirely unfounded. Indeed, they were our superiors. But to stand idly by while we engage in fierce combat without any support, sustaining losses that befall our Navy personnel, seems rather excessive. Kazan, a person of strong principles, could not help but voice his discontent. Indeed, the Gorosei have crossed a line this time. Akainu concurred with Kazan, marking a rare moment of alignment between the two, especially since Akainu had witnessed the most severe casualties among his faction. The hawkish individuals, inherently combative, often found themselves at the forefront of battles, resulting in heavier losses. Despite Akainu's ruthless demeanor in combat, he maintained amicable relationships with individuals such as Onimushi and Doberman, as they were part of his cadre. After Akainu concluded, discussions erupted among the ranks, culminating in a unanimous condemnation of the Gorosei. Observing the naval hierarchy voicing their grievances against their superiors, Rambo felt a twinge of astonishment, not anticipating that his casual remark would evoke such a considerable response. Sengoku, noticing the collective outcry, cast a stern glare at Rambo, as if to convey, "Look what you've instigated." Gradually, Sengoku sensed a rare unity forming. The doves and hawks, usually prone to conflict, were now united in their shared animosity toward a common foe. A long-lost sense of camaraderie permeated the assembly as individuals began to embrace one another, fostering a newfound trust among them. Zifa observed the unfolding scene quietly, exchanging a knowing smile with Sengoku. It had been ages since they had experienced such a powerful sense of unity. They watched Rambo, seated on the ground, engaging amiably with his comrades, a delightful surprise for the Navy. Had Sengoku known that dismantling a naval headquarters could yield such solidarity, he might have considered a few cannonballs to obliterate it long ago. Indeed, after enduring this battle, the Navy's unprecedented cohesion is a triumph far surpassing the defeat of a Yonko crew. This, truly, is the greatest victory of this war. Unbeknownst to him, Garp awakened at some point and stood beside Sengoku, addressing the two. Sengoku and Zephyr nodded in agreement, observing everyone gathered together, conversing and laughing as if they were friends at a grand banquet. At that moment, Sengoku recalled the naval team-building event and clapped his hands to gain attention. "Everyone, please quiet down. Since there are no objections, we shall establish our new headquarters in the New World. We will discuss the specifics later. For now, let us bid a final farewell to Marineford. Today, we shall host a banquet on this very land. With the recent battle behind us, it is unlikely anyone will disrupt our gathering. Therefore, all soldiers and officers from every department will participate, while the three of us oversee the event. The party commences now." Soon, a large contingent of soldiers cleared a vast expanse of land where everyone settled down on the ground. Although the headquarters cafeteria had collapsed, the food remained largely intact. A few individuals gathered around, indulging in drinks and barbecued delicacies, heralding an unprecedented banquet for the entire army, much to the excitement of the soldiers. Typically reluctant to oppose their superiors, they quickly let loose at the table, and soon, the officers, adorned with their ranks, found themselves overwhelmed by drink. One by one, they succumbed, and the soldiers, emboldened, surged forward in waves. Even the high-ranking generals could not withstand the sheer number of revelers, and they, too, fell one after another. Unexpectedly, the soldiers, consumed by their fervor, approached their commander-in-chief, Sengoku. Not one to partake in much alcohol, Sengoku soon found himself reclining on the ground. Meanwhile, some soldiers attempted to engage with Garp for drinks, only to be halted by their comrades. They then queued up to challenge Garp in a snack-eating contest, which Garp relished, eventually toppling dozens of competitors. However, upon noticing the long line behind him, he was momentarily taken aback by the sheer volume of participants. It is worth noting that Garp is a celebrity, akin to the stars of the past, where fans could only catch a glimpse of them on television. His sudden appearance among the soldiers would inevitably draw a crowd. Typically, the Navy personnel would only greet him from a distance. Yet, this time, all the high-ranking officers set aside their formalities to drink and dine with the soldiers. It would have been a disservice to themselves not to meet Garp, and thus they flocked to his side. In summary, this night was undoubtedly one of unparalleled revelry in the annals of naval history. Following this extraordinary evening, the post-war Navy emerged rejuvenated, with smiles gracing their faces, and even unfamiliar faces exchanged pleasantries. The following morning, Sengoku reported the battle results to the five elders and finalized the new headquarters location. After a brief discussion, the five elders nodded in agreement and released the news of the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion, having been defeated, which sparked a wave of astonishment. However, the annihilation of the Blackbeard pirates was not publicized, as the populace remained unaware of the turmoil within the underwater prison. If they were to learn that the notorious pirates from the 6th level had escaped, a wave of panic would ensue. The remaining focus of the Navy was fervently directed toward the construction of the new headquarters. Sengoku had preemptively sought out individuals to draft the design plans, which were subsequently revised based on Lumbo's suggestions. The design resembled that of a city, with the dock capable of accommodating double the vessels, ensuring expedited transportation of supplies. A vast training square was included, with the offices of the officers situated behind it. Sengoku's office was positioned on the top floor, flanked by dining halls, while the rear housed the new recruits' training camp, soldier dormitories, and a residential area. Once the preliminary design was finalized, Sengoku recruited workers to commence construction. During this period, Wenbo, unwilling to remain idle, reported his intentions and set sail once more. He felt a lingering concern for Luffy, knowing that his companion was scattered across the globe and likely could not find peace. Wenbo, accompanied by his team, approached Whitebeard directly. Luffy, who had been clamoring excitedly to set sail and seek out companions, instantly brightened upon seeing Wenbo. He leaped into Wenbo's embrace, bursting into tears once more. Wenbo offered some words of comfort, then urged Luffy to sit beside him and said, "Do not rush to find your friends just yet. Rest assured, they are all safe. They are currently honing their skills across the globe. Soon, I will take you to a place where you two shall train for 2 years. You must have witnessed the events of the Marineford War. Your strength in the New World remains insufficient." Luffy pondered for a moment. Although he was often carefree, it did not imply he was foolish. Having experienced the Bubble Islands and battled against Kizaru, followed by his ascent from the underwater prison to Marineford, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Do not overthink it. You will grow stronger in time. Remember, you are destined to become the Pirate King, Wenbo encouraged, giving Luffy a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Rest assured, Wenbo, I will become the Pirate King, and I will protect you, Luffy declared. His ambition ignited at the mere mention of the title. However, before embarking on his training, a photograph was necessary. Your bounty will soon increase, you know. Ace, could you lend me a pen? Wenbo requested. Ace, seated nearby, was taken aback by Wenbo's words but complied, retrieving a pen for him. Rambo drew a mark on Luffy's shoulder with a pen, creating a cross in 3D, and inscribed 2Y beneath it. Initially, when everyone was sent flying by Bartholomew Kuma, Luffy and his companions had agreed to reunite 3 days later at Bubble Island. Thus, it became evident that the 3 days had been replaced by a 2-year interval for their gathering. This time, Rambo was not concerned that Zoro, the stubborn fool, would fail to comprehend this change, as he had already given Hawkeye a heads up. Once completed, Rambo requested Ain to take a photograph to send back to headquarters, ensuring that this image would be utilized in Luffy's new bounty poster, thus eliminating any potential issues. Subsequently, the 3 brothers convened to discuss their experiences. Ace expressed a sense of humility, remarking that as the eldest brother, it was quite shameful to require the assistance of his younger siblings. Luffy chuckled, evidently delighted to be of help to Ace, while Rambo glanced at Ace and said, "Ace, we brothers should not utter such words. By the way, let us conduct an experiment to see if we can enhance the potency of your flames. Marco's fruit ability has indeed mutated and grown stronger." Upon hearing this, Ace's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he nodded in agreement. Luffy chimed in, Rambo, I too wish to enhance my fruit ability." Rambo laughed heartily, then shared with Luffy the concepts of Gear 4th and Gear 5th, encouraging him to explore these abilities on his own. After all, Rambo genuinely did not perceive anything particularly extraordinary about the fruit, and questioned why Oda had chosen to bestow such a fruit upon the protagonist, considering it only produced a few humorous expressions. Yet, this unpredictability is precisely what makes One Piece so endearing, with its limitless possibilities. Whitebeard was elated after successfully rescuing Ace in this battle. With Rambo's arrival, he organized a feast, during which Ace was thoroughly intoxicated. As he was the guest of honor this time, Whitebeard expressed profound gratitude to Rambo, feeling the invigorating strength coursing through his body. The gathering was indeed a joyful celebration for all. The following day, Rambo took Ace to the ship's deck and instructed him to transform into flames. Rambo placed a hand upon Ace, and soon Ace noticed that his flames were flickering low. Rambo had forewarned him about this situation, so Ace remained calm, exerting every effort to sustain his fire. After a while, Ace was drenched in sweat. Rambo's flames could no longer absorb any more. At that moment, Rambo's flames blazed a deeper gold, and once Ace's flames extinguished, he quickly felt his stamina replenishing. His natural flames were now at a higher temperature than before, clearly indicating that his powers had indeed been enhanced. Wenbo and his companions bid farewell to the Whitebeard pirates and set sail towards Bubble Island. By afternoon, they had docked at Street 23 of Bubble Island, where they gathered in Shaki's bar, engaging in laughter and conversation. It was evident that Rayleigh's spirits were notably elevated, as he smiled more than he had in the past. Since Wenbo had broached the subject of Ace, Rayleigh's heart had been in turmoil. After all, Ace was the sole bloodline of Roger, and ignorance had been bliss. Now that he was aware, he could not remain indifferent. The thought of any misfortune befalling Ace filled him with dread and regret. However, he was kept occupied by Shaki and had immense trust in Lumbo, which prevented him from succumbing to despair. Otherwise, the infamous name of the Dark King would likely echo across the seas once more. Upon hearing Lumbo express a desire for him to mentor Luffy, Rayleigh readily acquiesced, recalling his previous experience teaching Alan. One more pupil would not be a burden, in fact. He welcomed the opportunity to accrue a few more favors from Lumbo. Thus, Luffy commenced his training under Rayleigh's guidance. Lumbo observed that Ace and Luffy had both found their paths in training, and their strength would gradually increase, which put his mind at ease. He refrained from admonishing Ace for his stubbornness. There was no need to alter Ace's character. To chastise him for his disposition would be unbecoming of a brother. Instead, as a sibling, he should serve as Ace's support. As long as Ace's power grew to a point where no one could threaten him, his obstinate nature would matter not. Thus, the priority was to ensure Ace's strength. As for Luffy, there was even less to say. Allowing him to grow freely was sufficient. Once he had addressed their matters, Lumbo couldn't help but reminisce about his second brother, Sabo. He wondered if, under the guidance of their father, Dragon, Sabo had regained his memories. He eagerly anticipated the day when the four brothers would reunite. The Navy headquarters was still under construction, and both the Whitebeard pirates and Luffy entered a period of tranquility. After spending 2 days with Luffy on Bubble Island, Lumbo decided to let him embark on a journey with Rayleigh for training. Lumbo himself planned to take the time to consolidate his own abilities and enter a period of seclusion. Lumbo, accompanied by his companions, resolved to seek a suitable place for rigorous training and preparation for the formidable battles that lay ahead. Upon arriving at the Bubble Islands, Guena suggested that before they settled down, they should pay a visit to Shirahoshi. The crew, fond of the timid young princess, readily agreed, and Lumbo nodded in assent. They adorned their ship with a protective coating and set sail for Fishman Island, arriving swiftly. Thanks to a prior arrangement with Jinbei, they were greeted at the dock by him. After exchanging pleasantries, they followed Jinbei toward the undersea palace. Before long, they encountered King Neptune. And upon reaching the hardshell tower, they found Shirahoshi playing alone within. The group was puzzled. Vanderdecken had been captured, so there was no threat to Shirahoshi. It raised the question of why she continued to reside in such a location. Upon spotting Lumbo and his party, Shirahoshi greeted each of them warmly. The three girls eagerly climbed onto her palm, where they giggled and conversed with her. King Neptune observed Shirahoshi's joyful demeanor with a sense of relief. He turned to Lumbo and remarked, "Although Vanderdecken has been apprehended, Shirahoshi has grown accustomed to living here and is reluctant to leave. This place holds many cherished memories of her and her mother, and the presence of strangers makes her somewhat anxious, further dissuading her from departing." Rambo nodded. Although White Star was quite large, she resembled a timid child of 2 or 3 years, apprehensive in nature, however, as long as she found joy in it. That was of little consequence. After a brief conversation among the gathering, Neptune led everyone to the banquet hall, where a lavish array of food awaited on the table, stirring a hearty appetite in all present. Once seated, they indulged without reservation, and White Star joined them for a delightful dinner. As they dined, a soldier reported from outside that pirates were causing a ruckus at the dock, having been apprehended by the city guard. Furthermore, they had discovered a devil fruit, which they promptly presented. Rambo initially paid it little mind, casting a fleeting glance before shifting his focus elsewhere. Suddenly, he froze in place. For what lay before him was the silent fruit, which he had long desired. His mental training had reached the 3rd tier. Yet he had been unable to cultivate an environment of utter silence necessary for mastering the breathing of all things. He never anticipated that he would unexpectedly encounter this fruit. Upon taking it in hand, he examined it closely and confirmed it was indeed the silent fruit. Rambo then inquired about the circumstances surrounding it. It turned out that a reckless band of pirates had ventured from the Grand Line into the New World, only to be met with harsh reality when they were nearly annihilated by another crew. The vice captain, along with the remnants of his crew, retreated back to the Grand Line. Perhaps it was true that those who survive great calamity are destined for fortune, as they fortuitously stumbled upon a devil fruit along the way. Consequently, the group deliberated on auctioning it at Bubble Island to recruit new members and restore their pirate crew. However, after a few ill-advised words exchanged with the fishmen on Fishman Island, they were swiftly apprehended by the city guard, and the fruit soon found its way into Neptune's possession. Neptune discerned Rambo's keen interest in the fruit, and, casting a glance in Rambo's direction, presented the silent fruit to him, stating, It seems that your excellency has a particular interest in this fruit. Allow me the pleasure of bestowing it upon you. And I hope you will not delay in your appreciation. Rambo paused momentarily, initially intending to barter for the fruit with Neptune, only to be pleasantly surprised when Neptune presented it to him directly. Your Majesty, this fruit is indeed invaluable to me. I shall not feign modesty. Should you require my assistance in any matter, do not hesitate to call upon me, and I shall exert my utmost efforts to fulfill your requests. Haha, Lord Rambo. You flatter me. As White Star's brother, gifting you a devil fruit is a trivial matter, is it not, White Star? Indeed. It is evident that a king conducts affairs with impeccable precision. Yes, Lord Rambo, please accept it, White Star innocently interjected, observing her father in conversation. Rambo, relinquishing any pretense, graciously accepted the fruit, cherishing this bond in his heart. They then resumed their festivities, reveling in merriment over food and drink. The following day, Rambo departed from Fishman Island and promptly reported to Sengoku, stating his need for a period of training, having recently emerged from a significant battle. He anticipated a lull in conflict, especially as he was also occupied with the construction of the new headquarters. Sengoku, without hesitation, granted his request. Enel, let us proceed to our base in the Sky Island. Additionally, inform everyone that we shall be training in the Sky Island for an extended duration. When we next emerge upon the seas, we shall be an unmatched force, and that will be the moment we realize our dreams. Rambo articulated his vision to the assembled group, acknowledging that this period could extend to a year, 2 years, or perhaps even longer. However, witnessing the fervor in everyone's spirits instilled Rambo with unwavering confidence for the future. 2 days later, Rambo and his companions soared into the skies, arriving at the Sky Island. Now, the Sky Island resembled a utopia, free from the conflicts between the Shandians and the Sky People. The inhabitants coexisted harmoniously, with the god of the sky overseeing the 2 villages like a village elder. They thrived in self-sufficiency, reveling in their serene existence. The arrival of Lumbo and his companions shattered the tranquility of the place. Upon witnessing the return of the Noah's Ark, everyone understood that Lumbo and the former god of Skypea, Enel, had come back. A crowd gathered to behold the docking of Noah's Ark, each individual brimming with excitement as they awaited Lumbo's appearance, for having resolved a conflict that had persisted for centuries. Both the Scypians and the Shandians held deep gratitude for him, as the crowd beheld not only Lumbo and Enel but also a multitude of others materializing before them. They paused momentarily before approaching Lumbo's group, exclaiming, Lumbo, Enel, welcome home. Lumbo had previously declared that Skypea would be his stronghold, his true home, and over the years, the inhabitants of Skypea had gradually set aside their former fears and animosities towards Enel. Upon witnessing the enthusiastic crowd, Rambo felt a profound joy and proceeded to introduce each of his crew members to everyone. He then instructed Alan to prepare the ingredients for a bonfire feast, as the Grand Noah's Ark had been stocked with an ample supply of provisions. In fact, even if all the inhabitants of the Sky Island celebrated together for several months, the food would remain in abundant surplus. Thus, all gathered around the bonfire, indulging in merriment and feasting. Thus, Rambo and his companions settled into the Sky Island, diligently engaging in physical training within the gravity domain of a smile. One day, Rambo halted the activities, producing the silence fruit. He addressed Alan, Guena, and Dasky, inquiring, Are you 3 interested in consuming this fruit? Rambo, I have been meaning to ask you, since you first encountered this fruit on Fishman Island, I noticed your peculiar fascination with it. Do you possess some connection with its former owner, or is it merely an intellectual curiosity? I have not heard of this fruit possessing any extraordinary qualities, mused Xiao, somewhat perplexed by Rambo's demeanor. I understand that perhaps others may share your curiosity. Allow me to clarify, Rambo began. The final stage of the mental cultivation I imparted to the 4 of you requires training within a completely silent environment to achieve mastery. Upon completion, one might attain the legendary ability to listen to the sounds of all things. What? The ability to listen to all things is said to be an extremely rare innate trait. Can it truly be developed through acquired practice? Lao Sha exclaimed, visibly taken aback, while even Xiao adopted a serious expression. Indeed, this was passed down to me by my master, who is also Guena's father. Currently, I have reached the pinnacle of the 2nd level, but I have yet to find such a completely silent environment, which has led to a stalemate. Fortunately, I have obtained this devil fruit. However, regrettably, nearly all of us have already acquired fruit abilities and cannot consume another. Hence, I inquire of you 3, Rambo explained. Upon hearing Rambo's words, the eyes of the group gleamed with intrigue. The prospect of listening to all things, a truly extraordinary talent, could indeed be attained through diligent practice. Lumbo discerned the thoughts of those around him and promptly vowed to teach them the methods of honing their minds during this period. When he approached Guena, Lumbo made sure to inform Gongshiro, who chuckled softly. As long as one perceived the individual's intentions to be pure, it was permissible to impart knowledge, which could even be regarded as a dowry for Guena. Lumbo vividly recalled the smile on Gongshiro's face at that moment. At this juncture, everyone turned their attention to the three individuals who had never tasted a devil fruit, eager to see who among them would dare to consume this fruit. The three found themselves in a predicament. How to proceed? The two young women had heard Ein speak of the unpleasant taste of the devil fruit, and each time they did, it made them feel queasy. They concluded that, if it were not absolutely necessary, it would be best to refrain from eating the fruit. As for Alan, he was not particularly concerned about consuming the devil fruit, yet his strength was rooted in physical prowess. Ideally, he sought an animal fruit to enhance his abilities further. Just as the group was mired in uncertainty, a voice broke the silence. Why must it be us who eat it? Let us see if anyone from Skypiea is willing to partake in this fruit, thus training themselves to develop abilities that could assist us in our endeavors. This remark was indeed a revelation, prompting Limbo to swiftly approach Gonfur, requesting him to recruit volunteers to ascertain who might be interested, while emphasizing the necessity of voluntary participation. No one should be coerced. To Lumbo's astonishment, the news spread rapidly, resulting in a throng of individuals eager to sign up, with the majority being from the Shandians. Lumbo stared at the extensive list in bewilderment, incredulous at the sheer number of volunteers. Soon, he came across a familiar name, Sate. Lumbo vaguely recalled that it was Sate who had once accompanied him to the sacred land to confront Inaru. Before long, Sate was summoned, and Lumbo patted him on the shoulder, smiling as he said, "Sate, it truly is you." Sate was elated, exclaiming, "Lord Lumbo, I can hardly believe you remember me after all this time. It is such an honor. Sate, I have always said that Skypiea is our home, and you are all my family. Therefore, there is no need to address me as Lord, simply call me Lumbo." "All right then, Lumbo, what assistance do you require from us?" "I promise to give my utmost effort." Sate pondered for a moment, gazing at Lumbo. Do you all not know what is to be done? This Gonfur is truly something." Upon arriving at the scene, Sater found himself somewhat bewildered, having been inadvertently drawn in by the hype surrounding Lumbo. He harbored a hint of reproach towards Gonful, yet it was not entirely fair to blame him. Gonful had merely gathered the people of Sky Island to announce that Lumbo was in need of assistance. However, before he could elaborate, the news had spread like wildfire, resulting in a throng of eager citizens coming forth to volunteer. The sheer magnitude of their enthusiasm left Gonful somewhat flustered. It was inevitable, considering Lumbo's immense reputation on Sky Island. He had aided the Shandians in fulfilling their centuries-old mission, brought an end to a prolonged war, and vanquished Enel, thus securing peace for the island. The moment it was proclaimed that Lumbo required help, the populace rushed forward in droves. Sater succinctly summarized the situation, while Lumbo, caught between feelings of confusion and elation, managed a wry smile. In the realm of pirates, the common folk, devoid of power, were remarkably innocent. The matter at hand was not of great significance. It merely involved a devil fruit, akin to the one possessed by Enel, albeit with a different power. Consuming this fruit would grant the ability to create a unique space devoid of any sound transmission. However, it came with a caveat. Those who partook would become incapable of swimming. Upon hearing this, Sater, without a moment's hesitation, seized the silence fruit and bit into it. A foul stench immediately filled his mouth, prompting a gag reflex, but Enel appeared at his side, swiftly covering his mouth and urging him to swallow. With Lumbo nodding in encouragement, Sater steeled himself, closed his eyes, and swallowed, his complexion turning a shade of green. Enel released his grip, and Sater, trembling as he clutched the fruit, prepared to take another bite, only to be halted by Lumbo's intervention, who insisted that one bite sufficed and urged him to discard the rest. Upon hearing this, Sater hurled the repugnant fruit away and rushed to the water's edge, gulping down water for quite some time before he felt revived. Lumbo instructed him to attune himself to his body. After a moment of stillness, Sater soon discovered that while he could see Lumbo's lips moving, no sound reached his ears. He patted his ears and shook his head, gradually regaining his senses. Lumbo entrusted Sate to a group of his companions, all of whom possessed the abilities granted by the devil fruits. These seasoned individuals were well equipped to mentor Sate, a novice, in the intricacies of harnessing the powers of these fruits. They ardently elucidated the nuances of development related to the devil fruits, as Sate's performance would significantly impact the future training of the entire team. Everyone dedicated themselves wholeheartedly to guiding Sate. In the following period, the collective wisdom and experiences of the group overwhelmed Sate, leaving him in a state of confusion, unable to fully absorb the wealth of knowledge imparted to him. Consequently, Wenbo advised Sate to take a respite and reflect on the teachings before proceeding further. Wenbo imparted the method of mental cultivation to all members of the team. Henceforth, each morning, one could witness a group of individuals seated quietly by the white shores, patiently awaiting the dawn. Following their breakfast, the collective engaged in physical exercises, while in the afternoon, they could choose to continue their physical training, practice swordsmanship, or explore the fruits of their labor, perhaps influenced by Wenbo and his companions. The inhabitants of Sky Island also took to exercising. Previously, Wenbo had shared some techniques of the Navy's 6 styles with them. Yet the tranquility of Sky Island had led many to neglect their training. On this particular day, Wenbo and Ganfuo observed the training and combat prowess of the Sky Islanders, sharing a rueful smile. In such a serene environment, it is all too easy for individuals to become complacent. The combat skills of the Sky Island residents largely relied on the unique shells native to their land. Wenbo contemplated for a moment. After all, this was his territory, and he could not allow it to be ravaged as it had been in his previous life. The most effective way to swiftly enhance the strength of the people of Sky Island was through the acquisition of devil fruits. Subsequently, Wenbo communicated this matter to the others, and they all concurred. He then instructed Enel, Drake, and Binz to take some gold and attend to this task. Upon hearing Wenbo's words, the trio promptly set off for the Blue Sea to gather the fruits. Given their formidable prowess, as long as they did not act recklessly, they were unlikely to encounter significant issues. Wenbo traversed the entirety of the Sky Island, seeking a small fragment of land to utilize for his daily training. Under the relentless gravitational pressure of a jovial atmosphere, Wenbo and his companions diligently honed their physiques. During their intermissions, Wenbo would meticulously study and reflect upon the insights of Rayleigh's swordsmanship. After 2 months, Sate excitedly approached Wenbo to announce that he had successfully created a tranquil space, subsequently demonstrating his newfound ability. Soon, Wenbo beheld a shadowed space, approximately 3 cubic meters in size, materializing before him. Wenbo slowly stepped inside and called out, only to realize that he felt as though he had become deaf, completely unable to hear his own voice. He then stomped his foot forcefully against the ground. Yet still no sound emerged. It was evident that Sater had succeeded. Wenbo patted Sate's shoulder and raised his thumb, advising him to refrain from contemplating the development of his fruit for the time being. Instead, he should focus on honing his physical prowess. Although Sate had managed to create a realm of silence, his stamina was insufficient to sustain it for long durations. It was imperative for him to strengthen his physique, as such training would also facilitate the development of his abilities. Consequently, the number of individuals training their physical capabilities increased. But due to Sate's considerable disparity in strength compared to others, he would not yet enter the gravity field. Wenbo insisted that he must first master the 6 forms of the Navy. The island's inhabitants were well aware of Wenbo's regard for Sate, who was receiving personal guidance in his training, stirring envy among the others. Sate himself felt a profound sense of honor, which drove him to train even harder. The environment of the Sky Island was traditionally self-sufficient, and the current residents were not overly occupied. Thus, Wenbo assigned Alan to instruct the common folk in their training during their leisure time. The older generation would focus on exercises to enhance their vitality, while the youth would engage in rigorous practice, for the responsibility of safeguarding the Sky Island would eventually fall upon them. Without sufficient strength, one could hardly claim the right to possess such an abundance of gold. This world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. Should word get out that the land of gold, Sandora, is located above the Sky Island, it is likely that at least half of the pirates in the Blue Sea would forsake their pursuit of the One Piece in favor of the treasures of the Sky Island. Wenbo instructed the inhabitants of Sky Island to continue concealing their gold beneath the earth, shrouded by a thick layer of soil. The essence of weakness is an original sin, and for those who are weak yet possess great wealth, their transgressions are unforgivable. Thus, the initiative of universal military preparedness among the people of Sky Island must be fully activated. Since his return, Wenbo has observed a serene and harmonious life among the citizens of Sky Island. Although he rejoices in their peace, he is also imbued with a sense of foreboding regarding its fragility. Presently, the pace of life on Sky Island resembles an elderly existence, devoid of any tension. This is understandable, as they have never witnessed the battles on the Qinghai Sea and remain oblivious to the perils that lie beyond. Under Rambo's formidable presence, the populace gradually resumed their training with weapons. Simultaneously, Rambo conveyed his concerns to them. As a leader, it is imperative not only to instruct them on what to do, but also to enlighten them on how to do it, and most importantly, to impart the reasoning behind their actions. 1 year later, the atmosphere of cultivation on Sky Island has become remarkably intense, with occasional sounds of exertion echoing through the air. During this year, Enel returned twice, each time bearing 2 fruits, totaling 4 fruits over the course of the year. These 4 were all of the zoan type. However, they were rather commonplace, namely, the zebra fruit, the monkey fruit, the goat fruit, and the boar fruit. Nevertheless, it is better than nothing, for it is well known that zoan fruits significantly enhance physical prowess. This is precisely why Rambo instructed Enel and his companions to focus solely on gathering animal fruits, as their effects are immediate and pronounced. Lumbo selected 4 individuals with the finest physiques and appointed them as leaders of the training group, bestowing upon each a fruit and imparting the knowledge of its potential. As for the children, Lumbo refrained from allowing them to utilize the fruits, as he believed it might constrain their future development. The chosen ones were predominantly in their prime, their potential nearly fully realized. Throughout the year, the most notable progress was undoubtedly made by Sate, who, despite not consuming a zoan fruit, benefited from the hands-on guidance of Lumbo's team. He swiftly mastered the Navy's 6 forms and successfully created a tranquil space large enough to accommodate a room, sustaining it for several days and nights without issue. During this time, Lumbo completed the final stage of his mental training, enabling him to briefly access the sounds of all living things. He recalled the first time he tapped into this auditory realm, where a cacophony of discordant noises overwhelmed him, leading him to swiftly retreat from that state. One day, as Lumbo reclined on a tree branch, engrossed in Rayleigh's insights on swordsmanship, a text he had perused countless times, he found that each reading revealed new understanding, enriching his comprehension. He realized that the moment he ceased to discover new insights would mark his graduation from this journey. Gowena approached the tree, calling out to Lumbo, "Come down. Enel and the others have returned." Upon hearing this, Lumbo closed the book and leapt down. Let us see what surprises they have brought this time. However, rather than surprises, it seemed there was a hint of fright. Gowena playfully stuck out her tongue and, wrapping her arms around Lumbo, remarked, "Oh, now I am even more curious to find out what could possibly frighten Enel. Let us go." Rambo entered the hall with Gowena, sharing laughter and banter, only to find Enel and his companions sitting with their heads bowed, clearly having been reprimanded by the others prior to Rambo's arrival. What seems to be the trouble? Why does our deity wear such a downcast expression? What misdeed has transpired to render everyone so disheartened? Rambo jested. Upon hearing his words, Enel rolled his eyes, while Binns and Drake lowered their heads even further. Enel briefly recounted the events that had transpired. It appeared that the trio had procured some gold to exchange for devil fruits, but during their journey, they encountered the gambling ship of the Golden Emperor, Tesalo. Intrigued, they boarded the vessel, initially experiencing a streak of good fortune. However, in a matter of moments, they lost all the gold they had brought with them. The ship's manager proposed that they use the Ark Noah as collateral, urging them to continue gambling. If it hadn't been for Binns preventing the foolish duo of Enel and Drake, they might have foolishly acquiesced. Lumbo gazed at Enel, pondering whether he had finally come to his senses. The truth was, he had long set his sights on the Noah, and yet the 3 of them had willingly walked into a trap, foolishly planning to entangle themselves further by using the Noah as collateral. Lumbo felt a mix of disappointment and frustration. However, it seemed that Tesalo's ultimate aim was directed at me. Everyone is aware that the magnificent golden ship, Noah, belongs to our crew, and yet Tesalo dares to covet it. I suspect his intentions are aimed squarely at me. I have heard that he is a business partner of Doflamingo. How intriguing. It appears that Doflamingo has forgotten the pain of past wounds and has leaped back into the fray. So, what do you say? It has been a while since Uncle Smile has indulged in gambling. Are your hands itching for a game? Would you be interested in taking a trip? Rambo swiftly assessed the situation. There was no reason for Tesalo to trouble him, as it would yield no benefit for him. This left the possibility that Don Quixote Doflamingo had requested his assistance. Curiosity piqued, Rambo wondered about the depth of the friendship between Tesalo and Doflamingo. It had indeed been a considerable time since he last engaged in gambling. Having dedicated himself to training daily, it was time to indulge in some leisure. After all, one must balance work and relaxation. "Come along, you 3, he remarked with a smile, Your gambling skills leave much to be desired. This time, I shall teach you properly." With that, he strode confidently towards the exit. Wenbo and Xiao, accompanied by 3 young gamblers, boarded the Ark of Noah, while the others remained behind to continue their training. Throughout that year, the combat prowess of the Sky Island's inhabitants significantly deepened, with the Forefruit users reaching a peak strength comparable to that of certain mid-ranking officers in the branch. Under the relentless torment of Wenbo and his companions, Set had begun to exhibit the strength of a lieutenant commander from headquarters. Although the abilities of the others had also seen improvement, they still fell slightly short. Wenbo understood that mastery did not come overnight. It required patience and gradual effort. Upon boarding the vessel, guided by Enelu, they swiftly traversed the thick layers of clouds and returned to the azure sea above. Utilizing the memories of the 3, they deftly navigated their course. After a brief period, Wenbo spotted a dark silhouette on the water, and as they drew closer, a magnificent golden ship, rivaling the Ark of Noah, came into view, anchored gracefully upon the surface of the sea. In stark contrast to the tranquility of the Ark, the golden vessel was alive with raucous noise. Its boisterous sounds audible even from a considerable distance. Truly, it was the legendary Golden Gambling City, a place where oceanic gamblers yearned to visit. The Golden Gambling City resembled the Macau and Las Vegas of Wenbo's past life. Every avid gambler aspired to indulge in its offerings, ensuring a constant influx of affluent individuals within its opulent confines. Enelu deftly brought the Ark of Noah down beside the Golden Gambling City, and the 5 of them disembarked. The entirety of the ship and its furnishings were crafted from gold, exuding an air of extravagant luxury. As Lan Wenbo and his companions traversed the swimming pool aboard the ship, they arrived at the opulent casino hall. He mused that old Shah should have accompanied them. His former Rain Banquet Casino could not possibly compare to this grandeur. Observing the lavish hall, Lan Wenbo felt a surge of nostalgia. That fellow had dedicated himself to training ever since he acquired the method of mind cultivation, often dismissing Lan Wenbo's invitations by claiming he had no time for leisure. Drake remarked to Lan Wenbo, "Well, I shall find a place to sit for a while. I leave the rest to Uncle Xiao. Just focus on gambling and winning. We are here to stir up some trouble." With that, Lan Wenbo took a glass of wine from the tray of a provocatively dressed waitress and settled in a resting spot. Xiao, upon hearing Lan Wenbo's words, chuckled lightly before leading 3 young gamblers into their performance. Uncle Xiao's favorite game remained the roulette. They found a spot by the roulette table and began to wager. Xiao's gambling skills were truly remarkable, consistently hitting the mark, predominantly guessing the colors correctly. In no time, thousands of belly transformed into millions, and soon escalated to tens of millions. Onlookers, witnessing Xiao's uncanny success, began to follow his lead, resulting in significant losses for the house. In fact, there are 2 types of gamblers at the tables, one who is perpetually unlucky, where betting against them guarantees a win for others, and another who seems to win at every turn. Casinos dread the latter, for while one person winning may be manageable, a collective following can lead to disastrous losses. As the crowd rallied behind Xiao, the casino suffered a loss of 200 million belly in mere moments. The croupier, drenched in sweat, recognized the gravity of the situation. Losing 200 million was one thing. Their owner was affluent, but a continuous string of losses posed a significant threat. The croupier quickly summoned the floor manager to address the situation. Shortly, the floor manager approached Xiao and said, "Sir, your gambling prowess is truly admirable. We have arranged a special game for you, and we hope you will grace us with your presence." This response was standard protocol, intended to steer Xiao away and prevent others from following his lead, as well as to assess the extent of his threat to the casino. "No, I prefer roulette. I have no interest in other games," Xiao replied leisurely. The floor manager was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a response. Maintaining his smile, he continued, "Sir, perhaps this is your first visit to our casino, and you are not yet fully acquainted with it. Our esteemed owner is the newly appointed warlord, Lord Golden Emperor Tezalo." "Oh, and what does that have to do with me? He operates a casino, and I come to gamble. I am his customer." "His identity bears no relevance to my gambling," Xiao retorted, his demeanor unhurried. The floor manager's expression darkened as realization dawned upon him. This seemingly blind middle-aged man was indeed seeking trouble, for he showed no regard even for the casino's owner. "So, it seems this gentleman intends to reject hospitality in favor of punishment," he mused. "Those who dare to cause trouble in the Golden Casino have never left here alive." The manager of the hall possesses a commendable composure, remaining far from hysteria. Remember, the mobile website, Chapter 168, The Fury of a Smile. You operate a casino. And when guests arrive, why deny them the chance to gamble? Is it permissible for guests to lose, while winning leads to punishment? Since you claim that the casino is operated by the 7 warlords, Tazolo, I invite him to explain the nature of your establishment. A smile remains unperturbed in his seat. You seek your own demise. The hall manager discreetly signaled to several burly men in black suits, who began to encircle a smile. One attempted to place a hand on a smile's shoulder, intending to lift him from his seat. Yet, before he could touch him, he found himself immobilized. Standing like a statue, the hall manager, witnessing this, swiftly called out, "What are you all doing? Hurry and throw this troublemaker out." At that moment, Enel stepped forward. They did not wish to act, but rather found themselves unable to do so. "What now? Do you still intend to claim my Noah's Ark? It was you 3 who, after losing last time, had the audacity to bring a cheat this time. How bold of you." Benz and Drake also stepped forward. And the hall manager suddenly recalled these 3. Previously, they had arrived in a ship rivaling the Golden Casino for gambling. Having been in the casino for quite some time, he recognized them as novices, likely princes from some nation, merely indulging in idle amusement, thus setting his sights on them. He reported this to his boss, Tazolo, who, upon glancing at Noah's Ark, discerned that these 3 were indeed subordinates of the formidable Rear Admiral Lumbo from the Navy. After observing, it became evident that only these 3 were present. Tazolo decided to let the hall manager take advantage of the 3 gambling novices to win Noah's Ark, thus presenting a small gift to his business partner, Doflamingo, while also acquiring a majestic flying golden ship. It was a deal that promised to yield substantial rewards. However, success was nearly thwarted. The hall manager almost resorted to forceful seizure, but was restrained by Tazolo. Winning items from the Navy at the gambling table is one thing, but outright theft alters the nature of the act. While Tazolo may not care much for the title of warlord, it still carries weight. If he were to brazenly steal from the Navy, especially during the early establishment of the new Navy headquarters, they would surely retaliate fiercely against him. After careful consideration, he deemed that such a course of action was unwise and relinquished the idea of outright theft. I advise you to retract that accusation of cheating. Although Uncle A Smile is generally amiable, anyone who dares to claim that he cheats at cards will surely face dire consequences. Drake and his companions took a step back, wary of drawing too close to the lobby manager, fearing unforeseen calamity. The manager offered a bemused smile, casting a casual glance, only to find a calm face before him, while the surrounding casino guards lay motionless on the floor. "Since you have shown such blatant disrespect to our boss, there is no need for further discussion. I shall summon our boss to speak with you personally. His temper is notoriously volatile, and I hope you do not come to regret this decision." With that, he turned to leave, only to suddenly realize he was unable to move. "Did you think you could depart without offering an apology to me? You just labeled me a cheat, did you not? Since you refuse to apologize, allow me to instruct you on how it is done." In an unexpected turn, the manager knelt before him, lowering his previously raised head. The onlookers, initially entertained, were now taken aback. Injuring a few guards was trifling in their eyes, but forcing a direct subordinate of Taisolo to kneel was a grave matter. The patrons of this casino were affluent, frequently dealing with Taisolo, and had witnessed the dire fates of many who stirred trouble. The numerous metallic human sculptures adorning the ship's bow were, in truth, once living beings transformed into statues by Taisolo's will. Opposing Taisolo in his own territory was evidently ill-advised. At that moment, 4 imposing figures emerged before the calm protagonist, clearly not of ordinary stature. "My friend, you should be aware of whose territory this is. I kindly ask you to release the manager. Everything can be resolved amicably," one of them remarked. The protagonist, eyes closed, ignored them entirely, evidently unwilling to let the matter pass. "It seems you are intent on causing trouble. Esteemed guests, please take a moment to relax while we resolve this issue. The casino will continue operations shortly, and refreshments are on me," he announced. The crowd stepped back, murmuring among themselves. These were the 4 kings of the casino, brothers hired by Taisolo to maintain order. Rumor had it that they were extraordinarily powerful, having once defeated a notorious pirate with a bounty of 580 million berry. As the 4 adjusted their limbs, preparing for confrontation, Enel was poised to strike. But the protagonist interjected, "Enel, stand down. These 4 are not worth your concern. Today, I shall ensure this casino understands the consequences of falsely accusing a true gambler of being a cheat." Upon hearing this, Enel recognized the gravity of the situation and quietly withdrew to the side. The four surged forward, and in a mere blink, the protagonist, wielding his staff, effortlessly brushed past them, coming to a halt. In an instant, the onlookers beheld the shocking sight of all four men, each with their right hand severed, blood gushing forth. Taisolo, unless you provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, I fear your casino will not operate another moment longer. The voice of Yixiao was serene, yet it resonated with a clarity that seemed to penetrate the hearts of all aboard the vessel. Everyone could hear Yixiao's words distinctly. After a brief pause, with no response forthcoming, Yixiao declared once more, "Everyone must vacate this place. Soon, it shall cease to exist." The crowd, initially taken aback by Yixiao's proclamation, erupted into laughter, finding the notion absurd. How could a mere gamble ship simply vanish? Clearly, their intellects failed to comprehend the formidable presence of the blind middle-aged man before them. With a sigh, Yixiao's demeanor shifted, and suddenly, a whooshing sound filled the air. At that moment, an individual rushed in, exclaiming, "There is a fireball in the sky hurtling toward the gambling ship. Everyone, take cover." Some, undaunted by the prospect of danger, curiously ventured outside, only to be struck with terror upon witnessing a 2-meter-wide fireball looming above them. Many scrambled back indoors, while others remained rooted in place, paralyzed by fear. With eyes shut tight, they awaited their demise. After a brief interval, an enormous splash resonated from the sea, indicating that the fireball had plunged into the ocean, sending waves crashing against their faces like rain. Turning to Yixiao, they were gripped by genuine fear. Initially, they believed the blind man was merely posturing, but now they realized he had summoned a fireball aimed directly at the golden gambling ship. "I harbor no desire to harm the innocent. You must leave this place at once. If Taisolo does not provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, this gambling ship shall no longer exist," Yixiao intoned gravely. In that instant, the crowd grasped the gravity of the situation, their instincts urging them to flee. Understanding that this man was no jesting fool, they hastily prepared to abandon the ship. Just then, a resonant thudding echoed from the staircase leading to the casino hall. "What offense have I committed to provoke such wrath from Major Yixiao, threatening to obliterate my vessel?" The chaos subsided as the voice of Taisolo, the casino owner, emerged. Known to many patrons, they turned to behold a young man clad in a striking pink suit, reminiscent of the imposing figure of old Shah, albeit with a different hair color. "You must be Taisolo of the Seven Warlords," Yixiao ventured. "I am curious to know your thoughts on the notion that losing is expected in your casino, while winning equates to cheating. Who dares to tarnish the reputation of my casino with such slander?" Taisolo retorted, "Our establishment has always upheld the principle that the customer is king, and we categorically reject such assertions." Taisolo delivered an impressive performance, solemnly spouting nonsensical remarks. A smile from behind him indicated Anilu, who pointed at the prostrate casino manager, implying that the man was responsible for the utterances. Taisolo cast a glance and remarked, "I believe there has been a misunderstanding. This individual ceased to be associated with our casino half an hour ago. His actions have utterly tarnished our establishment's reputation, and for that, he is beyond redemption. Today, I shall provide an explanation to all of you." With that, he extended a finger, and the golden ring upon it transformed into a stream of metallic liquid that ensnared the manager's neck, swiftly strangling the unfortunate soul to death. Although a smile and the others furrowed their brows at Taisolo's actions, they refrained from intervening. It remains uncertain whether a smile, the rear admiral, is now satisfied. The metallic liquid returned to Taisolo's finger, reconstituting itself into a ring, as he nonchalantly addressed a smile. A smile nodded in agreement. He had no objections regarding the matter at hand, especially since it was not Taisolo himself who accused him of cheating. With the accuser now deceased, he had no further grounds for conflict. Since Rear Admiral A Smile was appeased, he now sought an explanation regarding the destruction of his golden gambling ship. Did Taisolo truly believe he was inconsequential? It was evident that Taisolo's recent actions were merely an attempt to ascend to a moral high ground, avoiding conflict with the Navy while ensuring he did not provide them with an opportunity to condemn him. However, unbeknownst to him, he was the one seeking trouble. While Lan Wenbo and his associates were already intent on causing a stir, this turn of events suited Lan Wenbo's intentions perfectly. The title of Shichibukai, although once significant, had lost its weight post-war the best. The Navy's high command had previously deliberated whether to retain it, though the final decision was to keep it. Dissenting voices were growing louder. Even if they were to abolish the system now, the upper echelons of the Navy would not find it unacceptable, thus alleviating Lan Wenbo's concerns about confronting Taisolo. "Oh, are you implying that Mr. Taisolo wishes for me to fulfill my promise to destroy this gambling ship?" A smile. Having navigated the seas for many years, had encountered myriad situations, and was not easily intimidated by a mere young man. You may attempt it. I too am curious about how the Navy will react if, upon my ascension to Shichibukai, they come to disrupt my affairs. How would Fleet Admiral Sengoku manage that? Taizolo replied with conviction. I cannot speak for how Fleet Admiral Sengoku would respond, but I am aware that if Rear Admiral A Smile is not satisfied today, this gambling ship will indeed have no reason to exist. A sudden voice interrupted their discourse. The crowd parted to reveal a young man leaning against the wall, casually sipping a drink while crossing his legs. Upon seeing the youth, Taizolo's eyes narrowed in surprise. I did not expect to have the honor of hosting the youngest Vice Admiral in Navy history, Fire Phoenix Lan Wenbo, in my casino. However, the General's remarks were somewhat misguided. I have already addressed the matter concerning the insult directed at Major General Ishiao, and he himself has expressed satisfaction with the resolution. This is something that all have witnessed firsthand. I am uncertain as to what further explanation is required. The fact remains that whether one is a member of the Seven Warlords or a Yonko, offending Major General Ishiao equates to offending every member of my team. While Major General Ishiao is content, I remain unsatisfied, and my discontent surely reflects upon him as well. Those surrounding Rambo found themselves somewhat perplexed by his circular reasoning. Nevertheless, Taisolo grasped the essence of the situation. It was evident that Rambo was displeased, suggesting that this encounter was not fortuitous. This individual would not be easily trifled with. He mused inwardly. Mr. Taisolo, Rambo continued, let us speak plainly. I believe you are aware of the reason for our visit today, particularly regarding the matter involving Inoue and his companions. Shouldn't there be an explanation provided to my team? Otherwise, if my men are subjected to bullying without my intervention, I shall lose face in these waters. Observing Taisolo deep in thought, Rambo pressed on. It appears that Major General Rambo has indeed come seeking trouble. I am uncertain how my gambling establishment has offended those brothers, inciting such a grand display from Major General Rambo. Should it be the case that they lost some gold at my casino, I would be more than willing to return the amount in full. Mr. Taisolo, you jest. Such a trivial sum of gold hardly concerns me. I have heard whispers of interest in our vessel, the Ark Noah, which is why I brought a few individuals to ascertain the situation. I neglected to mention that this ship is also our ally. It seems someone has dared to covet it. Do you not think I ought to sever the hand that reaches out in greed? At this moment, it became abundantly clear to all present that Taisolo harbored ambitions towards their ship, and now the rightful owners had arrived to confront him. Taisolo, hearing the murmurs around him, felt a surge of indignation. Is this how the Navy treats the warlords it recruits? Fabricating reasons to provoke conflict? If that is the case, I, Taisolo, shall not be so easily manipulated. With that, Taisolo transformed into a golden giant, ready to engage in battle. Inoue, you have longed for action. Then I entrust this adversary to you. Let him witness the consequences of daring to covet the Ark Noah. Regarding the reaction of Taisolo, Rambo exhibited no surprise. It is essential to recognize that this individual is no trifler, one who cannot be swayed by mere words. A thorough beating is required for him to find solace. And indeed, he had come here seeking trouble. Enraged by his previous grievances, Inoue transformed into a bolt of lightning, appearing before Taisolo with astonishing speed, startling him. Initially intending to seize Rambo, Taisolo was taken aback to find Rambo sitting motionless, while the figure with lifeless fish-like eyes confronted him. Inoue had long harbored disdain for this individual, nearly losing the Noah's Ark in a gamble that left him the subject of his companion's ire. And he was bubbling with indignation over such an affront. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck his drum, summoning a lightning ball that hurtled towards Taisolo, now transformed into a colossal golden giant. Taisolo, clad in a thick layer of golden armor, was nonetheless unable to withstand the impact of Inoue's lightning ball, which struck his abdomen, causing the golden plating to cave in as he collided violently with the golden wall. The surrounding gambling tables were overturned, debris scattered across the floor, while the remaining daring patrons lay sprawled in disarray, soon scrambling to escape. You insolent brat, you have provoked my wrath. Die! Taisolo roared, his eyes emitting beams of laser-like intensity, reminiscent of a modified mechanized bear. Unfortunately for him, his adversary was Inoue, and utilizing laser beams against lightning was a futile endeavor. Although the beams possessed considerable power, their effect was negligible. Inoue, with his fish-like eyes, disdainfully observed the lasers pass through his electrified form, curling his lip in contempt. How audacious of you to employ such tactics against me. You may be a golden blockhead, but you share the same foolishness as a wooden blockhead. Realizing that Rambo was surrounded by formidable allies, including one potentially possessing the power of the rumble fruit, Tai Solo felt a surge of alarm. With his right hand enveloped in a thick golden gauntlet, he swung at Inaru, flames of molten gold igniting upon his fist. "Humph, you think you can play with fire? Can you rival the one behind me?" Inaru mused, casting a glance at Rambo, who remained nonchalant, sipping his drink. 50 million volts, Thunder Beast. Inaru struck his drum, unleashing a wolf-shaped lightning creature. The beast collided with Tai Solo's golden flames, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that reduced everything within the casino to mere fragments. Fuming at the devastation of his establishment, Tai Solo glared fiercely at Inaru, wishing to crush this death-eyed figure adorned with a headscarf. Inaru, however, remained unfazed, his heart untroubled. After all, he was a deity who had once been deceived by Tai Solo's schemes. The golden punishment, Tazolo gathered all the refuse from the casino into his hand, and as the fragments transformed into gold, a colossal golden missile manifested before him. "You dare play with divine punishment? You are not worthy." With a billion volts of lightning, Enel transformed into his thunder god form, unleashing a tremendous bolt of lightning from his staff that collided with Tazolo's golden missile. Instead of a cataclysmic explosion, the missile gradually dissolved within the electric tempest until it vanished completely. The lightning, having consumed the golden projectile, surged towards Tazolo. Before long, Tazolo's golden armor melted away like a mere toy under the might of the lightning, exposing his golden form to its wrath. "Enough, Enel, retract the lightning." Just as Tazolo, filled with terror, watched the bolt approach his body, Lumbo's voice resonated at the perfect moment. The lightning then circled Tazolo's form before dissipating into the air. Trembling, Tazolo collapsed onto the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Lumbo slowly rose and approached Tazolo, saying, "Next time, be more discerning with your moves. There are some whom you may offend or even annihilate, yet there are others beyond your reach. In this world, wealth holds great value, yet before true power, only the fist represents reality. Why not eliminate me? By doing so, you could seize 20% of this world's wealth, enabling you to accomplish much, even allowing the Navy to break free from the world government." The typically proud Tazolo bowed his head. "What I just said, did you not fully grasp? True warriors care only for their own strength. When I stand atop the ocean, even if the Navy is subordinate to the world government, who would dare to challenge us?" Upon hearing Lumbo's words, Tazolo's pupils constricted sharply. "With your aspirations, you should not merely seek vengeance for the betrayal of your 3 subordinates, nearly destroying my gambling ship in the process. You are mistaken. They are not my subordinates, but my brothers. Your error lies in calculating against my kin. I do not harbor hatred towards you. In fact, I might even feel sympathy for your plight. However, your mindset has shifted with your newfound strength. Or perhaps your experiences have shaped this transformation. The mark upon your back signifies a humiliation you can never erase, does it not? How do you perceive your current actions as being any different from those beasts?" Upon Lumbo's mention of the mark on his back, Tazolo was taken aback, as it represented the darkest and most humiliating chapter of his life, one he had never shared with anyone. Those who knew this secret were mostly dead, leaving him bewildered as to how Lumbo could possibly know. "How could you know that?" Tazolo's nerves were taut, and a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he faced Lumbo. Rambo perceived the changes in Tazolo, stating, "Do not harbor animosity towards me. I have no interest in exposing the humiliating histories of others. Were it not for your provocations, I would not be here conversing with you now. Furthermore, let me emphasize that even if I were to unveil your secrets, what could you possibly do to me? Do you truly believe you could kill me?" Rambo's expression was one of indifference. Tazolo tightly clenched his fist, only to gradually relax it, well aware that he could not even best one of Rambo's subordinates. Engaging in direct confrontation would be sheer folly. "State your terms, and I shall consider those I can accommodate," Tazolo remarked to Rambo. "You certainly possess the demeanor of a businessman. I had initially intended to come here and give you a good thrashing to vent my brother's frustrations, but I did not expect you to be so amenable. In that case, I would like 20% of the annual profits from this gambling ship," Rambo proposed. "Ah, but did you not claim to be indifferent to money?" Tazolo retorted, suddenly emboldened by Rambo's request for funds. "I am indeed unconcerned with wealth, however. Certain matters necessitate financial resources," Rambo replied. "I have no desire to meddle in your other enterprises, but I insist that you cease any involvement in human trafficking. You should detest such dealings more than anyone." Chapter 172, Tazolo's Initial Intentions. "I am aware of this matter without your prompting. Moreover, I have never collaborated with Joker in human trafficking. My dealings with him have been limited to contraband, firearms, and ammunition. Teselo interrupted sharply upon realizing Rambo was about to touch a nerve. Indeed, there is still hope for you. At least you retain a semblance of a moral compass. By the way, Teselo, do you desire vengeance? Vengeance. It occupies my thoughts incessantly. Each time I recall the loathsome beasts that branded me with that mark. I can hardly stomach the thought. But what can be done now? Even if I possessed 20% of the world's wealth, I could not overthrow the world government. I am pleased to hear you think this way. The higher your social status and the greater your strength, the more you encounter the terrifying realities of this vast ocean. Leaving aside the events of 8 centuries ago, the world government has fortified its dominion over these last 8 centuries. To challenge those celestial dragons, one must first dismantle the world government. It was at this moment that Teselo recognized that this vice admiral was not merely a passive figure. Rambo harbored significant ambition. You are mistaken. I am a very resolute vice admiral, steadfast in my pursuit of justice, not in defense of those contemptible celestial dragons. So, what do you say? Are you interested in collaborating in a grand endeavor, such as toppling the world government? Upon hearing Lumbo's words, Teselo's pupils constricted sharply, for he had never anticipated such grand aspirations from this individual. However, Lumbo's remarks ignited a fervor within him, rekindling the passion that had once driven him. He recalled the days when he was unable to redeem the one he cherished due to financial constraints, subsequently becoming a slave to the celestial dragons, which ultimately led to the death of his beloved. Fortuitously, Fisher Tiger liberated all the slaves, granting him his freedom. Through a stroke of cunning, he ultimately acquired the gold fruit and endured a period of being hunted by Joker until he amassed sufficient strength to secure his position. Now, he has gained renown across the seas and amassed great wealth. Yet he has lost sight of the initial purpose behind his relentless pursuit of riches, to bolster his power in order to avenge his beloved, to overthrow the world government, and to vanquish the celestial dragon who had tortured his love to death. A remark from Lumbo jolted Teselo awake, making him reflect on his past years. Since realizing his strength was sorely lacking, he had relentlessly pursued wealth through any means necessary. As his riches multiplied, his blood-stained hands grew ever redder. What do you desire? If you can fulfill your promise to overthrow the world government and eliminate that celestial dragon, I will offer you all my wealth, even my very life, Teselo declared, his voice tinged with excitement. I do not seek your life, we merely share a common objective. Thus, regardless of our friendship, on this journey, we shall not be enemies. Shall we? Lumbo gently patted Teselo's shoulder. What is your plan? My plan is to unite all available forces to dismantle it. Pirates and the Navy have always been in opposition. Are you aware of this obscure chapter of history? 30 years ago, the most formidable pirate, Rox, was vanquished by the Navy, which then basked in unprecedented glory. After a period of tranquility, the likes of Whitebeard, Roger, and the Golden Lion emerged, and to this day, the seas have known no peace. Does anyone know who first bestowed the title of the Four Emperors? What do you mean by that? Teselo was momentarily perplexed by Lumbo's words, and even Lumbo's crew seemed to be at a loss, save for a thoughtful smile. My point is that it feels as if everything is meticulously orchestrated. The current balance between the Navy and pirates has been restored, has it not? Are you suggesting that the surge in pirates and the emergence of the Four Emperors were all orchestrated by the world government? How could that be? Nothing is impossible. The world government does not wish for this equilibrium to be disrupted. A strong Navy would lead to a reduction in pirate numbers, allowing the Navy to dominate and potentially break free from the world government's control. If the Five Elders wish to retain their grip on the Navy, they must provide it with an adversary. There is no more suitable opponent for the Navy than the pirates. What about the Revolutionary Army? Teselo inquired, puzzled. If pirates and other underground organizations could be considered minor factions, the Revolutionary Army was undeniably a major force. I suspect that when the Four Emperors emerged, it was precisely the moment the Five Elders urgently needed to counterbalance the Navy. At that time, my father, Dragon, had yet to gain any significant influence, so he was not taken into account. However, the current triad of power is likely not what the Five Elders envisioned. He chuckled. To think that the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, is your father. No wonder you harbor intentions of toppling the world government. Teselo possessed a profound understanding of the ocean's dominion, yet he remained somewhat oblivious to certain intricacies. The name proclaimed by Lumbo was simply Lumbo. Even if it were his full name, one could surmise its essence without full knowledge. You are mistaken. My aspirations do not stem from my father's position as a revolutionary leader. I have asserted that all my actions are driven solely by my unwavering sense of justice, a conviction shared by my companions. What do you think? Are you interested in joining our cause? Taizolo, moved by Lumbo's words, pondered the implications of joining. What would I gain from such an alliance? Perhaps it is best we collaborate instead. Your vision remains too limited when you stand atop the pinnacle of this vast ocean. What do you truly believe you can attain? Lumbo reflected for a moment, gazing intently at Taizolo. Lumbo's words left Taizolo momentarily speechless. It was evident that he merely sought a graceful exit to join Lumbo's team. In truth, a mere token promise from Lumbo would suffice for him to take the plunge. Lumbo's response rendered Taizolo somewhat at a loss for words. Ishio, perceiving the underlying message, allowed a slight smile to escape his lips, fully aware of Lumbo's understanding of Taizolo's intentions. However, the reasons behind Lumbo's refusal were surely his own, given their shared objective. They could delineate their roles, they would strategize and execute, while Lumbo, with his considerable wealth, could manage logistics. Shortly, I will facilitate your connection with him. Please assist in negotiating with the visitors, Lumbo said, patting Taizolo on the shoulder. As Taizolo sat on the casino deck, gazing at the receding shadow of the Ark Noah, he felt a profound sense of loss, as if he had squandered hundreds of billions. Why not acquiesce to Taizolo? Ishii remarked. You must have realized that a simple promise from you would suffice to win him over. After all, as you mentioned, if he seeks vengeance, he must align with us. There's no necessity, Lumbo replied with a nonchalant smile. You stated that if he desires revenge, collaboration with us is his only avenue. For we alone possess the audacity to pursue such a path. He will find no other team like ours in this world. Taizolo is quite formidable. Were it not for my lightning's unique advantage over him, he might have matched me in combat, Enel observed thoughtfully. Enel's assessment was astute. Taizolo undoubtedly possessed the strength of a commander. Yet, what of it? Did their ranks truly lack combat prowess? They were no longer a group easily intimidated, and it was unnecessary to disrupt their existing battle dynamics for the sake of one individual. Taizolo could wait and see. If he proved trustworthy, he would inevitably become one of them. Lumbo stated with ease. After experiencing various tribulations, individuals often undergo psychological transformations. Lumbo remained cautious regarding Taizolo. He was not like Whitebeard, who would indiscriminately accept anyone as a son. Blackbeard was a prime example of this caution. Ishii contemplated and remarked, Indeed, we do not know Taizolo intimately, and presently, we do not lack for his combat capabilities. Let us allow time to reveal his worth. If he is deserving of trust, he will eventually join our ranks. For our endeavors are no mere child's play. Having settled the matter of Taizolo, the group returned to Sky Island. Over the year, their powers had seen considerable enhancement, while Enel and his companions had not adequately honed their skills due to their relentless quest for devil fruits. Thus, Lumbo decided to keep them behind for rigorous training. Meanwhile, he set sail on his Jinni ship, embarking on his journey. Hello, father. Are you currently at White Island? Lumbo inquired as he dialed his father, Dragon. Using a transponder snail, the efficient dragon promptly responded. Sabo's memories should have returned by now. I am calling to share some good news with you. He has recovered and is currently honing his skills. What news do you have? You must be aware of Taizolo, so please compile a list of the items needed and inform him directly. He will assist you in procuring them. Therefore, I would like to request that you have Sabo bring a few individuals to meet with Taizolo. Moreover, it has been quite some time since Ace and Luffy have seen Sabo, so it would be a good opportunity for them to gather. What do you think? I never anticipated that you would manage to win over Taizolo. Very well, I will make the arrangements. Yes, have him first visit the 23rd Summer Island to negotiate. After Rambo concluded his call with Dorag, he immediately dialed Ace, inviting him to gather at Bubble Island without revealing that Sabo would also be present, intending to surprise them. Although initially taken aback, Ace, who was diligently honing his skills, readily agreed. Once the call ended, Rambo sped towards Bubble Island, swiftly arriving at Block 23. Sister, could I have a bottle of beer? Are Uncle Rayleigh and Luffy still training outside? You little rascal, what brings you to my place today? The Marie-Ford War went quite well, hasn't it? Who in the underground world doesn't recognize the name of General Fire Phoenix? Please, sister, spare me your mockery. I hardly dare to speak of any renown in your presence. Well, Rayleigh was genuinely thrilled to hear that you rescued Ace safely. He remarked that he did not misjudge you. Of course, I have once been under Rayleigh's tutelage. Suddenly, Rambo received a playful flick on the forehead from Shaki. You've been slacking, haven't you? Now, tell me, what brings you here this time? I came to catch up with a few friends and reminisce. Rambo rubbed the spot where Shaki had flicked him. All right, just don't cause any unnecessary trouble. Remember, A tree that stands out will inevitably attract the wind. The Marineford War has only just concluded, and this sea is fortunate to have entered a rare period of tranquility. Do not seek to disrupt it. Understood. Lumbo had been waiting for 2 days, and at long last, Ace arrived. Lumbo, what brings you to seek me with such urgency? I've been quite occupied with my training. Having experienced the Great War, Ace had become notably more composed, and under Whitebeard's rigorous training, his strength had grown immensely. He now engaged in daily battles with the ship's captain to hone his skills. Let us not rush. We shall speak once everyone is gathered. Allow me to introduce you to Sister Shaki. After embracing Ace, Lumbo presented him to Shaki. Have you eaten yet? I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare something delectable for you. Shaki regarded Ace with a gaze filled with maternal affection, as he was the sole child of her captain. Ah, Sister Shaki, you are biased. I have never experienced such treatment since my arrival, Lumbo jested, taken aback by the maternal warmth emanating from Shaki. You brat. You eat and stay under my roof, yet you expect my man to teach you this and that? Have I ever received payment from you, you ingrate? Shaki playfully poked Lumbo's forehead, her voice rising in mock indignation. Sister, I apologize. I truly understand my mistakes, Lumbo exclaimed, swiftly retreating behind Ace, using him as a shield. To his surprise, Ace nimbly sidestepped, betraying Lumbo in a moment of decisive cowardice. Shaki seized Lumbo by the ear, eliciting a chorus of pained cries accompanied by the laughter of onlookers. After a light-hearted commotion, they shared a meal. As per his usual routine, Ace, mid-bite, succumbed to slumber, his face smeared with broth. Shaki, with the tenderness of a sister, carefully wiped his face clean, leaving Ace with a bright blush. 2 days later, a young man donned in a top hat, accompanied by a short-haired girl, appeared at Shaki's bar. Ace immediately lunged towards him, weeping profusely. Meanwhile, Lumbo, obediently approaching the girl, blurted out an awkward introduction that rendered the atmosphere painfully awkward. Hello, sister-in-law. I am Lumbo, the fourth brother of Sabo. Upon hearing Lumbo's words, the hat-wearing Clara's face turned as red as a ripe apple. Even Ace was taken aback, gazing at Sabo in disbelief, realizing that he had wed. How could you not inform us of such a significant event? This is outrageous. No, Clara and I are comrades, not the married couple he claims us to be. By the way, you must be my younger brother, Monkey D. Lumbo, whom I've never had the pleasure of meeting, Sabo replied. Brother, your instincts for survival are lacking, Lumbo remarked, casting a sly glance at Clara, who seemed to harbor a hint of reproach towards Sabo. Instincts for survival? What do you mean? Sabo questioned, perplexed. Lumbo, uninterested in clarifying for his emotionally oblivious brothers, simply shrugged it off. Now, we await Luffy. Sister Shaki mentioned that Uncle Rayleigh brings Luffy back every month, and today is the scheduled return date. He should be arriving shortly. Before Lumbo could finish his words, a familiar shout echoed from afar. Chapter 174, Brotherhood. Indeed. A figure donning a straw hat leaped forward, landing on Lumbo and extending his arms to embrace Ace as well, forming a tight trio bound by Luffy's rubbery limbs. Luffy, please let go. I have someone I wish to introduce you to, Lumbo said, his face lighting up with joy upon seeing Luffy. Reluctantly, Luffy loosened his grip, gazing at Lumbo with confusion. Lumbo pointed towards Sabo, who stood behind Luffy. Turning his head, Luffy caught sight of him and immediately burst into tears, jumping onto Sabo and holding him tightly. Sabo, you truly are alive. This is wonderful. Lumbo did not deceive me, Luffy exclaimed, stammering through his sobs. Luffy, you've grown up. It fills me with joy to see you again, Sabo said, ruffling Luffy's straw hat affectionately. All right, Luffy, come down now. Our 4 brothers are finally reunited. We shall hold a feast tonight. But first, let me introduce everyone. Ace, Sabo, Carla, this is Uncle Rayleigh, and Luffy is currently training under him. Lumbo introduced with a hint of mischief. Hello, Rayleigh greeted cheerfully, casting a particularly warm glance at Ace. Good day, Uncle Rayleigh, Sabo and Ace replied. Though Ace felt a twinge of complexity, was this truly the first mate of the Pirate King? He appeared remarkably formidable. Come, Luffy, this is your sister-in-law Carla, Sabo's wife. Lumbo teased Luffy. Oh, hello, sister-in-law. But Lumbo, what does wife mean? Lumbo smacked his forehead, realizing he shouldn't tease Sabo in front of Luffy, who remained oblivious to the allure of the 2 stunning women by his side. Never mind, wife is a heavy topic, but you will understand in due course. Now, let us prepare for the feast, Lumbo said earnestly, prompting Luffy's spirits to soar at the mention of a celebration. Soon, Shaki summoned the chef, who prepared an exquisite banquet. Luffy dove into the food without hesitation, and the others joined in, with even Ace, who had just eaten, indulging once more. Rayleigh and Shaki watched Ace with the fondness of parents. Sister Shaki, since you adore children so much, why not have one with Mr. Rayleigh? Lumbo couldn't help but inquire. Go away. What nonsense are you prying into? I have no interest in changing diapers. Shaki retorted, delivering a playful smack to Lumbo's head. Now, let us raise a toast to our reunion, Lumbo declared, lifting his cup towards Luffy and the others. Everyone, raise your cups and drink. Coughing, Luffy exclaimed, Whoa, that's spicy. Laughter erupted around the table. Everyone was amused by his clumsy antics. After a hearty meal, Lumbo turned to the diligent Shachi, who was clearing the dishes, and said, Ace, I believe you should be aware that Sister Shachi and Mr. Rayleigh were crew members of your father during his lifetime. I have a suggestion and I wonder how you feel about it. Huh? Ace looked at Lumbo with a hint of confusion. Mr. Rayleigh has no children of his own. So I wonder if you would consider having him as your adoptive father? What? Ace was taken aback by Lumbo's directness. While Shachi and Rayleigh were equally stunned by this unexpected proposal, they then gazed at Ace with hopeful eyes. Ace, feeling the affection reflected in Rayleigh and Shachi's expressions, found it hard to refuse. During his time with Shachi, he had indeed felt a maternal love he had never experienced before. I wonder if Mr. Rayleigh and Sister Shachi would be willing? Ace nodded slightly. Shachi immediately embraced Ace, exclaiming, Of course, we would. You have no idea. When we first heard you were to be executed, that old man Rayleigh nearly set sail again to cause a ruckus at the Navy headquarters. Had Lumbo not stopped him? Seeing the genuine smile on Rayleigh's face touched Ace deeply, and soon everyone congratulated the three of them. Today is such a joyous occasion. Last time, when Lumbo was absent, our brotherhood felt incomplete. This time, as the four of us unite, it strengthens our bond. No matter where we go or what we do, we will always be brothers. Sabo was moved by the scene unfolding before him, and there was no dissent regarding his words. The four of them poured a bowl of wine once more, and each held it up. Ace declared, upon drinking this bowl, We shall be brothers who stand by each other for a lifetime. Before we partake in this ceremonial drink, let us once again share our dreams. From now on, we will accompany each other on our journey to fulfill our aspirations. Before anyone could drink, Lumbo spoke up. All right, as the eldest brother, I shall go first. I hope my brothers and family can always be happy together. Ace pondered how this wish seemed to echo Whitebeard's own sentiments. Shouldn't he his initial dream have been to become the Pirate King, and later assist Whitebeard in claiming that title? I am the second brother, and my wish is for there to be no oppression upon the seas, so that all people may live in happiness and joy. Sabo's ambition directly mirrored his father's will. I am the third brother, and my wish is to become the Pirate King. Ha ha ha. Luffy's resolve remained unchanged, though did it not carry the legacy of Ace as father. Roger, now it is my turn. My wish is quite simple. One day, I will stand at the pinnacle of the sea and help you all achieve your dreams. Thankfully, my aspirations are solely my own, unbound by anyone else's legacy. However, upon reflection, it makes sense that without my involvement in their past lives, their brotherhood was destined to flourish, carrying the bonds forged between their fathers. No, these are our own wishes, and we must realize them ourselves. Ace and Sabo shouted directly, declaring, I will strive to become the Pirate King on my own, without any assistance from Lumbo. Luffy merely pursed his lips in response. Fine. Let us each forge ahead in our own endeavors. Cheers. The four of them raised their cups, clinking them together in the air, smiles illuminating their faces, as if they had been transported back to the moment when Luffy and his two companions forged their brotherhood in Windmill Village. The sea would soon belong to their generation. Rayleigh gazed at the four with a soft sigh of admiration. Indeed, these four will undoubtedly become formidable figures stirring up the waters of the oceans. Their fame will soon eclipse ours. We are getting old. Ha ha ha, chimed in Shaki. By the way, that Lumbo fellow was inquiring about Elbaf earlier. What could have piqued his interest in the homeland of giants? Rayleigh pondered aloud, a hint of curiosity in his voice. He probably just wants to take a look. Elbaf is not as prosperous as it once was. I suspect he merely wishes to see it for himself, came the response. Very well, if he wishes to go, let him be. Chapter 175. Farewell to Whitebeard. The four of them drank throughout the night, and eventually, Rayleigh and Shaki joined in, with even Lumbo becoming tipsy and dozing off. The following morning, as everyone arose, they bid each other farewell. Ace was returning to the Whitebeard Pirates to continue his training, while Sabo and his second brother were off to seek out Tizolo regarding Limbo's news. Luffy continued his training in hockey under Rayleigh's guidance, leaving Limbo all alone. Sister Shaki, I too must take my leave. Thank you for taking care of Luffy during this time. That's enough. You rascal. Just remember to cherish your sister, she replied. Besides, I already owe you and Rayleigh so many favors, a few more won't matter. Ha ha ha. You little scamp, looking for trouble, aren't you? As Lumbo swiftly dashed out the door under the pretense of being pursued by Shachi, he called out from a distance, Sister Shachi, I'm leaving now. Shachi casually waved her hand, chuckling a few times as she watched Lumbo's retreating figure. After spending an extended period with a few mischievous spirits, she felt considerably more at ease, bursting into laughter. Rambo made his way to the port and swiftly boarded the genie, departing rapidly from the Bubble Islands. This time, Rambo's destination was Elbaf. Seizing the rare opportunity to venture out alone, he sought a place to amuse himself. Upon noticing the permanent log pointing to Elbaf aboard his ship, his interest was piqued. This log was acquired during his inquiries with Dongli and Broggy in the garden, prompting him to seek information from Shaki about Elbaf. Eager to explore the legendary homeland of giants, Rambo stood on the swiftly sailing genie vessel, gazing blankly at the distant sea. Suddenly, his attention was captured by a plume of thick smoke rising from an island, clearly indicating that something was ablaze there, and the flames appeared to be raging, as evidenced by the billowing black smoke ascending into the sky from afar. Adhering to the principle of paying homage to temples and sweeping pagodas while on a pilgrimage, Rambo decided to set foot on the island. This would not only provide him with a scenic respite from the ocean's visual fatigue, but also allow him to explore the local customs and indulge in the regional delicacies. Recognizing that something was amiss, Rambo urged the genie to hasten towards the island. Upon reaching the shore, he dashed towards the source of the fire. From a distance, he could hear cries for help echoing through the air. Entering the town, he was met with the sight of buildings ablaze as people scattered in panic. In the center of the town stood a portly man, towering above others, wielding a crude knife, while a shadowy figure on his shoulder laughed uproariously amidst the flames. Mother, why are we burning down this town? Asked the foolish son. You simpleton. The father replied, only through slaughter and plunder can you increase your bounty, allowing you to catch up with your father, Whitebeard. This is how you will be reunited with him. Do you understand? Oh, I understand now. I'm off to kill. With that, a wave of sword energy sliced through the towering building, cleaving it in two, which then crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. Weibel, Miss Bakeen, you two scoundrels. Rambo recognized them instantly. Weibel, the one he had once severed an arm from, and Miss Bakeen, who had aided in his escape. At that moment, Weibel's arm had miraculously healed, and he turned to face Rambo. Miss Bakeen immediately shouted, Son, go and slay him. With Zifa absent, he's all alone. Make him into mincemeat. Weibel had a vivid recollection of Rambo, not solely because of the lost arm, but because it was this very dwarf who had earned him his mother's ire for the first time. Without hesitation, he charged forward with his knife drawn. You two incorrigible scum of the seas. I had no intention of seeking trouble with you, considering your old acquaintance with Whitebeard. But since you are so oblivious to your peril, do not blame me for what follows. Phoenix Slash. A blazing arc of crimson flame surged towards Weibel. In response, Weibel's massive knife cleaved through Rambo's attack, and his formidable form soared through the air, descending upon Rambo like a crushing tyrant. Rambo was well aware that Weibel, possessing immense strength, would not foolishly remain stationary to endure his assault. Instead, he deftly sidestepped, causing a tremendous impact that resulted in a massive crater in the ground, debris scattering in all directions. Engaging in a direct confrontation with such an opponent was unnecessary. Rambo opted for agility, employing a strategy of softness to counter hardness. Enveloped in scorching flames, he ascended gracefully into the air, relentlessly encircling Weibel in a fierce struggle. Although Weibel's intellect was somewhat lacking, his combat instincts were formidable. Honed by constant engagement in battle, his blade, adeptly wielded, effectively parried Rambo's onslaught. However, while it could withstand normal attacks, it was no match for Rambo's augmented flames, which had intensified significantly. Each clash between Rambo's flame and Weibel's blade transferred heat, gradually softening the weapon. Ultimately, the blade began to bend under the strain, leaving Weibel momentarily stunned and at a loss, having never encountered such a predicament before. Miss Bakken, witnessing the scene, was equally taken aback. This blade was forged from the same material as Whitebeard's legendary weapon and was now being warped. Only Rambo understood the underlying reason. The intensity of his flames was overwhelming, gradually softening the metal due to its excellent thermal conductivity. Had the blade been of inferior quality, it might have melted entirely. Oh no, you've ruined the knife my mother gave me. What should I do? Weibel lamented, his massive form resembling that of a child whose toy had broken. gazing up at Miss Bakken with tears welling in his eyes. Then go and smash him. Use your fists to destroy him, you foolish son. She retorted. Yes. You broke my knife, so I will make you pay. Weibel's voice trembled with rage, erupting like a volcano, exuding a demonic aura. His colossal physique struck the ground with the force of iron, creating two enormous craters beneath his feet. Rambo stood resolute against the overwhelming aura. Yet you still fail to grasp the gravity of the situation, Miss Bakken. Do you truly believe that you possess any chance of victory at this juncture? Rambo has undergone several metamorphoses and requires no full exertion to confront Weibel. It is time to conclude this meteoric blaze. In the air, Rambo transformed into a blazing comet, piercing through Weibel's massive form. Subsequently, flames began to engulf Weibel's body, spreading like wildfire, initially flickering, until his entire being was consumed by flames. Weibel, in agony, ran aimlessly, while Miss Bakken swiftly distanced herself from him. With no sense of direction, Weibel careened into the burning ruins behind him, ultimately collapsing amidst the inferno that had once been a town. How callous you are, Miss Bakken. Is this how you treat your son? Rambo observed Miss Bakken attempting to flee and swiftly positioned himself in her path. Chapter 176. Elbaf ha ha ha. He is not my son. Why should I feel any sympathy? Miss Bakken cackled maniacally. I knew it. How could this fool possibly be Whitebeard's son? I surmise he was created through some peculiar means of yours, Rambo mused softly. Oh? Have you discerned that? Indeed, he was assembled by my sewing abilities. Apart from his head, the rest of his body comprises various other limbs I've pieced together. No wonder I noticed the multitude of stitched wounds on him. As a member of the Rocks Pirates, how could he lack any skill? You must have been the ship's doctor for the Rocks Pirates then. I am astonished that you possess knowledge of the Rocks Pirates. You should have been born long after their reign upon the seas, no? Indeed, I was not yet born then, yet that does not hinder my understanding of the Rocks' legacy. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Monkey D. Rambo, and Garp is my grandfather. Ah, I see now, you are that grandson. It is no wonder you are aware of the Rocks Pirates' affairs. That man was a lunatic, after all. It was he who personally obliterated the Rocks Pirates. Your knowledge is hardly surprising, Miss Bakken acknowledged. May I inquire why you allow Weibel to bear the title of Whitebeard's son while committing atrocities? This aspect perplexed her as well. Whitebeard is one of the 4 emperors. Surely, Edward Weibel's actions have reached his ears. If he were truly his son, given Whitebeard's deep regard for familial bonds, he would not remain indifferent. Conversely, if he is not, why permit this fool to wield his name while engaging in murder and pillage? That is a debt Whitebeard owes me. He ventured out to sea for his so-called family. Yet he never afforded me a modicum of recognition as a savior. This is a debt he must repay, Miss Bakken exclaimed passionately. Lumbo found himself in a state of confusion. Was this a tale of love turned to hatred within the grand tapestry of the sea? Initially, it was Carp who, in collusion with Roger, obliterated the Rocks Pirates. Their captain was cast into the depths of the ocean, sealed away, while the rest were left in disarray. Whitebeard sustained grievous injuries, and fortunately, I managed to rescue him, bringing him to a deserted island where I saved his life. After my arduous efforts, I yearned for him to remain by my side to share the twilight of my days. Yet, this man would not heed my wishes. He sought to rally the remnants of the Rocks Pirates, whom he regarded as his family. But what was the outcome? One by one, those so-called family members established their own dominions as notorious pirates across the seas. In the end, he, along with the remnants of the Rocks crew, formed his own pirate crew. As Miss Bakken recounted her tale, Lumbo began to grasp the full picture. Out of guilt towards Miss Bakken, Whitebeard, even knowing that they bore his name upon the vast ocean, would refrain from confronting them. Miss Bakken, in her youth, was indeed a strikingly beautiful woman, and Lumbo found this believable. In the world of pirates, women often grow less attractive with age, but in their youth, they are often remarkably lovely, as evidenced by figures like Vice Admiral Tsuru and Chopper's Minner. Alas, had it been another person, perhaps he would have acquiesced, but for Whitebeard, such a notion was utterly inconceivable. His unwavering aspiration had always been to seek family. She was indeed a pitiable and sorrowful woman. Lumbo regarded Miss Bakken and, for Whitebeard's sake, urged her to leave. However, he hoped she would refrain from using her abilities for nefarious purposes any further, for should she do so, fortune would not favor her a second time. Rambo departed without a backward glance, soaring above the ocean's surface where colossal waves surged. With a single strike of his palm upon the water, the spot he impacted immediately caved in, and from that point, several columns of water surged skyward, transforming into droplets that cascaded down. Gradually, The flames engulfing the town were extinguished. Rambo observed Miss Bakine in the square, gazing at a colossal figure amidst the ruins. Amused to himself, it appears that Miss Bakine is not devoid of compassion. Having spent such a considerable time with Weibel, she must have developed some semblance of affection. Rambo turned back to the genie and continued his journey, following the direction of the eternal compass. He couldn't help but murmur to himself, reflecting on how much had changed since his arrival in the world of pirates. The unfolding narrative now seemed to be largely beyond his control. Rescuing Kuina and Zephyr, as well as slaying Edward Weevil, could be considered side plots that bore no significant impact on the overarching story. However, the Marineford War, where he saved Ace and Whitebeard, along with the annihilation of the Blackbeard pirates, undeniably constituted key elements of the main storyline. Rambo gradually sensed that he had perhaps ventured too far. This world of pirates seemed to differ significantly from his expectations. Uncertain of how the unfolding narrative would progress, he felt a twinge of apprehension. However, the thought that as long as his strength remained formidable, no matter how the circumstances evolved, he could bear any burden, brought him some solace. Dismissing his worries, Rambo uncorked a bottle of wine, embodying a carefree spirit of indulgence. Gazing out at the vast expanse of the ocean, he felt a profound sense of insignificance, which simultaneously ignited a fierce determination within him. The formidable ship, the Genie, cleaved through the waves, leaving a trail of rippling water in its wake as it surged forward. Bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, a cup in hand, filled with wine, exuding an air of nonchalance. After more than a month of sailing, Rambo finally beheld a colossal shadow in the distance. As he drew closer, it became apparent that it was a massive island, its towering buildings becoming increasingly distinct and impressive as he approached. This must be the legendary homeland of giants, Elbaf. Rambo docked the ship at the harbor, and despite the towering height of the Genie, which could not even reach the wooden planks of the pier, he felt a tinge of frustration. However, upon glancing at the colossal warship beside him, which dwarfed even Noah's Ark, the Genie appeared as a mere dwarf in comparison to a giant. Rambo's irritation dissipated entirely. Damn it, I should bring Noah's Ark back and anchor it at a height surpassing the pier, he thought indignantly, casting a resentful look at his pitiful Genie. After disembarking, he noticed two massive stone pillars flanking the entrance, and beside one of these pillars stood an enormous stone inscribed with the words Hometown of Giants, Elbaf. Rambo lifted his leg to ascend the steps and moved forward. As he raised his leg, he felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Was this half-man height of the steps a serious design? If these weren't steps meant for giants, who in their right mind would believe it? Rambo soared into the air without a word, declaring that those who wished to climb could do so, as he would no longer attend to them. He ascended gracefully and landed firmly on the final step. Upon arrival, Rambo was taken aback by the spectacle before him. Towering buildings filled with vibrant hustle and bustle surrounded him. Initially, he had come to believe that giants led a simple life, toiling in the fields and fishing, only to discover that their way of life bore no difference from his own. Chapter 177. Drinking with a spoon. Lumbo strolled through the streets of the town of giants, akin to a mouse amidst a herd of elephants, utterly inconspicuous. In all honesty, Lumbo felt an unprecedented insignificance here. Even the playful giant children towered over him. Standing at twice his height, Rambo slowly ascended the steps of a bar, gazing at the entrance above, feeling a profound reluctance to speak. It was his first time entering a bar, and he could barely reach the door. Rambo gradually ascended into the air, gently pushing the door to signal the entrance of a guest. As it was still morning, the bar was sparsely populated, with only a few patrons leisurely sipping their drinks and engaging in conversation. To capture the attention of the bar owner, Rambo hovered at the entrance and called out, "I would like a glass of your local specialty wine." The bar owner, stationed behind the counter, glanced up upon hearing the voice and was taken aback to see a figure hovering effortlessly in midair, towering over 2 meters. Although he had never ventured into the land of giants, he possessed some knowledge of the world beyond, recognizing this as a human from Elbaf. Understanding the principle that a guest is always welcome in a business, the owner acknowledged the extraordinary nature of a flying human and responded with a simple, "Please wait a moment." The appearance of Rambo simultaneously captivated 3 giants who were indulging in conversation over drinks nearby. They regarded Rambo with a mix of astonishment and concern, remarking, "Be cautious, my friend. The spirits here are quite potent." One of the giants, with striking red hair, spoke up, "No worries. I have longed to sample the renowned spirits of Elbaf, the land of giants. This is a wish fulfilled. I am Rambo. May I inquire your names?" Rambo, welcoming the approach, effortlessly soared onto the table where the 3 giants were seated. Indeed, Rambo stood atop the table, and one could only marvel at the size of the giant's table, forcing him to tilt his head upward to converse with the towering beings. The trio introduced themselves. The one who had spoken was named Patch, his companion was Palu, and the third was Ba. They were close friends. Having captured a sea king from the ocean to sell here, and with their earnings, they indulged in a round of drinks at the tavern. Rambo, are all the people from the outside world as diminutive as you? Bas inquired, curious and naive, having never ventured beyond Elbaf or encountered outsiders. Pretty much, Rambo replied. There are indeed many who surpass my height, yet none exceed your giant kin. Haha, that's because we giants are the mightiest in the world. Bas exclaimed joyfully. In his understanding, stature equated to strength, a common belief among the giants who had seldom ventured beyond their shores. They were notorious for their valor and favored the physicality of brawn over finesse. You're mistaken. Many humans from the outside world possess strength that far surpasses that of the giants, Bas. For instance, this gentleman before you is a master of unfathomable depth. The tavern owner declared as he placed an enormous wine bowl before Rambo, clearly familiar with the trio of brothers. Upon hearing the owner's words, Bas and Palu exchanged puzzled glances, while Patch regarded the owner with a thoughtful expression before turning his gaze back to Rambo. Meanwhile, Rambo stared at the colossal bowl, akin to a small pool, and pondered, how on earth am I to drink from this? Surely, I cannot simply leap in and sip away. Owner, could you perhaps provide me with a spoon? This bowl is far too large. While I am confident in my capacity, it is quite unwieldy. And my mouth is not nearly large enough to drink without spilling, Rambo requested, a look of distress etched across his face. The owner, seeing Rambo's dilemma, smacked his forehead and promptly fetched a large spoon. Thus, Rambo became the first human in the annals of giant history to drink using a spoon. Rambo took a spoonful and gulped it down. A wave of spiciness surged down his throat, prompting him to exclaim in delight. The four giants were amused by Rambo's peculiar drinking style and burst into hearty laughter. Boss, what is the matter with you? This fellow seems to possess unfathomable strength. Yet this drink does not appear particularly impressive, remarked Base, gazing at the boss. The boss swiftly covered Base's mouth, casting a glance at Rambo, who was still indulging in his drink. He sighed in relief and said, You have not ventured outside, so you are unaware. I have heard from those who have returned that there exists something called the devil fruit in the outside world. Consuming it grants one a mysterious power, an exceedingly formidable force. Surely you have observed how this individual entered. It is evident that he possesses such mysterious abilities. Mysterious powers? Are they truly formidable? After our meal, I would like to test my strength against him, said Patch, who had maintained silence until now, his expression earnest. The boss had intended to discourage them from provoking Rambo, but he underestimated the determination of the Elbaf warriors. How could one claim to be a true warrior without testing themselves against formidable opponents? Very well, I accept. I originally came to Elbaf to admire its beauty and make friends. What better way to forge bonds with the giant clan than through combat? Rambo stated while sipping his drink. You heard that, dear guest? The boss inquired of Rambo. Your words thunder like a storm. How could I not hear them? And fret not, I am not here to cause trouble. I merely wish to visit the homeland of Dori and Bragi, for they are my friends. As soon as Limbo spoke, Paluto remarked, You are acquainted with the two captains, the Blue Demon and the Red Demon, are you not? They are indeed the leaders of our formidable giant pirate crew, and they are our idols. Limbo responded affirmatively, noting that both were engaged in combat at the garden. He succinctly summarized the matter, clearly indicating that the giants of the Giant Kingdom were not surprised by this revelation, though they were astonished to learn that Limbo was friends with the two captains. Brother Limbo, we salute you and thank you for bringing back news of the two captains. Patch and the others raised their bowls and drank heartily. Limbo had always been unreserved when it came to drinking. He lifted a bowl, large enough for a bathing tub, and began to imbibe. Although much of it spilled, he exclaimed in dismay at the waste, lamenting that his mouth could only hold so much. The others were taken aback by Limbo's capacity for liquor. Such a vast quantity seemed to vanish into his seemingly unchanged stomach, save for a slight bulge, leading them to unanimously conclude that he was no ordinary individual. After quaffing several more large bowls, Limbo found the liquor of the giant clan to be the strongest he had ever encountered. His stomach noticeably distended. He felt a familiar dizziness wash over him, causing him to spin on the table before finally collapsing onto it. The remaining giants had already succumbed to slumber on the table as well. Fortunately, the tavern owner refrained from joining in the revelry, silently observing the three intoxicated giants and one tipsy individual, bemused by the spectacle. This is not how one should consume the potent spirits of the giant clan. No one can withstand such excessive indulgence. Chapter 17 to 18. Sparring. It wasn't until evening that Lumbo was roused by a cacophony, feeling parched and suffering from a throbbing head. Cradling his head, he sat up from the table, noticing many patrons around him engaging in conversation and drinking. He glanced at the three giants still sprawled across the table in deep slumber and shook his head, muttering, "Damn, the potency of the giant clan's liquor is overwhelming." The tavern owner approached, balancing a bowl of hot soup, and remarked, "Do all the drinkers outside share your capacity? The liquor of the giant clan is reputed to be the strongest in the world, yet you managed to incapacitate all three of them." It was unclear how the owner had procured such a bowl, presumably the largest in the establishment, as he placed it before Limbo. Even the largest bowl resembled those used by Whitebeard for drinking. Rambo sipped the hangover soup, feeling a warm sensation enveloping his belly. How could I have possibly outrunk those three? It was evident that I, too, had succumbed to intoxication. The potent liquor was indeed formidable. Rambo splashed some cold water on his face, which significantly revived his senses. At that moment, the three fellows, who had been slumped over the table, began to stir. The proprietor prepared a generous bowl of soup for each of them, and soon they were completely sober. After expressing their gratitude to the owner, the trio, accompanied by Rambo, stepped out into the fresh air. Rambo stood on Paulu's shoulder, surrounded by bright lights. Although the streets were largely deserted, he could still faintly hear the sounds of revelry emanating from the taverns lining the road. The brisk wind from outside roused the three men completely. And Rambo turned to Paulu and inquired, "Where are we headed now?" "Home, of course. We are returning to the warrior village, where I shall introduce you to our comrades." "Boss, your strength is formidable. We shall engage in a friendly contest later," Paulu replied. It seemed that the primary motivation for the trio in bringing Rambo along was indeed to spar with him. The sheer strength and speed of the giants were nothing short of impressive as they raced forward, though it was more accurate to say that three giants were sprinting, while one rode atop a giant's shoulder. Before long, Rambo beheld the village, with wisps of smoke curling into the sky, in stark contrast to the bustling town. This was a quintessential rural settlement. Upon entering the village, the three greeted their fellow villagers warmly and distributed the rice and provisions they had brought back from town to the elder giants. The villagers were well acquainted with the trio, exchanging friendly salutations. After sharing the bounty, they returned to their home. Their abode was a vast courtyard near the sea, featuring three tidy rooms adorned with large bones as decorations. At the center of the courtyard stood a substantial pot, clearly the designated dining area for the three, alongside barrels of alcoholic beverages. "Rambo, brother, you are welcome to visit us. We returned late after indulging a bit too much. Tomorrow we will take you to meet the village chief. For tonight, let us rest," Patch said to Rambo, who nodded in agreement. "Having consumed so much alcohol, I find myself a bit hungry now. Let us seek some food." Paulu's stomach growled in affirmation. "Very well, I shall provide the ingredients for dinner." As a gesture of goodwill, Rambo offered with a smile. "No, you are our guest. It is not right for a guest to prepare their own meal," Paulu promptly objected. "Not at all. As friends sharing a table, there is no need for such formality. Please wait. I shall return shortly," Rambo insisted, disregarding their protests as he leapt into the air, soaring over the nearby sea. Activating his observation hockey, he quickly detected a large sea creature, roughly 100 meters in length, lurking about 2 kilometers beneath the surface. "This should suffice for all four of us," Rambo mused to himself. Lumbo soared directly above the Sea King and executed a strike known as meteoric impact upon the sea. A colossal fireball, approximately 5 meters in diameter, plummeted into the ocean's surface. After a brief moment, the Sea King emerged. This technique was inspired by Whitebeard's tremor fruit, harnessing the violent collision of the fireball and the sea to create vibrations through the water, capable of rendering foes unconscious or, in severe cases, shattering their internal organs. Regrettably, it remains impossible to utilize air as a medium for such lethal intentions. Rambo seized the tail of the sea creature and soared back to the Sanrao courtyard, crashing into the earth with a resounding thud. The three giants were momentarily taken aback by Rambo's display of strength, clearly unprepared for such formidable prowess. "Did you just catch this?" inquired Brother Patchy, gazing at the enormous sea creature. "This colossal catch could fetch quite a fortune," he continued, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Bas, observing the magnificent beast, first looked at Rambo before turning to Patchy. "The price of this grand fish would surely allow us to enjoy a year's worth of fine wine." "I never anticipated your remarkable abilities, Brother Rambo," Patchy remarked, his enthusiasm palpable as he regarded Rambo with eager anticipation. Rambo observed Patch's demeanor and could easily discern his intentions. This fellow was undoubtedly gearing up for a confrontation. Even Palu had rolled up his sleeves in anticipation. Perhaps we can spar later. First, we must satiate our hunger. Without a full stomach, how can one muster the strength to fight? Rambo chuckled. Indeed, after a long slumber, we have ample time for a proper bout. Let us dine first, Palu replied, gazing at the sea creature and swallowing hard. The three giants skillfully began to skin the sea creature, removing its entrails and chopping the flesh into several pieces. They placed a portion into a large pot, added water, and commenced the cooking process, busily attending to the task at hand while they awaited the water to boil. Come, let us seize the opportunity while the meal is being prepared and engage in a match, Patch proposed to Rambo once more. Very well, let us proceed, Rambo readily agreed. When dealing with the giants, two skills are paramount: the ability to drink and the ability to fight. Victory or defeat matters little. What is essential is to confront the challenge head-on. The four of them made their way to the shoreline, where Rambo and Patch stood facing each other. Rambo tilted his head back to gaze at the towering giant before him, momentarily at a loss for words, marveling at the sheer height of Patch, whose head nearly required him to tilt at a 90-degree angle. Lumbo ascended directly into the air, reaching a height that was nearly level with Patch's line of sight, thus feeling considerably more at ease. Patch, without uttering a word, launched a powerful punch towards him. Lumbo felt as if he were struck by a meteorite summoned by a smile, as the force of Patch's fist stirred his robe and hair. Unlike the giants, Lumbo was not foolish enough to challenge their strength directly. However, he recognized that avoiding a confrontation with Patch might lead this towering figure to mistakenly believe he was invisible, which would certainly result in trouble. The giant's combat style had always been characterized by straightforward, brute force melee, as evidenced by the earlier clash between Dongli and Bragi. Lumbo activated his haki, cautious not to unleash his full strength for fear of causing harm to Patch. A fist, as dark as night, shot forth like a sharp spear towards Patch's fist, which was as large as a shop's roll-up door. Upon collision, the two fists met without producing a violent shockwave. As if struck upon a sponge, Rambo felt the impact of his punch, soft and yielding. In contrast, Pesci experienced a sensation akin to a sharp prick, as their fists met briefly before they both withdrew. A hint of regret flickered within Rambo. How could one contend in such a manner? Had he unleashed his full strength just moments ago, Pesci would likely have felt the force akin to a fist colliding with a bed of nails, undoubtedly resulting in injury. Yet, without exerting oneself fully, how could one engage in battle? Chapter 179, The Warrior Village. Rambo glanced at the nearby sea surface and suddenly conceived a way to defeat this foe without harming Patchy. He soared into the air above the water, with Patchy following closely behind, and soon the waves engulfed Patchy's two small legs. As Rambo observed the situation, he unleashed a colossal fireball, which struck the surface of the sea near Pesci. Believing the fireball was aimed directly at him, Pesci retreated several steps. However, once the fireball plunged into the ocean, he soon sensed something amiss. His legs felt numb, and before he could regain his balance, he found himself sitting in the water, staring blankly at Rambo. Palu and Bas, watching from the sidelines, were puzzled as well. The fireball had not hit Pesci, so why did he lose his footing? They rushed over to assist him, casting uncertain glances at Rambo. After a moment, as feeling returned to his legs, Pesci addressed Rambo, saying, "Rambo, I concede defeat. I never anticipated your strength to be so formidable." "Ah, Pesci, it was merely a stroke of luck. In terms of raw power, I am vastly inferior to you." Rambo chuckled lightly. "Defeat is nothing to be ashamed of. We giants are warriors who can accept loss. Now, let us return for a meal and discuss what just transpired. Why did my legs suddenly lose sensation?" Pesci maintained an optimistic demeanor. The four of them gathered around the pot still ablaze in the courtyard. Upon lifting the lid, a rich aroma wafted forth. As marine beings, they required no salt in their meal, and after adding a few other seasonings, they began to eat. "Rambo, what was that fireball all about? I thought your power was flight?" The elders in the village mentioned that those who consume devil fruits only acquire a single ability. Bas inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Oh, I consumed the fire phoenix fruit, which grants both the ability to manipulate flames and to fly," Rambo explained. "Remarkable. Such extraordinary things exist in this world, capable of bestowing two abilities," Palu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with wonder. "What was that technique you employed?" "The fireball did not strike me, yet I lost my ability to stand," Pesci queried, still intrigued by the phenomenon. Ah, that was merely a specific application of my power. I utilized the principle of oceanic shock waves to temporarily numb your legs, which is also a combat technique, Rambo elucidated. In truth, Rambo and the other three were merely engaging in idle chatter. The combat style of the muscle-bound giants was invariably straightforward, and discussing technique with them was a futile endeavor. Rambo regaled them with tales of the customs and cultures beyond their village, igniting their curiosity and filling their eyes with glimmers of hope, though this brightness soon dimmed. Through a night of discourse, Rambo gleaned some insights. These three individuals were orphans, having survived their childhoods solely through the kindness of neighboring families. The village's decree forbade giant children under the age of 12 from leaving, regardless of their physical development, thus rendering them unable to seek employment outside. They could only fish for sustenance or hunt wild beasts. Now that they had grown, they resolved to remain and assist the elderly who had once supported them. Thus, they spent their days at sea, catching seafood to barter for money, which they used to procure basic necessities for those in need. The longevity of the giant race is remarkable. Even those who appeared aged possessed unparalleled strength. Initially, the villagers were reluctant to accept their gratitude, as the warriors of the village were notably united. To them, the three youngsters were akin to their own children, and the notion of repayment seemed unnecessary. However, the trio persisted, and eventually, the villagers began to symbolically offer them small gifts, always reserving the best for the three. Over time, this became customary. Whenever a family had something delectable to share, they would invite the trio to join. Rambo could only marvel at the simplicity and warmth of the warrior village's spirit. After a hearty meal, the three young men chose not to enter the house, opting instead to lie on the ground and succumb to slumber. Rambo found a tree to rest against, dozing off beside them, only to awaken the next day potentially pinned beneath one of their slumbering forms. At dawn, Rambo washed up, and the group reheated the leftover soup from the previous day, consuming several bowls as their breakfast. "Come, we shall take you to meet the village chief," Patch said to Rambo. Lumbo continued to perch upon Paulu's shoulder, as the villagers of the warrior village rose with the dawn. The three of them engaged in conversation with a throng of villagers. "No, I did not come here regarding the D family matters. I acquired a permanent pointer from Captains Dongli and Brokey, and thought to witness the sights here while inquiring about an individual." "Oh, you know those two buffoons?" The village chief, clearly familiar with the captains of the giant pirate crew, referred to them with a chuckle, indicating a close relationship. Perhaps sensing Lumbo's curiosity, the chief continued. "Those two fools were originally crew members of my pirate crew. After I retired alongside Yaruru, they took over the leadership of the crew. Could it be that the chief is Elder Yarelu of the giant clan?" Lumbo realized with a start, understanding why the chief appeared to possess such extensive knowledge. He was, after all, the former captain of Dongli and Brokey. Yarelu and Yaruru were the oldest warriors of the giant clan, having lived for over 340 years. Regrettably, Yaruru met his demise at the hands of Big Mom while attempting to prevent a calamity. Yarelu sought vengeance for Yaruru, but was stayed by a nun. Subsequently, he returned to the warrior village to serve as chief, though the king did not revoke Yarelu's status as elder. In the giant clan, Yarelu held a revered position akin to that of Garp in the Navy, regarded as a hero. "Indeed, it is I. You mentioned wanting to inquire about someone. Who might that be?" Yarelu smiled at Lumbo. "Charlotte Linlin." "What?" The name astonished Yarelu, soon replaced by a surge of anger. Patch and the others could unmistakably feel the mounting pressure emanating from Yarelu, making it difficult for them to breathe. "Elder Yarelu, please remain calm." Lumbo's voice resonated through the chief's courtyard. "Why are you seeking her?" Yarelu gradually tempered his intensity, sinking back into a despondent posture. "I apologize, I think I misspoke. I should not have mentioned her." Lumbo acknowledged his blunder, fully aware of the immense suffering Big Mom had inflicted upon the warrior village, including the death of Yarelu's dearest friend, Yaruru. "It is nothing. I simply have yet to come to terms with it. It is not your fault. I hear she has now become a formidable pirate and one of the four emperors." Yarelu sighed, his tone heavy with resignation. "Indeed, she has risen to the status of one of the four emperors in the New World, establishing her own territory known as Tato Land." "Tato Land, huh?" It seems fate had already inscribed her path. At least she retains some semblance of loyalty. She still shows a modicum of humanity towards the nun. But enough about her. Let us discuss the current state of affairs at sea. Rambo briefly shared the current situation with Yayalu, who remarked, "The sea truly is magnificent. However, the tides of time favor the new, and your generation shall inherit the future." By the way, Elder Yayalu, have you heard of rocks? Rambo inquired, eager to learn more about rocks, as news of his formidable reputation spread rapidly. The uncertainty surrounding rocks intrigued him, and he wished to prepare himself adequately. Rocks. That name does ring a bell, Yayalu reflected. By that time, we had already retreated from the limelight. I believe I came across his name while inquiring about Charlotte Lingling. It seems he is her captain. However, my knowledge about him is rather limited. Rambo pondered this notion, recognizing that during that time, Alulalu had likely never ventured beyond Elbaf and thus remained oblivious to the affairs of the sea. Nevertheless, to have ascended to the position of captain, a role once held by the formidable Big Mom who had brought ruin to the warrior village, he must possess strength surpassing that of Big Mom in her prime. Regarding rocks, Rambo resolved to return and seek counsel from his grandfather, Garp, who undoubtedly held the most authoritative insight. Should rocks make a resurgence, it would be Garp he would likely seek out first. Alas, as one ages, the past tends to blur, regardless of what transpired before. One ought to focus on the present and the future, rather than dwell on bygone events. The past is immutable, and no one can alter it. However, with sufficient strength, one can shape the future according to their desires. As the eldest of the giant race, Rambo astutely articulated the current predicament. Here, feel free to explore at your leisure. Let these three accompany you and guide them in their training. They are the pillars of our next generation, and this nation will rely on their protection in times to come. Subsequently, the trio escorted Rambo throughout the entirety of the warrior village. Upon his return the previous evening, Rambo had scarcely taken note of his surroundings, but now he discerned a stark contrast between the warrior village and the neighboring environment. The village resembled an ancient tribal settlement, while the other areas appeared more urbanized. Rambo found it perplexing that, given Elder Alulalu's esteemed position within the giant race, he had not prioritized the development of the warrior village. Soon enough, Rambo learned from Pashi that this was indeed the mandate of the village's inaugural chieftain. Only through enduring hardship could true warriors be forged. Consequently, the giants emerging from the warrior village were renowned for their martial prowess, earning it the esteemed title of the most formidable tribe among the giants. Although the king sought to initiate reconstruction of the warrior village, his request was met with refusal. While the living conditions here may not rival those beyond its confines, every villager takes immense pride in being part of the warrior village. This place serves as the crucible for nurturing heroes of the giant race, a sacred ground for all giants. The giants that have emerged from here have never disappointed the giant kingdom. They are resolute and valiant men. Rambo beheld a vast and profound chasm beside him. Patch elucidated. This was once the site of the warrior village. An unfortunate incident transpired, resulting in the entire village being consumed by flames, leaving behind a significant pit. The village chief then established a new settlement adjacent to it. Rambo comprehended that this must have been the very reason for the destruction wrought by the formidable matriarch. Do the three of you wish to become stronger? Rambo inquired, gazing at the chasm. He mused that had there been a mighty figure among the giant clan to thwart the matriarch, such calamity might have been averted. Indeed, we do, Palu eagerly affirmed, with the others nodding in agreement. Your giant physique is exceptionally robust, hence I shall impart to you the 6 forms of the Navy, a martial art. If anyone inquires about your instructor, you may simply mention my name, but be mindful not to divulge it to others, understood? The trio exchanged glances, grappling with the dilemma. Must we truly keep it a secret? What if the village chief asks us? Should we comply or not? Bas expressed his concern. Rambo gazed at the 3 perplexed giants and assured them, rest assured, the village chief is well aware of the rules and will not impose any demands upon you. Yalula certainly understood that Rambo had imparted to them the 6 styles of the Navy, and it was evident that the physique of the giant race was particularly well suited for the cultivation of martial arts. Furthermore, they recognized that certain knowledge must not be carelessly disseminated. Chapter 181. The King of Giants. The 3 giants reluctantly acquiesced, prompting Rambo to feel a surge of frustration. Here I am, teaching you martial arts, and you ought to be reveling in it. Yet, it seems I must compel you to learn. If not for his awareness of the giants' somewhat simplistic minds, Rambo would have thrown in the towel. The trio found a spot by the sea, where Rambo demonstrated the 6 styles to the giants and shared some essential pointers before allowing them to practice on their own. Clumsily, they began their training, and by midday, Pashi had managed to execute the shave, albeit without any control over its direction. Nevertheless, this was a significant improvement. With more practice, he would surely refine his skills. As the afternoon progressed, Bas also began to grasp the nuances, while Para remained bewildered, watching his companions with a confused expression. Although the giant's intellect may not have been sharp, their perseverance was undeniably formidable. Even when the others succumbed to slumber that night, Para continued to practice. Before dawn, Rambo was startled awake by a tremendous crash. And upon opening his eyes, he was confronted by what resembled a giant nose looming before him. Reacting instinctively, Rambo delivered a powerful punch, sending him flying backward. The ensuing ear-splitting scream revealed that Paru was clutching his bloodied nose and wailing. Paru's cries roused Pashi and Bs, who, upon understanding the situation, burst into laughter. It turned out that Paru, having finally grasped the technique, had inadvertently shaved himself straight into the ocean, colliding with a Sea King-class creature. This encounter had left the beast momentarily dazed, and Paru, elated by his success, rushed to show off his achievement to Rambo. However, his excitement led to another unfortunate encounter with Rambo's fist. The four of them eventually prepared a breakfast of the Sea King creature, having skillfully skinned it. It was indeed true that the giant race's physique was exceptionally conducive to the practice of martial arts. Within merely a month, the trio had mastered all 6 styles. While they were not yet proficient, they had acquired the fundamentals, and the remaining task was to continually explore these techniques in combat. Rambo personally ventured into the sea to catch 2 Sea King creatures, each nearly 300 meters long, and together with the 3 giants. They made their way to the village chief's courtyard, eager to enjoy a hearty meal. The 3 giants expertly handled the Sea Kings, preparing a bountiful feast that could be boiled or grilled. Rambo perched on the chief's shoulder, observing the industrious trio bustling about. Were they preparing to return home? The village chief, Yayalu, addressed Lumbo, stating, "Indeed, I have entrusted them with the 6 forms of the Navy. What remains is ample practice and combat to become well acquainted with their application. I, too, must soon take my leave. By the way, I have summarized the techniques of hockey. Writing them down may be cumbersome for you, so I have recorded them in this device. Once they have mastered the 6 forms, please pass this on to them." Lumbo, somewhat taken aback, responded, "I never expected you to be so earnest. Hockey is a skill that countless individuals at sea yearn to acquire, but fail to grasp." Yayalu replied, "It's nothing extraordinary. I merely wish for them to safeguard their homeland. They are, in a sense, my protégés now. And imparting a bit of knowledge is no burden at all." Through a month of interaction, Lumbo had grown fond of the giant's simplicity and their clear-cut emotions. "Very well. Then I shall keep this for them," he agreed. Soon, the air was filled with delightful aromas. "Village chief, I am off to fetch some wine," said Paulu. Without waiting for the chief's objection, Paulu and Bas made their way to the wine cellar and emerged with several barrels. The group gathered around the large pot and barbecue, indulging in drink and conversation. As barrels emptied, despite his age, Yalyula held his own, and soon 3 of the giants were inebriated. Ultimately, only Lumbo and Elder Yalyula remained, sharing drinks and dialogue. "Elder, regarding the D clan, if you prefer not to speak, I shall not press you, but as the longest-standing race in this world, might you divulge a fragment of the history from 8 centuries ago?" Lumbo inquired, taking a sip from his bowl. "Are you attempting to extract secrets from an inebriated old man? Do not even entertain such thoughts. Venture forth and uncover the truth yourself. Some secrets are destined to be unearthed, and the truth can never truly be concealed," Yalyulu encouraged, gazing at Lumbo with a supportive demeanor. "That is not quite helpful. Since you refuse to share now, my enthusiasm for exploration has waned. It must have some connection to Roger's treasure." "But I suppose I shall just watch my brother's antics instead," Lumbo retorted, rolling his eyes decisively. Rambo gazed at the 3 slumbering giants and exchanged a brief greeting with Elder Yeralu before departing from Elbaf. Seated aboard the moving Jinyu, he stared into the vast expanse of the ocean, silently contemplating various matters. What connection does the secret of the D clan hold with the history from 8 centuries ago? Elder Yeralu has made an agreement with others to keep the affairs of the D clan confidential. To whom, then, has he made such a pact? Is this truly an agreement, or has he been coerced into silence? How much remains hidden beneath the surface of all this? This visit to Elbaf yielded little in terms of tangible discoveries, instead leaving Rambo with a multitude of questions. He tapped his head in frustration, feeling overwhelmed. Yet, he sensed that the ultimate truth would reveal itself as singular. Currently, his focus lay squarely on him, the superior of the 5 elders. Defeating her should resolve many issues. In any endeavor, the greatest fear lies in the absence of direction and purpose. Once a goal is established, the path forward becomes considerably clearer. step by step. He resolved to first dismantle the world government. Rambo slapped his face, dismissing the troubling thoughts. As soon as Rambo departed from Elbaf, a giant emerged in Elder Yarrowlu's courtyard. He slowly settled beside Elder Yarrowlu, taking a sip of wine, and remarked, "The identity of that young man has been uncovered. He is the youngest Rear Admiral in the Navy and the grandson of the legendary hero, Garp. I never expected him to arrive in Elbaf." "Your information appears to be rather outdated," Elder Yarrowlu replied. "It took you so long to ascertain this, and by now he has already left. I had previously advised against investigating this individual. He harbors no ill will towards Elbaf." "Ah, I wish I could share your confidence," the giant lamented. "However, since that incident, the warrior village has only just begun to recover. We cannot afford any further complications, which necessitates a cautious approach towards outsiders such as him. Your Majesty, I assure you, he is not like that woman. I can discern his character. He is quite trustworthy. Otherwise, those three would have been led astray and forced into labor long ago, rather than being taught the ways of cultivation." Seated next to Yarrowlu was none other than the king of the giant nation. "Indeed, it appears you are correct." The king conceded. "Your Majesty, he is a man with the heart of a fierce tiger. I hope you will lend him your full support." "Full support? Elder, do you hold such high hopes for this individual? You have investigated his background. I trust you are aware of his potential. He is destined to carve out a significant place in the future of the seas. In that case, let the entire ocean witness the depth of our giant race. Elder Yarrowlu, I have faith in you." The king of the giants downed his drink in one gulp and cast the jar aside, embodying a spirit of determination akin to burning bridges. Chapter 182, Dorag Exposed. After leaving Elbaf, Lumbo drifted aimlessly, embodying the spirit of a wanderer who embraces whatever life presents. Along this journey, he cast aside all his thoughts, realizing that true strength lies solely within oneself. Eventually, one will come to understand everything, even without actively seeking it. Circumstances will inevitably propel you forward. Suddenly, the sound of a telephone bug interrupted his reverie. "Moshi Moshi," Lumbo answered, retrieving the communication device, only to see the bug's expression morph into a thumbs up while picking its nose. "Lumbo, you've been wandering for over a year now. Are you not coming back? Grandfather, is there something happening at the new headquarters?" Lumbo furrowed his brow, puzzled, for his grandfather typically did not contact him via the bug. Was there something about the new headquarters that he was unaware of? "Yes, Sengoku has urged you to return promptly. We'll discuss the details once you are back." With a click, Lumbo barely had time to dig deeper into the matter before Carp abruptly ended the call. Now, Lumbo found himself genuinely perplexed. Had the changes he made instigated an uncontrollable butterfly effect? Rambo, filled with a head full of perplexity, made his way directly to the new naval headquarters. Upon reaching the port, he disembarked without hesitation. Due to the events of the Marineford War, all the naval officers at the headquarters recognized this young Rear Admiral. Rambo's momentum now rivals that of the three great generals, and coupled with the illustrious title of the grandson of the naval hero Garp, Rambo's reputation soars to unprecedented heights. Whispers even circulate regarding the possibility of Garp's legacy being passed down to him. Lumbo and the soldier exchanged greetings before swiftly heading towards Sengoku's office, where they knocked on the door. "If you have arrived, there is no need to linger outside. Please enter," Sengoku's voice resonated. Rambo pushed open the door and stepped inside. Greeted by familiar faces, the three admirals, Zephyr, Sengoku, and of course, Carp, who lay sprawled on the sofa, lost in slumber. Lumbo greeted everyone and nudged Carp, saying, "Grandpa, I have returned." The slumbering Carp, with bubbles forming on his nose, suddenly stirred awake. "Ha ha ha, you little rascal, you finally remembered to come back. As soon as evening falls, you only know how to wander around aimlessly." Lumbo cast a glance at Carp, pondering, "Aren't you, old man, treating the headquarters like a mere inn, coming and going as you please, while often wandering aimlessly outside?" Sengoku shot a glance at Carp and remarked, "The monkey family shares the same trait. You old rascal are no different, wandering at sea when you choose not to return, and the moment you do, you come to my office for a nap." Carp, realizing the truth in Sengoku's words, offered no rebuttal, instead chuckling, "I am certainly better than that fellow. At least I return a few times a year, while this scoundrel has only graced us with his presence once in over a year." Lumbo regarded this individual who had sold his own grandfather and felt a tinge of regret for returning so hastily. As Sengoku was about to say something further, Vice Admiral Tsuru interjected, "Enough of that. Let us focus on the matter at hand." Sengoku huffed, and then turned to Lumbo and Carp, stating, "The reason I summoned you both is indeed due to a matter of utmost importance that is closely related to the two of you." "Oh, does it involve me as well?" "Now, I am truly curious," said Carp, ceasing his playful demeanor and speaking slowly. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck Rambo. The matter was not solely connected to his grandfather, but also to himself, and thus involved only a handful of individuals. Ace was diligently honing his skills with the Whitebeard pirates, and Luffy was likewise undergoing rigorous training under Rayleigh. What other affairs could possibly intertwine the fates of the two of them? As this thought crossed his mind, a spark of insight illuminated Rambo's consciousness. Could it possibly pertain to his father, Dragon? Stealing a glance at Garp, who was engrossed in contemplation, Rambo understood. It seemed unequivocally linked to his father, Dragon. Though his grandfather often appeared brash and somewhat foolish, his intellect undoubtedly matched that of anyone present. He simply preferred to resolve matters with his fists when possible. In Garp's worldview, there was no issue that could not be settled with a punch. If such an issue existed, he would simply deliver another blow, as that was his approach to problem-solving. Soon, Sengoku resumed speaking. An investigator from CP inadvertently discovered a white island. Through his inquiries, he uncovered a significant presence of the Revolutionary Army. From the intelligence provided, we deduce that this island serves as the Revolutionary Army's base in the New World, and they are currently concealing themselves there to verify the accuracy of this information. Regardless of whether the White Island was indeed the Revolutionary Army's stronghold, the presence of their members was indisputable. The Gorosei has commanded us to launch an assault to eradicate this group, which is why we've gathered here to solicit everyone's opinions. At this moment, Rambo found himself somewhat bewildered. If his memory served him correctly, in his previous life, Blackbeard's subordinate, Basis, had covertly traversed to the White Island, instigating a conflict between Blackbeard and the Revolutionary Army, which ultimately forced the latter to retreat from the island. Moreover, there seemed to be a discrepancy in the timeline. This event should not have occurred for at least another year. It became clear to Rambo that the trajectory of future events had diverged from his understanding, potentially due to the butterfly effect stemming from the downfall of the Blackbeard pirates. Indeed, the current navy was formidable and robust. Following the War of the Best in his past life, Sengoku had retired, Akaina had ascended, and Aokiji had departed, while the world had gained two new admirals, Fujitora and Green Bull. Yet, everything had shifted. Sengoku remained as fleet admiral, the three admirals had not changed, and an additional admiral of Zephyr's caliber had emerged, rendering the current navy significantly more powerful than in Rambo's previous experience, capable of overwhelming any of the four emperors with sheer force. At this juncture, Sengoku's inquiry, rather than seeking opinions, was primarily aimed at gauging the stances of Garp and Rambo. "I am a Marine," Garp stated unequivocally. Conveying a simple message, he would steadfastly obey orders. Sengoku grasped Garp's meaning and turned his gaze towards Rambo. Rambo replied, "My grandfather's will is my own." Although he spoke otherwise, what was truly in Lumbo's heart was a different matter altogether. This individual was one who acknowledged kinship yet disregarded principles. Had he not been confident that his father and Sabo would remain unharmed, he would not have so readily acquiesced. Unlike Garp, who had devoted his life to the Navy and held an indelible connection to it, Lumbo was resolved not to abandon the Navy. Yet he would not allow anyone to impede his reforms. Very well then, let Sakazuki and Kazura handle this matter. With the objective of annihilating all revolutionary forces on White Island, Sengoku remarked, casting a glance at Akainu. "Should we execute the demonization order?" Akainu's ruthless brand of absolute justice was instantly apparent. "Sakazuki, think it over," Sengoku cautioned. "Such an order is fraught with discord. If it can be avoided, it should be." Tsuru glanced at Garp and Lumbo before addressing Akainu directly. In Chapter 183, Candidate for Admiral, Akainu was poised to retort when Sengoku interjected, "No need for the demonization order. Proceed with the mission. I will address the Gorosei." Unyielding, Akainu contemplated his next move, but Sakazuki and Tsuru were right. If the demonization order could be circumvented, it should be. Zeph interjected at the opportune moment. Kizaru subtly nudged Akainu, gesturing towards Lumbo, and Akainu immediately grasped the implication. Despite his unwavering belief in absolute justice, he begrudgingly recognized that he could not ruthlessly pursue Lumbo's father in front of the boy himself, silently chastising his own slip of the tongue. At that moment, Akainu was markedly different from his former self, likely influenced by Lumbo. In his past life, Akainu would not have cared who stood before him. Even if it was his own son, He would have struck down anyone who defied his sense of justice without hesitation. When Lumbo heard Akainu mention the demonization order, had he not been aware of Akainu's obstinate nature, he might have erupted in fury right then and there. The implementation of such an order would render the island barren. While he was unconcerned for his father and the majority of the revolutionary forces, he feared the collateral damage to innocent lives. Sengoku issued further instructions to Akainu and Kizaru, emphasizing the importance of capturing the primary offenders alive, clearly considering the sentiments of Lumbo and Garp. This time, Akainu had learned his lesson. He could be ruthless with other pirates, but he could not afford to treat Lumbo's father in the same manner, as he was, after all, one of their own. At last, Akainu recognized Lumbo as one of his own. Had he known that this ally nearly turned against him moments ago? One could only imagine the tumult of emotions that would have surged within him. After discussing various details, the meeting adjourned, and Sengoku ordered Lumbo and Garp to remain at Navy headquarters for the time being, evidently to prevent them from interfering in Akainu's battle. Lumbo emerged alongside the others and addressed Zephyr. "Teacher, it has been quite some time. I trust you have been well during this period." "Ah." Finally acknowledging your instructor after all these years. "It seems my teachings were not in vain," Zephyr replied with a cheerful smile. "Not at all. I was just caught up in a meeting. The timing was simply unfortunate. How about you join me for dinner at Grandpa's later?" "Sounds delightful." Garp mentioned he procured quite a bit of fine wine from Sengoku for gatherings. "We shall certainly indulge tonight. Shall we invite the Marshal and Vice Admiral Tsuru?" Lumbo inquired. Looking at Garp, "I'll fetch Tsuru, but let's leave Sengoku be. He will likely be preoccupied late into the night, strategizing with Akainu and the others. We shall not concern ourselves with him," Garp replied as he dashed off to find Tsuru. The four of them settled around a table in Garp's new villa at headquarters, enjoying a hot pot meal. "By the way, Lumbo, why didn't you bring Ein and the others back with you?" Zephyr asked, noticing the absence of Lumbo's crew. "Oh. They are currently training on an island. I rushed back upon receiving Grandpa's call. Once this matter is resolved, I will set sail to find them," Lumbo explained. "Speaking of which, I am curious, Vice Admiral Tsuru. Since the Marshal is aware of my father's situation, he could have easily ordered the admirals to apprehend him without informing me or Grandpa. Why summon us both instead?" This lingering question troubled Lumbo, for it seemed unnecessary to call them back when a covert operation could have sufficed. Was it merely to vex him and Garp? Sengoku was not one to act without reason. There is a rationale behind Sengoku's actions. Firstly, it concerns Garp. Though he appears carefree and indifferent, he becomes quite serious when it involves Dragon. You must have heard of the incident with the Mad Dog. Garp launched an assault on Mariewa, creating quite a stir. If he were kept in the dark this time, who knows what chaos might ensue later? Vice Admiral Tsuru observed, glancing at Garp as he enjoyed his hot pot. "Not to worry. I had already deduced that with Dragon strength, he is unlikely to be killed outright. At most, he may suffer injuries and be captured. There is also a significant possibility that the Navy may not even succeed in apprehending him. Should he be captured, I would secretly facilitate his escape." Garp admitted with a sly grin. "I knew you were up to no good, you old rascal." Tsuru chided playfully, acknowledging that even if Garp were to let someone escape, who would dare to confront him? "Me? Surely my influence is not that significant," Lumbo remarked, genuinely surprised. "Your influence may not yet be substantial, but Sengoku recognizes your potential. Lumbo, you must understand your standing in Sengoku's eyes. He is grooming you as a candidate for the position of Marshal," Tsuru revealed. Zifa spoke slowly. "Teacher, I understand. I have discussed this matter with the Marshal as well, but upon further reflection, I realized that without a vacancy in the rank of general, I cannot become a general. If I cannot ascend to that rank, how can I hope to become a marshal?" After conversing with Sengoku, Lumbo pondered deeply. Marshals are invariably promoted from the ranks of generals. If one cannot even attain the status of a general, how could they aspire to become a marshal? "Ah, you seem to be mistaken. Is it an absolute requirement that a marshal be selected from the generals?" "The selection from among the generals is merely to instill a greater sense of trust among the ranks. If you possess strength and prestige, you could be a mere rear admiral and still rise to the position of marshal, just like your grandfather. If Garp were to declare his desire to become a marshal now, I assure you, he would garner substantial support." Hawk regarded Lumbo thoughtfully. "Do you truly wish to become a marshal?" Garp found Lumbo somewhat inscrutable. Previously, he merely supported Lumbo with a smile, but never took it seriously. In hundreds of years, there has never been an instance of a member of the D family achieving the rank of marshal. It would likely be quite challenging for Lumbo to gain approval from the Gorosei. "Well, Since I have joined the Navy, I am determined to become the strongest among them. The title of Marshal is merely a name. I am not overly concerned about possessing it. However, having that title would certainly facilitate my endeavors, Lumbo reflected, addressing Karp. It seems you are embarking on a formidable journey, yet I support you. What is your perspective on your father's situation? Karp chose not to dwell further on the topic. As for my opinion, there isn't much to say. The Red Dog and his cohorts will undoubtedly return empty-handed. The Revolutionary Army, despite the oppressive measures of the world government, continues to grow stronger. They cannot be easily vanquished by a single battle. It is important to recognize that the Revolutionary Army is known as the third major force on these seas. If they could be so easily defeated, I would rather suggest my father retire to Windmill Village and cease his futile efforts. As soon as Limbo finished speaking, Karp burst into hearty laughter. I did not expect you to have more confidence in them than I do. Have you had any contact with your father? Karp's inquiry piqued the curiosity of Zifa and Hawk, who were eager to hear Limbo's thoughts on the man Sengoku intended to cultivate. Yes, I met him once. You already know, right? It was when Luffy first set sail. I went to Fusha village to see him off and encountered my father there. What of it? There is an aura about him reminiscent of a leader of a mysterious organization. Well, during that encounter, he left a profound impression on you. What are your thoughts on what he is currently doing? Have you ever considered joining him? That man always positions himself on the side of righteousness. Our last meeting left me so flabbergasted that I kicked him a few times out of frustration. Cap was amused by himself, perhaps recalling the moment he kicked Dorak. In truth, there is little to it. His father's ambition was to overthrow the world government. It is indeed remarkable how he could rise from nothing to achieve such greatness. This success is attributed not only to their organization's recruitment efforts, but also to the complexities involving pirates in the world government. If pirates were not malevolent, refraining from arson and plunder, how could they attract so many displaced souls? Certainly, pirates account for only a portion of the costs. The primary factor lies with the world government, which demands an ever-increasing tribute each year. Many, coerced by circumstance, have turned to piracy. As a result, the number of pirates swells, the seas grow tumultuous, and the lives of the common folk become increasingly arduous, a vicious cycle. Where oppression exists, resistance inevitably follows, giving rise to the Navy. We, the Navy, function as a double-edged sword. Rather than merely vanquishing pirates, we often end up slaying the innocent populace who, under the duress of the world government, resorted to piracy. This sword remains firmly in the hands of the world government. If the Navy was originally established to safeguard peace upon the seas, it has morphed into an instrument for the world government to suppress those unwilling to pay their dues. With a decisive thud, Zephyr placed his wine bowl upon the table. Rambo, he said, his tone gravely serious. These words are to remain among us. Do you understand? Lumbo understood that Zephyr had his best interests at heart. He lowered his head and sipped from the bowl of wine. Child, your perception is astute, and your reasoning is sound. However, I wish for you to grasp one crucial truth. The pirates we capture are stained with blood. They may have once been innocent, but once tainted, they cease to be so. Humanity is capable of change, and we must apprehend such individuals to prevent them from continuing their malevolence. We are aware of your strong convictions, yet remember this. When your strength is insufficient to effect change, learn to conceal your thoughts. Do you understand? Hawk's words struck Lumbo with a jolt. It seemed that Vice Admiral Hawk, the Navy's strategist, had discerned Lumbo's true intentions. All right, you rascal, he continued. The teacher has long since discussed this with you. Pursue your ambitions boldly. My old bones have not yet rusted, and I can still support you in this endeavor. With that, Zephyr took a hearty gulp of his drink. Lumbo felt a warmth in his heart. Grandpa, aren't you going to order anything? He looked at Karp. They've all done so. Why shouldn't I? If you lack the ability and cause chaos only to be met with disaster, that is your own affair. Just like your father, if he were to be slain by a Kainu and the others on the spot, the most I could do afterward would be to give them a beating. The old man spoke with arrogance. Zifa scoffed, disdain evident in his voice. Who doesn't know that this old rascal is fiercely protective of his own? If Sengoku were truly to permit Akainu to employ the Buster Call, this old fool would certainly object. Furthermore, Zifa noticed the look Lumbo cast at Akainu. It was as if he were saying, if you dare use the Buster Call, I will strike you down. While Lumbo and the others were dining, Sengoku had already dispatched Akainu and Kizuru to White Island. Stepping out of his office, Sengoku stood in the corridor, gazing out at the distant sea, lost in thought. Suddenly, the sound of a din-din mushi echoed. Seeing it was the exclusive din-din mushi of the five elders, he answered, and an aged voice emerged, asking, Sengoku, Have the arrangements for White Island been made? Who is leading the team? Yes, it has been arranged. Sakazuki and Borisolino have been sent to handle it. Sakazuki, is it? That will suffice. Our requirement this time is the annihilation of all Revolutionary Army forces on White Island. We permit the use of the Buster Call, if necessary. The government's stance towards these revolutionaries has always been resolute, complete destruction. I hope the Buster Call is used sparingly. I do not wish to annihilate an entire island merely due to a rumor regarding a suspected Revolutionary Army headquarters. There are many innocent citizens to consider. Decide this matter for yourself. Just ensure our demands are met. As for the means, we will not interfere. After a brief silence, the elderly voice returned. Understood. Sengoku hung up the call. In the highest conference hall of Mariewa on the Red Continent, the 5 elders began to converse after finishing their call with Sengoku. Since the last Marineford War, have you noticed how different the new navy is from the old? Sengoku seems to harbor his own thoughts. The new headquarters has been established not far from the Holy Land in the New World, which is rather peculiar. Sengoku has the audacity to place himself under our very noses. This is not typical behavior for someone of his intellect, regardless of where the Navy builds its headquarters. I am not concerned. What matters to me is Sengoku's current attitude towards the world government. If he is wholeheartedly devoted to our cause, that is one thing. But I fear he may possess ulterior motives. That is indeed the truth. Following the recent Marineford War, the strength of the new Navy has surged to unprecedented heights, while our pawns within the Navy have suffered devastating losses due to this conflict. Strangely, despite the heavy casualties reported by the Navy, the actual number of deaths seems quite low, with the majority being our own inserted agents. Is this mere coincidence or a deliberate arrangement? Whether by coincidence or deliberate design, Sengoku is no longer suited to serve as the admiral. What are your thoughts on this matter? I concur. Yet the pressing question remains, who could possibly assume this position after Sengoku's departure? Do any of you have suitable candidates in mind? I believe Akaina could be a viable option. This individual is ruthless and has adeptly handled numerous sensitive matters when we bypassed Sengoku and entrusted them to him. Most importantly, he harbors a profound disdain for evil. In his eyes, both pirates and revolutionary forces are enemies, which aligns perfectly with our interests. I second that. I second that. I second that. I second that. Now, the remaining issue is how to persuade Sengoku to relinquish this position. What are your thoughts on this matter? Chapter 185, The Solitary Crimson. This is indeed a challenging task. It is implausible to simply fabricate a reason to strip the position of Fleet Admiral. Otherwise, the entire Navy might erupt in chaos, given Sengoku's increasingly formidable influence over the years. Perhaps the current moment presents an opportunity. During the previous Marineford War, Ace's rescue by Whitebeard should have sufficed for Sengoku's resignation. However, the annihilation of the Blackbeard pirates balanced the scales, allowing Sengoku to retain his position securely. Nonetheless, the upcoming battle at White Island presents an excellent opportunity. Should the Navy suffer significant losses without capturing a single revolutionary, we could certainly hold Sengoku accountable. Indeed, if the White Island conflict ends in defeat, we would not concern ourselves with who led the charge. We would merely demand an explanation from Sengoku. This strategy is indeed astute. However, we should not act too hastily. Gradually undermining his prestige within the Navy before ultimately seizing our moment is the way forward. I second that. After a few voices of agreement, the 5 elders began to bypass Sengoku and directly connect with Sakazuki, demanding that he intentionally allow losses to the Navy. Typically obedient to the 5 elders, Sakazuki today displayed an unusual defiance, exclaiming a curse at the foolish assembly before hanging up the transponder snail. Inciting furious wrath among the 5 elders, Sakazuki, known for his obstinate nature, had previously executed the elders' commands, adhering perfectly to their draconian policies without any psychological barriers. However, this time, when asked to relent, he felt compelled to retort that it was their intellect that needed to be tempered, as absolute justice must not be sullied by anyone. Sakazuki and Kizaru led their forces directly to White Island. Upon their arrival, they sensed something amiss. The island was eerily silent, resembling a deserted expanse. Kizaru, with his swift speed, circled the island before halting at a plaza where a massive crucifix stood, upon which was bound an individual clad in a black suit. Continuing his reconnaissance of the surroundings, Kizaru found nothing unusual and approached the crucifix. At that moment, Sakazuki and his team caught up, and his subordinate examined a photograph, confirming the identity of the individual on the cross. This man was a member of the CP organization who had inadvertently infiltrated the Revolutionary Army's headquarters. It was evident he had been unmasked and subsequently abandoned. After Sakazuki's subordinate arranged for the man to be lowered, they checked his condition, discovering he was merely unconscious and not deceased. A bucket of water was poured over him to revive him, and questioning commenced. Throughout the interrogation, the man was surprisingly cooperative, responding to inquiries with clarity, yet his gaze was vacant, and his demeanor was that of a marionette. Sakazuki instantly recognized that he had likely been coerced into divulging information through the Revolutionary Army's nefarious methods. In frustration, he slammed his fist into the ground and contacted Sengoku to report the situation. Upon hearing the account, Sengoku's furrowed brow relaxed momentarily, akin to the lifting of a heavy burden, only to crease again as he instructed Sakazuki and the others to return. Summon Zephyr, Tsuru, Kazan, Garp, and Lumbo to my office immediately, Sengoku commanded through the transponder snail. In no time, everyone had assembled, and Sengoku briefly relayed Sakazuki's circumstances before falling silent. Admiral, this situation is quite troublesome. It is said to be a direct order from the five elders. How has it come to this? Zephyr remarked. My concern is that the five elders may exploit this incident to ensnare you. Understand that this matter is known only to us in the Navy. And by the time we arrived, the place was already deserted, even capturing members of the CP. Tsuru articulated the very fears plaguing Sengoku. I have immense trust in you all, yet the possibility of the five elders leveraging this situation to create trouble for the Navy is indeed vexing. If Sakazuki's mission ends in failure, I have already devised a plan, but I did not anticipate this turn of events, Sengoku admitted, visibly troubled. Admiral, did you not mention there was still one CP member who had been coerced? Sakazuki is returning. Let us first inquire how he was discovered before we can formulate a suitable countermeasure. Kazan pondered for a moment and then remarked, well, for now, we can only proceed step by step. This is indeed a pinnacle moment for the Navy, and the five elders are keenly observing. I suspect he will seize this opportunity to suppress us, thus we must treat every matter with utmost caution. A single misstep could allow the five elders to catch us off guard, leading to a precarious situation, which is certainly undesirable. You must also remain vigilant while conducting operations outside. Sengoku harbored a fear that the flourishing state he had painstakingly cultivated could be undermined by external suppression, a scenario he would deeply regret. Before long, in the span of a single afternoon, Akaina returned with his men. They interrogated the dazed spy, who seemed oblivious to his surroundings. It turned out that during his external activities, he had been careless and was spotted by the Revolutionary Army's patrol, which promptly reported his presence. Naturally, the Revolutionary Army officials could not permit a suspicious figure to roam their territory. They immediately sealed off the city and apprehended him, subsequently extracting vital intelligence before executing a complete withdrawal. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that it had unfolded in this manner. Sengoku reported the sequence of events up the chain, and the five elders were taken aback by the situation. They had initially intended to ensnare Sengoku, but nearly ended up undermining their own position. Now, there was little left to be said. Lumbo could not have anticipated such a situation, and he couldn't help but marvel at his father's prowess. His territorial guardianship and reactive capabilities were indeed formidable. The mere appearance of an unfamiliar face prompted a meticulous investigation. However, this was hardly surprising. Had that CP member possessed formidable strength, it is quite conceivable that an ordinary patrol unit would struggle to detect them. Moreover, with Lumbo's connections bolstered by Tezulo's financial support, the Revolutionary Army's headquarters now stood as an impregnable fortress. After a moment of contemplation, Lumbo decided to abandon the idea of contacting Sabo. The Revolutionary Army could develop independently, and he had his own matters to attend to. It is worth noting that since the invasion of the underwater prison by Blackbeard, although a significant number of pirates have been captured or killed, there remain some who have vanished without a trace. Among them is a particularly formidable individual, known as the Red Count, Barolik Ladefield, also referred to as the Solitary Red. This man is not merely comparable to an ordinary pirate crew, but stands alongside the legendary figures of Whitebeard and Roger. In the past 2 years, Rambo has been wandering the vast ocean, yearning to gather information about his whereabouts. Regrettably, until now, no useful intelligence has emerged. It appears that enlisting the assistance of Sister Shiachi to aid in the search might be prudent. If this individual truly descends into wrongdoing, it would undoubtedly become a source of considerable distress. Rambo contemplated the necessity of journeying to impel down to ascertain whether any valuable clues might be uncovered. In Chapter 186, Magellan recounted the events to Sengoku and forwarded the mentally incapacitated CP member to the Gorosei. The Gorosei, remaining silent, chose to abandon any pursuit of Sengoku. And thus the matter concluded without further consequence. Lumbo sought out Sengoku, requesting permission to visit the underwater prison known as Impel Down. After a moment's contemplation, Sengoku nodded in agreement. Lumbo promptly boarded the ship, the Jinyu, and set sail. As Lumbo journeyed aboard the Jinyu, he pondered the state of the underwater prison. Uncertain of its condition following the assault by Blackbeard and his crew, he traversed the Holy Land without pause, heading directly towards the first half of the Grand Line. On the afternoon of the second day, Lumbo spotted a massive stone gate rising majestically from the sea. Even for one who had ventured to the homeland of giants, Elbaf, Lumbo could not help but marvel at this sight. It was indeed the Gate of Justice. Lumbo revealed his identity, and soon the door began to open slowly, accompanied by a gentle swirl reminiscent of ocean currents. Without hesitation, Lumbo stepped through, and shortly thereafter, the grand doors closed once more with deliberate slowness. Lumbo arrived at the shore, where he was greeted by a gathering of individuals on either side. At the forefront stood a peculiar figure adorned with an unusual hat, revealing a prominent belly, and wielding a double-edged dagger known as Bloodsucker. Lumbo recognized him instantly as the Deputy Director, Hannibal. General Lumbo, I rushed here the moment I received word of your arrival. Ha! Welcome to my underwater prison, he exclaimed, inadvertently revealing his ambitions. Hannibal, who harbored aspirations of becoming the director, had always possessed a playful demeanor. Thank you, Deputy Director Hannibal. I have come to tour the underwater prison and hope to uncover any clues that might lead me to the Scarlet Count. By the way, where is Director Magellan? That fellow feigned a stomach ache upon hearing of your visit and is currently in the restroom. What a discourteous display. Hannibal seized every opportunity to disparage Magellan. Certainly, Magellan is well aware that he could not feign a stomach ache. This individual, a user of the venom fruit, adheres to a strict schedule of 8 hours of sleep, followed by meals and official duties, with the remainder of his time spent confined to the restroom. One cannot help but feel a twinge of sympathy for this formidable man who, despite his immense power, must always carry a toilet with him. He single-handedly decimated the Blackbeard pirates. Had it not been for Shiryu providing Blackbeard with the antidote, the underwater prison would have likely become Blackbeard's final resting place. With Magellan feeling unwell, I should pay him a visit. Let us proceed, thought Rambo as he walked in. Just before crossing the threshold, he encountered a towering figure. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the distinctive features, horns adorning the head and black wings at the back. It was none other than Magellan himself. You must be Vice Admiral Rambo. Welcome to Impel Down, Magellan greeted. Greetings, Director Magellan. I am indeed Rambo, he replied. Despite the difference in their ranks, Magellan's position rivaling that of an admiral, there was no hierarchical relationship between them, and Rambo felt no need to salute. Hannibal, why don't you return to your duties? Vice Admiral Rambo will entertain me, Magellan instructed. Yes, the director certainly seeks to win hearts and solidify his position, how shameless. Hannibal muttered under his breath, though both Rambo and Magellan heard him quite clearly. Magellan's already dark expression deepened further at Hannibal's words, and he sincerely wished to avoid further conversation with him. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Hannibal quickly saluted and made a hasty exit. Ah, Vice Admiral. Please forgive the antics of that troublesome fellow, Magellan said with a hint of embarrassment. Not at all, Director. Vice Director Hannibal is indeed a rare and valuable subordinate. What stands out most is his sense of responsibility. I recall how he fought valiantly to prevent Luffy and his crew from escaping the prison, standing firm until the very last moment. He is quite commendable. Indeed, I intend to cultivate him well to take over my position, primarily due to his resilient spirit and inherent kindness. Now, let us move past this and find a comfortable spot to sit. Lumbo and Magellan entered the office, whereupon Magellan's subordinate poured 2 glasses of water and presented them. Lumbo glanced at the cups before him, then turned his gaze to the visibly troubled Magellan. For Lumbo, the water was merely ordinary, yet for Magellan, it would be akin to poison. Should he drink it now? It was likely he would find himself rushing to the restroom once more, as everything this man consumed had transformed into a noxious substance. Rambo chuckled softly, then retrieved a bracelet from his pocket, adorned with a precious stone. Director Magellan, I have come without any gifts this time, but I present this bracelet to you. Magellan was momentarily taken aback by Rambo's gesture. Having seldom received gifts, this was his first from a lieutenant general of the headquarters, leaving him somewhat bewildered. He hastily declined. Lieutenant General Rambo, you are being too formal. I cannot accept this bracelet. Magellan assumed that Rambo must have some favor to ask of him. Misunderstanding the situation, Magellan thought. Surely, this gift is not merely a gesture. Rambo clarified, I did not intend for this to be a request for assistance. This bracelet was specifically crafted by the research department before my arrival. Wear it, and you shall see. It will undoubtedly resolve your current predicament. Magellan, feeling perplexed, pondered. But I do not have any pressing issues to address. However, under Rambo's encouraging gaze, he slowly accepted the bracelet, examining it closely. Is this sea stone? Magellan quickly discerned the nature of the material, his confusion deepening. Rambo must surely be aware of my devil fruit abilities. Why then would he gift me a bracelet made of sea stone? What could his intentions possibly be? Seeing the change in Magellan's expression, Lumbo said, Director Magellan, do not speculate. I harbor no ill intentions. This bracelet is crafted specifically for you. The primary function of this sea tower stone is to allow you to dine and drink as a normal person, free from the anxiety of gastrointestinal distress. Lumbo had considered this prior to his arrival. Recognizing that a substantial portion of Magellan's earlier life had been spent in the confines of the restroom, a situation unbecoming of a formidable individual, with sufficient vitality, he could certainly manage Impel Down more effectively. As Magellan donned the bracelet, he felt the powers of his fruit gradually dissipate upon contact with the sea tower stone. Yet he did not experience any debilitating weakness. He repeatedly sensed the transformation within himself, then drank deeply from the cup, noting that the taste of the water was distinctly different from what he had previously consumed. In the past, everything that touched his lips had tasted like venom. This time, it was indeed water. Chapter 187, The Undersea Great Prison. Magellan even closed his eyes, savoring the flavor of the water, his face reflecting pure enjoyment. Lumbo observed him with a hint of nostalgia, as one might gaze upon a child relishing a long-awaited toy. Unaware that Magellan was merely drinking a glass of water, a situation that elicited sympathy. Have I truly rediscovered the taste of water? Haha, what a nostalgic flavor indeed. Ever since I consumed this fruit, I have been unable to experience the true essence of food and drink. I am profoundly grateful to you, Admiral Lumbo. Director, you are too kind. It is merely a small sea tower stone, Lumbo replied. For others, it is just a bracelet, but for me, it is a priceless treasure, one I would not exchange for any amount of wealth. Haha, I am glad you appreciate it. However, do take care with the bracelet during battle. It must be removed beforehand, or it could lead to complications. Understood. We shall discuss other matters later. For now, let us dine. Previously, mealtime was a source of great distress, constantly alternating between eating and rushing to the restroom. Do you know that feeling? Today, I intend to feast heartily. At that moment, Magellan resembled a child who had just received a long-desired toy, brimming with excitement. Soon, a table laden with dishes was presented, and Lumbo and Magellan sat down to indulge. Oh, I have rediscovered the taste of wine. It is truly delightful. After taking a sip, Magellan choked slightly, then burst into tears. The sight of such a large man weeping over a sip of wine startled Lumbo, yet he empathized with Magellan's emotions, offering a few comforting words before continuing to eat and drink alongside him. Perhaps due to the long absence from alcohol, after consuming several jars of wine, Magellan began to feel tipsy and eventually reclined on the sofa, falling asleep. Lumbo, unbothered, continued to indulge in the feast. At that moment, Hannibal approached, observing Lumbo dining alone, and promptly interjected, Admiral Lumbo, you should stop eating. Rambo was momentarily taken aback by Hannibal's astonishment. Hannibal immediately pointed at Magellan and exclaimed, How could this fellow possibly dine with you? It is crucial to note that everything he touches is laden with venom. He always dines alone. We cannot share a meal with him. Lamborghini approached with a smile and said, Deputy Director, it's perfectly fine. You should join us for a bite. No. The dishes he has touched are laced with deadly poison. We cannot partake, replied General Lamborghini. If you are feeling hungry, I can arrange for a new spread. After all, this is my domain. I inadvertently revealed my ambitions once again. Rambo, with a hint of amusement, looked at Hannibal and said, The Deputy Director is fine. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. Although Hannibal's prowess was not particularly remarkable, his character was quite dependable, and Rambo did not mind forging a friendship with him. Observing Rambo indulging in food and drink without any apparent issue, Hannibal skeptically pinched a piece of meat and swallowed it whole. After a brief moment, realizing that he truly felt no adverse effects, he was left even more perplexed. He gazed at Rambo, who then recounted the events to him. Hannibal's eyes widened in astonishment as he examined the wristband in Magellan's possession, and he gave Rambo a thumbs up before joining him in revelry. While Hannibal's strength was modest, his tolerance for alcohol was commendable. The two of them downed numerous bottles before a hint of inebriation set in. Rambo, glancing at Magellan sprawled on the sofa and Hannibal lying on the floor, inwardly mused about the wisdom in the saying that drinking can lead to troubles. Indeed, if a riot were to erupt in the prison at that moment, with both of them intoxicated, it would present quite the predicament. It seemed that the absence of incidents in the underwater prison over the years was not solely due to Magellan's formidable strength, but also significantly attributed to his consistent sobriety. After finishing his meal, Wenbo intended to explore the 6th floor on his own. However, given that both high-ranking officials were inebriated, it seemed rather inappropriate to proceed without their consent. Thus, he opted to sit in a chair and rest for a while. Before long, Magellan awoke, his alertness exceptional. Shaking his head, he noticed Wenbo still seated and expressed his apologies, stating it was quite regrettable that General Wenbo, who hadn't indulged in alcohol for decades, had become intoxicated so swiftly. "There's no need for such formality, Director. I fully comprehend your sentiments. It is merely a trifling matter that need not trouble you. Since you have regained your senses, I shall take my leave to investigate the situation on the 6th floor. I would appreciate your assistance in arranging this." "Very well. I shall have someone escort you to the 6th floor. Ah, but what is this? How is Hannibal also sprawled out here?" Magellan observed, slightly perplexed, as he glanced down to find Hannibal lying at his feet. With a smile, Wenbo explained briefly, and Magellan, tapping his forehead, remarked that he had initially intended for this individual to escort you to the 6th floor. Nevertheless, he decided to let him rest for a while and would arrange for others instead. "Tomino, come here," Magellan spoke into the phone book. Shortly thereafter, a graceful woman with long, cascading curls obscuring her right eye, adorned with a pilot's cap, entered the room. She wore a pair of knee-high leather gloves and held a baton in her hand. This was the current warden, Tomino, and the gentleman before her was Vice Admiral Wenbo of the Navy headquarters. "Tomino, please escort Vice Admiral Wenbo to the 6th floor of the prison shortly, and adhere strictly to his requests throughout the visit." Magellan indeed extended a considerable courtesy to Wenbo. Subsequently, under Tomino's guidance, Wenbo made his way to the elevator. The grand prison comprised 6 floors, and although each level sounded daunting, they posed little concern for true warriors. Only those criminals confined to the 6th floor could be deemed notorious pirates. Before long, the two arrived at the 6th floor, the infinite hell. Tomino led Wenbo through a corridor enveloped in darkness, yet this did not faze Wenbo in the slightest. Soon, Tomino halted in front of a cell. This was the very place where the Red Count had once been imprisoned. The cell door remained shut, and since that tumultuous event, the shadow of the Red Count had not been seen again. After a brief moment, she unlocked the cell door. Rambo nodded lightly, and then stepped inside. He surveyed the surroundings, noticing nothing amiss except for a pair of sea-prism stone handcuffs lying on the ground. What struck Rambo as peculiar was that the handcuffs were not unlocked. They appeared to have simply fallen to the floor in their original state. Rambo lifted his head to gaze at the ceiling of the cell, surrounded by an abyss of darkness. Yet, amidst this obscurity, a mass of black mist stood out, discordant with the enveloping gloom. Rambo, maintaining his composure, addressed the chief guard, Tomino, saying, "You may return now. It appears you have your own matters to attend to. I shall remain here for a while, and once I ascend, I will seek you out. I appreciate your guidance." Tomino, taken aback for a moment, nodded slowly and departed. For Magellan had indeed instructed her to heed Rambo's every request, leaving no room for dissent. Once Tomino had left, Rambo settled himself within the confines of the cell and spoke to the ceiling. "Truly, you are the Red Count. The entire world believes you have vacated the Grand Prison. Yet none could fathom that you remain here." Chapter 188. The Solitary Red Haha. What an amusing spectre you are, having discerned my true form. Suddenly, the mass of black mist coalesced, transforming into a bat-like creature that gradually descended to the ground, morphing into a human figure. Though human, there were notable distinctions: pointed ears, dark red hair styled into 2 braids, a blood-red cloak billowing behind, a slightly protruding forehead, and a crimson suit reminiscent of the vampire aristocrats from Rambo's past cinematic experiences in the West. "How did you uncover my presence?" the Red Count inquired. Revealing a pair of sharp fangs, his interest piqued as he regarded Rambo. Wenbo remained seated on the ground, gazing at the Red Count before him, and spoke, "In truth, I have long harbored doubts regarding your departure from the underwater prison, especially since I have received not a whisper of news about you while wandering through the New World. This only deepened my suspicion. It is well known that you, Sir Barolik Redfield, the Red Count, are a figure whose prowess rivals even that of Whitebeard and the Roger Pirates. If you were to escape the underwater prison, it is likely that the Navy would not be the most anxious party, but rather the four emperors vying for territory in the New World. They would either seek to recruit you or suppress you, for they would never allow the emergence of another sovereign in those waters. Yet, I have not caught even a hint of your presence in the New World. Thus, I find myself speculating that you may never have set foot there. For in the New World, no force could rival the four emperors. If you had appeared, they would undoubtedly have made their awareness known. Your conjectures reveal that you possess a keen understanding of the maritime landscape. However, it is also possible that I might emerge in the first half of the Grand Line or in the Four Seas. The Red Count found the specter before him increasingly intriguing. Indeed, it is possible, yet I harbor one profound question that remains unanswered. Oh, pray tell. That is, how could a person of your stature possibly rely on others to facilitate your escape from the underwater prison? I suspect that when Blackbeard Teach stormed the 6th level, he considered freeing you, yet you must have declined, as his condition for your release was your allegiance to him, correct? You are not mistaken. He did indeed propose such terms. Since you refused, it follows that you could not have seized the opportunity to slip away amidst the chaos they created. For you're the Red Count, Barolik Redfield, known as the Solitary One. Your nature forbids you from relying on others for assistance, does it not, Mr. Red Count? Gahaha. Splendid. I never anticipated that in my lifetime I would encounter a kindred spirit such as yourself. However, you are only half correct. Oh, does the Red Count possess other reasons? Indeed, for me, the choice of whether to leave this place holds no significance. Do you truly believe that this so-called pirate graveyard, this fortress of copper and iron known as Impel Down, could confine me? Should I desire to leave, I doubt anyone here could hinder me. It is merely that outside I am one person, and here I remain one person. Moreover, I have grown accustomed to this place. Rambo believed he comprehended the essence of aloofness. Yet he was unaware that the Red Count had transcended the realm of mere detachment, embodying true arrogance instead. Nevertheless, Rambo held steadfast in his conviction that for an authentic powerhouse, such defenses as impenetrable walls were trivial. He could easily demonstrate to Carp the futility of such barriers, rendering them mere scrap metal in an instant. Then, dear Mr. Red Count, what compels you to feign departure? With a hint of wicked amusement, the Red Count replied, I wish to instill a sense of trepidation in my naval adversaries. Lermbo was immediately struck with a wave of annoyance. At your advanced age, do you still resort to such childish tactics without a hint of embarrassment? So, dear Count, what are your intentions next? Will you depart from here or choose to remain? Oh, which option do you wish for me to select? Your purpose for coming here was to inquire about my leads, was it not? The Count cast a sidelong glance at Lumbo. Follow your own inclinations. The decision rests with you. Lumbo remarked nonchalantly. Achieving the rank of Major General at such a young age speaks volumes about your capabilities. It is rare to encounter a spirit I genuinely admire. To spare you any discomfort, let us engage in a duel. If I must leave, a confrontation is inevitable. It is better to settle it now, and we can discuss matters afterward. Lumbo gestured slightly, his naval cloak and the stars on his shoulders betraying his identity, as Rambo unsheathed the phoenix wu from his waist. A sudden blur engulfed his vision, propelling him forcefully against the wall behind him. Astonished, he muttered to himself, this Crimson Count possesses an extraordinary prowess, truly deserving of the reputation as a lone force rivaling two formidable pirate crews. Rambo focused intently, no longer daring to be careless. He activated both observation hockey and armament hockey, successfully locating the figure of the Red Count, and then launched a powerful punch towards him. Indeed, you can perceive my presence. Your observation hockey has reached a commendable level. Now, let us see if you can keep up with my swifter speed, the Red Count remarked, then evaded Rambo's attack. This time, the Red Count's speed was even more astonishing than before. Rambo's observation hockey could only catch a fleeting glimpse of a blurred shadow darting before him. In response, Rambo enveloped himself in a golden-purple flame. Upon witnessing the flames surrounding Rambo, the Red Count commented, your fruitability is quite impressive. Undeterred by the Red Count's remarkable speed, Rambo raised his weapon, the Feng Wu, and struck towards the sense location. With a resounding clang, the Red Count brandished a staff resembling a bat, effortlessly parrying Rambo's attack, followed by a swift kick aimed at Rambo's chest. The speed of the Red Count's kick was so rapid that Rambo could not react in time, resulting in him being sent flying. Fortunately, Rambo had already utilized his armament hockey, allowing him to rise again. Armament hockey is commendable as well, the Red Count remarked. akin to a master assessing his disciple's abilities. Rambo felt no anger, recognizing that the Red Count possessed the strength to critique him, and he discerned that the Red Count was deliberately holding back, sparing him from lethal intent. Grateful for the opportunity to test his strength, Rambo unleashed all three types of haki, particularly the Conqueror's haki, which pressed down upon the Red Count with overwhelming force. Meanwhile, Magellan, who had been savoring fine wine and gourmet food, suddenly sprang to his feet. The Conqueror's haki is emanating from the 6th floor. This is dire. He recalled that Rambo was on the 6th floor, and there were two distinct sources of Conqueror's haki, indicating a fierce battle. As Magellan rushed towards the 6th floor, he encountered several incapacitated guards along the way. At that moment, Rambo was locked in a struggle against the Red Count's haki, yet he appeared to be struggling significantly. His haki, although seemingly vast in range, was gradually being overwhelmed by the Red Count's formidable presence. It was akin to manipulating the same dough. Rambo had spread it out thinly, creating a wide base, while the Red Count had formed a solid, dense ball. The outcome of the Red Count's strike upon Rambo's expanse was inevitable. The dough would be utterly crushed. The imposing aura of Lumbo shattered like glass, while the formidable presence of the Red Count bore down upon him, rendering Lumbo immobile despite his desperate resistance. Venom, Poison Dragon. A thunderous shout interrupted the Red Count's dominance. Lumbo, drenched in sweat, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Magellan's venom transformed into two violet serpentine dragons that surged toward the Red Count. With a deft swing of his cane, the Red Count dispersed the two dragons, the venom sizzling as it made contact with the ground, releasing a foul odor. I did not expect you to remain in the underwater prison, Magellan. Then I shall ensure you remain here forever, he declared. As Magellan finished speaking, a torrent of venom erupted from his body, sprawling toward the Red Count's feet. He swiftly glided along this toxic pathway, launching a venom-dripping fist at the Red Count, only to hear a resounding crash as the Red Count vanished from his sight. Magellan, your venom remains as vexing as ever. However, using it to keep me here seems rather implausible, the Red Count remarked nonchalantly from the sidelines. Seeing the imminent clash between the two, Lumbo recognized Magellan's formidable strength. Yet he knew he could not match the Red Count. He quickly interjected, Director, the Red Count is merely testing my abilities. We are engaging in a friendly spar, not a life and death struggle. Rear Admiral Lumbo, how can you be sparring with him? This man is an unrepentant pirate, Magellan exclaimed, astonished, as he exhaled a cloud of toxic gas that coalesced into a violet mist. Yet, neither Lumbo nor the Red Count seemed perturbed by the noxious haze. With a smile, Lumbo explained, I recently made a wager with the Red Count, but it appears I have clearly lost. A wager? What could you possibly bet with this pirate? Magellan inquired. Utterly bewildered, Rambo briefly explained the situation to Magellan. Magellan cast a glance at the Red Count and remarked, Lead, I am aware that I am no match for you. However, after being trapped here for so many years, I wonder how much of your strength remains. The notion of escaping this place is but a fool's dream, Magellan added. Do not overestimate your abilities. Your venom poses no threat to me. If I truly wish to leave, who among you could possibly stop me? Is that so? Then why not give it a try? Replied Lead, as the tension between the two men escalated. Sensing the imminent confrontation, Rambo hastily interjected, Gentlemen, let us refrain from conflict. I concede that I lost in the earlier exchange with you, my Lord Red Count. Therefore, I shall honor our prior agreement, should you choose to depart. I will not hinder you. In fact, it is clear that I am powerless to stop you. What are your plans? Lead cast a glance at Rambo and responded. For many years, I have traversed this world alone and have grown accustomed to such a solitary existence. During my decades in this underwater prison, I have come to understand much. What does it matter if I am renowned upon the seas? What significance is there in standing atop the ocean's pinnacle? Ultimately, I remain alone, with no one to share my triumphs. This is precisely why I have been reluctant to leave this place. Outside, I would have not a single friend, no family, and no home. Thus, I have chosen to remain. At that moment, Rambo recalled a statement made by Carp during his quest for clues about the Red Count. Carp had told him that the seemingly aloof Lead was not truly solitary. Rather, he had been betrayed by his companions in his youth, leading to the demise of his entire family. This betrayal had fostered a deep-seated mistrust in him, compelling him to undertake every endeavor alone, ultimately earning him the reputation of isolation. Yet beneath this hardened exterior, Lead's heart yearned for companionship and understanding, a partner willing to share in his burdens. However, His unwillingness to trust anyone only deepened his solitude, creating a profound inner conflict that rendered him increasingly reclusive. Rambo gazed at Ryder with a hint of confusion, unable to comprehend why Ryder was sharing such sentiments with him. However, it seemed there was more to come. Indeed, Ryder continued, "My friend, your ability to discern my thoughts has truly surprised me. It has been quite some time since I encountered someone who captivates and intrigues me. Given your remarkable prowess at such a young age, I hold great expectations for your future. What say you? Would you consider becoming my disciple? So that even after my demise, there may be someone to honor my memory?" Rambo was utterly bewildered by the words of the Red Count. This was not how the narrative was meant to unfold. Shouldn't the Red Count simply depart, wreaking havoc upon the seas, and later, once Rambo had achieved greater strength, they would gather a group to confront formidable bosses? How had the scene abruptly transformed into one of apprenticeship? Surely, there must be a misalignment in the unfolding of events. Rambo stared blankly at the Red Count and said, "I have a master and 2 teachers. They have imparted to me the arts of swordsmanship and martial techniques." Rambo's meaning was quite clear. He already had a mentor. The Red Count chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "I am indifferent to whether you have a master or not. Moreover, upon the vast ocean, not everyone adheres to the antiquated notions of Waji country, which permits only one designated mentor. You may take on dozens without any issue." Lumbo was taken aback. He understood the principle, yet the situation exceeded his expectations. Initially, he sought to pursue pirates, only to find one proposing to take him as a disciple. Despite years of cultivating composure, he could hardly remain unfazed. "Well, Your Excellency, the Red Count, may I take some time to consider?" Lumbo ventured hesitantly. "Of course, I shall remain here and will not go anywhere. Just let me know your decision when you have made it," the Red Count replied, leaning against the wall and closing his eyes. Lumbo and Magellan strolled leisurely outside. Along the way, Magellan turned to Lumbo and inquired, "Will you accept Ryder as your mentor?" To speak candidly, Ryder possesses formidable strength. In his prime, he could rival your grandfather, Vice Admiral Carp, in equal measure. Thus, choosing him as your teacher would indeed be an excellent decision. Rambo pondered aloud, "Director Magellan, do you not find it peculiar? Can a person truly undergo a transformation in character after being imprisoned for decades?" The Red Count is known as the solitary crimson figure. His arrogance deeply ingrained within him. Can it truly be altered? Are you suggesting that his desire to take you as a disciple harbors some ulterior motive? Magellan, lost in thought, replied, "I am uncertain. However, one aspect perplexes me greatly. With the power he has just demonstrated, he could have easily taken my life without the need to await your arrival. Could it be that he genuinely admires me and wishes to mentor me?" Rambo found himself genuinely puzzled by the Red Count. Chapter 190. The Red Count's malice. Rambo possessed a general understanding of the Red Count's character. This individual was by no means benevolent. His infamy across the seas rivaled that of the notorious Golden Lion, capable of silencing the cries of the night. He was a figure both righteous and wicked, driven solely by his own whims, reminiscent of the character Huang Yaoshi, masterfully crafted by the esteemed Jin Yong in Rambo's previous life. Once, there existed an island famed for its maple forests, which in autumn transformed into a breathtaking panorama of red. Yet, the Red Count deemed the hue insufficiently vibrant, leading him to slaughter the entire island, saturating the foliage with blood. From that day forth, the Red Count's notorious reputation spread throughout the seas. Many pirate crews sought to recruit him, yet each one met with annihilation at his hands. He has never shown interest in forming his own crew, famously declaring, "I dislike being a leader, and even more so, I detest sharing my spoils." Thus, his aloofness became legend. The Navy has attempted to capture him on numerous occasions, yet all have failed, either unable to match his speed or overpower him. It later emerged that he had taken the wealth obtained from robbing pirate crews and distributed it to the impoverished in various nations, thus evading the Navy's scrutiny. Eventually, during a mission, he encountered Admiral Sora, and after 3 grueling nights of combat, they were both exhausted when Carp intervened, capturing the Red Count and delivering him to the underwater prison, where he remains to this day. Given the nature of such a man, Rambo felt compelled to proceed with caution. Based on his current abilities, the Red Count was an overwhelming force, and the notion that he would take an interest in Rambo's potential seemed implausible. It was only natural for anyone to hesitate at the thought of such a proud figure suddenly seeking a disciple. Rambo and Magellan returned to Magellan's office. Rambo took out the communication device and directly contacted Cap Grandfather. "I have found the Scarlet Count. It turns out he has not left Imperton. However, There is an issue. He wishes to take me as his apprentice. What are your thoughts on this? Oh, that fellow is still around. It truly reflects his character. But what does it mean that he wishes to take you as his disciple? Lumbo recounted the sequence of events to Cap, who appeared momentarily perplexed. After a brief pause, Cap replied, "You may handle this matter as you see fit," and promptly ended the call. Rambo did not anticipate such a reaction from Carp. Holding the phone book, he paused momentarily and then, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "I always knew this old man was unreliable. I'll handle it myself. What need do I have for you?" Lanbois underestimated the gravity of the situation. Little did he know that far away at the naval headquarters, Carp had unleashed a formidable presence, exclaiming, "Red old ghost. Should you dare to lay a finger on a single hair of my grandson, I shall ensure you are reduced to mere mush." Carp's aura dissipated swiftly, only to be retracted even more rapidly. Once he regained his composure, he muttered to himself, "This fellow has had it too easy, never truly facing hardship. Perhaps a little adversity will serve him well. The perils of the sea are not to be trifled with." Nonetheless, he decided it was time to set out and ensure nothing untoward befell the boy. Without so much as a word to Sengoku, Carp boarded the warship, bound for the undersea prison. At that moment, Lanbois remained oblivious to Carp's reaction, continuing to voice his doubts about the old man's reliability. He then conferred with Magellan on how to resolve the pressing matter. Both were at a loss, contemplating a second attempt at a plan. The following morning, after rising from his bed, Lanbois, under Tomino's guidance, toured the entire undersea prison. Due to the previous uprising, many pirates had escaped, resulting in a relatively sparse population of inmates. Lanbois leisurely strolled through the upper 5 floors, deferring exploration of the 6th, as he was still uncertain about how to respond to Red Count. In terms of the prison's security, it could undoubtedly be said that not even a fly could penetrate its defenses, far superior to any prison break films he had seen in his past life. However, the inmates housed within were significantly more formidable than those portrayed in those films. He noted several vulnerabilities he observed and instructed Tomino to document them for rectification. After breakfast, Magellan turned to Lanbois and inquired, "What are your plans regarding Ryder?" "I intend to seek him out shortly. I pondered over matters all night and have come to a few realizations that I wish to verify." Observing Lanbois' resolute demeanor, Magellan refrained from pressing him further. Lumbo made his way to the 6th floor, where the enigmatic Count Rouge was confined. He found the Count seated against the wall, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Lumbo. "So what do you think? Have you made your decision? To become my sole disciple in this world, destined to inherit my legacy, is indeed a tantalizing prospect. However, after a night of contemplation, I have come to understand certain matters. Yet I still find myself with lingering doubts that I hope you can illuminate for me." "Ah, do speak on," replied the Count, his demeanor inviting. "I wonder, why did you suddenly harbor the desire to take on a disciple? Is it merely because you have come to the realization of wanting an heir? I truly cannot fathom how someone so solitary as yourself could suddenly embrace such an idea." "It's quite simple," the Count replied. "As one approaches the end of life, the desire to ensure that there is someone to attend to one's final affairs becomes paramount. Indeed, I shall not conceal from you that I sense my time is limited. Hence my quest for a suitable individual to manage my posthumous matters." The sincerity in the Count's words did not suggest deception. "Then why have you chosen me?" Lumbo inquired. "Because you possess the requisite aptitude to be my disciple. Others pale in comparison," the Count declared, his gaze imbued with an air of superiority. "May I inquire if your desire to remain hidden in this undersea prison stems solely from a wish to vex your former adversaries? And how did you manage to free yourself from the sea prison's cuffs?" As Lanbois inquired, the Red Count's gaze suddenly turned sharp, a flash of murderous intent flickering within. This malevolence was well concealed, yet Lanbois, having attained the pinnacle of mental cultivation, sensed it acutely. Upon perceiving this ominous aura, a shiver coursed through his scalp. Yet he displayed no signs of weakness, resembling a fervent seeker of knowledge. The Red Count, grinning, replied, "Allow me to address your second question first. Escaping from the sea prison stone handcuffs is rather simple. One merely needs to expel a significant amount of blood from their body, causing it to contract abruptly, thereby freeing oneself from the restraints. This is merely a technique of physical mastery. As for why I remain here, aside from repulsing certain individuals, I am awaiting the arrival of a suitable person." "What defines a suitable individual?" you might wonder. "Someone like you. If I were to seize your body, will we not depart from this place?" At this juncture, the Red Count emitted a sinister, low chuckle, his murderous intent piercing directly towards Lanbois. His body began to shrink gradually, his face aging rapidly, transforming into a visage of extreme decrepitude, as if his flesh were merely a layer draped over bone, rendering him emaciated like a mere stick. Chapter 190. The burden of abundance and abilities. Have you finally revealed your true self? Even though Lan Wenbo had prepared himself mentally, the Red Count's transformation still startled him. At this moment, the Red Count resembled Brooke almost exactly, with just an additional layer of skin. Oh, it seems you have discerned my intentions. Thus, you shall serve as the new vessel for my rebirth. With that, black, fleshy wings emerged from behind the Red Count, akin to those of a bat, and his form began to dissolve into a swirling black mist. His eyes bulged, and his sharp teeth elongated, transforming him into a colossal bat-like creature, his eyes glowing with a crimson light. Clearly, waiting idly was not Lan Wenbo's style. Flames ignited across his body as he drew forth the phoenix blade, executing a fiery slash that sent a wave of fire towards the Red Count. A look of disdain crossed the Red Count's face. With a flap of his wings and a snap of his jaws, he shattered Lan Wenbo's fiery sword energy. Gazing at Lan Wenbo, he remarked, I initially intended to take you as my disciple, nurturing you to become my sacrificial offering. I did not anticipate that I could not deceive you, forcing me to expend considerable time and effort to regain a modicum of strength to temporarily reach my peak. However, that is of little consequence. I have nearly gauged your power, and time is abundant. Now, share your last words in this world. It became apparent that he remained here solely because his power was depleted from escaping the sea prison stone handcuffs, which is why he was recuperating. The only question that lingered in Lan Wenbo's mind was the nature of the sacrificial offering the Red Count spoke of. Now do you comprehend? Or is it too late? The concept of a sacrifice is quite simple. Henceforth, I shall become you, and you shall cease to be yourself. Soon, you will grasp the full extent of this reality. Fear not, I shall ensure your departure is most comfortable, devoid of any pain. The bat, embodying the Count of Crimson, surged towards Wenbo. Shrouded in a veil of dark mist, Wenbo's spirit was intensely focused, and his senses perceived the shape of the Count of Red. He swiftly darted to the side. However, the Count's speed was astonishing. Just as Wenbo moved aside, the Count materialized before him, and with a powerful flap of his wings, Wenbo was sent flying, crashing against the wall. At this moment, Wenbo felt a pang of regret within, realizing he had overestimated his own capabilities. A formidable boss like the Red Count warranted a team effort. Alas, it was now too late. The only recourse was to create a commotion, drawing Magellan's attention to assemble a temporary ally. Wenbo unleashed the tricolor hockey, and in that moment, he experienced a significant surge of power. With a swift motion, he executed the one-sword style, Phoenix Dance, summoning a fiery phoenix that soared into the air, hurtling directly towards the flowerboard. Wenbo held no illusions that this technique could inflict harm upon Count Crimson, for he understood that at this moment, the Count was beyond his capacity to withstand. His intent was merely to create a commotion large enough to attract Magellan's attention. However, before Wenbo's fiery phoenix could even make contact with the flowerboard, Count Crimson materialized before it, opening his immense bat-like maw and, with a powerful inhalation, consumed Wenbo's fiery phoenix in a single gulp. Wenbo is genuinely perplexed. For such an extended period, he has been acutely aware of the intensity of his own flames. Little did he anticipate that the Red Count would be so extraordinary as to devour his flames in one swift gulp. Wenbo's complexion shifted from a pallid hue to a deep shade of black. How could one possibly continue fighting under such circumstances? My most formidable attack has been devoured as if it were mere snack food. This time, I have truly ventured into perilous territory. The Count, having ingested Wenbo's flames, suddenly emitted a shrill scream, a sound so piercing that it penetrated Wenbo's mind, leaving him instantly dizzy and on the verge of vomiting. In the midst of the Count's anguished screams, Wenbo felt a twinge of pain, yet a smile involuntarily graced his face. It seemed that his flames were not so easily consumed after all. Indeed, such cries would surely attract Magellan. Wenbo struggled to rise, seizing the opportunity to strike the wounded Count Crimson when suddenly he felt his head growing heavier amidst the Count's piercing screams, his body devoid of strength. Collapsing onto the ground, hands pressed tightly against his ears. At last, the Count ceased his shrieks, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the seated Wenbo, exclaiming, "Ah! I never anticipated your fiery abilities to be so formidable. My insides are nearly scorched. Yet, this is fortuitous, for the greater your power, the more malleable you become. Let this old shell of mine perish. Accept the new life I bestow upon you." With that, Count Crimson transformed into a swarm of bats, enveloping the air in a dark mist as they surged toward Rambo. Just as the bats were about to collide with him, a massive stone soared in from a distance, crashing into the swarm, scattering the bats into wisps of shadow that coalesced back to the Count. I haven't thrown something at someone in ages. Nearly missed my target, Rambo thought as he glanced up to see the elderly Cap approaching, loosening his cloak and shedding his outer garments, shaking his head and rolling his wrists. Old ghost, why can't you just enjoy your remaining days in peace? Yet here you are, seeking trouble and daring to meddle with my grandson. I should have been harsher with you back then. I ought to have smashed you to pieces. Cap, you scoundrel. If it weren't for my battle with the void, I would have had the strength to evade you. And to think the specter is your grandson. It seems I have not erred in my pursuit. Magellan, take my grandson to rest while I deal with this old ghost, Cap commanded. As he finished, Magellan appeared behind him, making his way towards Rambo. Observing this, the Count charged at Rambo, but before he could reach him, a formidable black fist materialized before him. Recognizing the threat, the Count halted abruptly, retreating swiftly to evade Cap's strike. Dare you lay a hand on my grandson in my presence? Who gave you the audacity? Protecting one's own has always been a proud tradition of the monkey family, and Cap was resolute in his intention to defeat Count Crimson. With Magellan's assistance, Rambo stood, moving to a safer distance to witness the battle. While watching, he inquired, "Director, when did the old man arrive here?" Admiral Cap came gliding over from the gates of justice. I was startled upon seeing him. He approached and asked where I had been, and I guided you here. Magellan replied, "Oh, you just arrived as well? Did you not hear the shrill cries?" Shrill cries? Not at all. Seeing Magellan's expression, Rambo recognized he was not lying. Yet the Count's screams had been sharp and loud. How could Magellan have missed them? Suddenly, Rambo recalled that the sound of bats is ultrasonic, inaudible to the average person. Just moments ago, he too would have been oblivious to the Red Count's call. However, it was peculiar that he had gained the ability to hear the voices of all things, which ultimately led him to this predicament. It dawned on him that possessing more abilities was not necessarily a blessing. Chapter 1902. Still a long way to go after Rambo grasped the crux of the matter. He found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, the multitude of skills one possesses is never excessive, yet the present situation was deafening, revealing his inadequate strength. He turned his attention back to the clash between Carp and the Red Count. With a thunderous sound, a colossal bat sent Carp flying, crashing through several walls of the 6th-level prison before coming to a halt. At that moment, the bat, which the Red Count had transformed into, vanished, gradually morphing back into a gaunt figure. His already weathered visage bore additional creases, and his pallid complexion became even more ghostly. The Red Count stood up, touched his mouth, and examined his hands, finding no blood as he had anticipated. "I can sense that you have exhausted your lifeblood. You are on the brink of collapse. Surrender now. For continuing this fight will surely lead to your demise," Carp remarked with a hint of regret as he gazed at the Red Count. It was due to the Red Count's exhausting battle with Kong that Carp had easily apprehended him. After honing his own abilities, Carp had essentially roamed the seas unchallenged, with the only regret being that he had never had a proper match with the Red Count. Initially, upon hearing of the Red Count's escape from prison, Carp felt a flicker of excitement, envisioning a true confrontation in the future. However, the Red Count he faced now was a mere shadow of his former self, insufficient to withstand Carp's full might. "Ah, indeed, age has caught up with you. It seems you have reached your limit. The potential of the D family is truly formidable," Carp observed. Despite his frailty, the Red Count's eyes sparkled with intensity as he regarded Carp. "Had it not been for your initial folly that provoked Kong, you would not have spent so many years imprisoned in the depths of the sea. With your talents, you should have been able to attain that level of power. I am fully aware of my own circumstances. Even without my imprisonment, I would have never reached that height. I have changed my body once, and to touch that realm, one must achieve a unity of spirit, energy, and essence. I have lost that opportunity. Very well, let me witness the true power of that level. If that is your desire, I shall fulfill it." With that, an overwhelming aura emanated from Carp, a force that transcended the mere concept of Conqueror's Haki. Rambo, possessing Conqueror's Haki himself, distinctly perceived that this intensity eclipsed his own. Everything around Carp began to shatter: the floor, the walls, and the prison gates disintegrated beneath the weight of his presence. The entire 6th level of the underwater prison trembled, and Rambo and Magellan looked up to see the ceiling had also fractured, as if a colossal sea beast were assaulting the underwater fortress. "Admiral Carp, please cease." The underwater prison cannot withstand much more, Magellan shouted, observing the crumbling impel down. Yet Carp remained unfazed. Grandpa, please stop. If impel down collapses, Sengoku will surely make you pay for the damages, and you won't have any money left for snacks. Lumbo felt the surrounding space suddenly still, as if time itself had come to a halt. Gradually, Carp retracted his imposing presence. As Carp surveyed the surrounding ruins, a sudden realization struck him. He turned to Magellan and said, "Director Magellan, you might phrase the report in such a manner. You and Limbo encountered the Red Count, and a battle ensued, leading to the Red Count's capture once more. However, the conflict caused considerable damage to the underwater prison, necessitating a request for funding for repairs. What do you think of this proposal? And do remember, please refrain from mentioning my involvement." Lumbo scrutinized his grandfather with keen interest, realizing for the first time that Garp's resilience had grown to such an extent that it could withstand even his own punches. It was astonishing how, in such a brief span of time, he could devise such an ingenious plan. Indeed, this old rascal was no ordinary character. Magellan had witnessed Garp's formidable strength firsthand. And now, as he stood mere inches away from the man himself, he felt the beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow as he stammered, "Indeed. This matter has nothing to do with you, sir. You were not even present at the scene." Rambo cast a disdainful glance at Magellan, astonished that the meticulous and serious Magellan could also exhibit such a lack of decorum. It seemed Magellan understood Rambo's gaze and returned it with a look that seemed to challenge, "If you're not afraid of a beating, come at me, Cap." Witnessing Magellan's flawless retort, expressed his admiration before swiftly departing. Rambo and Magellan exchanged glances, both realizing that Cap had undoubtedly made a hasty exit. Disregarding Cap, they turned their attention to the Red Earl, who lay slumped on the ground in an irregular shape. It was immediately apparent to them that all the bones in his body had been shattered. Their eyes met, reflecting the astonishment they felt. The sheer force of presence had utterly disintegrated the old man's skeletal structure. Truly, this old man was a monstrous anomaly. Well, the Red Earl was clearly beyond saving. Yet his eyes shimmered with joy, as if he had finally acquired something he had long coveted. The two chose to ignore him and returned to Magellan's office, the image of Cap's imposing demeanor lingering in their minds, leaving them in a state of unease. "Director, what on earth was that step you took?" Rambo pondered the combat power hierarchy of the pirate world, bewildered by the exchange between Cap and the Red Earl. "How would I know? I have no idea," Magellan replied, rolling his eyes before proceeding to write his report. As expected, his report made no mention of Cap's existence, perhaps out of fear. Considering the Red Earl's tragic state sent a shiver down Magellan's spine. With the matter of the Red Earl resolved, Rambo decided not to linger in the underwater prison any longer, for there was no longer any necessity to remain. The reconstruction of the underwater prison held no relevance for him. Magellan, feeling exasperated, lamented the fact that neither of the two had any redeeming qualities, having taken everything and left him to clean up the mess. Lumbo set forth once more, his mind brimming with questions. He had intended to inquire about the significance of that step from his grandfather, but upon reflection, he chose to forego it. He was well aware of old man Garp's disposition. Had he wished to share, he would have done so long ago instead of departing so abruptly. Nevertheless, contemplating the old man's formidable presence, Limbo found the vast sea to be utterly fascinating. Initially, he had felt a sense of pride after annihilating the Blackbeard pirates, convinced that he had ascended to the ranks of the elite. Yet now, Garp had conveyed, in a truly shocking manner, that he was still quite inexperienced and had a long way to go. Rambo gathered his emotions and returned to the East Sea, directly lifting his genie ship into the skies towards the Cloud Gambling Island headquarters. It had been quite some time since he left, and he wondered how his companions had fared in their training. As soon as Limbo made his entrance, he was immediately ensnared by Enel's heartnet. The practitioners, who were deep in their training, paused their actions upon Enel's prompting. Soon, they beheld Limbo's genie flying through the air, and shortly thereafter, they caught sight of Limbo himself beneath the genie. Chapter 1903, Punishment. Rambo set down the genie and observed a group of companions approaching him. He scanned the surroundings and noticed that, after a period of training, everyone had matured significantly, filling his heart with a profound sense of pride. "These are indeed my companions. It has been a long time since we last met." Rambo opened his arms, ready to embrace his friends. With a swift motion, he executed a technique known as one-sword style, heavy pressure. The bamboo sword, named Ishio, was slowly sheathed, and at that moment, Rambo felt his body grow heavy. Mistaking this sensation for a test of his strength, he unleashed his energy and broke free from the gravitational constraint. Rumble appeared in midair, grinning as he remarked, "Uncle, my strength is quite commendable, isn't it?" However, his smile quickly faded as a bolt of lightning struck nearby, followed by a powerful punch that landed squarely on Rumble's face, sending him crashing down and creating a substantial crater. Shortly thereafter, a massive dinosaur foot descended into the very pit where Rumble lay. With a thunderous roar, the surrounding earth began to tremble, and Rumble found himself partially buried, with only his head protruding from the soil above. Rambo was utterly bewildered by the series of blows he had endured. Turning around, he prepared to retaliate, only to feel a delicate hand resting upon his head. Almost immediately, his vision expanded, and he found himself plummeting into a pit. Extending his hand, he discovered that it had transformed into that of a 6-year-old child. A glance at Ein confirmed his realization. Before he could utter a word, a vine appeared around his waist, suspending him in midair. Bound aloft, Rambo beheld a group of individuals, each wielding a whip, advancing toward him with malicious intent. With a sharp crack, Ein struck Rambo on the backside with one of the vines, remarking, "As captain, it seems you have forgotten the rules of our ship. Do not forget. These are the very regulations you established." "How dare you disrespect me, the captain?" Rambo exclaimed, unable to suppress his expletives. "That dead fish-eyed scoundrel hit hard. You vanished for half a year, not a word sent back, and now you return expecting a welcome ceremony? Allow me to demonstrate the sole disciplinary rule aboard our vessel." Another crack struck Rambo's rear. With a hiss, Rambo swore to the vast sea that this scoundrel was undoubtedly seeking personal revenge. He had endured countless beatings before, and now, seizing the opportunity, he was intent on delivering a thorough thrashing. "Ein, you wretched fiend, just you wait. You had better pray not to err, or I assure you, I shall leave you with a bruised backside." Of course, Rambo dared not voice such threats aloud, lest he invite further punishment. "Ein, can you not strike a little more gently?" Kuinao interjected, pointing an accusatory finger at Ein. In an instant, Lumbo felt as though he had encountered a savior, and it was none other than his beloved Guena who cared for him. With a sharp crack, before Lumbo could even comprehend the situation, a searing pain shot through his backside. Dazed, he gazed at Guena, and if he were not experiencing some delusion, he could confidently assert that it was indeed Guena who had delivered that blow. "How dare you ignore my messages, wander about aimlessly, neglect your responsibilities, and flirt with girls? Have you been flirting?" Guena delivered several more playful slaps to Lumbo. Though they appeared forceful, they bore no real pain, as Guena was merely employing a clever feigned severity. At that moment, Limbo grasped Guena's intentions and, feeling somewhat aggrieved, protested, "I haven't been flirting. I was genuinely occupied with important matters. I traveled to the land of giants, visited the warrior village, returned to headquarters nearly overturning the table, and then ventured to the underwater prison where I engaged in a fierce battle and almost met my demise." Rambo's words momentarily stunned everyone. They were well aware of his formidable strength. The notion that he could be defeated was simply inconceivable. However, upon hearing that Rambo had nearly been vanquished, Guena swiftly drew her white blade and severed the vines. As Rambo descended, he wore an expression of palpable anxiety. Fixated upon her, Lumbo, aware of Guena's sentiments, gently caressed her face and reassured, "It's all right. I am perfectly fine." Then turning to Ein, he inquired, "Isn't it time for you to lift your abilities?" With a swift motion of his hand, Ein enlarged Limbo. But soon he sensed something amiss. He still seemed to be embraced by Princess Guena. Suddenly realizing the situation, Guena impulsively hurled Limbo away, immediately regretting her action as she rushed to see if he was unharmed. Upon returning, Lumbo was inebriated with bewilderment. He had endured a beating followed by a toss. He stood up, rubbed his backside, and cast a fierce glare at Enel, as if to say, "You will pay for this." Enel, as usual, met his gaze with an indifferent stare. "Lumbo, just moments ago you were nearly killed in the underwater prison. Logically, the most formidable presence there is Magellan. And with his strength, he could not have possibly harmed you," one remarked, casting a knowing glance at Lumbo. "He must be deceiving us. This fellow likely feigned his near demise to evade punishment," Enel quipped, adding salt to the wound. When Rambo laid eyes on this fool, irritation surged within him. Without any prelude, the individual suddenly appeared before him, delivering a slap to the back of his head. "Do you presume I am akin to you?" Rambo briefly explained the situation regarding the red count to everyone, and only then did they comprehend. With a smile, Rambo inquired, "Uncle, are you aware of the true nature of my grandfather's realm? I can sense the immense power it embodies." Yixiao shook his head and replied, "I must admit, I have not heard of it. However, I have recently felt a bottleneck in my strength. Without a breakthrough, it seems arduous to make further progress. Perhaps transcending this limitation is the step they speak of. Oh, have you already touched upon that step, Uncle Ishio? How impressive. Rambo could not help but express a hint of envy. Ha ha, my dear child, do not be envious. With your talent, you will soon catch up to me. Perhaps even surpass me in achieving a breakthrough, Ishio reassured him. Now, let us converse later. We have gathered for a feast today. It has been far too long since we savored the culinary delights prepared by our chef, Alan. Later, I shall share with you the experiences I have encountered over the past 6 months. Everyone pitched in, and soon, an array of dishes was presented. They all sat on the ground, enjoying their meal and drinks. Rambo recounted the events concerning the Kingdom of Giants, as well as the Navy's assault on the Revolutionary Army's headquarters. The meal was lively and boisterous. After the banquet, Ishio and Rambo found themselves seated by the shore of the White Sea, where Ishio posed a question to Rambo. Are you contemplating an attack on the 4 emperors? Specifically, are you planning to confront Big Mom and her crew? Indeed, my target is the Big Mom pirates, Rambo affirmed. They harbor a deep-seated enmity with Alan. Whitebeard stands as our ally, and I prefer not to engage Shanks. As for Kaido, I wish to bide my time. I am eager to test my mettle against the so-called strongest creature across land, sea, and sky, but I am not yet prepared. My strength remains insufficient. Chapter 1904. Team sparring. The clash between Carp and the Red Count made Rambo realize that he could no longer be complacent about his current abilities. He had begun to perceive his shortcomings. However, strength is not merely acquired through relentless training. It is honed through repeated battles. By morning, everyone had already commenced their rigorous training. Over the past 2 years, they had maintained a habit of early morning exercises, especially with Ishio, their stern mentor, ensuring discipline. Over these 2 years, Ishio had firmly established the authority of the vice captain. The 2 most headstrong individuals aboard were Enel and Old Shah. Enel had always held Ishio in higher regard than Rambo, despite Ishio repeatedly assuring him that he would not bring down his homeland, the moon. Nonetheless, Enel dared not offend Ishio. As for Old Shah, he initially struggled to adapt, but became completely compliant after Ishio's rigorous training. Ishio's method was simple. Anyone who disobeyed would be confined, and Enel would be unleashed. With a mere glance from Ishio, Enel understood precisely what was required, showcasing their remarkable synergy. This was why, upon Rambo's appearance, Ishio first employed gravity to subdue him, prompting Enel to act decisively. Old Shah, once sporting a stylish pompadour, frequently ended up looking like a bird's nest due to Enel's antics. Old Shah resisted time and again, yet the more he opposed, the heavier the oppression became. Eventually, he discovered that under the baptism of lightning, his strength unexpectedly grew even greater. With a smile, he summarized the reasons. It was quite simple. Akin to the Raikage in the world of Naruto, who harnessed lightning to stimulate his cells, accelerating their metabolism and thereby enhancing his physical constitution. Subsequently, he adjusted the training regimen. The group began by refining their bodies within his gravitational field until they were utterly exhausted. Then, they allowed Enelu to unleash his electric domain. Initially, the participants cried out in despair, emerging from the experience with disheveled hair, but as they grew accustomed to it, re-entering the electric domain felt as soothing as a hot spring, bringing them immense comfort. Gradually, their physical prowess strengthened significantly. After 2 years of rigorous training, the transformation in their abilities was profound, leaving even Rambo astonished at the remarkable effectiveness of Ishio's method of combining gravity and electricity for exercise. Rambo clapped his hands and declared, "Let's conclude today's training here. Alan, make haste with breakfast. After we finish, I have an announcement to make." The crowd looked on with puzzled expressions. With a smile, he released the gravity field and reassured them, "Do not worry, it is good news. You will soon find out." Once breakfast was completed, everyone gathered together, and Rambo continued, "Over the past 2 years, you have all felt the enhancement of your own abilities. Now, let us assess the extent of your progress. We will divide into pairs for a sparring session. Today, we shall engage in a spirited battle." Upon hearing Rambo's words, the group fell silent for a moment, then eagerly prepared themselves, their excitement palpable. It had been 2 years since their last confrontation, which had been during the battle against Blackbeard and his pirate crew. Now, their thirst for combat had been reignited. Alan faced off against Drake, Ben's paired with Lian Nan. Old Shah took on Enel, and the sisters Dasky and Guina clashed, while Ein's opponent was Sate, who had consumed the silence fruit. As the battle commenced, Alan and Drake collided fiercely, both favoring a straightforward and direct approach. After exchanging blows, Drake took a few steps back, while Alan stood his ground, his expression growing serious. He was acutely aware that much of Drake's strength stemmed from his own fruit abilities. Indeed, Drake activated his fruit power, transforming into a colossal Tyrannosaurus Rex. The enormous dinosaur approached Alan, leaving deep footprints with each step. Alan, refusing to underestimate his opponent, activated his armament hockey. Their fists clashed, his glossy black fist meeting the Tyrannosaurus's short, sharp forelimbs in a stalemate. Suddenly, the dinosaur lowered its head, its massive jaws snapping towards Alan. Swiftly, Alan performed a backflip to evade, landing gracefully on the ground, inwardly scoffing at Drake. What a scoundrel, bringing his mouth into a fight. Subsequently, with a keen eye on Drake's knee joint, Alan prepared to cripple the scoundrel's leg before delivering a thorough beating. However, Alan's assessment was rather simplistic. At present, Drake, having undergone mental fortitude training, could engage in battle without succumbing to confusion, even if he were to transform into a Tyrannosaurus Rex. As Alan lunged forward, aiming a punch at his knee, Drake swiftly lifted his leg and kicked at Alan. The latter, caught in a rapid charge, was unable to halt his momentum, resulting in a rather intimate encounter with Drake's foot, which sent him flying. Fortunately, Alan managed to arm himself in time. Otherwise, that kick would likely have shattered all the bones in his body. Rising once more, Alan resumed his fight with Drake, while Rambo realized that it would take some time for either of the two to claim victory. Meanwhile, Binz and the Blade Man had also commenced their battle. After 2 years of rigorous training, the Blade Man not only exhibited enhanced physicality, but also demonstrated a more proficient application of the //fruit. As the two clashed, engaging in hand-to-hand combat for several hundred exchanges, Binz held a slight advantage. Yet, he soon realized that defeating the Blade Man solely through physical prowess would be an unattainable feat resolutely. Binz decided to employ his devil fruit abilities, but was met with the awkward realization that the vines he conjured could not ensnare his opponent upon contact. They were severed by a blade. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Binz recognized that this adversary's powers were particularly detrimental to his own. Concluding that a swift resolution was improbable, he transformed into a manifestation resembling the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara, his colossal form sprouting innumerable arms, each palm outstretched in the air. He then unleashed a powerful strike towards the Blade Man amidst the barrage of hands. The Blade Man dodged and retaliated occasionally, yet Binz's speed began to accelerate drastically. Ultimately, one of his hands struck the Blade Man, sending him crashing into the ground, where he was subsequently ensnared within Binz's palm. Clearly, Binz emerged victorious, a result that did not surprise Rambo, as he was well aware of Binz's capabilities. However, witnessing the Blade Man's significant progress brought Rambo a sense of joy. Rambo observed the fierce duel between the two sisters, both masters of the sword. Their combat was determined solely by the blades they wielded. A direct and perilous clash where a single cut could inflict a grievous wound. Rambo remained vigilant, apprehensive about the possibility of either sister sustaining injury. Gradually, their movements quickened, and their swords became imbued with hockey, each strike aimed directly at vital points. Rambo noted the remarkable progress they had made in their swordsmanship over the past 2 years. After over 100 exchanges, Guena seized upon a flaw in Dasky's defense, thus securing victory. With a playful gesture, Guena stuck out her tongue at Rambo. As if to say, "See how formidable I am?" Rambo responded with 2 enthusiastic thumbs up. The battle between Ein and Sate was devoid of suspense. After enduring a few rounds through sheer physical prowess, Sate succumbed to Ein's skill, despite Sate having improved considerably under Ishao's guidance. His silence fruit had only developed the ability to create a silent space, lacking further advancement. Chapter 1905, Preparing for the Four Emperors. A mere silent space was laughable to anyone who mastered observation hockey. Insufficient in its application unless it could be developed into a vacuum akin to Rambo's own silent void. Should Sate's silence fruit evolve to create a true vacuum capable of extracting air from others or incapacitating their sensory systems, it would indeed be formidable. And such mastery would likely awaken the true potential of his fruit. Witnessing Sate's dejected demeanor after his swift defeat, Rambo offered words of encouragement and shared his insights, urging him to develop his fruit's abilities in that direction. The confrontation between Enel and Old Sand remained as straightforward as ever. Enel's speed was astonishing, evading the sand released by Old Sand's desert sword before it could even reach him. Subsequently, Enel transformed into his god of thunder form, overwhelming Old Sand once more. It was not that Old Sand lacked strength. Rather, the capabilities of the Rumble fruit were exceptionally formidable, renowned as the most powerful fruit upon the seas. However, It was no simple task for Enel to easily defeat Old Sand. He needed to embody his strongest state as the god of thunder to prevail, as they had engaged in numerous sparring matches and were well aware of each other's capabilities. As all matches concluded, Alan and Drake continued their bout, unable to determine a victor for the time being. Rambo and Ishao refrained from intervening, despite being part of the same team. It was understood that no one should interfere while men were engaged in battle. Eventually, everyone settled down, watching with utmost seriousness as if witnessing a grand performance. They sparred on until midday without pause, prompting Rambo to declare, "Let us dine first, and then resume our spectacle." Everyone agreed, and Enel directly suggested they dine here, as it would be pleasant to eat while watching. Lumbo contemplated this notion and deemed it indeed a splendid idea. Soon, they had arranged the table and chairs, after which Lumbo declared, "Serve the dishes, let us feast." At this moment, the most composed among them remarked, "What dishes? Our chef seems to be engaged in a brawl. The meal has yet to be prepared." It was only then that Lumbo remembered, having been preoccupied with the spectacle, that lunch had not yet been secured. He surveyed the group, silently inquiring who among them could cook. One by one, they raised their heads to look at the ceiling, crossing their arms as if to indicate they had not noticed Lumbo's plea. Frustrated, Lumbo thought to himself, "What sort of teammates are these? When needed, they all turn a blind eye. Perhaps I shall take matters into my own hands." With that, Lumbo rolled up his sleeves, prepared to head to the kitchen. At that moment, Kuina approached him, firmly grasping his arm, while the others gathered in front of Lumbo. Their message clear: they would rather endure hunger than partake in a meal prepared by him. Lanbo was equally perplexed, exclaiming, "Is my cooking truly that unpalatable? What are with all your expressions?" With a grin, Ishao quickly resolved the matter, instructing Alan to hasten to the kitchen. Frustrated, Lanbo expressed his irritation, and the others felt a wave of relief wash over them at his decision to abandon cooking. Without hesitation, Enela transformed into a bolt of lightning, striking between the two, and coolly addressed Alan, "Alan, the captain demands your return to the kitchen. Otherwise, he shall take it upon himself to cook." Exchanging glances filled with trepidation, both Alan and Drake simultaneously conceded, "I yield. I shall return to cook." "I yield. You return to cook." Subsequently, Alan nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly made his way to the kitchen. Lambo was left utterly bewildered by the antics of the two, realizing with dismay, these two would rather concede than endure my cooking? After the group enjoyed a delightful meal, Lanbo unveiled his plan to engage with the Big Mom pirates, prompting Alan to rise abruptly. Unfamiliar with Alan's background, the others listened intently as Lanbo, with Alan's consent, shared his lineage with the crew, igniting a fervent sense of camaraderie among all members. Witnessing their spirited resolve not only bolstered Lambo's enthusiasm, but also served as a testament to their collective fighting prowess. Lumbo's decision to approach the Big Mom pirates stems not only from the matter concerning Aaron, but also reflects a yearning for a genuine battle to assess the prowess he and his comrades have cultivated over the past 2 years. The current warlords of the sea can no longer withstand the challenges posed by Lumbo's crew, and are now contemplating encounters with the 4 emperors. However, Lumbo is acutely aware that his strength is still a considerable distance from that of Big Mom. Yet, this time he is not alone in his endeavors. He is accompanied by his team. Each member of the crew has the potential to carve out a reputation on the high seas, though few in number. They follow an elite path. Apart from the somewhat weaker abilities of Rana and the 3 young ladies, the others possess strength surpassing that of the warlords. Notably, Enel and Ishao stand as exceptional figures among the admirals, while Old Sand has significantly improved his haki over the past 2 years, making him capable of holding his own against admirals. These formidable allies embolden Lumbo to confront the Big Mom pirates. Without such a solid foundation, he would never dare to challenge the 4 emperors at this juncture. Without further ado, the crew gathered and set sail back to the Navy headquarters. Before their departure, Satyr was retained, as this was Lumbo's stronghold. Unless an individual of 4 emperors' caliber were to arrive at Skypea, Satyr, with his current abilities, could at least alert Lumbo in the event of an encounter. Lumbo remains unaware whether the alterations he has made have precipitated changes in the historical narrative or if other factors are at play. Conventionally, during the 2 years of training that Luffy underwent under Rayleigh's guidance, Bellamy arrived at Skypea for reasons unknown, subsequently offering the island's gold to Doflamingo, which led to his rise as a subordinate within Doflamingo's ranks. This information was gleaned from Bellamy himself prior to Luffy's confrontation with Doflamingo. However, at present, Bellamy has yet to make an appearance, leaving one to ponder whether it is simply a matter of time or other circumstances that have prevented his arrival on Skypiea. Nonetheless, as Limbo's own stronghold, Skypiea warrants considerable attention regarding its defense. Currently, the island is akin to a fortress armed to the teeth. Even if Doflamingo were to personally attempt the annihilation of Skypiea, it would not be an endeavor easily accomplished. For the time being, Limbo can anticipate receiving news of assistance. After Rambo conveyed certain matters, everyone boarded the ship and set sail towards the headquarters of the New World. Upon arrival, Rambo sought out Sengoku to share his plans. Sengoku, upon hearing this, was somewhat taken aback, yet not overwhelmingly surprised. He was well aware that this individual, much like his grandfather, was not one to remain idle. Stirring up events was indeed a hallmark of the monkey family. With a smile, Sengoku remarked, "You wish to provoke the four emperors? Fortunately, an excellent opportunity has just presented itself. I have received word that Big Mom's tea party is about to commence once again." This revelation genuinely astonished Rambo, as he recalled that in his previous life, Big Mom's tea parties did not occur so swiftly. Germa 66 was supposed to align with Big Mom only after Luffy had defeated Doflamingo, intending for Sanji to wed Big Mom's daughter, Pudding. It appeared that Rambo's presence had completely diverted the course of the Marineford War from its original narrative, rendering future events unpredictable and unbound by the established storyline. Chapter 1906. The Big Mom Tea Party. This news ignited a fervor and determination within Rambo. Although certain timelines were misaligned, the unfolding events were still adhering to the basic plot before the Marineford War. However, the subsequent developments had veered entirely off course. The uncertainty of what lay ahead, while daunting, also served as a compelling catalyst for action. Moreover, the news he received did not pertain to an alliance with Germa 66, but rather indicated a marriage between Big Mom and one of Kaido's calamities, the drought, Jack. Upon hearing this, Rambo nearly choked on his own surprise. What was this situation? Was the drought, that colossal elephant, to take a bride? This was evidently a scheme for an alliance between Big Mom and Kaido. During his time of wandering, Rambo had not been closely following the intricate dynamics of the New World. Since the Marineford War, Whitebeard had returned to the New World. And following the revelation of his confrontation with the Navy headquarters, the entire world was astounded by the prowess of the Whitebeard pirates. For a pirate crew to confront a faction, particularly not a mere branch of the Navy, but the very headquarters of the Navy, one of the three great powers of the sea, was unprecedented. The audacity of Whitebeard to challenge them directly sent shockwaves throughout the seas, akin to an atomic bomb detonating in the ocean, triggering an array of reactions. Every pirate was driven to madness, believing they were liberated while the Navy acted as a shackle, constraining their freedom. Yet, Whitebeard had boldly confronted the Navy and safely returned Ace to the New World. Such an accomplishment was nearly unfathomable in the eyes of a pirate, yet Whitebeard had achieved it. If Captain Whitebeard is regarded as a hero among all the navies, then he is undoubtedly the hero among pirates. In a fleeting moment, the name of Whitebeard became unparalleled. Everyone believed he would ascend as the true sovereign of the seas, destined to become the pirate king after Roger. Just as Roger's final words inspired countless men to embrace the tumultuous waves of the ocean, many pirates sought to join the Whitebeard pirates. The strength of the Whitebeard pirates grew exponentially, yet following the incident with Blackbeard, the crew intensified its criteria for accepting new members. While acts of violence were overlooked, the one cardinal rule was that no one who had betrayed their comrades could remain. Any traitor discovered would be dealt with summarily. Some pirates, having once betrayed their allies, quietly withdrew from the ranks of the Whitebeard pirates, inciting disdain from others. However, the majority remained steadfast, and the influx of new recruits continued to bolster the crew's power. As the crew expanded, territorial concerns naturally arose. Whitebeard refrained from encroaching upon the territory of red-haired Shanks, for it was Shanks who once thwarted Kaido when Whitebeard ventured to the headquarters. Out of respect for this past deed, Whitebeard would not disturb Shanks' domain, especially considering the intricate bonds Shanks shared with his companion, Yamato. Consequently, Big Mom and Kaido became the prime targets for Whitebeard's ambitions. Big Mom audaciously challenged Whitebeard, urging him to consider the implications of his actions. In response, Whitebeard dismissed her threats and seized several islands under her dominion, inciting her fury and desire for confrontation. Presently, Whitebeard finds himself in exceptional form, unperturbed by any adversary that approaches. Observing Whitebeard's formidable presence, Big Mom, despite her cunning, recognized the futility of engaging with such an indomitable force. Following minor skirmishes among her subordinates, Big Mom ultimately retreated without further incident. Kaido, on the other hand, was less concerned with territorial disputes. He seemed intent on courting disaster. While he may not have cared for land, he was fiercely protective of his pride. Should anyone dare to encroach upon his territory, he would not remain silent. For he too was one of the 4 emperors, deserving of respect. However, Kaido lacked the sagacity of Big Mom. He boldly approached Whitebeard alone. Though he had previously confronted Whitebeard, and though he could not triumph, Whitebeard had never managed to eliminate him. Yet this time, Kaido discovered his grave miscalculation. The outcome of their duel was tragic. Whitebeard overwhelmed him, shattering one of Kaido's arms with a single blow. In that moment, Kaido grasped the terrifying power of the current Whitebeard. Once comrades aboard the same ship, Whitebeard, recalling their shared history, spared Kaido's life. Acknowledging his inability to defeat Whitebeard, Kaido conspired with Big Mom, leading to the formation of an alliance characterized by a tea gathering of sorts. Upon hearing the conclusion of the Warring States period, Lumbo found himself utterly bewildered. Indeed, it was Lumbo's inadvertent actions that altered the very dynamics of the ocean. However, this scenario proved to be far superior to that of his previous life, where Blackbeard ascended to the rank of a Yonko, seizing Whitebeard's territories and committing heinous acts without remorse. The more territory Whitebeard possessed, the greater the number of citizens under his protection, which, in essence, was a positive development. At the very least, he would not exploit the common folk indiscriminately, with the schools of fish serving as a prime illustration. Rambo was deeply immersed in contemplation regarding the situation at sea, while Sengoku gazed at him with profound significance. Feeling somewhat guilty, Rambo spoke, "Marshal, please feel free to express your thoughts directly. I assure you that I will speak candidly. The recent upheaval in the New World has been monumental, particularly concerning Whitebeard. I dispatched a scout to investigate, and although his appearance remains unchanged, his strength has evidently grown increasingly formidable, and his condition is remarkably robust. I recall that this old fellow used to rely on 4 drips, did he not? What is your opinion on this matter? Is that truly the case? I was unaware of it. Marshal, would you like me to investigate further to uncover the reasons behind this? Could it be that there exists some elixir in this world capable of restoring one to their peak?" Rambo understood that he could not conceal the truth from Sengoku. Yet he could not admit to orchestrating the matter himself, for he was a respectable member of the Navy. "I cannot confirm the existence of such elixirs, but I am aware of a certain ability that can achieve similar results. What about you?" Sengoku fixed his gaze intently into Rambo's eyes, though feeling somewhat guilty. Rambo's practice of mindfulness proved advantageous at this moment. With unwavering composure, akin to a mountain standing firm amidst chaos, he gazed into the eyes of Sengoku with a serene demeanor. He feigned contemplation and remarked, "It is inconceivable. What power in this world could possibly reverse the effects of aging? Could it be that the Marshal possesses the Ain? No, that cannot be. It is utterly impossible. Ain has always been under my watchful eye. How could I remain oblivious to any of his actions?" Sengoku, observing this rascal's obstinate demeanor, wore an expression that radiated frustration. As if to say, "You can deny it all you wish. What can you do?" He then retorted, "Get lost. Go check on that old scoundrel of yours. He has recently become quite docile and no longer ventures out, seemingly content to remain at headquarters. What could be the reason for such a change?" Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Lumbo immediately nodded and bowed as he exited the commander's office. Just as he was closing the door, Sengoku remarked, "Regardless of the circumstances, you are always a member of the Navy. Remember your duties." Chapter 1907, Betrayal is Impossible. As Lanbo absorbed the words of Sengoku, he paused momentarily before decisively closing the door. Standing outside, he murmured softly, "I seek not to be unworthy of the world, but only to be true to my heart." He was acutely aware that Sengoku would undoubtedly hear him. To be true to one's heart, indeed? How amusing. Sengoku, of course, caught Lanbo's words with his intellect. He could not possibly fail to deduce that Whitebeard's transformation stemmed from certain events. Yet, as he pondered, he contemplated the implications. If the Marine had indeed triumphed over Whitebeard during the Paramount War, could it be considered a true victory? He reflected on how he had once been ensnared by a pirate's cunning, agreeing to grant the title of warlord to the likes of Blackbeard in exchange for the execution of Ace. Following the war, Sengoku conducted a thorough analysis of the battle, breaking into a cold sweat as he realized that the Whitebeard pirates and the Marines had been outmaneuvered by a pirate, nearly losing the final fruits of victory. Had it not been for Blackbeard's ability to steal the powers of others, Possessing two formidable abilities alongside such a calculating mind, the situation would have been far more dire. The thought of the war's outcome potentially heralding the rise of a new era under the likes of Luffy filled Sengoku with dread. He knew his own character would compel him to resign from the position of Fleet Admiral, leading to an entirely different landscape for the Marines and the New World. In truth, during the confrontation with Whitebeard, Sengoku had sensed something amiss. The man was simply too powerful, having dealt with Whitebeard for a lifetime. He understood the pirate better than anyone else. After all, the one who knows you best is often your enemy. Subsequent actions taken by Whitebeard in the New World only cemented Sengoku's suspicions that Lan Wenbo had manipulated events using Ein's backward fruit to restore Whitebeard to his peak. However, the current situation was precisely what Sengoku had hoped for, whether in protecting his territories or navigating conflicts with the other emperors. It presented a favorable scenario for the Marines. Moreover, Whitebeard harbored no grand ambitions of unifying the seas. As Sengoku meticulously reviewed the entire sequence of events, an image unexpectedly emerged in his mind, intricately linked to both the Marines and the New World. It became evident that this entire situation had been orchestrated by none other than the grandson of that old rascal, Monkey D. Lan Wenbo. Sengoku could hardly fathom that Lan Wenbo was the mastermind behind it all, shaping the current state of the seas. At this moment, he began to genuinely contemplate whether Lan Wenbo should take the reins of the Marines. This individual, both in strength and intellect, could be deemed a prodigy. If entrusted with the command of the Marines, would it lead them to glory or to ruin? The members of the D clan had always been restless spirits. Yet, Lan Wenbo's recent declaration of being true to his heart had genuinely stirred something within Sengoku. For an extended period, I have assumed the role of a marshal. Yet I find myself unable to act with a clear conscience. The demon-slaying order from West Sea O'Hara captured the notorious criminal Don Quixote da Flamingo, only to be compelled to release him. The system of the Seven Warlords, which permits pirates to plunder freely, fundamentally conflicts with my innermost beliefs. However, as a soldier, I am bound by the duty to obey orders. This highlights the distinction between Sengoku and Lan Wenbo. Sengoku's unwavering loyalty and commitment to strengthening the Navy contrasts sharply with Lan Wenbo's aspiration to have the Navy assist the common folk. Ultimately, Sengoku's end goal aligns with Lan Wenbo's. A formidable Navy would inherently enable more aid to the populace. Yet, Sengoku currently prioritizes the process, while Lan Wenbo focuses directly on the outcomes. Had the Navy initially centered its efforts on aiding the citizenry, it is likely that figures like Dragon would not have emerged as rebels, leading to the formation of the Revolutionary Army. Many aspire to become pirates across these vast seas, yet there are just as many who, having suffered under pirate oppression, wish to join the Navy. Unfortunately, lacking adequate pathways, these individuals became susceptible to the Revolutionary Army's allure, consequently bolstering its strength. Sengoku is not oblivious to this reality. Yet he faces his own predicaments. After all, he operates under the authority of his superior, who originally established the Navy not to preserve the peace of the seas, but rather to assemble a cadre of bodyguards to protect the elite. As for the rationale behind the superior's directive for the Navy to apprehend pirates, it is merely a matter of preventing anyone from amassing too much power, which could threaten their standing and compromise the safety of the elite. The welfare of the common people is of no concern to them. In essence, the Navy functions merely as a group of bodyguards. Lan Wenbo possesses remarkable insight, which is why he is prepared to assume control of the Navy, rallying his team to dismiss the current leadership and claim the mantle of authority for himself. He remains untroubled by the issue of military funding. Indeed, the Celestial Dragons are the wealthiest in the world, but the second wealthiest is none other than Tesla. At least in the pursuit of toppling the world government, he stands as a formidable ally, making a partnership with Tesla entirely feasible. Thus, Lan Wenbo leading the Navy towards independence would eliminate any concerns regarding financial backing. Should Lan Wenbo betray the Navy, it would be inconceivable. He has vowed to his late father to uphold the principles of a righteous Navy, refusing to follow in his father's footsteps of rebellion and solitary ventures. While he remains loyal to the Navy, he has no intentions of remaining subservient to the world government. This has been a long-considered strategy for Lan Wenbo. He is committed to being a Navy man, yet he will not be a mere lackey. Detaching the Navy from the world government to establish independence is a far bolder move than that of his father, Dragon, and only a modern individual like Lan Wenbo possesses such audacity. It is crucial to recognize that Dragon's betrayal affected only himself, a solitary departure. However, Lan Wenbo's insurrection would involve leading a vast contingent alongside him, entangling numerous complexities. It is akin to an executive leading an entire company's workforce away to form a new enterprise, a devastatingly effective maneuver. Should the celestial dragons become aware of Lumbo's intentions, they would likely attempt to quash him before he could fully realize his ambitions, even at the risk of incurring the wrath of Garp. Nevertheless, this plan cannot yet be executed. Lumbo is not yet an admiral, and his foundation is still tenuous, although he has garnered a capable group, including the likes of Enel. The task of steering the Navy towards autonomy necessitates securing the allegiance of the mid to high-ranking officials, particularly the 3 admirals and the vice-admirals. As for the elder figures like Sengoku, Tsuru, and Garp, they are not significant obstacles. Notably, Zephyr has shown unwavering support for Lumbo's endeavors, treating him as if he were his own grandson. The other 3 veterans have devoted their lives to the Navy and harbor strong sentiments for the organization. The notion that they hold deep affection for the world government is incredulous. If such feelings existed, the old man would never have publicly denounced the Dragon Clan as swine before Sengoku. Chapter 198. A new uncle to add. Lumbo returned to Karp's villa. Observing Karp sipping tea and enjoying some rice crackers, a sense of bewilderment washed over him as he recalled Sengoku's words, noting that Karp had been acting rather unusually lately, seldom venturing outside or causing any disturbances, instead choosing to remain cooped up at home. Initially, Lumbo paid little mind to the matter at hand, yet witnessing the current demeanor of the old gentleman struck him as rather peculiar. "Grandfather, have you been troubled by anything of late?" he inquired. "Marshal, you seem somewhat off these days." "It's nothing," came the leisurely response from Karp, "merely a recollection of bygone events. I require some time to untangle my thoughts." This only deepened Lumbo's confusion, for he was well aware of the old gentleman's character. Even in adversity, he could deliver a formidable blow to restore equilibrium. No matter the circumstances, he remained steadfast. Throughout his life, the old gentleman had been a paragon of heroism, exhibiting only a flicker of apprehension in the presence of Admiral Crane, while exhibiting no fear toward anyone else. Even before Sengoku, he maintained a light-hearted demeanor. So what could possibly weigh upon him to warrant such a furrowed brow? In Lumbo's recollection, there was scarcely an issue that the old gentleman could not resolve with a single punch. Should there be, he would simply deliver another. Could it truly be related to Admiral Crane? Was it possible that the old gentleman yearned to rekindle a connection with her? This thought ignited a fervent curiosity within Lumbo. If indeed that were the case, he harbored no objections. Should the old gentleman and Admiral Crane find solace in each other's company in their twilight years, Lumbo would wholeheartedly support it. Despite Admiral Crane's advanced age and diminished allure, she had once been regarded as the epitome of beauty among naval officers in her youth. At the very least, they could enlist Ein's assistance to restore her to her youthful splendor, culminating in a grand wedding, a celebration that would undoubtedly be heralded as the most magnificent nuptial event in naval history. Lumbo continuously indulged in various musings about Admiral Karp and Vice Admiral Tsuru, convinced that the old man's capabilities were beyond reproach, with Tsuru appearing rejuvenated. He whimsically pondered the possibility of gaining another uncle by marriage, a thought that filled him with excitement. Karp, noticing the increasingly lewd grin on Lumbo's face, was left wondering about the boy's thoughts, and without hesitation, he delivered a sharp blow to Lumbo's head, instantly bringing him back to reality. "Ouch!" Lumbo exclaimed, rubbing his head. It had been years since Karp had struck him, and this blow nearly brought tears to his eyes. "What inappropriate thoughts were you entertaining just now?" "Grandfather, have you seen Vice Admiral Tsuru lately?" Lumbo cleverly sidestepped Karp's inquiry, instead posing a question of his own. Karp, momentarily taken aback by Lumbo's sudden query, replied, "Tsuru has gone to Dressrosa to keep an eye on that rogue." "Why do you ask?" "Oh, nothing in particular. Just a casual inquiry," Lumbo responded, feeling a twinge of guilt. He had nearly let slip something he shouldn't have. Suddenly, Karp struck Lumbo's head again, this time with greater force, causing him to sit down abruptly. Despite his jovial demeanor, Karp was no fool. A moment's contemplation led him to suspect that Lumbo's thoughts had veered into inappropriate territory. "What nonsense are you thinking about?" Karp queried. "I have been reflecting on an old acquaintance, and I received a letter from this individual, which has left me pondering how to address the matter." As Karp settled onto the sofa, Lumbo, who had been seated on the floor, sprang to his feet, now even more intrigued. Could it be that the old man had another romantic interest aside from Vice Admiral Tsuru, and that this mysterious person had sent him a letter, prompting such unusual behavior? Lumbo scrutinized old man Karp closely, unable to discern any signs of him being a man prone to romantic entanglements. However, this was not necessarily a flaw. Though he lacked a roguish charm, Carp commanded immense respect upon the seas, and it was entirely reasonable for him to have a handful of female admirers. "Grandpa, who is that old acquaintance?" Lumbo inquired, stepping back cautiously, fearful that Carp might strike him once more. Carp cast a sidelong glance at Lumbo, pondering whether this lad was truly his own grandson. As a man of integrity, how could he possibly have an abundance of former lovers? Perhaps it was time to reach out to that scoundrel dragon and inquire if this boy was genuinely a scion of the monkey family or merely a stray picked up along the way. Carp fixed his gaze on Lumbo, gradually parting his lips to utter a single word, "Scram." The sound resonated powerfully, akin to thunderclaps echoing in Lumbo's ears. Leaving him momentarily dazed, Rambo hurriedly dashed towards the door, casually securing it behind him. However, as he locked the door, a sudden pallor swept across his face. Initially, he had merely intended to jest, but he discerned an unsettling change in the old gentleman's demeanor. In an effort to lighten the mood, he sought to alleviate the elder's worries. Yet, upon witnessing a figure capable of troubling the old man, it became evident that this individual was indeed formidable. Who, after all, could transform a once composed acquaintance into such a state of distress? Rambo pondered for a moment, feeling somewhat at a loss, before making his way to Zephyr's quarters. He knocked gently on the door and entered, greeting his esteemed teacher before delving straight into the matter at hand. "Teacher, are you aware of any peculiarities regarding my grandfather lately? Upon my recent return, I noticed something amiss. Indeed, Garp has been acting strangely of late. Just a couple of days ago, he engaged in conversation with me, yet I too am at a loss. I have reached out to Tsuru. She is expected to return tomorrow. If anyone knows Garp better than we do, it would certainly be her." Zephyr took a sip of his tea. "Earlier, my grandfather received a letter from an old acquaintance of his, but he did not disclose the contents of the letter to me. Nor did he reveal the identity of this friend. However, it must be someone significant if they have managed to cause such distress for him. Do you know of anyone fitting this description?" Zephyr contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. "While we have fought alongside each other in the past, our paths diverged as we each led our respective teams, leaving me with limited insight into his experiences. Let us await Tsuru's return before drawing any conclusions." Even Lumbo could only offer a token contribution, and then Zephyr and Lumbo discussed the situation at sea. Lumbo did not conceal from Zephyr the reasons behind Whitebeard's transformation. Zephyr was not surprised. In truth, several old-timers had long been aware of the cause of Whitebeard's newfound strength. However, the current circumstances at sea were advantageous for the Navy, so everyone tacitly agreed to maintain silence. Yet, the situation has now shifted. Should Kaido and Big Mom form an alliance and confront Whitebeard, the dynamics would drastically alter. The tremors caused by a clash among 3 of the 4 emperors would be far from trivial. Given Whitebeard's proud nature, it is improbable that he would ally with Shanks. Even if he were to face 2 foes alone and emerge victorious, the outcome would still lead to a Pyrrhic victory. Once their battle concludes, Lumbo is convinced that the world government will undoubtedly take action, and the scale of this conflict will not be as straightforward as the Marineford War. Shanks cannot remain inactive. Should 3 of the emperors fall to the Navy, the next target for the Navy would certainly be the red-haired pirates. This would truly signify a grand melee among pirates. Chapter 199. Zephyr's infatuation. Rambo, rubbing his forehead, remarked with a hint of discomfort, "Have I erred in some way? The current situation at sea is indeed a consequence of my own actions. In the face of those ferocious waves, I failed to consider the repercussions. And now it truly is a source of distress." Zephyr replied with a smile, "The current state of affairs is relatively favorable. You have accomplished much and performed admirably. Had you not intervened during the Marineford War, the circumstances at sea would likely be far worse than they are now. This is the most advantageous outcome we could have devised, and it is precisely why Sengoku, aware that you restored Whitebeard's strength, has refrained from placing blame upon you. In truth, reviving Whitebeard to his former glory is not without merit. This individual harbors no ambition and shows no interest in the treasure Roger left behind at the end of his life. The greater his power, the more formidable the threat he poses to other pirates." Lumbo pondered the reasons behind his initial decision to assist Whitebeard. Firstly, he felt compelled to rescue Ace. Secondly, Whitebeard harbored no interest in pirate treasures, which was rather straightforward. Who would covet the legacy left behind by a once formidable rival? The third and most crucial reason was the potential to restore Whitebeard to his prime, thereby reclaiming his peak power. This was something Lumbo had confirmed with Ein repeatedly. As long as Ein lifted the constraints imposed upon Whitebeard, he would soon revert to a frail and weakened state. This was Lumbo's trump card. Despite his admiration for Whitebeard in his previous life, he understood the necessity of retaining a degree of caution. A peak-powered Whitebeard was a formidable force, likely only manageable by the old man himself. Lumbo had previously worried that if Ace returned to the New World, the world government would order the Navy to pursue Whitebeard relentlessly to salvage their reputation, putting both Whitebeard and Ace in peril. Thus, he had refrained from lifting the constraints. However, he now hesitated, fearing that if Kaido and Big Mom allied against Whitebeard, he would truly be in grave danger. Ace, who respected Whitebeard immensely, would undoubtedly fight on the front lines, leading to uncertain outcomes. Therefore, he could not afford to dissolve Whitebeard's current state. By the way, Master, how is your strength faring? Would you like me to ask to restore you to your youthful prime? Lumbo inquired. His return with his comrades also aimed to see if he could assist these veterans in reclaiming their former glory. Zifa, upon hearing this, burst into laughter, extending his robust arm and clenching his fist with vigor. Although Zifa appeared casual, Lumbo felt an overwhelming pressure reminiscent of his encounters with Garp in the underwater prison, albeit less intense. No need. I am currently at my peak, Zifa replied with a hearty laugh. Master, there is something I wish to ask you. During my time in the underwater prison, I encountered the Red Count, whose strength was formidable. I could sense he clearly surpassed the Admiral level. Yet Grandfather arrived just in time to defeat him. Their conversation included a term, that step. I wish to understand what that step truly signifies in terms of power. Oh, the Red Count. He is indeed remarkable, a notorious pirate who has roamed the seas for decades. It appears he has taken that step. No, he has likely reached the second step. You will naturally comprehend this when your strength ascends to a certain level. In reality, it is not merely one step, but three. Both Sengoku and I have just crossed into the first step, while their step is probably the third. Given your aptitude, you should grasp this swiftly, however. It might be a tad premature to disclose it now. At this moment, Lumbo felt ensnared by Zifa's words. How many steps were there? 1 or 3? Observing Zifa's reluctance to elaborate further, Lumbo refrained from pressing the matter. Nonetheless, he understood that the pinnacle of power in this world was undoubtedly beyond that of an admiral. The strength of an admiral was merely a boundary, above which lay deeper realms of power. Lamb escorted Zephyr, and together they returned to Captain Carp's villa, where the three of them indulged in a light snack. Upon seeing his old friend, Carp engaged in jovial conversation for a brief moment. Yet he refrained from uttering a word regarding the matter of the letter. Zephyr found himself at a loss. This old rascal was indeed aware of the situation. If he chose to remain silent, no one could compel him otherwise. However, Zephyr anticipated the swift return of Crane, and he was eager to witness how this fellow would fare then. The following morning, Zephyr took Lammer to the port to welcome Admiral Crane. As she disembarked, she inquired of Zephyr, "What is the situation? What mischief is that old rascal up to now that required my swift return?" Admiral Crane, Lammer sweetly addressed her, for no woman relishes being called old. She had always insisted that Peach Rabbit call her sister. Admiral Crane chuckled. "At our age, you still dare to call me sister? If I call Peach Rabbit sister, then I must address you as sister too. Today, I shall perform a little magic, and let us see who dares to call Admiral Crane Annie thereafter. I will ensure that anyone who does so will face my grandfather's wrath. Ein, come forth." Ein greeted Admiral Crane and took her hand. Soon, the wrinkles on her face diminished, her skin became increasingly smooth, and her once frail physique gradually filled out. Her white hair transformed into a lustrous black, and it became evident that the once celebrated military beauty had not merely faded away. She was a stunning woman indeed. Once completed, Lammer produced a mirror from his pocket, smiling as he said, "Sister, if I don't call you sister now, I suspect Master Zephyr would not approve." He cast a glance at Zephyr, who was staring at Admiral Crane with an unmistakable look of infatuation. Crane, observing Zephyr's starry-eyed expression, rolled her eyes and then gazed at the mirror in Lammer's hand with disbelief, before breaking into a joyful smile. The group proceeded toward Sengoku's office. But after a few steps, they noticed Zephyr still frozen in place, evidently rendered dazed by Crane's playful eye roll. Lammer, observing Zephyr's lack of composure, roused him from his stupor, internally lamenting, "Master Zephyr, really? Is it appropriate for you to act smitten in front of your student?" Zephyr's face flushed crimson. Yet, one could hardly blame him. The youthful Admiral Crane had once been the goddess of the Navy and the object of many a dream. Seeing her again transported Zephyr back to his own youthful days. As they walked, the surrounding soldiers saluted Zephyr and Lammer. Once they had passed, they whispered among themselves, Who is that female officer between Instructor Zephyr and Admiral Lammer? We have never seen her before, and she holds the rank of Admiral. The only admirals currently are Admiral Crane and Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, right? A group of individuals entered Admiral Sengoku's office amidst the astonished expressions of the naval personnel. They knocked gently before stepping inside. Sengoku glanced up casually, then returned to his paperwork, stating, "Zifa, you summoned me for." Before he could finish, he abruptly raised his head, stood up, and leaned heavily on his desk, fixating intently on the youthful visage of Rear Admiral Tsuru. With a resounding crash, Sengoku slammed his hand onto the desk, shattering it, nearly losing his balance. Zifa observed with amusement, remarking to Limbo, "Now you comprehend the allure of Rear Admiral Tsuru, don't you? Our marshal seems destined to be utterly captivated by her charms." He smiled at Limbo, clearly relishing the moment, having just experienced a minor embarrassment in Limbo's presence. Now, with someone else to share the spotlight, he felt a measure of vindication. Limbo chuckled and shook his head. "Marshal, let us not dwell on that for now. I assure you, that is indeed Rear Admiral Tsuru. We have matters to discuss." Despite Sengoku's usually composed demeanor, he was rendered speechless by Tsuru's youthful appearance. Hearing Limbo's words, Sengoku cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and inquired, "By the way, what brings you here?" "Enough of that. Rear Admiral Tsuru will maintain this appearance moving forward, so you may gaze upon her later. Let's focus on business." Limbo was utterly flabbergasted. Previously, if anyone had suggested that Sengoku could be infatuated, Limbo would have vehemently denied it. Now, he found himself wishing to reprimand Sengoku. Tsuru, witnessing Limbo's foolishness, burst into laughter, and her mirth caused Sengoku and Zifa to widen their eyes in disbelief, swallowing hard. Tsuru then coughed lightly, saying, "All right, we still have matters to attend to. You two should compose yourselves." Zifa and Sengoku promptly seated themselves, with Sengoku disregarding the shattered desk as he asked, "What is it that you seek from me? And Tsuru, how did you come to look like this?" Given Sengoku's intellect, such a naive question was unexpected, clearly indicating he had yet to recover from his earlier shock. Zifa and Tsuru exchanged glances before turning to Limbo, and Sengoku, regaining his composure, quickly grasped the situation. "Enough of this. You will have ample time to admire my sister Tsuru. For now, let us address the pressing issues at hand. You are aware of the peculiar behavior exhibited by my father recently. I shall not elaborate further. I have gathered some information. My father explicitly mentioned that a long-lost acquaintance sent him a letter not long ago. I suspect that the changes in his demeanor are undoubtedly linked to this letter and its sender. As comrades of my father for decades, I wish to hear your insights." "A letter?" Sengoku and Tsuru exchanged contemplative glances, lost in thought. The only individuals capable of provoking such a transformation in that old rascal through a mere letter would be either his close friends or his adversaries. If they were friends, then Garp would surely be delighted and would have burst through my office door to inform me. Thus, the probability of friendship can be largely dismissed, leaving us with the notion of a formidable adversary. At this moment, Sengoku had fully regained his astute demeanor. However, Garp's enemies had mostly been vanquished and confined within the depths of the underwater prison, and we are well aware of Garp's prowess. Over the past decade, he has only grown stronger. Those he has previously defeated are even less likely to stand against him now. So, who could possibly be an opponent that Garp has not defeated and yet still fears? Tsuru continued, and the two of them managed to analyze the situation succinctly. At this point, Sengoku, Tsuru, and Zephyr simultaneously rose, their expressions filled with astonishment. Could it be him? Upon hearing their exclamations, Limbo quickly realized the truth. Indeed, it must be him, the only tyrant of the seas, rocks. This pirate was the sole one Garp had never vanquished, for he had only defeated the Rocks pirates with Roger's assistance. Thus, this individual was the only one who could instill fear in Garp. Sengoku and the others slowly settled back down, lost in contemplation. This was certainly not good news. Was the once dominant pirate of the seas about to rise again? This was not an easy foe to contend with. Now that we have clarified the situation, let us seek out the old man and have him recount the events himself. It is far better than us speculating here. Limbo observed the three solemn veterans, who all nodded in agreement, and together, the four proceeded toward Garp's villa. Limbo noted the profound gravity etched on the faces of the three. Clearly, Rocks had left a lasting impression on them, or they would not appear so tense. The quartet swiftly arrived at Garp's villa, where they found him exercising in the garden. As they watched Garp throw punches into the air, seemingly soft, yet each strike capable of shattering the very space before him, they exchanged glances, each reflecting their astonishment. Lumbo nearly dropped his jaw. The old man, lacking the powers of the Whitebeard's trimmer fruit, was capable of fracturing space with nothing but his fists. After a time, Garp donned his cloak and turned around, his gaze falling first upon Vice Admiral Tsuru. With a cheerful grin, he exclaimed, "Ah, Tsuru, you look younger than ever. Truly, you are stunning," displaying his trademark smile with 2 rows of pristine teeth. Though Garp appeared as his usual self, Lumbo discerned a glimmer of admiration and tenderness in his eyes for Tsuru. "You rascal, you've always been this way and never changed. Now, what exactly is the situation with Rock's letter?" Tsuru inquired, one hand on her hip and the other pointing at Garp. "It seems you all have caught wind of it. Let us step inside," he replied, leading them into the living room. Lumbo, tasked with serving tea and water, dutifully poured a cup for everyone before taking a seat. "This fellow has returned. I wonder where he is hiding now, restoring his strength, after being sealed away for so many years. It seems rather implausible that one could return to their prime state immediately. My contemplation has not centered on his return itself, but rather on the manner of his escape. He was confined in the abyssal depths of the Prominence Valley, a place nearly devoid of life, where no creature could penetrate. Hence, I remain perplexed." Garp furrowed his brow, his expression one of bewilderment. "So, you're not concerned about Rock's return? You merely ponder how he managed to break free?" Zephyr inquired. "Indeed, what else would you presume? That fellow was once within my grasp, and should he dare to emerge again, I assure you I would be more than capable of defeating him. I simply cannot fathom how he escaped," Garp replied with an air of conviction. The others exhaled deeply, as if an immense weight had been lifted from their shoulders. Tsuru promptly leaped forward, seizing Garp by the ear, and exclaimed, "Then why can't you just clarify the situation for us? You've put us through unnecessary worry." Garp grimaced in pain as Tsuru tugged at his ear, retorting, "It's not really a significant matter. There is no need to trouble you all. It's merely that another pirate of the Emperor caliber has emerged from the sea. Even if Rox possesses formidable strength, he is only slightly more powerful than the other emperors. Why are you all so needlessly anxious? Well, the emergence of a pirate of Emperor caliber is hardly a trivial concern, and indeed, only Old Man Garp could possess such audacity." Chapter 201. The unabashed Garp Rambo observed his grandfather, caught in the clutches of Admiral Tsuru, and felt a sense of amusement at his distressed demeanor. It seemed that only Admiral Tsuru had the authority to restrain his grandfather upon these vast seas. "Tsuru, release this old rascal. We have the younger generation present. Show him some respect," Zifa interjected, pleading for Karp's dignity. Admiral Tsuru cast a glance at Rambo before relinquishing her hold on Karp's ear. Instantly, Karp reverted to his jovial self, clearly unperturbed by the embarrassment before his grandson. "Grandpa, regarding the alliance between Kaido and Big Mom, is there not a shadow of rocks lurking behind them? Let us not forget that he was their former captain. I suspect that their partnership, ostensibly aimed at confronting Whitebeard, is actually orchestrated by rocks from the background. Do you think such a scenario is plausible?" Rambo pondered aloud upon hearing Rock's name and reflecting on the current maritime situation. "Indeed, that is quite possible. Whitebeard wields significant power, and his foremost concern is his crew of sons. Rox, having once been Whitebeard's captain and akin to family, could potentially rally the entirety of the Whitebeard pirates under his banner upon his return. However, even if Whitebeard were to acquiesce, I doubt his sons would comply. To them, Whitebeard will always be their captain, and the notion of acknowledging Rox as their leader would likely be met with resistance," Admiral Tsuru deduced, identifying the crux of the issue. "Correct. I even have a hunch that Rox had previously contacted Whitebeard, but the negotiations fell through. Hence, Rox orchestrated the alliance between Kaido and Big Mom, which on the surface appears to be a joint effort against Whitebeard, yet in reality serves to facilitate Rox's return, as he needs to consolidate his forces," Sengoku concluded, striking at the heart of the matter. Those present seemed to agree, with no dissenting voices raised. Rambo contemplated this revelation, realizing that a visit to Whitebeard was now imperative to ascertain the situation. His original plan to approach Big Mom's crew would have to be postponed. Seeking her out now would likely be ill-timed, although Rambo had confidence in provoking her based solely on her strength. The direct involvement of Kaido and the looming presence of the ultimate antagonist, Rox, complicated matters significantly. "By the way, Karp, what about the letter from Rox? Bring it forth. I wish to examine it," Zifa prompted, recalling the letter as the others expressed curiosity about any potential insights it might hold. Karp retrieved a note from his pocket, which Sengoku took and unfolded. It simply bore the words, "Carp, I have returned. This time, I shall reclaim all that is rightfully mine. None shall impede my path. Soon, you shall hear my name echo across the vast ocean once more. I hope you do not become too feeble, for that would render it truly meaningless." The signature reads rocks, embodying neither hysteria nor madness, yet it is this very calmness that evokes a sense of dread, truly, the stillness before the tempest. After a brief discussion among the assembly, no definitive plan emerged, while they discerned the shadow of rocks lurking behind the alliance of Kaido and Big Mom. They found themselves devoid of effective means to thwart it, having no choice but to proceed step by step. The adversary manifesting before their eyes was not the source of fear. Rather, it was the venomous serpent concealed in the darkness. Only upon Rock's emergence could they take decisive action. As the discussions yielded no fruitful outcomes, each departed in their own direction. Old Man Garp promptly rose to follow the trio, and Sengoku, observing Garp's departure, pondered the sudden display of decorum from the old rascal. When he noticed Garp's unwavering gaze fixed upon Tsuru, he nearly erupted with frustration. Realizing that this incorrigible old fool's newfound politeness was directed solely at her. "Is there something you need? If not, please refrain from following us." Sengoku cast a sidelong glance at Garp. "TCH, I'm not trailing you. I'm accompanying Tsuru. Tsuru, have you had breakfast? Allow me to take you. Have you just returned? If so, why not rest a bit after breakfast, and then we can share lunch together?" Garp transformed decisively into a charming suitor, trailing behind Admiral Tsuru like a devoted shadow. Zeph and Sengoku were profoundly defeated by Garp's shamelessness. Zeph exchanged a glance with Sengoku and then turned to Garp, remarking, "If this old fool had been so proactive from the start, you three would not have endured such hardship for all these years." Sengoku, in truth, was aware that Tsuru had always favored that old rogue. "Ah, well, after all these years, I've come to terms with it. Let him indulge in his antics. I shall return to my office." Zeph gazed at Sengoku's silhouette against the rising sun, feeling a pang of bittersweet nostalgia. Rambo stood at the doorway, observing the emotional entanglement of these four veterans. No, more precisely, three of them. He found himself at a loss for words. However, regarding the bygone affairs of his elders, he felt disinclined to delve into the past. He had far more pressing matters to attend to at present. Rambo exchanged greetings with Zephyr, requesting him to convey a message to his team members that he had pressing matters to attend to and would be departing for a while. He then made his way to the dock, retrieved his ship, the Jinyu, and swiftly departed from the naval headquarters. Lumbo retrieved Ace's life card and followed its guidance as he sailed onward. By the second noon, he caught sight of the formidable Moby Dick, captained by Whitebeard. In the distance, he anchored his vessel and leaped directly onto the deck of Moby Dick. The entire crew, loyal to Whitebeard, was already in position. Before Lumbo could steady himself, a figure materialized beside him, and he felt a surge of intense warmth rush towards his left cheek. Lumbo extended his left hand, seizing the fervent breath of fire, and as the flames extinguished, a clenched fist materialized within his palm. With determination, Lumbo grasped that fist tightly and pulled it towards himself, embracing the other. "Is this how you welcome me, Brother Ace?" Lumbo chuckled. "Your strength has indeed grown formidable, Lumbo." "I was hoping to give you a taste of my power," Ace responded, visibly delighted to see Lumbo. "Father, I have come to see everyone," Lumbo remarked after exchanging a few words with Ace. Then he greeted Whitebeard. "Ha ha ha, our family member Lumbo has returned. Let the feast begin," Whitebeard proclaimed. And the captains aboard the ship echoed his sentiment. Following the tumultuous events of the Marineford War, Lumbo's popularity within the Whitebeard pirates remained exceptionally high. Rambo, along with Margot and Jaws, exchanged greetings before swiftly proceeding to the drinking segment. They were all aware of Rambo's remarkable tolerance for alcohol, and none would dare engage him in a one-on-one drinking contest. Instead, they took turns as if they were determined to overpower him that night. Ultimately, however, without exception, Rambo emerged victorious, leaving his challengers defeated. Afterward, he staggered to where Whitebeard sat and took a seat before him, raising a large bowl of liquor in salute. Whitebeard downed the drink in one gulp and then regarded Rambo, saying, "You've come here to inquire about rocks. Haven to you." Rambo recognized that this matter could hardly escape Whitebeard's notice, so he nodded in agreement. "Since you're already aware, I presume you have had contact with rocks. Could you share the details with me?" Rambo inquired after finishing his drink and setting the bowl down. "Indeed, I have encountered rocks, and we even engaged in a skirmish." Whitebeard paused momentarily, but the revelation struck Rambo like a bolt of lightning. "What? You faced him? What was the outcome?" Rambo exclaimed, springing to his feet, his previously muddled mind suddenly clear. It was astonishing news, especially given that the Navy remained completely oblivious to it. Lumbo's reaction seemed to align perfectly with Whitebeard's expectations. Whitebeard continued, "Indeed, you truly live up to your former title as my captain. Decades have passed, and your strength has only grown more formidable. Our skirmish, though brief, can be deemed a stalemate." Lumbo took a deep breath, recognizing that Whitebeard was currently one of the most formidable presences on the vast ocean. If even he could only match Rox in strength, it raised the question of just how powerful Rox truly was. It is worth noting that Rox had only recently awakened and had yet to regain his peak abilities. Once fully restored, perhaps only his own father would be capable of confronting him. It was astonishing that someone who had been sealed away for decades exhibited not a decline in power, but rather an increase. What kind of monstrous being was he? It seemed Lumbo had underestimated the expanse of this ocean. "Father, as one of his former crew members, did he not engage you directly, but instead sought you out for a few exchanges?" Lumbo pondered, realizing the situation could not be so straightforward. Rox would not have approached Whitebeard without prior communication. First, he had sent me a letter, and upon receiving it, I was filled with excitement. After all, he was my former captain and family. In the letter, he requested that the Whitebeard pirates return to his command. In truth, this matter was not particularly daunting. Even if I were to lead the entire crew back to him, it would not pose an issue, considering he was also my kin. I then replied with a letter of my own, expressing my desire to meet him in order to ascertain his authenticity. After all, it would be unwise to make hasty decisions based on a mere letter. If it were just me, it would be inconsequential, but I had many beloved sons to consider. We agreed to meet on an uninhabited island. I concocted a reason to disembark without bringing Marco, Ace, and the others, for with my current strength, I was indifferent to any traps that might be laid. Even if the Navy were to mobilize their entire force, capturing me would not be a simple task. At this juncture, Lumbo nodded in agreement. Indeed, the current Whitebeard was a figure no one dared to confront lightly. The power to dismantle the world was not to be trifled with. Lumbo speculated that even if the Gorosei were to intervene, they would find it exceedingly difficult to seize Whitebeard unnoticed, especially with his ship anchored nearby and Marco and Ace's formidable combat prowess. Upon reaching the shore, I arrived at our meeting spot, where I indeed found someone waiting. I immediately recognized him as my former captain, Rox, and I felt a surge of excitement. However, before I could engage in pleasantries, a figure appeared beside him that left me momentarily speechless. It was Marshal D. Teach, the very man you had slain during the Marineford War. Hearing the name Blackbeard left Lumbo genuinely bewildered. Hadn't he perished at my hands? How could he possibly be here? Recalling the events of the Marineford War, Lumbo remembered how Teach had been consumed by his own dark powers, drawn into a black hole. He had long believed Teach to be dead, only to discover now that he had returned from the abyss. But even if Teach had survived, what could possibly account for his association with Rox? Was it? The astonished expression on Lumbo's face did not escape the notice of Whitebeard, who nodded slightly and continued. Indeed, it was not the demise of Diki that transpired. His dark water, Devour, drew him into a black hole, and he unexpectedly materialized beside Rox. Initially, it was Carp and Roger who sealed Rox in the abyssal depths of the Prominence Canyon, a place where no living being could possibly emerge, and no one could reach to touch the seal of Rox. Yet, by a remarkable twist of fate, Diki appeared there, harnessing his dark powers to consume the essence of the seal, thus liberating Rox. This, too, elucidates the sudden emergence of Rox upon the seas. Rambo quietly contemplated, realizing why the old man had been perplexed about how Rox had managed to escape from the Prominence Canyon. The reason was indeed related to Teach, and now everything made sense. By this point, Rambo had grasped the general situation and understood why Whitebeard had clashed with his former captain. It all stemmed from the notorious Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. Even had Rambo not defeated him, Teach would undeniably be on Whitebeard's hit list, as he had violated the sole rule aboard Whitebeard's ship for decades. Just as Rambo surmised, Whitebeard remarked, "The moment I laid eyes on Teach, I was poised to strike him down." However, Rox intervened, urging me to relinquish my hatred and collaborate with Teach, just as he did. Such a man is unworthy of existence. How could I possibly share a ship with him? What would I tell my foolish sons? My resolve was firm. I had to eliminate Teach. Yet, Rox obstructed me, and after exchanging a few blows, the commotion caught the attention of my sons. Realizing he could not subdue me quickly, Rox took Teach and departed. My sons soon arrived, and I dispatched a few beasts. leaving the matter unresolved. Now, old man, what are your thoughts on the alliance between Kaido and Big Mom? Is there any involvement from Rocks behind this? Rambo pondered after listening to Whitebeard's words. If Rocks sought me out, he would undoubtedly reach out to Charlotte Linlin and Kaido as well. I suspect their alliance was orchestrated by Rocks. My captain has been sealed for decades, and now he is solely focused on vengeance, showing little regard for anything else. Then, old man, your current predicament must be quite dire, huh? With Big Mom and Kaido, along with Rocks, do you truly feel confident? Kuhahaha. I am Whitebeard. Whitebeard laughed heartily as he continued to drink, yet a flicker of concern did not escape Lumbo's keen gaze. This old fellow was determined to save face, even at the cost of his own suffering. However, if Whitebeard were to charm red-haired Shanks, he would no longer be the man everyone knew. Chapter 203. The Great Brawl in the Past. Red-haired had taken the initiative to approach Whitebeard regarding Ace, yet the old man had shown him no gratitude, confronting him with a stubborn defiance. This unyielding nature, marked by an unwillingness to seek mercy, was indeed a source of considerable frustration. It appeared that Whitebeard himself recognized the precariousness of his situation. As he stated, if he were alone, then everything would be inconsequential. However, he had an entire crew of family members to consider, and that was his greatest concern. Initially, Lumbo feared that with Kaido and Big Mom forming an alliance, Whitebeard might suffer a disastrous defeat, ultimately benefiting the world government. Now, it seemed that following their alliance, the Whitebeard pirates would undoubtedly face relentless assaults. If Whitebeard were entangled with Rocks, who among the Whitebeard pirates could stand against Kaido and Big Mom? Yet, Limbo could not possibly call upon the Navy to assist Whitebeard. After all, there were still 5 ancient ones at the helm of the Navy, and this was neither the time for Limbo to take charge nor to confront them. In contemplating the predicament, it appears that only Shanks could potentially break the stalemate, should Shanks choose to align himself with Whitebeard. The latter would undoubtedly experience a significant alleviation of pressure, rendering it considerably more challenging for Rocks to annihilate him. The prospect of an alliance between red-haired Shanks and Whitebeard poses little issue. It is worth noting that once the news of Kaido's and Big Mom's alliance spread, Beckman, who is often regarded as the most intellectually astute figure in the pirate world, would undoubtedly have entertained certain thoughts. In the conflict between Whitebeard and Kaido, the last entity they would want to contend with is the red-haired pirates. Had it not been for Rock's emergence, Whitebeard's victory over the two would have entailed a Pyrrhic victory, severely compromising him and potentially benefiting the world government. In such a scenario, the world government could focus solely on dealing with Shanks. However, with the addition of Rocks, the prospects for the Whitebeard pirates have dimmed significantly. Consequently, after vanquishing Whitebeard, Kaido and his allies would likely seize upon their victory to confront Shanks, thereby establishing Rocks as the preeminent figure among the pirates of the New World. At present, Shanks finds himself in a rather precarious position. It is, in fact, the red-haired pirates who are most averse to a conflict arising from an alliance between Whitebeard and Kaido. Ultimately, it seems that Lumbos can only seek a dialogue with Shanks, as Whitebeard would never stoop to such an overture. Lumbo gazed at Whitebeard, contemplating his next move, yet he swiftly withdrew his thoughts. Lumbo realized that he was not yet ready to confront Whitebeard, for given his prideful nature, a breach of decorum would certainly provoke a refusal. Lumbo swiftly drained the contents of his bowl, bid farewell to Whitebeard, and returned to the Going Merry. He then placed a call to the snail, requesting that Mihawk reach out to Shanks. Lumbo was taken aback when Hawkeye informed him that he was currently a guest of Shanks. A flicker of confusion crossed Lumbo's mind. Shouldn't Hawkeye be training Zoro at this time? Hawkeye promptly clarified that Zoro had just been sent away, and thus he made his way to Shanks' location. Without hesitation, Lumbo seized Hawkeye's life card and hastened towards his destination. Before long, Lumbo arrived on the island where Shanks resided. After exchanging greetings with Shanks and his crew, Shanks immediately announced a feast. Lumbo felt a twinge of discomfort. He had just shared drinks with Whitebeard's crew and now was to indulge once more. Fortunately, during his aimless wanderings over the past 2 years, he had not neglected his physical training. He had mastered the advanced version of the Marine 6 styles, the Life Return, allowing his body to expel the alcohol from his system through a series of cellular contractions. The revelry aboard Shanks' ship was as relaxed as ever. As long as there was libation, a celebration could be held anywhere. Lumbo, Shanks, and the others settled comfortably, raising their cups for a few hearty toasts. Lumbo, did your visit to Shanks pertain to Kaido's alliance? Hawkeye inquired, having already received word of the developments while he was engaged in Zoro's training. He had never paid much heed to the battles at sea, But upon reflecting on Shanks' circumstances, his interest was piqued. After sending Zaro away, he sought out Shanks to gauge his intentions, coincidentally receiving Limbo's call. Indeed, what is your perspective on this matter, Shanks? Limbo asked, glancing at Beckman as well. This is a matter that has occupied my thoughts, Shanks replied after a moment of contemplation, directing his gaze towards Beckman. One peculiar aspect stands out. Both Kaido and Big Mom are immensely proud individuals, having been renowned alongside Whitebeard for so many years. Even though Whitebeard's strength surpasses theirs, it seems unlikely they would engage in such a thorough union without ulterior motives. I can't shake the feeling that unseen hands are orchestrating this entire affair. I have yet to determine who possesses the power to compel two emperors to bow before them, Beckman articulated slowly. Upon hearing Beckman's words, Limbo could not help but silently commend Beckman's intelligence. Had Limbo been oblivious to the existence of rocks from the outset, he would have merely assumed that the alliance between Big Mom and Kaido was solely intended to confront Whitebeard. Limbo gazed at Beckman and remarked, setting aside any potential manipulation behind the scenes, let us focus on the present situation. The alliance between Kaido and Big Mom has been solidified. What plans might the red-haired pirates have? I have conferred with Shanks, and once the Kaido alliance clashes with Whitebeard, we are left with two choices, to prevent the conflict or to join the fray. Although the current circumstances may seem irrelevant to our crew, the unfolding events compel us to engage. Ignoring the situation may preserve our strength for now, yet it will render us increasingly vulnerable in the future. To avert their battle, we would need the power to decisively overwhelm either side, which is, regrettably, unattainable in reality. Thus, we can only choose to participate in the conflict. Whom do you intend to support, Kaido's alliance or Whitebeard? Mihawk timely posed the question, and Limbo observed them, convinced that if Beckman were not foolish, they would undoubtedly side with Whitebeard. The equilibrium of the seas has always been a pursuit of the red-haired pirates, regardless of which faction falters. The balance would be irrevocably disrupted, a scenario that Shanks would not wish to witness. Limbo was nearly certain that the red-haired pirates would assist Whitebeard against the Kaido Big Mom alliance. We shall not aid either side. Instead, we will intervene as a third-party force in the battle, Beckman declared. The moment he finished speaking, Limbo was struck by the audacity of the red-haired pirates. This crew, seemingly intent on escalating the chaos, appeared ready to determine the rightful heir to the Pirate King throne prematurely. However, reflecting on the red-haired pirates' history, Limbo realized that each member was inherently rebellious, making it unlikely for them to adhere to conventional strategies. Are you not concerned that after the battle, the Navy will ensnare you all? Limbo posed a critical question. Limbo, pirates are free. They do as they please, and that is the essence of true piracy. Shanks laughed heartily. Chapter 204. The freedom to choose not to act. Freedom? I once believed that doing as one pleases equated to freedom. But I have gradually come to understand that the true essence of freedom lies in the ability to refrain from action. Just as now, when you wish to avoid combat, yet the circumstances inexorably push you into the fray, there is little control to be had. Limbo sighed. Rambo could not help but reminisce about his past life, where he toiled endlessly for the sake of survival. Enveloped in the societal tapestry, each individual played their assigned role, leaving little room for what could be termed true freedom. Upon hearing Rambo's words, Shanks fell into a contemplative silence, then raised his cup, addressing Rambo. Let us toast to your notion of freedom, where one can choose to do nothing. Ha ha ha. Hawkeye, with a smile, lifted his cup as well, marveling at the clarity of insight that surpassed his own after so many years. Master, if anyone embodies freedom upon these vast seas, it is undoubtedly you. Your sole interest lies in the way of the sword. No matter how tumultuous the ocean becomes, it never seems to weigh upon your mind. You are truly the person who acts only when you desire. Rambo raised his cup, gazing at Hawkeye, affirming his words. Indeed, Rambo was correct. Hawkeye had always been a lone wolf, eschewing alliances, thus affording him the liberty to pursue what he wished without coercion. Rambo, did you come solely to hear our plans? Shanks inquired, his curiosity piqued, while Beckman regarded Rambo with keen interest. In truth, Rambo had come with significant news. Were you not just pondering why Big Mom and Kaido would suddenly choose to ally? Is there not a puppeteer pulling the strings behind the scenes? Rambo continued. I can state with certainty that there is indeed a hand orchestrating this affair, and it belongs to none other than the legendary pirate Rocks, who terrorized the seas 30 years ago. What? Him? Has he returned? Shanks, usually composed, stood abruptly upon hearing the name. Although he had not yet joined Roger's crew when Roger and Garp vanquished Rocks, he had heard tales from other crewmates about the infamous pirate. The Rock's pirates had once commanded great respect upon the seas, harboring aspirations and strength to claim the title of Pirate King. Rox was a quintessential pirate, unrestrained in his pursuit of wealth, committing heinous acts of plunder and violence. His philosophy was in stark contrast to Roger's, who, despite his notoriety, could not rival the might of Rock's crew. Tensions flared between Rox and Roger, culminating in an inevitable clash. When defeat loomed, Garp rushed to aid Roger, and together they succeeded in dismantling the Rock's pirates. Due to Rock's immense power, Garp and Roger, pouring their final strength into the battle, managed to drive Rox into the depths of a peculiar canyon in the sea. This chasm possessed formidable suction, and Garp, having tested it firsthand, discovered that the deeper one ventured, the greater the pull became. Even Garp had nearly succumbed to its grasp, convinced that such a powerful force would keep Rox trapped. They chose to leave him to his fate. The canyon, known as the Grand Canyon, was also named by Garp and Roger. From that moment, the infamous Rox pirates were disbanded. Subsequently, Roger and Garp, despite their differing stances, came to regard each other as friends. And Garp earned his title as a hero of the Navy during that battle. Captain Roger once remarked that no creature could escape the Grand Canyon. How, then, did he return? Shanks was still reeling from the shock, primarily due to one individual, Marshal D. Teach. During the Marineford War, he had been cast into his own void, yet inexplicably re-emerged in the Grand Canyon, where he utilized his abilities to aid Rox in escaping back to the seas. Rambo shared the news regarding Blackbeard with Shanks and the others. The centipede remains alive despite its death. Teach never ceases to astonish. Upon hearing Blackbeard's name, Shanks touched the wound upon his eye, his gaze glinting with cold resolve. Indeed, Blackbeard was an unexpected factor, yet the more pressing concern was Rox, who had now allied with Kaido and Big Mom, preparing to strike against Whitebeard. It seemed that plans would need to be altered. Mihawk regarded his friend thoughtfully. Rambo, did Whitebeard inform you of this news? Beckman inquired, recognizing the source of the information. It was no surprise. Whitebeard had once sailed with Rox, and there was little reason for Rox not to seek out the currently most formidable Whitebeard. Indeed, Rox did approach Whitebeard, but due to Teep's involvement, Whitebeard and Rox had a falling out. Rambo recounted their encounter. So, your purpose in coming here is to propose an alliance against Rox with Whitebeard? Shanks astutely discerned Rambo's intentions. Correct. With Rock's emergence, the dynamics among the three emperors have shifted drastically. Whitebeard is bound to lose, should he be defeated. The balance of the seas will collapse. Currently, only an alliance between you and Whitebeard can maintain this precarious equilibrium. Are you aware of Rock's current strength? Mihawk, ever the warrior, now expressed interest in Rox. According to Whitebeard, Rox can match him for a short duration, but beyond that, the outcome becomes uncertain. Conservatively estimating, it is a 50-50 chance. As Rambo finished speaking, Shanks' expression darkened. He was aware of Whitebeard's prowess. Having once fought alongside him, he knew well the strength that lay beneath the facade of equality. Shanks, it appears your only option is to ally with Whitebeard. The balance of the seas must not be disrupted. The new generation has yet to mature, and we require more time. Hawkeye gazed intently at Shanks. Beckman, the vice captain, also observed the red-haired pirate. Many of the strategies were devised by him, yet the final decision to implement them rested solely with Shanks himself. He recognized Hawkeye's prowess and understood that the most prudent course of action was to ally with Whitebeard, at least for now, to stabilize the tumultuous seas. Lumbo, you were indeed correct. Do as you wish. This is not freedom. True freedom lies in the ability to abstain from what one does not wish to do, Shanks remarked with a wry smile. Chapter 205, The Duel. Lumbo discerned Shanks' intention. It was evident that Shanks had consented to the decision of forming an alliance with Whitebeard. Furthermore, Shanks communicated this resolution, along with the matter concerning Rox, to his crew. The red-haired captain not only exemplified the qualities of a competent leader, but also embodied the essence of a remarkable comrade. Regardless of the decisions he faced, he always chose to share them with his companions. Thus, within the red-haired pirates, there existed no dictatorial captain, only a unified crew. Upon hearing the news, the crew expressed no dissent. To them, as long as their brothers stood together, any endeavor was worth pursuing. As for other matters, Beckman would handle them adeptly. Upon witnessing the resolution of this matter, Lumbo felt a slight sense of relief. Although he anticipated that the red-haired Shanks would agree to the alliance, he was taken aback by the fact that this individual chose to directly engage in battle as a third party. At times, Lumbo found himself utterly confounded by Shanks' impulsive nature. Shanks, you have opted to ally with Whitebeard. But how can you be certain that he will acquiesce? That man is notoriously arrogant. If he were to reject your offer, wouldn't that be a considerable embarrassment for you? Hawkeye remarked, casting a scrutinizing gaze at the red-haired captain. Ah, is the captain concerned about losing face? Ha ha, chuckled Loki, gnawing on a chicken leg. In the red-haired pirates, a crew member who does not mock Shanks is hardly considered a true pirate. Any opportunity to undermine the red-haired captain is seized with glee. My hawk, you are overthinking this, Beckman interjected, glancing at Lumbo. Lumbo has likely just come from Whitebeard. Otherwise, how would he be privy to the developments between Whitebeard and Rocks? Furthermore, he seems more anxious than any of us. Let us not forget the significance of Whitebeard's strength and his second-in-command, Ace, who shares a close bond with him. He is undoubtedly the one most eager for us to agree to this alliance. Beckman's insight was astute. Lumbo, in his zealous endeavors, was indeed the one most invested in fostering a bond between the red-haired pirates and Whitebeard. Given his current capabilities, he was not yet prepared to partake in the conflicts among the four emperors, and he was acutely aware that time was of the essence. Lumbo did not wish for chaos to ensue upon the seas during this critical period. You are correct. I have just returned from Whitebeard. Since you all concur with the notion of an alliance, I implore you to devise a means to disseminate this news swiftly. I shall not linger any longer. In these tumultuous times, we must avoid any unforeseen complications. With that, Lumbo downed a bowl of liquor, leapt aboard his ship, the Jinyu, and waved his farewells. Hawkeye, the individual you have your eye on is indeed remarkable. If he were a pirate, he might very well be the finest successor to Roger, Hawkeye chuckled, unfazed by Shanks' high regard for Lumbo. This fellow is my disciple, the apprentice of my elder brother, whether he becomes a pirate or a marine. He is destined to carve out his own place upon the seas. By the way, the one you are interested in is also impressive. My other disciple has even humbled himself to kneel before me, setting aside his pride as a swordsman, unaware of my connection to his master, Gyukuro. That would be Luffy, right? I eagerly await the day we shall meet, he mused. The futures of these two brothers are undoubtedly promising. Is this the essence of the D lineage? Perhaps the truths of history from 800 years ago will be unveiled by these two siblings. After bidding farewell to red-haired Shanks, Lumbo returned directly to the Navy headquarters. He understood that he was now at a critical juncture. Any unforeseen event could disrupt the delicate balance of the seas, leading to unpredictable developments in the future. Upon the return of Shanks to the headquarters, news broke in the newspapers with a headline proclaiming that the red-haired pirate had convened all members to meet with Whitebeard, signaling an alliance. This revelation swept across the seas, transforming the previously balanced power dynamic of the New World into a confrontation between two nations. Many speculated that the collaboration between Shanks and Whitebeard was a strategic response to the alliance of Kaido and Big Mom. Yet they remained unaware of the looming presence of Rocks behind it all. At this moment, on a desolate island within the domain of the Beast's pirates, a towering figure addressed the individual seated upon the elevated chair. It is indeed surprising that Whitebeard has altered his stance and allied himself with Shanks. This development may prove troublesome. Fear not, Kaido. Since Newgate refuses to return to my command, he has lost his value. Let him frolic for a while longer. When my strength is restored, I shall intervene personally. By the way, I instructed you and Big Mom to investigate how Newgate suddenly regained his peak prowess. What is the status of that inquiry? The figure seated above stroked his chin thoughtfully. This matter is known only to Whitebeard and his captains. I had intended to seize one or two of his captains for interrogation, yet Whitebeard has been particularly wary of late, leaving little opportunity for action. Very well. It matters not. Pursue the investigation if possible. Even if his strength returns to its zenith, I can still handle him. For now, I require you to investigate another matter, the whereabouts of the world's wealthiest man, the Golden Emperor, Tesoro. Once located, bring him under my banner alongside Doflamingo. Should he refuse, eliminate him without hesitation. The powers of the gold fruit are quite intriguing to me. See to it that this task is accomplished. Hearing the final words of Rocks, Kaido could not help but shudder. Having once walked alongside Rocks, he was well aware of the man's character, devoid of any principles. He would readily incite his comrades to turn against one another for the sake of wealth. The failure to investigate Whitebeard's affairs weighed heavily on Kaido's mind, and the thought of further missteps sent a chill down his spine. During this period, Limbo remained at Navy headquarters, contemplating his future. If he aspired to become a marshal, he needed a solid foundation in naval matters. Relying solely on his own team would prove insufficient. Thus, he issued a command to his team members. They were to integrate swiftly into the upper echelons of Navy management, forging connections with as many individuals as possible. Of course, he excluded Old Sand and Enel, both of whom exuded an air of superiority, akin to a trio of hierarchy where they considered themselves the foremost. Allowing them to make enemies was a more plausible outcome. Given their prowess, they could easily spar with the three admirals, while the mid-ranking officers would be left to Alan and his crew. In the pirate world, camaraderie is often forged over drinks, and indeed, each time Alan and his crew returned, they reeked of alcohol. The three admirals entrusted their networking to the formidable trio led by Yixiao. However, aside from Yixiao, both Old Sand and Enel returned with their tails between their legs. Yixiao sought out Kazan, and their interaction was limited to sipping tea and casual banter, accomplishing little else. Enel, meanwhile, approached Kazuru, who was far from pleased to see him, having been criticized for his appearance during their first encounter. Their method of establishing rapport was straightforward. They engaged in combat. Their initial clash resulted in the destruction of a wall in the office building, leading to a reprimand from Sengoku. Unhappy with the outcome, they resumed their routine of challenges. As for Old Sand and Akainu, they were akin to volatile powder kegs, ready to explode at any moment. Although Old Sand had honed his skills over more than 2 years, achieving a level of strength incomparable to before, he still found himself at a distance from Akainu. However, it was not an easy feat for Akainu to defeat Old Sand outright. The sand sword that Old Sand wielded had been compressed to the pinnacle of his abilities, serving both as a weapon to strike foes and as a means to manipulate his surroundings to gain an advantageous position in battle. In the world of pirates, any natural type ability user commands significant respect, particularly when they can harmonize with their environment, rendering them nearly invincible. Few could rival Akiji in a snowy landscape. And in a thunderstorm, Enel truly embodied the essence of a thunder god. In a volcanic environment, Akainu could reduce his opponents to mere dogs, while Kizaru, given a ray of light, could swiftly blind anyone who dared to challenge him. This is precisely why natural type abilities are regarded as the strongest fruits under favorable conditions. Even the four emperors would find themselves at a disadvantage. In the realm of the desert, the formidable sword crafted by Old Sand not only served to hone his commanding presence but also allowed him to create a combat environment advantageous to himself. It is essential to recognize that over 70% of the pirate world is comprised of seawater, leaving insufficient sand for the sand crocodile to fully exert his powers. Although Old Sand returned battered and bruised, his strength and application of abilities grew increasingly formidable. His mastery over the desert sword became particularly proficient. Previously, he had faced Enel, whose unparalleled speed enabled swift and decisive victories over Old Sand. Although Old Sand possessed a decent level of observation hockey, his lack of physical training in the past meant he could only watch helplessly as he was mercilessly beaten. Admiral Akainu, however, embraced a different style, one that favored direct confrontation. This allowed Old Sand to develop a counterattack strategy, achieving a near parity in their bouts. Yet, as time progressed, he inevitably found himself on the receiving end of a thorough thrashing. Surprisingly, these encounters led Akainu to gradually accept the former warlord of the sea as a worthy adversary. Old Sand's fighting style, characterized by its relentless aggression, resonated with Akainu's own temperament. Furthermore, as fellow users of Logia-type powers, both possessed immense combat capabilities, leading Akainu at times to share insights about his abilities with Old Sand. Gradually, Lumbo's crew began to integrate into the ranks of the Navy headquarters. With the exception of Enel, this individual, despite displaying a semblance of decorum in the presence of Lumbo and a laugh, held little regard for anyone else, particularly with Kizaru. Both were speedsters of extraordinary caliber. However, while Enel's prowess lay in his agility, Kizaru's linear speed was unmatched. The swiftness of electricity versus light became a contest of equals, as both sought to outpace one another in battle, yet ultimately neither could gain the upper hand. The adage that speed equates to power held true. Yet when both were evenly matched, they found themselves at an impasse. If we were to discuss destructive power, Enel undoubtedly possesses greater strength. However, it is futile if he cannot strike his opponent. The thunderous sounds reverberate throughout the Navy headquarters. On one occasion, a night of tumult ensued, with thunder booming outside, leaving the entire headquarters in a state of unrest. In frustration, Sengoku confronted him directly, delivering 2 powerful punches that sent Enel sprawling. Peace was restored for a single night. But by dawn, the 2 rascals were at it again. Originally, Kizaru, with his nonchalant demeanor, would have ignored Enel entirely. But he could not resist the provocations of this fool. Each time Enel referred to him as an ugly monkey, Kizaru's annoyance surged, especially considering that Enel himself was hardly a paragon of beauty. It was astonishing that Kazara managed to restrain himself. Yet, with each skirmish, Anilu's reputation grew, matching that of the admirals. The admiration from the surrounding Navy personnel only inflated Anila's ego, prompting him to taunt Kazara even more frequently. Suddenly, Lumbo received a phone call. Upon answering, he discovered it was from Tezelo. "Lumbo, this is Tezelo. I've received word that Kaido has dispatched one of his calamities, Jack, to seek me out. It seems Kaido wishes for me to join his ranks. Kaido wants you to join him?" Lumbo was momentarily taken aback. Kaido's subordinates were all Zoan-type devil fruit users. It was perplexing that he would consider recruiting Tezelo, a gold fruit user. The details were unclear, yet the source of this information was credible, as money can resolve many matters. Tezelo was vague, but Lumbo understood that the man's wealth allowed him to acquire information with ease. "What are your intentions?" Lumbo inquired, eager to glean more information and discern Tezelo's plans. "I'm not particularly concerned about a drought. Even if he is formidable, I am not afraid of him. My greatest fear lies in Kaido taking matters into his own hands. I doubt I could withstand that. Although I am uncertain of Kaido's true intentions, his actions must be driven by a significant reason, likely related to the wealth I possess." Upon hearing this, Lumbo fell into deep contemplation. Both Kaido and Big Mom are individuals who hold wealth in high regard. As emperors of the New World, they have never been in want of money, and it is improbable that they would suddenly develop an interest in Tezelo. Thus, the only one likely intrigued by his riches must be Rox, a notorious figure famed for his treasure hoarding. "Tezelo, I fear you must truly take precautions this time. The threat you face is not Kaido, but an adversary even more formidable. Where are you now? I shall come to find you." "What?" Tezelo involuntarily exclaimed, realizing that even Kaido was already beyond his capacity to confront, and now there was an even more daunting foe behind him. Aware that Lumbo would not speak without reason, Tezelo promptly disclosed his location. Lumbo, mindful of the gravity of the situation, understood, as Tezelo had articulated, that while a drought could be endured, the emergence of Kaido would spell disaster. Therefore, it was imperative to act swiftly. After gathering his crew, Lumbo wasted no time and commanded Inaru to set sail towards Tezelo's location. In no time, Lumbo arrived at Tezelo's vicinity and immediately spotted a colossal pirate ship bombarding the Golden Gambling City. Tezelo, unfazed, skillfully maneuvered the entire Golden Gambling ship, rendering the cannonballs ineffective as they struck the vessel like pebbles against a wall. Mr. Smile assisted in assessing the situation of the pirate ship, while Inaru activated his observation haki to scan for any suspicious individuals or vessels nearby. Lumbo, fearful of encountering Kaido, understood that meeting him now would spell disaster. In Chapter 207, titled The Great Elephant, the collaboration between Mr. Smile and Inaru yielded no sign of Kaido, allowing Lumbo to breathe a sigh of relief. Just a mere mention of Jack diminished the situation's perceived severity. Bins reached out to Tezelo, urging him to swiftly deal with the drought. As they could not afford to appear on the battlefield and expose themselves to Rock's scrutiny, they needed time to gather strength. Bins soon contacted Tezelo, who, upon learning that Kaido had not appeared, wiped his brow in relief. He had been intimidated by Lumbo. Otherwise, his nature would have compelled him to thoroughly assess the enemy before engaging in battle. However, upon hearing of Kaido's association with the drought and the formidable presence behind him, Tezelo found himself on the defensive, unable to probe the enemy's true capabilities. Nevertheless, if Jack failed to secure a victory soon, Tezelo would suspect Kaido's absence. But in such a case, who could tell whether Jack was merely stalling Tezelo while Kaido approached? With his worries alleviated, Tezelo launched a counterattack, his massive golden vessel charging toward the pirate ship besieging the drought. Jack was taken aback by Tezelo's sudden shift from a defensive stance to an offensive one. In a moment of oversight, the entire pirate ship was shattered by Tezelo's gambling ship. Luckily, the drought exhibited considerable strength, leaping onto the gambling ship as the collision unfolded, initiating close combat. Upon boarding, the drought utilized his devil fruit powers to transform into an ancient mammoth, rampaging across the gambling ship. Even objects crafted from gold fell victim to his overwhelming force. Soon, a magnificent golden sword was thrust towards him. The drought swung his massive trunk, effortlessly swatting away Tezelo's weapon. Tezelo then transformed into a golden giant, and the two titans faced off. Tezelo, barehanded, engaged Jack in a fierce battle, turning the golden ground beneath them into a chaotic landscape of craters. Lumbo, perceiving the tumultuous clash through his haki, could not help but curse. What a fool Tezelo is, grappling with this great elephant at such a critical moment. Does he see himself as a gladiator from ancient Rome? Is he truly unaware of the urgency of the situation? It is no wonder that Limbo felt a sense of urgency. Who could say if the drought had informed Kaido after finding Tezelo, and now Kaido was en route? In truth, Limbo had grossly overestimated the drought's Jack. This individual, having navigated the seas for so long, believed that apart from his superior, Kaido, he was the most formidable force on the ocean, brimming with arrogance. After a prolonged search, upon finally locating Tezelo, he had no intention of reporting back to Kaido. Convinced of his ability to effortlessly overpower Tezelo and drag him back, it was precisely Jack's boundless arrogance that had led him to initiate an assault aboard the vessel escorting Don Quixote da Flamingo, where both Mihawk and Sengoku were present. He was swiftly met with a colossal meteorite that sent him crashing into the sea. Limbo speculated that had it not been for the pressing necessity of escorting the Dragon Man, da Flamingo, both Sengoku and Mihawk could have easily dispatched Jack, allowing him to sink to the depths while awaiting Kaido's rescue. Observing the fierce struggle between the two, although Tezelo had the upper hand, it was evident that he could not subdue the colossal brute in a timely manner. Consequently, Limbo unleashed his Conqueror's Haki directly at Jack. Limbo's Conqueror's Haki has reached a level where it can exert pressure on designated opponents. Jack, who was previously charging towards Tezelo, suddenly felt an immense weight bearing down on him, causing his head to grow increasingly heavy. In that moment, Tezelo brought down a colossal golden pillar upon Jack's head, rendering him completely unconscious. As Tezelo gazed at the massive figure that had collapsed before him, he realized that Limbo had arrived. He stepped onto the deck and looked out into the empty expanse, soon spotting several figures descending from the sky. Tezelo, in the face of a drought. Unleash your utmost strength for a swift resolution. Have you not considered that the drought merely serves to restrain you while Kaido is en route? Upon hearing this, a cold sweat trickled down Tezelo's brow as he scrutinized his surroundings, finding no signs of presence, and he let out a slow breath. In truth, after Jack boarded Tezelo's vessel, Tezelo had completely disregarded Jack's threat. On his own turf, unless an adversary possessed power far superior to his own, Tezelo felt no fear. He only contemplated testing his strength against the drought, curious to see how it measured against the formidable subordinates of the four emperors. After all, he was one who had once eagerly sought to join Limbo's ranks, only to be rejected, a lingering dissatisfaction in his heart. He had initially intended to subdue the massive figure and boast of his prowess to Limbo, but he nearly lost sight of the looming threat posed by Kaido. Let us not linger upon these tumultuous seas. Follow me to a location that is comparatively secure. Time was of the essence, and Limbo, disinterested in idle chatter with Tezelo, swiftly made his decision upon the latter's plea for assistance. Very well, but what shall we do with this colossal creature? Should we capture him? Tezelo was acutely aware of his precarious situation, for he had become a target for Kaido, and his personal safety was paramount. Cast this foolish elephant into the sea. He poses no significant threat and can be dealt with at a later time. There is no need to provoke Kaido's wrath by eliminating him now. Handle this swiftly, for we must depart at once. Tezelo seized Jay and hurled him into the vast ocean, thereafter locating a nearby island where he disbanded all personnel aboard the gambling ship. He generously bestowed upon them a considerable amount of gold, assuring them that once this matter was resolved, they could return to the ship at any time. Tezelo's actions garnered the approval of Limbo. Perhaps his obsession with wealth was pathological. Yet his treatment of those who had fought alongside him suggested that his heart was not entirely corrupted. Had Tezelo opted to eliminate these individuals or abandon them to their fates, Limbo would have turned his back and ceased to care for his survival. Such a person would not be worthy of Limbo's companionship. The golden gambling ship was swiftly integrated with the Ark of Noah through Tezelo's abilities, completed in a remarkably short time. The Ark had expanded considerably, with its rooms transformed into luxurious quarters reminiscent of opulent cruise liners. Under Tezelo's design, the ship now boasted a plethora of facilities. The crew aboard were elated, for the previous lack of entertainment had been replaced by a swimming pool, a CAF, and gaming rooms, creating an atmosphere akin to a bustling town. However, it was somewhat awkward as they were but a few individuals, and despite its resplendent appearance, it lacked a vibrant atmosphere. Rambo brought Tezelo to the Sky Island, temporarily preventing him from appearing in the Qinghai region. On the Sky Island, Tezelo could also bolster the island's defensive capabilities. Although Sate's strength was commendable, Rambo desired someone with a commanding presence to ensure his peace of mind. Rambo, is it truly wise to place this individual directly in our stronghold? Asked Xiao with concern. As long as Tezelo isn't foolish, he won't betray us. He is currently a target of the 4 emperors. Should he cross me again, I assure you, there will be no one in these waters capable of protecting him. Rambo remarked, observing Tezzolo as he wandered about. Since we have accepted him, we must place our trust in him. Each member of our team possesses a distinctive character. Let us spend some time here to facilitate his integration. Rambo understood Yixiao's apprehension, yet he believed that one should not suspect those they employ. Chapter 208. Rambo's wealth. With the new addition to the team, Rambo requested another half-month leave from Sengoku to expedite Tezzolo's integration. During this time, under Sate's guidance, Tezzolo explored the entirety of the Sky Island and gained a general understanding of its dynamics. The more he learned, the more astonished he became. The strength of Rambo's team and the wealth he possessed left Tezzolo feeling humbled. Initially, Tezzolo had felt a twinge of resentment regarding Rambo's earlier refusal of his offer to join, but upon witnessing the land of gold, Sandora, he was thoroughly taken aback. He had once believed that his own strength was perhaps not inferior within Rambo's team, but he had wealth to boast. Now, however, he no longer regarded his wealth with pride. It was akin to a millionaire returning to his hometown in a luxury car, only to be stunned upon seeing 2 Rolls-Royce Phantoms parked at a neighbor's villa. The land of gold, Sandora, was indeed a realm where gold piled high. If Rambo wished, he could construct an island out of pure gold in the ocean. Tezzolo's previous notions of being affluent faded as he realized that in comparison to Rambo, he was merely a pauper. After grasping the situation, Tezzolo swiftly integrated into Rambo's team, particularly forming a strong bond with Alan and Benzi. The reason was simple. These individuals enjoyed gambling, and as a casino operator, Tezzolo excelled at dealing with gamblers, especially novices, making it easy for him to win them over. After finishing their training, Benzi and the others often dragged Tezzolo to the casino for a few games, and occasionally, Ishii would join in. During this period, Tezzolo experienced his most relaxed and joyful moments. However, given his wealth, he attracted numerous individuals seeking to exploit him. Were it not for his considerable strength, he would have struggled to protect his fortune. Consequently, he lived with a sense of vigilance, spending extravagantly to hire a formidable entourage for protection. Yet, among the elite in these waters, who would truly regard money as their primary concern, during this period, he cast aside all worries and grievances. Embodying the essence of a contented individual, he laughed when he wished and expressed his frustrations freely, finding solace in the company of Alan and the others. This transformation did not go unnoticed by Rambo, who recognized that Tezzolo had fully integrated into their team. Rambo hosted a banquet where they all gathered, engaging in heartfelt conversations. The purpose of this gathering was to warmly welcome Tezzolo into their fold, acknowledging that each member harbored their own secrets and burdens. Yet it was truly rare for them to come together. Let us cherish this moment, Rambo proclaimed, raising his glass. The crowd echoed his sentiment. Let us cherish this moment. Before toasting, welcome, Tezzolo. One by one, they approached Tezzolo for drinks, clearly impressed by him during this time. Each girl received a piece of gold jewelry, and Benz, Alan, and Tezzolo became gambling companions, making Tezzolo feel right at home as the group indulged in libations. Having navigated the vast ocean for so long, Tezzolo possessed considerable social skills and held his own in drinking contests. However, even his resilience faltered under the relentless barrage of drinks, leading him to collapse. A genuine smile gracing his lips as he drifted into slumber. This fellow boasted about his drinking prowess, yet here he lies defeated. Drake chuckled. His alcohol tolerance is commendable. He lasted quite a while. Benz remarked, it seems we have yet to see Rambo succumb to our drinking challenges. Upon hearing this, Drake and even Inalu's interest was piqued as they turned their attention to Rambo. What is the matter? Are you all eager to test your mettle? Rambo glanced at the eager participants. I shall refrain from joining. You may proceed. Alan withdrew from the contest, while Drake and Benz exchanged curious looks, gauging Old Sand and the Knife Man's reactions. The Knife Man, always aligned with Old Sand, watched as Old Sand raised his cup and joined Benz at the table, clearly delineating their factions. Inalu, Old Sand, Benz, Drake, and the Knife Man on one side, with Alan remaining neutral and Rambo forming his own group. Meanwhile, Ishio and the 3 girls sat on the sidelines, disinterested in the unfolding drama. Since Alan is abstaining, I shall require you to fetch several more barrels of wine. I intend to demonstrate the consequences of challenging me, Rambo instructed Alan. Soon, Alan returned with dozens of barrels. Starting with Benz, Rambo seized 2 barrels, tossing one to Benz while uncorking the other for a vigorous drink. Benz kept pace, and soon the two had consumed over 10 barrels, with Benz ultimately succumbing and collapsing. Next was Drake, who, slightly stronger than Binz, managed to down nearly 20 barrels before losing consciousness. Next, after consecutively defeating Inalu and Crocodile, only the dull-witted Knife Man remained. Even Lumbo could not have anticipated that the most formidable drinker among them would be this typically taciturn individual. The two engaged in a fierce drinking contest, downing over 30 jars, yet ultimately succumbed to Limbo. At this point, Limbo had consumed more than 100 jars of liquor, apart from a slightly distended belly. He appeared to be unaffected. He turned to Alan and remarked, "You, of all people, usually indulge with them. Why have you chosen to betray them over a mere drink?" "Hey, that's their folly. I wouldn't be foolish enough to engage in such a drinking contest with someone capable of finishing a jar in a single month." Alan replied with a chuckle. Lumbo had successfully integrated his team into the upper echelons of the headquarters, with everyone blending in seamlessly. Particularly, Alan had befriended a moderate admiral, from whom he had gleaned numerous tales about Lumbo, especially how, during the festivities of the full moon, he had charged straight for the liquor and downed an entire jar solo. This had planted a seed of caution in Alan's mind. Competing in drinking with Lumbo would be akin to self-inflicted torment. Upon hearing that Binzi was seeking a drinking match with Lumbo, he promptly distanced himself. You indeed possess insight. However, since you are sober, I would appreciate your assistance in tidying up this mess and ensuring these inebriated individuals are settled. You wouldn't expect this old blind man to undertake such a task, would you?" Alan, who had just been relieved that he had not succumbed to drunkenness, found himself disheartened by Ishiao's words upon surveying the chaotic scene. He mused that he might as well join the drunken lot sprawled on the ground. The situation was proving to be quite arduous. Chapter 209. Do you enjoy the way of the sword? Though Ishiao had made his request, the three young women, noticing Alan's distress, rallied to assist him in the cleanup, bringing him close to tears of joy. "Mr. Ishiao, the situation in the seas has grown increasingly tense. I am uncertain of what plans Rox may have up his sleeve, but he is undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. We do not have much time left." Lumbo and Ishiao moved aside to sit down and deliberate on the maritime circumstances. "I have heard of Rox. He was once an unmitigated pirate king. His resurgence will undoubtedly incite a tempest of chaos," Ishia remarked. "Indeed, we still require time. There is considerable potential for growth among us." Ishia furrowed his brow, contemplating the matter further. "With our current strength, we are not intimidated by the four emperors, yet even so, we can only hope to clash with them. Annihilating the enemy remains beyond our reach. Lately, I have sensed a stagnation in my own power, as if I have hit a plateau. I recall the old master frequently mentioning that pivotal step during his battles with the Red Count. I later inquired with Zifa, but he did not provide a clear explanation. Mr. Ishiao, have you experienced any breakthroughs in your abilities recently? I too have not made significant progress for quite some time. However, during my recent visit to the naval headquarters, I had a conversation with Admiral Sengoku, who provided me with some profound insights. I sense that within a span of 6 months, I shall attain a breakthrough in my abilities." "Oh, what did the Admiral impart to you that stirred such inspiration?" Lammer inquired, curiosity piqued. A smile crossed his face as Sengoku beckoned him for a private discussion, leaving Lammer quite unaware of the matter at hand. "It was during your voyage, when you allied with Whitebeard and Shanks, that Sengoku did not seek me out on his own accord. Rather, it was your esteemed father who prompted Sengoku to reach out to me. He discerned my limitations and urged Sengoku to share some of his wisdom." "Your father? He would go so far as to have Sengoku share his training insights with you?" Lammer expressed his bewilderment upon hearing the mention of his father. "Every encounter with Vice Admiral Garp instills in me a sense of his vastness. Perhaps due to his blindness, I perceive more than what others can see. In his presence, I feel akin to a child standing before a giant." A smile escaped him as he reflected on Garp, for his strength could indeed place him atop the seas. Yet before Garp, one cannot help but feel diminutive. "Lammer, if you wish to elevate your prowess, you must carefully contemplate the path you intend to pursue. You are already formidable in swordsmanship, devil fruits, hockey, and martial arts. Yet it is precisely because you excel in each that you may find yourself ensnared. The key lies in harmonizing these abilities. Should you achieve this synthesis, you may very well shatter your limitations and ascend to a new echelon." Ishiao's words plunged Lammer into deep contemplation. The might of Mihawk stems from his unwavering dedication to the way of the sword, while the strength of your father resides in his complete devotion to martial arts. Whitebeard has maximized the potential of his devil fruit, and Shanks possesses the most formidable hockey upon the seas. Each of them excels in one primary ability, with the others serving as support. Rambo sat at the bow of Noah's Ark, immersed in contemplation, pondering whether to choose one path as his primary focus or to attempt a harmonious integration of his diverse abilities. First and foremost, the way of the sword could be melded with the powers of the devil fruit, a method he had unwittingly adopted in his combat approach. Likewise, the swordsmanship could be combined with martial arts and haki, a synthesis that stands as the common choice for every swordsman devoid of devil fruit abilities. However, whether it be the mastery of swordsmanship or the development and application of devil fruit powers, as well as martial arts and haki, all of these were intrinsically linked to the strength of his physique. The greater the strength, the more potent these abilities would become. While he had identified the crux of the issue as being the strength of his body, the immediate dilemma remained unresolved, with an array of skills at his disposal. Should he distinguish between them in terms of priority or employ them in unison? Wenbo has always enjoyed an unbroken string of successes, with the Fire Phoenix fruit empowering him with formidable destructive capabilities. His mastery of swordsmanship enhances the ferocity of his attacks, while his physical prowess and haki have reached a first-rate standard. Individually, any one of these attributes would bestow upon him the strength of a vice admiral. However, when combined, they yield results far less than the sum of their parts, amounting to no more than a mere 1.5 in terms of admiral-level power. Ultimately, Wenbo's rapid progress over the years has precluded him from systematically assimilating the knowledge he has acquired. Now, with all these elements amassed, he must gradually unravel and clarify them for himself. Wenbo sat at the bow of the ship, pondering throughout the afternoon yet failing to untangle his thoughts regarding which path to choose. At times, he drew forth his sword, Fengwu, and slashed the air several times before setting it aside. His entire being ignited with a resplendent, golden-purple flame as he ascended into the sky, unleashing a series of enormous fireballs towards the sea of clouds. Subsequently, he descended back to the ground, his body cloaked in darkness, striking and kicking at the void as if an invisible adversary were engaged in combat with him, plunging him into a frenzied state. As night fell, he had exhausted himself, collapsing onto the ground. During this time, there were those who intended to check on him, but they were halted by a smile. For Wenbo required solitude to grapple with his own strength, unencumbered by external distractions. Otherwise, in his delirium, he would instinctively perceive anyone approaching as an enemy. In the latter half of the night, Wenbo remained sprawled on the ground, his eyes fluttering open to behold the moon suspended in the sky, its silvery light cascading upon his face. As he listened to the gentle breeze whispering by, he found a profound stillness within himself. At that moment, a soft footfall approached and paused beside him. Gradually, a figure settled down, cradling her head in her hands beside Wenbo. Without needing to glance, he recognized that it was Guina. How could he not be familiar with her scent? Turning his gaze, he beheld Guina's profile illuminated by the moonlight, slowly becoming entranced. In recent years, Wenbo had been preoccupied with the tumultuous changes on the high seas and ways to enhance his own prowess, moving too swiftly and forgetting to pause and appreciate the scenery and the people around him. The radiant glow graced Guina's delicate visage as she turned her head to meet Wenbo's gaze. Their eyes locked in a profound exchange, and for a moment, it felt as though time had come to a standstill, the scene crystallizing into eternity. Wenbo, do you have a fondness for the way of the sword? Guina softly inquired. Without hesitation, Wenbo nodded. The moment Guina mentioned the way of the sword, Wenbo's thoughts were instantly ignited, and a plethora of images flooded his mind. He recalled the days spent in the One Heart Dojo of Frostmoon Village in the East Blue, diligently practicing fundamental sword techniques with a wooden sword day after day. Memories of his infatuation upon first receiving the phoenix feather and the scenes of his initial battles using the sword technique vividly resurfaced. If anyone in this world could truly understand Wenbo, it would be Guina. Having spent their childhood together, and later, with Wenbo bringing her aboard a ship, she witnessed his relentless ascent in strength, his tireless efforts, and his gradual transformation into an exceptional individual. Guina also persevered in her training, striving not to be left too far behind. She recognized Wenbo's formidable prowess, yet over the past 2 years, she had gradually perceived that his swordsmanship had stagnated. Even though he could defeat many adversaries without resorting to his sword techniques, a lack of progress remained a lack of progress. Having trained alongside Gungshiro since childhood, Guina had developed a profound understanding of the sword, enabling her to sense the aura of a swordmaster and assess their swordsmanship based on the energy they exuded. She had long wished to discuss this matter with Wenbo, yet had never found the appropriate moment, until now. Concerned that Wenbo's swordsmanship might fall into obscurity, she felt compelled to remind him. Wenbo raised the sword FNGW, which lay beside him, bringing it to his eyes. And he couldn't help but fall into contemplation once more. What had initially driven him to pursue the way of the sword? Upon arriving in the world of pirates, he had meticulously devised a strategy. The best defense is indeed a formidable offense, and who could wield a more incisive attack than a master swordsman? Since departing from Xuanyue village, it seemed he had abruptly set aside the swordsmanship, opting instead to cultivate his devil fruit abilities and other skills, gradually forgetting the original intent behind his sword training. Old friend, I have truly let you down these past years. Withdrawing FNGW. The once crimson blade gleamed with an intense red under the moonlight, as though vying for brilliance with the celestial orb above. Since you aspire to shine alongside the sun and the moon, I shall indulge you, allowing your radiance to warm this vast ocean. Why not? And Lumbo once again felt the warmth emanating from the blade FNGW. Being a treasured sword held in high regard by her father, Why not was well aware of its significance. She was astonished by how sentient this renowned sword appeared to be. Unconsciously, her hand reached toward FNGW. And as her fingertips brushed against the blade, a wave of warm energy surged through her, enveloping her entire being in a delightful warmth, a sensation of pure comfort. As Rambo beheld Guena's joyful demeanor, he slowly sat up and enveloped her in his embrace. Guena, thank you, he said. I nearly lost my path in the way of the sword and was on the verge of losing my way. He tenderly placed a kiss upon her forehead. In response to Rambo's affectionate gesture, Guena's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hurriedly glanced around, relieved that no one had witnessed the moment. She rolled her eyes at Rambo playfully before blissfully diving into his arms. Lumbo once again scrutinized Guena, who, after several years of maturation, had blossomed into a remarkably beautiful and charming young lady. Her bosom had developed considerably, and her slender waist was embraced by Lumbo. Observing his infatuated gaze upon her, Guena felt a surge of delight within, her cheeks flushing an even deeper shade. As Lumbo slowly leaned in to kiss her, a raindrop fell upon Guena's face, startling her awake from her closed-eyed reverie. Upon seeing Lumbo so near, she swiftly covered his mouth with her hand. Ah, the little rascal wishes to kiss me. Let us first arrange a grand wedding. Guena's mischievous spirit reemerged. What do you say we discuss this? Shall we embark first and purchase tickets later? Lumbo also opened his eyes. Perhaps you should consult your master, Gung Silang, and ascertain his approval? Guena teased, extricating herself from Lumbo's embrace and sauntering towards her room. The mere mention of Gung Silang's name caused Lumbo to feel a flutter of anxiety. He recalled the moment when he and Guena had affirmed their relationship, and how nervous he had been in the presence of his prospective father-in-law, Gung Silang, which brought a smile to his face. After all, every son-in-law experiences a touch of trepidation when faced with their father-in-law, particularly when they have stolen someone else's beloved. Yet, the thought of Gung Silang only solidified Lumbo's resolve regarding the path he must tread. The longing for a life of adventure with a flask of wine and a sword at his side had long been a yearning in his heart, and he tightened his grip on the phoenix wug. Lumbo has resolutely decided to embark on a path defined by the art of the sword. Whether through physical techniques, the powers of the devil fruit, or the mastery of haki, all will revolve around the enhancement of his swordsmanship. With a resounding clang, he unsheathed the Fingwu and diligently practiced the fundamental sword techniques, evoking memories of his childhood spent honing his skills at the Isen dojo. The more he trained, the swifter his movements became, and the more fluid his techniques flowed. At that moment, Lumbo was utterly absorbed in his swordsmanship. Akin to a fish joyfully returning to the vast ocean, he continued his practice until dawn, and when everyone awoke, they discovered Lumbo sitting cross-legged at the bow of the ship, the Fingwu resting horizontally across his legs. He appeared profoundly serene, yet within, a subtle thrill stirred in his heart. While others beheld Lumbo in tranquil meditation, he perceived a renowned blade standing quietly at the ship's prow. Lumbo gradually rose to his feet, opened his eyes, and turned around. The onlookers felt a slight sting in their eyes as Lumbo gazed at them. As if a famed blade had suddenly been unsheathed at the bow of the ship, its sharp aura overwhelming them. After a moment of stillness, they realized that Lumbo had returned to his former self, a confident smile gracing his lips, as though no challenge could daunt him. Guena, witnessing this transformation, felt a surge of joy. She understood that Lumbo had rediscovered his path. She recalled the moment before their parting, when her father, Gung Shiro, had called her aside and said, Guena, you have grown up. Lumbo is a child I have watched grow since his infancy, and I have always sensed an aura about him that seems out of sync with this world. I cannot discern the origin of this aura, but I am certain that his future achievements will be remarkable, and I feel reassured knowing you are by his side. However, there is one thing you must remember. When he feels lost and bewildered, you must help him grasp his sword once more. I can assert with certainty that his talent in swordsmanship is formidable, and he possesses that very sword. When his strength reaches a certain pinnacle and he is uncertain of how to proceed, assist him in reclaiming his path in swordsmanship. Initially, Guena was puzzled as to why Gongshiro would impart such words to her. Yet, as Lumbo's power grew, it became evident that while he fought with the sword, he increasingly regarded it merely as a medium for manifesting his fruit abilities, distancing himself from the essence of swordsmanship. It was only after witnessing Lumbo's fervor on this occasion that Guena understood her father's words had come to fruition. After a night of contemplation, Lumbo opened his heart and reclaimed his path in swordsmanship. Yixiao emerged, patting Lumbo on the shoulder, and remarked, "It seems you have come to terms with the path you must follow. Allow me to offer a single piece of advice. Once you have made your determination, do not harbor any doubts. Simply pursue this path to its conclusion, for ultimately, any road can lead you to the pinnacle you seek." Lumbo nodded gently, casting a glance at Guena, a subtle smile of gratitude gracing his lips. In his moment of dire need, Guena had provided him with profound introspection, enabling him to navigate through his tribulations. Initially, the gathering yesterday was not only to welcome Dezolo but also to bid farewell as he intended to depart from Sky Island back to the Navy headquarters, having taken merely a fortnight of leave from Sengoku. However, given the unforeseen circumstances that transpired, Lumbo resolved to linger a few more days to refine his swordsmanship. Over the following days, Lumbo diligently practiced fundamental sword techniques with his Finwu in hand, or immersed himself in the insights of Rayleigh's swordsmanship, and subsequently engaged in meditative contemplation. 10 days later, he received a call from Sengoku, informing him of Luffy's tumultuous escapades in Dressrosa, where he had vanquished Doflamingo and exposed the latter's malevolent deeds to the world. The Navy, under immense pressure, was compelled to apprehend Doflamingo and transport him to the underwater prison. Sengoku commanded Lumbo to undertake a mission. Hearing this news startled Lumbo. The narrative seemed to be accelerating. Luffy, that impetuous youth, had managed to subdue Doflamingo so swiftly. This meant he would soon have to confront the four emperors. Yet, given the current tense state of the seas, seeking trouble with the emperors at this juncture was far from prudent. Despite all of Rambo's meticulous calculations, he had overlooked the unpredictable antics of Luffy, a troublemaker often prone to reckless adventures. At this juncture, the prospect of Luffy seeking out Big Mom was tantamount to courting disaster. Contemplating this, Rambo seized the Den Den Mushi and promptly contacted Ace. "Ace, it's Rambo. You must have received the news by now. Luffy has just vanquished Doflamingo in Dressrosa and is currently wandering the New World." "Indeed, I have heard the news. Luffy's strength has noticeably increased, hasn't it?" Ace replied, his voice brimming with delight at Luffy's newfound prowess. "Ace, I urge you to locate Luffy and dissuade him from aimlessly roaming the New World. The situation is precarious, with the Yonko forming alliances. This reckless fellow tends to clash with anyone he encounters, and I fear he may inadvertently become embroiled in the Yonko's conflicts. His current abilities are insufficient to withstand such a formidable battle." Ace, reflecting on Rambo's words, acknowledged the inappropriateness of Luffy's reckless behavior in the New World. However, he also pondered the challenge of restraining Luffy from pursuing his adventurous spirit. He conveyed his concerns to Rambo, who realized that while he could momentarily hinder Luffy, he could not confine him indefinitely. The impulsive nature of this young man could lead to unforeseen consequences, leaving Rambo somewhat troubled. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Rambo's mind. If Luffy craved adventure, why not guide him towards the land of giants, Elbaf? This destination would surely pique Luffy's interest. "I have an errand to attend to shortly. Please arrange for a permanent log post that points to Elbaf, the homeland of giants. I believe Luffy would be quite intrigued. Let him explore for a bit." "Elbaf? I am certain he will find it captivating." "What an excellent suggestion." Ace responded enthusiastically. "I will have it sent to you immediately. Ensure that you take the permanent log post to find Luffy. We must not allow him to wander aimlessly. We have finally achieved a state of relative balance that must not be disrupted." "Understood. I will advise him accordingly. It has been a while since we last met. I will take him to my place for a visit and assess his growth and strength. I wonder just how far he has progressed." Ace chuckled mischievously, and Rambo surmised that Luffy might soon find himself in for a rough encounter. With that, Rambo set off for Dressrosa. Upon reaching the comm belt, he disembarked Ben's and Alan's crew, entrusting the permanent log pose and Ace's life card to Alan. Knowing how to navigate the ship, Alan steered them toward the direction indicated by the lifeguard. Meanwhile, Enel piloted the Arc Maxim, swiftly arriving at Dressrosa. From the sky, Rambo surveyed the scene below, a chaotic landscape shrouded in smoke and debris, a testament to the devastation that had unfolded. Upon disembarking, Rambo was greeted by Admiral Akiji, who had been waiting on the shore. Rambo was quite surprised to find that it was the esteemed Admiral Akiji who had come to handle the situation in Dressrosa. Akiji, what brings you here? He inquired. The Navy discovered the chaos in this vicinity and reported the situation. I happened to be patrolling nearby waters and decided to come over. Akiji replied casually. Since you were here, why did the fleet admiral send me? Surely you could manage this on your own, Rambo complained. You have no grounds for complaint. As a vice admiral, you undoubtedly enjoy a more leisurely life than I do as an admiral. There are only a few days each year I spend at headquarters. I certainly do not indulge in idleness as you do, Akiji remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Rambo. Lumbo pondered for a moment and realized that since his authorization for departure, he had scarcely made an appearance at headquarters. Had it not been for his rank as a vice admiral, many of the new recruits would likely remain oblivious to his existence. Heh, I have my reasons, he remarked. By the way, where is Doflamingo now? Shall we send him off at once, or should we wait a little longer? Lumbo inquired, rubbing his hands together. The marshal indicated that Doflamingo was entangled in numerous affairs and necessitated immediate transfer to the underwater prison. Any delay could result in unforeseen complications, especially considering his status as a celestial dragon. Oh, I see. Then let's depart at once, Lumbo responded. Kazan ordered for Doflamingo to be brought forth, who emerged slowly, shackled with sea-stone handcuffs and leg irons. Well, if it isn't Vice Admiral Lumbo, long time no see, Doflamingo greeted, flashing his trademark arrogant grin. Indeed. It has been quite a while, Doflamingo. Last time I bested you, and this time my brother has done the same. I'm curious about the extent of your psychological scars from these encounters. The last time, the Gorisei intervened on your behalf. Do you think they'll come to your aid again? Lumbo chuckled. Fret not. I don't require their protection. I am invincible, Doflamingo retorted confidently. Enel leaped directly in front of him, delivering a powerful punch to Doflamingo's face, shattering one of his eyes. Enough with the laughter. I cannot abide anyone more arrogant than myself, he declared, before seizing Doflamingo and tossing him onto the Arc Maxim. The group, accompanied by Kazan, also leaped aboard the Arc Maxim, where they found Doflamingo sprawled on the ground, still laughing, unperturbed. They merely walked past him without a second glance. As Rambo approached Mingo, he came to a halt, then knelt down and inquired, Do you know who the earliest person to die in this world was? It was someone who possessed knowledge that many others did not. Can you guess who the 5 elders most desire to see perish now? Mingo, you are far too knowledgeable. After Lanbua finished speaking, he turned and left. Mingo, upon hearing Lanbua's words, instantly changed his expression but soon regained his composure and continued to lie on the deck of the Ark Noah. Lanbua, this vessel of yours is quite impressive, resembling a small town. Perhaps I should accompany you from now on. Akiji reclined on a sunbed by the pool, took a sip of juice, and then lay back, covering his eyes with a mask. I have no objections. The critical question is whether Admiral Sengoku will agree. Haha. Lanbua was well aware of Kazan's laid-back nature, but after all, he was a vice admiral. What was it like for him to be constantly shadowing a captain? Sengoku would surely not consent. Lumbo, what are your thoughts on the vast ocean now? Akiji, donning an eye patch, reclined on a lounge chair. Were it not for Akiji's solitary presence, Lumbo might have doubted whether the question originated from him. The ocean, indeed, is nothing but water. Summer is merely a season of lakes. It had been quite a while since Lumbo had engaged in casual banter with Akiji, so he decided to lighten the mood with some jest. Akiji, unfazed, remarked that summer not only brings legs but also ice cream. Would you care to try some? It had been ages since Lumbo had savored the ice cream crafted by the esteemed admiral, and he felt a sudden craving. The deck was spacious enough. I yearned for the ice cream freshly made by Admiral Akiji. With that, Lumbo leapt onto the deck, playfully kicking Ming into the lounge chair he had just vacated. Without casting a glance at Ming, Akiji removed his eye patch, slowly rising to his feet, and remarked, What a troublesome little brat. However, it has indeed been a while since I last taught you a lesson. Let me see how much you have progressed over the years. Although it was the peak of midday, with the sun blazing down, all the crew aboard the ship felt an unexpected chill, following the source of this coolness. They beheld Akiji, one hand encased in ice, exhaling frosty breath. The crew was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond, when they heard a voice say, Do not approach. We shall enjoy the spectacle from here. Lumbo wishes to spar with Admiral Akiji, so feel free to watch. Intrigued by the prospect of Lumbo and Akiji's duel, the crew gathered. Having observed Lumbo's recent transformation, particularly the sharpness concealed within his gaze that sent shivers down their spines. This was a perfect opportunity to gauge their captain's current prowess in comparison to that of the Admiral. Sitting cross-legged, Ikaku was equally eager to witness the evolution of Lumbo's strength after he had comprehended his path. With a commanding shout, Akiji summoned a wave of icy energy, which swiftly coalesced into a military knife forged of solid ice. Rambo beheld the icy blade of Akiji materializing before him, and with a deliberate motion, he placed his right hand upon the hilt of Fengwu. In an instant, he vanished, only to reappear directly in front of Akiji. With a swift draw of his sword, a sharp sound echoed as Rambo bent low, unleashing Fengwu, which surged forth to strike at Akiji's waist. Akiji's own blade swiftly emerged to intercept Fengwu, resulting in a brief clash. Yet, as soon as the blades met, Fengwu retracted, pivoting gracefully as the momentum allowed him to sweep Fengwu horizontally towards Akiji's neck. Akiji, undeterred, responded with a decisive strike aimed at Rambo's head. Rambo was taken aback. This seemingly languid individual revealed a reckless ferocity in battle, audaciously allowing Rambo to aim for his neck, while he himself aimed a slash at Rambo's skull. Rambo suddenly realized that this individual did not seek mutual destruction. He could simply transform into ice and sever his head, rendering him nothing more than a mere ice sphere, utterly ineffectual. The user of a natural type fruit possesses an inherent advantage, as physical attacks are rendered futile unless one employs armament hockey. However, time was of the essence. In the blink of an eye, Rambo deftly evaded, causing Fengwu's assault to simultaneously lose its intended target. As Lumbo steadied himself, Akiji's blade once again loomed above his head. It was evident that Akiji was indeed formidable. His timing and strategic calculations were impeccably precise. Although the sword hovered merely inches from his crown, Lumbo remained unperturbed. Years of mental training had been devoted to mastering the art of combat, ensuring that fear would not lead to vulnerabilities. The blade rested above him, effectively thwarting Akiji's assault. Lumbo felt a sudden heaviness in his body, surprised by Akiji's formidable strength. He had always assumed that Akiji's prowess lay predominantly in his devil fruit abilities. But he was taken aback by the physical power of the seemingly languid Akiji. This was, however, quite understandable. The three admirals were all users of Logia-type abilities, and many tended to focus solely on the development and application of their fruit powers while overlooking their formidable physiques. It is crucial to recognize that without sufficient physical strength, the potency of their devil fruit powers would be significantly diminished. The admiral's ability to wield their fruit powers with such remarkable finesse is a testament to their exceptional physical prowess. In a moment of carelessness, Lumbo felt a jolt reverberate through his arm. With a surge of strength from his calf, a powerful force cascaded up to his waist, ultimately propelling his arm and deflecting the military blade of the Azure Pheasant. Rambo instinctively took 2 steps back, the numbness in his arms dissipating. He wielded the Fengwu, thrusting its blade directly toward the chest of Akiji. In a swift counter, Akiji gripped his sword, executing an upward strike that deflected Rambo's assault. Maintaining the momentum of his thrust, Rambo surged sideways, and in the fleeting moment they brushed past each other, he pivoted on his right foot, executing a full rotation, sweeping the Fengwu toward Akiji's legs. Akiji found himself unable to block in time. His legs succumbed to a chilling frost, leaving them vulnerable to Rambo's strike. With a resounding thud, the Fengwu sliced through Akiji's right leg, yet its force waned, only managing to cleave halfway through the left leg before becoming lodged. Immediately, a wave of icy energy coursed up the Fengwu into Rambo's arm, signaling Akiji's intent to unleash his abilities. Without hesitation, Rambo withdrew the Fengwu, retreating hastily. Just as he regained his footing, Akiji's military blade descended upon him, the blade making fierce contact with the golden armor, leaving a gash approximately 2 meters long. As Lumbo's arm trembled, a flurry of ice shards cascaded from the blade in his arm, the chill gradually dissipating with their descent. A casual wave of Akiji's hand melted the ice knife away. "It seems it will be quite difficult to torment you now," Akiji remarked with a smile as he patted Lumbo on the shoulder. Akiji had merely shown mercy, yet Lumbo recalled vividly how this man had once delivered a brutal beating, leaving him encased in ice. "Your growth has been remarkable. Since the Marineford War, when you vanquished Blackbeard, I recognized your emergence as a formidable force. Now that you have returned to headquarters and integrated your subordinates into the management, it is clear to me that you have set your sights on the position of Fleet Admiral," Akiji mused with a hint of nostalgia. "So, When you inquired about my views on the maritime situation, you intended to test my insight, did you not? You are no stranger to me, and I have no intention of concealing my ambitions from you. Yes, I am determined to ascend to the position of Fleet Admiral. And the first course of action upon my ascension will be reform, rectifying the discipline within the Navy. How many within our ranks maintain dubious affiliations with pirates, even serving as their clandestine operatives? It is imperative that I eradicate these malignant elements. And then, I shall lead the entire Navy to sever ties with the world government, enabling them to truly fight for the people, rather than merely act as enforcers for the world government. Ultimately, we must overthrow this blood-soaked and shadowy regime. Upon hearing Lumbo's intentions, Akiji was taken aback. Rising abruptly from his reclined position, he had initially presumed Lumbo's ambition was limited to becoming Fleet Admiral. But he was astonished to learn that Lumbo's ultimate goal was to dismantle the world government. For a moment, Akiji was left in a daze. The enormity of Lumbo's vision overwhelming. His first thought was that Lumbo intended to betray, much like his father, Dragon, but upon further reflection, he realized the audacity of Lumbo's plan to lead the entire Navy in defection. Such a notion was utterly audacious. Even Akiji felt a surge of expletives rising within him. After a brief pause, he seated himself once more. Have you considered whether the Navy would agree to follow in defection from the world government? What about funding for military expenses? Have you pondered this dilemma? Akiji inquired, seeking clarity on Lumbo's concrete plans. Thus, I will first target you high-ranking officials. The subordinates you command are largely your trusted allies, willing to follow your lead. As long as you give your consent, the issue will not be insurmountable, Lumbo replied, revealing that his scheme had already begun to unfold when he integrated his allies into the upper echelons of the Navy. Lumbo was undeterred by the timing. He was not yet Fleet Admiral and had ample time ahead. So, I ask you, how do you intend to persuade me to join you? Akiji glanced at Lumbo. Akiji, I need not convince you. Once I ascend to the position of Fleet Admiral and you witness my actions, you will naturally align with our cause. Do you genuinely endorse the current notion of justice upheld by the Navy? If you truly resonate with this, then when you initially unleashed the demon-slaying order upon O'Hara, you would not have deliberately let Nico Robin escape. Had your intentions been genuinely righteous, you would not have displayed such lethargy. I have heard from the old man that in your youth, you were a diligent individual. However, as your rank ascended and your engagements multiplied, you became increasingly indolent. It seems likely that this is a consequence of directives from the world government, often clashing with your principles, leading to your apathy. Upon hearing Lumbo's words, Akiji's expression shifted, evidently struck where it hurts. Indeed, the more he encountered, the less inclined he felt to adhere to the commands of the world government, as many of them contradicted his intrinsic sense of justice. Initially, he had aspired to refuse promotion to admiral, much like Garp, but after Garp's admonishment, he acquiesced. Regardless of whether you ascend to the position of Fleet Admiral or choose to lead the Navy in defiance of the world government, I shall support you. However, one assurance I seek from you is that your actions must align with the justice I hold dear. Otherwise, I shall depart from the Navy. Akiji contemplated for a moment, then slowly raised his gaze to Lumbo, affirming his agreement. A pact was sealed as their palms met with a clap. Remember the mobile website, chapters 1 to 3. Merely the tip of the iceberg. Haha. I never expected your ambition to be so vast, wanting to betray the world government and take the entire Navy with you. You are indeed more audacious than your father. No, more audacious than anyone upon the seas, laughed Doflamingo, reclining nearby, having overheard their conversation. Oh, in terms of arrogance, who can rival you, the pirate of the seas? Lumbo retorted, fixing his gaze on Doflamingo. Do you know why I did not shy away from you? It is because I simply do not care if you are aware of these matters. Are you planning to kill me outright? Doflamingo's countenance changed upon hearing Lumbo's words. As he understood the unwritten laws of the underworld, only the dead can keep secrets forever. If Lumbo was aware of his intentions, then Doflamingo knew his life was forfeit. No, you are mistaken. I will not kill you. You possess both strength and intellect. Were it not for your despicable character, I would have liked to befriend you. But alas, we are destined not to be friends, and you are fated to perish, for you know too much. The Gorosei will never allow someone like you to continue living. Lumbo shook his head, expressing his sentiments. To kill one is a thief, to kill 10 is a bandit. To kill 100 is a rebel, to kill 1,000 or 10,000 is to be a hero. Doflamingo could be deemed a cunning villain, regrettably. His path diverged from Lumbo's, or else Lumbo might have genuinely considered recruiting him. Lumbo observed Ming-Ji's sullen expression and continued. You are aware of the influence wielded by the 5 elders. As soon as you lose your value to them, it matters not where you are. Should they wish for your demise, you shall undoubtedly meet your end. What is your purpose in sharing these thoughts with me? Do you seek my allegiance? Or do you wish to extract certain secrets regarding the 5 elders from me? You are mistaken. As I previously stated, we are not of the same ilk, and we cannot become allies. Furthermore, I have little interest in the secrets of the 5 elders, for I shall one day unveil everything to the world. I share this with you solely to inquire about certain matters within the underworld. Are you inclined to discuss them? Rambo sought out Minggu to inquire about matters pertaining to the underworld, harboring his own intentions. In the realm of pirates, the underworld ironically exhibits the most order. Governed by a singular principle, survival of the fittest. One can never ascertain whether the individual before them possesses the capability to extinguish their life as effortlessly as one would crush an ant. Hence, in this domain, all individuals tend to conduct themselves with the decorum of gentlemen, maintaining a facade of cordiality in public. However, the moment one turns their back, the potential for betrayal lurks in the shadows, unknown to all. In this world, one does not strike lightly. When the time comes to act, one must possess absolute certainty of delivering a fatal blow to their adversary. Failing that, one must be prepared for an unending cycle of retribution or resort to anonymity, living in obscurity for the remainder of their days. Regardless of one's renown upon the high seas, even if one is an admiral of the navy, all who traverse the underworld must adhere to its rules. Oh, I never anticipated your interest in the underworld. Pray tell, what do you wish to know? Minggu inquired. Intrigued, unable to fathom why a new naval recruit would be drawn to the power structures of the underworld. Who orchestrates the underworld? Or rather, who is the current head honcho? Rambo asked softly, gazing intently at Minggu. Surely, given your standing in this realm, you must possess some knowledge. Haha. How direct of you. You wish to know about the most powerful figure? Would you care for the truth? In the underworld, the true sovereign remains a mystery to all but herself. What I do know is that she is a woman, always donning a mask when she appears. Her gaze is piercing as that of an eagle. Were it not for my certainty of her femininity, I might have mistaken her for Hawkeye. What? Her eyes resemble those of Hawkeye? Could it be her? She is the sovereign of the underworld? Even the unflappable Rambo felt a jolt of shock upon hearing this revelation. A name flashed through his mind. M, known to have appeared in Mariawa, occupies a position even higher than the 5 elders. They bow before her. The knowledge that she is also the ruler of the underworld instills a profound fear within Rambo. He had often heard from Old Man Carp about the unfathomable depths of the seas. While he acknowledged this, he had not given it much thought. He once believed that the most formidable powers were the 4 emperors and the 5 aging relics of the world government. However, it now appeared that the reality was far more complex than Rambo had anticipated. If M is indeed affiliated with the world government, then they collectively wield control over the Navy, the CP organization, and the underworld. For 800 years, the grip of the world government has extended nearly everywhere, their enduring influence having transformed the entire ocean into an impenetrable fortress. Rambo had underestimated the might of the world government. Power, indeed. At no point has Lumbo desired strength more fervently than now. Initially, he believed that after defeating Big Mom and accumulating merit, he would assume the position of Sengoku, leading the Navy and the Revolutionary Army to overthrow the world government, thus fulfilling his aspirations for the era of great pirates. However, he has now come to realize that the might of the world government, which has become apparent, is merely the tip of the iceberg. With the existence of CP9 beneath the world government, it stands to reason that at least 8 other teams remain, and if one includes CP0, there should be a total of 10 factions, not to mention other concealed powers. The thought fills Lumbo with trepidation. In this moment, he recalls a certain individual, a figure of considerable strength, positioned among the elite of the sea, yet tragically blinded in his quest for enlightenment. His own father. A paragon of the ocean's upper echelons dares not underestimate the power of the world government. Though capable of single-handedly contending with thousands of fierce lions, he must remain hidden, silently nurturing his own influence. It is at this juncture that Lumbo fully comprehends the terror of the world government. Your expression suggests you might know who she is, doesn't it? Doflamingo, unaware of Lumbo's thoughts, perceives a glimmer of understanding in his demeanor, hinting at the true identity of the underworld's leader. Indeed, I believe I have discerned her identity. It is truly frightening, Lumbo murmurs softly. Oh, who is she? Akiji's curiosity is piqued. It's not something I can disclose. If she truly is that person, then I must reconsider my plans thoroughly, Lumbo insists. With no means to extract the information, Akiji concedes, realizing that since he has placed his trust in Lumbo, he must do so unconditionally. Ha ha ha, Your expression reveals that this individual is likely affiliated with the world government. Am I correct? Doflamingo immediately deduces. Oh, what leads you to that conclusion? Lumbo glances at Doflamingo. If she were a pirate, even a Yonko, you wouldn't be overly concerned, as the factions differ and confrontation with her would be inevitable. However, your caution indicates that she must hold a position of considerable power within the world government. Yet, I still cannot fathom her identity. The highest-ranking individuals there are the 5 elders, and I have heard no mention of a woman among them. Doflamingo's analysis is astute. Truly, he is a cunning rogue, albeit one with a sharp intellect. Yet, some matters are beyond your current reach, Lumbo observes in astonishment. Are you suggesting that there exists an entity even more powerful than the 5 elders, and that this individual is the leader of the underworld? After praising Mingo, Lumbo was taken aback by Ming Ji's astuteness, as he quickly drew a conclusion from Lumbo's words. Upon hearing this, Akiji stared at Lumbo in astonishment, to which Lumbo gently nodded in acknowledgement. A collective gasp escaped both Akiji and Mingo. Chapter 214, Assassination. The two of them simultaneously changed their expressions. Anyone who heard this news could not help but exclaim. It is well known that whether among the common folk or pirates, the mention of the highest echelons of the world government instinctively conjures images of the 5 elder stars. Yet, none were aware that there exists an entity even above them. It is truly astonishing that beyond those 5 decrepit figures lies an even greater authority. One can only imagine the sight of those elders bowing to someone. Mingo seemed to recall something, bursting into hearty laughter. Let us talk about you. I doubt anyone can protect you now, ever since your misdeeds in Dressrosa were exposed. I suspect the 5 elder stars have completely abandoned you. After all, Dressrosa is one of the affiliated nations of the world government. If the 5 elder stars do not take action, the other allied nations will surely feel threatened. The world government is crumbling. Even if they wish to put on a fayade, the 5 elder stars would not extend their protection to you. And given that you are privy to so many of their secrets and have committed countless atrocities on their behalf, they will undoubtedly silence you. With a sidelong glance at the wildly grinning Mingo, Lumbo remarked, "It matters not. I have already experienced much of the ocean's splendor. I am merely a bit reluctant to be cast aside as a pawn." Lumbo's cold retort caused Mingo to cease his raucous laughter, his brows knitting in irritation. Lumbo shook his head and allowed Mingo to lie there while he sat quietly at the bow of the ship, contemplating various matters. Suddenly, the phone bug rang. It was Sengoku calling. "Lumbo, how goes the situation with Doflamingo?" "Oh, I just happened to encounter Admiral Akiji in Dressrosa. We are currently en route to the undersea prison and expect to arrive in a few hours." "Oh, Akiji is with you as well. After you have delivered Doflamingo, return to Marine headquarters." "Understood." After hanging up the phone, Lumbo felt a twinge of curiosity. It was unusual for Sengoku to summon him back to headquarters. Could there be another significant development? Rambo briefed Akiji on the situation, and Akiji found it peculiar. The sea had been relatively tranquil lately, with no significant events reported. The two concluded that they would soon uncover the truth upon their return. Before long, the Noah's Ark sailed through the Gate of Justice and docked at Impel Downs Harbor, where Magellan awaited them personally. Ever since he donned the seastone handcuffs gifted by Rambo, he no longer found himself confined to the restroom, now possessing ample time to manage the prison. After a brief handover, Rambo remarked that he anticipated someone would soon attempt to assassinate Don Quixote Doflamingo, suggesting Magellan keep a watchful eye. Rambo's intent was merely to suggest casual vigilance. Should Doflamingo meet his demise within the prison, he wanted Magellan to be mentally prepared. However, Magellan interpreted this differently, believing Rambo wished to preserve Doflamingo's life. As the warden, if a prisoner were to be slain under his jurisdiction, it would signify his dereliction of duty. Magellan nodded at Rambo, assuring him that he understood the gravity of the situation. Rambo, thinking Magellan grasped his meaning, nodded in return and bid a brief farewell before boarding the ship with Akiji to return to the Marine headquarters. That very night, an attempt on Doflamingo's life indeed transpired. Within the formidable underwater prison, surrounded by sea stone barriers, a door suddenly materialized in the air. This unexpected entrance piqued Doflamingo's interest, yet he was bound by sea stone chains, rendering him incapable of utilizing his devil fruit powers. He could only watch helplessly as a figure emerged from the door. A foot clad in polished leather shoes stepped through the portal, followed by a man in a sleek black suit, a dagger dancing in his hands. "Ah, a member of CP. Has the Gorsi sent you to eliminate me?" Doflamingo sneered at the figure before him. "I have yet to slay a warlord. Today could fulfill that desire. Alas, it seems I cannot engage you on equal footing." He slowly approached Doflamingo. "Huh, In a fair fight, you wouldn't even realize how you met your demise, you insignificant insect. Doflamingo spat dismissively, clearly unfazed by this minor adversary. Then descend to hell with your grievances. With that, the assassin lunged, driving the dagger towards Doflamingo's heart. Venomous dragon! A thunderous roar echoed as a colossal serpent of venom surged forth, deflecting the dagger mere inches from Doflamingo's heart. You seek death, daring to strike my prisoner on my territory as if I were non-existent? After Magellan spoke, he did not allow him to respond and immediately unleashed the venomous giant, swiftly gesturing for 9 venomous dragons to intertwine and charge at the individual. The moment Magellan appeared, the CP9 member sensed the impending danger and promptly activated his ability, creating a doorway in midair. He quickly dove through it, but his leg was struck by one of Magellan's venomous dragons, resulting in a piercing scream as the doorway vanished, leaving behind a severed limb. Without so much as a glance at the severed leg, Magellan turned and walked away. Looking at Magellan, Doflamingo expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Magellan did not look back and remarked, "If it weren't for Brother Limbo urging me to keep an eye on you, I wouldn't concern myself with your fate." Doflamingo was taken aback by Magellan's words. He had not anticipated that Lumbo would request Magellan to protect him. Had Lumbo been attempting to win him over? Doflamingo began to speculate, unaware that Magellan had merely misunderstood Lumbo's intentions. The individual who had been attacked was likely CP9 member Bruno, who possessed the power of the Dordor fruit, enabling him to traverse space freely. After this setback, it was reasonable to assume he would seek revenge fiercely. Doflamingo watched Magellan's retreating figure and thought, "Do you think my venom merely cost him a leg? You underestimate my venomous dragons. Without my antidote, anyone touched by them is undoubtedly doomed." With that, Magellan's silhouette disappeared around the corner of the cell. Having once annihilated the Blackbeard pirates with his venom, Magellan harbored immense confidence in his abilities, and he spoke nothing but the truth. Meanwhile, in the office of the World Government's CP9, a doorway materialized, from which emerged a figure emanating a purplish hue, releasing a pungent odor. "What is happening?" Rob Lucci inquired, gazing at the almost lifeless Bruno. The weakened Bruno managed to utter, "The mission to assassinate Doflamingo has failed. I was discovered by Magellan, who thwarted me and severed a leg. I have also been poisoned." "Did Magellan recognize your identity?" Lucci asked. "I activated my ability as soon as he appeared, so he likely did not recognize me," Bruno replied weakly. "Hold on. I will have someone prepare the antidote for you immediately," Lucci responded, hastily arranging for medical personnel to take Bruno away. He also informed the elders of this incident. Just after he hung up the phone, he received the news of Bruno's poisoning and subsequent death, inciting a surge of anger within him. However, he knew he could not confront Magellan directly and accuse him of orchestrating the assassination of Doflamingo, leading him to smash his desk in frustration. "Remember the mobile site," he muttered to himself. Chapter 215. Suppressing the Navy. After fending off Bruno, Limbo received a call from Magellan. Moshi, Brother Limbo, you were right. Someone indeed attempted to assassinate Doflamingo. But do not worry, I have repelled them, and if I am not mistaken, it appears to be a member of CP9. Rambo was momentarily taken aback by Magellan's words, realizing that he had not actually asked Magellan to protect Doflamingo. It soon dawned on him that Magellan had likely misconstrued his intentions. He had merely wished to offer Doflamingo a gentle warning, should he meet his demise within the confines of Magellan's prison, enabling him to prepare for an explanation. Now, it seemed as though Rambo was in debt to Magellan for a favor. Nevertheless, Rambo decided against clarifying the misunderstanding. If Doflamingo was saved, so be it. After all, in Rambo's eyes, Doflamingo had become inconsequential, easily dealt with at any moment. By the way, Director Magellan, did that CP9 member realize that you recognized his identity? Rambo suddenly recalled something. I have no idea. In any case, I did not expose him, nor did I afford him the opportunity to speak. I took care of him immediately. Well, simply report the incident as it is, state that someone breached the underwater prison and was repelled. Do not elaborate further. Those from CP9 will not readily admit to dispatching an assassin to your territory to eliminate Doflamingo. Otherwise, if an intrusion occurs in the prison, the 5 elders will likely hold you accountable, especially since you have interfered with their schemes. Ah. Now I understand why the CP organization dared to come to my territory to commit murder. I was puzzled as to who had empowered them. It appears it was bestowed by the 5 elders. Very well, I know how to proceed. With that, Magellan ended the call. Rambo no longer dwelled on it. Magellan, Having served as the director in Imperial for such an extended period, was undoubtedly no fool and was well aware of how to handle certain matters. Lumbo and Akiji engaged in casual conversation, and before long, they arrived at the Navy headquarters. Once they disembarked, the group proceeded directly to Sengoku's office. Upon entering, Lumbo noticed that all the senior officers, including the 3 admirals, were gathered, indicating that a significant event had transpired. After everyone settled, Sengoku addressed them with gravitas. "Gentlemen, I have summoned you to discuss a matter of utmost seriousness. 2 days ago, Holy Mary Geos was subjected to a nocturnal assault, resulting in the deaths of 2 celestial dragons. This incident is highly confidential and thus has not circulated in the public domain. Preliminary investigations suggest the involvement of the Revolutionary Army." As Sengoku concluded, he cast a glance at Lumbo and Carp. Carp, whispering to himself, remarked, "I thought it was something more significant. Why all the solemnity?" Typically, he would either seek snacks or recline on the sofa upon entering Sengoku's office, but this time, after being reprimanded, he begrudgingly sat up. Having learned the details, he couldn't help but express his annoyance towards Sengoku. Observing the others, they appeared indifferent. Sengoku's anxious demeanor stemmed from the attack on Holy Mary Geos and the deaths of 2 individuals whom the Navy regarded as mere swine. Indeed, in the eyes of the Navy, the so-called rulers of the world, the celestial dragons, were nothing more than a group of swine, and their lives were of little concern. Even Akainu, known for his fierce aversion to evil, showed minimal reaction upon learning that it involved celestial dragons. Clearing his throat, Sengoku noticed the group had reverted to their casual demeanor, particularly the 3 admirals who had resumed their relaxed postures. He coughed a few times to regain their attention. "Oh, back to work," sighed Kizaru, mirroring Akiji's expression. Both of them were quick thinkers, knowing that trouble for the celestial dragons would inevitably lead to the dispatch of admirals. They recognized that their leisurely days were coming to an end. Holy Mary Geos had always been heavily fortified, especially after Fisher Tiger's audacious incursion across the Red Line. One would wonder how such an intrusion could occur. This warrants further investigation. Sengoku, what are the 5 elders planning? Vice Admiral Tsuru inquired slowly after a moment of contemplation. How can they be so certain that it was the Revolutionary Army? Are we aware of their motives? If it truly was them, one would expect more than the simple act of killing 2 celestial dragons, Zifa remarked, directing his gaze at Sengoku. I am aware that there are numerous questions surrounding this matter. However, the 5 elders have not divulged specifics, only issuing orders for the Navy to bolster its defenses at Holy Mary Geos. A general and 2 vice admirals are to be stationed there daily, alongside an intensified pursuit of the Revolutionary Army. Sengoku acknowledged the plethora of uncertainties but recognized the necessity of adhering to the orders from above. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Kizaru and Akiji's expressions darkened further. They had never held a favorable view of the celestial dragons, and while some were somewhat tolerable, the majority were insufferably arrogant. One year, Akiji was taken by Garp to the Holy Land for a security mission, where he encountered a fool who arrogantly approached him. Had Garp not arrived in time, that individual would have fled upon seeing Garp. Otherwise, Akiji would have likely dealt him a blow. Sengoku glanced at the 3 admirals, contemplating whether any of them would volunteer for the task. Kizaru, indifferent, exchanged glances with Sengoku, who calculated that Akainu's somewhat abrasive nature might lead to complications should he engage with the celestial dragons or their guards. Meanwhile, Akiji and Kizaru turned their heads away, refusing to meet Sengoku's gaze. Having observed both Akiji and Kizaru, Sengoku formed a decision. Kizaru, you shall take 2 vice admirals and some troops to Mariewa. Kizaru nodded reluctantly upon hearing the directive. Akiji exhaled slowly, and once Sengoku had made the arrangements, everyone dispersed, leaving only a few old-timers in Sengoku's office. Sengoku, this situation is rather peculiar. If the Holy Land was indeed attacked that day, why were we not alerted to mobilize the Navy? Our headquarters is quite close. With Borsellino's speed, he could reach it in mere minutes. Why were we only instructed to bolster security afterward? There must be something amiss, Vice Admiral Tsuru remarked, observing Sengoku. Sengoku replied in a low voice, it seems the Gorosei have some reservations about our Navy. Presently, our Navy is arguably the strongest it has ever been, and the Gorosei appear intent on suppressing us. Suppressing us? Is it merely by leaving 1 admiral, 2 vice admirals, and some naval forces at the Holy Land? Such measures cannot halt our continued expansion, Zifa questioned, perplexed. You are mistaken. Initially, The Gorosei stipulated that at least 2 admirals should be stationed at Mariewa to ensure the safety of the celestial dragons, which I did not agree to. In the end, it was settled that only 1 admiral would be sent. Whether it was 2 or 3 admirals was inconsequential. They could hardly capture a few fierce tigers to use as hostages. Zifa pondered further. Rocks, Garp chuckled softly. If I am not mistaken, the Gorosei intend to utilize rocks to weaken the navy. If 2 or 3 admirals are stationed in Mariewa, and Rocks attacks us with 2 of the emperors, what do you think would happen? The Gorosei are well aware of the deep-seated animosity between Rocks and myself, Garp surmised, analyzing the Gorosei's plan. Upon hearing Garp's words, everyone inhaled sharply, suddenly understanding the Gorosei strategy. This move to undermine us was indeed ruthless, if the 3 admirals were truly reassigned. The Navy's elite combat power would be halved. In the event of a Rocks attack, the best-case scenario would be mutual destruction, or the complete annihilation of the older generation of the Navy, allowing for the retention of at least 2 or 3 admirals to select a new commander. By that time, the Navy would be significantly weaker than it is now, making it far easier to control. Indeed, it is a reckless scheme, yet the 5 elders possess ample resources. Assembling a formidable force is a trivial matter, given their wealth. How did the 5 elders ascertain that Rocks would take action against the Navy headquarters? The straightforward and pragmatic Zephyr posed a pertinent question. It is rather simple. I suspect the 5 elders proactively approached Rocks, leading to an accord wherein the world government would assist Rocks in targeting the Navy. One must remember that upon his return, Rocks harbored intentions to confront Roger and Garp. With Roger now deceased, Garp becomes his primary target. Buddha, jolted by Garp's words, swiftly deduced the implications. Apart from myself, there is another individual he might consider opposing, Whitebeard. Given that he sought alliances with Kaido and Big Mom upon his resurgence, it stands to reason that he would also target Whitebeard. However, under the current circumstances, it appears Whitebeard has no intentions of rejoining his ranks. Of course, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that Whitebeard is employing subterfuge, feigning disinterest while actually aligning himself with Rocks. Yet, based on my extensive experience with Whitebeard, such a likelihood is exceedingly slim. He is not one to deftly manipulate schemes. After Garp spoke, Sengoku nodded in agreement. It is Sengoku who has dealt most extensively with Whitebeard. While Garp pursued Roger, Sengoku was engaged in the hunt for Whitebeard. Fully aware of his temperament. What are your plans now, Sengoku? Vice Admiral Tsuru inquired, her gaze fixed on him. If this scenario holds true, the Navy faces an unprecedented crisis, one that transcends the mere skirmish of the Paramount War. Regardless of the circumstances, we must remain vigilant. Under the guise of safeguarding the Holy Land, we shall consolidate our mid to high-tier combat forces back at headquarters. Furthermore, we must enhance patrolling around the base. Any unusual occurrences must be reported immediately. Should Rocks make his appearance, we must take the initiative, ensuring the battlefield does not unfold at headquarters, but rather on this uninhabited island. With that, Sengoku pointed to a location on the map, approximately 1,000 nautical miles from the Navy headquarters. During this period, we must fortify our military installations on this island, expeditiously constructing a fortress. Zephyr, I entrust you with overseeing this endeavor. Additionally, Tsuru, you shall manage personnel deployment. Sengoku succinctly assigned the tasks. Understood, Tsuru and Zephyr replied in unison. Now, let us allocate our elite forces. Rock's primary strength lies with Rocks himself, Kaido, and Big Mom. The secondary tier comprises Kaido's 3 disasters and the suite commanders under Big Mom. I will confront Rocks, while Zephyr and I will take on Kaido. Tsuru, will you and Momonosuke restrain Big Mom? Sengoku reasoned that as long as there is sufficient time, defeating Kaido should not pose a significant problem. The real concern lies with Big Mom. Having Tsuru and Momonosuke contain her presents a challenge. Just as Tsuru was about to nod in agreement, Garp interjected. That will not suffice. Although Momonosuke's strength has vaguely reached the level of an admiral, facing Charlotte Linlin would still be excessively daunting. Garp then suggested, let that lad Lumbo engage and restrain Big Mom alongside Tsuru. In recent years, he has grown rapidly, his strength now formidable. It is time for him to make his presence known. Zephyr remarked to Garp. Sengoku and Garp pondered for a moment, exchanged glances, and nodded in agreement. Sengoku continued. The 3 disasters under Kaido possess considerable strength, yet when compared to our 3 admirals, they fall short. Let the 3 admirals handle them. The 3 admirals? Isn't Borisolino detained by the Gorosei at the Holy Land? Zephyr inquired, astonished at Sengoku's assertion. While I concur with Borisolino's stationing at the Holy Land, I never stated he could not return. Moreover, with his speed, few can hinder his departure. Should conflict arise, he can swiftly appear on the battlefield. The speed of light is not merely a saying, Sengoku replied with a cunning grin. Indeed, Sengoku remains the same schemer as ever. It appears you had already planned for his deployment, Zephyr remarked with a mischievous smile directed at Sengoku. Then let us assign the remaining suite commander to several of Limbo's crew, Enel and Crocodile. Given their prowess, they should have no trouble dealing with the suite commanders. With high-tier combat power essentially allocated, we are left with mid-tier strength. In the vast seas, none can rival our navy in this regard. If Rox dares to come, we shall bring an end to this era of great voyages, Sengoku declared with newfound bravado, leaving the others momentarily speechless. Since taking the position of Fleet Admiral, they had not witnessed such audacity from Sengoku in a long time. Even if you deal with Rox, you cannot conclude the era of great voyages. You are overestimating your reach, Carp interjected. Little Crane must be famished after all this time. Let us dine and ignore this delusional fellow. With that, Garp approached Rear Admiral Crane, grasped her hand, and led her toward the exit. Carp, you old rascal, release my hand. Sengoku, angered, chased after them and seized Crane's other hand. Release Little Crane's hand, or I shall dismantle your office. Garp retorted, equally incensed. You should be the one to let go. Even if you demolish my office, I will not yield, he insisted, firmly holding on to Crane. Caught between the two obstinate old men, Rear Admiral Crane felt her temper flare. When I was aging, I never saw either of you so proactive. Now that I've regained my youth, it feels like I'm a coveted prize, she fumed. Attempting to extricate herself from their grasp, only to find their hold as unyielding as sea-stone handcuffs. Zephyr, prepare me 2 clamps, she commanded. Upon hearing the 2 old rascals, Zephyr felt a sense of foreboding. Indeed, Admiral Crane unleashed his abilities, causing Sengoku and Garp to collapse like discarded garments upon the ground. You 2 old fools. How dare you summon me? With a snap, he lamented how they had failed to appreciate him in their youth. After regaining his youthful vigor, Admiral Crane's temper flared, and he unleashed a flurry of kicks upon Garp and Sengoku before hoisting them up and slamming them down repeatedly with fervor. The fluidity of his actions made Zephyr break out in a cold sweat. Soon, Crane's fury subsided significantly, and he dragged the 2 fools towards the upper platform, hanging them on a clothesline with clips that Zephyr had no idea where they came from. You 2 shall bask in the sun and behave yourselves, he ordered. Zephyr, feeling helpless, cast a glance at the 2 hapless fools before making a hasty retreat. He had no desire to join them in their sunbathing. In the midst of this, the narrative shifts to the World Conference, where the Marine Admiral and the esteemed heroes hung on the rooftop. After Rambo and Akiji exited, Akiji, with his hands clasped behind his head, resumed his languid demeanor, strolling forward slowly. Rambo, that was truly perilous. I almost had to tend to those scoundrels, Akiji remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Rambo, who appeared deep in thought. After a moment of silence, Rambo's lack of response piqued Akiji's curiosity. Rambo, what occupies your mind? Something feels amiss, Akiji. If the Revolutionary Army attacked Mariehua, it would be understandable for the Gorosei to maintain secrecy. However, the Revolutionary Army could not possibly keep such a monumental event under wraps. They have slain 2 celestial dragons, and the news of this would elevate their standing immensely. Consider how many people in this world have suffered under the oppression of the celestial dragons. If they were to publicize their incursion and the deaths of the celestial dragons, numerous individuals would surely rally to their cause. Rambo sensed there was more to this situation than met the eye. Ah, your reasoning holds merit. Historically, whenever the celestial dragons are harmed, the world government promptly contacts Sengoku, urging him to deploy admirals for protection or to eradicate the offenders. Yet this time, the silence is unervingly excessive. Akiji acknowledged Rambo's observations, realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, there must be some hidden intricacies at play. Do not tell me the Revolutionary Army refrains from publicizing this due to fear of the Gorosei sending troops to annihilate them. They have been contending with the world government for years and have steadily grown stronger, bearing a deep-seated enmity towards them. Why would they fear an assault now? Determining whether the Revolutionary Army is responsible is straightforward. I merely need to make a phone call. Rambo briskly made his way to the Noah's Ark at the port. Since its renovation by Taizalo, Noah's Ark had become a veritable marvel of facilities, and Rambo's team seldom disembarked, opting instead to reside aboard continuously. Lumbo picked up the phone bug and called Sabo. Once the call connected, Sabo greeted him. Moshi Moshi, what brings you to call me? Lumbo replied, Sabo, I need to confirm something with you. Have there been any recent activities on your end? Activities? None at all. Since a CP member inadvertently discovered our base on White Island, we've evacuated entirely and are currently focused on constructing a new site. We lack the time for any operations, Sabo explained. Still constructing? What are you preparing to build? You have both manpower and funds. How is it that foundational work is still ongoing? Lumbo inquired. Don't even mention it. We were set to retrieve funds from Taizolo, but I heard he was attacked by Drought Jack and is now missing. Plus, we left in such a hurry last time that many items on White Island were left behind, which puts us in a rather awkward position, Sabo lamented. Lumbo realized he had forgotten about this. After Taizolo was taken away, no one had informed the Revolutionary Army of the absence of their logistics chief. Coupled with the recent house move that required considerable funds for renovation, they found themselves in a tight spot. All right then, I will send you a coordinate shortly. Someone will be there to assist you. You can obtain the funds from him. By the way, you're certain there have been no recent activities, right? Of course. If there were any operations from the Revolutionary Army, as Chief of Staff, I would surely be informed. I can assure you there are no activities at the moment. But soon there will be. Once we resolve matters here, the Chief will convene the 4 commanders from the north, south, east, and west, Sabo stated. Oh, is this an intention to take action against the Holy Land? Lumbo asked. Huh? How do you know that? It wasn't the Chief who told you, was it? The Chief learned that the world government will convene a global conference, and we ought to make a statement. Otherwise, this opportunity will be squandered. Don't be surprised. I know much more, Sabo replied. Well then, let us leave it at that. I will send you the coordinate, and you will know what to do upon your arrival. With that, Lumbo ended the call. Though he claimed to be unfazed, Lumbo was indeed astonished by Sabo's words. The timeline felt off. Ever since the Marineford War, everything had changed, and such a significant event as the World Conference seemed to be unknown to Sengoku. It was only through the Revolutionary Army that he had learned of it. What were the Gorosei plotting? Everyone observed Lumbo deep in thought after the call, surprised yet hesitant to disturb him. Soon, Lumbo lifted his head and smiled, addressing Uncle Ishao. Please contact Alan and Benz. Instruct them to wait for someone on the island below Sky Island, and ensure they hand over all the gold I have on the Jinyu ship to him. Ishao nodded and began to arrange the communication. Initially, Lumbo had sent Alan and Benz to deliver a permanent pointer to Ace, although the Jinyu ship was swift. It could not possibly match the speed of the Arc Maxim soaring through the skies. Rambo pondered for a moment, unable to unravel the mystery, and returned to Sengoku's office filled with questions. He knocked on the door only to find it unanswered, which struck him as peculiar, given Sengoku's nature. It was improbable for him to abandon his office during working hours. At that moment, he fortuitously encountered Zifa descending from the top floor, inquiring about Sengoku. He nearly doubled over with laughter upon discovering that the 2 old men were suspended from a clothesline by Admiral Crane, basking in the sun. The image was delightfully amusing to envision. Not wanting to miss such a captivating spectacle, Rambo dashed toward the top floor and found Admiral Crane reclining in a chair. Eyes half closed in a semblance of slumber, while 2 garments, complete with features, swayed gently on the line, stirred by the breeze. Sister Crane, impressive, Rambo exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. Ah, little Rambo, have you come to witness the commotion, or to plead a case? If it's the latter, save your breath. These 2 rascals will remain here until sunset, regardless of who attempts to intervene, Admiral Crane quipped, glancing at the swaying clothes before turning her attention back to Rambo. How could I? I stand firmly by your side. I merely wish to enjoy the spectacle. Sister, you are formidable, Rambo replied, a hint of nervousness in his voice. All right. You've returned, which surely indicates you have business with Sengoku. Go ahead and address the matter concerning him, Admiral Crane said, having watched Rambo grow up and thus knowing him well. Very well, this is quite important, so I shall be direct. Marshal, the world government will convene a global conference soon. Have the Gorosei informed you of this? Rambo directed his words toward the suspended Sengoku. What? Suddenly, Sengoku, who had been hanging there, snapped back to his usual self, astonished as he gazed at Rambo, while Carp remained oblivious, eyes closed, likely having drifted into slumber. Sengoku, freed from Admiral Crane's playful restraint, was taken aback by the news Rambo had brought. Come, let us hasten to my office for a meeting, he declared, starting to descend the stairs. After taking only a few steps, he abruptly halted and called out to Carp, still pretending to be lifeless on the clothesline, You old rascal. Stop feigning. Get down here this instant. With that, he yanked Carp down with force, sending him crashing to the ground, where he returned to his original form. Sprawled out on the floor, Lumbo twitched his ears and, to his astonishment, truly detected a faint snoring sound. A shadow crossed his face. Indeed, the old man had succumbed to slumber. Sengoku's complexion turned a shade of green, but there was no time for hesitation. He tucked Garp under his arm and strode purposefully to the office. Upon pushing the door open, he beheld Zephyr seated there, sipping tea as if awaiting their arrival. Sengoku was not surprised. Lumbo's presence undoubtedly indicated that Zephyr had informed him, and Zephyr was certainly aware of the World Conference, hence his early arrival to convene. Noticing Garp nestled under Sengoku's arm, Zephyr's eye twitched at the sight of the old fool. Sengoku unceremoniously flung Garp onto the sofa, then took a seat behind the battered desk, rummaging through a pile of wood shavings until he unearthed a pack of senbei, which he tossed towards Garp. Just as the senbei was about to collide with Garp's face, a hand unexpectedly intercepted it. Garp, grinning broadly, sat up with remarkable grace, deftly unfastened the wrapper, and began to eat. This sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, as if rehearsed countless times. Zephyr observed the duo's uncanny rapport, his lips twitching in amusement. Before returning to his tea, unfazed by their antics, Rambo and General Crane have also arrived and taken their seats. Sengoku furrowed his brow as he gazed at Rambo and inquired, "Is this information accurate? Do we know the specific date?" Rambo gazed at Sengoku and remarked, "The information remains quite credible, yet I have not inquired about the specific date. Commander, have you received no tidings at all? What exactly do the five elders intend? We have just deliberated and concluded that the five elders must be collaborating with Rox, aiming to curtail the Navy's burgeoning strength. It appears they intend to reassign admirals, thereby leaving the headquarters vulnerable, allowing Rox to seize the opportunity to strike." Zifa casually sipped his tea and added, "However, given the magnitude of the World Conference, shouldn't the five elders be seizing the opportunity more wisely? After all, each World Conference necessitates the Navy's protection of the kings from various nations as they journey to the Holy Land. Wouldn't this provide even greater justification for reallocating the Navy's elite forces?" Upon hearing this, Rambo pondered for a moment before expressing his confusion. "It is rather simple. The five elders wish to catch Sengoku entirely unprepared, issuing sudden orders to deploy the Navy's mid-tier forces to safeguard the kings of various nations. Even if we initially surmise the intentions of the five elders, they still possess a hidden card. Truly, they are cunning and seasoned." Carp, munching on snacks, interjected with a sardonic chuckle. "Carp is not mistaken. Let us analyze this carefully. First, they will have Sengoku dispatch admirals to the Holy Land for protection, while simultaneously arranging for vice admirals to undertake missions. Consequently, the combat effectiveness of the Navy headquarters will be further diminished, while still retaining a fraction of its strength to ensure that, should the headquarters be devastated, there are still forces available. The five elders have indeed devised a clever strategy." Vice Admiral Tsuru comprehended. "It seems that we, these old-timers, have been entirely cast aside by the five elders," Zifa lamented, reflecting on his lifetime of service to the Navy. Feeling a pang of disappointment at his current plight, "We are not discarded. We are merely regarded with caution. The Navy's strength has grown to a point that instills fear in the five elders. Following the Paramount War, their grip over the Navy has weakened, and thus they grow anxious. Should our generation perish and the Navy undergo a reshuffle, they will need to support a new commander to regain control." Sengoku expressed his own disillusionment with the five elders and the world government. If that is the case, then the World Conference would indeed present the optimal moment for Rox to launch an assault on the Navy. Rambo suddenly stood, as if struck by a revelation, addressing the assembly. Indeed, barring unforeseen circumstances, the World Conference signifies the most opportune time for war. Sengoku found himself increasingly troubled. Battling pirates was the Navy's duty, yet he never anticipated a confrontation with his own kind this time. Given this scenario, shouldn't we consider taking the initiative? Rambo preferred to disrupt the uncertain status quo, aspiring to steer events in accordance with his expectations. "Are you suggesting we proactively engage in conflict with Rox?" The brows of Sengoku furrowed deeper. As a seasoned veteran who had dedicated his life to the naval service, the principle of executing orders had become ingrained within him. To recklessly engage in battle with the four emperors without receiving any directives was indeed a daunting prospect for Sengoku. Such an action would irrevocably sever ties with the Gorosei. Zifa and Tsuru also frowned, and even Garp paused his indulgence in senbei. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku lifted his head and declared, "This cannot stand. While they may act without mercy, we must not forsake our righteousness." All of this is merely conjecture for now. If we were to prematurely escalate tensions, our navy would entirely lose its claim to justice upon the seas. Such a blow to our prestige would be considerable. Many have joined our ranks precisely because we have consistently stood on the side of justice, protecting the populace. Should we become branded as traitors? Who would dare to enlist with us in the future? Sengoku spoke with resolute conviction, and Limbo conceded that his reasoning was sound. The Navy had maintained a largely positive image over the years, despite some blemishes, and bearing the label of betrayers would inflict profound damage. However, failing to break the stalemate now would lead the Navy to face significant casualties, perhaps even catastrophic losses. This predicament truly caused a headache. The group sat in silence, and Sengoku gestured with his hand, saying, "You may return for now. I must deliberate on how best to resolve this matter. The initial plans will remain unchanged for the time being. Zifa, expedite the construction of the facilities on the Sky Island, while ensuring utmost confidentiality. Do not let any information slip. Suru, begin mobilizing personnel discreetly, employing both overt and covert methods. You know how to manage this." Zifa and Vice Admiral Suru nodded, then quickly exited. What was once a well-prepared strategy now faced unforeseen complications, causing a palpable heaviness in everyone's hearts and hastening their pace. Limbo did not follow Karp back. Instead, he returned to his vessel, the Noah's Arkansas. Upon boarding, he was greeted by the sight of Akiji comfortably lounging in the sun. Limbo promptly gathered everyone and recounted the events of the day. A palpable sense of impending storm hung in the air. It is worth noting that during their discussions, they did not shy away from Akiji, nor was there any necessity to do so. After sharing the information, Limbo smiled and began to organize training sessions for everyone. With a great battle looming on the horizon, no one dared to be complacent, especially with the prospect of confronting two of the four emperors simultaneously. None could afford to underestimate the situation. Limbo placed another call to Sabo, seeking clarification on the precise timing of the World Conference. Regrettably, the Revolutionary Army had not been able to gather specific information. However, during his communication with Sabo, Limbo was struck by a novel thought. The five elders had claimed that members of the Revolutionary Army had intruded into the Holy Land and slain two celestial dragons, yet this was far from the truth, as the Revolutionary Army had been unjustly blamed. Whether or not they accepted this blame seemed inconsequential to Sabo, but his tone revealed a palpable discontent. Sabo pondered whether it might be prudent to arrange for someone to indeed infiltrate the Holy Land and eliminate two celestial dragons, thereby solidifying this accusation. Though he merely spoke in jest, Limbo took his words to heart. If, at this juncture, someone were to actually venture into the Holy Land, assassinate two celestial dragons, and ensure the news spread widely, would the World Conference still proceed as scheduled? Given the nature of the celestial dragons, they would undoubtedly seek retribution. While the five elders might not hold the celestial dragons in high regard, they would still be compelled to provide an explanation. Thus, the question arose, who among them could breach the formidable defenses of the Holy Land, silently eliminate two celestial dragons, and then escape unscathed? Most importantly, this individual would need to be exceedingly trustworthy. Rambo contemplated the individuals he could trust and realized that while it might be feasible to infiltrate and eliminate targets, ensuring that no evidence remained posed a considerable challenge. Among those he considered were individuals who were entirely unfamiliar with the sacred territory. Entering such a place would render them akin to headless flies, making it exceedingly difficult to accomplish their objectives without internal support. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within Rambo's mind. Why venture into the sacred ground to carry out a killing? The Bubble Islands were frequented by the celestial dragons, a location bustling with people, where creating chaos would facilitate an easy escape. Furthermore, the more witnesses there were to the demise of the celestial dragons, the greater the uproar would ensue. Only by amplifying the situation could they attract heightened attention, compelling the five elders to take action under the weight of public pressure. Rambo shared his plan with Sabo, who perceived its feasibility. The Revolutionary Army boasted several skilled snipers capable of striking from a distance and swiftly retreating after their success. Once the plan was finalized, Rambo chose not to inform Sengoku, yet he did not conceal it from Akiji. Akiji, no longer reclining, sat upright and remarked to Rambo, "Youngster, you are indeed playing with fire. In critical moments, one must resort to extraordinary measures. The marshals harbor a certain reluctance to take the initiative. Thus, I shall assume the role of the villain, allowing them to cling to their last shred of hope. Should we fail to break the deadlock, even if we triumph against rocks, it would merely be a Pyrrhic victory, far from our desired outcome. Very well, the situation has unfolded as such. Let us observe how events progress. Akiji appeared contemplative. Soon, 2 days later, a sensational rumor spread across the seas. A celestial dragon had been assassinated on Bubble Island, the perpetrator having escaped and remaining at large. Enraged, the Gorosei commanded Kizara to ascend to Bubble Island and impose a complete lockdown. In an instant, this news erupted like a drop of water hitting a hot oil pan, igniting a global frenzy. The last time a celestial dragon was attacked was 2 years prior when Luffy confronted one on Bubble Island, but that encounter merely involved a beating. This time, however, it was a direct murder, a vastly different matter. The residents of Bubble Island were engulfed in panic, fearing a potential extermination order from the Admiral. Yet, the Gorosei maintained a degree of composure. Issuing an extermination order for Bubble Island would have monumental repercussions. Moreover, beneath Bubble Island lay Fishman Island, one of the world's allied nations. Bubble Island served as a critical junction between the first half of the Grand Line and the New World. If an extermination order were indeed enacted, it would be akin to detonating a vital bridge, especially considering the numerous assets of the celestial dragons located there. At that moment, within a resplendent hall in Mariehua, 5 elderly men convened. This incident is rather peculiar. How could a celestial dragon be suddenly attacked on Bubble Island? After all, since the last encounter with Straw Hat Luffy, Kizara's display should have effectively deterred any unruly elements, one elder mused. This occurrence is indeed strange, particularly in light of the ongoing World Conference. Do you suppose Sengoku might be behind this? How could you suspect Sengoku? Another questioned. We just contacted Sengoku to inform him of the attack on the Holy Land, resulting in the deaths of 2 celestial dragons. Now, one has indeed perished. Do you not find this coincidental? What might his motive be? Surely he cannot be unaware of our communication regarding rocks. That is difficult to ascertain. In truth, our disclosure about the attack on the Holy Land was a fundamentally flawed fabrication, merely a ruse to entice him into dispatching 2 admirals. With his intellect, he should certainly discern these inconsistencies, even if he surmised our connection to rocks. His logical course of action should have been to fortify the defenses of his headquarters in preparation for the impending conflict. It seems utterly illogical for him to resort to the assassination of the celestial dragons. If he were aware of our plans for the World Conference, I would find that hard to believe, as we have never disclosed this information to him, and only a select few are privy to it. Your reasoning holds merit, however. I still cannot fathom who would possess such audacity to assassinate the celestial dragons at this juncture. Could it truly be the work of the Revolutionary Army? It is not entirely implausible. They had their base discovered by CP members. Although they managed to evacuate without sustaining damage, they still incurred significant losses. One must recognize that such a base is not easily established and surely required immense effort on their part. Therefore, retaliation through the assassination of the celestial dragons is indeed a possibility. The elderly man, wielding the famed sword, glanced at the other 4 individuals present. After hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. While the truth still eluded them, it was clear that the Revolutionary Army was indeed the perpetrator. Yet, they could not conceive of the mastermind orchestrating it all. Thus, the Revolutionary Army would be truly implicated in the murder of the celestial dragons. The 5 elders raised Dracul Mihawk's bounty once again, now reaching an astounding 10 billion, and the bounties of his subordinates surged correspondingly. Of course, for Dracul, this was of little concern. After battling against the world government for so many years, even if it soared to 20 billion, he would remain unperturbed. Who could possibly capture him? With this in mind, would the World Conference proceed as planned? Inquired the elder, leaning on his cane. It seems unlikely now. Given the current turmoil, if the conference were to convene, the kings would likely voice their discontent. However, should it be deemed necessary to hold the conference, it wouldn't pose a significant issue, albeit we may not achieve the desired outcomes. Very well, let us temporarily cancel the meeting. After all, no information has been leaked, so it is not a major concern. I second that. Remember the mobile website, Chapter 220, missing. Early that day, Rambo received a call from Sabo. Rambo, you scoundrel. I fell for your ruse and assassinated a celestial dragon, and now our Revolutionary Army finds itself in a dire predicament. The 5 elders have gone mad, systematically annihilating several of our branch bases. Now, whenever we appear, we invite the Navy's pursuit, and we frequently catch glimpses of CP members gathering intelligence on us. Since you managed to reach me on this phone, it indicates you have not been captured, which is indeed a matter for celebration, dear brother. Haha. Stop laughing. The leader has reprimanded me. and our meticulously devised plans have been thrown into disarray. Calm down. I suspect Father did not intend to act against the world government so swiftly. You all likely have not prepared adequately. This world conference is simply an opportunity you do not wish to miss. How did you know that? Initially, we had not intended to act so swiftly, however. This global conference presents an exceptionally rare opportunity that we did not wish to forfeit. Although the leader expressed some dissatisfaction with me, he also remarked that we should seize this chance to prepare thoroughly, and thereafter, he refrained from further comments. Haha, well, this time the fault lies with me. I shall treat you to drinks next time. Agreed. Then, let us arrange another gathering with our group. I will take my leave now. With that, Sabo ended the call. Lumbo trained with everyone for a while and then they had breakfast. Originally, they intended to pay a visit to the old man, but unexpectedly. He arrived directly aboard the Ark of Noah, and to their surprise, Zephyr was also present. Rambo gazed at the two individuals before him, filled with curiosity. What circumstances had led them to seek him out directly? Rambo, my boy, your ship has undergone quite a transformation. It resembles a small town now. No wonder you've grown reluctant to reside in the naval villa area. Even I find myself a bit envious, Zephyr remarked, surveying the surroundings with keen interest. Teacher, you jest. It's merely a minor skirmish, ha ha ha. If you wish, there is always a room for you aboard the Ark, Rambo responded, joining in the light-hearted banter as he observed Zephyr's jovial demeanor. Grandfather, teacher, have you come for a specific reason? He inquired, leading them to the dining area where he poured steaming tea and casually fetched some snacks. You orchestrated the matter concerning the celestial dragons, didn't you? Zephyr asked, casting a meaningful glance at Rambo. Indeed, I contacted Sabo and instructed him to arrange for it. I contemplated that if we did not want to be led by the nose by the five elders, we had to take the initiative to break the current deadlock. While our Navy's resolve to combat pirates is unwavering, being so outmaneuvered is quite disheartening. Hence, I ordered the assassination of a celestial dragon to delay the World Conference. Granting us ample time to regroup, Rambo explained, sipping his tea with an air of calm. And what do you plan to do next? Carp inquired, his gaze fixed upon Rambo. To take the offensive, I intend to lead a team to traverse the territories of Big Mom and Kaido, simultaneously assessing the fruits of our training over the past 2 years. Rambo expressed his confidence in his team. Young man, you underestimate Rox too much. If he intervenes, you will have no chance whatsoever, Carp replied, shaking his head. The swift subjugation of Big Mom and Kaido indicated that Rock's strength now surpassed theirs. I will scout for opportunities on the peripheries of their territories, and given the speed of the Ark, fleeing the scene should not pose much difficulty. As long as I don't delve too deeply into their stronghold, I can come and go as I please. Rambo had long contemplated taking advantage of their unstable alliance to launch disruptive attacks, aiming to deplete their mid-tier forces before the impending great battle. Very well, then. Proceed with your plan, but do ensure your safety, Zephyr advised, casting a glance at Carp before directing his attention back to Rambo. Rest assured, with our current strength, even if we cannot match their alliance, escaping the battlefield should not be overly challenging. Besides, I have a secret weapon, Rambo hinted, glancing towards the door of the room. Huh, that rascal Akiji is aboard your ship, isn't? Carp scoffed, and soon the door swung open to reveal Akiji, appearing drowsy and languid. Oh, Teacher Zephyr. Teacher Carp, what brings you here? Akiji queried, equally puzzled upon seeing them. I came to witness how a general could be lured aboard a ship by a mere vice-admiral, Zephyr replied with a knowing smile. Zephyr found himself both amused and exasperated by Akiji's demeanor. Here was a grand admiral, idly lounging aboard the vessel of a mere vice-admiral. While the ship was undeniably luxurious, one would expect a person of such high rank to embody a more commanding presence. Akiji, scratching the back of his head, exchanged a few casual remarks before heading off for breakfast. Zephyr could only shake his head in resignation. Yet, he refrained from further comment. Well aware of the reasons behind Akiji's newfound lethargy, letting out a quiet sigh. Each of the three admirals possessed distinct temperaments. Akainu, for instance, was excessively aggressive, impulsively advocating for absolute power. Akiji, driven by a sense of justice, chose to evade matters that conflicted with his inner convictions, which over time fostered his laid-back attitude. As for Kizaru, he was undoubtedly the most lethargic figure in the piratical world. Regarding the speculation among many about his alleged ties to the Revolutionary Army, Lumbo remained indifferent. After all, Lumbo's current objectives aligned with those of the Revolutionary Army, to dismantle the oppressive regime of the world government. Until that goal was achieved, Any ally not aligned with the world government was welcome, except for Rox, who clearly did not share their vision. After an extended conversation between Lumbo and Carp, the two were finally sent off from the Noah's Arkansas. Lumbo was preparing to gather the crew for a new venture. Yet it was unfortunate that Alan and Binns had not yet returned, leaving everyone to await their reunion. As evening approached without their arrival, Lumbo began to feel a twinge of curiosity. Given the speed of the Guineas, several days had passed, and they ought to have returned by now. It is worth noting that the Guineas is currently regarded as the fastest ship at sea, while the Noah's Ark is the swiftest vessel in the world, soaring above the ocean rather than simply navigating it. With Enel's presence, concerns regarding propulsion were completely alleviated. A hint of unease began to spread among the crew, prompting Lumbo to have Drake reach out for contact, but to no avail. No one answered. This predicament stirred a sense of foreboding, as Alan and Binns, with their considerable strength, should be able to escape even an admiral's grasp. Their sudden disappearance was indeed perplexing. Additionally, during a phone conversation a few days prior with Sabo, Lumbo had been informed that supplies had been received, suggesting that the two should have arrived by now. After a brief interval, Lumbo received a call from a snail, though it was not from the two missing crew members. To his surprise, the visage that materialized on the screen was that of an elder with horns. "Oh, I recognize you now. The youngest Rear Admiral of the Navy, the one who defeated Doflamingo during the Marineford War. Am I correct?" "Haha." The laughter echoed through the snail. "If my assumptions are accurate, you must be Kaido," Lumbo deduced, instantly recognizing the notorious figure. "Indeed, it appears you are quite astute," Kaido continued. "I present you with two choices. First, bring Trafalgar Law to exchange for your two crew members. A fair trade, indeed. Second, I shall dispose of them and personally pay you a visit. Take your time to ponder, but I advise you not to take too long. My patience is quite limited." With that, the call was abruptly terminated. "Boss, we need to return to the Sky Island headquarters immediately and bring Trafalgar Law with us," Drake exclaimed. Among the crew, Drake shared the closest bond with Alan and Binns, having gambled and played together. His urgent reaction was entirely in line with Lumbo's expectations. Rambo cast a glance at the other crew members, noticing their furrowed brows and expressions of despair. Although Teselo had not been with the team for long, he was still a valued member. The notion of exchanging Teselo for Alan and Binns was utterly unacceptable to Rambo. "There is no need for further contemplation. I unequivocally refuse to trade Teselo for Alan and Binns. They are our brothers, and I cannot abandon them. We shall return to Sky Island," Rambo asserted with unwavering conviction. The others, momentarily devoid of any viable alternatives, nodded in agreement. Lumbo and Zephyr conversed briefly, during which Lumbo requested Zephyr's assistance in informing the Supreme Commander of the Warring States about his need for leave. Aware of the circumstances, Zephyr readily acquiesced without hesitation, and Lumbo set off immediately. Lumbo stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the vast ocean below. "Kaido, since you wish to engage in this game, I shall oblige you, for I was indeed preparing to seek you out," Lumbo murmured, clenching his fists. It is somewhat premature to confront Kaido directly. However, circumstances dictate that we must respond if others have taken action. We need to devise a comprehensive strategy, or the consequences may be dire, Ishiao remarked, standing beside Lumbo. "Indeed, we are not yet fully prepared to face Kaido, but as you said, we have no choice but to test the waters," Lumbo replied. With that, the two fell into silence, continuing their journey until they reached the Sky Island. Rambo summoned Taizolo directly aboard the ship and remarked, "Taizolo, although your time with us has been brief, now that you have joined, there is no reason for us to conceal anything from you. Kaido has captured Alan and Binns, and I intend to use you as a bargaining chip for their release." Upon hearing this, Taizolo's expression shifted dramatically. "What is your plan then?" "I will not agree to be exchanged for them. I have resolved to confront this situation head-on and rescue them. This battle will be arduous, and none of us can predict the outcome, but it is imperative that we engage, requiring the participation of all. Since Kaido is aware of your affiliation with us, there is no need for you to hide any longer. We shall confront the battle together. After all, you cannot remain in hiding indefinitely." "Very well," Taizolo replied. "Having joined your crew, I shall fight unreservedly for our cause. I will not falter." Initially, Taizolo had assumed Rambo would use him as leverage, understanding that his time with the crew had been limited. Yet, he recognized that even if Rambo exchanged him for his crew members, it would be justifiable. "All right. I trust the rest of you feel the same way," Rambo addressed the crew. "To be frank, this battle is perilous, and I have little assurance of success. If anyone wishes to withdraw, I shall not hold it against you. for I am leading you into a fight fraught with uncertainty." Rambo glanced at the other crew members. "Isn't it just one of the 4 emperors? I challenged Whitebeard over a decade ago. Why should I fear Kaido?" Old Shah said, stroking the hilt of his massive desert sword, his confidence surging with his newfound strength. "Whoever dares to capture our brethren shall face my wrath," Drake declared, his hands transforming into the sharp claws of a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The 3 women, though silent, conveyed their resolve through unwavering gazes. "No need to look at me. Aside from the captain and Mystery Shao, there is no one I fear to confront," Enel remarked, rolling his eyes disdainfully at the group, reverting to his usual arrogant demeanor. "I am the first mate," Ishao said softly. "Very well, I will contact Kaido now." With that, Rambo produced a transponder snail and connected with Kaido. "Specify the time and location," Rambo stated without unnecessary elaboration. "The sooner, the better. The meeting point is Fire Island in the New World." "Agreed. I shall arrive in half a day and bring my 2 brothers. However, if anything happens to them, I will not hesitate to return and cancel the exchange," Kaido replied. Rambo assessed the speed of the Noah's Ark, confident that half a day would suffice. They are doing well under our care, but you must be prompt. Otherwise, if I grow bored, it is entirely possible I might sever an arm or a leg for some entertainment," Kaido warned. "Wait for me, Kaido," Rambo retorted. Rambo ended the call, instructing Enel to inspect the power supply of the Ark Noah and to replenish it promptly as a precautionary measure. He then gathered everyone to board the ship. Initially, Rambo intended to prevent the 3 girls from joining, considering the perilous nature of the endeavor. However, the girls proved to be remarkably obstinate, especially Kuina, who seemed ready to seek out Gung Siro and Mihawk to confront Rambo should he oppose them. Rambo broke into a cold sweat, realizing he had no choice but to bring them along, while repeatedly admonishing them to prioritize their safety. The group swiftly set sail towards Fire Island. Within a short span of time, Rambo spotted an island in the distance, shrouded in thick plumes of smoke. As they drew nearer, it became apparent that the smoke emanated from a series of volcanoes, justifying the island's ominous name. During the journey, Rambo took the initiative to research the conditions of Fire Island, as it would serve as the battleground. Understanding the environment would undoubtedly aid him in combat. Fire Island, situated in the New World, was known for its harsh conditions, largely due to the multitude of active volcanoes that sporadically erupted. This frequent volcanic activity rendered the island nearly devoid of greenery. Save for the occasional appearance of colossal mineral-eating birds that ventured to the island to feast on the minerals ejected by the eruptions, thus earning it the grim title of a death island. Enel unfurled his observation network across the entirety of Fire Island. Discovering a ship anchored at one of the coastal entries, adorned with the flag of the Beast Pirates. Not far from the dock, a tall figure sat upon a large rock, accompanied by 3 others, 2 of whom huddled together on the ground. Upon learning of the situation, Lumbo confirmed the safety of Alan and Benz. The closer they approached the impending battle, the calmer he became. In this moment, Lumbo's mental training played a significant role as he smiled and said, "Let us go meet this formidable emperor who dared to harm our brother." Lumbo commanded Enelu to suspend the ship in midair, instructing 3 girls and the swordsman to remain aboard as support, while the rest descended gracefully. As if stepping down a staircase in the sky, Lumbo led the way at the forefront, flanked by his comrades, exuding an aura reminiscent of Shanks rallying his crew to thwart the war at Marineford. The commotion in the skies immediately captured the attention of those below. Kaido's minions, the 3 calamities, lifted their gazes to behold Lumbo's descent, while Kaido himself lounged upon a stone, a colossal gourd in hand, quenching his thirst with hearty gulps of liquor. "That brat over there, he is Tezelo," remarked the drought calamity, Jack, as he spotted Tezelo beside Lumbo, his expression darkening with animosity. Memories of their fierce battle flooded back. The moment when he was struck down by a wave of Conqueror's Haki, leading to his disgraceful defeat at Tezelo's hands. A humiliation he could never forget. "Well, if it isn't the defeated Jack," Tezelo observed, registering the ferocity in Jack's gaze, a smirk playing on his lips. The mocking demeanor of Tezelo only served to infuriate Jack further, transforming him into a ferocious mammoth, ready to unleash his wrath. Yet, just as he completed his transformation, one of the 3 calamities, the Flame Calamity, struck him away with a single punch, reprimanding him sharply for his impulsiveness. "Fool, the captain hasn't spoken yet. What are you getting all worked up for?" Surprisingly, the notoriously temperamental Jack refrained from retaliating. Returning to his original form in a huff and sulking silently in his previous spot, head bowed, This unexpected display of acquiescence astonished Lumbo. It seemed this mindless brute was willing to yield to anyone other than Kaido. Clearly, the Flame Calamity held a prominent position among the three calamities, suggesting his strength was indeed formidable, at least surpassing that of the foolish mammoth. Lumbo glanced at the Calamity, clad in black garments. With a pair of ebony feathered wings adorning his back, a dagger hanging from his waist, and flames encircling him. It is said that this individual possesses the powers of a Zoan-type devil fruit, specifically that of the toothless pterosaur, yet astonishingly, he wields flames akin to those of the phoenix fruit. The question remains as to whose abilities are superior. Encountering someone with such a strikingly similar power, Lumbo felt a twinge of curiosity. Both were Zoan-type users capable of flight, both imbued with flaming abilities. Observing the dagger at his waist, it was evident that he too was a master swordsman, a remarkable resemblance indeed. However, this individual bore an unsettlingly inhuman aspect, lacking the aesthetic appeal that Lumbo effortlessly surpassed. Beside the Calamity stood a colossal figure, the gluttonous queen, who resembled a massive meatball. Strangely, despite being a Zoan-type user of the illusory beast fruit, specifically that of the Brachiosaurus, he had inexplicably taken an interest in the study of plagues, a rather unexpected endeavor. At that moment, he paid no heed to the altercation between Jack and the Calamity, instinctively retreating slightly, perhaps in fear of being caught in the crossfire and receiving a reprimand from the Calamity as well. After the Calamity's tirade, silence enveloped the area as he stood patiently, awaiting Kaido's pronouncement. Kaido continued to indulge in his gourd of liquor, finishing the last sip before carelessly discarding the empty vessel. He then turned his gaze toward Lumbo. This was the first time Lumbo laid eyes on Kaido, a man of stature comparable to Whitebeard, towering over ordinary individuals, almost akin to a giant. His upper body was bare, adorned with a dragon tattoo that sprawled across his entire left arm. A massive scar in the shape of a cross marred his right abdomen. And most strikingly, two horns protruded from either side of his head. Although this bore some resemblance to the traits of the fur tribe, Lumbo was certain that this man was not one of them. It could only be said that he possessed a few characteristics of the fur tribe, limited to those formidable horns. Well, since you've brought the person, let us proceed with the exchange. Your two crew members are right over there on the ground. Once you hand him over, you may take them at your convenience. With that, he gestured toward a nearby rock, not far from where Kaido sat, where Alan and Benz lay bound and turned on their sides. From a distance, Rambo noticed the scars on the faces of the two individuals, and his expression instantly darkened. Kaido, I recall stating that should you dare to harm them, I shall not let you escape easily. Upon seeing the two lying sideways, their breaths faint, it was evident that they had sustained serious injuries. Alan and Drake rushed forward, unperturbed by Kaido and the three calamities, allowing Drake to approach the two. Upon reaching them, he examined their condition. Despite their numerous wounds, they appeared to be relatively unharmed. As for their weak breaths, it was merely a trivial matter. They had simply fallen asleep. Drake, witnessing their ability to sleep soundly in such dire circumstances, felt a surge of exasperation. What an audacious heart they possessed, to be able to slumber in such a situation. It was evident that spending prolonged time with Inara had gradually influenced their foolish demeanor. He roused the two from their slumber, and as they groggily opened their eyes, they were met with Drake's concerned yet exasperated expression, which instantly revitalized them. Hey, when did you arrive, Drake? Where are the others? Alan casually inquired. Drake gestured towards Rambo's direction, prompting the two to turn and see that everyone was present, nodding to Rambo to signal that they were unharmed. As Drake led the two towards Rambo, he remarked, You two, in such a situation, how could you still find the ability to sleep? When did your hearts become so audacious? Enough of that. It's quite embarrassing to recount, Alan replied with a hint of frustration. Ever since we arrived in the territory of the beast pirates, that foolish elephant has relentlessly sought us out for the incident involving the loss of Tezelo. We've endured beatings time and again. If it weren't for my debts at the gambling house, I would have dealt with him long ago. It turned out that the two had passed by an island on their return to the headquarters after completing their task. During a brief stop for supplies, they stumbled upon a casino, which ignited their temptation. Recently, they had learned a few tricks from Tezelo, the casino owner, and decided to put their newfound knowledge to the test, only to be ruthlessly swindled. Initially, they intended to leave after losing some money, but their dissatisfaction led them to mortgage Rambo's beloved ship, the Genie, in hopes of recouping their losses, ultimately ensnaring themselves in a dire predicament. Now, they were acutely aware of the gravity of their situation. The Genie was their captain's cherished vessel, and without it, they would be left penniless and unable to return to headquarters. The two of them, utterly bereft of dignity, could not return to face their leader. After a brief discussion, they decided to pledge themselves, ultimately suffering a complete defeat, losing themselves in the process. Although their gambling skills, learned from Yixiao, were rather lacking, their integrity was impeccable. They adhered strictly to the principle of willing to gamble and accepting defeat, surrendering themselves to the casino for their fate to be determined. Initially, the casino owner recognized the infamous Guineas yacht belonging to Rambo, an exceedingly renowned vessel, unique in the world. Upon sighting the yacht, the casino owner realized the strength of these two individuals' backing and opted not to make things difficult for them. Instead, he planned to have them serve as waitstaff for a while and let the matter rest. However, by an unfortunate twist of fate, Yin Xiaojin, following Jack's life paper, happened to dock at the same island for supplies. As they anchored, they were taken aback by the sight of Rambo's Guineas yacht in the harbor. During Rambo's departure with Tesalo, Jack, albeit in a daze, caught a fleeting glimpse of Rambo. Rambo, being the strongest newcomer in the Navy, had graced the newspapers multiple times. Even Jack, the dullard, occasionally perused the news out of boredom and recognized Rambo at once, only to be unceremoniously thrown into the sea by Tesalo. Despite being cast into the ocean, Jack retained a vivid memory of the naval officer who had thwarted his plans. After Jean retrieved Jack from the depths, Jack recounted the situation to him. They promptly set about gathering intelligence on Rambo and easily located his exclusive yacht. Upon seeing the yacht, Jack was consumed with rage and, upon reaching the island, swiftly sought out the whereabouts of Alan and Binzi, who were diligently engaged in cleaning duties. Jack exploded upon their encounter, seeking to subdue Alan and Binzi. After a brief skirmish, Alan halted, having noticed the casino owner's fearful gaze fixed upon them. Both Alan and Binzi understood that fighting here would only endanger numerous innocents, and given that the casino owner was a decent fellow who had not intentionally obstructed them, they felt a sense of obligation towards him, especially since they still owed him a substantial debt. Jean observed their demeanor, momentarily taken aback. Before a knowing smile crept onto his lips, he presented them with two choices: accompany them willingly or engage in battle, with the caveat that should they cause destruction or inadvertently harm the patrons, they would not assume responsibility. Exchanging glances with the visibly trembling casino owner and the staff, Alan sighed and declared, "We will go with you." With that, he strode out without hesitation. Truly, they were noble naval officers. However, "May I kindly request that you both take this with you?" Upon completing his statement, Jin retrieved two sea stone handcuffs from behind him and tossed them before the two individuals. Just as Alan was about to erupt, Binz intervened, shaking his head in disapproval. Subsequently, both donned the sea stone handcuffs, and they were escorted aboard Jin's vessel. Once on board, Jack furiously unleashed a barrage of blows upon the two, demanding to know the whereabouts of Tesalo. Yet, their resolve proved more steadfast than the sea stone itself. Ultimately, Jin intervened, asserting that the two would be handed over to Kaido for judgment, which led to the current predicament on Fire Island. After Alan spoke, Drake cast a malevolent glance at Jack. Observing their expressions, Jack interlocked his fingers across his chest, nonchalantly rolling his wrists and neck, exuding an air of defiance. Alan flashed a mocking smile at Jack and mouthed, "Rest assured, you belong to me." Binz, having spent considerable time with Alan, understood his unspoken words and quietly remarked, "Alan, leave this fellow to me. You see, being devoid of devil fruit abilities means the sea stone handcuffs have minimal effect on me. I'm left feeling rather weakened after being pummeled by this oaf, and I intend to make him pay." The trio approached Rambo, who unsheathed his weapon with a resounding clang, severing the sea stone handcuffs binding Alan and Binz. He then stepped forward, declaring, "Kaido, heed my words. Should any harm befall my comrades, rest assured this matter shall not conclude so simply." "Ha ha ha, little brat, are you declaring war? Such a disobedient child. I had presumed that after allowing you to take your subordinates, you would willingly surrender Tesalo and retreat to your naval headquarters to weep." Kaido scoffed at Rambo's words. Having longed to witness the might of the four emperors, today proved to be a fulfillment of that desire. "I find myself intrigued by you, the so-called strongest entity across land, sea, and sky. Were it not for the emergence of rocks, Rambo would have long sought to conquer both Big Mom and Kaido, the formidable bosses of the New World." As soon as Lumbo finished speaking, and Zaijin suddenly burst into laughter. "Boss, have you not stirred up trouble in ages? Now even a mere little ghost dares to challenge you, and a Navy one at that." Jin's laughter quickly elicited chuckles from Izai Quinn and Hanzai Jack. who perceived the young lad before them as either recklessly naive or simply foolish. In their eyes, their leader Kaido was an invincible force. Kaido, intrigued, slowly rose from the rock upon which he sat, towering over Lumbo as he declared, "Since you seek your demise, allow me to oblige. Killing the grandson of Garp will surely bring sorrow to that old bastard." His eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity as he spoke. All present fell into a state of alert. Lumbo, confronted by Kaido's overwhelming presence, felt his expression darken. He had not anticipated such an intimidating aura. Kaido's strength was truly formidable. "Boss, how about I entertain them for a while?" Jean flapped his wings, soaring into the air to address Kaido. "What? Are you interested in this little fellow?" Kaido glanced at Jean. There was a distasteful aura about him that Kaido found irksome, inciting a desire to strike him down. Jin's eyes mirrored his disdain, as if he had encountered a natural enemy. "Since you are interested, then go teach him a lesson," Kaido affirmed his subordinate with genuine respect, acknowledging both his strength and intellect. Without a moment's hesitation, Jean dove towards Lumbo, who remained fixated on Kaido, unperturbed by Jin's approach. "You aren't worthy to engage with our boss, little bird dragon." No sooner had he spoken than a bolt of lightning materialized behind him, hurtling toward Jean. Jean, noticing the impending thunderstrike, unleashed a massive fireball that collided with the lightning, producing a resounding boom. In that moment, a figure wielding a staff and carrying a large drum appeared before Jean. "A user of the Rumble fruit? I never expected to encounter one of the so-called strongest Logia users," Jean remarked, momentarily taken aback, before continuing nonchalantly. "Little bird dragon, with your skills, you are not fit to clash with our boss. Today, let me teach you how to behave. No, how to be a bird dragon." With that, Inara cast a sidelong glance at Jean and transformed into the god of thunder. Ascending into the sky, he engaged Jean in a fierce battle. With lightning flashing and sparks flying, their clash roaring forth in such intensity that even the sun could not overshadow the brilliance of their confrontation. Lumbo observed for a while and realized that Enel would not be able to conclude his battle with Jean in the near future. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly deserving of being the mightiest among Kaido's subordinates, this fellow was evidently of vice admiral caliber." It is worth noting that Enel's strength is already among the elite ranks of the admirals, and even Lumbo would find it a formidable task to defeat Enel in a short span. Jin's ability to contend with Enel in such a manner also indicates his status as a top-tier fighter. Not long after Enel and Jean commenced their clash, Benz bellowed and charged towards the drought-stricken Jack, clearly intent on avenging himself. Previously, Benz had suffered greatly at the hands of Jack while bound by Seastone, and it was a grudge he could not ignore. Upon noticing Benz advancing, Jack dared not underestimate him. He immediately transformed into his mammoth form and charged headlong towards Benz. Before Jack could reach him, Benz deftly transformed his arms into vines, ensnaring Jack's enormous tusks. With a swift maneuver, Benz leaped onto Jack's back, binding his arms around the tusks while his legs morphed into thick vines, wrapping around the mammoth's belly. Feeling the weight of Benz on his back, Jack's enormous eyes turned crimson with rage, and he began to leap around, attempting to dislodge Benz. Like a skilled rider taming a wild stallion, Benz fought alongside the mammoth. At that moment, he released one of his grips on the tusks, and the vine from his arm rose like a whip, forcefully descending upon the mammoth's rear. A sharp crack echoed through the air, eliciting laughter from the onlookers, who began to chime in. "Benz is really putting in some effort. Look, that foolish mammoth didn't even let out a cry. Oh, come now, just look at that big, dumb beast. Its eyes are turning red from the pain, and it might start crying any moment now." Drake joined in the laughter. At this moment, Jack felt no pain on his rear. Instead, he was consumed by a sense of humiliation. Indeed, being ridden in such a manner was a disgrace he had never endured before. Even his captain, Kaido, had never mounted him, although Jack could hardly bear Kaido's weight. All that occupied Jack's mind was the singular desire to crush the insolent fool upon his back. His eyes, aflame with anger, threatened to spill tears of blood as he violently shook his body, desperate to rid himself of this impudent rider. Yet, the rascal clung on as if they were one, steadfast despite Jack's furious attempts to toss him off. With each strike against his rear, Jack felt as though he were on the brink of exploding. "Fool, why not just roll on the ground and crush that scoundrel on your back?" The plague-stricken Quinn reminded those nearby. Initially, upon witnessing Jean and Jack engage in combat, he sought an opponent to spar with himself. He surveyed the surroundings, casting his gaze upon Taizolo, Drake, Alan, and the sand crocodile. He deemed the blind old man with the cane to be the easiest target, intending to make a move. However, before he could act, He found himself firmly anchored in place, unable to advance a single step. "If you wish to avoid death, it would be prudent not to move," whispered the sand crocodile, encircling Quinn in a shroud of sand. Quinn hesitated, sensing that any movement would result in the sand coiling around his neck, potentially suffocating him. All of his abilities were devoted to the study of viruses. In a large-scale war, he could single-handedly obliterate a regiment. Yet, given the current predicament, action was out of the question. Casting a glance at Kaido, who remained seated, drinking without acknowledging him, Quinn resigned to observe the battle between Jack and Benz. As for the clash between Jean and Enel, Quinn paid little attention, knowing Jin's capabilities. He believed that even against the formidable powers of the Rumble fruit, which was reputed to be the strongest of the natural types, Jean would prevail. Upon hearing Quinn's words, Jack momentarily regained his composure, rolling onto the ground in an attempt to use his weight to crush Benz. However, once Jack fell, Benz released his hold and leaped away. After regaining his footing, Jack witnessed Benz descend, raising his robust forelimbs to stomp down fiercely. Rather than evade, Benz activated his thousand-handed tree Buddha form, transforming into a figure nearly the same height as Kaido, lowering his head to confront Jack, who was poised to strike the ground before him. Ben's transformation startled Jack, and Kaido paused in his drinking, casting a surprised glance at Ben's tree Buddha form. Benz, eyeing Jack, swiftly swatted at him, creating a massive crater as Jack was thrust to the bottom. Unsatisfied, Benz continued to strike, enlarging the hole until silence reigned at the pit's depths. He then hoisted the dazed behemoth from the pit and flung it before Quinn, who found Jack unconscious. Alan and Drake exchanged impressed glances at the fallen Jack, giving Benz a thumbs up. Benz reverted from his tree Buddha form, joining the others as they gazed up at the ongoing aerial battle. The sky was a tapestry of red and blue, with thunder and flames intertwining in a cacophony of sound. Jin's prowess is remarkable. He holds his own against Enel without faltering, truly worthy of a viceroyal caliber, Old Sand marveled, a testament to Jin's strength that even the proud Old Sand could acknowledge. Indeed, the onlookers concurred, their eyes fixed on the tumultuous clash above. A resolution was imminent. Lumbo gazed at the battle unfolding in the sky and uttered a remark. Indeed. The spectators beheld the thunderous dragon formed by Eneru collide fiercely with the flame-bathed wyvern, causing the space before them to shatter like glass. The sound of this fragmentation resonated deeply, as though it were tearing their hearts apart. Shortly thereafter, both Eneru and Jin plummeted from the heavens. Benz dispatched 2 tendrils to ensnare Eneru, drawing him before the onlookers, while Quinn caught the falling Jin. The crowd paid little heed to Quinn, scrutinizing Eneru instead, only to discover that he was merely drained of energy, uninjured yet somewhat weakened, his consciousness still intact. In contrast, Jin lay unconscious in Quinn's arms, his body shrouded in darkness, a faint scent of charred flesh lingering in the air. At this moment, the advantages of the Logia-type abilities became apparent. Jin's attacks were fierce and relentless, yet Eneru, being a mere embodiment of lightning, possessed no tangible form, coupled with years of training and the honing of his powers. It could be said that even Lumbo, in his present state, would find it exceedingly difficult to vanquish Eneru. Each user of the Logia type is notoriously difficult to kill, akin to an indomitable insect. Kaido, 2 of your calamities have already been dealt with. Do you still intend to keep us here? Lumbo cast a sidelong glance at Kaido, who loomed like a mountain. Kid, you've impressed me. I must admit, I underestimated you. I did not foresee such talent emerging from the Navy. Kaido rose, his mountainous form imposing, and instantly, Lumbo and his companions felt an overwhelming sense of pressure wash over them. This oppressive aura rendered even a smile cautious, as a heavy gloom settled in their hearts. Lumbo was aware of Kaido's might, yet he was astonished that Kaido's mere presence could evoke such a weighty sensation. With an aura of invincibility, Kaido advanced step by step towards the group. Quinn, take Jack and Jin and leave swiftly. This place is for me to handle, he declared, clearly harboring lethal intent towards Lumbo and his companions. They watched as Quinn led Jack and Jin slowly toward the shore where their vessel was docked, refraining from taking any action, knowing that any movement would invite Kaido's overwhelming onslaught. Prepare yourselves, for what lies ahead is a true battle of ferocity. Eneru has already fought. You shall remain here to recuperate while we draw the battlefield away from this vicinity. Recover swiftly, Lumbo instructed the group. They nodded in solemn agreement, fully aware of the gravity of their predicament, standing before a being hailed as the strongest creature in the world, a situation demanding utmost caution. Kaido approached to within 100 meters of the group, and Lumbo realized he could not allow Kaido to advance any further. The sheer force of Kaido's presence was formidable, and should he draw nearer, His attacks would unleash a tempest of chaos. Attack! Lumbo bellowed. Ishiguro took the initiative. Employing a gravity suppression followed swiftly by a colossal fireball that he hurled downwards, crashing towards Kaido with a resounding roar. Confronted by a colossal fireball, Kaido remained unfazed, drawing his spiked club from behind and striking the massive orb with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the fireball shattered partially, the remnants being propelled into the sea, which immediately roiled into tumultuous waves that crashed upon the shore. At that moment, old sand had transformed into grains, ensnaring Kaido's legs tightly. Observing closely, one could see that below Kaido's knees, he was completely enveloped by the sand. Old Sand lifted his enormous desert sword, the size of a door, aiming a strike at Kaido's neck, only to be effortlessly parried by Kaido's club. Relying on his dexterity as a sand entity, Old Sand persistently disrupted Kaido's attacks. Binzi transformed into his tree Buddha form, quickly matching Kaido's height, and began to pummel Kaido's chest with powerful punches, while Kaido fended off Old Sand with one hand. He used the other to ward off Binzi's onslaught. After a prolonged stalemate, Drake morphed into his Tyrannosaurus form, joining the fray. Drake's assault alleviated some pressure from Binzi and Old Sand, who seized the opportunity to strike Kaido's waist with several swift slashes, though they bore little effect. Kaido remained unscathed, only a few white marks left on his waist. The Golden Emperor transformed into a colossal golden giant and, with a thunderous roar, conjured a massive golden pillar before him, launching it forcefully at Kaido's chest. Despite being thoroughly entangled by Old Sand, Binzi, and Drake, Kaido stood resolute as the golden pillar approached, allowing it to collide with his chest. The impact caused him to lean slightly backward, but his legs remained ensnared by Old Sand's grip, nearly causing him to topple. Remarkably, after this strike, Kaido showed no signs of injury. Lumbo had long known of Kaido's formidable defenses, but was astonished by their sheer strength, his armor seemingly layered with invulnerability, rendering him almost physically immune. It was no wonder that upon encountering the slumbering Kaido, Luffy unleashed his fourth gear, striking Kaido with all his might, only for Kaido to remain unperturbed, swatting Luffy away as if he were a mere fly. Having grown impatient with the onslaught of his adversaries, Kaido summoned his strength, shattering the sand that bound his legs. With his lower limbs freed, he lifted his right foot and executed a powerful whip kick that sent Drake flying. Drake felt a sharp pain in his chest. His body propelled backward, landing hard on the ground, agony coursing through him as if struck by a freight train, his bones crushed, rendering him unable to move. At that moment, Alan, having evaded the chaos, had initially prepared to join the fray, but was advised by Lumbo to remain by Enel's side, for fear that Enel, already weary, might require protection. Alan rushed forward to check on Drake, who had flown in and was now gravely injured and unconscious. He pulled him aside. The crowd, momentarily stunned by the violent display, watched as Old Shah endured a blow from Kaido while Binz received a punch, both being forcefully pushed back. Fortunately, they had managed to defend themselves in time and sustain minimal injuries. Kaido's strength far exceeded our expectations. Uncle Ishio, take the others and leave. I will hold Kaido off. Rest assured, if I wish to escape, he cannot stop me. Indeed, Kaido's power was beyond what Lumbo had anticipated. Initially, he believed his team could contend with him. But Kaido's might was overwhelmingly formidable. You wish to leave? None of you shall escape. Come and face my wrath. Kaido seemed to sense Lumbo's intentions as he strode toward them wielding his spiked club. The massive weapon struck the ground, sending dirt flying and creating a substantial crater where Lumbo and the others had stood. Thankfully, they had dispersed in time, though the force of the impact left their cheeks stinging. Everyone, retreat. Get back to the ship and set sail immediately, Lumbo shouted urgently. The original objective had been to rescue the captured Binz and Alan with a side encounter with Kaido, but his strength had far surpassed Lumbo's estimates. With Alan and Binz now safely out of danger, and given Drake severe injuries requiring immediate attention, it was unnecessary to remain and risk further casualties against Kaido. You all need to return to the ship at once. Lumbo and I will provide cover. Hurry and get Drake treated. Ishiao's expression was grave. He too had not anticipated Kaido's ferocity. Old Shah and the others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. They began to retreat, moving swiftly through the air. Alan cradled the unconscious Drake in his arms as they all hurried toward the location of the Noah's Arkansas. Lumbo observed as everyone departed, then with a smile addressed Ishiao. Uncle Ishiao, time is of the essence. You must leave swiftly. Our current strength is still insufficient to confront Kaido. Fear not, with my speed, Kaido will not be able to detain us. Lumbo spoke with urgency, and after a brief moment of contemplation, Yixiao activated his moonwalk and joined the others in their escape. Where do you think you are running to? Kaido glared at the fleeing figures, unwilling to let them escape. He leapt into the air, crashing down with tremendous force, creating two massive craters upon landing, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up to Yixiao, who was airborne. Kaido raised his club, aiming to strike Yixiao. But before the blow could land, it was intercepted by a gleaming blade. Lumbo had arrived just in time. Witnessing Kaido's leap, Lumbo ignited with a blaze of violet and gold flames, swiftly closing the distance to block Kaido's furious attack. Kaido, if you wish to fight, I shall oblige, Lumbo declared. His violet gold eyes locked onto Kaido with fierce determination. Upon seeing the severely injured Drake, Lumbo felt not only anger but also a profound sense of guilt for having engaged Kaido without adequate preparation, which led to Drake's injury. Very well, I shall entertain you, Kaido replied, grinning widely, clearly dismissive of Lumbo's presence. In truth, Kaido seemed to regard Lumbo and his entire crew with disdain. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Jack and Jean to clash head-on with Lumbo's subordinates without intervention. However, upon learning that someone from Lumbo's crew had defeated his first mate Jean in a one-on-one confrontation, Kaido's interest was piqued. As Kaido descended to the ground, his stature was so imposing that Lumbo did not stand on the earth but hovered mid-air, maintaining a level gaze with Kaido. To Kaido, Lumbo appeared as a rather large moth, foolishly playing with fire. Without waiting for Kaido to make a move, Lumbo took the initiative. Aware that he stood little chance against Kaido with his current strength, he aimed to delay Kaido until all his crew had safely evacuated, after which he would devise a means of escape. He unleashed his technique, one-sword style, fiery dance of the dragon. This maneuver was an evolution of his earlier fire dragon whirl. With a swift motion, Lumbo sent forth 8 colossal purple fire dragons, intertwining as they surged toward Kaido. Kaido, with a derisive glint in his eye, swung his spiked club at the fiery dragons with fierce intent. As the dragons were shattered, sparks erupted in all directions, some landing upon Kaido's arms and chest. The temperature of the purple-golden flames had been meticulously tested, especially after absorbing the fiery traits of Ace and Marco. Their heat was such that upon contact with the deck of the Noah's Ark, they would instantly melt a significant crater. Yet, as they struck Kaido, he exhibited no reaction whatsoever. When the flames extinguished, the scorched areas revealed dark spots, which Kaido casually wiped away, leaving no trace of injury behind. Kaido's extraordinary defense caused Lumbo's pupils to constrict, reshaping his understanding of power to a point he could only describe as monstrous. Lumbo glanced upward, using his observation haki to ascertain that all crew members had safely boarded the Noah's Ark. Lumbo set aside the burdens weighing on his heart. Now that they had safely departed, it was time for him to seek the right moment to make his own escape. However, it seemed unlikely that Kaido would permit him to leave so easily. Thus, he realized he must summon all his strength. Lumbo, no longer hesitating, unleashed his conqueror's haki. The space around him seemed to warp as an overwhelming aura pressed down upon Kaido. Taken aback by Lumbo's formidable presence, Kaido was evidently surprised. In Kaido's understanding, it seemed that no Marine had ever possessed the conqueror's haki. Even that old man who had once thoroughly defeated him did not seem to wield such power. As Kaido glanced at Lumbo, he realized he had underestimated this young individual, yet his interest in Lumbo only grew stronger. At this age, it is quite remarkable for Lumbo to amass a formidable group of subordinates, 2 of whom have directly defeated his own esteemed recruits in one-on-one confrontations, including one he holds in high regard, Jin. Kaido has firmly resolved to ensure that this young prodigy remains under his wing today. Unfazed by Lumbo's overwhelming conqueror's haki, Kaido stands like a mountain, a slight smirk gracing his lips, exuding disdain. He then unleashes an all-encompassing aura that surges towards Lumbo, colliding with the latter's own haki. If Lumbo's haki can be likened to a colossal wave stirred by a tempest, then Kaido's haki resembles a titanic tsunami. Lumbo was directly repelled by Kaido's overwhelming presence, soaring backward as if struck by a cannonball, and crashed into a mountain, embedding himself within the stone. He felt a profound pain coursing through his body, subsequently becoming trapped beneath the debris. In a short while, with a resounding thud, Lumbo erupted from the rubble, his clothing reduced to tatters. Kaido, unwilling to let the matter rest, swiftly approached the volcano. Upon witnessing Lumbo emerge from the debris, he swung his club with force. Fortunately, Lumbo managed to halt his momentum just in time, allowing the spiked club to narrowly graze his scalp, the resulting gust of wind completely shredding what remained of his already tattered samurai attire. Lammer stood bare-chested, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, fiercely gazing at Kaido. An unsettling urgency brewed within him. Indeed, he had taken a considerable risk this time, perhaps overestimating his own strength or underestimating the power of the four emperors. Lumbo adeptly evaded Kaido's assault with his agility. However, Kaido was not inclined to relent so easily. With an incomplete strike, he clenched his left fist and launched another attack. Lumbo hastily positioned his sword horizontally before his chest, yet once more. He was sent flying by Kaido's formidable blow. Lumbo was propelled backward and then turned to flee towards the island's edge, intending to distance himself from the battlefield by utilizing Kaido's assault. However, he had scarcely taken flight when Kaido, with his formidable stature, pursued him with strides that covered the ground at a remarkable pace, each step equivalent to the full sprint of another. From afar, Kaido observed Lumbo's retreating figure and, leveraging his momentum, leaped into the air with astonishing swiftness, soaring over Lumbo's head like a cannonball before landing directly in his path. "Young one, my fun is far from over. Where do you think you're going?" Kaido chuckled. Upon encountering Kaido before him, Lumbo immediately halted his steps. He understood that there was no possibility of an easy resolution today. Leaving would likely be out of the question. However, true to Lumbo's nature, he was not one to passively await his fate. Even when ensnared by the jaws of a tiger, he would endeavor to extract a few teeth in defiance. Rambo, having reached this conclusion, steadied his thoughts and cast aside all burdens. "Kaido, let us engage." Rambo had firmly resolved that, in such circumstances, only a direct confrontation would suffice. Rambo hovered in midair, the purplish-golden flames roaring to life with intensified fervor. The blade, adorned with the majestic phoenix pattern, was engulfed in flames. Having cast aside all reservations, Rambo felt liberated, akin to a fiery beam hurtling towards Kaido. Kaido faced this radiant assault, swinging his spiked club aside and delivering a powerful punch. Even the razor-sharp edge of the phoenix blade failed to inflict significant damage upon him. For a brief moment, the tip of Rambo's sword clashed with Kaido's fist, resulting in Rambo being sent flying. Kaido did not pursue. Instead, he raised his fist, surprised by what he saw. To his astonishment, he discovered a tiny wound where his middle finger had met the tip of Rambo's blade, blood trickling down his finger. He brought his fist to his mouth to suck on the wound, then lowered his right hand, spitting out a mouthful of saliva. A grin spread across his face as he remarked to himself, "It's been ages since I've bled. This is rather interesting." Lumbo was hurled away. Yet he surged forward once more. In that fleeting moment when he managed to pierce Kaido, Lumbo felt a surge of hope. Inflicting even the slightest wound upon Kaido seemed to promise a glimmer of possibility. If a full-throttle assault could not inflict any damage, that would be the epitome of despair. As Lumbo charged towards him, Kaido met his advance with equal fervor. Lumbo swung his blade, engaging Kaido in a fierce clash. Relying on his agility, he circled around Kaido, seeking out vulnerabilities and occasionally delivering swift strikes. However, Kaido was far from the lumbering giants Lumbo had previously encountered. Every attack from Lumbo was deftly countered by Kaido. Perhaps due to the slight injury inflicted by Lumbo, Kaido was in no rush to retaliate. Instead, he languidly responded to Lumbo's onslaught, curious to see if this little fellow would surprise him further. It is well known across the seas that Kaido is often described in a singular phrase. He is either contemplating his own demise or traversing the path towards it. Such a monster is not only immensely powerful but also exceedingly arrogant. Otherwise, he would not be tirelessly searching for someone capable of ending his life. Today, witnessing someone capable of inflicting harm upon him piqued his interest far more than the immediate desire to eliminate Lumbo. Rambo relentlessly assaulted Kaido, his speed increasing and his strikes growing increasingly ferocious. The wounds Rambo inflicted upon Kaido multiplied, though they were merely superficial scratches. The most significant injuries adorned Kaido's arms, as they bore the brunt of the fierce clashes with Rambo's phoenix wing. After a while, Kaido's arms resembled a canvas marred by countless tiny blades, each cut dripping crimson blood from his knuckles. He cast a glance at his arms, sighed, and remarked, "Is this all? How disappointing," with a firm clench of his fists. He shook his arms, flinging the droplets of blood away. Upon inspection, Kaido's arms had miraculously returned to their pristine state. He gazed at Rambo, expressing, "I had anticipated you would offer me a bit more surprise, but it seems this is all there is. Therefore, this game must come to an end." Kaido's muscles rippled, transforming his physique into an even more imposing figure. Although his stature remained unchanged, Rambo distinctly sensed the oppressive aura emanating from Kaido. He raised his right hand and unleashed a punch towards Rambo, the speed of which was akin to lightning. Despite Rambo's heightened observation, he failed to perceive Kaido's movement and was sent hurtling through the air. After being sent flying, Limbo found himself facing Kaido, who had already appeared behind him, executing a swift flying kick. Before Limbo could touch the ground, Kaido had positioned himself beneath him, clasping his hands together to send Limbo soaring into the sky, akin to a volleyball. Subsequently, Kaido reappeared above Limbo, delivering a devastating downward kick to his chest. The force of this blow caused Limbo to spew forth several mouthfuls of blood before he was rendered unconscious, hurtling toward the distant volcano. Limbo crashed through the volcanic rock face, plunging into the seething magma below. As he sank deeper, he struck the very bottom of the volcano with tremendous force. The volcano, already emitting thick plumes of smoke and on the verge of eruption, reacted violently to Limbo's entrance, akin to a drop of water splashing into a pot of boiling oil. In an instant, the entire volcano erupted, magma surging and bursting skyward in a cataclysmic explosion. Kaido glanced at the erupting volcano and smirked, muttering to himself, "Well, kid, this is how it ends. If you survive, I shall await your challenge, but next time, do make it more exhilarating for me. Otherwise, I shall simply sever your head." After a few more murmurs, Kaido departed from Flame Island. The entirety of Flame Island was predominantly composed of volcanoes, and the eruption of one triggered a chain reaction, leading to the simultaneous eruption of others. In an instant, it was as if the heavens had fractured, engulfing the entire island in a torrent of molten rock. Meanwhile, Limbo lay embedded in a stone at the bottom of the magma, having been overwhelmed by Kaido's immense power. After crashing through the volcanic rock wall and descending into the magma, he had ultimately been forced into the lowest stone, for otherwise the surging magma would have expelled him long ago. Limbo lay motionless within the stone, his garments utterly consumed by the searing lava. Yet his body remained unscathed by its corrosive embrace. Surrounding him was a blaze of purple and gold flames, rendering him stark naked as he rested, seemingly in a tranquil slumber. Initially, Limbo had briefly awakened amidst the agony of crashing through the volcanic rock, but upon entering the lava, it was as if he had been immersed in a warm spring, bringing him a sense of comfort that allowed him to completely relax into a profound unconsciousness. A day later, Carp returned to Fire Island with Limbo's crew. Guided by Limbo's lifeguard, they located him lying at the bottom of the lava. Soon, Ace and Cyborg arrived as well. The previous day, upon witnessing Limbo's lifeguard continuously burning, they sensed impending doom and hastily followed its trajectory. They arrived just as the card's flames dwindled to a final flicker, allowing them a momentary sigh of relief. Although they could both perceive that Limbo was perilously close to death, upon arriving on the island, they discovered that Carp had already brought Limbo's crew. The crew was well acquainted with both Ace and Cyborg, and Carp's presence was a fortuitous necessity. Otherwise, the simultaneous appearance of a pirate, a revolutionary, and a throng of Navy personnel on the same island would have been challenging to explain without conflict. As they surveyed the island, the aftermath of the volcanic eruption was evident, with smoke billowing in the air thick with the scent of sulfur. Although the lava that flowed outward had solidified, its temperature remained exceedingly high. Undeterred by the molten rock, the group followed the lifeguard to the volcano where Limbo lay. The eruption had ceased, yet wisps of black smoke still emanated from the summit. The remaining lava at the base had receded considerably, resembling a small puddle that barely covered Limbo's body by about 10 centimeters. Carp, disregarding the molten lava, reached into the magma, attempting to retrieve Limbo. Just as he was about to make contact with Limbo's form, his expression shifted dramatically, and he withdrew his hand. Inspecting his fingers, he noted that the tips of his middle and index fingers had turned black. After a moment of composure, Carp brushed his left hand against his right, swiftly shedding the darkened skin to reveal his fingers restored to their original state. Clenching his right fist, a wave of darkness enveloped his entire hand and arm, and he once again plunged his hand into the lava to assess Limbo's condition. Upon making contact with Limbo's body, Carp discerned the situation. A sphere of golden flame enveloped Limbo, its hue reminiscent of the lava itself. Initially, Carp had overlooked this due to a momentary lapse in caution, but now, prepared, he focused on the fiery barrier. As he attempted to penetrate the flames to grasp Limbo's arm and lift him, the fire reacted with ferocity, converging upon Carp's fingertips as though it were a vigilant hound guarding its treasure. Kapu felt as though his fingers were being gnawed by some unseen force. Although he bore no visible injury, the pain was excruciating. Ever since he had attained this level of power, There had been few things capable of inflicting pain upon him while his haki was fully activated. Kapu meticulously scrutinized the flames encircling Lumbo, observing how they flowed around him like molten lava, repeatedly lapping against Lumbo's form. Lumbo's injuries have completely healed. However, he remains unconscious, seemingly linked to the golden flame. The astute Carp has discerned that this flame appears to be enhancing Lumbo's physical condition, as if it were forging him like steel, incessantly purging the impurities from his body. Upon confirming this phenomenon, Carp ceased any attempts to disturb Lumbo's form. He conveyed this situation to Lumbo's crew, as well as to Ace and Sabo, who were pursuing them.